Family. The Hall of Offerings in the Spirit Hall is filled with big shots. 6-year-old YeXuan, however, bypassed his 99-level grandpa and bowed to the Ring spirit BibiDong to become her disciple, leaving all the big shots stunned. It turns out YeXuan is a time traveler who regards BibiDong as a spiritual mentor and is about to awaken his martial soul. This move is absolutely incredible. Let me tell you, the scene at that moment was amazing. In the Hall of Offerings of the Spirit Hall, there was a crowd of big shots. My grandpa, the 99-level Qian Dalu, my future father-in-law, the Pope Qian Xuanji, and the group of super Douluos above 95 level like the Golden Crocodile Dalu. The atmosphere was intimidating, right? And then I, YeXuan at 6 years old, in front of everyone, directly skipped past my 99-level grandpa, walked up to the Pope, stood still, and bowed 90 degrees to BibiDong. Disciple YeXuan pays respect to the teacher. Wow, when I shouted that, the entire Hall of Offerings was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Qian Daolu was stunned. Qian Xuanji was dumbfounded, and the big shots in the hall were wide-eyed. Family, who understands? All the big shots were about to drop their jaws to the ground, probably thinking, is this kid crazy? Why bypass a 99-level ultimate Daoluo to worship an Ring spirit Daoluo? Wonder why I did that? This story has to start from the beginning. I, YeXuan, a terribly unlucky time traveler, closed my eyes and opened them again, and I arrived in the Douluo Continent. I was reborn directly into the Spirit Hall with the identity of the Pope's subordinate, and I even got a stunningly beautiful fiancée, Qian, for free. This configuration is simply too great. From a young age, I knew I was different from others. After all, I had the memories of another world in my head. At first, I was puzzled about where I was until I saw the 9 soul rings under Qian Sunji's feet lighting up in yellow, purple, black, and I thought, wow, isn't this the Douluo Continent? And it's the headquarters of the villains, the Spirit Hall. Exciting. Since I was 2 years old, I've been soaking in the library of the Pope's palace, going through those ancient texts, especially the martial soul theories written by the future Pope, the current Saint BibiDong. Let me tell you, they were amazing. It was like having an internet mouthpiece that expressed all my thoughts. So for these 6 years, I was nominally growing up with Qian, but in reality, BibiDong was my true spiritual mentor. One day, I had just finished reading the last book in the library when a maid told me, "Young Master Qian, you have finished reading all the books written by Her Highness the Saint." I thought, of course, not only have I finished reading them, but I can also recite them. After saying a word to the maid, I wandered off to find my little fiancée, Qian. The back garden was beautiful, like a sea of flowers. But all the flowers in the garden couldn't compare to my fiancée in a little golden dress, watering the flowers. Qian, 6 years old, was already a stunning beauty in the making, and her little appearance melted my heart. I walked over, naturally took the watering can from her hand, and smiled. "Swear, let the servants do this kind of rough work. Why are you doing it yourself again?" She wrinkled her little nose adorably. "Isn't it because I'm bored? I'm not like you, interested in those boring books, so I can only plant flowers." Seeing her dissatisfied little look, I couldn't help but pinch her smooth little face. Hey, the feel was really nice, like a peeled egg. But the next second, I yelped in pain. Goodness, this little girl bit me directly, and it was fierce. Pain. Swear, let go. I cried out in pain. She glared at me with her beautiful golden eyes, biting down harder before finally letting go with satisfaction. I looked, and wow, there was a row of clear little bite marks, and it was bleeding. "If you dare to pinch my face again, they'll bite you," she threatened fiercely, but she looked so cute doing it. "Can I take this?" I put down the watering can and directly picked her up by the waist. She struggled non-stop, but unfortunately, it was useless. I was a man with a system. My physical abilities were far beyond those of an ordinary child, and carrying her was like carrying a little kitten. After struggling for a while, she resigned and let me hold her. I smelled her sweet scent and teased her deliberately. "Why aren't you resisting anymore?" She wrinkled her little nose again. "Is it useful to resist?" "Of course not. You're my fiancé. What's wrong with me holding you? It's only right." She was left speechless by my retort, only letting out a cold snort. Her little face flushed red, cuteness overload. I held her in the pavilion, suddenly feeling a bit sentimental, and asked her, "Sure, we're both 6 years old. When can we awaken our martial souls?" Let me tell you, in the Douluo Continent, martial souls and innate soul power basically determine your life's potential. Someone like Tang, saying there are no useless martial souls. Only useless soul masters is pure nonsense. Is that blue silver grass of his? That's blue silver emperor. And there's the Haoyan hammer. If I awaken a true blue silver grass, I'd have no place to cry. Qian thought for a moment and said, "My dad said, in another week, we will be able to awaken our martial souls." Only 7 days. My heart was filled with both anticipation and nervousness. Just as I was thinking, the little person in my arms started to struggle again. I held her tighter, and her face turned even redder as she whispered, "My dad is coming. Are you not going to put me down?" I looked up, and sure enough, Qian Xuanji, my incredibly handsome future father-in-law, was walking over with a smile. I shouted Uncle Qian to him without loosening my grip. Qian Rinchu buried her head in my arms, not daring to look at her dad. And guess what? Qian Xuanji was not angry at all seeing us so close. His eyes were filled with satisfaction. He sat down and happily asked me, "Little Qian, I've heard you've finished all the books in the library?" "Of course, I memorized them all," I said proudly. He nodded and took out a new book from his soul guide, written by Xiaojing, titled something like Top 10 Competitiveness of Martial Souls. I flipped through a couple of pages and almost laughed out loud. Isn't this just the theory of the master? Full of holes, compared to what my goddess BibiDong wrote. It's simply elementary school homework. Qian Xuanji seriously told me that theories are fine to look at, but shouldn't be taken too seriously. I exchanged glances with Qian Rinxue, and we silently agreed that being a guinea pig for this kind of thing should be left to Tang San. Just as we were talking, lunchtime arrived. Qian Xuanji teased us, saying we could hug each other at night. Only then did I reluctantly put Qian Rinxue down and followed him to eat. The atmosphere at the dining table was incredible. BibiDong was also there, and her gaze towards Qian Rinxue was filled with unabashed disgust. When looking at her father, Qian Xuanji, it was pure, unfiltered hatred. Qian Rinxue directly ignored her and buried her head in her food, while I silently helped her pick up dishes. Suddenly, BibiDong spoke, her voice as cold as ice. "Teacher, I have reached level 90 and need a soul ring." Qian Xuanji pondered for a moment and said the words that would change the fate of the spirit hall. "I've heard that beside Tang Hao of the Haotian sect, there is a 10th Sandy soul beast that has just given birth, and its strength has greatly decreased. I will send someone to find them, capture it, and offer it to you as your 9th soul ring." My heart sank. Good heavens. Isn't Qian Sunji's death sentence just around the corner? He was about to rob Tang Hao's wife. How could he survive this? Wouldn't Tang Hao fight him to the death? However, I had no plans to save him. Over these 6 years, the one who truly taught me was BibiDong. "Don't worry, future father-in-law. I will take care of your daughter." Qian Rinxue innocently asked if this would offend the Haotian sect. Qian Xuanji was utterly dismissive, saying that the current sect master of the Haotian sect didn't have the guts. What they feared was my grandpa Qian Dalu, a 99-level ultimate Daluo who could sweep away everything. 7 days later, it will be the day of the soul awakening. In the offering hall, my grandfather, Qian Dalu, my father, Qian Xuanji, my future teacher, BibiDong, and the group of titled Daoliuos above level 95, including Golden Crocodile Daluo, are all present. Qian Rinxue goes first, and with a flash of golden light, a 6-winged angel martial soul appears behind her, sacred and noble. Qian Daolu smiles widely. A 6-winged angel definitely possesses innate level 20 soul power. Wow, this starting point is already the end point of others' lives. When it's my turn, I step into the light barrier and feel a power awakening within my body. A deafening tiger roar echoes, and a majestic, all-white white tiger appears behind me. The system prompt sounds, "Congratulations to the host for awakening the martial soul, divine beast white tiger." BibiDong recognizes it immediately. This is the legendary divine beast white tiger, known for its killing prowess, also called the war god white tiger. The experts present are all shocked. The quality of this martial soul is not inferior to the 6-winged angel. Qian Xuanji quickly brings over a crystal ball to test my soul power, and as soon as he places his hand on it, the light shines brightly. Innate full soul power. Qian Xuanji is overjoyed and announces on the spot, "Xiao Xian, you can choose any one of the esteemed guests here to be your teacher." Then, the scene at the beginning unfolds. Under the astonished gazes of all the experts, I firmly walk up to BibiDong and bow respectfully. Qian Xuanji wants to advise me, saying that BibiDong's martial soul attributes are not suitable for me and urges me to think carefully. I don't move at all, my voice resonating. The saintess has taught me for 6 years and can see my martial soul at a glance. I can't think of anyone more suitable to be my teacher than her. I will not have any regrets. Seeing my determination, Qian Daolu makes a decisive call and asks for BibiDong's opinion. BibiDong smiles, her smile absolutely beautiful. She stands up to support me. "All right, I accept you as my disciple." She even says that my physique is impressive and that for my first spirit ring, I shouldn't settle for those around 400 years. I should aim for one between 700 to 900 years. I feel ecstatic inside. Just then, Dalu and Ghost Dalu come in to report that they have found Tang Hao's location. Qian Xuanji immediately orders that the Pope's palace mobilizes to capture that 100,000-year soul beast. He leaves with great determination. full of vigor and without looking back. My friend, take care and no need to see you off. BibiDong also left contentedly. Today is truly a double happiness. As soon as we exited the offering hall, Qian exploded in anger, puffing up and questioning me. Why did you choose that woman as your master? Don't you know how much she hates me? What can I say? Of course, I have to comfort her. I pinched her little nose and softly said, It's all for you, sweetheart. The teacher actually loves you very much, but there are reasons behind it. I'm here to get to the bottom of things and help improve your mother-daughter relationship. Looking at her somewhat doubtful, yet slightly hopeful expression, I knew this was going to work. To reward her, I took her to Wuhuan City for shopping and bought her a skewer of candied hawthorn. She took a bite, her eyes squinting with satisfaction. Is it good? I asked. She nodded and held the candied hawthorn up to my mouth, saying, It's very sweet. Do you want to try some? I leaned over and took a bite from the spot where she had eaten, looking at her instantly flushed face, and said with a smile, It's really very sweet. The next day, the second offering, Golden Crocodile Daw, a level 98 superpower house, personally acted as our bodyguard and took us to the Star Do Forest to hunt for soul rings. After riding in a luxury carriage for 4 days, we finally arrived. We went straight to the edge of the forest. Qian was lucky and quickly found a more than 400 years old Xianling leopard, whose attributes perfectly matched. Grandpa Golden Crocodile didn't even bother using a soul skill. He just punched it, knocking the leopard down and dragging it half dead in front of us. Qian took the short sword I handed her without any hesitation and killed the Xianling leopard with one strike. A yellow 100-year soul ring rose up, and she immediately sat cross-legged to begin absorbing it. Douluo Golden Crocodile smiled and asked me, Little Qian, how many years do you plan to absorb? According to the Saintess. Should we play it safe? I smiled and said, I'll listen to the teacher and find one that's close to 900 years or below 1,000. Half an hour later, Qian finished absorbing it, stood up, and a yellow soul ring flashed beneath her feet, radiating an air of excitement. I stepped forward and curiously asked, Shuer, what is your first soul skill? She proudly lifted her chin at me, her golden eyes filled with mischief. Do you want to know? Of course I do. Hurry and tell me. Seeing my anxious expression, she suddenly turned playfully, put her hand behind her back, and huffed at me, If I won't tell you. Hey, you're trying to tease me. However, Grandpa Golden Crocodile's words brought us back to reality. He said that we still hadn't settled our soul rings, and if we couldn't find them, we would have to sleep on the ground in the Star Do Forest tonight. We finally put away our playful thoughts and hurried to catch up. And guess what happened? Family, this incredible fortune just came our way. We hadn't gone far when, lo and behold, 2 big birds were fighting fiercely, the dazzling golden eagle and the ethereal patterned crane. I recognized them at a glance. ISNT, this just a delivery from the heavens. The golden eagle focuses on attack. That's my dish. The patterned crane focuses on defense. For Schwerer, perfect. I told Grandpa Jean that these are the ones. Grandpa Jean was quite worried, saying that the golden eagle has been around for almost 1,000 years and was afraid I wouldn't be able to handle it. Schwerer was also beside me, advising me not to be too stubborn. As if, with my physique, am I joking? I reached out and flicked her little nose, reassuring her that the enhancement my martial soul gives to my body is no joke. Seeing my determination, Grandpa Genie sighed and said, If it really doesn't work, don't force it. I nodded, and then I saw him move in a flash. I hadn't even seen clearly, and those 2 big birds that were just fighting fiercely were already reduced to a state of near death, like 2 little chicks. Schwerer and I went up, each with a knife, and easily collected the soul rings. One was yellow with a hint of purple, and the other was purely yellow. We sat down and began to absorb them. Let me tell you, the feeling of that energy rushing in was incredible, like someone had lifted the top of my head. My meridians hurt so much that I was twitching, and I started to tremble all over. My mind was even more chaotic as my white tiger martial soul directly engaged in battle with the eagle's soul formed from the golden eagle's resentment. Family, who understands? My mind was like a blockbuster movie. The golden eagle was indeed fierce, but in front of my divine beast, the white tiger, it was nothing, right? After all, I am the king of beasts. Do you understand bloodline suppression? Not long after, the phantom of the golden eagle was swallowed by my white tiger in one bite. Externally, I had stabilized as well. When I opened my eyes again, it was already dark. Schwerer had finished absorbing her soul ring long ago, leveling up to 23, and was looking at me with a worried expression. As soon as I opened my eyes, wow, it felt like the whole world was different. My body was filled with power. The white tiger phantom behind me let out a roar towards the sky, and the pressure probably scared the little soul beasts around us. Schwer quickly asked me how it was. I stood up and stretched, feeling amazing. My soul power had shot up to level 14, my physical quality had more than doubled, and I even gained a new skill called White Tiger Meteor Annihilation, which sounds so domineering. It can attack in groups and individually. Plus it adds 75 to strength and 25 to speed. Simply outrageous. After hearing this, Schwer pouted her lips and said proudly, sounds good. But it's a pity it won't work against my second soul skill. It completely counters you. Looking at her smug expression, I reached out and touched her face, staring seriously into her eyes, and said, even if it works, I wouldn't want to use it on you. Her little face immediately turned red. Let me tell you, Grandpa Golden Crocodile couldn't stand it any longer, his mouth twitching wildly, probably thinking, I'm an old man over 140 years old, and I have to eat your dog food every day? He coughed a couple of times to remind us that there's still a living person here. He asked whether we were going back to the carriage or staying overnight. Schwer was so shy that her head was almost buried in the ground, while I, with my thick skin, held her hand and said, let's go back to the carriage. There are too many mosquitoes here. Back at the carriage. I took out some dry food and water from the soul guide for Schwer, and she was eating delicately in small bites. Meanwhile, I just stared at her like a fool. Grandpa Golden Crocodile coughed again and said he'd been busy all day too. It was then that I realized, oh no. When we passed by Soto City to buy food, I was only thinking about Schwer and completely forgot that there were two living people, me and Grandpa Golden Crocodile. The situation became very awkward. I could only grit my teeth and say, Grandpa Golden Crocodile, you're not suited to eat dry food. When we get back to the city, I'll treat you to a big meal. Grandpa Golden Crocodile's eyebrows twitched. Did he believe my words? But he had good manners and went along with it. Schwer shot me a glare, but I tell you, that look was full of laughter. So, the 98th level super, Grandpa Golden Crocodile, ended up being our carriage driver for an entire night, rushing back to Soto City. At dawn, my stomach was growling with hunger. So, I found a hotel, glanced at the menu without a second thought, and waved my hand. Boss, I want one of everything on the menu. The waiter quoted the price. I flipped out my card and said one word, quick. The meal was devoured by me and Grandpa Golden Crocodile like we were starving ghosts, while Schwer still maintained her ladylike demeanor. After eating and drinking enough, we continued on our way, this time not rushing through the night. Passing through a place called Yuding Village, the scenery was quite nice, and Grandpa Golden Crocodile suggested we rest here for the night. We found a small courtyard, and a 25 or 6-year-old sister, who was also a soul master, opened the door. Grandpa Golden Crocodile directly revealed his identity as a member of the Spirit Hall and paid 200 gold soul coins for accommodation, and the sister welcomed us inside. Inside the house, there were two children, a boy about 3 or 4 years old and a girl only 1 or 2 years old. The sister asked them to give up their room for us. Schwer and I started meditating and cultivating right away. However, not long after, Grandpa Golden Crocodile felt something was off. The sister's husband had gone out to buy groceries and hadn't returned for 3 hours. In this small village, even a soul emperor would be considered top tier. What could happen? Just then my system made a ding sound in my head, issuing a check-in task. And the location was this room, with a time limit of half an hour. I suddenly felt a chill. Something was about to happen. Almost simultaneously, both Schwer and I sensed an eerie and sinister aura. Grandpa Golden Crocodile stood up from his chair, his face serious, and said, Evil Soul Master. Goodness, there were actually 3 of them, and all at the soul, Douluo level. The hostess turned pale upon hearing this and trembled as she asked what to do. Grandpa Golden Crocodile said the whole village was probably doomed, and he had to protect us, unable to split his attention. The woman was also tough. For the sake of her children, she begged Grandpa Golden Crocodile to take her kids away. Grandpa Golden Crocodile said there were too many people to take care of unless she could help hold off one evil soul master for 10 minutes. One soul master holding off a soul Douluo for 10 minutes? That would be like sending them to their death. But that mother, for her child, agreed without even blinking. As I went out to face the threat, I sat inside the room, completely unfazed. Come on, with a 98th level super Douluo if it weren't to protect us. He could easily handle those 3 evil soul masters alone. With nothing to do, I asked the 2 children what their names were. The little boy was a bit scared of me, but he mustered up his courage and said, My name is Xiaoyu, and this is my sister Hulayina. I was drinking water at the time and almost spat it out. What the heck? Xiaoyu? Hulayina? The future golden generation of the Spear Hall. How did I end up encountering them? Schwer saw my reaction was so intense and asked me what was wrong. I said it was nothing, just felt that these 2 kids would definitely have high talent in the future. She didn't believe me, saying that geniuses aren't that easy to come by. Not long after, Xiaoyu saw his mother being pierced through the heart by an evil spirit master through the window, and he immediately cried out, shouting for his mother and trying to rush outside. I grabbed him and coldly said, "Going out to die? What about your sister?" He turned to look at the confused Hulayina and ultimately didn't go out, instead squatting on the ground and crying heart-wrenchingly. Just then, the task in my mind was completed. I received a reward called Walking Secret for my movement skill, and a divine artifact called the Five-Color Stone. This stone is said to be left over from Yua's repairs of the sky and can improve physique and nourish meridians. I saw the stone was colorful and beautiful, so I decided on the spot to ask my teacher for help to make a necklace for Schwerer. Outside, Grandpa Jean, he had also resolved the battle, but unfortunately, that woman still died. In the entire Yuting village, besides us and these two kids, there were no survivors left. Grandpa Jean, he buried Xiaoyu's parents and asked if they wanted to go back to Spirit City with us. Xiaoyu gritted his teeth and nodded. Just like that, the carriage had 2 extra burdens. On the way back to Spirit City, we passed by a vendor selling candied hawthorns. With just one glance from Schwerer, I instantly understood. I took out 5 gold soul coins and handed them to Xiaoyu to buy a skewer. When he came back, he handed me a skewer of candied hawthorns, along with 4 gold soul coins and a bunch of silver and copper soul coins. I asked him how much it was, and he said 5 copper soul coins. At that moment, 3 black lines appeared on my forehead as I recalled that last time I bought flowers for 5 gold soul coins. That's a 100,000 times difference. I was completely conned by that vendor. I secretly noted down the vendor's face. This grudge was established. When we arrived at the Pope's Hall, Qin Xuanji had gone out with his people, leaving only teacher BibiDong behind. The moment Schwerer saw BibiDong's disdainful gaze, she got so angry that she turned and ran away. Sigh, this mother-daughter pair is something else. I went over to report to the teacher and took out the 5-color stone, asking her to help find someone to make a necklace for Schwerer. The teacher examined the stone, smiled, and agreed, teasing me that I only had eyes for Schwerer. Seeing that I was distracted and kept glancing outside, she waved her hand in disdain and told me to hurry up and find someone. I just left here, and on the other side, things are not peaceful on the mainland. In the Heaven Do Empire, a deadly chase is unfolding. A tough guy named Tang Hao is wielding the Haotian hammer, protecting his wife and a newborn baby, while being pursued by people from the Spirit Hall. Leading the chase are 2 titled Daoliuos, one named Gue Mei and the other YeXuan. Tang Hao is truly fierce, fighting head-on against 2 titled Daoliuos as a sole Daluo, with both sides exchanging blows. However, the big boss has appeared. Qin Xuanji, also known as Shui Heir's father and the Pope of the Spirit Hall, has surrounded them with a large force. Goodness. 3 titled Daoliuos are beating up on a single Tang Hao. Qin Xuanji demands that he hand over the woman in his arms, and Tang Hao, showing great determination, directly replies, "If you want to harm her, you must step over my dead body first." As soon as he finishes speaking, a fierce battle breaks out. Qin Xuanji unleashes an angel's light blade, which Tang Hao dodges. Tang Hao counters with a rapid series of hammer strikes, hitting Qin Xuanji and sending him flying. Just as Qin Xuanji regains his footing and praises Tang Hao as a genius from the Haotian sect, Tang Hao's second strike is already upon him. Just as it seems about to hit, YeXuan and Gue Mei's spirit rings instantly merge, and they simultaneously shout, "2 instruments stasis field." I tell you, this time Tang Hao was completely immobilized, as if he had pressed the pause button, unable to move an inch in mid-air. Qin Xuanji, that old guy, saw this, and his mouth almost split from ear to ear, looking so pleased with himself. Whatever the Spirit Hall wanted to do, no one could stop it. Just as he finished speaking, the angel sword in his hand shot out with a whoosh, directly giving Tang Hao a chill to the core. Goodness. Tang Hao fell to the ground like a broken sack, crashing down from the sky. Qin Xuanji was still pretending, saying, "It's over. Your anger will only become the stepping stone for my rise." Just as that sword was about to stab into Tang Hao's forehead, he closed his eyes in despair. But guess what? Several blue vines suddenly shot up from the ground, as if they were alive, and wrapped around that broken sword. It was Ayin. She handed the baby in her arms to Tang Hao and stood up herself. Let me tell you, in that moment, her entire aura changed, her gaze sharp and fierce. "I know I can't survive. This is my fate. I accept it. But I want to make a deal with you." Qin Xuanji was quite interested, waving his hand to stop YeXuan and Gue Mei from rushing in. As a result, Ayin showed a mocking smile, and a burst of blue light exploded from her body, instantly forming a domain. Qin Xuanji's face turned green, and he screamed, Are you going to sacrifice yourself? Are you crazy? You will be annihilated. Quick, everyone stop her. The people from the Spirit Hall rushed up like they were crazy, but what happened? As soon as they hit that blue domain, it was like hitting a bouncy wall. They were all bounced back. Not even the title Dalu was spared. It was unbelievable. No, Tang Hao shouted, and I tell you, it felt like the sky was about to collapse from his cry. Suddenly, a black vortex appeared in the sky, and a dazzling blue light shot up from Qian. Then whoosh, it all poured into Tang Hao's body. His injuries visibly healed at an incredible speed. And even more astonishing, a blood-red soul ring appeared directly on his Haotian hammer. YeXuan was immediately broken, his voice cracking. 100,000-year soul ring. He has become a title, Douluo. Qian Xuanji's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He knew better than anyone that 100,000-year soul ring was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. That combat power skyrocketed exponentially. Tang Hao slowly stood up, one hand tightly holding the child in his arms, while the Haotian hammer in his other hand became as heavy as a mountain. His eyes bloodshot, staring fiercely at Qian Xuanji. The great Sumeru hammer. 9 rings explode. Oh my god, those 9 soul rings on the Haotian hammer, yellow, purple, black, 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 red, one after another, exploded like firecrackers, bang, bang, bang. That energy was enough to poke a hole in the sky. He swung that world-destroying hammer with one hand and smashed it towards the group of Qian Xuanji. Any soul master in front was sent flying upon contact, shattered as if made of paper. YeXuan and Guanyin may risk their lives to unleash their martial spirits to block it, but with 2 loud crashes. They were directly sent flying by the hammer, nearly falling apart. Qian Xuanji panicked, desperately activating his 9th soul ring, Angel's Glory. A thick beam of light shot out, trying to withstand the Haotian hammer. What happened? Useless. The Haotian hammer pressed against the beam of light, its momentum undiminished, slamming solidly into Qian Xuanji. His magnificent robe instantly turned into rags, and he was smashed away, embedded into the mountain wall. This battle lasted for 3 whole days and nights. In the end, YeXuan and Guanyin may drag the unconscious Qian Xuanji away, fleeing in embarrassment. The elite of the entire papal hall was nearly wiped out by Tang Hao alone. Who understands, this combat power is simply at the version T0 level. While Tang Hao was causing havoc inside the papal hall, it was a peaceful scene. Let me tell you, YeXuan was happily admiring a super exquisite gift box. BibiDong, his teacher, was combing her hair while asking him, "Open it and see if you like it." YeXuan opened it to find a necklace, ancient and elegant, with a golden chain and a colorful stone set in it. Incredibly beautiful. I like it, I really like it. Swear, will definitely love it. You're so discerning, teacher. This kid's words were as sweet as honey. BibiDong smiled. That 5-color stone isn't simple. Even I can't leave a scratch on it. Are you really willing to give it a swear? Of course. It's made into a necklace. Who else would I give it to? YeXuan was completely open about it. Seeing him like this, BibiDong reminded him not to get too caught up in romance and to not neglect his training, then left. YeXuan took the treasure and ran to find Qian Renxue. As soon as he entered the garden, he saw Qian Renxue sitting there, looking sullen. Without saying a word, he picked her up and placed her on his lap. "My little Schwerer, who made you unhappy?" Qian Renxue huffed, turning her head away. YeXuan wasn't in a hurry. He directly revealed the gift box. "Oh, I had prepared a gift, but it seems someone doesn't want it." No sooner had he spoken than the gift box was snatched away by Qian Renxue. "Who says I don't want it?" She opened it and her eyes instantly lit up. That necklace, both in color and style, was completely to her taste, especially that 5-color gem, which was simply breathtaking. "Do you like it?" Qian Renxue nodded, still stubbornly saying, "I like it, but saying it's one of a kind on the continent is just boasting." YeXuan helped her put it on while saying, "I'm not boasting. This necklace is unique because of that 5-color stone. It's the only one in the world. It's a divine artifact. Wearing it can improve your constitution." Qian Renxue pouted, giving him a look as if to say he was just bragging. YeXuan didn't explain. Seeing her pouting lips, he lowered his head and kissed her. Qian Renxue symbolically pushed him twice, but didn't resist. After a while, YeXuan let go, smacking his lips and savoring the taste. Quite sweet. He looked at the blushing Qian Renxue and began to amplify his words. "Schwer, I have a movement technique. Do you want to learn? It's called Xingzimi. If practiced to the extreme, it can even pause time." Qian Renxue blinked her eyes, filled with anticipation. "Don't resist my spiritual power," YeXuan reminded, extending his finger to her forehead, directly transmitting the complex technique to her. "Let me tell you, this guy is really generous. unlike some Tang, surnamed individuals who hide their skills and don't even share with their sacrificial wives. It's ridiculous. After Qian Rinxue processed the information in her mind, she felt somewhat dazed. This Xing Zimi was too profound, but she could sense that it was definitely a treasure against the heavens. She directly flipped and straddled YeXuan, staring into his eyes and asking, "Where did you get this?" "I created it myself, based on the books in the library. I figured it out myself. I spend every day with you. If it wasn't created by me, where else could it come from?" Qian Rinxue leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Don't lie to me." YeXuan nodded without saying a word. This concerned the system. He couldn't reveal it even if he were killed. After all, he was the only one in the world who had it. Saying it was self-created could be considered a kind-hearted lie. Just as the two were being sweet with each other, Dalu, Qian Rinxue's grandfather, strolled over. Seeing the intimate actions of the two, he nodded in satisfaction. "Schwerer. Xiao Xian, come with me." The two followed Dalu, completely puzzled, because this path did not lead to the worship hall or the papal hall, but to the Douluo Hall, a place they had never been before. Upon entering, they found themselves surrounded by tombstones, all belonging to the famous title Douluo from the continent. Dalu explained to them that this place was called the Holy Stele of Title Douluo, and only the top talents of that era could be buried here. He led them to the innermost part in front of a statue of an angel and opened a place called the Angel's Secret Realm. Once inside, it was dazzling with golden light, and there was a statue of an angel in the middle, much more sacred than the one outside. In front of the statue stood a silver-long spear, crackling with lightning. Dalu first bowed to the statue, then took out 2 marriage contracts from it and handed them to them. "Take a look at your wedding date." The two took it and saw that it stated, "With the consent of both parents, Qian Rinxue and YeXuan have made a marriage contract to marry at the age of 16. In the parent's signature section, Qian Rinxue's side read, "Qian Xuanji, BibiDong." While on YeXuan's side, the name was covered by massive light, making it unreadable. Just as YeXuan was about to ask, Dalu shook his head. "Don't ask me. I don't know either." Back then, it was the angel god who personally issued the divine decree for Schwerer to marry you, and then brought back this marriage contract and this divine punishment silver spear. "This spear is prepared for you. You can take it now." YeXuan returned the marriage contract and reached out to touch the spear. As soon as he made contact, the spear began to hum and vibrate, and the white tiger martial spirit in his mind started to roar wildly, as if very excited. He lifted the spear and swung it. Wow. It felt like an extension of his own arm, incredibly smooth. But the white tiger in his mind roared even louder, filled with urgency. Seeing his strange expression, Qian Rinxue hurriedly asked, "Xiao Xian, what's wrong?" YeXuan forced a smile. "It's nothing. It seems this spear resonates with my martial spirit." Just as he was puzzled, the system in his mind came online. This divine punishment silver spear is originally a part of your white tiger martial spirit. Host, your divine beast, white tiger martial spirit, was not initially a divine beast, but an evil beast. In the ancient Four Spirits War, the white tiger was too brutal and was sealed with its wings by the Yellow Emperor. This spear is transformed from its wings. Placing it in your sea of consciousness for nurturing can allow your martial spirit to evolve. Upon hearing this, YeXuan felt relieved. As long as it didn't have a negative impact, and it could also be used as a weapon, a huge profit. He focused his thoughts and stored the divine punishment silver spear in his sea of consciousness, and the white tiger in his mind instantly quieted down. Dalu saw that he was fine and led them out of the secret realm. YeXuan didn't hide anything from Qian Rinxue and told her everything the system had said. After listening to this, Qian Rinxue looked surprised. YeXuan took her hand and said, "Let's go back to practice. I can't let you leave me too far behind. Then you won't have a chance. My innate soul power is 10 levels higher than yours." Qian Rinxue said proudly. YeXuan just smiled. Normally, that would be the case, but my friend, I have a cheat. However, good times didn't last 3 days. While they were practicing, a maid rushed over in a panic, out of breath, saying, "Miss, young master, it's bad. His Holiness the Pope is seriously injured and unconscious. He's back." Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue's face turned pale, and she immediately ran toward the Pope's palace. When they arrived, they saw YeXuan and Gui Mei kneeling on the ground like students who had made a mistake. While Qian Xuanjie lay on the ground, unconscious, Dalu sat above them, his face dark enough to drip water, while BibiDong stood beside him, expressionless, staring intently at Qian Xuanjie. Qian Rinxue rushed up, crying and calling daddy, but Qian Xuanjie had no reaction at all. Daoliu's voice was as cold as ice. "The entire Pope's palace has gone out, and only you 3 came back? Speak, what happened?" YeXuan trembled as he recounted the events. How Tang Hao had just broken through, how a 100,000-year-old beast was sacrificed, how Tang Hao activated the explosion ring, taking down one after another, and they fought for 3 days and nights before managing to bring the Pope back. But Tang Hao was also ruined. YeXuan was shocked, thinking, wow, is Tang Hao really that powerful? This is like a war god possessing him. Did the Haotian sect not make a move? The two shook their heads. Qian Dalu was so furious that he stood up, shouting, useless. A bunch of useless people. With so many of you, you couldn't even handle a newly promoted one. In the end, Qian Dalu suppressed his anger and ordered someone to take Qian Xuanjia back to heal. BibiDong personally supported Qian Xuanjia and headed toward the lakeside pavilion. YeXuan helped the tearful Qian Renxue up, comforting her, it's okay. Uncle Qian will be fine soon. Qian Renxue nodded, but YeXuan's heart was clear as day. Would he be okay? It was hard to say if he could survive the night. He understood his teacher, BibiDong, all too well. After enduring for 8 years. Now that Qian Xuanjia was half dead, it was as if the heavens had handed her a knife. She would not let this opportunity go. He embraced Qian Renxue, saying, let's stay in the offering hall tonight, so Uncle Qian can rest easy. That night, the moon was dark and the wind was high. In BibiDong's room, she looked at the unconscious Qian Xuanjia on the bed and calmly said, Teacher, you ultimately underestimated me. As soon as she finished speaking, dark green spiderweb patterns appeared on her forehead, and 6 sinister spider legs suddenly sprouted from her back. Nuahula BibiDong officially made her appearance. The next morning, a maid rushed in again, with a mournful face, saying, His Holiness the Pope has passed away. With a crash, the bowl in Qian Renxue's hand fell and smashed into the maid. You're lying. Impossible. When they rushed to the room, Qian Xuanjia was already cold. When Qian Renxue saw this, her legs went weak and she fell down, but YeXuan quickly caught her. Qian Dalu checked the body, his gaze like a knife cutting into BibiDong. His 9 soul rings suddenly lit up, and his aura almost overturned the entire hall. But when he caught sight of the nearly fainting Qian Renxue, he forcefully retracted his aura. He threw a token to YeXuan, saying, Qian, take Schwetter back to the offering hall, use the angel's order to summon everyone, and wait for me at the Pope's palace. His voice was filled with overwhelming killing intent. Once YeXuan and the others left, Qian Dalu took Qian Xuanjia's body away, and only then did BibiDong relax. In the offering hall, Qian Renxue cried her heart out in YeXuan's arms. Meanwhile, Qian Dalu hastily buried Qian Xuanjia, saying to the tombstone, Son, for Schwerer, for the greater good. I cannot take revenge for you. After saying this, he hunched over, as if he had aged decades in an instant. In the Pope's palace, Qian Dalu announced in front of everyone, My son Qian Xuanjia was severely injured by Tang Hao and has passed away. A nation cannot be without a ruler for a day, and the Spirit Hall cannot be without a leader for a day. I propose that the holy maiden BibiDong succeed to the position of Pope. Everyone agreed, feeling it made sense. Soon, BibiDong donned a golden Pope's robe, wielded the scepter, and sat in the supreme position. Qian Dalu coldly stared at her, then turned to the remaining people, saying, YeXuan, go, you may stay. Everyone else, follow me. Haotian sect. This debt is not settled. BibiDong watched as Qian Dalu left with his people and immediately began issuing orders to stabilize the situation. The entire Spirit Hall, this massive machine, began to operate under her control once again. In the offering hall, Qian Renxue's cries gradually subsided, but her eyes were filled with deep hatred. The hatred for her father's death cannot coexist. Tang Hao, just wait. YeXuan held her, silently sighing. Great, Tang Hao. You just take this black pot and carry it steadily. A few days later, Qian Daolu led people to the foot of the Haotian Sex Mountain, but in the end, because of a promise he once made to Tang Chun, he did not make a move and directly returned to the Spirit Hall. Thus, news shook the entire continent. Pope Qian Xuanjia of the Spirit Hall was severely injured and died at the hands of Tang Hao, and BibiDong succeeded as Pope, while the Haotian sect announced its retreat. After Qian Daolu returned, he had a disagreement with BibiDong over personnel adjustments and parted ways unhappily, leaving behind a harsh remark to remind BibiDong that he could abolish her as Pope at any time. BibiDong was quite angered, but then turned around and began implementing new policies, establishing Spirit Hall branches in villages across the continent to awaken soul powers for civilian children for free, attracting talents. This move was not insignificant. Qian Daolu then went to the room of YeXuan and Qian Renxue, handing Qian Xuanjia's angel sword to Qian Renxue. He patted his granddaughter's head and sighed. Your father's only contribution was leaving you behind, so you and Qian could be engaged. It's a pity he won't see the day you inherit the divine position and become a deity. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue became even sadder. But YeXuan instantly caught the key point, stunned. Wait a minute, you guys? Inherit divine positions? Plural? Good lord. Are you saying that I also have a divine position to inherit? I told you, I only had one thought at the time. It's out, it's out. Then, that old man Daoliu slowly said, I don't know, but it definitely can't be worse than the angels. As soon as I heard this, my blood pressure almost shot up. Goodness, you don't even know who my parents are, nor do you know my divine position. What does a level 99 limit Douluo really know? Are you trying to play mysterious with me? But then I thought, since the marriage contract was personally brought back by an angel god, I must be a second-generation god, here to experience life and gain some experience points. This is solid. The old man saw the greedy look on my face with schwer and chuckled. Adding that divine position inheritance isn't that simple. You have to train hard, and if you can't pass the assessment, it means nothing. All right, I get it. Training means just grinding. I have to grind. After all, that fated Suntang, San is already logged in. That guy is the king of kings. If I start 6 years earlier than him, and he still outdoes me, I might as well find a block of tofu to smash my head against. Just a couple of days after this, my teacher BibiDong called me over. As soon as I entered the study, wow, she wasn't wearing the Pope's robe today, but instead donned a sharp black outfit. Looking very cool, she crossed her legs, lightly tapped her finger on the table, and got straight to the point. I'm going to the Stardo Forest to obtain a 100,000-year soul ring. While I'm gone for these few days, the Pope's palace is under your management. I was stunned at the time. What the hell is this? I take care of it? She continued. I'll take away the guardian knights, moon watch, and ghostly shadows. Everything inside and outside the Pope's palace has been arranged for you. You just need to review the documents and stamp them. If you can't handle something, just leave it and wait for me to come back. The angel's order is still with you, right? I nodded. Her expression instantly turned cold. If anyone disobeys, just use the angel's order to summon people. The old men in the temple will take action, got it? Suppress or annihilate. The killing intent is palpable. I was so excited inside. It was my first time acting as a substitute pope. I had to experience it. But what happened? The ideal was rich, but reality was skinny. As soon as the teacher left, I was buried under a mountain of administrative documents. Who understands this? Family? This job is truly inhuman. On the other side, my teacher, BibiDong, led a large group into the Stardo Forest. YeXuan even suggested that if we were going to the core area to deal with the Titan giant ape, we should rest first. But my teacher casually said, we're not going to the core area, we're going to the mixed area. May was puzzled and asked, aren't the 100,000-year soul beasts all in the core area? My teacher's voice carried a hint of strategic planning. The one I want is in the mixed area. YeXuan and May immediately fell silent. They were smart enough to know not to ask what shouldn't be asked. Following my teacher's guidance, the team quickly found a hidden little cabin, and in front of it stood a woman who looked exactly like my teacher. My teacher got out of the car, looked at the woman, and smiled. Softbone charm rabbit, long time no see. The rabbit's sister instantly became alert, her pink soul power crackling in her hands. My teacher, on the other hand, elegantly extended 2 fingers. I have 2 pieces of good news to share with you. First, I have reached level 90. Second, I have just taken on a disciple. You see, I'm just 1 soul ring short of becoming a title de law, and my disciple is also in need of a meeting gift. So, I'd like to borrow your soul ring and soul bone for a moment. Let me tell you, the words spoken were truly devastating. The rabbit's sisters exploded on the spot, pointing at my teacher's nose and shouting. If it weren't for me saving you back then, you would have died long ago. Is this how you humans repay kindness? My teacher chuckled lightly, her posture exuding the aura of a queen. The favor has long been repaid. Your human speech was taught by me, and your transformed appearance was modeled after mine. Don't expect those 2 big shots in the core area to save you. I've checked. They're not here. I am human, and you are a beast. This world is one of the survival of the fittest. I taught you this back in the day. It's called survival of the fittest. Focus on being cold and efficient. As soon as she finished speaking, YeXuan and May directly summoned their martial souls. 9 soul rings flashing blindingly as they charged forward. The surrounding palace knights also rushed in. Although that rabbit girl was powerful, her soul power erupted and knocked a group of knights away. But 2 fists couldn't withstand 4 hands. YeXuan trapped her with a breath barrier, while May's ghostly minions assaulted her relentlessly. But the astonishing thing was that the rabbit girl was enveloped in a layer of golden light, remaining completely unharmed. Just then, my teacher made her move. 6 dark green spider legs shot out from her back, her aura fully unleashed as she soared into the air, crossing 2 long spears in a slash and shouting, "Sixth soul skill, eternal creation." That move, let me tell you, was incredible. It directly ignored the rabbit's golden light defense and pierced through her body with a whoosh. Physical defense? Sorry, but my teacher's move dealt real damage. The rabbit girl fell, eyes wide in disbelief, and transformed back into a small white rabbit. A blood-red 10,000-year soul ring slowly rose. My teacher calmly stored the soul bone into her soul tool before sitting cross-legged to absorb the soul ring. Several hours later, my teacher stood up, 9 soul rings beneath her feet, the last one a blinding blood red. YeXuan was there flattering her, saying that the youngest title Douluo of the continent had been born. At 30 years old, even more impressive than Tang Hao. My teacher completely ignored them and went straight back to the car, ordering, "Return to the Spirit City." Not long after they left, a little girl arrived riding a Titan giant ape. Upon seeing the rabbit's corpse on the ground, she let out a heart-wrenching scream. This girl was Xiao Wu. Her mother was gone, and she vowed to take revenge on the human world. 5 days later, my teacher returned. As soon as she entered the study, she saw me squatting on the ground, pulling my hair, looking like I was driven mad by paperwork, while Qian was gleefully eating candied hawthorn beside me. When I saw my teacher, it was as if I saw a savior, and I rushed over. "Teacher, you're finally back." She was amused by my exaggerated appearance and said, "All right, stop clowning around." Then, she directly pulled out a crystal-clear bone from her soul tool and threw it to me. "Here's your welcome gift, a 10,000-year right leg bone. Go absorb it." My mind went blank for a moment. A soul bone worth 100,000 years. A meeting gift. The value of this is incredible. I was so excited that I couldn't speak clearly, and I hugged the soul bone and ran with Schwerer. Back in the room, I immediately sat cross-legged and began to absorb it. Although the power of the soul bone was immense, it was surprisingly gentle. When I opened my eyes again, 3 days had passed. I felt myself in WoW. My soul power shot up from level 14 to level 18, and my physical fitness doubled. Plus, I gained 2 divine skills. One is called Void, which grants 3 seconds of physical immunity, usable once a day, a life-saving skill. The other is called Radiant Massacre, a super large area of effect attack. From now on, I'll be a human mobile artillery. Life went on peacefully for 3 years, and both Schwerer and I were 9 years old. My soul power reached level 26, while Schwerer reached level 32. One day, we were playing chess when she suddenly sighed and said, "Xiao Qian, I have to leave." I felt a jolt in my heart, and the chess piece in my hand froze. Where to? A secret mission, possibly 10 years, maybe 20 years. I looked at her and directly revealed the answer. "You're going to the Heaven Do Imperial family, pretending to be Xueqinghe, right?" She was shocked and asked how I knew. I smiled and didn't explain. I lifted her up and carried her to the room, asking when she would leave. She said, "Early tomorrow morning." I kissed her and said, "Once you find your footing, I'll go to Heaven Do City to help you." The next day, Schwerer left, and as I watched her carriage grow farther away, I felt empty inside. Then, that strange voice of YeXuan echoed again. "Young Master Qian, she's already far away. His Holiness the Pope is asking for you to come in." As soon as I entered the main hall, I saw my teacher still going through some documents. I poured myself a cup of tea and took out a book to read. At that moment, a ghostly figure came to report that there was a genius among the children adopted by the Spirit Hall, who had innate full soul power and a spirit that was a demon fox. It was also mentioned that the children were very resistant to the newly established genius training camp because the last task involved going to the so-called mysterious Abyss Canyon, a place where even title Douluo would not return. My teacher pondered for a moment, and when he caught sight of me lounging around like a lord, he spoke up. "Tell them that my disciple will also join the training camp, with no special privileges. The first one to come out of the training camp. I will take in another apprentice." I was drinking tea when I suddenly spat it all out. I looked at her in disbelief. "Teacher, why should I go to that place?" She glanced at me calmly. "You're too idle. Go and gain some experience." Could I refuse? I was helpless at that moment. Are you kidding? With my current strength, going there would just be like going to blow up a fish pond. No, I had to go. Fine. Authority is everything. I followed YeXuan to that so-called training camp. As soon as I pushed open the door of dormitory 28, a fist came flying towards my face. I tilted my head slightly, dodging it, and kicked the person, sending him crashing into the wall. There was another person in the room. It was Shiyue. When he saw me, his face turned pale. My gaze from 3 years ago left quite an impression on him. The red-haired guy I kicked was called Yen, and he looked defiant. "Shiyue, quickly explained my identity to him, and Yin immediately became obedient. Not long after, a particularly charming girl walked in. She was Shiyue's sister, Hulaina. Wow, this was the golden generation all gathered together. When Yin saw Hulaina, his eyes nearly popped out. Just then, the assembly bell rang. In the square, an instructor started painting a bleak picture about how brutal the training would be, mentioning we would have to cross desolate mountains and spend 2 months in the Death Canyon. Then, he allowed us to form our own teams. Shiyue immediately suggested, Xiangu, let us form a team of 4. Did that even need to be said? I agreed on the spot. We introduced our martial spirits and levels. I was a level 26 Great Soul Master, and the other 3 were only in their teens and levels. This was basically the legendary big shot leading the newbies. The next morning, the training officially began. The first task was running. A female instructor chased us with a whip, and anyone who ran slowly would get whipped, with screams echoing everywhere. Of course, I easily ran at the front. After running for 2 hours, the instructors threw us, over 100 of us, into a snowy wilderness, saying, cross this within a month, good luck. Looking at the vast expanse of white before us, with the occasional roar of soul beasts, our team exchanged glances and decided to take the shortest route, preparing to cut straight through. I'll tell you, this place is just one word, eerie. As soon as we stepped in, Hulaina and her friends were chatting and laughing like it was a spring outing, and my alarm bells went off in my head. Without saying a word, my white tiger spirit manifested instantly, and I raised my hand to unleash the 1,000-year soul skill, White Tiger Extreme Cold Break. The light blade zipped past, barely grazing Hulaina's hair. Her friends were so shocked they were frozen in place, and before they could react, we heard a pitiful scream from a tree, and down fell a sneaky spotted cat, blood gushing from its body. Only then did I retract my spirit and calmly tell them, you should be more alert. In this place, if you get ambushed, you won't die, but will definitely suffer. Hulaina's little face turned pale with fright, and she patted her chest, quickly saying she understood. We continued walking forward, and before long, we reached the edge of a big river. It was about 20 to 30 meters wide, and the surface was frozen solid. I had just raised my hand to stop them when I sensed something wrong. Guess what happened next? A reckless kid nearby saw us, standing still, and started taunting us, calling us babies going home for milk, then dashed onto the ice. My teammate, Yin, was still scratching his head, asking me if I was too nervous. I ignored him and quietly watched that guy perform on the ice. The next second, who could understand, the ice suddenly cracked and exploded. Several large gray monster fish jumped out of the water like dumplings and dragged that guy down in one bite, turning the river red instantly. My teammates turned pale and asked me how I knew. I said my eyesight was good, 5. 3, I saw it early. Hulaina asked me why didn't he remind him. I shot back with a disdainful look. His life and death have nothing to do with me. Now they didn't dare to talk back, and I told them to unleash their martial souls and charge forward, leaving the fish behind to me. I followed at the back and pulled out my divine punishment silver spear. As the ice was about to shatter completely, my spear was instantly covered in lightning. I twirled it and unleashed my self-created move, Broken Sun, Remaining Snow. The scene was filled with snowflake-like sparks of lightning, and all the monster fish that jumped out were instantly turned into perfectly grilled fish skewers. By the time I stepped onto the shore, those 3 were already dumbfounded, their eyes wide like copper bells. Yin even came over to ask me if it was a self-created soul skill. I didn't pay him any mind. Come on, would I casually tell you my trump card? This guy even complained that his skill's cast time of 7 seconds was too long. Seriously, that's already a moving spring water. After catching my breath, we continued walking, and ahead appeared a dark swamp bubbling with muddy water. Yin asked me how to get through, and I thought, why does this kid have so many questions? I simply replied with 2 words, charge through. I charged in head first, and suddenly 5 big crocodiles sprang out of the swamp, snapping their jaws at me. I couldn't even be bothered to use my gun. With a flash of silver on my right leg, I executed a 360-degree sweep, and those 5 crocodiles exploded into a mist of blood on the spot. Just as the muddy water and blood were about to cover me, I activated my soul bone skill, and my body instantly became ethereal, cleanly avoiding any mess. When I turned back after reaching the opposite shore, I almost laughed out loud. Xiaoyu and Yin, those 2 unlucky guys, were completely covered in mud, looking like freshly made terracotta warriors, standing there questioning their existence. Meanwhile, Hulaina strolled over, completely clean. I glanced over and realized there was actually a log bridge nearby. Xiaoyu and Yin, with mud almost cracking on their faces, asked her why she didn't mention it earlier. Hulaina blinked her innocent big eyes and said, "You didn't ask." As it was getting dark, we found a cave to spend the night. I arranged the watch order, but when it was my turn, Xiaoyu came over, saying he wanted to ask me about the insights on my self-created soul skills. I told him directly, "You won't understand my level for now, so don't ask." In the latter half of the night, it was Yan's turn to keep watch. This guy is quite the character. Half asleep, he heard some noise outside, and when he went out, he saw a pair of green glowing eyes. He yelled that there was a soul beast, waking us all up. I looked and saw it was a 500-year-old golden armored bear. I leaned back and told them, "Your sparring partner has arrived, go ahead." After saying that, I closed my eyes to rest. The three of them, despite being skilled, couldn't even break through the bear's defense. The bear had good taste, chasing after Hulaina. Xiaoyu, being a true man, stood in front of his sister. Let me tell you, just at that critical moment, a miracle happened. Their soul rings buzzed and merged together, and the two of them fused, transforming into a long-haired androgynous. Red mist swirled around them. Wow! This is the legendary martial soul fusion technique, demonic charm. After merging, their combat powers skyrocketed, and they swiftly took down the golden armored bear. After the fight, while others were savoring their power, Xingu pulled out a dagger, cut a piece of the best meat from the bear, and started roasting it over the fire, even pulling out salt, cumin, and chili powder from a soul guide. The whole set. The three were dumbfounded, asking me why I carried seasonings with me. I educated them on the various ways to eat soul beast meat, and they were so confused, probably thinking I was a foodie. After eating and drinking to our fill, we finally reached the last checkpoint of this desolate mountain, a vast canyon shrouded in pink mist. The smell was off, overly sweet. But those three naive ones said it smelled great, showing no caution. Just as I was about to warn them, I suddenly felt dizzy. The next second, I lost consciousness. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself sitting on the Pope's throne, surrounded by beautiful women, living the dream. But just as I was enjoying it, Qian Renshu entered with a golden sword, chasing me around, trying to cut me. I was instantly awakened, drenched in cold sweat. Looking back at my three teammates, one was holding his head, screaming in pain, another was sitting on the ground, crying loudly, and the last one was there laughing foolishly. I figured they had to deal with their own calamity, so I left them behind and went out alone. At the exit, an old man was surprised to see me come out so quickly. After spending a few days in the camp, this place was basically a large beast fighting arena, with fights happening every day. When I went out to eat, there were some blind fools trying to rob me, and I sent them to sleep with a punch each. Later in the restaurant, two groups started a brawl, tables and chairs flying everywhere, while my table seemed to be under a barrier. I calmly finished my meal. Finally, after surviving the first stage, we were headed to the next training location, the mysterious canyon. The instructor said the task was to survive there for 2 months. On the carriage to that place, Yin asked if I wanted to continue teaming up, but I refused outright, saying I wanted to go solo since they were holding me back. I wasn't joking. That cursed place had really seen titled Daoliu's die there. After the carriage bumped along for half a month, just as we were getting close, my hair stood on end, feeling as if a pair of eyes were watching me closely from behind my neck with a blatant gaze. I immediately became alert and asked the driving instructor, an 82-level soul, Douluo. He used his mental power to scan around and told me there was nothing nearby. This made me even more uneasy. If even a soul, Douluo, couldn't detect it, what on earth was watching me? That feeling of being watched lasted until we arrived at the mysterious canyon. Let me tell you, the place was howling with fierce winds, strewn with bones, and quiet as a graveyard, with not even a bird's call to be heard. I found that my mental power was completely useless here, and I felt the tension in my heart tighten. I had just taken a couple of steps forward when several black, thick vines suddenly shot up from the ground and began to lash at me. I quickly dodged, and upon closer inspection, I realized it was the Ghost King vine. I immediately activated my martial soul and used the White Tiger Meteor Strike to smash the vines into pieces. However, before I could catch my breath, several more vines silently emerged from beneath my feet and instantly bound me tightly, with countless sharp thorns piercing into my flesh. My clothes ripped instantly, and blood began to seep out. I didn't have time to think. I quickly used my soul bone skill to make my body intangible, narrowly avoiding those sharp spikes. But this thing was like sticky candy. I just couldn't shake it off. My intangibility skill lasted only 3 seconds, and when the time was up, a burst of light erupted from my right leg, slicing all the vines that were entangling me into fragments. I quickly rolled away to evade. Who understand the headache I was having? Suddenly, someone in my head started giving me directions. A voice shouted directly in my mind. Little white tiger, 8 o'clock to the left. Its main body is there. You have to destroy the main body to survive. Good heavens, who is this? I didn't have time to think further because new vines were whipping toward me like they were on a mission. I activated the secret character technique, and my second soul ring lit up in a flash. A silver light flickered in my hand as I charged in the direction the voice indicated. To my surprise, it was spot on. When I reached that spot, sure enough, there was a particularly fragile main root hidden there. This kind of ghost king vine, with a 1,000-year-old main body, is just a soft shell. Once found, it shatters at a touch. Without a second thought, I launched a crescent-shaped light blade, cutting through the obstructing vines. With a loud bang, I split the main body in half. Instantly, the countless vines fell limply to the ground as if they had lost power. I breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, this thing wasn't 10,000 years old, or I would have lost my life today. I took a breath and shouted into the air. Senior, stop hiding and come out to chat. What is the deal with spying from the shadows all the time? As soon as I finished speaking, the air in front of me twisted, and a huge phantom materialized. I focused my gaze and was taken aback to see a white tiger the size of a small mountain, with wings on its back and covered in black stripes. The most frightening part was that it had 3 eyes. The left eye was red, the right eye was blue, and there was a golden vertical pupil on its forehead. Exuding en overwhelming aura. As it appeared, the pressure nearly overwhelmed me on the spot. Its 3 eyes fixed on me, and it exclaimed in amazement, "Not bad, little one. White tiger martial soul, white tiger bloodline, this talent, I like it. Compared to those so-called evil white tigers of the Qingluo royal family, you are the real deal." Then it shifted its tone, exuding arrogance. "Little white tiger, I have decided to bestow my legacy upon you. Don't thank me too much. Just kneel and bow your head." At that moment, my brows were twisted together in confusion. What is this? A blessing? And asking me to kneel down to thank? Who do you think you are, the dragon god? Are you just painting a big pie for me? I was frantically complaining in my heart, but I didn't dare to say it out loud. I could tell that I definitely couldn't take on this old guy. I can only politely say, "Thank you for your kindness, senior, but your legacy is too high-end for me to aspire to. You should find someone else." Just kidding. I already have a divine position inheritance. Why would I need one from a mysterious, 3-eyed big cat like you? You probably don't know who I am, right? The tiger became even more excited, saying, "I am the evil YeXuan king, an ancient divine beast from the same era as the dragon god. Accept my inheritance, and I will ensure you surpass the limits of this continent and become a god directly." Back in the day, the dragon god fought against the 5 great divine kings. Although I'm not as strong as him, I'm at least a second-level god. Now, do you still want to refuse? I thought to myself, how could you, a second-tier deity, even say that out loud? When the dragon god is fighting, you probably just stand by waving flags and cheering, right? I directly refused again. I refuse. This time, I really angered this old tiger. "All right, you want to drink the punishment wine instead of the celebratory wine. I originally wanted to go to the Qingluo royal family to reclaim my bloodline, but now it's not so troublesome. Your bloodline is purer and more suitable for me." Its 3 eyes instantly gleamed with fierce light, locking onto me tightly. I was covered in goosebumps. Right then, I pulled the divine punishment silver spear out of my mind, and my martial soul directly manifested. I may not be able to win, but standing there waiting to die is not my style. The evil YeXuan king looked surprised when he saw my spear. "A divine artifact? So you have already been chosen by the gods. But it's useless. Even with a divine artifact, you're still nothing in my eyes. Today, I will claim your bloodline." As soon as he finished speaking, an overwhelming pressure crushed me to the ground with a thud, forcing me to kneel on one knee, my bones creaking. Just when I felt like I couldn't hold on any longer, the divine punishment silver spear suddenly flew out of my hand. A terrifying, destructive energy erupted from the spear, and a man wearing a cloak with an unreadable face but purple eyes stepped out from the energy. He merely waved his hand, and the pressure that could crush a mountain instantly dissipated. I quickly gasped for air and stood up, staring in confusion at this suddenly appearing big brother. Who is he? Why is he helping me? The evil YeXuan king was terrified. He went from being arrogant one moment to wanting to flee the next upon seeing my powerful ally. But that purple-eyed big brother didn't move at all. Instead, he extended a hand, and countless purple lightning bolts shot out, directly binding the tiger-like figure into a large zongzi. Roar! Roar! The evil YeXuan king struggled frantically, shouting, "You are violating the rules of the divine realm. You can't intervene in the lower realm. The committee will not let you go." The purple-eyed big brother ignored him completely and turned to look at me. His purple eyes met my silver ones as he slowly spoke. "This is the first time I'm helping you, and it will also be the last. The divine realm has its own rules. Do you understand? I nodded in confusion. Who are you? You will know who I am later. I've already paved the way for you. Don't let me down, and don't let her down either. After he finished speaking, he didn't give me a chance to ask again, directly turning to look at the evil eye holy king, his tone as cold as ice. Evil eye holy king, I'll give you a choice. 1. Sacrifice him, and I will ensure your resurrection in the divine realm. 2. I will kill you right now and rip your soul bone out. The evil eye holy king had some backbone. You want me to sacrifice him? In your dreams. Without saying a word, brother with purple eyes summoned the divine punishment silver spear into his hand, and the sky over the mysterious canyon instantly became overcast, thunder rumbling. That terrifying destructive energy felt like it could flatten this place in the next second. All the soul beasts in the canyon were scared to the ground, trembling. Now the evil eye holy king was completely intimidated, his 3 eyes wide open, quickly shouting, "Wait, can you really guarantee that he will resurrect me in the divine realm?" Brother with purple eyes didn't speak, just turned his gaze toward me. I instantly understood, and my heart was filled with overwhelming joy. A divine beast is offering itself as a sacrifice to me? This immense fortune has finally come to me. I immediately swore to the heavens. I pledge with my martial soul that I will definitely resurrect you in the future. Of course, resurrecting you is certain, but when exactly that will happen depends on my mood. The evil eye holy king was still a bit hesitant. My power is too immense. Even with his sacrifice, this little body won't be able to withstand it. You don't need to worry about that, the man in the black robe said calmly. Just focus on the sacrifice. All right, I will make the sacrifice. You all must remember the promise you made to me. The evil eye holy king finally compromised. I solemnly nodded. It looked again at the world-ending thunder in the sky, and probably came to the conclusion that it's better to live on than to die. Then it let out a roar, and red, blue, and golden light erupted from its body, forming a huge energy field. The energy then surged towards me like a tidal wave, endlessly pouring in. I feel like my soul power is skyrocketing from level 27 to 28 to 29, all the way up to the bottleneck of level 30. With a ding, a golden soul ring appeared beneath my feet. My soul power finally stopped at level 32. The man in the black robe saw that I was done and also withdrew his hand, slowly saying, "A 1,000,000-year soul ring. This is the limit your current body can withstand. It will grant you 4 soul skills, a soul bone, and an unfinished martial spirit. The remaining energy I have sealed for you with 10 seals. They will automatically lift when your strength increases." After saying this, he disappeared in a flash, not even giving me a chance to say thank you. I stared blankly at the 3 soul rings beneath my feet, yellow, purple, and gold, especially that gold one, which nearly blinded me. A 1,000,000-year soul ring. Family. Others cherish their 100,000-year rings, but I've jumped straight to the top. And there's also a 1,000,000-year left arm bone. I quickly checked my new skills, and wow, evil eye holy light barrier, holy king tiger roar, white tiger phantom strike, plus the holy king's pressure and holy king's mourning from the soul bone. Looking at this skill list, I was about to drool. At that moment, the proud voice of the evil eye holy king echoed in my mind. How about it, little white tiger? With my soul ring and soul bone, you must be invincible among the younger generation, right? I smirked. Among the younger generation, I'm second. The first is someone else. Oh, who is it? I'm curious to hear who is even more impressive than you. I replied lightly. My fiancé, playing the role of a devoted husband, I rendered him speechless. After a while, I curiously asked, aren't you supposed to be sacrificed? How can you still talk? I am a divine beast, and my divine consciousness has entered your sea of consciousness, so of course I can talk. Can you see what is happening outside? I can when you activate your martial soul, but not when it's inactive. Hearing this, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. It would be too embarrassing if an old guy was watching me while I did something. I brushed off the dust on my body and continued to wander around the outskirts of the canyon. I hadn't walked far when I saw a man and a woman being chased by a soul beast. The man tripped over a stone, and the woman turned back to help him. To my surprise, the man lowly said I'm sorry, and then pushed the woman towards the soul beast. Running away, without looking back, I was watching from the tree, wondering which version of the farmer and the snake this was. The girl had a look of disbelief on her face, and before she could say anything, she was swallowed whole by the soul beast. I let out a cold laugh, and a dagger appeared in my hand, which I threw at the man's back. With a whoosh, it hit the target. The guy wanted to turn around to see who had attacked him, but he didn't even manage to turn before he breathed his last. Running away by yourself is so lonely. You might as well go down and keep her company. By nightfall, a thick fog rolled into the canyon, reducing visibility to less than 5 meters. I found a large tree to sit under and took out some rations to munch on. Suddenly, Helierna's scream came from below. "Xiangu, help." I looked down and saw that it was really those three. I jumped down from the tree and saw a 1,000-year-old armored rhinoceros charging at me. I clenched my right fist and directly punched it. As a result, my arm went numb from the impact, and I slid back a meter. Sure enough, it was too reckless to go head-to-head with a power-type soul beast without activating my martial soul. I directly activated my martial soul. As the 3 soul rings of yellow, purple, and gold shone, I unleashed my first soul skill, White Tiger Meteor Strike, and with one punch, I smashed the head of that armored rhinoceros into the ground, killing it on the spot. Xiaoyu and the other 2 were stunned. 2 moves to take down a 1,000-year soul beast? Xiangu has become a 3-ring soul master. Hulayina pointed at my feet. Does anyone know what the year limit of a golden soul ring is? I ignored them and sat back on the tree to continue munching on my dry food. Yin, this little guy had the quickest mouth. Brother Qian, why is your soul ring golden? I didn't even lift my eyelids. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Suddenly, the entire canyon began to shake. Countless powerful soul beasts rushed out from deep within, forming a beast tide. My ears twitched, I identified the direction, and without a second thought, I got up and ran. The 3 of them quickly followed, but as soon as I activated the travel secret technique, my speed skyrocketed, instantly leaving them far behind. I was running when I encountered a creepy-looking guy being chased by a soul beast. As a result, the soul beast seemed to ignore me and just kept chasing that guy. Suddenly, he turned around and shouted at me, "Bro, keep going." I instinctively caught it, and wow, a big black egg over 30 centimeters. I didn't have time to think much and directly stuffed it into the soul guide device before continuing to run. As a result, the next second, the soul beast chasing that little guy immediately changed direction and started chasing me. The black phoenix in the sky, which was controlling the beast tide, also set its sights on me and frantically commanded all the soul beasts to block my way. I suddenly realized that I was being used as a moving target. "Humans, give me back my things." An angry yet melodious female voice echoed throughout the canyon. I was almost going crazy at that time. "What do you want me to return?" I didn't take anything. I fought with all my might and finally saw the exit before dawn. Just as I was about to rush out, a 10,000-year-old beast crashed through my holy light barrier and knocked me out. Ignoring the pain, I rolled on the ground like a lazy donkey and tumbled out of the misty canyon. The soul beasts behind me were all bounced back by an invisible wall. As Xiaoyu and the others helped me up, I realized they had also made it out. It turned out that the instructor had sensed something was wrong and brought them out early. I let out a sigh of relief and prepared to take some food from my soul guide device. But instead, I pulled out that pitch-black egg. I was furious at the time, damn. I was tricked. You better not come out alive, or I'll definitely kill you. When we returned to the Spirit City, our team of more than 30 people was reduced to just the 4 of us. BibiDong summoned us and directly took Hulayina as her disciple. Once everyone had left, in her room, I finally told her about my encounter with the god and the divine beast sacrifice. After hearing it, BibiDong's expression was spectacular. Her mouth wide open as if she could fit a chicken egg in it. When I revealed that golden million-year soul ring, she was so shocked that she couldn't speak for a long time. Finally, I took out the black egg, the culprit, and placed it on the table. "Teacher, do you know what kind of soul beast this egg is from?" BibiDong studied it for a long time, flipped through a book to compare, and said, "This should be the egg of the legendary Dark Phoenix." "Where did you get it?" I gritted my teeth and recounted the whole experience of being taken advantage of, then fiercely suggested, "Teacher, how about we make it into fried rice to welcome my new junior sister?" I tell you, when my teacher heard my genius suggestion, 3 black lines immediately appeared on her forehead, and her expression seemed to say, "Has my disciple's brain been kicked by a soul beast?" She looked at me speechless. "Fried rice? I can't believe you thought of that. This thing is alive, and the dark phoenix inside is already taking shape. Once it hatches, our spirit hall will have another guardian divine beast, understand? Goodness, a guardian divine beast." I was internally complaining, thinking about how much rare materials it would take to raise this thing to the level of a title de law. That's all money. I couldn't help but say, "Teacher, isn't the cost too high? Our spirit hall is big, but we can't afford to raise it like this. The cost effectiveness is a bit low." Guess what? BibiDong hadn't even considered raising it for that long. She casually said, "Raise it for 100 years, and as long as it can use spatial power, it will be fine. By then, it can be your mount. Isn't that faster than a carriage? A 100-year-old Dark Phoenix will have combat power close to that of a 1,000-year soul beast." Hey, I love hearing that. A mount. Just the thought of it sounds cool. I immediately nodded, looked at my ragged fishing net outfit, and quickly said, "All right, teacher, I'll leave this egg to you." I need to go take a shower and change clothes. Otherwise, I feel like mushrooms are about to grow on me. Go ahead, BibiDong nodded, then said to the dazed Hulayina beside her, Nana, you should go with your senior brother and have him arrange a room for you. I brought the new junior sister and casually pointed to an empty room. Here, you'll live here from now on. If you need anything, ask the maid. If you don't understand anything about cultivation, come ask me next door. The young girl was quite obedient, nodded, and said she understood. I rushed back to my room, grabbed a clean white shirt, and dashed into the bathroom. Half an hour later, I felt rejuvenated and laid down on the bed. Just as I was getting comfortable, there was a knock on the door. It was Juliana. Senior brother, are you there? Yes, come in. The junior sister pushed the door open and, a bit shyly, asked, Senior brother, I'm hungry. Where should we go to eat? I slapped my forehead and realized I had forgotten about this. I took her towards the dining hall and casually explained the power dynamics here, especially when we reached the garden. I pointed seriously behind us and warned her, that area is the worship hall. It doesn't get along with our Pope hall. You mustn't wander over there for no reason, got it? This is a survival rule in the workplace, and it must be taught in advance. When we arrived at the dining pavilion, I was stunned. The table was filled with delicacies, all made from the meat of 1,000-year-old beasts. It smelled so good that I was almost drooling. Hulayina was even more hopeless. Her eyes went wide, and wiping her drool, she asked, Senior brother, do you usually eat this well? What a wishful thinking. I stuffed a piece of meat into my mouth and said, This is to welcome you. We don't usually get this treatment. Hurry up and eat. Don't be polite. She hesitated a bit. Aren't we waiting for the teacher to come? I waved my hand. It's okay, the teacher doesn't mind these things, and look. She just arrived. As soon as I finished speaking, BibiDong strolled over. She told Hulayina not to be shy and to hurry up and eat. I took a few bites of my meal, put down my chopsticks, looked at BibiDong, and got straight to the point. Teacher, I want to go out and train. What kind of person is BibiDong? She saw right through my thoughts at a glance, shook her head, and said, You can't go find her yet. When the time is right, I will naturally let you go. Teacher, do you think I'm that naive? I know exactly who you're talking about, but this time I really want to go out and do something. She smiled and said, I believe you can distinguish between what is important and what is not. Do you want me to send a titled Douluo to follow you? I have a few who are not known outside. Free bodyguards? I definitely want that. I immediately nodded. Then it's trouble for you, teacher. When will we leave? She reached out and touched my head. That feeling was quite comfortable. Tomorrow morning. All right. On the day of your coming-of-age ceremony, I will appoint you as the Holy Son of the Wuhuan Temple. I was taken aback. The Holy Son? Isn't that just the reserve for the next pope? I instinctively said, Teacher, Schwerer is more suitable than me. BibiDong's hand suddenly stopped. Her gaze became particularly sharp as she stared at me and said, I can't possibly hand a position of pope back to the Qian family. Anyone can take it, but not anyone from the Qian family. I sighed inwardly, thinking, here we go again, caught up in the grievances of your generation. I nodded and said, I understand, teacher. After that, I returned to my room to pack my things. Early the next morning, I put on a silver mask that I had prepared and went straight to the Pope's palace. I thought to myself, as a time traveler, I should leave some legends on this continent, right? Tangshan and Qian Dalu are said to be two mountains. So I'll set a small goal for myself, to become an insurmountable mountain among the younger generation. I aim to stand out. When I arrived at the main hall, besides my teacher, there was also a towering man sitting below. BibiDong introduced him to me. This is Iron Bear Dalu, level 94, with a martial soul, Iron Bear. Very few people outside know him. He will be your personal bodyguard from now on, primarily for companionship. Iron Bear Dalu patted his chest and assured me, Your Holiness, rest assured, as long as I am alive, no one can harm the young master, even a hair. That was enough for me. I bid farewell to my teacher and, accompanied by Iron Bear, boarded a carriage. Once the mask was on, my entire demeanor changed, and my eyes radiated only one word, pride. Iron Bear asked from outside, Young master, where are we going? I softly uttered a few words. Heavendo City, Heavendo Great Soul Arena. We hadn't been on the road for long when the carriage suddenly stopped. I lifted the curtain to take a look, and to my surprise, we had just left the novice village and already in counterplot. A dozen white-robed bishops from our spirit hall were surrounding a middle-aged man. The man had the spirit of the mighty golden bear and was holding his own against 16 opponents of the same level, and it seemed he was about to break through. My heart skipped a beat. This image, this martial soul, could it be the unmoving King Zhao Wujie? I immediately became alert and said to the outside, Tai Xiong, step in and save him, but don't expose your identity. Tai Xiong, being straightforward, didn't ask why and just did as I said. He jumped off the carriage, taking a step for each soul ring. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. 9 rings shining brightly, and the aura directly stunned the opponents. He bellowed in a deep voice. This person is protected by our young master. You can leave. The leader of the opposing side still wanted to intimidate us using the name of the Spirit Hall, saying that offending the Spirit Hall would lead to dire consequences. Tai Xiong just laughed, completely ignoring him. Seeing they couldn't win, the leader of the church threw out a harsh remark and fled in disgrace. The man who was saved turned out to be Zhao Wujia, and he came over to thank me profusely. I waved my hand, pretending to be mysterious. Just remember this favor. If I need anything in the future, I will send someone to Shrek Academy in Soto City to find you. Done. This wave of favor was a great deal. Arriving at the Heaven Do Great Soul Arena, I directly registered with the codename White Tiger. In the first match, my opponent was a soul elder named Qian Shi, who wouldn't stop bragging before the fight, announcing his soul ring level and talking about the rules of the Soul Master world. I couldn't be bothered with him at all. My martial soul hadn't even activated yet. But once the passive pressure from my left arm soul bone was released, it directly suppressed all his attributes by 20. As soon as he charged at me, I slapped him off the stage, instantly killing him. The entire arena fell silent for 3 seconds, then erupted into a roar of cheers like a tsunami. The host's mouth was agape, big enough to fit an egg, and, after a long pause, he finally shouted, "Instant kill." The White Tiger contestant with a one-hit kill. I felt incredibly bored, so when I returned to the private room, I told Iron Bear, "Go tell the person in charge here that I want to compete in a team battle. I'll take on their entire team by myself. Anyone below the Soul King is welcome." This stirred up a hornet's nest. For the next month, I went on a rampage in the Tiando Great Soul Arena, winning match after match, and in the blink of an eye, I had 99 victories. The weekly manager of the Soul Arena turned green with envy, crying as he came to my private room, offering me 1 million gold soul coins, begging me to leave, calling me a plague god. I crossed my legs and said, "All right, let's have one more match to make it an even 100, then I'll leave." The final match, the 100th match. My opponent was a soul king called Fierce God, over 2 meters tall and intimidating to look at. What happened next? When I activated my martial soul, 3 soul rings appeared, yellow, purple, and gold. The entire audience went wild. They had never seen a golden soul ring before. Then, Fierce God activated his 5th soul skill and charged at me. I countered with my 3rd soul skill, White Tiger Illusionary Strike. The collision of our fists was thunderous. With a crack, his entire arm's bones shattered, and he was sent flying by my kick, screaming in pain. Legendary 100 wins. Achieved. Iron Bear, who had been betting alongside me, turned 20,000 gold soul coins into 200,000, his smile almost crooked with joy. We left with the highest level diamond soul fighting badge, looking stylish. Back at the hotel, I felt the time was right and picked up my pen to write a challenge letter, handing it to Iron Bear. Go. Deliver this to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family and tell them I want to challenge all the young generation. Then I ordered him to spread this news throughout the entire Heavendo City. Iron Bear's face turned pale. Young master, I can't take on that old dragon from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. What if they don't abide by the rules of martial arts? I won't be able to protect you. I glanced at him and said, if you want to go, just go. I'll teach you how. Fly directly over their house. Unleash your martial soul. Increase your momentum, and just drop the letter. Tai Xiong's eyebrows twitched like he was dancing. Young master, won't we get beaten to death like this? Don't worry, I'm here. He still hesitated, so I added fuel to the fire. If you don't want to go, that's fine. Then go deliver this letter to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, specifically challenging Douluo Continent with the same entrance style. Young master, wait a moment. I'll go to the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family right now. Tai Xiong was scared into a run upon hearing the challenge to Sword Douluo. Come on. It's better to face a dragon than to face 2 Sword Douluos. Just as Tai Xiong left, my system panel chimed, indicating a new check-in task. Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family. Hey, this move is solid. While I was preparing to become the most dazzling person on the continent, in the Imperial Palace of Heavendo City, things were tumultuous. The true crown prince of Heavendo, Xueqinghe, was leisurely reading a book, showing no interest in the outside world's chaos. A maid named Xiao Shui, who was actually the disguised Qian Renxue, approached with a cup of water. Xueqinghe sighed. What are they fighting for? Qian Renxue smiled faintly. If you don't fight, then I'll fight for you. Xueqinghe turned sharply, but before he could react, a dagger silently pierced through his chest. He died with his eyes wide open in disbelief. Qian Renxue cleaned the dagger, radiated a golden light, and instantly transformed into YeXuan's appearance, mimicking his voice and demeanor perfectly. She erased all traces and then picked up the news about my challenge to the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, a meaningful smile playing on her lips. Is it you? 100 victories in the Soul Arena. It seems necessary to take a look. Just as I arrived at the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, the scene was grand. Sitting in the main seat was the old man YeXuan. To his left was Ning Fengji from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Daoluo, and their little princess Ning Rongrong. Oh right, the crown prince Xue, who was actually Qian, was also present. All big shots. Waiting to watch the show of my buddy. As they say, when Chow Chow arrives, the protagonist makes his entrance. I'll tell you, he appeared. With silver hair and a silver mask, his aura was striking, like he walked out of a painting. I thought, is this guy here to crash the party or show off? His bodyguard Taixiong followed behind, not daring to breathe. But my buddy was also tough. As soon as he stepped onto the ring, he unleashed his power and shouted at YeXuan. Don't come one by one. It's a waste of time. You, 3 generations of disciples, can come together. If that's not possible, bring their fathers. As soon as he said this, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus disciples exploded, each one yelling that they would teach him a lesson. YeXuan raised his hand to calm them down, pretending to be profound, saying that even a fierce tiger can only intimidate one side, while a dragon, no matter how weak, can still dominate the world, implying that his white tiger martial soul was just a little brother in front of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus. Haha, I almost laughed out loud. Guess how my buddy responded? He directly pulled out YeXuan's son, whom he least wanted to mention, Yu Xiaojiang. I heard your eldest son, Yu Xiaojiang's martial soul mutated into the 3 canon. Now he's also famous worldwide. I just wonder why he ran away on his wedding night. Could the clan leader clarify this for me? Who understands, right? This was practically a public execution, rubbing YeXuan's face in the dirt. YeXuan was so furious he stood up, and all 9 of his spirit rings lit up. The pressure of a title, making it hard to breathe, about to make a move. But my buddy was unflustered and leisurely asked Taixiong, what did clan leader you say a few days ago? Taixiong, being a lively character, held back his laughter and shouted, young master, clan leader you said the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, as a prestigious upper sect, absolutely does not bully the weak. Now that was good. YeXuan was directly roasted over the fire. Ning Rongrong nearby couldn't help but giggle. Daoluo was fanning the flames. Old dragon. She's just a child. You won't hold it against a child, will you? YeXuan was so angry his chest heaved like a bellows. And in the end, he could only sit back down with a dark face. One word. Aggrieved. All right, the verbal battle was over. Let the fighting begin. My buddy's system check-in was just completed, rewarding him with a limit Daluo card, which he immediately used. Good heavens, he summoned another top-tier bodyguard, making it even more lawless. The first cannon fodder came up, a second-ring soul master, who didn't even finish his words before my buddy knocked him down with a punch without even unleashing his martial soul. Clean and neat. Then he started mocking. This kind of trash can't take even one of my moves. Let them come together. YeXuan was so furious his forehead veins were popping, and he directly sent out their strongest from the 3rd generation, a 5-ring soul king named Yu Tianlin. Now my buddy got serious. He unleashed his martial soul, yellow, purple. Then the highlight came. The 3rd spirit ring was actually golden. The whole audience was dumbfounded, including Daluo, who was stunned, claiming he had never seen a golden spirit ring. As the two fought, my buddy, relying on his soul ancestor cultivation, pressed down the Soul King. While fighting, he suddenly looked our way. That gaze, oh my, it was so affectionate, it could stretch. Who was he looking at? Of course, I knew it was Qian. Unfortunately, Ning Fengji, Daluo, and the others followed his gaze and directly locked onto Ning Rongrong. Good heavens, an epic misunderstanding was born. Just at that moment of distraction, Yu Tianlin seized the opportunity and clawed over, ripping off my buddy's mask. The moment his face was exposed, Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled, mumbling about how handsome he was. My buddy took one look and lost interest in playing. He just unleashed his ultimate move, the 3rd soul skill, White Tiger's illusionary destruction. A phantom of the White Tiger charged forward, and with one strike, he took out that 5-ring Soul King, shattering his arm bones. Ning Fengji, that old fox, had his eyes light up and immediately thought of recruiting my buddy into their 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, even considering using his daughter as bait. On the other side, YeXuan saw that their strongest had been defeated and could only concede. But before my buddy left, he couldn't help but deliver a parting shot. Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, the #1 beast martial soul. It's nothing special. Just when we thought this was the end of it, That old rascal YeXuan suddenly made a move, saying he wanted to spar with Iron Bear, clearly unable to take on the younger one and wanting to vent his frustration on the older one. My buddy laughed and shouted to the sky. Aunt Yi, the J-Clan leader, said we can't get out of here. What do you think? Then, let me tell you, the most explosive scene of the entire event came. A stunning woman in purple clothes and white hair descended from the sky, with soul rings lighting up one after another beneath her feet. Black, 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 red, red, red. 9 soul rings. The last 3 were from 100,000 years. Limit Douluo. The whole place fell silent in an instant, and YeXuan's face looked like a color palette had been opened. Absolutely spectacular. This woman called herself the death god Douluo Yishishui, and she was there to protect my buddy. When YeXuan saw he had kicked a metal plate, he wanted to hurry and send her away. You think that's the end? No. My buddy directly pointed at the ancestral hall of the blue lightning tyrant dragon and said to the Iron Bear, "Go, tear it down for me. What does it mean to kill someone and strike at their heart? This is it." YeXuan exploded in anger on the spot. But how could he compete with a limit Douluo? As soon as Yishishui made her move, he couldn't withstand even one strike and was directly pinned to the ground, unable to move. Meanwhile, the Iron Bear had already rushed over, and with a loud crash, the ancestral hall collapsed. YeXuan was completely dumbfounded, slumped in front of the ruins, his expression vacant, embodying a sense of despair. A few of us left in high spirits, while Qian wore a mocking expression, as if to say, "Isn't this just asking for trouble?" Back at the hotel, everyone dispersed, and Qian came knocking. The way those two were all lovey-dovey made us. The third wheels leave. As soon as we entered, Qian pushed him down onto the bed, exuding a queen-like aura. Confess, and you'll have leniency. Resist, and you'll face severity. What's going on with that ultimate Douluo? And what about your golden soul ring? My buddy is quite a clever guy. He made up a story saying that during his training outside, he encountered a god, and the million-year spirit ring and the extreme Douluo bodyguard were all gifts from a god. Believe it or not, Qian actually believed him. They were sweet on each other for quite a while. And only after that did Qian remind him. That old fox Ning Fengji thinks you have your eye on his daughter because of the misunderstanding during the day. So he'll probably come looking for you soon, wanting to recruit you as a son-in-law. As soon as I heard it, I thought, hey, isn't this a coincidence? Just in time, I thought to myself, Ning Fengji, do you want to recruit me as your son-in-law? I happen to want to establish my own power. So I might as well take advantage of the situation and see if I can pluck some wool from this old fox of yours. Let me tell you, my confidence is off the charts right now. Standing next to me is the ultimate Douluo Yishishui, who listens to everything I say. What does that even mean? Once she steps in, I can easily rally a team and stand on equal footing with the 3 religions. Not only can Yishishui fight, but she's also a top-notch soul mender. She can whip up something to sell at any time, and the money will just come pouring in. When it comes to cunning and tactics, she's no less capable than BibiDong. I can throw all the trivial matters at her and just be a hands-off manager. It's simply fantastic. When Qian heard I wanted to do things myself, she frowned and asked if I was planning to leave the spirit hall. I was speechless at the time and said, "Sister, what are you thinking? I was raised by the spirit hall. It's my home. How could I leave?" She was even more puzzled and said, "Then why not let Yishishui join our spirit hall? What's all this fuss about?" I leaned close to her ear and explained my little plan in detail. Let me tell you, Qian eyes lit up more and more as she listened. Her mind was racing, and she instantly understood that my strategy was not only feasible, but it could also add an extra layer of security to our Soul Hall's grand plan. She immediately warned me that Ning Fengji, that old fox, was not easy to fool and told me to be careful. I assured her not to worry. After all, how could I not handle that old fox? The next morning, before dawn, Qian got up to get dressed. I sleepily asked her why she was leaving so early. She said she was now pretending to be the crown prince Xueqinghe and had to be cautious in every move to avoid revealing any flaws. Before leaving, she ran back and gave me a quick kiss on the cheek and added with a stern tone, "In 6 years, we have our engagement, so you better not fool around outside." At that moment, I was taken aback and asked, "Do I look like that kind of person?" She laughed mischievously and said, "You do. Yesterday, that little girl from the 7 Treasures glazed tile school was practically drooling over you." I pulled her back into my arms and seriously told her, "In this lifetime, having you is enough for me." Only then did she smile contentedly and reminded me to remember what I said. We cuddled a bit more before she reluctantly left, saying she would wait for me at the Heaven Do Imperial family. As soon as she left, I put on a new mask, quickly wrote a challenge letter, called for Iron Bear, and told him, Go deliver this to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and give it to Jian Dao Chun Xian. Iron Bear took the letter without a second thought and left. I looked in the direction of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, feeling a surge of excitement. Jian Dao Chun Xian, please don't let me down. I am just a step away from the realm of spear intent, and I'll use you as my whetstone. Meanwhile, the incident of me dismantling the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family's main hall had spread throughout the Soul Master community like wildfire. YeXuan, along with the 99-level limit Douluo Continent, became famous overnight. As for Iron Bear, well, who understands him? He was completely overlooked, emphasizing his lack of presence. When Iron Bear arrived at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, he wasn't as arrogant this time and announced his presence before swaggering in. In the hall, Ning Fengji was seated at the main position, with Jiandao, Chun Xian, and Bon Dogu Rong standing like two gate gods beside him. Iron Bear didn't bother sitting down and directly handed the challenge letter to Chun Xian. Chun Xian opened it and actually smiled, saying, "You go back and tell him that I accept the challenge. By the way, I have already comprehended the realm of intent." Goodness. Iron Bear delivered the message and turned to leave. Once he was far away, Ning Fengji curiously asked, "Sword Uncle, what did the letter say?" Chun Xian replied calmly, "He wants to challenge me without using martial souls or soul power, only comparing the intent in weapons." Ning Fengji was confused and said he had never heard of such a thing. Chun Xian began to explain, saying there are 4 realms in weapon play: Qi, momentum, blade, and intent. When one reaches the realm of intent, the weapon feels like a part of the body, and its power can multiply several times. But nowadays, soul masters only care about martial souls. This concept has long been forgotten. If he hadn't comprehended sword intent himself, he wouldn't believe such an esoteric thing truly exists. Ning Fengji's eyes twinkled as he asked, "When will the competition be?" "Tomorrow." Ning Fengji smiled, a meaningful smile. He thought, perfect. He's coming to us without us needing to invite him. I just wonder if he really came to compete or has other motives. Just then, Ning Rong bounced in, holding the mask I dropped that day, asking her father, "Daddy, didn't you say you would take me to meet that big brother?" Ning Fengji affectionately patted her head, saying, "No need for us to go. That big brother will come to visit us tomorrow." I thought to myself, this old fox is calculating so much that it's almost bursting in my face. For the sake of the sect, he is willing to sacrifice his daughter's happiness without batting an eye. Iron Bear came back and recounted everything he learned to me. After hearing it, I remained calm and told him to rest, preparing to watch the show tomorrow. The next day, I took YeXuan and Iron Bear straight to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. When we arrived at the hall, Ning Fengji was already waiting there, as usual, with Jiandao and Bon Douluo standing on either side. As soon as he saw me, he was extremely warm, urging me to sit down, telling me not to call him Ning Secmaster, but Uncle Ning, and also inviting YeXuan to sit down. I sneered inwardly. This old fox was trying to establish a connection right from the start. YeXuan completely ignored him, standing behind me like an iceberg. I had no choice but to speak up. "Aunt Yi, since Uncle Ning has invited you to sit, you should take a seat." Only then did she sit down. Ning Fengji, being quite shrewd, subtly created an atmosphere as if we were all one big family and said, "Uncle Qian, Xian is here. Why don't you go outside to compete? It would be nice for us to have a look as well." I followed Chun Xian to the open space outside. We agreed not to use soul power, so Chun Xian took a plain long sword. As for me, I directly pulled out my divine punishment silver spear. When Chun Xian saw my spear, his eyes lit up, and he praised it as a good weapon, then graciously said I could make the first move. How could I be polite? The silver spear in my hand instantly danced into a flurry of spear flowers, attacking Chun Xian. And guess what happened? Chun Xian simply waved his sword casually, and with a clang, I felt a tremendous force transmit through the spear, numbing my hand. Looking at him again, wow, he stood there like a sword drawn from its sheath, exuding an aura of supremacy over all things. Is this the essence of sword intent? I was shocked inside, but my movements didn't stop. My attacks grew fiercer, completely giving up defense and launching a barrage of strikes. Chun Xian was impressive too, defending without a single gap, not counterattacking at all. On the sidelines, Ning Fengji asked Gu Rong, "Uncle Gu, what do you think of Qian?" Gu Rong replied appreciatively, "Very clever. Knowing he can't defend, so he opts for a strong offense. But compared to that old guy Chun Xian, he still lacks a bit of that innate artistic conception." Just then, while parrying my spear, Chun Xian spoke, his voice sharp as a knife. "You haven't grasped intent at all. Your heart and your intent are not the same thing. How could you possibly comprehend? I froze on the spot, my mind blank. YeXuan watched me quietly without rushing me. I closed my eyes, and suddenly my white tiger martial soul appeared in my mind. I looked at it, and it looked back at me, and in that moment I suddenly understood. The white tiger is the master of killing, born with an overwhelming fighting spirit, yet I had always suppressed its true nature. How could I comprehend the meaning like this? I suddenly opened my eyes and said to the white tiger in my mind, "Come on, I won't suppress you anymore." At that moment, I felt my entire aura change. An endless fighting spirit and killing intent erupted from me, and the white tiger martial soul even emerged by itself, letting out a roar to the sky. I retracted my martial soul, pointing the tip of my spear directly at YeXuan, and said, "Thank you for your guidance, Senior. I have a move. Please evaluate it." YeXuan seemed to be interested as well, and said, "Feel free to use it. Even using soul power is fine." I thrust my divine punishment silver spear forward simply, but with that thrust, the spear seemed to transform into a winged white tiger. The pressure and killing intent were so overwhelming that there was simply no way to dodge. Qian squinted his eyes and swung his sword to meet it head-on. With a crisp sound, the outcome was decided. The long sword in Qian's hand shattered into pieces. My spear tip stopped right in front of him. I retracted the spear and respectfully said, "Thank you for your guidance, Senior." In truth, I knew I had taken a shortcut. I was using a divine weapon while he had an ordinary iron sword, which was a bit unfair. However, Qian was quite carefree. He simply said, "You've won," and walked directly towards the hall, not taking the win or loss to heart at all. After returning, Ning Fengji had already prepared a feast. At the dining table, he finally got to the point and asked if I was a genius from a certain sect. I replied that I had no sect, but wanted to establish one myself. He immediately climbed onto the bandwagon, saying that establishing a sect requires money, land, and people, making it quite difficult. Then he changed his tone. "Qian, if you really want to do it, my 7 treasures glazed tile sect can help you. Money and land are not a problem. Of course, I have a condition." I directly shut down the conversation. "If you want me to be a vassal, then forget it." Ning Fengji laughed heartily and said it was impossible. He wanted to ally with us and add an unbreakable agreement. In the future, if the 7 treasure glazed tile school is in trouble, we must help. Family, who understands? This old fox is playing word games. He said you, but meant my entire force. When I replied, I said I, representing only myself. If something really happens and I'm not around, then I'm sorry. This back and forth. Even AI can't calculate who gained the upper hand. The agreement was reached, and he took me to see the land. In the end, I set my sights on a geomantically favorable spot and told him my sect would be called Starfall Hall, with the blueprints already prepared. Ning Fengji took the blueprints and readily agreed, saying it could be built in 3 months. He looked at my departing back with a radiant smile and said to Gu Rong that he saw how differently I treated his daughter Rong Rong. As long as he married Rong Rong to me, everything of mine would eventually belong to the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Ha, old fox. The corners of my mouth also curled up beneath my mask. I turned to Yi Shui and said, "Aunt Yi, you can handle the 7 treasure glazed tile school side. It's all about reverse PUA. Let's see who can outplay whom." Back at the hotel, I immediately wrote a letter for Tai Xiong to deliver to the Spirit Hall, one for my teacher BibiDong, and asked Salas to compile a list of all the sects and families around Heavendoe City that had not yet submitted. After Tai Xiong left, I handed the angel order to Yi Shui and said, "Aunt Yi, tonight you can go ahead with your plans. The list will be given to you by Tai Xiong. I'm going into seclusion, and I don't want to be disturbed by anything." Yi Shui took the list, nodded coldly, and left. That night, in a village outside Heavendoe City, a sudden red light shot up into the sky, and 100 ghosts were on the prowl. In less than 10 minutes, the entire village was wiped out. Not even a bug sound could be heard. The next morning, the Snow Knight Emperor was furious. A village of a few hundred was slaughtered overnight, and the murderer arrogantly left a message. "I'll be back tonight." The Snow Knight Emperor was instantly enraged and passed this hot potato to Prince Xuexing. Prince Xuexing turned pale. There was no choice but to grit his teeth and seek help from Bo. After Bo examined the corpses, his expression also grew serious, saying this evil soul master had a high rank, killing invisibly, and he wasn't fully confident, suggesting Snowstar seek help from the 7 treasure glazed tile school, or me, who had gained notoriety recently. As night fell, Bo and Xuexing were still wandering near the village, when a figure in a black robe glanced at them contemptuously and headed straight for the Heavendoe Imperial Palace. Meanwhile, Qian, disguised as Xuexing, entered the study of the Snow Knight Emperor, claiming to have encountered problems in her cultivation, and casually chatted with the emperor without any intention of leaving. I tell you, just as she managed to keep the old emperor occupied, a major incident occurred. Suddenly, the palace exploded. Flames soared into the sky, and screams and shouts mixed together chaotically. The Snow Knight Emperor slammed the table in anger and rushed outside, with Qian Rinxue quickly following. As the door opened, they saw a flurry of maids and guards running around like headless flies. The old emperor's soul power surged, and he shouted, "What are you panicking about?" The entire scene fell silent in an instant. Several maids knelt down, trembling as they reported, "Your Majesty, there's an evil soul master, the second prince. The second prince has been killed. The third prince is also gone. The fourth prince has also met his end." I tell you, these messages came in like a series of cannon shots, completely stunning the Snowy Knight Emperor, his eyes wide open like copper bells. Qian Rinxue over there also turned on her acting skills, plopping down on the ground with a vacant expression, as if the sky had fallen. Just then, a figure in a black robe suddenly appeared on the rooftop across from them, his voice gravelly like sandpaper. "No wonder I couldn't find the eldest prince. Turns out he's with you, old man. He is lucky to be alive. Shui, we'll meet again." With that, the figure flickered and vanished. At this moment, the Snowy Knight Emperor was completely convinced, spitting out a mouthful of old blood and almost losing his balance. Qian Rinxue quickly supported him, crying out, "Father, you must avenge my brothers." The old emperor was also pushed to his limits and immediately ordered, "Seal off the whole city. Dig that evil soul master out. Alive or dead, I want to see him." And summon Lord Ning of the Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile School. Then he turned to Qian Rinxue, his voice tinged with sorrow. "Qing He, you are now the only heir to the royal family. You must not be in danger. Stay in your room and don't go anywhere." Qian Rinxue obediently nodded and was escorted back to her room by layers of guards. But let me tell you, once the door closed, the sad expression on her face instantly disappeared, replaced by an overwhelming rage. A flash of golden light enveloped her, and she returned to her original form, pointing at the black-robed figure who had been waiting in the room, and exploded. "This isn't the plan I had with Xiao Xian. Did you change it yourself? Or did he make you do this?" The black-robed figure took off her hood, and lo and behold, it was YeXuan. She remained calm and first offered a bow. "Mistress, please calm down. The master is in seclusion and doesn't know about this." Qian Rinxue was so furious her chest was heaving. "So you acted on your own? You have some nerve. Do you know how risky this is? If exposed, all my efforts over the years will be wasted. The entire plan of the Martial Soul Hall will be ruined. Can you bear this responsibility?" And guess what YeXuan said? With a cold expression, she replied, "Mistress, your method is too slow. At this rate, it might take another 20 years to succeed. Do you want to waste your prime years on this?" Qian Rinxue was left speechless. YeXuan then threw out her devilish plan. "Tomorrow, Shui will definitely appoint you as the crown prince. At that time, I'll take him out, and you can take the throne directly. With me here, the court will be stable. Then we can clean up the officials and seize military power. Isn't that better than pretending here? Who understands, right? This sister is all about violent solutions, emphasizing simplicity and brutality." Qian Rinxue was shocked and shook her head repeatedly. "No way. Too risky. If Shui dies, the Tiando Empire will explode. I don't agree. Mistress, you don't have the authority to command me." YeXuan directly cut off her words, saying that there was no turning back once the arrow was shot. She could only follow through. "Oh, by the way, your two title Douluo bodyguards better keep it tight. Don't let Ning Fengji find out." After saying that, she jumped out of the window and disappeared. Qian Rinxue was so angry she kicked her legs on the bed. But in the end, she had no choice but to accept it. She liked to take things step by step and hated such uncontrollable and stimulating methods. On the other side, the Tiando city was under strict martial law. Dugubo and Prince Xuexing were dumbfounded as soon as they entered the city. After casually grabbing a soldier to ask, they learned that all three princes had disappeared overnight, leaving only the eldest prince, who had narrowly escaped in the old emperor's study. The two exchanged glances, their hearts sinking, and hurried to the palace. At the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji's eyes lit up after hearing the report. He said to Sword Daluo, "Chan Xian, Fengji, we definitely need to deal with this evil soul master. But look, now there is only Shui Qinghe left in Tiando. What are we waiting for? This is like sending charcoal in snowy weather, much more valuable than adding flowers to the brocade. Let us go and support him to the throne." When they arrived at the palace, the Snowy Knight Emperor's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Ning Fengji got straight to the point. "Your Majesty, The most urgent matters are to capture the evil soul master and establish the crown prince to stabilize people's hearts. The Snowy Night Emperor had no other choice. Tomorrow morning court, I will appoint Qing, he as the crown prince. Then he became worried again, wondering who would guard the palace. Ning Fengzhi's eyes turned, and a plan formed. Your Majesty, have you heard of YeXuan? He has a senior known as the Death God, a 99-level ultimate Douluo. If we can invite her, let alone one evil soul master, even 10 would be no match. Upon hearing this, the Snowy Night Emperor's eyes sparkled, and he quickly sent someone to the Rose Hotel to invite her. But guess what? The person sent quickly returned, saying that YeXuan was in seclusion and the death god Daluo was out and not present. Now the old emperor was troubled again. The next morning court was incredibly smooth, and Xue Qinghe was directly appointed as the crown prince. Who would dare to object? Do they want to lose their lives? After the court session, Qian Xue found a reason and tearfully followed Ning Fengzhi and the others to hunt the evil soul master, leaving Douluo alone in the palace to protect the old emperor. I couldn't help but laugh at the situation. You let the weakest titled Douluo protect the emperor. Isn't that just asking for trouble? Sure enough, YeXuan had already infiltrated. She watched as the Snow Night Emperor, accompanied by Douluo, reviewed tens of thousands of troops, exuding confidence and safety. In her heart, YeXuan was probably sneering. With this little force, what difference did it make to her? This was the opportunity she wanted to strike in front of everyone. Just when everyone thought they were safe, a blood-red light flashed, and with a pop, the old emperor was gone. In front of tens of thousands, he was instantly killed. Douluo was furious, unleashing his blue phosphor snake martial soul to fight back. But guess what? YeXuan didn't even unleash her martial soul. With a casual wave, she sent Douluo flying like a ragdoll, lying on the ground spitting blood. Completely dazed, YeXuan couldn't even be bothered to look at him again, casually eliminating Prince Xuexing before leaving gracefully. When Ning Fengzhi and the others returned, they found chaos in the cold body of the Snow Night Emperor. Qian Rengshu's acting skills were something else. I tell you, Oscars owe her a little golden statue for crying over the corpse. It was heart-wrenching. Douluo weakly explained the situation, and both Chen Xin and Ning Fengzhi turned pale. Not using a martial soul and delivering a heavy blow to a titled Douluo, the strength of this evil soul master is unfathomable. Ning Fengzhi made a quick decision, helping Qian Rengshu up. Your Highness, the nation cannot be without a ruler for even a day. You must gather yourself and ascend the throne tomorrow. He then immediately decided, let us go back to the Rose Hotel. We must invite the senior Grim Reaper. They hurried to the hotel, but YeXuan had already changed clothes and returned, instructing Tai Xiong to say she had come back in the morning. Ning Fengzhi and the others found Tai Xiong, who blocked the door like a door god, refusing to let them in. Qian Rengshu was too impatient for words and directly shouted at the door. Crown Prince of the Tiando Empire, Xue Qinghe, request to see young Master YeXuan. Inside, YeXuan was cultivating and, hearing the commotion, stretched and came out. He truly had no idea that the sky had fallen outside, and when he opened the door and saw the situation, he was a bit dazed. Ning Fengzhi hurriedly explained everything, and while YeXuan appeared shocked, in his heart he thought, Aunt Yi, you've really gone too far. But his expression remained calm as he lazily leaned against the door and asked, Uncle Ning, are you suggesting that we help? Ning Fengzhi nodded solemnly. YeXuan's gaze shifted to Qian Rengshu. We can help, but what isn't it for us? Qian Rengshu, clear-minded, immediately responded, as long as young master is willing to help, I will crown you as a king after I ascend the throne. Senior Grim Reaper will be the national master of our Tiando Empire. The empire will fully support you in establishing your sect. Deal. YeXuan snapped his fingers. Aunt Yi, Tai Xiong, let us go help the crown prince ascend the throne. The group marched back to the palace, with YeXuan, Chen Xin, and Tai Xiong displaying their titled might, instantly intimidating the chaotic crowd in the palace. Qian Rengshu announced on the spot that everything would be simple, and she would ascend the throne tomorrow. Seeing the situation stabilized, Ning Fengzhi went to the spirit hall to report the news and investigate the whereabouts of the evil soul master. Once everyone left, YeXuan wandered around the palace with Qian Rengshu. I tell you, YeXuan is quite cheeky. Looking at the weeping concubines in the harem, he remarked, TSK. Being an emperor is really nice, with 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, and 72 concubines. Goodness, Qian Rengshu's expression immediately turned icy. Once they returned to the room and closed the door, Qian Rengshu reverted to her original self, pressing him down on the bed. Her eyes narrowed into slits. What did you just say? 3 palaces and 6 courtyards? Are you also thinking of having your own Jinhuan? YeXuan quickly laughed it off. Ahem, slip of the tongue. I was just casually expressing my thoughts. After some back and forth, Qian Ringshu softly said, after the Tiando matter is settled, accompany me back to the spirit city to see my father. YeXuan's hands around her stiffened for a moment, his heart a mix of emotions, but he still agreed. The next day, Qian Ringshu ascended the throne directly. The first order of business was to grant rewards. From this day forth, YeXuan would be a noble of the Tiando royal family, titled King of Daylight. Grim Reaper Duo Yishishui would be the national master of the Tiando Empire. The Tiando Empire would fully support King of Daylight in establishing his sect, the Starfall Hall. The ministers below dared not voice any objections. With a limit Daluo overseeing them, they were just glad to be safe. Once everything was arranged, Qian Ringshu wanted Yishishui to leave first, but she wouldn't even look at her. It was only when YeXuan spoke. Aunt Yi, go check on Dugu Bo's injuries and see if you can bring him over. That s when Yishishui responded and left. Qian Ringshu then reminded YeXuan, Qian, you should still be wary of her. She is after all an evil soul master. YeXuan said he understood, but in his heart, he knew Yishishui was very loyal. He shifted the topic. Shuer, do you know where the Tiando royal family's Hanhai Qingquan shield is? The national treasure? It should be in the treasury. Qian Ringshu was a bit curious. What do you want that for? YeXuan smiled mysteriously. That thing, also known as the sea goddess heart, once obtained, half of the sea goddess position will be in hand. Qian Ringshu was shocked. The sea goddess position? Let's go find it. The two of them headed straight to the palace treasury as if entering their own backyard. The treasury was filled with treasures, with several 10,000-year soul bones. This was a zero-cost purchase, a real win. Finally, in a corner of the underground 3rd level, they found a palm-sized, blue, triangular object. YeXuan thought for a moment and pricked his finger to drop some blood on it. The blood instantly merged, and then a phantom emerged from inside, followed by an old voice, TSK, such pure blood, such a powerful physique. After all these years, I've finally found a suitable successor. This little girl is also not bad. Who to choose? I told you. That sound disappeared in an instant. The two of them exchanged glances, and Qian Ringshu frowned. Xiao Xian, why do I feel like someone was secretly observing us just now? I'll tell you, YeXuan feels the same way. He knows in his heart that it's likely that the old man sea god is up to something behind the scenes. Just as that thought crossed my mind, suddenly, that thing called the vast ocean shield exploded with a hum, and the blue light instantly engulfed the two of us. I closed my eyes and opened them again, and I was no longer in the treasury. Beneath my feet was the vast ocean, and above my head was a clear blue sky, an entire VR panoramic sea view room. Immediately after, my mind felt like it was being directly plugged into a USB drive, and a flood of information rushed in. The vast ocean shield can make you invisible. The vast ocean binding shield can control people, and there are 2 major moves, one AoE and one single target. The user manual was directly filled in my head. But let me tell you, the most outrageous part was yet to come. Just as I finished reading the manual, a light suddenly exploded in the center of our foreheads. YeXuan had a blood-red sword shadow, while I had a golden, 6-winged angel. The 2 beams shot out and shattered the sea god's phantom that was peeping from inside the shield. Truly a physical cache clearance. Once the light dissipated, the shield fell to the ground with a thud, and YeXuan picked it up, looking confused, muttering, "Wait, bro, you just taught the 3rd move of the sea god's 13 styles. How did it disappear? What is up with the teacher running away halfway through class?" Qian Ringshu was quite happy, holding the shield, and saying it was simply a divine artifact. YeXuan waved his hand and said, "Once my Starfall Palace is built, I'll empty the entire Tiando Palace for you." Then he activated the invisibility skill, and we swaggered out of the treasury as if we had cheat codes. Meanwhile, I'll tell you, the divine realm was in an uproar. The sea god suddenly opened his eyes wide, stunned. My divine consciousness left in the mortal realm. Is gone. He calculated for a moment and realized, good heavens, it was the Azura god and the angel god's doing. Enraged, he stormed into the divine realm council and slammed the table. Azura, angel, what do you mean by this? You two teamed up to mess with my mindset and cut off my inheritance, right? Guess what happened next? The angel god, who is Qian Ringshu's mother, leisurely took a sip of tea. You're putting a divine mark of inheritance on my inheritor, trying to dig at my corner. And I haven't even settled the score with you yet? The Azura god was more direct, his gaze sharp as a knife, snatching people in front of me. Sea god, do you think you're funny? The sea god was instantly petrified, realizing that it was his own divine consciousness that had rushed to self-destruct. This operation left me baffled, but he still held his ground. Well, let us not talk about the divine consciousness. You need to return the vast ocean shield. It's key to my inheritance. The Azura god narrowed his eyes. Gods cannot interfere in the mortal realm. Sea god, don't you know that as a law enforcer? Want to take it back? First, clarify the issue of snatching people. The angel god chimed in, and the two began to bicker with him. After all, a day in the divine realm equals a year in the mortal realm. Let us see who can outlast whom. Switching scenes, over in Wuhuan City, my future mother-in-law, BibiDong, also received the news. After reading the letter, she leaned back in her chair, realizing the strategy was ruthless, taking an unconventional approach, but the effect was outstanding. She immediately concluded that this absolutely wasn't something YeXuan and Qian Renshue could come up with. It had to be the 99-level deaf god Daluo behind the scenes pulling the strings. She promptly ordered Gui, made a lead people to infiltrate Tiando City. With YeXuan preparing the car, she wanted to personally meet this so-called Shueqinghe and the powerful figure behind him. A few days later, YeXuan began to reach out to the experts of the Tiando Empire. The first target was the poisoned Douluo. However, the report from the scent YeXuan stated that the old man was impervious to persuasion, neither soft nor hard, and it would be easier to just kill him. YeXuan shook his head, saying that the old man's area attack capability was strategic level and must be secured. He personally took Iron Bear to Douluo's secluded courtyard. Upon entering, they saw Douluo lying sickly in a chair, soaking up the sun. YeXuan was not polite, sitting down and pouring tea, and hit him with a critical remark. They say the poison Douluo is the best in the world with poison. But today I see you can't even cure your own poison. I'm a bit disappointed. Douluo sat up suddenly, his eyes glaring like a venomous snake. Kid, are you looking for death? YeXuan calmly took a sip of tea and directly described Douluo's poisoning symptoms, such as itching in his ribs on rainy days and stinging pains in the soles of his feet at midnight, all in detail, without missing a beat. Douluo was shocked right there. Seizing the moment, YeXuan brought up his granddaughter. Douluo, aren't you afraid your granddaughter will suffer the same fate as you in the future? You can cure poison? Douluo's tone finally softened. Of course. YeXuan maintained his composure, starting to paint a grand vision. Douluo struggled for a long time before finally relenting. You first cure the poison, and I'll immediately join the Starfall Palace. As a result, YeXuan put down the teacup and stood up. First serve me in the Starfall Palace for 20 years. I'll see how you perform before considering when to cure your poison. I'll give you 3 days to decide. Either agree, or wait for you and your granddaughter to be tormented to death by poison together. After saying that, he walked away without looking back. Douluo was so angry he trembled all over, nearly unable to hold back from attacking. But when he thought of YeXuan standing behind a 99-level figure, he could only swallow his anger and sit there with a green face. However, anyone who could rise to the rank of title Daluo wasn't a fool. 3 days later, YeXuan and Qian Renshue strolled to check the construction site of the Starfall Palace and conveniently went to ask about Douluo. As soon as they entered the courtyard, they saw the old man leisurely sipping tea, and YeXuan's heart sank. Sure enough, Douluo couldn't even be bothered to lift his eyelids. Kid, stop dreaming. I'm not buying it. If you want me to work hard, bring out the antidote first, otherwise let us not talk. Well, the persuasion failed. This old fox is sharp. A few days later, BibiDong finally arrived in Tiando City. I was with YeXuan and Qian Renshue, watching her magnificent carriage from the hotel window when YeXuan suddenly said, "What do you think will happen when 2 top-tier powerful women meet?" I hadn't reacted yet when he grabbed Qian Renshue, used the Hanhai Qiankuan cloak to become invisible, and ran to the palace to summon YeXuan. The 3 of them directly infiltrated the spirit hall and suddenly appeared in front of BibiDong and her subordinates, nearly scaring YeXuan and the others into activating their martial souls. Who understands, family? What followed was a legendary scene. The villain ceiling of Douluo, BibiDong, faced off against the villain ceiling of Douluo, YeXuan. One exuded elegance and nobility, radiating power. The other was cold and proud, keeping others at arm's length. The 2 locked eyes in the air, and the clash of their auras nearly froze the surrounding air, making us onlookers not dare to breathe. In the end, BibiDong spoke first, asking YeXuan to introduce her. YeXuan cleared the room and, after getting YeXuan's consent, recounted her tragic background in full. Qian Renshue listened with sympathetic eyes, while BibiDong's hands began to tremble slightly. After YeXuan finished speaking, BibiDong fell silent for a long time, then said to us, "You all go out first. I have something to discuss with this death god." I tell you, once those two started talking, it went on for the whole night. They chatted from morning until deep into the night, with laughter and tears filling the room, as if they had held an earth-shattering late-night gossip session, featuring a theme of meeting late and mutual redemption. The next morning, BibiDong and YeXuan walked out of the room side by side, and the change in their complexion and spirit was like they had transformed into different people. Downstairs, the elite troops brought by the ghostly figure had gathered, just waiting for today's morning assembly to completely overhaul the Qian royal family. BibiDong glanced around and asked YeXuan, "Where are Qian and Shuer? Have they gone to the palace to prepare?" YeXuan replied in a high-pitched voice, "Your Holiness, I kept watch all night and didn't see them go out. They are probably still asleep in their room." BibiDong nodded, checked the time, and noted it was still early. However, as the seconds ticked by, with less than half an hour left before the assembly, there was still no sign of movement from their room, and BibiDong's expression gradually darkened. She grew impatient, and, I tell you, she directly clapped her hands. In the next moment, a pitch-black phoenix let out a sharp cry as it flew out from the corner of the hall. Its call so piercing it could lift the top of my head. Good heavens, which kind-hearted person wakes people up like this? Inside the room, my two ancestors, YeXuan and Qian Rinxue, were sleeping soundly and were jolted awake by this deafening sound. With their hair in disarray, they groggily walked out, bleary-eyed and looking around, probably wondering who was doing renovations at this hour. But when they looked up, they saw the black phoenix on BibiDong's shoulder and her face that could rival the Siberian cold front. At that moment, Qian Rinxue froze. She rubbed her eyes, hardly believing what she was seeing, because the look BibiDong was giving her was not the usual indifference or disgust, but affection, although it was as faint as watered-down wine. Who understands family, right? This was a groundbreaking first. YeXuan saw it too, and they both short-circuited, standing there like two statues, with their minds filled with questions. What on earth did those two women talk about last night? Why does it feel like BibiDong has been possessed? BibiDong finally spoke up, seeing how disheveled they looked after just waking up, her tone carrying a hint of reprimand. "Look at how you two are right now. Have you been living too comfortably that you've even forgotten to cultivate?" I want to tell you that YeXuan is very clever. He immediately secretly pinched Qian Rinxue's hand and frantically signaled, "The opportunity has come. Hurry up." Qian Rinxue is also a smart person. After hesitating for a moment, she mustered her courage and tentatively called out, "Mom." Just that one word. I saw a fleeting softness in BibiDong's eyes, as quick as an illusion, but it was absolutely true. She immediately closed her eyes, as if hiding something, and said coldly, "Hurry up and wash up. There can't be any mistakes today." Qian Rinxue almost laughed out loud. She understood. The ice mountain is starting to melt. Isn't this the best beginning? She hurriedly pulled YeXuan to wash up. By the time they tidied themselves up and came out, everyone in the hall had left, leaving only YeXuan still standing there. YeXuan took out the Hanhai Qinquan cover, and with a flash of blue light, the three of them disappeared instantly, heading straight for the Tiando Imperial Palace. Upon arriving at the palace, Qian Rinxue instantly transformed back into the appearance of the Crown Prince Xueqinghe, sitting majestically on the main seat. YeXuan and YeXuan stood on either side of her like two great guardians. The entire hall was surrounded by the people of the Spirit Hall, encircled like an iron barrel. Qian Rinxue glanced at the officials below, all present, and with a slight smile, she said faintly, "We can act now." The officials below were still in a daze, and Qian Rinxue directly closed her eyes, too lazy to look at them again. The next second, the doors of the hall burst open, and YeXuan, Guimei, along with 5 titled Iron Bear, Serpent Spear, and Blood Stabbing blocked the doorway like door gods. Then with a bang, they shut the door. What followed was simply a procedure. A month later, if you looked at the Tiando Empire, the court was entirely filled with people from the Spirit Hall, and the military power was firmly grasped in BibiDong's hands. The entire empire was quietly taken over. Now, as long as BibiDong is willing, with the next command, the Tiando Empire would have to be renamed the Spirit Empire. After everything was done, YeXuan and Qian Rinxue boarded BibiDong's luxurious vehicle, preparing to return to Spirit City. YeXuan was left in Tiando City. After all, she was now the national master and needed to keep an eye on Ning, Fengji, and the others to prevent them from doing anything sneaky. In the carriage, YeXuan suddenly asked, "Teacher, when will the next step of the plan begin?" BibiDong did not open her eyes, saying faintly, "I have it all planned in my heart. You two just focus on your training. Do not worry about anything else." YeXuan and Qian Rinxue exchanged a smile, feeling good to have someone backing them. A few days later, the carriage stopped outside Spirit City. YeXuan and Qian Rinxue got off and walked toward the secluded place. Where are we going? To pay respects to Qian Rinxue's father, Qian Xuanjie, at his grave. At that moment, I felt something was off. Sure enough, the closer we got to the tombstone, the slower YeXuan's steps became. Qian Rinxue foolishly asked, Xiao Xian, what is wrong with you? YeXuan took a deep breath, shook his head, and said, It's nothing. Let us first pay respects to Uncle Qian. When they reached the grave, after paying their respects, Qian Rinxue stared blankly at the tombstone, murmuring, Father, I will definitely avenge you. As for YeXuan, his expression was complex, almost overflowing with guilt. But as soon as he heard Qian Rinxue's words, the guilt in his eyes instantly vanished, becoming calm as water. After paying their respects, the two returned to the pavilion and went straight to find BibiDong. Upon seeing them, BibiDong immediately knew they were there to say goodbye, and asked, Are you ready to leave? YeXuan nodded. Teacher, Shuer and I are planning to train on the continent for a few years. When are you planning to come back? BibiDong's voice carried an indescribable emotion. Qian Rinxue smiled and said, Mom, we plan to train for 6 years before returning. Who knew BibiDong directly shook her head, her expression extremely serious. Training is fine, but you must return to Spirit City before turning 16. Remember, you can come back early, but not late. Do you understand? With this order, the two exchanged a glance and nodded solemnly. After sorting this out, they went to the worship hall to inform Qian Dalu, who happily agreed. Then the two of them didn't even take a carriage, walking directly out of Spirit City, emphasizing a casual approach. On the way, Qian Rinxue asked, Xiao Xian, are we going directly to the extreme north? YeXuan shook his head. First to Suatuwa City. We'll go when we are both level 40 soul ancestors. If we go now, I'm not confident I can protect you. Who needs you to protect me? Qian Rinxue said proudly. But inside she felt as sweet as eating honey, secretly glancing at YeXuan, probably thinking, at least you have a bit of conscience. YeXuan just smiled, fully aware that the extreme north was not just home to soul beasts, but also to evil soul masters who had escaped from the Spear Hall back then. Going now would be too risky. Just as they were heading to Suatuwa City, on the other side, an unexpected guest arrived at the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. A middle-aged man dressed in a plain gray robe, with a weathered face and stubble, pushed the door and entered. As soon as he walked in, an elder shouted at him, You Xiaojiang, what are you back for? You have already been expelled from the family. You Xiaojiang seemed not to hear, saying, I heard that my father was severely injured, so I came back to see. The elder laughed angrily. If it weren't for the clan leader wanting to take revenge for you, how could our main hall have been demolished? How could the clan leader be seriously injured? Your words, dragon shakes the world, tiger dominates a region, have now become a joke in the entire soul master world. All because of you. You still have the face to come back. Yu Xiaojiang's hands clenched behind his back, his veins bulging, but his face remained expressionless. I just came to see my father's injuries. Just then, Yu Yuanjin's voice rang out. Enough, step back. Yu Yuanjin slowly walked over, looking much older, no longer the spirited person he once was. He looked at Yu Xiaojiang, and Yu Xiaojiang looked back at him. In the end, he still held back, bowed to Yu Yuanjin, and turned to leave. Xiaojiang, Yu Yuanjin suddenly called out to him, the soul master world refers to you as a master, theoretically invincible. Do you know what the golden soul ring signifies? Yu Xiaojiang was instantly dumbfounded. Golden? He had scoured the Spear Hall's records and had never heard of it. He shook his head. Father, I don't know. A hint of disappointment flashed in Yu Yuanjin's eyes, but Yu Xiaojiang quickly asked, Then how powerful is the golden soul ring? Yu Yuanjin recalled the scene when YeXuan killed his son in an instant and said solemnly, I'm afraid it is only slightly weaker than a 100,000-year soul ring. Then let us boldly speculate. Yu Xiaojiang's eyes suddenly sparkled with wisdom. The golden soul ring could very likely be an existence that surpasses 100,000 years. It could be 200,000 years, or even 300,000 years. The elder beside them began to mock again. This is simply absurd. 200,000 years. Even if it exists, who can absorb it? By sacrificing? Why would such a powerful soul beast sacrifice itself to you? Yu Xiaojiang couldn't be bothered to respond to him. Directly looking at Yu Yuanjin, Yu Yuanjin closed his eyes and thought for a long time, finally making up his mind. Yu Xiaojiang, you go and take Tianning away. I'll let him come to prove your theory. But you must cultivate him and wash away the shame of our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. You can do it. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang was so excited that he almost jumped up. Yu Tianheng is the first genius of the family. Father, I will definitely be able to do it. Just like that, under the pained gaze of the elder, Yu Xiaojiang took Yu Tianheng away, shouldering the hopes of the entire family. A few days later, in a restaurant in Suatoa City, YeXuan and Qian Renxue were enjoying a hearty meal. Suddenly, YeXuan heard the voice of the evil I-Saint King in his mind. Little guy, I can sense my bloodline aura. Hurry, go kill him and reclaim the bloodline. It will be greatly beneficial for you. What benefits? YeXuan replied with his thoughts while reaching out to help Qian Renxue wipe the grease from the corner of her mouth, not taking it seriously at all. I am the evil I-Saint King, and the strongest is the evil eye. If you reclaim the bloodline, I can transform your eyes and give you a true evil eye, allowing you to take heads from 1,000 miles away. The evil I-Saint King boasted extravagantly. Oh, YeXuan replied flatly, pouring Qian Renxue another cup of water. The evil I-Saint King roared in his sea of consciousness. Oh, that's all you have to say? You have such a strong ability, and that's your reaction? I have no enmity with him. Why should I kill him? YeXuan was getting impatient, and my fiancé Yi is eating, so don't bother me with such trivial matters in the future. If the Xingluo royal family provokes me, I will naturally destroy them. Women are like clothes. With your strength, what kind of woman can't you have? My woman, I am willing to pamper. Who are you to control? Keep talking, and believe it or not, I will revive you and kill you myself again. YeXuan was really angry. The evil I-Saint King instantly cowered, recalling this kid's personality, realizing he could really do such a thing, and had no choice but to obediently shut up and go to sleep. After finishing their meal, the two inquired about the location of Shrek Academy and headed south. After walking for a while, they finally saw a run-down little village. At the entrance of the village, a tattered wooden sign read, Shrek Academy. Qian Renxue frowned. Qian, why are we coming to a place like this? It's purely a waste of time. Since we're here, let's take a look. Someone here owes me a favor, YeXuan said nonchalantly. The two walked to the entrance, and an old man lazily said, registration fee, 10 gold soul coins. YeXuan didn't even lift his eyelids and directly said, call Zhao Wujin out to see me. The old man sized him up and shouted, Vice Dean Zhao, someone is looking for you. Soon, a man as sturdy as a bear came out. It was Zhao Wujin. The moment he saw YeXuan's distinctive silver hair and silver eyes, he recognized him immediately, and his attitude became much more respectful. What can I do for you? Young master? Nothing, just want to check out the academy for training. Zhao Wujin showed a troubled expression. Young master, you saved me, so this small matter is no problem. But our academy has rules. You must be under 12 years old and have a soul power of level 20 or above. YeXuan smiled. We're 10 years old this year, 3-ring soul ancestors. Zhao Wujin's eyes nearly bulged out. 10-year-old soul ancestors? What kind of monster is this? He quickly brought over a crystal ball, and when YeXuan and Qian Renxue placed their hands on it, the crystal ball shone brightly, showing one at level 33 and the other at level 35. Zhao Wujin rubbed his hands and chuckled. Then about the registration fee. YeXuan was too lazy to waste words and directly took out a 100,000 gold soul card and tossed it to him. Guess a single room. Everything must be new. Prepare fresh ingredients every day. We'll cook for ourselves. Before Zhao Wujin could react, the gold soul card was snatched away by a middle-aged man wearing glasses, who was the dean, Flender. He discreetly pocketed the card, adjusted his glasses, and said, no problem. Welcome to Shrek. Old Zhao, go ahead and test their level. After speaking, he pocketed the money and ran off. Zhao Wujin had a helpless expression and had no choice but to brace himself. He displayed 6 soul rings and shouted, don't worry, I'll only use 3 soul skills. Qian Renxue calmly said, you'd better use all your strength. The next second, the battle began, as YeXuan and Qian Renxue summoned their martial spirits. Zhao Wujin immediately felt something was off. His attributes were being suppressed severely. Just as he activated his first soul skill, the unmoving king body, he was disoriented by their ghostly speed. YeXuan even directly flashed a golden soul ring, using a mental attack that left him dazed. By the time Zhao Wujin regained his senses, he was already beaten black and blue, lying on the ground. He struggled to get up, muttering, I was careless. Didn't he dodge? Flender returned humming a tune and was shocked into silence upon seeing Zhao Wujin's miserable state. YeXuan and Qian Renxue couldn't be bothered with them and went straight into their room to start training. The next day, Yu Xiaojiang surprisingly brought Yu Tianheng to their door. You are YeXuan? Yu Xiaojiang got straight to the point. I'm not here to challenge you. I want Tianheng to make a 10-year agreement with you. Let's hear it. YeXuan said with interest. In 10 years at the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, Tianheng will compete with you again. If you lose, you will apologize to my family in front of the entire Soul Master community. YeXuan smiled. What if I win? Then the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family will admit they're inferior to you. Deal. YeXuan casually agreed, thinking to himself that who knows if their family will even exist in 10 years. Yu Xiaojiang left with Yu Tianheng, and Qian Renshua looked at their retreating figures with disdain. These two didn't take this seriously at all, and they turned back to continue their training. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. During these 2 years, YeXuan and Qian Renshua focused on self-training. As the people from Shrek couldn't teach them much, with the help of Zhao Wujin and Flender, they successfully obtained 10,000-year soul rings, and their cultivation reached the 4-ringed soul zone level. 2 years later, in front of Shrek Academy, Qian Renshua boarded the carriage heading to the extreme north, while YeXuan handed a letter to Zhao Wujin, whispering in his ear, "Help me take care of this matter, and you'll have cleared the debt you owe me." Zhao Wujin looked at the letter and nodded solemnly. Meanwhile, on the other side, let me tell you, YeXuan and Qian Renshua, this little couple, have set their training location in the most sinister place on the entire continent, the extreme north. Good heavens, the carriage jolted for 3 months, and their backs were almost broken, but they finally arrived. As soon as they got off the carriage, the bone-chilling wind felt like knives. I felt that even breathing could freeze into ice. However, these two really had great physical qualities. Wearing fur coats, they managed to endure it. Let me tell you, don't be fooled by the fact that one is level 41 and the other is level 43. They're just soul masters, but their soul ring configuration is simply unbelievable. Yellow, purple, gold, black. Can you believe it? The 4th ring is directly a 10,000-year soul ring. Their combat power is definitely like 2 walking mobile suits, taking on monsters of higher levels like it's nothing. The two of them walked into the town, and all the shops around were closed, probably because it was too early. After walking for a while, they finally saw a tavern with its door open. As soon as they pushed the door open, the air inside was so thick. The smell of smoke, sweat, and alcohol mixed together almost drove me away. The people in the tavern were initially playing games and drinking. But as soon as they walked in, the entire place fell silent, and dozens of eyes turned to them in an instant, looking at them like they were 2 fat sheep ready for slaughter. YeXuan was quite bold, pulling Qian Renshua to find an empty table to sit down. He picked up the menu, and I couldn't help but laugh. Family, who understands? A plate of the most ordinary stir-fried beans actually costs thousands of gold soul coins. This is even more outrageous than the ice cream assassin in 2025. Isn't this just a blatant attempt to rip off customers? And guess what? YeXuan didn't even blink, casually ordered a few dishes, and just like that, tens of thousands of gold soul coins were spent. As soon as he finished paying, the whole tavern erupted in a thunderous laugh. Ha ha, I was dying of laughter. There really is a fool who pays according to the prices on the menu. It's obvious they're newcomers who don't even understand the rules here. I was thinking about what rules there could be when I heard someone next to me say rules. In the far north, your own fist is the rule. Just as the words fell, a muscular man who looked like a bear walked over, his face full of brutish features. He completely ignored YeXuan and fixated his squinty eyes on Qian Renshua, smirking. I've never seen such a beautiful girl. Come, play with me. Saying this, his dirty hand reached towards Qian Renshua's face. Unbelievable. YeXuan's face darkened immediately, his gaze cold enough to freeze. When that hand was halfway there, YeXuan struck like lightning, grabbing the muscular man's wrist. There was a series of crunching sounds, and the man's wrist was twisted into a spiral. A heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout the tavern. But that wasn't the end. YeXuan's other hand formed a fist, and without hesitation, he punched the man right in the chest. The force of the blow created a huge dent in his chest. Then, with a casual toss, that 200-plus-pound body flew like a ragged sack, smashing several tables and dying on the spot. At this point, the muscular man's companions were completely enraged. Kid, my brother was just joking, and you actually went for the kill. One person stood up, slamming the table and glaring at YeXuan. YeXuan sneered, I was just joking too, accidentally killing him. Do you have an issue with that? I can send you down to accompany him. You're too arrogant. I am arrogant. What are you going to do about it? If you want to live, shut your mouth. YeXuan's eyes were filled with killing intent. Suddenly, more than 20 people in the tavern stood up, releasing their martial spirits, including soul venerates and soul kings, surrounding the two of them. The onlookers were casually drinking while watching the spectacle, clearly accustomed to such events. Kid, kneel down and kowtow now, and we'll make your death quick, the leading man shouted. YeXuan stood up, glancing at them disdainfully. A bunch of useless cowards who can only band together dare to bark in front of me? Perfect. I'll send you down to accompany him." As soon as he finished speaking, YeXuan released his martial spirit, the yellow, purple, gold, and black soul rings dazzling everyone's eyes. The divine punishment silver gun appeared in his hand, and he blocked Qian Rinxue, who was about to intervene, saying in an unquestionable tone, "This matter between men. You don't need to interfere." Goodness, Qian Rinxue exploded on the spot. She had never experienced this. She immediately released her martial spirit, with yellow, purple, and black soul rings, wielding the angel sword, questioning, "Bastard, what do you mean? Am I going to drag you down?" YeXuan looked helpless. "That's not what I meant. It's just that this bunch of rotten fish and stinking shrimp isn't worth your effort." Just as they were bickering, the group could no longer hold back, shouting for them to continue their intimacy elsewhere, and charged forward. YeXuan twirled his silver spear to meet them, and Qian Rinxue shot him a glare, also joining the fray with her sword. The entire tavern instantly turned into chaos. Various soul techniques flew around, energy bursting forth. Some unlucky onlookers got caught up in it and angrily joined the battle, turning the scene into an indiscriminate brawl. YeXuan's silver spear was entwined with strands of destructive power, darting around like a head-harvesting machine. Anyone who came into contact died, and those who got close were injured. Qian Rinxue was equally merciless, her angel sword ablaze with golden flames, striking fiercely. Suddenly, a blinding golden light erupted from Qian Rinxue, and the angel domain instantly covered the entire area. Let me tell you, the scene turned the whole tavern golden. Within the domain, YeXuan and Qian Rinxue's strength surged, while the others seemed to be wrapped in weakness and slowed down, moving as if walking through a mire. YeXuan seized the opportunity, wildly dancing his silver spear, unleashing the technique, Guanyin Qian, sending countless destructive lightning bolts scattering like snowflakes. The booming thunder echoed nonstop, and the entire tavern began to shake violently. In a flash, YeXuan scooped Qian Rinxue up in his arms, activated the Xingzi Mi, and whooshed out of the tavern. Just as they exited, the tavern behind them collapsed with a thunderous crash, turning into ruins. Inside, not a single person survived. YeXuan held Qian Rinxue and joked, "Schwerer, it seems we need to find another place to eat." Qian Rinxue, both angry and proud, huffed, "Humph, then put me down." "Put you down? That's impossible." After saying that, YeXuan carried her off to find a hotel. Qian Rinxue struggled to break free, furious, and bit his shoulder hard. Yet, YeXuan acted as if nothing had happened, completely ignoring her. The two found a hotel room, and upon entering, the warm feeling felt like a different world compared to the outside. The room contained only a large bed. YeXuan placed Qian Rinxue on the bed and looked at her stunning face, grinning mischievously. "Schwerer, you actually bit me." "Of course I did. What are you going to do about it?" Qian Rinxue pouted. "Guess?" YeXuan said, leaning in for a kiss. After a long while, he contentedly got up, casually pulling out some food and water to hand her. "Let's just make do and eat a bit." After a while, he exclaimed as if discovering a new continent. "Schwerer, I've realized something." "What is it?" YeXuan's gaze shifted downward, seriously saying, "Well, you are no longer ordinary, but rather quite impressive." Qian Rinxue looked down following his gaze, first stunned, then a terrifying power surged from her body. "YeXuan, you bastard." After fooling around in the hotel for a few days, the two finally officially ventured into the depths of the far north. Looking around, it was a vast expanse of white. Apart from the sound of the wind and the crunch of their feet on the snow, there was nothing else. This situation felt a bit eerie. They had walked for most of the day, and not only had they not seen a soul beast, but even a rat was absent, the silence sending chills down their spines. Qian Rinxue couldn't help but ask, "Xiao Xian, didn't they say there were soul beasts around here? Why can't we see a single one?" YeXuan also sensed something was off. Suddenly, his external helper, the evil eye Saint King, transmitted a message to him. Upon checking, the Saint King dropped a bombshell. "Kid, something's very wrong. All the soul beasts here have retreated to the core area, where there are 3 very powerful soul beasts. The strongest one is estimated to be 70,000 years old and seems to be severely injured." 70,000 years. Snow Emperor. And injured. YeXuan immediately lost his cool. An entity capable of injuring the Snow Emperor was something they could provoke right now. He quickly told Qian Rinxue, "Schwerer, we need to leave immediately. It's too dangerous here, and I can't guarantee your safety." However, the young lady's temper flared again, frowning unhappily. "You're too cautious. We're here to train, not to sightsee. If everything goes smoothly, then what's the point of training?" YeXuan was anxious beyond measure and had no choice but to tell her about the Snow Emperor's injury. Although Qian Rinxue was somewhat surprised, she looked at the pitch-black night outside and shook her head. It's truly dangerous to go out now. It's so dark that we can't even tell the direction. Besides, that's just your speculation. Let's rest for the night, and if it's still like this tomorrow, we can leave then." With no other option, YeXuan could only agree, thinking to keep watch himself and be careful. As expected, what was feared came to pass. In the middle of the night, a series of earth-shattering beast roars suddenly erupted, waking both of them. Just as YeXuan rushed out of the tent, Qian Renshua, in a panic, tried to extinguish the campfire and accidentally poured a scoop of water over it. With a crackling sound, a thick blue smoke surged into the sky, making it a live target in the pitch-black night. At the same time, an extremely uncomfortable aura came from a distance. It was the evil soul masters. Run! YeXuan didn't have time to think and grabbed Qian Renshua, sprinting in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, a group of men in black spotted the blue smoke. "Vice leader, our whereabouts might be exposed." A hoarse voice echoed, "Go take a look. Better to mistakenly kill than to let go." "Yes." Several shadows instantly dashed toward the direction of the smoke. This group of evil soul masters had a terrifyingly luxurious lineup, with 3 titled Daoliuos at the 9th ring and the rest being soul Daoliuos at the 8th ring. They quickly discovered the traces of YeXuan and Qian Renshua's escape. But instead of rushing to act, they slowed down, maintaining a distance, their eyes filled with mockery, purely toying with them like a cat with a mouse. Qian Renshua was furious. "Qian, we can't escape. Let's fight them." YeXuan, however, smiled, his gaze icy. "Don't worry, you won't need to risk your life." He quietly told Qian Renshua, "Wait for me to hold them off. You run first. I have my way to escape. We'll meet up outside." Qian Renshua looked at his confident expression. Although confused, she still believed him. Finally, the evil soul masters grew bored and surrounded them completely. The vice leader stepped forward, speaking in a strange tone. "Not bad, not bad. 2 4-ringed with 10,000-year spirit rings, truly gifted. How about joining our holy spirit sect? The conditions are simple. You 2 kill each other, and the one who survives can become the holy son or holy daughter. I have to tell you, this is simply a pure prison wind recruitment." Qian Rengshu immediately shouted back, "Wishful thinking." Yet YeXuan pretended to be moved, turned around, and hugged Qian Rengshu, whispering in her ear again, "Run with peace of mind. I won't deceive you." Then he turned around, a divine punishment silver spear appearing in his hand. Smiling at the deputy leader, "I made up my mind. I'll join you. Unfortunately, I don't intend to." As soon as his words fell, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged wildly towards YeXuan's left arm. He activated his trump card that he had never used before, the forbidden skill of the left arm soul bone. Holy King S. Morning. He pushed Qian Rengshu away with all his might and shouted, "Run." Qian Rengshu understood and turned to run. Meanwhile, those evil soul masters felt their bodies trapped by an invisible force, unable to move. The sound of mournful wails echoed through heaven and earth. This skill directly shattered the soul rings of all enemies. But the price was enormous, as the soul rings of the evil soul masters shattered one after another. Terrifying backlash struck YeXuan repeatedly. He felt as if his internal organs were burning, excruciating pain, until finally, at the moment when the 9th soul ring of 3 titled Daoliuos shattered, YeXuan could no longer hold on. His consciousness plunged into darkness, collapsing straight down. Not far away, Qian Rengshu heard the desperate wails and instantly understood. YeXuan had deceived her. He had no way to escape. He was using his life to exchange for her chance to live. "YeXuan, you bastard. You lied to me." Qian Rengshu's tears burst forth, and she frantically turned back, embracing the unconscious YeXuan lying in a pool of blood, crying heart-wrenchingly. "Get up. Who asked you to protect me? Please get up. I beg you to wake up." At that moment, a woman with white hair and blue eyes, looking more beautiful than a mortal, slowly walked over. It was the injured Snow Empress. She glanced at the evil soul masters whose consciousness was trapped, turning them into living dead, and with a wave of her hand, the snowstorm covered them, instantly turning them into ice shards. Her gaze fell on Qian Rengshu and YeXuan, and her cold voice rang out, "Did you 2 deal with these people?" Qian Rengshu completely ignored her, helping YeXuan up, staggering as she tried to walk out. The Snow Empress frowned. "You can't get out of the extreme north like this. His injuries are too severe." Qian Rengshu seemed not to hear and continued walking forward. "If you want to save him, come with me. If not, you can leave." The woman's voice floated in the cold wind. "I told you." Qian Renshua was standing there at that moment, and her heart was in turmoil. Trust her? Why would we? We weren't even familiar with her. Not trust her? YeXuan was on the verge of losing his breath, like a candle flickering in the wind, If we delayed any longer, he would really be gone. There was no other choice but to take a gamble. Qian Rinxue gritted her teeth, supported YeXuan, and followed her inside. Goodness, the further we went in, the more unbearable the temperature became. I felt like even my breath would freeze into ice the moment it left my mouth. There were also a bunch of soul beasts around us, their green eyes staring at us, making me feel like a husky walking into a wolf's den. My heart racing with fear. Finally, that woman led us into an ice cave, bare and empty. She said, "Put him on the bed." Qian Rinxue did, as instructed, and the woman extended her hand, a flash of blue light, and began to examine YeXuan. After a while, she furrowed her brow, and my heart tightened along with hers. She said, "This guy is shattered inside. His bones and veins are in terrible condition. But strangely, there's a power bank inside his body, frantically keeping him alive, temporarily holding onto a breath. Want to save him? It's simple. Just guide that energy in his body to recharge itself." Then she added, "You helped me solve a problem, so I'll provide you with a safe house. I won't provide meals, but you can drink water as you like." After saying this, the woman turned to leave, kindly shutting the door behind her. Once the door was closed, the ice scorpion spirit outside was unhappy, complaining to her boss, "Sister Shui, no human is trustworthy. They are all very cunning. Why save them? It would be better not to let them live." Her boss, the Snow Emperor, replied coldly, "They helped out, so I provide a place. It's a fair trade. Once he recovers, they will naturally leave." Upon hearing this, the ice scorpion's killing intent intensified, clearly harboring a deep hatred for humans. Meanwhile, inside the room, YeXuan's consciousness was drifting. In a pitch-black darkness where he couldn't see his hand in front of him, he wandered aimlessly for an unknown period until suddenly, a blue planet appeared before him. Family who understands. That was his longed-for hometown. Just one step, and he could go back. Just as he was about to move, he heard Qian Rinxue's choked voice from behind. "Xiao Qian." This shout left him stunned. He turned to look at Qian Rinxue's phantom, then glanced at his hometown, so close, and finally gave a bitter smile, realizing he ultimately couldn't go back. Just as he thought this, the earth before his eyes shattered like a mirror, and immediately, a powerful life energy surged from all directions, pulling his consciousness back into his body. YeXuan suddenly opened his eyes and found himself lying in a strange ice house, with Qian Rinxue sleeping by the bed, tears still on her face. His heart ached, and, just as he tried to move, the pain was excruciating. He gasped, nearly being sent away again. The voice of the evil I Saint King in his head carried an exasperated tone. "Little ancestor, don't move randomly. If it weren't for the life energy in your gun locking your blood, you would have been dead long ago, and I would have to go with you." YeXuan asked him internally, "How long was I unconscious? Where's this?" The evil I Saint King answered nonchalantly, "How would I know? I was locked in a small black room." YeXuan didn't bother with him and force himself to sit up. His movement startled Qian Rinxue awake. The two exchanged glances, and Qian Rinxue froze for 2 seconds before suddenly leaping onto him, crying and hitting him. "YeXuan, you bastard! You actually deceived me. You big liar." YeXuan felt comfortable being hugged by her, but the pain made him gasp. "I didn't deceive you. Look, I'm alive." Ouch! Qian Rinxue quickly realized, hurriedly letting go and helping him sit up, crying and laughing. "You need to recover first. Once you're better, we'll go home. Who wants to stay in this horrible place?" YeXuan smiled, reaching out to wipe her tears, saying, "Why cry? I'm fine now. Besides, this is a blessing in disguise." "Blessing in disguise?" Qian Rinxue looked confused. YeXuan smirked, and in the next second, a layer of light green radiance enveloped the entire room. Qian Rinxue understood immediately. She also had a domain, and this was another kind of domain. Moreover, this domain was filled with rich life energy, making them feel warm and comfortable. YeXuan noticed she hadn't asked anything for a long time and found it strange. "Swear, aren't you curious about what my domain does?" Qian Rinxue pulled out some food for him while saying, "I am curious, but you will definitely tell me. You trust me that much?" YeXuan took the food, surprised. Qian Rinxue smiled sweetly. "Someone who would die for me. What is there not to trust? Hurry and try it. I made it." YeXuan didn't think much and took a big bite. The next second, his expression froze. Family who understands. The mixed flavors of sweet, sour, bitter, and salty exploded in his mouth like a silver party. It was simply an epic dark cuisine. He almost spit out, but seeing the eager stars in Qian Rinxue's eyes, he forced it down. He even managed to squeeze out a smile and give a thumbs up. "Delicious. So delicious. 100 times better than what you buy outside." Hearing this, Qian Rinxue's eyes turned into crescent moons. "If it's delicious, eat more." Saying that, She pulled out a whole bunch. YeXuan's face turned green, internally complaining. I was wrong. I was really foolish. I only knew she was a delicate girl, but I didn't know she could create biochemical weapons. This overwhelming wealth, YeXuan can't handle. He quickly gathered all the food, took a deep breath, and forcibly changed the topic. Schwerer, I'm not that hungry right now. Let me tell you about the effects of my domain. Although Qian was a bit puzzled, she still obediently sat down. YeXuan felt a huge sense of relief and leaned close to her ear, saying, my domain is called a life domain. The first effect is, standing within my circle, teammates will have unlimited health and mana regeneration. But the most explosive effect is the second one. Within the domain, I'm immune to all debuffs and can crazily absorb the life force of enemies to replenish myself. This is outrageous. It's like a smooth combo in a driving test, directly leaving me dumbfounded. In other words, unless someone can take me out in one hit, whoever enters my domain will just be waiting to be drained to death by me. Qian's eyes widened. This effect was too outrageous. Wasn't this the hallmark of invincibility at the same level? Just as she was about to compliment him, YeXuan took the opportunity to kiss her on the cheek. She shot him a glare and asked, so according to this effect, how long will it take for your injury to heal? In the domain, 3 days. Outside, it would probably take a year and a half. YeXuan thought for a moment and said, it's a pity that the life energy in that gun has been completely drained. Now only the destructive energy remains. Is it still a divine weapon? Will it affect your future inheritance of the divine position? Qian became anxious. Don't worry, the gun is still the same gun. As for the divine position, that's not even on the horizon. Let's not think about it for now. YeXuan was rather open-minded about it. Just then, with a creak, the door opened, and the Snow Emperor walked in. YeXuan looked at her and directly stated, Ice Heaven Snow Woman, Snow Emperor? The Snow Emperor was taken aback. You know me? She wondered how many years she had been holed up, and that someone outside still knew her name. Not really, just guessing. YeXuan replied calmly. The Snow Emperor didn't ask further, taking out 2 crystal-like objects that emitted cold air, saying, these are 2 pieces of 10,000-year ice marrow as a token of gratitude. Absorb them, and then leave the extreme north. YeXuan's eyes lit up, but his mind was racing. He and Qian are not ice attribute, so this thing is not very effective. So he spoke up. Snow Empress, we don't want ice essence. We want to train in the extreme north for 3 years. If you really want to thank us, why not change your approach? Oh, tell me more. The Snow Empress showed interest. YeXuan held Qian, shifted to a comfortable position, and smiled. Find us a sparring partner to help us gain experience and practice our skills. Once the 3 years are up, we will leave on our own. Okay. The Snow Empress agreed without hesitation, retracting the ice essence and turning to leave. For someone like her, who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, 3 years was just a blink of an eye. After she left, the Snow Empress found the Ice Emperor and explained the situation. The Ice Emperor exploded on the spot. Sister Shui, are you kidding? Not killing them is already merciful. And you want me to be their sparring partner? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The Snow Empress looked at her calmly. Are you going or not? If not, I'll go myself. The Ice Emperor immediately cowered and reluctantly nodded. Fine, I'll go. Just remember, no heavy hands that could hurt them. The Snow Empress sternly reminded her. Got it. I'll be cautious. The Ice Emperor agreed readily, but inside she was already plotting. Good for you, Sister Shui, making me the dignified Ice Emperor. Be a sparring partner for humans. All right, I want to hurt them, but I can make them suffer. So they can't stand it and cry out to leave the extreme north. 3 days later, YeXuan's injuries healed completely. After stretching a bit, his body crackled like firecrackers, feeling his strength had significantly increased. He held Qian's hand and walked out of the ice house, where the icy landscape remained unchanged. The only living thing waiting for them was the Ice Emperor. The Ice Emperor sized them up and said, I am your sparring partner. Shall we start now? Please go easy on us, YeXuan said politely. Go easy? Not happening. The Ice Emperor's eyes were filled with disdain. The next moment, a fierce battle erupted. YeXuan summoned the White Tiger, and Qian unfolded her 6-winged angel form, both charging towards the Ice Emperor. What happened next? Let me tell you. The scene was a dimensional suppression. The Ice Emperor stood still, not moving an inch, using her forearms and a scorpion tail to block all their attacks. The sounds were like blacksmithing. YeXuan's gun was as fast as lightning, and Qian's sword was powerful, but in front of the Ice Emperor, it felt like a child's play. While defending, the Ice Emperor quickly gauged their abilities. YeXuan was purely reckless. Every move was a life-or-death strong attack. Qian Shui was much steadier, with 7 parts offense and 3 parts defense. After figuring them out, the Ice Emperor grew impatient and began to counterattack. The situation flipped instantly, and the two were comprehensively suppressed, feeling extremely frustrated. At that moment, the Ice Emperor suddenly revealed a flaw, her scorpion tail thrusting at Qian Shui from a tricky angle. YeXuan caught a glimpse and, without thinking, instantly redirected his long spear, abandoning all his defenses to block that strike. His chest was wide open. The Ice Emperor was momentarily stunned, but her forearm still struck down without hesitation. At the critical moment, the deadly forearm stopped just a centimeter from YeXuan's nose. The gust of wind ruffling his hair. The Ice Emperor's surprised voice rang out. "Aren't all you humans selfish? Why are you willing to die for her? Do you know that if I wanted to kill you just now, you would already be a corpse?" YeXuan retracted his martial soul and calmly asked, "Ice Emperor, what is the most important thing to you?" "Of course it's strength," the Ice Emperor answered straightforwardly. "And the Snow Empress? Do you listen to her just because she is stronger than you?" YeXuan asked again. The Ice Emperor fell silent. "We humans, like your soul beasts, also have feelings. Is that hard to understand?" After speaking, YeXuan took Qian Shui's hand and walked back to the room without looking back, leaving the Ice Emperor alone. A scorpion in disarray in the wind. After a long time, the Ice Emperor chuckled softly. "Interesting for feelings. I want to see whether you're sincere or just pretending." She turned and went to find the Snow Empress, sharing her thoughts. After some consideration, the Snow Empress agreed, emphasizing, no hurting them. In the room, it was mealtime again. Qian Shui smiled and grabbed the cooking utensils. "Little Qian, you just recovered. Let me cook." YeXuan's face instantly fell, frantically stopping her. No, Shui. How can you do such rough work? You rest. It's okay. The last meal was quite tasty, right? Qian Shui said, pushing YeXuan out of the kitchen and closing the door. YeXuan could only close his eyes and silently pray. An hour later, Qian Shui came out with 2 plates of dishes that looked decent. YeXuan, prepared for the worst, picked up a chopstick and put it in his mouth. It was so salty it was bitter. He maintained a straight face and swallowed it down. Then picked up another chopstick and fed it to Qian Shui. "You try it too." As soon as Qian Shui took a bite, she immediately spat it out and hurriedly drank water. YeXuan laughed and asked, "How is it? Tasty? So salty. I can't eat it at all." Qian Shui looked dejected. "It's fine. Just put less salt next time." "Wait, I'll cook." YeXuan smiled as he took over the mess. The next morning, as soon as Qian Shui stepped out of the room, she felt a gust of wind sweep by, and she was lifted into the air by a tail, the cold hook stopping just in front of her fair neck. The Ice Emperor's voice echoed, "Don't move, or I can't guarantee I won't hurt you." YeXuan rushed out. Seeing the scene, his eyes turned red instantly, filled with killing intent. "Ice Emperor, what do you want to do?" "Nothing, just find her displeasing and want to kill her." The Ice Emperor spoke casually, but the killing intent was real. "However, I'll give you a chance, come save her." "Of course. You might not be able to save her, and you both might die together." Without saying a word, YeXuan activated his life domain, transforming into a streak of lightning, charging forward with a completely reckless style of trading injury for injury. The Ice Emperor blocked a few times, surprised inside. This kid is really insane. Moreover, his domain was actually draining her life force. Although not much, it was still quite annoying to be drained continuously. She shook her forearm, forcing YeXuan back, then relaxed her tail and let Qian Shui down. YeXuan rushed over to check, and after finding out that Qian Shui was fine, he breathed a sigh of relief. The Ice Emperor clicked her tongue in amazement. "All right, I just wanted to test you. Didn't expect there would be such a sentimental human among you. Kid, I appreciate you." YeXuan and Qian Shui stared at her coldly, remaining silent. "Hey, I was just joking. Don't take it so seriously." The Ice Emperor waved her scorpion pincers. "If you need a sparring partner, just call me anytime. By the way, put away that broken domain of yours. It's bothering me." YeXuan retracted his domain, his gaze still icy. "Ice Emperor, that joke was a bit too much." The Ice Emperor didn't care at all, turning to leave, her voice drifting away. "Call me if you need a sparring partner. Don't run around unnecessarily. There are many powerful soul beasts here, and if you encounter them, you'll just be a snack." The two returned to the room and formulated a strict training plan. In the morning, they trained their bodies against the cold wind. In the afternoon, they sparred with the Ice Emperor. In the evening, they meditated and cultivated. The next morning, the two were running on the ice field in the core area, relying solely on their physical strength to resist the biting cold. The Ice Emperor followed leisurely beside them, occasionally giving directions. After a few hours of running, Qian Renshui was already panting heavily, and YeXuan's breath was also becoming rapid. With the white mist he exhaled, instantly turning into ice shards. The Ice Emperor's slightly teasing voice echoed. Is that all you can do? It hasn't been long at all. I haven't even finished warming up. I tell you, Qian Renshui was so angry that her face turned pale. After all, she is the future angel god. How would she be looked down upon by a soul beast? She just kept running with that determination, driven by the spirit of not letting it slide. That guy YeXuan was quite relaxed, being a stamina monster, just jogging beside her. We pushed through until noon, and only then did we drag ourselves back to the small house, half dead, just as we changed into some dry clothes and were about to nibble on some rations. That guy Ice Emperor's voice came again. Hey, little brats, come out. This emperor has brought you some delicious food. We exchanged a glance, and I thought, wow, this scorpion actually has a good heart. As soon as we stepped outside, my eyes nearly popped out. There was a giant ice snow pig lying at the entrance, weighing at least 400 or 500 pounds, steam rising from its body, and the blood that had just flowed out was already frozen into red ice blocks. YeXuan's eyes instantly lit up. I tell you, the look in his eyes was like a wolf that hadn't eaten for 3 days and nights. Without a word, he pulled out a small knife from his soul guide and swiftly cut off a large piece of meat. He turned to look at the Ice Emperor and calmly asked, "Do you want to come in and try some roasted meat? I guarantee you've never had anything like it." The Ice Emperor was so curious that she followed us into the house. However, as soon as we entered, she felt uncomfortable. It was warm inside, and she, who had spent years in an ice cave, couldn't handle it. Especially when YeXuan started a fire. The temperature shot up, and her face wrinkled up. Just as she was about to run, I tell you, the aroma of the roasted meat wafted out with a sizzle. Instantly, she was rooted to the spot, her eyes fixed on the golden, juicy piece of meat, drooling. Not just her, I was also craving it. Coming to this cursed place and eating dry rations every day. My mouth was almost tasteless. Soon, YeXuan had the meat roasted and divided it into 3 portions. The Ice Emperor took a bite, and her eyes lit up with a bayou sound. Her expression was incredible. It felt like her whole scorpion life had been turned upside down. She quickly finished her portion and stared at the 2 bowls in front of us. Looking particularly wronged as she said, "Hey kid, aren't you being a bit stingy? I brought you such a big pig, and you only roast this little bit for me? It's not even enough to fill my teeth." YeXuan laughed when he heard this. It was like she had taken the bait. He said, "If you want to eat your fill, that's fine. From now on, you provide the ingredients, and I'll do the roasting. There will be plenty." Without a second thought, the Ice Emperor immediately decided, "Deal. From now on, I'll take care of your meals, but I must have a share of the roasted meat. Let me tell you, this time, it's called empty-handedly catching a white wolf. High-end. Now we have our meals secured for the next few years, and it's going to be a feast of soul beast meat every day." The Ice Emperor, well-fed and satisfied, felt the room was too hot and quickly ran off. At that moment, I thought to myself, the Ice Emperor doesn't seem so annoying anymore. Life went on like this until that night, when that kid YeXuan started stirring things up again. He was staring at his divine punishment silver gun and suddenly had a reckless idea. He wanted to directly absorb the violent, destructive power from the gun into his body. Who understands this, family? Can you just absorb something like that? Seeing me, still meditating and cultivating, he tiptoed out, found the Ice Emperor, and asked her to take him to a completely quiet place. The Ice Emperor was quite accommodating and directly took him to an ice valley, even heroically acting as his bodyguard outside. As soon as YeXuan entered the ice valley, he sat down cross-legged and without saying a word, began to extract that destructive power. I'm telling you, once that stuff entered his body, it was like a husky in a cotton shop, running around wildly. His meridians instantly exploded like firecrackers, crackling and popping. Fortunately, he had activated the life domain in advance, so just as one side exploded, the other side's life force was desperately repairing, only to be blown up again, back and forth. It was like the top 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty. What was even worse was that the destructive power in the divine punishment silver gun seemed to have found an outlet and was pouring into his body like it was free. YeXuan had only one thought at that moment. I messed up, this is it for me. He spat out a mouthful of old blood and fell backward, thinking his life was coming to an end. Just as he was about to kick the bucket, a sudden tiger roar echoed in his head, startling him awake. Immediately after, a silver light fell from the sky and smashed onto him. The next second, his consciousness was pulled into a pure silver space, and his white tiger martial soul uncontrollably emerged. Then, let me tell you, the scene exploded. A snow-white divine beast, resembling a small mountain with wings on its back, stepped out, and its pressure almost scared me to death. It glared at YeXuan and shouted, "Get up! As the only descendant of my bloodline, look at you. Do you only deserve to lie around waiting to die? YeXuan's majestic white tiger martial soul, upon seeing this giant, immediately bowed its head like a mouse encountering a cat. The divine beast white tiger saw YeXuan still in a daze, flapped its wings, and an invisible force directly sent him flying, crashing into a mess. Get up for me. That roar shook the entire space. YeXuan was enraged, but didn't strike back. The divine beast white tiger was even angrier. If you're angry, then hit me. As my descendant, do you only bully the weak? Saying that, it swatted him away another few dozen meters. You bear my bloodline, and should be the king who commands slaughter. Look at your cowardly self now. You've utterly disappointed me. I tell you, this is not inheritance at all. It's simply a scene of American bullying. YeXuan was probably also angered by the insults, lowering his head and smiling for a moment. When he raised his head again, the fighting spirit and killing intent in his eyes were almost overflowing. The white tiger martial soul behind him also raised its head and roared at the divine beast white tiger. Want to fight, huh? Come on. So what if you were the divine beast white tiger? YeXuan let out a roar and charged forward. The outcome was predictable. Time after time he charged, only to be swatted away by the divine beast white tiger's tail, like a game of baseball. But he refused to back down, growing braver with each setback. After an unknown amount of time, he finally landed a punch on the divine beast white tiger, but remained unmoved, effortlessly slamming him to the ground with a paw. With this little ability, don't go out and embarrass me. The divine beast white tiger's paw pressed against his throat. Just when I thought YeXuan was done for, the divine beast white tiger withdrew its paw, surprisingly sounding a bit satisfied. This is somewhat decent. Fine, since you're my only descendant. I will use this last remnant of my soul to help you once more. From now on, you will be the only divine beast white tiger in this world. As soon as the words fell, the enormous divine beast white tiger transformed into a sea of silver light, all rushing into YeXuan's body. The bloodline within him instantly went berserk, awakening a brand new power that directly suppressed the chaotic destructive force, then began to absorb it slowly. At the same time, a large number of memories regarding bloodline cultivation surged into his mind. When he opened his eyes again, it was almost dawn. The white tiger martial soul behind him let out a thunderous roar. I tell you, that sound could be heard throughout the entire continent. A star fell from the sky, and then a new star rose up. In that moment, all soul beasts in the extreme northern region, no matter how powerful, were pressed to the ground by an invisible force, trembling in fear. The Ice Emperor outside the Ice Valley was directly slammed to the ground, looking utterly confused. Even the Snow Emperor merely frowned and did not dare to resist. Far away in the Stardow Great Forest, a silver dragon peered out of the Lake of Life, took a look, and disdainfully transmitted, "Don't pay any attention to it. It's just a cub roaring to the world, intimidating all beasts." YeXuan slowly stood up, his eyes turning a proud silver. He could now perfectly control the destructive power. He walked out of the Ice Valley, and the Ice Emperor immediately jumped up, asking what was going on. YeXuan, looking innocent, played dumb. Huh? What sound? I've been cultivating and didn't know. The Ice Emperor rolled his eyes in anger, but had no way to deal with him. 3 years passed in a blink. We were both almost 16, having grown quite a bit taller, and the childishness of our youth had faded away. That morning, we packed our things and prepared to say goodbye to the Ice Emperor. Upon hearing we were leaving, the Ice Emperor was a bit stunned, asking if we still had 3 months left. YeXuan casually made up an excuse, saying he needed to go back to handle some matters. Then, will you come back in the future? The Ice Emperor's tone surprisingly carried a hint of reluctance. Of course, we will come back, I replied with a smile. Then you better remember to look for me when you come back and make me barbecue. I haven't had enough yet. YeXuan laughed at that. I thought you were going to miss us, but it turns out you just missed the barbecue. After saying that, he took my hand and walked out of the extreme north without looking back. Behind us came the Ice Emperor's somewhat wistful voice. You too. Remember to come back to find me. Our footsteps paused for a moment as we turned around and nodded at her, then continued on our way. It took us a full 3 months to finally return to Heaven Do City in a swaying carriage. Our plan was to first deal with the 5th spirit ring in the Stardow Forest and then head back to Spirit City. Of course, YeXuan was secretly harboring a little secret. He wanted to make a detour to take care of someone. The carriage stopped at the entrance of the Star-Fallen Pavilion that we had established before. Wow, it had become quite impressive after 3 years. There were guards standing at the entrance and patrols around, clearly well managed. YeXuan was very pleased as he pulled me inside, but as soon as we reached the door, we were stopped by 2 guards. This is the heavy ground of the Star-Fallen Hall. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. I couldn't help but laugh out loud at that moment, patting YeXuan and saying, well, you've done a good job managing things, but now, as the big boss, you can't even get into your own house. YeXuan looked so embarrassed, fumbling around for a while before finally pulling out a silver token and handing it over. The guy at the gate took it, and wow, his eyes nearly popped out, his hand was shaking. I'm telling you, they probably have never seen something like this in their lives. This is the Palace Master Token, unique to the entire Starfall Palace. The two of them reacted quickly, immediately returning the token to me respectfully and stepping aside to stand straight like telephone poles. I held Snow's hand and walked inside. The entire meteorite hall wasn't the kind of ostentatious luxury you would expect. Instead, it had an antique charm and a certain style. People were bustling about, and no one paid us any attention. I was quite familiar with the place and headed straight for the study in the back hall. As soon as I pushed the door open, I saw Aunt Yi, the Deputy Hall Master YeXuan, handling documents. When she looked up and saw us, she immediately stood up, respectfully calling out, Master, Mistress. I didn't hold back either and directly sat down in the spot where she was just sitting, pulling Schwer into my arms. What's the problem? It's my territory, hugging my own wife. Schwer rolled her eyes at me, but didn't say anything. She was also curious about how wealthy we are now. I asked Aunt Yi, how is our strength now? Give me a clear picture. YeXuan was calm, as if listing dishes. My lord, our Starfall Palace now has about 500 people. In terms of high-end combat power, counting me, we have 2 titled Daoliuos, 3 soul Daoliuos, 7 soul saints, 18 soul emperors, and dozens of soul kings. Now outside, it's not called the 3 sects anymore, it's called the 4 sects. And we are that one. I was taken aback, not surprised by the strength, but surprised that there was actually a titled Daluo. I wondered, could it be that old guy Dugu Bo has come to his senses? But when Aunt Yi heard the name Dugu Bo, her brows furrowed, and she said, it's not him, it's a free spirit master named Flame Daw, a rank 93 assault type. Well, it seems that Dugu Bo's tough nut hasn't been cracked yet. I'm too lazy to think about it. After 3 months of riding in the carriage, I'm exhausted. I told Aunt Yi, all right, I'll meet the higher-ups tomorrow, you arrange it. Then I picked up Schwer in a princess carry and walked out. The blueprints of the Starfall Palace were all drawn by me, so I knew my way back to my room very well. The room was particularly clean. Obviously someone cleaned it every day. Schwer blinked and asked me, Xiao Qian, should we start cultivating now? I laughed at that moment and said, what are you practicing? You need to balance work and rest. Don't you understand? As for what happened next, those who understand, understand. Anyway, we just had an in-depth discussion on academic issues, and the light gauze at the head of the bed swayed all night. The next morning, I woke up and saw Schwetter still sleeping beside me. Just as I was about to cover her with the quilt, she sleepily rubbed her eyes and said, Xiao Qian, do you still want it? Who understands family matters? I was speechless and pinched her nose, saying, what are you thinking? I'm going to a meeting. You can sleep a bit longer. But she insisted on going with me. All right then, if we're going together, but as soon as she got out of bed, her legs went weak and her brows furrowed. I looked at her and thought, what else could I say? I just picked her up and walked toward the front hall. When we got to the front hall, dozens of people were standing on both sides, all stretching their necks, probably guessing what kind of extraordinary figure their elusive hall master was. Then they saw me, carrying Schwer, swaggering in, and directly sitting in the highest position without even putting her down. I tell you, those elders and hall masters below have their eyes wide open like copper bells, their mouths twitching crazily, probably thinking to themselves, this hall master looks a bit crazy, huh? He acts as if no one is around. Schwer has a thin skin, her face turned red, and she squirmed a bit in my arms, but I held her tight. So she had no choice but to endure it. Aunt Yi stood behind, observing with a calm demeanor, like a meditating old monk, very professional. I cleared my throat and smiled, saying, Aunt Yi, please introduce them to me. Aunt Yi started calling out names. Elder, Flame Daluo, level 93. A cool-looking mature woman stepped forward. 3 hall masters, Meng Shu, level 87 Soul Duo, an old man with white hair. Yin Xiao, level 83. Zhang Chun, level 81. 2 middle-aged men. After the introductions, I scanned the room, exuding my aura, and calmly said, nice to meet you all, I am YeXuan, the Lord of the Starfall Hall. Aunt Yi cooperatively released a hint of her extreme Daluo pressure, and the people below immediately couldn't hold it together. Bowing and greeting in unison, we meet the Hall Master. The atmosphere was established, and I directly issued an order. Everyone go back and prepare. Tomorrow morning, all soul saints and above will accompany me to the Sunset Forest. Although these people were confused, no one dared to ask. Once they all left, Shui nestled in my arms and asked, "What are we going to the Sunset Forest for? Isn't it better to hunt soul beasts in the Star Do Great Forest? Besides, we don't need so many people, right?" I pinched her cheek and whispered, "Let's go collect treasures, a type of fairy that can directly enhance soul power. And it has no side effects. This is our exclusive opportunity." Shui's eyes instantly lit up. I originally wanted to take her to Tiando City for some shopping, but she said she was tired and wanted to go back to rest. All right, then let's go back to the room and continue resting. Meanwhile, while things were lively on our side, another place was in trouble. In Notting City, my good nephew Yu Tianheng was almost ruined by his theoretical master uncle Yu Xiaojiang. Yu Tianheng was on the verge of tears, shouting at Yu Xiaojiang, "Uncle, it's been 3 years. My soul power has been regressing, and I'm about to drop back to being a great soul master. Are you even capable?" Yu Xiaojiang was still pondering, saying that his theory was correct and that there might be a problem in some link. Well, Yu Tianheng exploded on the spot. "Are you using me as an experiment? You let your disciple Tang San absorb 100-year soul ring, but tricked me into absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring. Now that I'm in trouble, you can't solve it? Yu Xiaojiang, I'm telling you, I'm going back to the family." After saying that, he kicked the broken wooden door and rushed out. As a result, Yu Xiaojiang chased after him and said something surprising. "Tianheng, I've thought of a solution." Yu Tianheng thought he was saved. But then Yu Xiaojiang said, "We can go find YeXuan, or I can take you to the Spirit Hall to see the Pope. I have some connections with her." I couldn't help but laugh when I heard this. Yu Tianheng scoffed and said, "Do you think YeXuan will help me? Enemy? Do you think the Pope will give you face?" Guess how Yu Xiaojiang responded? He looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. His eyes filled with a wise glow and confidently said, "As long as I speak, she will definitely help me." Dude, do you really not know how hurtful your past issues were? It's all about confidence, really. Enough about him. We set off the next day. When we arrived at the Sunset Forest, I led the main force straight to the center. When I saw that bizarre mountain with the dual elements of ice and fire, I knew we had reached the eye of ice and fire. The poisonous formations outside were like a joke in front of my life domain, completely immune, and we all passed through unscathed. When we reached the peak, I told them, "The treasure is right below, and today, I want this entire place." Saying that, I jumped down first, followed closely by Shui and the others. As soon as we landed, I felt someone intruding. Sure enough, that old geezer Bo came out with a dark expression and impatiently said, "Kid, why are you here again? I told you not to join your Starfall Hall." I laughed at that moment and said, "Bo, you're overthinking it. I'm not here to invite you this time. I'm here to rob you. I've set my eyes on the ice and fire Yang Eye, and from today on, it will have the surname Yi." Old Poison was stunned at that moment and was about to make a move. I was too lazy to look at him, so Aunt Yi stepped forward, stunned for a moment, and with a flash of 9 rings, the red light was blinding. The aura of a limit Douluo pressed him down hard. Then, she slapped his Danti on, sealing his soul power on the spot, showcasing her professionalism. After dealing with the old poison master, I started collecting immortal herbs. Let me tell you, the ground was covered with rare and exotic plants that dazzled the eyes. I carefully picked them one by one, especially one called snow-colored swan kiss. Just a little contact could cause the bacteria on your body to throw a party, extremely poisonous. After 2 hours, I finally collected everything into the Soul Guide device. I first selected 2 suitable plants for Shui, a bright 7-leaf flower and a water narcissus jade skin bone, for her to absorb first. Only then did I deal with Bo. I released his seal and said to him, "This place is mine now, considering your hard work in cultivation. I want to kill you. Get lost." And you thought we should eliminate the root of the problem. But I explained to her that this old fellow had a poison core inside him. If he died, he would self-destruct and destroy this precious land. Which wouldn't he be worth it? From now on, this will be our exclusive medicinal garden, and we need to assign people to guard it. After arranging everything, I found a place to start absorbing the immortal herbs. I first used the autumn water-piercing dew, dropping it into my eyes, and instantly felt like the whole world became high definition, like switching to 4K. Then, I took the 8-cornered Xianbing grass and the fierce fire apricot blossoms, took a deep breath, and jumped into the pool that was half boiling water and half ice. Hiss, that feeling was simply the ultimate version of ice and fire, almost sending me away on the spot. But the effect was really great. When I finished refining and came up, not only had my body strengthened significantly, but I also directly gained immunity to ice and fire and invulnerability to poisons. What huge profit! Shui had also finished absorbing, and her physique had greatly improved. We looked at each other, and joy was reflected in our eyes. After completing our tasks, we strolled through the forest, looking for suitable soul beasts. Shuer asked how to distribute the remaining immortal herbs, and I took out a chaw to look from the soul guide device and handed it to her. This one is for your teacher. Take it back and give it to her. She smiled mischievously. Is this the best one? I shook my head and took out another flower. This flower was incredibly beautiful. I said, this is the best. It's called Heartbreaking Red, a divine product among celestial treasures, with the power to bring the dead back to life. But it chooses its master. When picking it, one must think of their beloved, and a drop of blood is needed to acknowledge ownership. If there's even a hint of indecision, it cannot be picked. After hearing this, Shuer's golden eyes sparkled, and without a second thought, she took the flower and spat a mouthful of blood onto the petals. I tell you, in that moment, her mind was filled with images of us growing up together. That heart-wrenching red flower seemed to sense something, and with a gentle shake, it fell from the flower cup, landing steadily in her hand. I looked at the blood at the corner of her mouth and gently wiped it away with my hand. And one thought filled my mind. It's settled. She's the one for this lifetime. Shuer put away the flowers, saying she would wait until she absorbed the fifth spirit ring before using them to see just how extraordinary this divine item really is. She took my hand, and we continued to walk forward. Let me tell you, this journey was downright lonely. We wandered around the sunset forest for half a day, and not only did we not see a 10,000-year soul beast, we didn't even catch sight of a single hair from one. All we encountered were some inferior 1,000-year beasts that neither Shuer nor I wanted, and Aunt Yi couldn't be bothered to deal with them either. So she just chased them all away. Upon returning to the Starfall Palace, I asked the two of them to wait for me while I rushed inside to change into clean clothes. I then came out and directly boarded the carriage, heading straight for the Douluo Great Forest. The speed was incredible. However, halfway there, good grief, Aunt Yi had some news for me. A pigeon flapped its wings and flew over. After she read the note, the expression on her face was quite interesting. She directly sent me a voice transmission, saying, Master, we received a letter from Zhao Wujia. Yu Xiaojing and Yu Tianheng are on their way to Heavendo City. At that time, I saw an old man on the subway looking at his phone. Yu Xiaojing? What's he doing here? Aunt Yi said that Yu Tianheng let him practice until he was wasted, forcibly absorbing soul rings beyond his level. Now his soul power is regressing every day. Just like that K-line chart, plummeting all the way, his foundation is ruined. Sure enough, the master is bringing his precious disciple, wanting to return to the blue Electrotyrannosaurus family to see if there's still a chance for salvation. I thought to myself, great, you finally made it, which saves me another trip. Let's put this matter aside for now. 2 days later, we arrived at the Starry Forest. This time luck was on our side. Shuer quickly took a liking to a 24,000-year-old bright lion, a golden-haired big lion that looked quite majestic. I gave Aunt Yi a look, and there was no need for me to say much. Aunt Yi moved in a flash, and let me tell you, it was just one move, really just one move. That big lion didn't even have time to react before it was sent flying and crashed into a tree, lying there grunting. Shuer went up, her hand raised the sword, and with a beautiful move, a 1,000-year soul ring was in her hand. She sat down and began to absorb it immediately. I was leaning against a tree, protecting Shuer, when suddenly, a loud roar came from the depths of the forest. That roar, family, you know what I mean? It felt like it exploded in my head, filled with provocation, and I can say with 100% certainty that this guy was coming for me. Coming from my white tiger, martial soul. At first, I ignored it, thinking it would just roar a couple of times. But this thing just wouldn't stop. One roar after another, like it was urging me to my doom. My temper flared up immediately. Once is one thing, twice is another, but 3 or 4 times. I directly told Aunt Yi, watch over Shuer. She can't be disturbed while absorbing the soul ring. I'll be right back. Before I finished speaking, I had already dashed out. Goodness, the big tiger in front of me looked incredibly sinister. It was pure white all over, but had black stripes and a pair of black wings on its back, with a tail that resembled a scorpion stinger. I recognized it at a glance. I'd seen in ancient texts the dark demon, evil god tiger. This thing was no ordinary creature. It devoured other soul power to upgrade itself, and its intelligence was as high as a human's. It lured me here, and it was 100 looking at my white tiger bloodline, wanting to use me as a practice target. Just then, the evil I Saint King in my mind threw a party, excitedly saying, Kid, hurry and chase. Don't let it get away. This is a huge opportunity. I can make it offer a sacrifice to you and become your second martial soul. I was stunned at that moment. A second martial soul? Such good fortune? It continued to persuade me. Don't underestimate it. This 30,000 Year Dark Demon Evil God Tiger has combat power comparable to a 100,000 Year Soul Beast. It has the bloodline of an evil god, and most people can't handle the sacrifice. But you're different. You have the White Tiger bloodline, which is a perfect match. Once you succeed, the quality of your second martial soul will definitely not be inferior to your current White Tiger, as long as you can touch it for 3 seconds. The rest is up to me. As soon as I heard that, what was there to hesitate about? Let's do it. I directly activated my martial soul, sprinting at full speed and chased it into a valley. The tiger saw I was catching up and stopped running, turning around to pounce at me. We exchanged blows for a while, and I seized an opportunity to kick off with my spear, launching myself onto its back. I clamped my legs tightly around it. Now's the time, I shouted in my heart. The evil I Saint King was also impressive. With a hum, a 3-colored light pulled the tiger's consciousness into my mind. Next came the grand persuasion show of the evil I Saint King. It started painting a picture for the dark demon, evil god tiger, in my consciousness, promising that if it followed me, it would have a place when I became a god, and that it was like investing in original stocks with huge returns in the future, leaving the tiger in a daze. In the end, the tiger really believed it and agreed to offer a sacrifice for me. In the next moment, the sacrifice began. Let me tell you, that feeling was indescribable. My whole body felt like its bones were being crushed and then pieced back together, the pain making me sweat through my clothes. But the rewards were explosive. Once I recovered, my soul power shot up to level 52, and I gained a shadow of the dark demon, evil god tiger as my martial soul, along with a 30,000 year old left leg soul bone that had a space movement skill. This was a huge profit. I tried out my new skill, and hey, a spatial rift opened up, allowing me to step right back to Schwerer's side. She had just finished absorbing it, and wow, that heartbroken red is really impressive. It directly boosted her soul power to level 55. Plus, it came with a super strong healing buff. Our upgrade this time was like riding a rocket. I said the 5th soul ring is settled. We can go back, and after handling the affairs in the palace, we'll return to the Pope's palace. Just a couple of days after returning to the Starfall Palace, Salas came over and said someone was at the Spirit Hall with a papal order requesting to see me. When I heard his description, I couldn't help but laugh. Isn't that Master Yu Xiaojing? He really didn't go back to his family, but went to the Spirit Hall instead. Does he really think he can use the Spirit Hall's authority to pressure me? Family, who understands? This is simply like wielding the sword of the previous dynasty to strike officials of the current one, primarily relying on information asymmetry for an attack. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment and said to Aunt Yi, let's go take a look at the Spirit Hall. With my left leg spirit bone activated, I made a spatial move, and in an instant, I brought Aunt Yi and Salas into the hall of the Spirit Hall. When that Yu Xiaojing saw me, he thought I was scared and was acting all tough, playing with the Pope's order in his hand, threatening me that I might not be able to leave the Spirit Hall today. I just stared at him with a smile, completely unfazed by his show. Next to him, Yu Qianheng couldn't hold back any longer and stood up to ask me, YeXuan, 3 years ago when I absorbed the soul ring beyond my level. My soul power has been regressing ever since. Do you know what problem I have? I couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with him. I leaned back, crossed my legs, and tilted my chin towards Aunt Yi behind me, saying, Aunt Yi, come and take a look at the problems on him. Aunt Yi was so obedient. Without saying a word, she walked over. Let me tell you, Aunt Yi's aura is something else. She lightly placed a hand on Yu Tianheng's shoulder, closed her eyes, and sensed for a moment. Just a few seconds later, she withdrew her hand, expressionless, and shook her head. The feeling was like a doctor telling you that there's no hope for this person. Better prepare for the aftermath. She turned to me, her voice as cold as ice. My lord, don't look anymore. This one is done for. Wow. With a single sentence, she handed Yu Tianheng a death sentence. Even if the underlying issues were resolved, he would only ever reach the level of a soul master. Dreaming of becoming a soul king? That was pure fantasy. As soon as those words were spoken, Yu Qianheng was completely stunned, his eyes wide open as if he had seen a ghost. He couldn't believe it. But who was this person in front of him? She was a title de law, someone who had once pinned my teacher's father to the ground and rubbed him in. Would someone of that caliber bother to lie to a little kid like him? The answer was no, they wouldn't. In that moment, I saw Yu Tianheng's expression change, from shock to despair, and finally, all his emotions coalesced into an overwhelming hatred fixed squarely on Yu Xiaojing. No one understands that feeling of being a family genius. The pride of the heavens one moment, and then being cast into the dust the next. Anyone would go mad. His mind was surely racing with thoughts of how, if it weren't for Yu Xiaojing insisting he attempt this ridiculous level-up absorption, if it weren't to prove that nonsensical theory of his, How could he have ended up in this situation? Seeing that things were going south, Yu Xiaojing panicked and started shouting, "Impossible! Tianheng, don't believe her. She is lying to you. My theory cannot be wrong. Absolutely impossible." I laughed at that moment and directly fired back. "Your theory? Hilarious. A useless soul power stuck at level 29 for a lifetime? What qualifications do you have to validate your theory? Don't tell me that stuff was created by you. Without my teacher comparing you to T-Dong back in the day, what do you even count as?" My words hit him right in the lung, and Yu Xiaojing was so angry that his face turned purple. Just as he was about to curse at me, Yu Qianheng next to him completely exploded. With a loud roar, his martial soul manifested, and the phantom of the blue lightning tyrant dragon flashed. 2 soul rings lit up, and a powerful punch flew straight towards Yu Xiaojing's face. Yu Xiaojing had no time to react. All we heard was a crisp smack, and he spun around 2.5 times before crashing to the ground. Yu Qianheng, blinded by rage, jumped on top and started throwing punches, each one landing hard. Infused with soul power, clearly intent on beating him to a pulp. Yu Xiaojing was beaten to a daze, and as he regained some composure, he began to beg for mercy. "Tianheng, I'm your uncle. How could I harm you? They are all lying to you. Trust your uncle. I can help you." I crossed my legs and watched the good show, leisurely adding a remark. "All right, Yu Qianheng, I forgot to tell you something. The more you use your soul power, the less you have. Once your soul power is completely depleted, you'll just be done for. Soul ring backlash, you understand? The more you fight, the weaker you get. And the weaker you are, the quicker you die." As soon as I finished speaking, Yu Qianheng's fist became heavier, and with a crack, the sound of bones breaking accompanied by Yu Xiaojing's scream echoed throughout the entire hall. I gave Salus a glance, and the old fellow understood immediately, quietly retreating. After about 10 minutes, he returned leisurely with the tea set, glanced at the nearly lifeless Yu Xiaojing on the ground, and asked me with his eyes, "Is it about time?" I nodded slightly. Saras immediately turned into a drama queen, putting down the teacup and shouting at the top of her lungs, "Yu Qianheng, you have such audacity. How dare you assault an elder in my spirit hall? Come here. Hold him back." Several staff members who had been waiting nearby rushed forward and restrained Yu Qianheng. The kid still wanted to kick, but he was held tightly. Saras quickly went over to help Yu Xiaojing up, looking concerned. "Elder, are you all right? My subordinate didn't do well. Please punish me." Yu Xiaojing was already dazed from the beating, his face covered in blood, several teeth missing, and his ears buzzing, unable to hear anything clearly. While everyone was surrounding the two of them, I picked up the teapot and poured a cup of tea, flicked my finger, and a pinch of colorless and tasteless powder fell into Yu Xiaojing's tea. The whole action was quick, and apart from Aunt Yi, no one noticed. After Yu Qianheng was pulled away, he didn't linger, breaking free and walking out like a lost soul. As for me, I approached Yu Xiaojing with the spiced tea, smiling as I said, "Master, let's settle your little issue first. Here, try our spirit hall's tea to calm down." Saying this, I handed him the teacup and turned to leave with Aunt Yi. Yu Xiaojing, not thinking much, probably feeling parched from the beating, raised the cup and gulped it down. Once we left the spirit hall, I chuckled softly and gave Aunt Yi an order. "Aunt Yi, spread the word about how Yu Xiaojing has ruined his own nephew across the continent. I want him to socially die. Let everyone know that the so-called theoretical master is just a huge joke." Aunt Yi understood my intention. It was to kill him psychologically. Sure enough, Yu Qianheng returned to the blue lightning tyrant dragon family like a walking corpse, kneeling down to his grandfather, Yu Yuanjin, and explaining everything. His grandfather initially didn't believe it, but upon touching him, he turned pale, almost losing his balance. The feeling of hope being shattered was not pleasant. Yu Yuanjin was heartbroken at that moment. The hope for the family's revival was destroyed by his useless son. He immediately announced that Yu Xiaojing would be removed from the family tree, cutting ties forever, and would never step into the family again. Once this news spread, combined with the insider information I had leaked, the entire Spirit Master world was in an uproar. Family members couldn't understand. One moment he was the invincible theoretical master, and the next he became the sinner who turned his genius nephew into a waste. A laughingstock across the continent. But this was just the beginning. The grand feast I had prepared for him was only starting. In the spirit hall, I added some new ingredients to the medicine for treating Yu Xiaojing's injuries. I called Saras over and pointed to the pot of medicine. "Deliver it, follow the plan, and don't mess it up." Saras, the old actor, patted his chest and guaranteed there would be no problem. He took the medicine over, serving Yu Xiaojing while embellishing how people outside were currently mocking and ridiculing him. Yu Xiaojing was already filled with rage, and after hearing all this, he trembled with anger, picked up the bowl, and drank the enhanced medicine in one go. Once Saras left, the medicine took effect. Yu Xiaojiang felt his head growing heavier, as if a fire was burning inside him, his blood boiling, and he rolled in pain on the bed, his mind going blank, his eyes turning red. Like a mad dog. Outside, Saras heard the sound of the bowl breaking and knew the time had come. He opened the door to the next room, and several prearranged, scantily clad women walked out. Saras nodded to them, opened Yu Xiaojiang's door, pushed them inside, and then stood guard at the door, listening for any sounds. Before long, unbearable noises came from inside. The next day at noon, the streets outside the spirit hall were bustling with people. Suddenly, there was a loud crash as a window was smashed from the inside. Following that, several disheveled girls ran out crying, looking as pitiful as can be. The people on the street were dumbfounded, not even having time to react, when a middle-aged madman, bare-bottomed and with red eyes, jumped out of the window, chasing after the girls and tearing at their clothes. Let me tell you, that scene was simply the most explosive gossip event of 2025. The crowd fell silent for 3 seconds, and then it erupted completely. Wow, who is this so arrogant? Acting like a thug in broad daylight? Brothers, beat him up. No need for the spirit hall to take action. The righteous folks on the street rushed in, pummeling that naked man with punches and kicks, 1 kick per person, almost sending Yu Xiaojiang away on the spot. Salas watched from the steps for a long time, estimating that the guy was about to pass out, and finally cleared his throat, pretended to walk over and shouted, "Stop! How dare you gather and fight in front of the spirit hall? Do you have no respect for the law?" Only then did the crowd stop, and someone stepped forward to earnestly explain the situation, demanding an explanation from the spirit hall. Salas looked troubled, acted for a long time, and finally sighed. "Everyone, it's not that I don't want to deal with him. It's just that he has a papal decree in his hands, and I don't have the authority, but I can report this matter to His Holiness the Pope, and let His Holiness decide personally." I was at the tea house on the 2nd floor across the street, watching a show with Ning Fengji from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and Sword Douluo Continent. When Ning Fengji, that old fox, heard this, his eyes lit up. He walked to the window, gathered his soul power, and his voice spread throughout the entire street. "Since we need to report to His Holiness the Pope, I would like to trouble the bishop to also send a letter for our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. I believe His Holiness will handle it fairly." With him taking the lead, the scene instantly turned into a gathering where thousands were writing letters. All the witnesses shouted that they wanted to write letters, and one letter after another was handed to Salas like snowflakes. Among the crowd, someone recognized him and shouted, "I remember now. Isn't this the master Yu Xiaojiang who ruined Yu Qianheng's cultivation?" This caused even more uproar, with the crowd demanding severe punishment for this disgraceful figure. I watched the spectacular scene downstairs, and I could hardly contain my laughter. Public opinion, at times, can be sharper than a knife. Oh, teacher, seeing this scene, you must have completely given up on him by now. This matter has been causing a stir since the morning and has lasted until evening, with Salas receiving 2 large boxes of letters. At this moment, Qian Rinxue arrived. As soon as she sat down, she asked me with a gloomy face what was going on, saying that if this matter wasn't handled properly, it would affect the reputation of the spirit hall. I just comforted her like nothing happened, saying that as long as we leave this matter to the teacher, he will definitely handle it well. Yu Xiaojiang brought this upon himself, and involving the spirit hall is even more deserving of death. With the teacher's personality, how could he let him live? Meanwhile, Liu Erlong from the Blue Lightning Academy also heard about this and was stunned, mumbling that it was impossible, then crazily rushed towards the spirit hall, saying he wanted to find out the truth. A few days later, in the spirit city at the Pope's palace, 3 large boxes of letters were directly brought before BibiDong. After the report from her subordinates, they said someone was using the Pope's order to act unruly in the streets of Heavendo City, causing great public outrage. At first, BibiDong thought who had the audacity to tarnish the spirit hall's reputation and was extremely angry, ordering the boxes to be opened to see which bastard was responsible. After her subordinates spent several hours reading the letters, they reported tremblingly, "Your Holiness the Pope, the person who did this is the master Yu Xiaojiang." I tell you, in that moment, BibiDong froze. Her first thought was impossible. How could the Yu Xiaojiang in her memory do such a thing? But with thousands of letters before her, Saras couldn't be lying to her. It was like she was grasping at the last straw for survival, asking if it was a case of the same name. The answer was, of course, negative. Just when she was about to break down, someone outside brought letters from me and Qian Rinxue, saying it was a detailed account of the matter. BibiDong's eyes instantly lit up, as if she saw the last glimmer of hope, and hurriedly had the letters brought up. She first opened Qian Rinxue's letter, and the more she read, The paler her face became, and the greater her disappointment grew. Then she looked at my unopened letter, and deep down, she already had an answer. But she still held onto the last bit of hope, trembling as she opened my letter, reading it word by word, hoping to find a hint of a reversal. And the result? There was no reversal at all. In my letter, it was clearly written in black and white, every detail matched up, and BibiDong couldn't find an excuse to deceive herself. I have to tell you, her expression at that moment was incredible. With a flick of her hand, the two letters instantly transformed into a flurry of snowflakes. Then she laughed. At first, it was a low, suppressed laugh, but soon it grew louder and echoed throughout the entire papal hall. Who understand the family? This isn't disappointment. It's clearly liberation. It's like carrying a burden for decades and finally being able to throw it off. What a relief. The people below were dumbfounded, standing like wooden stakes, not daring to make a sound. She laughed for a full few minutes before BibiDong finally stopped, her gaze sweeping across the crowd, directly calling out, "YeXuan, you two go to Heavendoe City and handle this matter impartially for me." The two of them accepted the order and disappeared in a flash. This matter had long been spreading like wildfire outside, with all sorts of versions, but the core idea was the same. Yu Xiaojing, a fighter among scum. His reputation in the Soul Master world was worse than that of evil Soul Masters. Fast forward to when YeXuan and Guanyin arrived at Heavendoe City and found Salas. Salas said that Yu Xiaojing might have gone mad from the shock. YeXuan laughed at that. Mad? If he's mad, it won't affect our impartial handling, will it? Guanyin was more direct. Tomorrow, at the entrance of the Spirit Hall. A public trial. Well, when this news broke, the next morning, the entrance of the Spirit Hall was packed to the brim. At 8 o'clock, Yu Xiaojing was brought out, disheveled and raving, not even aware of what he was shouting. YeXuan and Guanyin took their seats at the main table, while I, Qian, Aunt Yi, and Ning Fengji from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Sword Dalu sat on either side. The atmosphere was like watching a grand performance. YeXuan cleared his throat, ready to proceed with the process, when the crowd started shouting, "Elder, what else is there to investigate? We saw it with our own eyes. Is there still a doubt?" Guanyin nodded and asked Yu Xiaojing, "Do you have anything to say?" Yu Xiaojing seemed not to hear, still struggling and screaming. YeXuan saw this and decided to declare, "Since there is nothing to say, I, this elder, announced the revocation of the papal decree and execution in public." Just as the executioner was about to act, suddenly, a little kid jumped out of the crowd, shouting, "Wait, my teacher isn't that kind of person. There must be a misunderstanding." All eyes immediately turned to him. I looked and saw, oh, isn't that Tang San? He was followed by a little girl in a pink dress with big eyes, looking quite cute, but her eyes were fixed on me, muttering, "Mom's soul bone is on him." At that moment, I tell you, all the titled Daoliuos present turned green with envy. Aunt Yi whispered in my ear, "Your Majesty, 100,000-year soul beast transformation." Qian's eyes lit up, almost wanting to capture her on the spot. On the other side, Ning Fengji was also whispering to the Sword Dalu, clearly considering the same thing. YeXuan and Guanyin, those seasoned veterans, were speaking to Tang San. "Kid, we have eyewitnesses and evidence. Your teacher's case is a solid one." But their eyes never left Xiao Wu. Tang San was still insisting. There must be hidden circumstances. YeXuan was too lazy to respond to him, waving his hand, signaling to continue the execution. Xiao Wu got anxious now. She felt the several gazes around her like wolves. Pulling Tang San to run, "Brother, hurry. It's too late." But Tang San, being the dutiful disciple, held his head high and said, "Once a teacher, always a father. I can't leave." Just as they were pulling at each other, YeXuan and Guanyin unleashed their imposing aura, pinning the two kids in place. As it seemed Yu Xiaojing was about to lose his head, suddenly a thunderous dragon roar echoed, and a dignified voice came from the sky. "My son, when did it become your spirit hall's turn to execute him?" Well, it was Yu Engine, the patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. He descended from the sky, with a dramatic background music as he confronted YeXuan and Guanyin. Xiao Wu seized the moment of pressure release and pulled Tang San into the crowd, just as Qian wanted to move. I pressed her down and signaled to Ning Fengji. She understood immediately. How could we let our family monopolize such a good thing? Sure enough, Ning Fengji saw that we hadn't moved and immediately said to the Sword Dalu, "Uncle Jian, block them." Without a word, the Sword Dalu drew his 7-killing sword, and the terrifying sword intent pinned Tang San and Xiao Wu down again. Guanyin saw that the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was trying to snatch people, and he couldn't just stand by, ready to act. The Sword Dalu unleashed a barrage of swords, directly blocking Gue Mei. Both sides were at a stalemate. Did you think that was the end? There was even more explosive drama to come. In midair, another weathered voice echoed. Jiwa old ghost, long time no see. YeXuan and Gue Mei turned pale at that voice, as if they had seen a ghost, simultaneously uttering two words, Tang Hao. Just at that moment of distraction, Yuanjin punched YeXuan down from the sky. Everyone looked up to see a man in a black robe, holding a massive hammer, with 9 soul rings beneath his feet. The last one a glaring red. Tang Hao, the legendary man, had arrived. He glanced at the crowd below, without saying a word, directly unleashed his ultimate move. Spirit Hall. Today you will pay some interest first. He swung the Haotian hammer, and all 8 soul rings exploded, a single strike aimed at all of us. Wow, this guy is ruthless. It's an indiscriminate attack. He turned the scene into a thrilling baby bus. We are doing well here. Aunt Ye's bright guardian has protected us thoroughly. The others, however, are in dire straits. YeXuan, Gue Mei, Yuanjin, and Daoluo, the 4 titled Daw, joined forces to unleash their 9th soul skill. And after taking the hit, they were all knocked back several meters. Ning Fengji spat blood on the spot, and those with weaker soul power below were either dead or injured. Once the dust in the sky settled a bit, Tang Hao had already taken Tang San and Xiao Wu and disappeared without a trace. I was furious at that moment. I don't care if you fight against the Spirit Hall, and I just watch the excitement if you fight against the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. But what does it mean when you even attack us together? Aunt Yi asked me, Master, should we pursue? I shouted in unison with Qian Ringshu. Chase. Looking at the scene, Yu Xiaojiang had already been killed by the energy backlash, dead as a doornail. Yuanjin sighed and carried his son's corpse away. Ning Fengji was also helped away by others. Seeing that we had caught up, YeXuan and Gue Mei immediately followed us. Outside of Tiando City, we quickly caught up. Tang Hao, already injured and carrying 2 burdens, couldn't run fast at all. As soon as we entered the Stardow Forest, Aunt Yi made her move and stopped Tang Hao with 1 blow. Qian Ringshu and I rushed straight towards Tang San and Xiao Wu. That kid Tang Sin still wanted to use hidden weapons. Let me tell you, playing that in front of me is like showing off a big knife in front of Guanyin. I flashed to his side and punched him, breaking his bones. He lay on the ground, still stubbornly saying, Your soul power is higher than mine. It's not a fair victory. I couldn't help but laugh. This kid actually talked about fairness with me? I pressed my spear against his throat. In this world, there has never been fairness. The victor is king. The loser is a bandit. Stop talking nonsense with me. On the other side, Qian Ringshu also knocked Xiao Wu down with a punch. At that moment, the entire forest began to tremble, and 2 thunderous roars sounded. Sister Xiao Wu, we're here to save you. Goodness, the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape. The 2 kings of the forest had come to the rescue. Seeing her reinforcements arrive, Xiao Wu immediately perked up, pointing at me with eyes full of hatred. Daming, Erming, save my brother. My mother soul bone is also on him. As soon as those 2 giants heard this, they became furious. And the titan giant ape swatted down at me with a huge paw. I dodged swiftly and shot out the arrow I had just taken from Tang San. I originally aimed for his heart, but he was pushed slightly by the giant ape's wind from its palm, and the arrow struck directly into his chest. Tang San's vision darkened, and he fainted on the spot. Xiao Wu saw this and shouted anxiously, Ming, you shot the wrong person. That's my brother. By the time the titan giant ape picked up Tang San, it was already too late. Xiao Wu looked at Tang San, who had an arrow lodged in his chest and was bleeding profusely, and completely went mad, pointing at me and screaming, Deming, Ming, kill him. Settle old scores along with the new ones. I laughed at that moment. 200,000-year soul beasts are impressive, but I'm not the only one who came today. This isn't about rescuing people. It's practically a group coming to deliver soul bones. Just as the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape were about to take action, they suddenly looked up at the sky together. A blinding light descended, and a figure crashed heavily to the ground from midair, creating a large pit. Tang Hao lay in the pit, like a broken sack, with a large hole in his chest, dead beyond recovery. Aunt Yi slowly descended from the air and walked up to me. My lord, Tang Hao is dead. I looked at the bright phoenix spirit behind her and smiled. Aunt Yi, we've arrived. Stop pretending and reveal your true self. Aunt Yi nodded, and the bright phoenix spirit behind her instantly vanished, replaced by a devilish spirit exuding overwhelming bloodlust, with 9 soul rings beneath her feet. Black, 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 black. Red, red, red. Wow. I tell you, as soon as this configuration was revealed, I knew it was a sure win. This isn't just a fight. It's a complete dimensional suppression. I shouted directly at Aunt Yi. Aunt Yi, that big green snake is up to you. I'm going to take care of that gorilla with Schwerer. I want all their soul rings and soul bones today. As soon as I finished speaking, my white tiger martial spirit roared and manifested. The 5 rings of yellow, purple, gold, black, and black shone brightly, and I charged forward with my divine punishment silver spear. I tell you, the scene instantly exploded, and all 3 sides started fighting. On Aunt Ye's side, the demon god possessed her, and she unleashed a barrage of punches on the sky blue bull python. On my side, with Qian, we directly locked onto the titan great ape. That gorilla was fierce too, using one hand to protect Tang San and Xiao Wu, while the other hand, with a fist as big as a small car, came straight for my face. Can I indulge it? The realm of life opened up in an instant, directly enveloping the entire area, starting to crazily drain their life force. At the same time, with a flash of silver light from my spear, I exerted all my strength and lunged at that massive fist. With a crisp sound, I tell you, my spear pierced its skin and hit the bone directly, just like puncturing a tire, going in just a tiny bit. Instead, its immense force sent me flying dozens of meters away. My hand went numb. Goodness, competing strength with this thing truly was a moment of insanity. Qian also made her move. When the angelic realm opened, it shone with golden light as she swung her angelic holy sword to attack. She was much smarter than I was, avoiding direct confrontation, fluttering around the giant gorilla like a butterfly, waiting for the right moment to strike with her sword, making a cut on the giant gorilla's body. Looking over at Aunt Ye's side, my goodness, it was brutal. The scales on the Tianqing bull python were falling off like rain, and the screams were so loud that probably the entire starry forest could hear them. The slow field it cast had no effect in my realm of life. It was completely useless, just a decoration. My hand has stopped feeling numb, and I realized that brute force wouldn't work, so I decided to play dirty. I activated the secret skill, cranked up the speed, and my gun shadows filled the sky. That big gorilla couldn't even touch me, and could only be poked by my shots one by one. Although it wasn't fatal, it was extremely insulting. My strategy here was to wear it down, aiming to stall until Aunt Yi could come and clean up the mess. Just then, the nearly defeated big green snake suddenly went berserk. It knew it couldn't escape, and with its last ounce of strength, it swung its tail at me in snow, shouting, "Erming, take Sister Xiaowu and run. I'll hold him off." The titan giant ape, also known as Erming, panicked. "Big brother, let's all go together. What the hell? Do you want Sister Xiaowu to die here too? Hurry up. Get revenge for me later." Family, who understands? Even though they were enemies, that brotherly bond, TSK, it moved me. Unfortunately, as touching as it was, none of you are getting away today. The titan giant ape, holding back tears, memorized our faces fiercely and turned to carry Xiaowu away. Just as they were about to vanish, suddenly, 2 strange voices rang out. "Run? Where do you think you're going?" I turned around, and to my surprise, Jiu Thaw and Gei Thaw had arrived. As they stood there, their soul rings combined, they directly shouted 4 words: "Polar Stillness Domain." Buzz! In an instant, the entire world fell silent. The titan giant ape, which had just run a short distance away, and the nearly gasping sky blue bull python were both frozen in place, like sculptures, unable to move at all. How could I let this opportunity slip by? Aunt Ye's 9th soul ring instantly flashed, and the blood soul demon god behind her struck out with a palm. A beam of blood light directly smashing into the sky blue bull python. With a thud, its massive body crashed to the ground, and the light in its eyes rapidly faded. I walked over with my gun, aimed at its head, and shot it with a pop, sending it on its way. A crimson-purple soul ring that had existed for 100,000 years instantly floated up from its corpse. Without saying a word, I summoned the white tiger and directly released my 2nd martial soul, the dark demon, evil god tiger. With a pull of my soul power, I summoned the spirit ring onto my body and sat cross-legged on the ground to begin absorbing it. Qian, being a clever little girl, ran over and took the 3 soul bones from Tang Hao's corpse, collecting them carefully before sitting beside me to guard me. Just then, the titan giant ape surprisingly broke free from its control. When it turned around and saw that its big brother was already dead, it let out an earth-shattering roar of grief, but it didn't act impulsively. Instead, it turned and ran wildly into the depths of the forest. It had to ensure that Xiao Wu was safely taken out. Just as Yi and the others were about to give chase, Schwerer spoke up. "You go after it. I'll protect Xiao Qian." "Yes, mistress." Yi, along with Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo, immediately chased after it. I am at a critical moment in absorbing the soul ring. Let me tell you, my sea of consciousness is almost bursting with chaos. That day, the resentment of the azure bull python transformed into a giant snake, rushing in to try to perish together with my evolving white tiger martial soul. The two old guys in my body, the dark demon evil god tiger and the evil I Saint King, had no choice but to risk their lives to stop it for their bright future. It was a brutal scene. Three soul beasts were fighting in my mind in the most primitive way, grabbing, biting, and crashing into each other. At first, the dark demon evil god tiger could hold on. But later, the resentment of the bull python was too strong and directly suppressed it. Seeing that the situation was dire, the evil I Saint King quickly joined in to fight two against one. Just when they were about to collapse, my white tiger martial soul completed its evolution. How? With a roar of the tiger, a pair of snow-white wings suddenly sprouted from the back of my white tiger, and as its eyes opened, a kingly pressure from deep within my bloodline instantly swept through the entire sea of consciousness. The dark demon evil god tiger and the evil I Saint King immediately knelt down, trembling on the ground. Meanwhile, the resentment of the azure bull python transformed into starlight and dissipated with that tiger roar. In the outside world, I suddenly opened my eyes, and the 100,000-year soul ring was steady beneath me. The newly born white tiger martial soul with wings roared to the sky, its voice resonating throughout the Douluo forest. In the next moment, a strange change occurred. The starry sky in the west suddenly brightened as if it were daytime, with countless beams of starlight shooting into my white tiger martial soul like a meteor shower. The entire Douluo forest was enveloped in a terrifying pressure, causing all soul beasts, regardless of their level, to lie on the ground, unable to move. In the deepest part of the forest, the life lake, a pair of silver eyes suddenly opened, and a silver giant dragon soared into the sky, letting out an angry roar. I didn't care about that. The white tiger martial soul, behind me, was crazily absorbing starlight, gradually. After a long time, the starlight dissipated, and the pressure vanished before I finally withdrew my martial soul. Qian, has your martial soul evolved? Shuer quickly came over to ask. I smiled and said, yes, this is what a real divine beast, the white tiger, looks like. Shuer was also happy for me and handed me the 3 soul bones from Tang Hao, saying that one of them was a 100,000-year-old right leg bone. I took a look. The quality was good, but it wasn't something I was particularly interested in, so I put it away for now to reward my subordinates later. Then I used my spear to poke around the corpse of the big green snake, and actually managed to poke out a soul bone, a 100,000-year-old right arm bone. However, I wasn't in a hurry to absorb it. I decided to put it away for now. Shuer, let's go see what's happening with Aunt Yi. Yeah, as long as there are no accidents, capturing the Titan giant ape should definitely be no problem. I laughed, surprised that it had come so soon. Just now, that dragon's roar was clearly heard by both me and Shuer. I guess that it had alarmed the real boss of this starry forest. As a result, we followed the traces of the battle and ran into Aunt Yi and the other two who were coming back. Goodness, they looked so disheveled. Zhu Daluo and Guanyin were supporting each other, clearly severely injured, and Aunt Yi had her clothes torn at the back, still dripping blood. I hurried over to open the realm of life to heal them and asked what happened. Aunt Yi's face was ashen as she said, things didn't go well. The Titan giant ape was rescued by 2 soul beasts. One is called Tian, and the other is called Qian Jun. Tian's strength is on par with mine. I was injured by the sneak attack from the soul beast called Qian Jun. Tian. Qian Jun? Shuer and I exchanged glances, and we both understood. We had encountered the main characters. Aunt Yi, first recover from your injuries, I said in a deep voice. Once you're healed, we'll head back. We'll discuss the Titan giant ape's matter later. On the other side, at the Lake of Life, Tian and Qian Jun brought the Titan giant ape back. Xiao Wu cried, pleading with them to save Tang San. Tian merely laughed coldly and said, I might consider saving a soul beast, but saving a human doesn't interest me, and then disappeared. In the end, it was the Titan giant ape that had Xiao Wu soak Tang San in the Lake of Life, pulling out the arrow from his chest and keeping him hanging on by a breath. Xiao Wu looked towards the edge of the forest, her eyes reddened, and gritted her teeth, vowing to take revenge for Deming. On our side, in my life realm, in 1 day's time, Aunt Yi and the others' injuries were all healed. We immediately set off to leave the Douluo forest. Outside the forest, Aunt Yi parted ways with us to return to her Starfall Palace. Shuer and I then boarded the carriage rented by YeXuan and headed back to Wuhuan City. On the carriage, I took out the right arm bone of the sky blue bull python and began to absorb it directly. Shuer sat beside me meditating and cultivating. Just as I was refining the soul bone, a long-lost system prompt sound suddenly rang in my head, announcing some kind of angel secret realm check-in task. Wow, system. If you hadn't made a sound, I might have forgotten you even existed. A few days later, the carriage entered Wuhuan City. Looking at the familiar streets outside, Schwerer felt a bit sentimental. We went straight to the Papal Palace, walking all the way to the Lake Pavilion. My teacher BibiDong and Hulaina were sitting there, with a table full of dishes, but no one had touched their chopsticks, clearly waiting for us. As soon as BibiDong saw us, she smiled. So, have you had enough fun on the continent? Finally willing to come back? I sat down with Schwerer, stretched lazily, and joked, Teacher, we actually haven't played enough. If it weren't for the time, we could have played for another 2 years. BibiDong playfully scolded me and gave me a light slap on the head, saying, Stop being glib. Schwerer took out the prepared fairy grass, the Chihuahua tulip, and handed it to her. Say, Mom, this is for you. However, BibiDong asked how to eat this thing, and Schwerer was momentarily a loss for words, only able to secretly pinch me on the waist. I shuddered in pain and quickly explained how to use it. During dinner, I summarized my experiences from the past few years, and BibiDong was very satisfied after listening, especially surprised by the evolution of my martial soul, and asked me to show it to her. When I released the newly awakened white tiger martial soul, the pressure of the divine beast made Hulaina's face turn pale, as she felt her own martial soul trembling. BibiDong, on the other hand, praised it endlessly, saying this was the true divine beast, the white tiger. After I retracted my martial soul, Hulaina finally regained her composure and asked me with admiration on her face, Senior brother, just how strong are you now? I casually replied, Don't ask. Just know that I'm unbeatable among the younger generation. As a result, this girl opened a can of worms and blinked her big eyes, asking, Senior brother, since you're unbeatable, why did the teacher say you can't defeat Sister Schwerer? Who understands? As soon as this was said, the air at the dinner table instantly froze. My chopsticks for picking up food stopped, and I glanced at her sideways. Schwerer lowered her head to eat, her shoulders shaking, almost bursting out laughing. BibiDong also had a blank expression, but her gaze had already drifted towards Hulaina. Hulaina innocently asked me, Senior brother, why are you looking at me with that kind of expression? I withdrew my gaze and silently continued eating, refusing to engage with the topic. The meal was finished in this strange, yet amusing atmosphere. After we finished eating, BibiDong spoke up, Schwerer, you go back to the offering hall first and check on the grand offering. Schwerer nodded and tried to pull me away. But BibiDong added, Schwerer, you go back to the offering hall. Xiao Qian has to stay in the Pope's hall. Both Schwerer and I were taken aback for a moment, but we didn't ask more questions. A glance at each other was enough to understand. Schwerer let go of my hand and went to the offering hall by herself. I looked at my teacher, BibiDong. Xiao Qian, come with me, BibiDong said, and then she stood up and walked toward the study. I hurriedly followed her. As soon as I entered the study, I have to tell you, the atmosphere immediately became serious. BibiDong sat down and directly issued me the highest order. The wedding will be in 3 days. For these 3 days, you must stay honestly in the Pope's palace and not go anywhere, especially not to the offering hall. Do you understand? I thought to myself, fine. You're the boss. You have a final say. I casually poured myself a cup of tea, trying to stay calm in the face of the situation. But her next sentence almost made me spit out the tea. She said, someone from the divine realm is coming, so prepare yourself in advance. Wow. Family, who understands this? This is a major deal. My hand holding the teacup trembled a bit, and I quickly asked her, what about my parents? Will they come? She shook her head, implying either that the secret cannot be revealed, or she really didn't know. After that, she ignored me and pulled out the tulip I gave her, starting to photosynthesize right in front of me. Unbelievable. Once she finished absorbing it and opened her eyes, feeling a surge of soul power, she immediately set her sights on my junior sister, Hulaina, and asked, Xiao Qian, do you have any more of this good stuff? Get one for your junior sister too. What can I say? I took out an 8-petal fairy orchid from the soul guide and handed it over. Here, take this. Its medicinal properties are mild, perfect for you, junior sister. Only then did she nod in satisfaction and send me away, telling me to go back and do some good mental preparation. I was thinking about finding a quiet place. So I took my teapot and went to the garden to contemplate life. But before I could even settle down, Hulaina came over, saying that the teacher sent her to find me to help with some charm training. I immediately rolled my eyes and casually replied, Senior brother, I'm very busy. Go find someone else. What was I busy with? Just daydreaming. She was speechless and said, Senior brother, you're the only one slacking off in the entire Pope's hall. And it was the teacher who sent me. All right. I admit that rank has its privileges. I said, then go ahead. Well, she summoned her spirit, the demon fox. And her fluffy fox tail appeared, looking quite convincing. Then she activated her third soul skill, and suddenly the scene before me changed, pulling me into an illusion. When I opened my eyes, I found myself lying on a large bed, with a line of stunning beauties dressed in revealing outfits walking in. Family, who understands? This scene is familiar to me. Back in the illusory mist canyon, that illusion was 1,000 times more real. Qian came in with the angelic sacred sword and almost pierced me through. I still remember that pain clearly. Just thinking about it made me shiver, and suddenly, the group of superficial beauties in front of me shattered like glass. As soon as I became aware, I calmly picked up the teapot and poured myself another cup of tea, keeping my achievements and fame hidden. Hyena across from me was stunned, stammering, "Senior, how did you come out?" It was less than 2 seconds. Is my illusion too weak? I took a sip of tea and cast her a profound glance. Your illusion is quite good, but for a man like me, whose will is strong and whose heart is as calm as still water, it doesn't have much effect. After saying that, I got up and left her alone, confused in the wind. In the blink of an eye, it was the night before the grand wedding. Let me tell you, the scene was spectacular. A loud explosion erupted from the Douluo Palace, shooting a towering beam of light into the sky, with a massive 6-winged angel's phantom hanging above. The sense of the divine was overwhelming, making it feel like everyone in the Soul City had to kneel. The gate to the angel's secret realm slowly opened, and BibiDong glanced at me, saying, "Oh." I understood. This meant it was time for me to fetch the bride. I hurriedly ran to the entrance of the shrine, where old Master Qian Dalu was already waiting for me. The look in his eyes was one of satisfaction, and he directly stepped aside to let me in. I pushed open the door to Qian's room, and let me tell you, in that moment I stopped breathing. She was sitting quietly by the bed, adorned in a phoenix crown and scarlet robes, paired with her stunning beauty that was simply beyond words. Honestly, at that moment, all I could think was, what have I done to deserve this? She saw my silly expression and burst out laughing. It was only then that I came back to my senses, walked over, and without saying a word, I picked her up in a princess carry and headed straight for the grand hall. When we reached the entrance, the imposing pressure made it hard to breathe, and as a result, a blood-red sword mark lit up on my forehead, while a faint golden angel mark illuminated hers. That pressure suddenly vanished. We exchanged a glance, understanding each other perfectly, and walked directly into the glowing door. As soon as I entered the secret realm, a notification chimed in my mind. Check-in in progress. Please do not leave the room during the check-in period. Once inside the secret realm, I was taken aback to see a row of powerful figures seated. On the main seat were a man and a woman. The man was dressed in a black robe with a mask, revealing only his purple eyes. Someone I recognized from my previous encounter in the Misty Canyon. The woman wore a green dress and had a charming face. And I was stunned because she looked at least 70% like me. Before I could process this, a stunning woman in golden attire, who was an angelic deity, spoke up. All right, enough with the affection. We didn't come down from the divine realm to watch you two show off your love. She pointed at the two in the main seat and said, let me introduce you to these two. They are your parents, the god of destruction and the goddess of life. Then she gestured to the side. This is the god of Azura, the divine position you will inherit in the future. She pointed to the figure opposite me, and that is the sea god. You can just pretend he doesn't exist. I tell you, the sea god was absolutely green with rage at that moment. He wanted to explode, but was instantly silenced by the fierce glare from the 3 big shots. Life, destruction, and Azura. He immediately switched back to his expressionless mode. Family, who understands? This is simply a scene of workplace bullying in the divine realm. The goddess of life waved at us warmly. It was so friendly. I held Qian's hand and walked over. To be honest, I was extremely nervous, and Qian was just as anxious. My mind was racing. Didn't they say these 2 gods couldn't have children? Then where did I come from? But the feeling of being blood-related to the goddess of life was definitely real. Qian was particularly well-behaved, and she called out to the main seat, Uncle, Aunt. The goddess of life smiled and nodded at her, gently tapping her forehead with her finger as a greeting gift. I was still entangled in it when my father, the god of destruction, spoke up. Kid, stop looking around aimlessly. It's fine to tell you your identity. He slowly said a long time ago, a silver light descended from the heavens, its aura so powerful that the entire divine realm trembled. As this light was about to reach the ground, it seemed to be cut by something splitting in 2. One part fell into the ancient tree of life, absorbed life energy, and transformed into a baby, which is me. The other part fell to the ground and became a silver spear. Xiaolu and I are unable to have offspring, but you were born from her original body, the ancient tree of life, so you are our son. After listening, my mind buzzed, and then everything clicked. No wonder my martial soul is incomplete. I immediately bowed deeply to both of them and sincerely called out, Dad, Mom. As soon as I shouted Dad and Mom, the atmosphere instantly became harmonious. Then it turned into a major benefit distribution event. My mom gave a life blessing to Qian, and my dad gave me a seed of life. The Shura god said he would grant each of us a divine soul ring and suggested that I go to the slaughter city to complete a dungeon to obtain it. The angel god was more practical, turning the marriage certificate into 2 defensive rings that could withstand any attack of the same level. At this moment, the sea god in the corner started to stir again. He smiled and said, Well, since you all have divine positions now, why not return my heart of the sea to me? I'll compensate each of you with a test. How about that? I immediately switched to actor mode, looking at him innocently. Heart of the sea god? Senior, what is that? We've never heard of it. Qian also cooperated seamlessly, with a little look in her eyes so pure that I almost believed it. The sea god's face darkened instantly. He could clearly sense that the item was on us, but there was nothing he could do. Just as he was about to explode in anger, he was shot back by the death rays from my parents, forcing him to squeeze out a smile. Haha, I might have made a mistake. I was laughing crazily inside. This was a real win for me. Mouse. He must be calculating in his mind to go find the deep-sea demon whale king later, to use the whale pearl to reconstruct his heart. Goodness, I know exactly what he's thinking. Deep-sea demon whale king. Huh? Noted. When I need a million-year soul ring in the future, I'll be the first to go to you for gold. After chatting for a while, the Azura god said it was time for them to return to the divine realm. My mom reluctantly patted my head, saying she would wait for us in the divine realm. Then, in an instant, the figures of the 5 deities disappeared. As soon as they left, a prompt sound came to my mind. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully checking in. Reward for the host. All soul ring years increased by 100. As soon as my martial soul awakened. Wow, I had 5 soul rings in purple, gold, and black. My first soul ring, originally 900 years old, was instantly upgraded to a 1,000-year soul ring. Qian beside me widened her eyes in disbelief. I smiled and said nothing, directly picking her up and striding out of the angel's secret realm. Outside, it was already set up like a wedding banquet. We entered a room in the Pope's hall through the back door. As soon as we walked in, wow, the atmosphere was quite subtle. On one side of the dining table sat my grandfather Dalu and the golden crocodile Dalu, while on the other side were my mother-in-law BibiDong and Hulayina. The 2 sides were eyeing each other, and the air was almost sparking, with tension like a needle against a wheat awn. Qian and I quickly took our seats to lighten the mood, cracking jokes until everyone finally had a smile on their faces. After a few rounds of drinks, my grandfather began to urge for grandchildren, saying that he was not getting any younger and that the god-level martial soul needed to be passed down. He wanted to hold his great-grandson. Qian face turned red, and she buried her head in her food. I could only cough awkwardly and laugh, saying, Grandpa, no rush. No rush. Now is the golden period for cultivation. After chatting for a while longer, the elders left satisfied. My mother-in-law also gave a few instructions, saying that time was tight and tasks were heavy, so the wedding would be simplified, but cultivation could not be neglected. After saying that, she left with Hulayina. Only the 2 of us were left in the room. I glanced at the already dark sky outside, a sly smile creeping on my face. I reached out and picked up Qian around the waist, heading towards our own room. They have left, Schwer. It's time for us to return to the room and do some serious business. The room had also been redecorated, with festive red everywhere on the walls and bed. I placed Qian on the bed, gazing at her stunning beauty, and kissed her on those enticing red lips. The rest, as they say, is understood. The next day, as the sun rose high, Qian and I were still asleep when we were awakened by loud knocking on the door. I shouted impatiently, What is it? A maid's voice came from outside. Young master, miss. His Holiness the Pope requests you to come to the garden to examine the cultivation results of the golden generation. I was completely speechless at the time. Does the Pope's palace lack people? Anyone could do this job, yet they had to come find me. Don't they know not to disturb newlyweds? But what could I say? That's my teacher and mother-in-law. We took our time finishing up and strolled to the garden. Hulayina, Xiaoyu, and Yin were originally looking confidently at the 3 pieces of 10,000-year soul bones on the table. But when they turned around and saw me, their expressions instantly froze. Especially since I had a face that still showed traces of having just woken up, I looked quite unapproachable. Guanyin asked BibiDong somewhat uncertainly. Teacher, the one we're testing against. Want to be senior brother, right? BibiDong calmly nodded. It's not them, just your senior brother. You don't need to hold back, give it your all. As long as you can achieve a draw, these 3 pieces of 10,000-year soul bones will be yours. I heard Xiaoyu quietly ask Guanyin, sister, do you know the specifics of Xianji's strength? He used to be able to fight above his level. Guanyin shook her head directly, feeling that the soul bone was already hopeless. However, the fighting spirit ignited in Yan's eyes. Let's give it a try. After all, it's just a draw, not a win. There might still be a chance. I walked a short distance away from them and stood still, while Qian went straight to sit beside BibiDong, clearly intending to watch the show. BibiDong saw that we were all ready and then said, all right, you can start now. As soon as she finished speaking, the 3 people opposite immediately released their martial souls, and 3 soul rings of yellow, purple, and yellow rose up beneath their feet. They fixed their eyes on me, fully prepared for battle. I told you, I was so lazy that I didn't even want to release my martial soul. I just stood there watching those 3 pose for ages. That Guanyin is really stubborn. Charging in with a loud roar, flames bursting from his body, and he transformed into some kind of granite rock, looking like a humanoid Gundam. The other 2 were even more impressive. Guanyin and Xiaoyu directly fused their martial souls to create some kind of demon charm, and with a swoosh, the ground was covered in red mist. Does anyone understand? Their special effects were even better than mine. And what happened? I didn't move at all. I just lifted my hand and poured my soul power into the ring. With a hum, a pale golden shield enveloped me. When Yan's punch came crashing down, there was a loud bang, but guess what? My shield didn't even crack, not even a ripple. The demon charm in the red mist went crazy, swinging 2 crescent-shaped blades at me wildly, clanging away. Let me tell you, that sounds like scraping skin. I would feel like it was too weak even for that. Next to me, my mother-in-law BibiDong was dumbfounded, asking my wife Qian, daughter, what is that ring on his hand? How is it so sturdy? My wife, being straightforward, just said, oh, it's a gift from the angel god. It can be activated with soul power to become invincible. As long as the opponent's soul power isn't higher than his, it can't be broken. Upon hearing this, BibiDong's expression was priceless. Her eyes looked as if she had seen a god-tier piece of equipment, utterly terrifying. I was just standing in the shield, not to show off, but mainly to conduct a test. I want to see if this power bank, given by the immortal, really consumed a lot of energy. After testing for a long time, I found that the soul power consumption was negligible, almost like nuclear power. All right, the test is complete. With a thought, I directly cut off the soul power supply, and the light shield disappeared with a snap. When the 2 of them saw that I no longer had the shield, they charged at me like they were on adrenaline. Yan's fist was engulfed in flames, and the alluring blade followed closely behind. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. Looking at Yan's fist, I didn't dodge. With a flash of silver light in my hand, I directly met his punch. I didn't even use my full strength, just a light touch, but Yan was sent stumbling back like a rubber ball. Then, as I sidestepped, the alluring blade brushed past the edge of my clothes. I raised my eyebrows at them. Warming up is over. Now it's my turn. I flashed and instantly teleported in front of Yan, throwing a simple punch. That kid reacted quickly too. His 3rd soul ring lit up, and flames erupted from his hands as he tried to counter my punch. What happened? When our fists collided, he was sent flying backward, landing with a splash in the garden. Fortunately, I was holding back my strength, so he just felt a bit of pain and didn't get seriously hurt. This guy knew his place. He got up from the ground, silently withdrew his martial soul, and stepped aside to watch. Now, only the fused demon charm was left. The 2 of them were really going for it. The red light on the moon blade surged, clearly indicating they were pouring all their soul power into it, possibly even using a self-created soul skill. But what was the use? I activated the secret movement, and let me tell you, it felt like I had a movement hack. Every time that knife looked like it was going to hit me, I would just twist and sway, almost like dancing, and he couldn't even touch a single hair on me. This maneuver was a dimensional strike, leaving them both frustrated, feeling like a punch landed in cotton. Powerful but ineffective. Before long, their soul power was exhausted, and as the red mist dissipated, they separated from their fused state, standing there gasping for breath, their faces pale. BibiDong watched from the side and laughed, saying to my wife, Schwer, isn't Xiao Xian's strength at the level of his soul, Douluo? My wife Qian blinked mischievously and said, Mom, didn't T.Juhua and Gue may report to you about the Stardew Forest? Stardew Forest? What happened? BibiDong looked confused, probably because she had been too busy lately. Oh, we thought they would mention it. We went to the Stardew Forest recently and casually took care of Tang Hao, avenging my dad. Qian Rushiwe casually revealed that earth-shattering event. Let me tell you, BibiDong was so stiff at that time, and when she heard about revenge, her expression was incredibly complex. But when she heard that even YeXuan, a limit Daw, was injured, her eyes widened, and I bet her CPU was almost overheating, thinking to herself, what else in the Star Do Forest could injure a limit Daoluo? At that moment, I also sneaked over and sat down next to BibiDong. Those three little unlucky ones stood in a row like elementary school students who had made a mistake, not daring to raise their heads. Of course, since I hadn't even unleashed my martial soul, there was no way they would get their hands on those three 10,000-year soul bones. BibiDong also came back to her senses, cleared her throat, and began to lecture them. I see your training results. Good. However, you didn't achieve a draw, so you can't obtain the soul bones. Then she started making big promises, but don't be discouraged. Keep practicing hard, contribute to the Spirit Hall, and you will have soul bones in the future. What else could those three say? They could only nod and promise to train hard in the future. BibiDong waved her hand to collect the soul bones and sent them away. Once they left, BibiDong's gaze fell on me, and she smiled and asked Xiao Qian, I want to ask you something. Have you figured out which god position you inherited in the angel secret realm? There was nothing to hide, so I directly said, I figured it out. It's the Azura god, one of the two great killing gods, and the assessment location is in the city of slaughter. Azura god. When BibiDong heard these three words, her eyes lit up. Let me tell you, they sparkled with excitement. She inherited the Rakshasa god, and the Azura god is her old nemesis, so she was really fired up. After pondering for a while, she slowly said, there are 3 titled Daluo in the Tiando Imperial Palace, and if necessary, you can mobilize them. After saying that, she got up and left, saying she had official business to attend to. Watching her figure disappear, I silently added in my heart, actually, I have a dual profession besides the Azura god. I also have a white tiger inheritance, which is not under the jurisdiction of the divine realm, far ahead. Okay? I just don't know when I can unlock it. The inheritance memory given by the white tiger divine beast didn't mention it. How frustrating. Just as I was thinking about this, I suddenly felt a strange sensation in my heart. Following that feeling, I looked up and wow, it was broad daylight. And there was a star in the eastern sky, flashing wildly. My white tiger bloodline immediately reacted, and I understood in an instant. East Xiaoyang star, the divine beast Qinglong, has emerged. My wife followed my gaze and looked over, her face filled with confusion. Qian, what are you looking at? She couldn't see anything. What can I say? I can't exactly say I've seen your future colleague, right? I chuckled and said, nothing much, just looking at the sky. The weather's really nice. She gave me a glance and said, I'm leaving tomorrow. Come with me to Wuhuan City for a stroll. With that, she walked ahead on her own, and I quickly followed. Before leaving, I glanced back to the east and thought, Brother Qinglong, I hope we'll be teammates in the future. The next morning, we bid farewell to BibiDong and set off in a carriage. On the carriage, Qian Rinxuet took out the seed of life, which was green, and asked me what it was for. I said, it's a gift from my dad. Can it be bad? Why don't you try absorbing it? She nodded and sat down cross-legged to begin refining it. I was just idling around, about to meditate, when suddenly the voice of the dark demon, evil god tiger, echoed in my mind. Hey buddy, when I made my sacrifice, I gifted you a hidden Easter egg. My inner elixir is in your dantian. Find it yourself. It will be beneficial for you. I was taken aback. Inner elixir? What is that? Why don't I know about it? I quickly used my soul power to scan my body, and sure enough, I discovered a black pearl in my dantian, shimmering with blue and green lights, clearly not an ordinary item. I quickly asked in my mind, what is the use of this thing? How do I use it? As a result, it was silent for a long time and finally said, I don't know. Does anyone in the family understand? My blood pressure shot up instantly. You have your own inner elixir, and you tell me you don't know how to use it? Is it an add-on that doesn't even come with a manual? It felt quite awkward and explained that this is the power condensed from an evil god, and it has never used it itself. Fine. If I can't rely on others, I'll rely on myself. I started to research on my own, trying to touch it with soul power, but it bounced back. Poked it with mental energy. No response. Wrapped it with bloodline power. Still no reaction. This thing felt as if it was welded to my dantian, completely ignoring me. I no longer believe in superstition, so I decided to mobilize all the power within me and forcefully refine it. Soul power, destructive power, bloodline power. I charged at that ore with all my might. What was the result? I was drenched in sweat, and that inner core remained completely unmoved. It seems that brute force won't work. I'll have to think of another way later. Just as I was feeling frustrated, a brilliant golden light suddenly erupted from my wife's side. I quickly opened my eyes to see that, surprisingly, the six-winged angel martial soul behind Qian Renshua actually grew another pair of wings. It directly upgraded from a six-winged angel to an eight-winged angel. The soul power also skyrocketed by 2 levels, reaching level 57. This is an epic enhancement. As soon as I saw that we were not far from the Starfall Hall, I had the driver stop. Then I directly tore through space and pulled my wife back in one step, saving on the fare. As soon as we entered the study, we saw YeXuan accompanying Ning Fengji, Ning Rongrong, and Bon Douluo sitting there. This old fox definitely has something to gain from visiting without a reason. I pulled Qian Renshua directly to the main seat and asked with a smile, "Uncle Ning, what brings you here today?" Ning Fengji, who was quite articulate, replied, "Xiao Qian, I specifically came to find you. I just wanted to ask, how is Tang Hao doing now?" I glanced at the Bon Douluo behind him. That old man had just been secretly probing us with his spiritual power. I didn't hold back and directly said, "Oh, Tang Hao? He's already dead, killed in the Stardo Forest by us." As soon as I said this, Ning Fengji's eyes nearly popped out in disbelief. After a long pause, he finally asked, "How? How'd he die?" "We killed him, of course. His son was also captured by the Titan giant ape. And we don't know if he is alive or dead," I replied nonchalantly. Ning Fengji then began his performance, sighing dramatically, "Oh, Xiao Qian, how could you kill Tang Hao? The 3 upper sects are all connected by branches, and now the Haoyan sect will definitely not let this go easily. Although your Starfall Palace has a limit Douluo, its foundation is too shallow." After laying the groundwork for a long time, he finally revealed his true intentions. "How about this? I want Rong to cultivate with you. In that way, our 7-treasure glazed tile school can also help mediate the conflict." I exchanged a glance with Qian Renshua, and we both felt amused. This old fox, saying it nicely as mediation, actually just wanted to marry his daughter over, completely binding the 7-treasure glazed tile sect to my aircraft carrier. What a beautiful thought. I smiled and directly declined, "Uncle Ning, we can handle the matters of the Haoyan sect ourselves, so there's no need to trouble the 7-treasure glazed tile sect." The atmosphere immediately became awkward. Ning Rongrong wanted to say something, but Ning Fengji interrupted her. This old man is quite adaptable. He immediately put on a smiling face. It seems that Xiao Qian was well prepared. I was the one being abrupt. I symbolically tried to persuade him. "Uncle Ning, since you're here, why not stay for a meal before you leave?" I was just being polite, but I didn't expect he actually sat back down, smiling and saying, "Since you asked, Xiao Qian, then I'll go along with you." Damn, this old fox really has thick skin. There must be something else going on. During dinner, Ning Rongrong even asked me who this sister next to me was. I directly put my arm around Qian Renshua's shoulder and said in front of everyone, "This is my wife." I tell you the scene. The expressions of Ning Fengji and his daughter were like a special effect, colorful and spectacular. Ning Fengji, as a seasoned veteran, quickly regained his composure and said with a smile, "A talented man and a beautiful woman. Truly a perfect match. How come you got married without informing your uncle? It would have been good to prepare a backup gift for you." I chuckled, "Time is tight, let's keep it simple." The old fox realized that the marriage alliance was a no-go, so he quickly changed tactics and suddenly said, "Xiao Qian, there is an auction in Tiando City tomorrow. I hear there are quite a few good items, including soul bones. Are you interested in going to take a look? An auction? With soul bones?" Now that piqued my interest, so I agreed. After dinner, I sent them off and immediately ordered my subordinate YeXuan, Aunt Yi, push the news about Tang Hao going offline across the internet, and then send someone to keep a 24-hour watch on that woman named Tang Yuehua from YeXuan. Qian Renshua looked a bit confused, and I smiled and explained, "Tang Yuehua is Tang Hao's biological sister, a direct descendant of the Haoyan sect. Once the news reaches her ears, she will definitely find a way to contact the sect. As long as we keep an eye on her, we won't have trouble finding the Haoyan sect's base. Family, this is called precise traffic diversion. We just wait for them to come knocking on our door." The next morning, the two of us brought along a guard named Lai Yin and headed straight for the Tiando auction house. Because of the auction, the city was packed with people. When we arrived at the entrance, Ning Fengji and Bon Douluo were already waiting there, grinning like Mithriya Buddha. After we joined up, we walked inside together. At the entrance, a few alluring young ladies handed each of us a mask, saying it was to protect the privacy of the guests, which felt quite ceremonial. But who are we? Why wear masks? We went in barefaced, exuding confidence. Goodness, I tell you, the auction house was like a massive concert, divided into different sections. In the middle was a large circular stage, surrounded by seats of different colors: red, black, purple, yellow, and white. Red was the top VIP area. which required both money and status to access. We directly took the center stage, sitting there and showing off our presence. As soon as we sat down, a few scantily clad young ladies brought us snacks and drinks, but they all looked like AI with hollow expressions, smiling more like they were crying. Ning Fengji took a sip of tea and casually remarked, "They are also commodities. As long as you pay, you can take them away." I was taken aback and thought, can it really be like this? Schwer frowned and said, "Aren't the two great empires and the Spirit Hall strictly prohibiting human trafficking?" Ning Fengji, that old fox, just smiled and said, "Here, as long as the money is right, there's nothing that can't be sold." I thought to myself, this place is too deep for me to grasp. I might as well just enjoy my snacks. The auction quickly began, starting with a storage soul guide that went for tens of thousands of gold soul coins. Schwer and I were munching on sunflower seeds, almost dozing off. This small amount of money was really nothing to see. We weren't interested in these ordinary items and were just waiting for the grand finale. It wasn't until the staff brought out a soul bone that we perked up a bit. I tell you, the main event was here. A left leg bone, aged a whopping 60,000 years, and it came from the legendary soul beast, the Qingyu Phoenix. As soon as I heard this, my mind buzzed. I was familiar with this item, having read about it in the ancient texts of the Pope's palace. The bloodline of the Qingyu Phoenix is close to that of the true Phoenix, with explosive combat power. This 60,000-year-old soul bone could definitely rival an ordinary 100,000-year soul bone. Although I couldn't use it myself, I had to get it. Just imagine handing it to my subordinates at the Starfall Hall. That would be quite impressive. The starting bid was 3 million gold soul coins. The crowd immediately erupted, shouting enthusiastically. The price soared, and Ning Fengji got involved, bidding up to 7 million. I thought I couldn't let him get too comfortable, so I lazily leaned back and called out, 8 million. Ning Fengji understood instantly, smiled at me, and dropped out. But others continued to fight it out, calling out 920,000, 1 million, and so on. I was getting annoyed, so I directly spoke up again, 30 million gold soul coins. In an instant, the whole venue fell silent. When the auctioneer's hammer fell, it was sold. Just that straightforward and brutal. Having money means you can do whatever you want. Next, the final item came up, and the auctioneer built suspense, claiming it would be something all the men present would love. A large iron cage was pushed up, and when the red cloth was lifted, oh my, there was a girl locked inside. She was curled up in the corner, but her figure was stunning. The key point was she had a pair of fluffy white ears on her head and a white tail behind her. The auctioneer kept babbling, "Look at this pet cat. How happy it would be to take it home as a pet." At that moment, I wanted to rush up and punch him. But it turned out the girl was more fierce. She suddenly extended her claws, her sharp nails glimmering coldly, and directly gave the auctioneer a 3-bedroom. One hall slap to the face. "Good job." The auctioneer, furious, kicked the iron cage, leaving 3 bloody gashes on his face, which was quite satisfying to see. A group of lewd men still egged on the bidding, shouting 10,000, 11,000, having a great time. Schwer's face was as dark as a pot bottom. She was already disgusted by this kind of thing, and now she was completely furious, standing up and coldly saying 300,000 gold soul coins. Once again, the entire venue fell silent. Who would dare to compete with our big shots in the red zone for a pet? Are they seeking death? No suspense. It was sold again. After the auction ended, we went to the back to pay 3,030,000 gold soul coins, without batting an eye. The Qingyu Phoenix leg bone was right there on the table, with the cage containing the tiger-eared girl next to it. While I inspected the soul bone, I told the staff let her out. As the staff unlocked the chain with the key, the girl's eyes sharpened, and she lunged to scratch someone. The staff was prepared, dodging to the side and ready to strike back. Schwer immediately shouted, "Stop." The staff did stop, but the girl was too fierce, disregarding everything and continuing her attack, resulting in the staff delivering a palm strike to her, sending her crashing back into the cage. Schwer frowned and had Lian help her up. After paying, I secured the soul bone, and I took Schwer outside. Once we were out of the auction house, I asked Schwer, "Now that you've bought her, what do you plan to do?" Schwer replied, "It's up to her. If she wants to leave, she can. If she wants to stay, she could be a maid, ensuring she has no worries about food and clothing." The girl, following behind us, was stunned upon hearing this. Her face filled with disbelief. Lian kindly reminded her, "If you leave now and get caught again, you won't have such good luck." Standing in place, she looked at the unfriendly gazes on the street and likely came to a realization as she lowered her head and followed us into a restaurant a few seconds later. Once inside the restaurant, she expressed her desire to stay as a maid. Schwerer, and I told her to sit down and eat first. I tell you, her dining etiquette, sitting posture, and the way she held chopsticks were all exceptionally proper. It was clear she wasn't raised in an ordinary family. Xuer noticed this too and asked her about her background. Sure enough, the girl named Bai Fangyu was from the Baihu sect, one of the lower 4 sections. When she awakened her martial soul, a mutation occurred, preserving the form of her martial soul, causing her to grow ears and a tail. However, because of this, she was unable to cultivate soul power and was directly viewed as a disgrace by the sect, leading to her expulsion. Later, she was captured and sold as a pet at the auction. After listening, I had only one thought. It's either you who is miserable or you who is miserable. But what does it have to do with me? I have always been the type to mind my own business. However, Xuer is kind-hearted. She looked at Bai Fangyu and actually asked me, Qian, is there a way to resolve her martial soul mutation? I placed my hand on her forehead to check. And my goodness, the situation. I told her that there was a theoretical method, but it would purely be an experiment on her. The resources required would be a terrifying number, and the failure rate was as high as 99%. Saying it was a life and death situation was an understatement. It was practically a guaranteed death. Even if there was a slim chance of success, no one could predict what unexpected consequences might occur. Upon hearing this, Xuer began to weigh the pros and cons. This deal was a huge loss. She sighed and said, "It seems I can only be an ordinary maid from now on." Bai Fangyu turned pale upon hearing this and asked in a tiny voice, "I want to give it a try. Even if it's an experiment, I'm willing. Is that okay?" I refused directly. "You are willing, but I am not. Why waste so many resources on a possibility that is almost zero? Isn't it better to live well?" Just kidding. To cure her, one would either need a divine object like the seed of life or a perfectly matched celestial herb. Where am I supposed to find that? The only way is to use the inner core of the dark demon evil god tiger in my possession. The evil god energy within it, even if neutralized with countless rare materials, is something she cannot endure. Bai Fangyu, not willing to give up, cast her last hope on Xuer. As a result, this girl is tough too. Seeing Xuer hesitate, she directly raised 3 fingers to the sky and solemnly swore, "If you are willing to help me, as long as we succeed, I, Bai Fangyu, including my future descendants, will be loyal to your lineage for generations to come. This vow is testified by my martial soul. If there is any betrayal, divine punishment shall descend. I tell you, this oath is no joke. There are divine beings watching over the mainland, and swearing by one's martial soul is an absolute contract. This changes the nature of the situation. It's like a high-stakes gamble. If we lose, we will suffer massive losses in resources. But if we win, we will gain a top-level combat force for the future, and one that is loyal for generations." Xuer clearly thought of this too. Her eyes lit up as she quietly asked me, "If we succeed, what level could her martial soul reach?" I said, "Top-level martial souls are all possible." Xuer gritted her teeth and made up her mind. "Qian, let's make a bet." She wasn't afraid of dying herself. So why should we care about those resources? Resources are lifeless, but people are alive. So let's gamble. All right, since my wife has spoken, let's do it. To be honest, I also wanted to take this opportunity to study what secrets the inner core of the dark demon evil god tiger holds. When I returned to the Starfall Palace, I went straight to the treasury and basically cleared out all the hundreds and thousands of years old heavenly materials and earthly treasures from the 3rd floor. It was painful to look at. I placed that pile of heavenly materials in front of Bai Fangyu and said one thing: "Let's eat. Keep eating until I say stop." Then I took out the inner core of the dark demon evil god tiger and directed it at her. With a buzzing sound, that sinister purple-black energy found its outlet and continuously poured into her body. Family members, who understands? That scene was simply unbelievable. Bai Fangyu was frantically stuffing her mouth with heavenly materials while being bombarded by that purple-black energy. The 2 kinds of violent energies clashed directly within her body, causing her to scream in pain, her cries changing pitch. Her pores were oozing blood, and the sound of her bones cracking echoed incessantly. I quickly activated my life domain to keep her alive, or else she would have exploded on the spot. Xuer, watching from the side, turned pale and asked how long this would last. I said, "Who knows? It depends on her own fortitude. If she can hold out until her martial soul evolves, she'll live. If not, she'll die. There is no second possibility." This process was too cruel, and Xuer couldn't bear to watch any longer. She shook her head and went back to her room to cultivate, wanting to avoid seeing it. I was left alone, controlling the output of the inner core's energy while maintaining the life domain, listening to her heart-wrenching screams and watching her body being torn apart and healed repeatedly. At that moment, I felt this was not saving her at all. It was simply a large-scale scene of torture akin to a brutal, bone-scraping detoxification. But guess what? This girl really couldn't hold on. The little bit of heavenly materials she had was nothing but a drizzle in front of the energy of my evil god inner core. A counterattack of energy instantly overwhelmed her. I watched as she spat out a mouthful of old blood, her gaze turning gray. Her expression one of despair, as if she thought, "My life is over, better restart." I was thinking, well, it seems like it's over. I was about to retract my inner elixir and life domain to let her go peacefully. But then, at the critical moment, that inner elixir suddenly shot out a drop of dark purple blood. This thing was like a miniature tracking missile, zipping straight into Fang Yu's body. Suddenly, I was wide awake. How could this happen? I quickly stopped my actions, widened my eyes to see what this drop of blood really was, hoping it could perform a medical miracle. Let me tell you, the effect was immediate. I saw the pair of snow-white beast ears on Fang Yu's head, and with a flash, they started to turn black. Her pupils also changed from black to an eerie purple, the entire aura of her being transformed, exuding a dark and sinister vibe. Moreover, the wounds on her body, caused by the energy impact, began to heal with a crackling sound under the influence of my life domain. As soon as I saw the opportunity, I quickly encouraged her. "Don't give up, sister. Hang in there. You'll soon be able to become a soul master." She seemed to hear me and struggled to get up, but as soon as she moved, she gasped in pain. However, this pain actually made her more aware. She started murmuring, "Hot, so hot." But the way she said it didn't sound like suffering. Instead, it felt quite comfortable. Suddenly, with a tearing sound, her shirt on the back ripped open, and a pair of pitch-black wings burst out. A tail grew from behind her, with a barbed end glinting with a cold light. Immediately after, a tiger's roar echoed, and a massive black tiger phantom formed behind her. At that moment, I had only one thought. This girl has awakened, but it seems like she has awakened something extraordinary. The dark demon, evil god tiger. That drop of blood is definitely the power of her bloodline. After she let out that roar, her spirit reached its limit, and with her eyes closed, she fainted directly. I smiled, withdrew the inner elixir and domain, looked up at the sky, then glanced down at her lying on the ground. Generally speaking, those who have awakened their martial souls are quite resilient and won't freeze easily. So, I kindly took a robe out of the soul guide and threw it over her, letting her enjoy the embrace of nature in the courtyard by herself. Then turned around and went back to my room. As soon as Schwetter saw me return, she immediately asked Xiao Qian, did she succeed? I sat down by the bed and calmly replied, "It's basically done. Let's see if there are any side effects tomorrow. If not, we can go test the soul power and hunt for soul rings." After hearing this, Schwetter couldn't help but smile, thinking that our investment finally paid off. The next morning, while Schwetter and I were having breakfast, Fang Yu arrived. She looked almost like a normal person now, except for the pair of black ears on her head, while her tail had been retracted. As soon as she entered, without saying a word, she bowed to us at a 90-degree angle and then began to swear an oath. As agreed, my problem is solved. I, Fang Yu, swear by my martial soul that from now on, I, my clan, and my descendants will be loyal to your lineage for generations to come. Just as she finished speaking, thunder rumbled outside, perfectly matching the solemnity of the moment. I waved my hand to let her get up and asked her to show me her martial soul. As soon as she revealed it, the phantom of the dark demon, evil god tiger appeared, and the aura it emitted was indeed strong. I reached out and tapped her forehead to check. Her body was fine, and her soul power was at level 9, which was a good foundation. All right, just focus on your training from now on. When you reach level 10, I'll take you to get your soul ring. As soon as I finished speaking, she hadn't even said thank you yet, and Schwerer beside us directly interrupted with a wait a moment. I knew something big was coming. Schwerer put down her knife and fork, smiled at her, and started calculating. Don't be in a hurry to thank me. Helping you is to bring me benefits. Those rare treasures you ate, which one wasn't worth tens of millions of gold soul coins? You ate hundreds of them, totaling several billion. Do you think one pledge of loyalty is enough? Fang Yu was stunned at that moment. Schwerer continued, your loyalty alone isn't enough. What I want is the loyalty of the entire White Tiger sect. Who understands my family members? I was shocked just listening beside her. This was high-end business warfare. Schwerer directly circled the words clan members in her oath as the key point. Fang Yu turned pale and stammered. But I've already been expelled from the sect. I can't do it. Schwerer shot back with disdain. Can't do it? We'll help you do it. You just swore that your clan members will also be loyal to us. As long as we help you return to the White Tiger sect, Won't that be enough? This girl was momentarily stunned, wanting to backtrack and say we hadn't mentioned this condition before. But Shuer didn't give her a chance at all, directly using a smooth series of moves to take her away. Do you have the right to refuse? You came to us begging in the first place. The oath was also made by you. Your life is now ours. Do you think you have a right to refuse? Watching her leave in despair, I could only say, Sister, there's no free lunch in this world. The cost of this meal is quite high. With this settled, the next step was to wait for news from the Qian sect. Meanwhile, in Tiando City, Tang Hao's sister, Tang Yuehua, also received news of his death. Her steward reported the situation in detail, saying that Tang Hao died under the joint efforts of our Starfall Palace and the Spirit Hall, and that her son was also missing. This woman appeared calm on the surface, but after sending the steward away and closing the door, she cried, muttering about the Spirit Hall and Starfall Palace. After crying, she wiped her tears and left the city with a blank expression. What she didn't know was that my people had already become her exclusive chauffeurs, following her the entire way. They watched her take a carriage for hundreds of miles and enter a remote little village. My people noted the location and directly sent the coordinates of the Qian sect's lair to my phone. I am researching the inner elixir of the dark demon, evil god tiger. Its bloodline has been absorbed by Fangyu, but the energy is still there. I just don't know how to use it. There's no way out, so I can only seek help from the old man in my head, the evil sacred king. As a result, this old man also couldn't understand and turned to ask the dark demon, evil god tiger in my martial spirit. Goodness, that tiger just rolled its eyes and said, If I knew, would I be asking you? I was completely at a loss. In the end, the old man gave me a suggestion, saying this orb has spirituality and advised me to try to communicate with it telepathically. All right then, I'll give it a shot. I immersed my consciousness into it. And guess what? I really got in. Once inside, a string of incomprehensible incantations echoed in my mind, illusion vanishing and formless, transforming into myriad forms. Evil soldiers of 1,000 illusions. It sounded impressive, but I couldn't understand a word. Then I was ejected. I was lying on the ground, looking at the stars, feeling a bit overwhelmed when Shuer arrived, bringing a letter from her grandfather Qian Dalu. The letter contained just one sentence. No one below the Spirit Hall is allowed to step into the Qian sect's secluded land. I was wondering, what is the old man afraid of? Shuer asked me to look at the back. There's a line of small print on the back. I once fought against Tang Qian on the mountain and unfortunately lost to him half a move. Hence I make this vow. I was really taken aback at that moment. Losing is one thing, but to lose half a move is just too much. This old man really knows how to make excuses for himself. Shuer said, Now we can't go to the Qian sect. I laughed and said, The teacher's task is just to figure out the location, not that we have to go there. Besides, the letter mentioned the Spirit Hall, and my current identity is the master of the Starfall Hall, which is a different system from the Spirit Hall, so their rules don't apply to me. Shuer's eyes lit up, and she tore up the letter. That's right, as long as the people from the Qian sect don't come out. Figuring out the location counts as completing the task. Just as we were saying this, Aunt Yi came and knocked on the door, saying that the people from the Qian sect and the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect have arrived and specifically requested to see me. Shuer and I exchanged a glance, and both smiled. What is meant to come will always come. We arrived at the main hall and saw Tang Hao's brother, Tang Xiao, accompanied by an elder. Next to them were Ning Fengji from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Sword Douluo. That old fox Ning Fengji was clearly just here to watch the fun and stir up trouble. As soon as Tang Xiao saw me, his gaze was as sharp as a knife, and he got straight to the point. Master Yi, how did my brother Tang Hao die? Where's my nephew Tang-san? I leaned back against the main seat, resting my hands behind my head, and didn't bother to beat around the bush. Tang Hao, we killed him in the Starfall Palace. As for his son Tang-san, he might be feeding soul beasts in the Stardow Forest, or he might be dead. You can go look for him yourselves. As soon as I finished speaking, the elder beside Tang Xiao exploded, slamming the table and standing up to shout. Since it was you who killed Tang Hao, then the soul bone on him must have been taken by you as well. That soul bone belongs to our Qian sect. Please return it. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment, looking at him with sarcasm. The soul bone is in my hands. But now it belongs to the Yi family, and has nothing to do with your Qian sect. Want it? Go back and dream about it. You can have anything in your dreams. The elder's face turned purple with anger as he pointed at my nose and scolded. Young man, don't be too arrogant. Wait, sect master. I would like to challenge Lord Yi to a duel as an elder of the Qian sect. The 7th elder's voice echoed in the hall. Then it depends on Lord Ye's willingness. Tang Xiao replied and directly sat back down. Ning Fengji, upon hearing the voice, whispered to Chen Xn, Sword Uncle, be ready to help later. I'm afraid Tang Xiao and the others won't be able to leave the Starfall Palace. Fengji, they won't really fight because they're wary of each other. Chen Xian felt that Ning Fengji was overthinking it. If the Starfall Palace and the Haotian sect really fought, even if the Starfall Palace could win, it would still end in a tragic victory. Wary? Sword Uncle, do you think someone who dares to smash the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family S-Hall, kill Tang Hao, and openly admit it in front of the Haotian sect would have any reservations? Ning Fengji glanced at YeXuan, but quickly withdrew his gaze. Chen Xen, upon hearing this, fell silent. According to Ning Fengji, he felt that YeXuan might indeed be capable of such actions. After all, when he smashed the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family S-Hall, YeXuan showed no reservations. Now, when admitting to killing Tang Hao, he showed even less concern. When Yixishui heard the seventh elder's voice, a powerful pressure emanated from her body, and she looked at him coldly. The seventh elder, feeling the pressure, felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him. Moving even slightly was extremely difficult. All right, Aunt Yi, since he wants to duel, I will compete with him. After all, the Haotian sect is a guest. YeXuan stood up with a faint smile, his gaze sharp as he looked at the seventh elder. Yes, Lord. Yixishui replied, retracting her pressure, but her gaze remained cold. The seventh elder breathed a sigh of relief when he felt the pressure lift. His tense body relaxed a bit, and he said blandly, since Lord Yi has agreed, then you can choose the duel location. We can duel outside the Starfall Palace. No need to choose another location. The outcome will be the same anyway. After saying this, YeXuan showed no concern and walked towards the outside of the Starfall Palace. The seventh elder frowned slightly, but said nothing further, following YeXuan outside the hall. The crowd in the hall saw this, and all stood up to head outside. Outside the Starfall Palace, the seventh elder looked at YeXuan standing before him and said, I'm a level 92 Daluo, Burning Sun. So I will use the same soul power as you for the duel, and I will let you strike first to avoid accusations of me bullying the weak. Using the same soul power? No need. You can use your full strength. YeXuan chuckled lightly, releasing his white tiger martial spirit, 5 soul rings of purple, gold, and black rising beneath his feet. Arrogant. I want to see how much strength lies behind your arrogance. The seventh elder summoned the Haotian hammer, 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black flashing beneath his feet. This kid's soul ring configuration is too abnormal. I need to be cautious to avoid capsizing in the gutter. The seventh elder felt a bit wary. He had never seen a soul ring configuration of 2 purple, 1 gold, and 2 black. Chapter 114. Barehanded against a divine artifact, YeXuan and the Burning Sun both moved almost simultaneously. The third soul ring beneath Burning Sun's feet flickered rapidly. Third soul skill, Sun Fire Burning Sunday. The Haotian hammer in Burning Sun's hand became gigantic and crimson. The crimson Haotian hammer smashed down from the sky, with burning boulders raining down indiscriminately towards YeXuan. YeXuan observed the rapidly falling boulders in midair, quietly activating the secret of movement, third soul skill, Holy Light Barrier, releasing a barrier of silver light around him. His figure moved like a ghost, slipping through the small gaps between the falling boulders. Despite the density of the boulders, none managed to hit him as he quickly approached Burning Sunday. Seeing this, Burning Sun remained stationary but said, Kid, let's see how you dodge now. As soon as he finished speaking, his fifth soul ring flickered, and the gravity in front of him suddenly intensified. Fifth soul skill, gravity control. However, Burning Sun's eyes widened in shock, as under his fifth soul skill, YeXuan's figure showed no signs of being affected at all. He directly passed through the range of the boulder attacks and arrived in front of him. YeXuan Simirkit. After activating his third soul skill, he was immune to control for 15 minutes. First soul skill, White Tiger Falling Star Destruction. He clenched his right hand into a fist, gathering a large amount of silver light, and punched forward, sending countless beams of light towards Burning Sunday. Burning Sun swung the Haotian hammer to block the countless beams of light coming at him. When the beams of light made contact with the Haotian hammer, the powerful attacks surprised Burning Sun. He could clearly feel that this attack had reached the level of a soul Douluo. How did this kid cultivate? He's only a soul king, yet he can unleash attacks at the level of a soul Douluo. This is really strange. Although Burning Sun thought this to himself, his actions were unaffected, and he immediately released his sixth soul skill, Martial Spirit Clone. The Haotian hammer in his hand split into 2, each hand holding one. As he launched a strong attack towards YeXuan, aiming for a quick victory. So you have a weapon? YeXuan took out the divine punishment silver spear, and the white tiger martial spirit behind him howled towards the sky, sharpening to an extreme level of gold. The silver spear spun in his hand, the tip glinting with a sharp cold light as he faced the incoming Qian hammer head-on. The sound of the weapons clashing echoed continuously in the arena. Everyone present, except for Qian Rinxue and Yi Shixue, wore expressions of disbelief. Ning Fengji looked at the two fighting in front of him and asked, "Sword Uncle, what do you think are Xiao Xian's chances of winning?" It's hard to say. Neither of them is holding back right now. But Burning Sun hasn't unleashed his martial spirit true form, and I don't know if YeXuan has any hidden cards. The outcome is still uncertain. Chen Xian shook his head, but his gaze remained fixed on the two in combat. Tang Xiao watched the two and couldn't help but praise, "What terrifying talent. If he were a disciple of my Qian sect, I would spare no expense in cultivating him with all the resources of the sect." Although Tang Xiao was praising, there was a hint of regret and wariness in his eyes. If he already possessed strength comparable to a title Daluo at just the Soul King level, what kind of strength would he have once he reached the Soul Emperor, Soul Sage, or even title Daluo levels in the future? Qian Rinxue glanced at Tang Xiao upon hearing this and let out a light laugh, but she had no intention of speaking. Ning Fengji also looked at Tang Xiao, his eyes showing a contemplative expression, not knowing what he was thinking. Meng Shu from the Starfall Palace watched the battle, stroked his beard, and said with some emotion, "I originally thought that the Palace Master was only relying on the Vice Master's strength to establish the vast Starfall Palace. But I didn't expect the Palace Master to have such strength at such a young age. Old man, Iran is not young anymore, and I don't think it's necessary for her to stay at the Beast Academy. It would be better to bring her to the Starfall Hall for training. The resources provided by the Starfall Hall every month are quite substantial." The voice of Ko Xingxiang softly sounded beside him. Iran's talent is considered genius among her peers, but she would fare better training in the Starfall Hall than at the Beast Academy. I will go and bring her to the Starfall Hall later. Meng Shu nodded in agreement, then continued to watch the battle between the two. In the arena, YeXuan and Lai Yang were still engaged in a fierce competition. YeXuan wielded a silver spear, creating multiple spear shadows as he attacked Lai Yang with all his might, and the spear was imbued with destructive power. Lai Yang, holding two Qian hammers, had fierce flames burning on them, and he attacked YeXuan with both hammers with full force. Lai Yang was confident that the Qian hammers were unmatched in close combat. However, there were faint traces of blood dripping from Lai Yang, a result of accidentally being grazed by the silver spear. YeXuan, on the other hand, had only a few tears in his clothing and no injuries whatsoever. After the Qian hammers collided with the silver spear again, Lai Yang quickly retreated using the rebound force, and while retreating, he threw his left Qian hammer towards YeXuan. YeXuan, seeing the thrown Qian hammer, slightly tilted his body and dodged it effortlessly. "Kid, you're the most talented person I have seen among the younger generation, and I would even call you the best among them. You truly deserve that title. However, a Soul King is still a Soul King, and this match should come to an end." As Lai Yang spoke, his seventh soul ring suddenly flickered, and he unleashed his seventh soul skill, Martial Soul True Body, summoning an immensely large Qian hammer to smash down at YeXuan. At the same time, the Qian hammer that YeXuan had dodged flew back through the air, as if it had locked onto YeXuan's body, attacking him directly. YeXuan stood still, unmoving, as he gathered destructive power within the divine punishment silver spear. When the destructive power reached its peak, he utilized all his energy and bloodline power, throwing the silver spear towards Lai Yang. He paid no attention to the incoming Qian hammer and had no plans to dodge. Seeing that YeXuan did not dodge his attack, Lai Yang also did not evade and extended a hand, gathering a large amount of energy to catch the incoming divine punishment silver spear. Just as the two Qian hammers were about to strike YeXuan, a light flickered on YeXuan's right leg, making his body appear ethereal. The two Qian hammers passed through his body without causing any harm. Meanwhile, the divine punishment silver spear pierced through Lai Yang's palm and pinned it to the ground, with destructive power entering his body, causing him to let out a terrible scream. Chapter 115. You didn't dodge. Lai Yang endured the pain, ravaging his body from the destructive power, and reached out with his left hand to grasp the divine punishment silver spear, trying to pull it out of the ground so he could free his right hand. If the destructive power continued to wreak havoc in his body, even as a title Daluo, he would be left with irreparable injuries, and there was even a possibility he could die under the onslaught of the destructive power. However, his thoughts were optimistic, while reality was cruel. The moment Lai Yang's hand touched the silver spear, a violent surge of destructive power flooded into his body. Even though he gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, he could not pull out the divine punishment silver spear. He exerted all his strength, yet the spear remained unmoved. The divine punishment silver spear was a divine artifact. In YeXuan's hands, it was as light as a feather and easy to wield. But in anyone else's hands, it was as heavy as a mountain. Not to mention a 92nd level title Daluo, even a limit Daluo would struggle to budge the spear. Even gods would find it difficult to wield the divine punishment silver spear effectively, as its true power could only be unleashed by YeXuan after he received the White Tiger's inheritance. Lai Yang's screams echoed throughout the arena. YeXuan, unhurried, brushed off the dust from his clothes, looking at Lai Yang with mocking eyes. Clearly, he could have dodged, yet he chose to try to catch the divine artifact with empty hands. Wasn't he just asking for trouble? Tang Xiao quickly stepped forward, wanting to help Lai Yang pull out the divine punishment silver spear, but the result was the same. No matter what, the spear stood firmly in the ground, unmoving. Swordmaster, did YeXuan just use a locking soul skill? As a title Daluo, Lai Yang couldn't avoid it. Moreover, YeXuan actually defeated a title Daluo. Ning Fengji exclaimed, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had never imagined that a soul king could surpass a title Daluo, and from Lai Yang's appearance, it was clear that he was seriously injured. What YeXuan used was not a locking skill, and Lai Yang was not unable to dodge. He simply chose not to. YeXuan could remain unharmed under Lai Yang's attacks because he activated a soul bone skill. YeXuan had seen it clearly. Lai Yang had tried to catch the spear with empty hands, but he underestimated its attacking power. Qian Rinxue, watching the situation unfold, almost couldn't help but laugh. She remembered that it was Zhao Wujia who had tried to catch a divine artifact with empty hands, but that was an accident. Now, Lai Yang had truly endured a blow from the divine artifact. It was a pity that he missed, otherwise he might have had the chance to kill him. Moreover, after the kill, the Haoyan clan wouldn't have had anything to say, as it would have been his own fault for not dodging and asking for death. After several attempts, Tang Xiao realized that the silver spear remained immovable and immediately spoke to YeXuan. Lord Yi, could you please pull out your silver spear? You've already won this match. YeXuan also felt a bit regretful. Had he known Lai Yang wouldn't dodge, he should have thrown it at his chest. Now he had missed the opportunity. However, there was no other way. If he didn't retrieve the divine punishment silver spear now, it would be too obvious. As he stepped forward to pull out the divine punishment silver spear, some reddish blood dripped onto the ground. Lai Yang's right hand was darkened from the ravaging of the destructive power, clearly indicating that it was useless. Even if a healing soul master treated him, it would be impossible to recover. At that moment, Lai Yang appeared very weak, his voice hoarse, and remnants of destructive power still lingered within him, akin to a maggot that couldn't be removed. YeXuan glanced at the damaged ground from the Haoyan hammers and directly stated, "Since the match is over, it's time to settle the accounts. The damage to the ground in my Starfall Hall was primarily caused by your Haoyan hammers, and your Haoyan clan needs to compensate for it." Compensate? I've been beaten like this, and you still want us to pay? Lai Yang's hoarse voice came from his mouth, and his eyes widened. First, the match was initiated by you, and I, as a Soul King, accepted your challenge as a title Daluo. Second, you didn't use your brain. You chose to catch my silver spear with empty hands instead of dodging. Whom can you blame for that? Third, does the Starfall Hall not need money to repair the ground? Or do you think our money comes from the wind? Moreover, breaking things requires compensation. Isn't that a matter of course? YeXuan looked at Lai Yang with a gaze full of contempt. YeXuan certainly wasn't short on money. He just wanted to find a reason to take advantage of the Haoyan clan. And as he said, requiring compensation for damages was a perfectly reasonable request. The Blazing Sun was about to say something, but was interrupted by Tang Xiao. Tang Xiao spoke up. The compensation you mentioned, our Haoyan sect accepts it. How much do you need for the ground repair? Our Haoyan sect will cover it. Upon hearing this, YeXuan extended 5 fingers and waved them in front of Tang Xiao. The meaning was clear. 5,000 gold soul coins? Fine, I'll give it to you right now. Tang Xiao was about to reach for the money when he saw YeXuan shake his head. 50,000 gold soul coins? That's also acceptable. 50,000 gold soul coins is indeed not expensive. Tang Xiao glanced at the severely damaged ground. 50,000 gold soul coins was indeed not much. It's not 50,000 gold soul coins, but 500 million gold soul coins. YeXuan chuckled lightly, his tone appearing very casual and indifferent. 500 million gold soul coins? Kid, are you robbing us? The anger was faintly evident in Lai Yang's voice. Tang Xiao's expression also turned grim. The Haotian sect had been hidden for 10 years, and now, not to mention whether they could come up with 500 million gold soul coins, even if they could, it was impossible to hand it over to YeXuan. Robbing? Don't talk nonsense. This is much faster than robbery. Besides, my Starfall Palace is a place where every inch of land is worth its weight in gold. 500 million gold soul coins is already a cheap price. YeXuan squinted his eyes, completely unconcerned about Tang Zhao's ugly expression. Palace Master Yi, do you really think our Haotian sect is afraid of your Starfall Palace? Tang Zhao's gaze fixed on YeXuan, a sharp look appearing in his eyes. Then do you think I would be afraid of the Haotian sect? You could try and see if you can walk out of the Starfall Palace today. YeXuan's gaze also met Tang Zhao's, neither yielding an inch. The two stared each other down, while YeXuan and the others from Starfall Palace prepared to take action at any moment. Ning Fengji, seeing the tension between the two, immediately walked towards them, mentally preparing to mediate the conflict. Chapter 116. Good talk. Ning Fengji, smiling, stepped between the two and said, Tang Zhao, YeXuan, if there's anything, we can sit down and talk slowly. Why get so worked up? Talk. There's no need for that. Damaging property requires compensation. That's only natural. Take out 500 million gold soul coins, and this matter can be settled. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave the Starfall Palace. YeXuan spoke very calmly, but his silver spear had never been lowered. 500 million gold soul coins is absolutely impossible. If you want to keep us in the Starfall Palace, it depends on whether you have the strength to do so. Our Haotian sect may have been hidden, but we are not to be bullied. Tang Zhao showed no signs of retreat either. Kid, 500 million gold soul coins. Why don't you go rob someone? Lai Yang gasped, his voice sounding hoarse and weak. If you want to test our strength, just try it, and you'll find out. YeXuan completely ignored Lai Yang's words. As it stood, he was just glad to be alive, and, given Lai Yang's current state, he had no capacity for resistance. Ning Fengji glanced at Lai Yang and released his martial soul, the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, with 7 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black flashing around him, unleashing soul skills to help Lai Yang recover from his injuries. His 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda had reached the realm of the 7 treasures, capable not only of assistance but also possessing strong healing abilities. However, what surprised Ning Fengji was that his martial soul's healing ability had little effect on Lai Yang's injuries. It wasn't completely ineffective, but it could only be described as minimal in relation to Lai Yang's condition. Seeing Ning Fengji helping Lai Yang reach offer, Tang Zhao temporarily held his tongue, while also contemplating countermeasures. The current situation was clear to anyone not foolish. YeXuan was deliberately targeting the Haotian sect. YeXuan was unconcerned, as he was just casually finding an excuse to target the Haotian sect. If they agreed to compensate, they could gain a substantial amount of resources. If they refused, they certainly wouldn't be able to leave the Starfall Palace. After a while, after several attempts, Ning Fengji finally withdrew his martial soul. The injuries he had just healed for Lai Yang were once again afflicted by the destructive force within him. Moreover, the healing ability under the influence of the destructive force was already minimal, and with the destructive force rampaging, he couldn't recover at all. To resolve the issue of the destructive force, aside from Lai Yang forcibly suppressing it with his soul power, the only other option was to have YeXuan help extract it or wait for it to dissipate on its own. But currently, YeXuan was in no position to help him extract the destructive force, so Lai Yang could only suppress it with his soul power and wait for it to dissipate on its own. Qian Renxue, seeing the situation, walked directly towards YeXuan, followed quietly by YeXuan. The two of them stood beside and behind YeXuan, respectively. Qian Renxue stood next to YeXuan, looking at Tang Zhao, and said, if the Haotian sect can't afford the money, they can use resources, herbs, soul bones, or other valuable items to offset it. YeXuan stood behind them, casting a cold gaze at Tang Zhao and Lai Yang, emanating the soul power pressure of a limit Daw, suppressing both Tang Zhao and Lai Yang. If you want to go to war with the Haotian sect, we will accompany you to the end. Tang Zhao, unwilling to back down, released his own soul power. But the disparity with YeXuan was too great. All right, since that's the case, let's go to war. You two don't need to leave. As soon as he finished speaking, YeXuan spun the silver spear in his hand, the glimmering spear tip pointing at Tang Zhao, 5 soul rings of purple, gold, and black flashing beneath him. YeXuan also released her second martial soul, the Radiant Phoenix, with 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black rising beneath her. A powerful aura emanating from her, without reservation. Tang Zhao summoned the Haotian hammer, with 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black appearing beneath him. watching Yi Shishui with a vigilant gaze. Were they really going to risk everything and engage in full-scale war with the Haotian sect? Tang Xiao thought to himself. But his expression remained calm. Seeing this, Ning Fengji hurriedly spoke up. Tang Xiao, YeXuan, if there's something we can sit down and talk. If it comes to a full-scale war, it won't benefit either the Starfall Palace or the Haotian sect. Talk. What is there to talk about? I just made it very clear. Take out 500 million gold soul coins or resources of equivalent value, and this matter can be settled. Otherwise, let's go to war. YeXuan spoke very decisively, a sharp look appearing in his eyes. Tang Xiao only watched Yi Shishui with a wary gaze. Showing no intention to speak, his body tensing up, always on guard against Yi Shishui. Qian Rinxue turned to look at YeXuan, blinked at him, and then said, Qian, I think what Master Ning said makes a lot of sense. We can sit down and talk first. If we can't reach an agreement, then we can go to war. YeXuan saw Qian Rinxue's expression, thought for a moment, put away the divine punishment silver spear, and gently nodded. All right, then let's sit down and talk. Hearing this, Ning Fengji let out a sigh of relief. As long as they could sit down to talk, there was a possibility of avoiding a full-scale war between the Starfall Palace and the Haotian sect. The three sects had always supported each other, and if the Starfall Palace and the Haotian sect truly went to war, then the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect would offend one side, no matter whom they helped. If neither side helps, then the three sects will no longer be able to share the same roots. Upon hearing this, Tang Xiao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He really did not want to go to war with the Starfall Palace. The Starfall Palace has an existence of a limit, Douluo. So if a full-scale war were to break out, their Haotian sect would not stand a chance. Even if they fought to the point of their destruction, it would only severely injure the Starfall Palace. After YeXuan retracted his martial soul, he turned and took Qian Rinxue's delicate hand. Heading towards the direction of the Starfall Palace, a voice slowly escaping his lips. Let's go back to the Starfall Palace and discuss the compensation issue. Yi Shishui stood still, keeping her gaze on Tang Xiao to prevent him from escaping, while the now completely defenseless Liang was directly ignored by Yi Shishui. After Ning Fengji nodded to Tang Xiao, he walked towards the Starfall Palace. After Tang Xiao retracted his martial soul, he reached out to support Liang and also headed towards the Starfall Palace. In the room of the Starfall Palace, everyone took their seats. YeXuan and Qian Rinxue sat in the main seats. To their left was Yi Shishui, and to their right were Ning Fengji and Chun Chenxin. Directly opposite them were Tang Xiao and Liang. As soon as they were seated, YeXuan said straightforwardly, 50 million gold soul coins, or resources of equivalent value, and this matter will be considered settled. From now on, the Starfall Palace and the Haotian sect will keep to themselves and not interfere with each other. Palace Master Yi, if you talk like this, it's better for us to go to full-scale war. My Haotian sect is not afraid of your Starfall Palace, Tang Xiao said decisively, as taking out 50 million was simply impossible. And there's no need to talk. Let's go to full-scale war. YeXuan glanced at Tang Xiao, secretly nudging Qian Rinxue. Ning Fengji observed the two, who seemed ready for war, and felt somewhat speechless. He couldn't gauge whether YeXuan dared to go to war. After all, in his impression, there was nothing YeXuan was afraid to do. On the other hand, he was certain that Tang Xiao did not want a full-scale war. Otherwise, Tang Xiao wouldn't be sitting here negotiating with YeXuan. Tang Xiao, YeXuan, you both need to calm down and talk this over. A full-scale war brings no benefits to either side. Since we're negotiating, it naturally involves high demands and low offers. As long as the discussion continues, a mutually acceptable result can be achieved, and a war can be avoided. Ning Fengji's face bore a peaceful smile, his voice faintly resonating in the room. Little Qian, Ning's sect master makes a lot of sense. How about we take a step back? Instead of 50 million gold soul coins, we only need 45 million gold soul coins. Qian Rinxue said with a faint smile on her face. YeXuan closed his eyes, lightly tapping the table with his fingers, pretending to be deep in thought. After a while, he opened his eyes and said flatly, Okay, then our Starfall Palace will take a step back and only require 45 million gold soul coins or resources of equivalent value. Upon hearing YeXuan's voice, Ning Fengji looked at Tang Xiao and asked, Tang Xiao, your Haotian sect should also state your price. Tang Xiao nodded and said, 500,000 gold soul coins. That is the highest price the Haotian sect can offer. Haha, since your Haotian sect has no intention to negotiate seriously, there's no need to continue. 500,000 gold soul coins. Are you even serious? YeXuan let out a light laugh, his hands resting behind his head, looking sharply at Tang Xiao. Qian Rinxue shook her head and said, If it's just 500,000 gold soul coins, then your Haotian sect indeed lacks any sincerity to negotiate. We might as well go to full-scale war. Ning Fengji looked at Tang Xiao. 500,000 gold soul coins would be more than enough for repairing the ground, and there would even be a surplus. However, it was clear that YeXuan and Qian Renxue would not be satisfied with this. Tang Xiao's brow slightly furrowed. He did not want a full-scale war with the Starfall Palace, nor did he want to lose a large amount of money and resources needed for cultivation. Furthermore, the Haotian sect was not wealthy at the moment. If they really took out tens of millions of gold soul coins, their disciples might have to go hungry in the future. Seeing the situation between both sides, Ning Fengji thought for a moment before speaking. YeXuan, the price you're asking is simply too high. Tang Xiao, your offer is also a bit low. How about both of you take a step back and settle at 5 million gold soul coins? What do you think? Ning Fengji showed a peaceful smile, waiting for both sides' responses, and he was certain this price was within Tang Xiao's acceptable range, but he had no idea whether YeXuan and Qian Renxue would be satisfied. Hearing this, YeXuan and Qian Renxue exchanged glances, a fleeting smile appearing in their eyes, but neither of them spoke. Tang Xiao also remained silent. Just as Ning Fengji had thought, 5 million gold soul coins were still within his acceptable range, but he did not want to take it out so readily, waiting for YeXuan and Qian Renxue to respond first. 5 million gold soul coins, 30 plants of rare herbs, and 2 soul bones. Otherwise, let's not discuss it. YeXuan's calm voice echoed in the room. I can give you 10 more rare herbs, but the soul bones are non-negotiable, Tang Xiao said, his hands resting on the table, his voice sounding exceptionally firm. Little Qian, considering sect Master Ning's face, let us give the Haotian sect a bit of a discount. We will settle for 20 rare herbs and 1 soul bone. Qian Renxue looked at YeXuan, her voice bearing a hint of seriousness. Xuya, the cost of repairing the ground is quite high. 5 million gold soul coins might not even be enough for me. If it's any less, we would be at a great loss. However, considering sect Master Ning's face, I can reluctantly accept your proposal. I just wonder if the Haotian sect will agree. YeXuan rubbed his temples, feigning a headache. Ning Fengji observed the two as they played off each other, smiling but not speaking. He thought to himself, why didn't you two give me face earlier, but now you say it's for my sake? Upon hearing this, Tang Xiao's brow furrowed slightly, but he remained silent. The room fell into a slight silence, with YeXuan, Qian Renxue, and Ning Fengji all seeming to have no intention of speaking, quietly waiting for Tang Xiao's response. After a long while, Tang Xiao finally spoke. Okay, I agree to your terms of 5 million gold soul coins, 20 rare herbs, and 1 soul bone. However, it will take our Haotian sect a few days to gather these resources. All right, I'll give you 5 days. You can go back and prepare. If I don't receive the items in 5 days, don't blame me for bringing people to the Haotian sect. After all, I still know where your Haotian sect's hidden location is. YeXuan's fingers tapped the table, producing a rhythmic sound. Our Haotian sect will naturally not go back on our word. Within 5 days, we will definitely deliver 5 million gold soul coins, 20 rare herbs, and 1 soul bone as promised. We will not linger here any longer and will take our leave now. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Xiao stood up from his seat, supporting Liang, and headed directly towards the exit of the Starfall Palace. YeXuan did not stop him, merely sitting in place and watching Tang Xiao and the others leave. After Tang Xiao left, Ning Fengji glanced at Qian Renxue before quickly retracting his gaze, smiling faintly. Little Qian, since the matter has been resolved, we should return to the 7-treasure glazed tile sect. Chapter 118. Ambush and open confrontation. After hearing Ning Fengji's voice, YeXuan lightly nodded and said, Uncle Ning, take care. We at the Starfall Palace have matters to attend to, so we won't see you off. No problem. Since you have things to do, just carry on. Ning Fengji waved his hand nonchalantly, stood up, and walked towards the exit of the Starfall Palace, with Chun Xian following behind him. After Ning Fengji and Chun Xian left the room, YeXuan and Qian Renxue exchanged glances and both smiled. The things provided by the Haotian sect far exceeded their expectations. 5 million gold soul coins, 20 rare treasures, and a soul bone. The total value of these items was definitely no less than 10 million gold soul coins. Once Ning Fengji and Chen Xian exited the Starfall Palace, Ning Fengji turned to Chen Xian and said, Sword Uncle, can you tell what level YeXuan's strength is at? If at that time, Liang had dodged his attack, could he still win? Chen Xian replied softly, YeXuan's current level of strength can completely be compared to a titled Douluo. We fought Liang in close combat. Liang showed no mercy, and their soul power levels were nearly 40 levels apart. Yet, despite this, they were still evenly matched. If Liang had truly dodged, the outcome between them would still be uncertain. After all, Liang was using his martial soul true body. Unfortunately, there are no ifs in this world. Liang lost. And he lost to a soul king with the strength of a titled Daluo and even got seriously injured. This is enough to prove how terrifying YeXuan's talent is. As Liang said at that time, among the younger generation, YeXuan is indeed the best. After all, with the strength of a soul king defeating a titled Daluo, who else among the younger generation could achieve that? Chen Xian's voice carried a hint of emotion. In my generation, no one could compare to Tang Hao. In their generation, perhaps no one can compare to YeXuan. Ning Fengji also sighed, heading straight towards the 7-treasure glazed tile school. In the Starfall Palace, YeXuan placed a detailed development plan in front of YeXuan. This development plan was crafted based on the situation of the Starfall Palace. YeXuan reached out to pick up the plan and examined it carefully, while Qian Rinxue watched with curiosity. Soon, both of them finished reading the entire plan, which was very comprehensive. They found no flaws or shortcomings in it. Aunt Yi, what else do we need to establish the academy? YeXuan placed the plan back on the table and calmly asked YeXuan, Master, we currently only lack a location for establishing the academy. As for the teachers in the academy, we can either recruit from outside or select from within the Starfall Palace, choosing people from the Soul King to Soul Saint levels to serve as teachers. As for the paperwork for the academy, we just need to notify the Tiando Imperial Palace. Moreover, once the academy is established, we can allow graduates to directly join the Starfall Palace. This will be more beneficial for our development. No matter the force, outstanding young talents are indispensable. YeXuan said, I will handle the location issue. Ontye, you send someone to scout the location on the map and confirm whether it is indeed the hidden place of the Haotian sect. As soon as YeXuan's words fell, Qian Rinxue took out the map from her soul guide and placed it on the table. Yes, master, YeXuan replied, picking up the map and walking out of the room. YeXuan turned to Qian Rinxue and asked, Shuer, I need to go to the Tiando Imperial Palace. Will you come with me, or stay here to cultivate? I'll go with you to the Tiando Imperial Palace, Qian Rinxue said with a gentle smile, standing quietly in place, waiting for YeXuan to open the space rift in front of her. YeXuan stood up directly, with some purple-black light flickering on his left leg, and a space rift appeared in front of him as he took Qian Rinxue's delicate hand and stepped inside. In the Tiando Imperial Palace, Tai Xiong, Xi Miao, and Si Aishue were sitting together, idly sipping tea. Suddenly, the three seemed to feel something and turned to look just in time to see the appearing space rift. As Xi Miao and Si Aishue sensed a familiar aura from the space rift, they immediately put down their teacups and stood up respectfully, waiting. However, Tai Xiong did not think at all, placing his teacup down and directly throwing a punch at the space rift. Tai Xiong don't. Tai Xiong. It's the young master and the young lady. Xi Miao and Si Aishue hurriedly shouted to stop him, but by the time they spoke, it was too late to prevent it. Tai Xiong's punch had no intention of holding back, and when he heard their voices, it was already too late for him to pull back. With a loud bang, Tai Xiong's fist aimed at the rift was caught by a fair hand. YeXuan and Qian Rinxue then stepped out from the rift. Young master, young lady, Xi Miao and Si Aishue greeted respectfully upon seeing them. Tai Xiong glanced at his own fist, then at YeXuan and Qian Rinxue in front of him, and awkwardly said, Young master, young lady, didn't you sense our aura? How dare you ambush us? You really have some nerve. Qian Rinxue frowned slightly. If YeXuan hadn't blocked it in time, one of them might have been injured. After all, the title duel left in the Tiando Imperial Palace were basically those who used to protect them and were very familiar with their auras. So when they released their auras, they never expected someone would suddenly ambush them. Young lady, I sense a familiar aura just now, but I didn't think of it in time and attacked. However, I didn't ambush the young master and young lady. I was just attacking openly. If the young lady doesn't believe me, Xi Miao and Si Aishue can testify. Tai Xiong patted his chest, insisting he hadn't ambushed them. Xi Miao and Si Aishue exchanged glances, stepping back 2 steps to maintain some distance from Tai Xiong. Both of them found themselves speechless. Was this really a matter of ambush versus open confrontation? The real issue was that he attacked the young master and young lady, and fortunately, neither was injured. Otherwise, Tai Xiong would definitely face serious consequences. Chapter 119. It's clear now hearing this. Qian Rinxue looked at Tai Xiong's indignant expression and almost laughed in anger. Was this really about whether it was an ambush or not? Could you justify your actions by claiming you were attacking openly? Just as Qian Rinxue was about to say something, she heard YeXuan's voice beside her. All right, swear, I know Tai Xiong well. He didn't mean to attack us. And besides, he wouldn't have the courage to do so. Qian Rinxue shot a dissatisfied glance at Tai Xiong upon hearing YeXuan's voice, but said nothing further. Tai Xiong showed a simple smile and quickly spoke to YeXuan. Young master, when the Pope said that I am officially a member of the Starfall Palace, I cannot have too much contact with people from the Spirit Hall on the surface. So, I've stayed in the Tiando Imperial Palace for 6 years without any contact with the Spirit Hall. I haven't left the Tiando Imperial Palace, just waiting for you, young master. But I have waited for 6 years. I originally thought you had forgotten about me, my lord. YeXuan looked at him sideways and asked with some surprise. In 6 years, you have never left the Heavendo Imperial Palace? Yes, my lord. I, Tai Xiong, have never left the Heavendo Imperial Palace. Nor can I expose my identity. My lord, if you don't believe me, you can ask Xi Miao and Ci Shui. Tai Xiong nodded, speaking very seriously. YeXuan's gaze turned to Xi Miao and Ci Shui, his eyes filled with inquiry. My lord, Tai Xiong indeed has never left the Heavendo Imperial Palace in these 6 years. Xi Miao and Ci Shui nodded, confirming that what Tai Xiong said was true. YeXuan looked at Tai Xiong and asked, Tai Xiong, since you are publicly considered a member of the Starfall Palace, have you ever thought that if you go to the Starfall Palace, you wouldn't have to stay in the Heavendo Imperial Palace anymore? Upon hearing this, Tai Xiong was momentarily stunned. He thought about YeXuan's words and found them reasonable, since he was publicly a member of the Starfall Palace. If he went to the Starfall Palace, he could move about freely and wouldn't have to stay in the Heavendo Imperial Palace all the time. How could he not have thought of such a simple solution? YeXuan and Qian Rinxue looked at his suddenly enlightened expression and both understood that Tai Xiong had never considered this issue before. All right, Tai Xiong, come with me now. I have something for you to do, YeXuan said, taking Qian Rinxue's delicate hand and walking straight ahead. Okay, my lord, Tai Xiong replied, directly following behind the two and striding forward. Xi Miao and Ci Shui did the same. The group arrived at the study in the palace, where the two sat directly in the main seats. The person impersonating Shui Qinghe stood respectfully in front of them. Qian Rinxue looked at Shui Qinghe and directly said, find us a place to establish an academy, and hand over half of the taxes from the Heavendo Empire to the Starfall Palace for the construction. Yes, miss. I will send someone to prepare shortly. Shui Qinghe replied respectfully. No need. Once the location is selected, just give half of the taxes to Tai Xiong to manage the establishment of the academy. I will also send someone to assist you, Tai Xiong. YeXuan said, looking at Tai Xiong. After all, he had a good impression of Tai Xiong. Although Tai Xiong was a bit dull, he would do everything he was instructed without question and would complete tasks thoroughly without any delay. In simple terms, whatever you asked him to do, he would do without asking questions, and he would get the job done without dragging his feet. My lord, rest assured, I will definitely establish the academy as soon as possible, and there will be no problems. Tai Xiong patted his chest, appearing very confident. He had already been in the Heavendo Imperial Palace for 6 years and was tired of it. Although life in the Heavendo Imperial Palace was good, with everything he needed, he had been there for 6 years without any freedom, and he longed to go out. However, he had previously been worried about exposing his identity, so he didn't dare to leave. Now it was different. As long as he had the identity of the Starfall Palace, he could move freely outside. YeXuan reminded Tai Xiong, if there's anything you don't understand, you can go to the Starfall Palace and ask Deputy Palace Master Yi Shui. Do as she instructs, understood? My lord, you can rest assured. If I have any questions, I will definitely ask Senior Yi, and I will follow her instructions. Tai Xiong nodded seriously, his face full of earnestness. All right, Tai Xiong, I believe you can handle this well. As for the blueprints for the Academy's establishment, you can go to the Starfall Palace to get them later. Just build according to the blueprints. YeXuan waved his hand, showing no concern. With Tai Xiong's stubbornness, he was sure he would strictly follow the blueprints. My lord, Tai Xiong, will definitely build according to the blueprints without any problems, ensuring it is exactly the same. Tai Xiong said with a simple smile, his voice sounding extremely firm. YeXuan didn't pay much attention to Tai Xiong, but reached out to hold Qian Rinxue. Smiling lightly, Shuer, do you see now why Tai Xiong attacked us earlier? I noticed a long time ago. As soon as she finished speaking, Qian Rinxue shot YeXuan a look with her eyes. From the earlier conversation, Qian Rinxue could completely confirm that Tai Xiong was someone who didn't think at all when doing things. Although this type of person was rigid and lacked flexibility, they were very obedient and wouldn't ask too many questions. As long as it was a task they agreed to or recognized, they would complete it meticulously. YeXuan just smiled and didn't say anything further. However, Qian Renxue turned her gaze back to Xueqinghe and said seriously, "You need to hide your identity well and must not expose it prematurely. Understood?" "I understand, miss. As long as I don't come into close contact with titled Douluo level individuals, I won't be discovered." Xueqinghe answered straightforwardly, extremely confident in his disguise skills. "Has Ning Fengji ever come to the Heaven Do Imperial Palace? You must not let him discover anything unusual." Qian Renxue asked calmly. If anyone could detect the issue, it would only be Ning Fengji from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Upon hearing this, Xueqinghe nodded lightly and said, "Ning Fengji has indeed come to the Heaven Do Imperial Palace with Guanyin. However, I only met with him privately and had no contact with Guanyin, so Ning Fengji did not notice anything unusual." Chapter 120. Pretending to understand when Qian Renxue heard Xueqinghe's words, she pondered for a while before saying, "Very well. Remember to act cautiously and minimize contact with outsiders in the palace." "Okay, miss, I understand." Xueqinghe replied very straightforwardly. "All right, you all need to hide your identities well in the Heaven Do Imperial Palace and not expose any flaws. Just do what you are supposed to do. If we have any matters, we will send someone to instruct you." Qian Renxue waved her hand, signaling that they could leave. The people in the room, seeing Qian Renxue's gesture, began to walk out of the room. Tai Xiong stood in place, thinking for a moment, and was just about to leave the room when he was called back by YeXuan. "Tai Xiong, you come back with us to the Starfall Palace. I will arrange a public identity for you in the palace." As soon as he finished speaking, YeXuan stood up with Qian Renxue, and with a flicker of purple-black light on his left leg, he opened a spatial rift in front of them, and the two stepped directly inside. Seeing this, Tai Xiong hurriedly took a couple of quick steps to follow the two into the spatial rift. When the three emerged from the rift, they had already returned to the Starfall Palace. Once in the Starfall Palace, they found Yi Shixue, and YeXuan smiled and said, "Aunt Yi, please give Tai Xiong an elder token of our Starfall Palace, so he can have a name in our palace." "Yes, master." Ye Jishui replied, taking out an elder token from her soul guide and placing it in front of Tai Xiong. Tai Xiong respectfully reached out to take the elder token and asked, "My lord, does this mean I will become an elder of the Starfall Palace in the future?" "You are just a nominal elder in my Starfall Palace. Fundamentally, you still belong to the Papal Hall. Your elder token is merely to give you an identity in the Starfall Palace, making it more convenient for you to do your work in the future. However, this elder token does not grant you any authority. It is just a symbol of your identity." YeXuan's voice sounded somewhat plain. Although he could directly make Tai Xiong a true elder of the Starfall Hall, he would not do so. After all, Tai Xiong was a person from his teacher, BibiDong. If he directly made him a true elder in the Starfall Hall, it would imply that he was poaching from the Pope's Hall. Although he knew BibiDong wouldn't mind, he still wouldn't do it. Moreover, Tai Xiong's loyalty was not to him, but to his teacher, Pope BibiDong. Therefore, YeXuan only allowed him to hold a nominal position as an elder in the Starfall Hall, which did not grant him any real power. With this identity in the Starfall Hall, Tai Xiong would find it much easier to carry out his tasks in the future, and no one would discover his true identity. Upon hearing this, Tai Xiong breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Although he knew that the Starfall Hall and the Pope's Hall would eventually merge, once they did, if he held a position in the Starfall Hall, he could no longer return to the Pope's Hall. Tai Xiong always remembered that he was loyal to His Holiness the Pope, not to the young master. However, Tai Xiong still respectfully bowed to YeXuan, putting away the elder token of the Starfall Hall. He was merely holding a nominal title there for convenience. He remained a person of the Pope's Hall, loyal to His Holiness the Pope. "All right, you can return to the Tiando Imperial Palace now. The blueprints for the academy are ready, and someone will deliver them to you. What you need to do is build the academy according to the blueprints, and there must be no mistakes. Do you understand?" YeXuan's gaze turned to Tai Xiong, his voice sounding somewhat plain. "Young master, I will take care of the academy's construction. You can rest assured that there won't be any mistakes." Tai Xiong replied with a serious expression, clearly having taken this matter to heart. After hearing Tai Xiong's voice, YeXuan waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he could leave. However, Tai Xiong stood still, remembering clearly that His Holiness the Pope had sent him to protect the young master. He felt it necessary to remind the young master, lest he forget the purpose of his assignment. After a while, seeing that Tai Xiong remained standing still, YeXuan asked with some surprise, "Tai Xiong, do you have something else to say?" "Young master, His Holiness the Pope sent me to protect you. I believe I should stay by your side and follow your orders." Tai Xiong said very seriously, his expression earnest. "No need for that. Tai Xiong, you go back to the Tiando Imperial Palace and take care of things for me. I don't need your protection right now. Although you are a titled Douluo, you wouldn't be able to defeat me in a real fight, YeXuan said casually. When he competed with Lai Yin, he still had trump cards that he hadn't used. If it came down to a real fight, Tai Xiong might not truly be his opponent. Upon hearing this, Tai Xiong started to think seriously. In the Tiando Imperial Palace, the young master had blocked his attack with just one hand, indicating that the young master's strength was indeed very strong and that he probably did not need his protection. Qian Rinxue, watching Tai Xiong's thoughtful expression, couldn't help but rub her forehead and said, Tai Xiong, you don't need to think too much. Just do your own job well. We will naturally send someone to inform you when we need you. After hearing Qian Rinxue's voice, Tai Xiong immediately snapped out of his thoughts. He glanced at YeXuan and Qian Rinxue, sizing them up. After a while, he finally spoke, then young master, Miss, I will return to the Tiando Imperial Palace. If you have any tasks, just send someone to instruct me there. A simple smile appeared on Tai Xiong's face as he bowed to YeXuan and Qian Rinxue, then strode toward the Tiando Imperial Palace. YeXuan watched Tai Xiong's departing figure and smiled. He had a good impression of Tai Xiong. His character was honest and straightforward, and he was very reliable in his work. Apart from being a bit single-minded, he was quite satisfactory to YeXuan. After Tai Xiong left, Qian Rinxue sat down at the table, reached for the pastries placed on it, and began to taste them in small bites. She looked at YeXuan and asked, Xiao Xian, Tai Xiong is truly honest and straightforward. He really is honest and straightforward, and he can be a bit single-minded. But he is very reliable when it comes to doing things. YeXuan chuckled and also picked up a pastry taste. Chapter 121, System Version 2. 0 Late at night, YeXuan, who was sitting cross-legged in his room, cultivating, suddenly heard the system's notification sound in his mind. Ding dong. The system has met the update conditions. Current version 1. 0. Updating to version 2. 0. Update time. 30 minutes. Please be patient, host. What? The system can update its version? YeXuan thought as he listened to the system's notification, feeling a bit excited about what new features might appear after the update. YeXuan glanced at Qian Rinxue, who was still cultivating, then refocused his thoughts and continued to cultivate. Half an hour wasn't long. He could easily wait while cultivating. Soon, half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and the system's voice echoed in his mind again. Ding dong, system version 2. 0 update complete. Ding dong, the check-in function has been disabled, and the mall function has been activated. Host, YeXuan Soul Power. Level 52, Soul King. Martial Soul, Divine Beast White Tiger. Dark Demon, Evil God Tiger, First Martial Soul Ring. Purple Gold Black, Second Martial Soul Ring. Red Bloodline. White Tiger Bloodline Soul Bones. Soft Bone Charming Rabbit, Right Leg Bone. Dark Demon, Evil God Tiger, Left Leg Bone. Sky Blue Bull Python, Right Arm Bone. Evil Eye Holy King's Left Arm Bone. Divine Weapon. Divine Punishment Silver Spear Cultivation Method. Walking Character Secret Spear Techniques. Broken Sun Remnant Snow. Divine Might Like Prison. Unfixed Wind Wave. 1,000 Years of Empty Leisure. Never to Return. YeXuan looked at the system panel in front of him, which now had a mall option, and he directly opened it. Instantly, various goods appeared before his eyes. The goods were divided into 6 major categories: treasures, techniques, items, pills, high-quality replicas, and other goods. At the top of the panel, the words fortune value were written, with a number following it. Based on YeXuan's estimation, fortune value was the currency for purchasing goods, and his fortune value was 9,000. He didn't know what he could buy with his 9,000 fortune value, so he prepared to browse the items to see what he might want to buy. Clicking on the treasures option, the first row displayed, Treasure, Heaven Opening Divine Axe. Price, 20 billion fortune value. Treasure, Nuwa Sword. Price, 20 billion fortune value. Treasure, God-Slaying Spear. Price, 18 billion fortune value. Treasure, 4 Swords of Immortal Execution. Price, 18 billion fortune value. After checking the entire treasures option, YeXuan discovered that he couldn't afford any of them. The cheapest one required 100,000 fortune value, while he only had 9,000, making it seem like he couldn't buy anything. When he opened the techniques and pills options, the names of the items were more impressive and the prices were higher. The only item he could afford was a beauty-preserving pill, priced at 100 fortune value, with the sole effect of maintaining eternal youth. Upon clicking on the items option, the first items that appeared were Item, Ultimate Douluo Card. Price, 10,000 fortune value. Item, Super Douluo Card. Price, 7,000 fortune value. Item, Title Douluo Card. Price, 3,000 fortune value. In addition, there are various items available, such as Soul Ring Duration Enhancement Cards, soul bone duration enhancement cards, a complete set of soul bones, and many other usable goods. However, most of the prices are beyond his budget. But YeXuan did not rush to make a purchase. Instead, he clicked on the imitation option, where the prices were significantly cheaper. For example, the imitation version of the Qian Divine Axe was priced at 2 million fortune points. Although the price was very cheap, he had no intention of lingering and directly closed the imitation option. Imitations are always just imitations and cannot be compared to the real thing. And the price difference alone shows how vast the gap is. System, we've been through thick and thin for 16 years. Our brotherhood is as endless as the flowing river, and we share glory and loss together. YeXuan began to communicate with the system in his mind. Host, what do you want to say? Feel free to speak directly. The system's voice sounded somewhat indifferent. I've taken a liking to the items in the treasure section, priced at 20 billion. Considering our brotherly bond, could you give me a friendly price of 2,000 fortune points? YeXuan said casually, not really expecting the system to agree. This system will give all items in the mall to the host for free. How does that sound? The system's voice echoed in YeXuan's mind. Upon hearing this, YeXuan felt a bit incredulous. Is the system experiencing a bug? It's actually going to give me everything in the mall for free. System, are you joking with me? YeXuan asked, somewhat in disbelief. The system's voice floated back into his mind. Host, weren't you the one joking with me first? Can I buy on credit? Or how can I quickly earn fortune points? YeXuan asked curiously, feeling that the system had changed after the update. The previous system was taciturn and rarely spoke, but after the update, it could even joke, which left YeXuan feeling somewhat incredulous. All items in this system are clearly priced, with no credit or discounts. Fortune points are closely related to the host's own fortune. But spending fortune points to buy items does not consume the host's own fortune. As for how to obtain fortune, please seek the answer yourself. After the words fell, the system seemed to vanish, no longer resonating in his mind. YeXuan kept asking in his mind, but the system offered no response. If it weren't for the system panel still being in front of him, he would have thought the system had suddenly disappeared. Damn, playing dead again. YeXuan cursed in his heart. In the mall, he spent 7,100 fortune points to purchase a Super Douluo card and a youth retaining pill. The Super Douluo card could be used as a trump card, while the youth retaining pill was purchased in advance for Qian. And it was not expensive, it merely preserved youth. As for why he didn't give it to Qian now, it was because she was only 16 and didn't need to preserve her youth yet. It would be perfect to give it to her when she turned 18 or 19. YeXuan smiled faintly as he closed the system panel, looked out at the somewhat dark night, slowly stood up, stretched his body, and began to ponder the issues of fortune and fortune points. Since fortune and fortune points were closely related, if he could improve his fortune, the fortune points should also increase. But how could he enhance his fortune? Fortune itself is an elusive thing, invisible and intangible, yet it truly exists. So YeXuan had no clue how to enhance his own fortune. Chapter 122. The young miss arrives in the morning in the pavilion of the Starfall Hall. YeXuan sat there, sipping tea and contemplating how to enhance his own fortune, especially since the items in the system mall made him feel somewhat envious. The prices were just too high to afford. At that moment, outside the pavilion, Ning Rongrong, dressed in a white long dress, walked toward him. After reaching the pavilion, Ning Rongrong sat down in front of YeXuan, unreservedly reaching for the teapot and teacup in front of him, and began to taste it herself. Looking at the clear tea in her cup, Ning Rongrong smiled lightly and said, "Big brother, your tea is not as good as our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's 7 Treasure Glazed Tea." As soon as she finished speaking, she poured out the clear tea from the teapot, replaced it with 7 Treasure Glazed Tea, and continued to drink it herself. YeXuan watched the scene unfold, feeling his brow twitch uncontrollably. This seemed to be his Starfall Hall, not her 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Did she do this without my permission? Looking at Ning Rongrong, YeXuan asked, "Why did you come alone? Where Uncle Ning and the others?" "My dad and Grandpa Qian went out for something, and before they left, they asked me to bring you some 7 Treasure Glazed Tea. Grandpa Gu needs to stay behind to guard the sect, so I came by myself," Ning Rongrong casually replied after taking a sip of tea. "And the 7 Treasure Glazed Tea?" YeXuan's gaze fell on the teapot. Sensing that the 7 Treasure Glazed Tea Ning Rongrong just made was likely sent by Ning Fengji for him. Sure enough, Ning Rongrong pointed at the teapot in front of her and said straightforwardly, "ISNT this what I'm drinking?" YeXuan felt a bit speechless, but didn't say anything further, continuing to think about how to enhance his own fortune. "Big brother, do you have time now? Want to go to Heaven Do City for a stroll? There are many fun things in Heaven Do City, Ning Rongrong blinked her eyes and asked, Busu. I have to manage Starfall Hall and cultivate my soul power. I really don't have time. Your tea is finished. You can go back to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School now. YeXuan waved his hand, his tone sounding somewhat indifferent. Go back to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? You don't know how boring it is there. I want to play enough before returning, Ning Rongrong said, tasting the 7 Treasure glazed tea decisively. Suit yourself, just don't disturb me, YeXuan replied, standing up and walking straight out of the pavilion, ignoring her. Ning Rongrong frowned slightly, looking somewhat unhappy, but she didn't say anything further. As soon as YeXuan stepped out of the pavilion, he saw Qian Renxue walking towards him. Qian Renxue glanced at Ning Rongrong in the pavilion and directly said to YeXuan, Xian, let us go to Heavendo City for a stroll and buy some things. Hearing this, YeXuan nodded slightly and said, no problem. I just happen to have nothing to do. It's going to take a break in Heavendo City. After that, YeXuan and Qian Renxue headed directly towards Starfall Hall. Ning Rongrong, hearing their conversation, blinked her eyes and showed an unhappy expression. She remembered that YeXuan had just said he was very busy and needed to deal with matters in Starfall Hall and cultivate. But now he said he had nothing to do. What was going on? Ning Rongrong looked at the backs of the two as they left and quickly followed them, asking, Didn't you say you were busy and had no time? How come you have free time to go to Heavendo City now? YeXuan and Qian Renxue both stopped in their tracks and turned to look at Ning Rongrong when they heard her voice. YeXuan helplessly said, Young lady of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, do I need to report to you where I'm going and what I'm doing? Aren't you going to Heavendo City? I'm going there too. It's on the way. Can we just go together? Ning Rongrong's gaze was on the two, her tone casual. All right, Xian. If she wants to follow, let her follow. Qian Renxue chuckled lightly, showing no concern. Hearing this, YeXuan said nothing more and took Qian Renxue's delicate hand, leading her forward. The road is open to everyone. How Ning Rongrong wants to walk is none of his business. Qian Renxue also ignored Ning Rongrong, engaging in cheerful conversation with YeXuan. Ning Rongrong followed silently behind them, saying nothing. The three quickly exited the Starfall Hall, heading towards Heavendo City. Because of Ning Rongrong, YeXuan did not use his spatial abilities and simply walked there. After all, the distance from the Starfall Hall to Heavendo City was not far. About 10 minutes later, the three arrived in Heavendo City, strolling along the bustling streets. Qian Renxue looked at the surrounding shops, as if she was choosing something. However, she showed no intention of entering any of them, instead moving towards the next street. Ning Rongrong's gaze kept scanning the shops around her, and she even considered entering a few times. But when she saw that YeXuan and Qian Renxue showed no signs of stopping and moved on to the next street, she followed them without hesitation. Finally, when they reached the most bustling street, Qian Renxue's gaze landed on a luxurious clothing store, and she pulled YeXuan inside. As soon as they entered the store, a staff member with a professional smile approached them. But before she could speak, Qian Renxue preemptively said, No need for you to introduce anything. We'll choose ourselves. The staff member, upon hearing this, did not speak but smiled and stepped back. Qian Renxue scanned the store filled with a dazzling array of clothing, then took YeXuan's hand and began to browse. The store's decor was very luxurious and grand, and the clothing was exquisite, though quite expensive. Even the cheapest item cost several thousand gold soul coins. Soon, after finishing the first floor, Qian Renxue found nothing she liked and directly headed to the second floor. Upon reaching the second floor, she glanced around and gently shook her head, planning to go to the third floor to take a look. YeXuan pointed to a piece of clothing in a fourth-floor display case and asked Shuer, What do you think of that dress? Chapter 123. Non-sale item. Hearing his voice, Qian Renxue looked in the direction he was pointing and saw a golden palace-style long dress in the display case. The dress was a one-piece, seemingly woven from golden threads, without excessive patterns or decorations, appearing simple yet elegant. It's all right, quite nice. Let's go take a look. Qian Renxue blinked her eyes, pulling YeXuan towards the fourth floor. YeXuan just smiled and said nothing. When they reached the fourth floor, they found 10 display cases, each neatly showcasing a piece of clothing, all differing in style. Some were quite simple, while others were very luxurious. The one YeXuan and Qian Renxue were looking at was in the first display case. They approached the first case, and Qian Renxue carefully examined the golden palace-style long dress. After a while, she did not speak, but looked at YeXuan. Seeing this, YeXuan smiled and waved at the staff, saying, Wrap this dress up for me. The staff approached with a professional smile and said, Young sir, the clothing on the fourth floor is for display only and not for sale. It's classified as non-sale items. Isn't this placed here to be sold? Just wrap it up. The price is negotiable. YeXuan glanced at the clothing in the display case, not caring about what the staff had said regarding it being a non-sale item. I'm really sorry, but the clothing on the 4th floor is not for sale. Please understand. The staff maintained her smile, but a hint of helplessness was evident in her voice. YeXuan's silver eyes glanced at the staff, showing no intention of continuing the conversation, and he directly punched the display case. With a loud crash, the display case shattered, and YeXuan reached in to grab the dress. He took out a gold soul card worth 100,000 and tossed it to the staff, saying lightly, "I'm taking this dress. If your boss has any objections, let him come find me at the Starfall Hall." The staff watched in shock as the scene unfolded before her. After looking at the gold soul card in her hand, she was at a loss for words, so she merely stood there with a professional smile on her face. Qian Rinxue looked at the dress in YeXuan's hand, her eyes showing a hint of surprise, but she said nothing, instead taking the dress from him and leading him to continue browsing the store. After they had looked around the entire clothing store, they prepared to head outside. However, as they reached the door, they saw Ning Rongrong waiting there, a few new clothes and a smiling staff member in front of her. Upon seeing the two, Ning Rongrong immediately walked up to them and said to YeXuan, "Big brother, I forgot to bring money when I came out. Can you pay for me first? I'll pay you back when I return to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School." Hearing this, YeXuan glanced at Ning Rongrong, took out a gold soul card worth 100,000 from his soul guide, and handed it to her, saying blandly, "Just remember to pay me back later." "I understand." Ning Rongrong took the gold soul card from YeXuan without any concern. Her 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was wealthy, and a mere 100,000 gold soul coins was nothing to her. YeXuan and Qian Rinxue paid no mind and directly exited the clothing store. After all, it was just 100,000 gold soul coins. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School could afford it, and borrowing it was no issue. After Ning Rongrong paid for her items, she looked in the direction of the two leaving and followed suit. YeXuan and Qian Rinxue walked along the street, observing the bustling crowd and listening to the shouts of the vendors, creating a lively atmosphere. However, they were just leisurely strolling without buying anything, though if they saw something interesting, they would join in the fun as they were out to relax. Ning Rongrong followed behind them, her gaze scanning the surroundings, her face brimming with excitement as she continuously searched for something fun among the vendors. By noon, the three entered a more upscale restaurant to have lunch before returning to the Starfall Hall, as they had basically explored all of Heavendo City that morning and saw no need to continue wandering. As the three sat at the table, YeXuan was just about to pick up the menu to start ordering. The menu was picked up by Ning Rongrong, and one by one, the dish names were uttered from her lips, while the waiter took the bill and noted everything down word for word. YeXuan looked at Ning Rongrong and gently frowned, but he didn't say anything, instead placing his hands behind his head and closing his eyes to rest. Qian Rinxue leaned back in her chair, her arms crossed, gazing at Ning Rongrong, but remained silent. After noticing Qian Rinxue's gaze, Ning Rongrong paid no mind and simply sat there waiting for the delicious dishes. The atmosphere at the dining table felt a bit quiet. YeXuan, Qian Rinxue, and Ning Rongrong sat in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Time passed, and suddenly the restaurant's door was pushed open. A handsome young man holding a wine jug swaggered in, taking a few wobbly steps. There were still remnants of lipstick on his face, and he occasionally took a sip from the wine jug as he walked. However, as soon as he entered the restaurant, he seemed to sense something, and his gaze directly fell on YeXuan. YeXuan opened his silver eyes when a young man came in, looking back at him, and they locked eyes without speaking. After a long moment, both YeXuan and the young man withdrew their gazes, and the young man sat down not far from YeXuan and picked up the menu, saying, "Waiter, I'll have one of everything on the menu." The waiter scrutinized the young man from head to toe. Although he was not dressed simply, he was not overly extravagant either, clearly not a nobleman, but someone with a bit of wealth. Given the restaurant's expensive dishes, the waiter was somewhat worried that the young man might be looking to dine and dash. The young man seemed to sense the waiter's thoughts, took a sip from his wine jug, and said leisurely, "You can rest assured. I have money and 1 TB dining and dashing here. Just go ahead and bring me the dishes." Upon hearing this, the waiter put on a professional smile and quickly explained, "Young master, you've misunderstood. We'll arrange that right away." Qian Rinxue, having withdrawn her gaze from Ning Rongrong, turned to YeXuan and asked with some confusion, "Xiao Xian, do you know him?" She had clearly seen the exchanged glances between the two, and judging by the young man's appearance, it was easy to deduce that he had just come from a brothel, given the visible lipstick marks on his face. I don't know him. YeXuan glanced at the young man and replied straightforwardly. The young man gave him a strange feeling, but he couldn't pinpoint what was strange about it, and he genuinely did not know this young man. Qian Rinxua nodded gently, but did not say anything further, instead closing her eyes to rest again. Ning Rongrong briefly glanced at the young man before retracting her gaze, showing no interest in him. The young man occasionally glanced at YeXuan, a thoughtful expression appearing in his eyes, seemingly deep in thought. Soon, the dishes arrived, and YeXuan, Qian Rinxua, and Ning Rongrong began to taste the food. After all, they were in a high-end restaurant in Tiando City, and the dishes were quite good. Of course, they were not cheap. Even the cheapest dish cost several hundred gold soul coins. The young man's dishes were quickly served as well, and he picked up his chopsticks and began to eat heartily. After enjoying a meal and a drink, the young man waved to the waiter and asked, "How much do I owe in total?" The waiter, maintaining a professional smile, approached the young man and said, "Young master, your total consumption comes to 108,000 gold soul coins. Would you like to pay in cash or by card?" The young man was taken aback and asked, "Wait, how much did you say?" 108,000 gold soul coins? You're not joking with me, are you? Our prices are clearly listed on the menu. If you don't believe me, you can count them yourself." The waiter replied, still smiling, but he was already prepared to call for help in case the young man attempted to dine and dash. The young man opened the menu on the table, and upon seeing the prices of each dish, he touched the gold soul coins on him, revealing an awkward yet polite smile as he said, "Please wait a moment. I need to talk to a friend." As soon as he finished speaking, the young man walked straight towards YeXuan. The waiter, seeing this, followed closely behind him to prevent him from escaping. The young man approached YeXuan and, without any pleasantries, sat down. Just as he was about to say something, Ning Rongrong's voice rang out from the side. "Get up. Who are you? Can't you see we're eating?" The young man glanced at Ning Rongrong, but showed no intention of acknowledging her, focusing his gaze on YeXuan instead, saying, "My name is Qing Sheng. I think we should find a place to talk privately." Upon hearing this, YeXuan looked at Qing Sheng with a hint of sharpness in his eyes. Qing Sheng similarly locked eyes with YeXuan, and his expression was serious. After a while, YeXuan set down his chopsticks, stood up, and walked toward the corner, with Qing Sheng following him. Qian Rinxua glanced at the direction they left, but said nothing, continuing to eat her meal. Although she was curious, she chose not to ask. Once in the corner of the restaurant, YeXuan leaned against the wall and asked calmly, "So, what do you want to talk to me about?" "I need a little favor. I don't have the money to pay the bill. You and I are both descendants of divine beast bloodlines, so, in a sense, we can consider ourselves brothers. The bond of brotherhood is as endless as a river. You want tea refuse to help, will you?" A faint smile appeared on Qing Sheng's face. "The Eastern Sun Star probably doesn't tea represent you, Qing Sheng. You don't have the legacy of the Azure Dragon." YeXuan observed Qing Sheng closely. He could indeed sense the aura of a divine beast bloodline from him. But the Eastern Sun Star did not represent Qing Sheng. "I gave up my eligibility for the legacy. The remnant soul of the Azure Dragon chose someone else as the heir. But the divine beast bloodline flowing in my veins is undeniable. I don't want the legacy that didn't choose me. I just want to live a carefree life without fighting or competing," Qing Sheng said with a smile, taking a sip from his wine jug, seemingly unconcerned about the legacy. "You seem quite at ease. I can lend you the money, but can you pay me back?" YeXuan chuckled lightly, not asking who the Azure Dragoness legacy was passed on to, as he was fairly certain that even if he asked Qing Sheng, he wouldn't know either. How could someone who had been discarded as an heir know who the new heir was? "I can still pay back 100,000 gold soul coins. As long as you lend it to me, I can repay you. It's just a matter of time. If you don't lend it to me, I'll have no choice but to dine and dash," Qing Sheng said, scanning the restaurant for the best escape route. YeXuan pondered for a moment. Although he had money, he wasn't just going to lend it to anyone, and judging by Qing Sheng's current demeanor, he was sure if his money would be paid back. After a while, YeXuan finally said, "I can lend you 100,000 gold soul coins. But you have to come to my Starfall Palace to work off the debt. Although you, like me, possess the bloodline of a divine beast, we are not familiar with each other, and you do not have the ability to repay the debt. Therefore, you can only help me with tasks to offset the debt. How does that sound?" Upon hearing YeXuan's words, Qing Sheng immediately shook his head in refusal. "No, I dislike any constraints. I prefer to do things freely, and I only want to live a carefree life. If I join your Starfall Palace, I will lose my freedom and be subject to restrictions, which I absolutely cannot accept." Qing Sheng's refusal was very straightforward. "I'm not asking you to join the Starfall Palace. I'm only asking you to work there to repay your debt. Once you pay back the gold soul coins, you can leave at any time. I will not restrict your freedom. If that doesn't work for you, then you could just prepare to enjoy a free meal and then run away." YeXuan chuckled lightly, unfazed. It was quite a joke to ask for a loan of 100,000 gold soul coins right after meeting someone without wanting to pay any price. "No. If I help you with tasks, I will also be bound by your constraints. As I said earlier, I do not like being constrained." Qing Sheng smiled, but his gaze subtly darted towards the entrance of the restaurant. Chapter 125. No competition, no struggle. YeXuan glanced at Qing Sheng, but did not say anything further, heading straight to his seat. He did not care about Qing Sheng's claims of not wanting to compete, and just wanted to live a carefree life. As long as he did not obstruct him or oppose him, the two could be friends. Qing Sheng's gaze turned to the waiter. When he noticed that the waiter was staring at him, he did not mind at all. Although the distance between him and the waiter was not far, it was also not close, and that distance was enough for Qing Sheng to run out of the restaurant. When the waiter saw YeXuan returning and had no intention of helping Qing Sheng settle the bill, his gaze immediately fixed on Qing Sheng, ready to call for help at any moment. After YeXuan returned to his seat, he picked up his chopsticks and casually started tasting the dishes before him. As if nothing had happened, Qing Sheng flashed a harmless smile at the waiter and walked towards him, simultaneously reaching into his clothes as if looking for something. Just when the waiter thought he was about to pay the bill, Qing Sheng suddenly changed direction and ran towards the exit. Seeing this, the waiter immediately shouted, "Someone is dining and dashing." As soon as the words left his mouth, a few bouncers jumped down from the second floor. Their eyes locked onto Qing Sheng as they unleashed their martial spirits, with 6 soul rings flashing. White, yellow, yellow, purple, 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 and they charged straight towards Qing Sheng. YeXuan glanced at the soul ring configuration on the bouncers and knew they could not catch Qing Sheng. Although he was unaware of Qing Sheng's exact strength, one thing was certain. Based solely on their soul ring configuration, they were not the optimal configuration for a soul emperor, and it was essentially impossible for them to capture Qing Sheng. When Qing Sheng sensed the strong wind rushing at him from behind, he dodged at an incredible angle while gathering a strong blue light in his hand to attack the incoming bouncer. However, just as he was about to strike, Qing Sheng halted and did not launch any attack, instead running directly out of the restaurant. The bouncers did not give up and continued to attack Qing Sheng. Several others on the second floor also unleashed their martial spirits and pursued him. These individuals had soul power at the level of 4-ring soul sect or 5-ring soul king, but their soul ring configurations were not optimal. Facing the attacks from multiple people, Qing Sheng kept dodging without any intention of counterattacking. However, as time passed, he was gradually pushed into a corner of the room, reaching a point where he had nowhere left to escape. Looking at the attacks coming from the crowd in front of him, Qing Sheng's eyes narrowed slightly, his energy sinking into his dantian as he shouted, "The leader of the Starfall Palace is my brother. You should think carefully before you act." Qing Sheng's voice echoed in the restaurant, and the attacks from the crowd paused for a moment. YeXuan, Qian Rinxue, and Ning Rongrong, who were eating, also turned their attention to Qing Sheng. YeXuan found it hard to understand what Qing Sheng was worried about. Clearly capable of counterattacking, he chose to dodge instead. And the key was that he used his association with the Starfall Palace as a shield. Does saying, "He's my brother" mean I don't have to pay for my meal? Qian Rinxue glanced at Qing Sheng and then withdrew her gaze. She didn't need to think. She knew Qing Sheng was just trying to scare them with the name of the Starfall Palace. Otherwise, YeXuan wouldn't be sitting here so calmly. The attacks towards Qing Sheng only paused for a moment before resuming, accompanied by taunts. "The leader of the Starfall Palace is your brother? Do you think we are fools? You can't even come up with a more plausible excuse. If the leader of the Starfall Palace is your brother, then the current pope is also my old friend. Enough with the chatter. If you want to dine and dash, we'll break your bones first." Facing the crowd's attacks, although Qing Sheng could no longer dodge, he still had no intention of counterattacking. Instead, he crouched in the corner with his hands over his head, allowing the attacks to land on him. YeXuan watched the situation unfold in disbelief. He was being beaten, but chose to curl up in a corner with his hands over his head, letting the attacks hit him. One must know that dragons are proud beings, especially a divine beast like the Azure Dragon. Yet, YeXuan saw no pride in Qing Sheng, not even the arrogance that should come from being of divine beast bloodline. Of course, YeXuan also realized that Qing Sheng had given up his eligibility for inheritance. Judging by this, if the Azure Dragon could pass its inheritance to him, then the Azure Dragon would truly be blind. After a long time, the attacks gradually ceased, and the leader spoke up. "All right, just give him a lesson." Let's see if he has anything valuable on him to take as compensation. Hearing the voice, Qin Sheng, without waiting for them to act, took out the items on him and placed them on the table in front of him. My things are all here. If you want them, just take them. The only thing left is a broken wine pot, which you probably wouldn't want. The crowd looked at the items on the table. Besides a few gold soul coins, the other items had little to no value. They then turned their gaze back to Qin Sheng. The leader, with sharp eyes, noticed something protruding from Qin Sheng's sleeve. The protruding item resembled a hairpin, and just from the part sticking out, it was clear that this hairpin was quite valuable. The leader immediately said, "Kid, take out what's in your sleeve. Let us see if it's enough to cover the debt." Upon hearing this, Qin Sheng took out the hairpin from his sleeve, looked at it with a faint smile, and said, "Anything on me can be given to you, except for this hairpin. I will slowly repay the money I owe you." Boss, why are we wasting our breath with him? Since he doesn't want to give it up, let us just take it ourselves. I reckon this hairpin should be enough to settle the debt. Someone looked at the hairpin in Qin Sheng's hand and spoke very plainly. "Kid, hand over the hairpin. It's only natural to pay back debts." As soon as the words fell, the leader reached out for the hairpin in Qin Sheng's hand. I said, "Everything can be given to you, but this hairpin cannot." Qin Sheng's voice gradually turned cold. The smile on his face disappeared, and a sharp look appeared in his eyes, with soul power constantly surging around him. Chapter 126. The dragon has its reverse scale to be modified later. The crowd paid no attention to Qin Sheng's words, continuing to make their move to snatch the hairpin from his hand. They did not believe that Qin Sheng had the ability to resist. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been crouching in the corner, allowing himself to be beaten. Qin Sheng watched the actions of the people in front of him, put away the hairpin in his hand, and a dragon's roar echoed from behind him, accompanied by the appearance of a martial soul, a giant dragon. The dragon had antlers like a deer, a head like a camel, eyes like a rabbit, a neck like a snake, a belly like a clam, scales like a carp, claws like an eagle, palms like a tiger, and ears like an ox. The dragon was Qin Sheng's martial soul, the divine beast Qinglong. And beneath Qin Sheng's feet flickered 4 soul rings in yellow and purple. When the Qinglong martial soul appeared, a pressure emanating from the essence of the martial soul filled the restaurant. This time, Qin Sheng did not hesitate to strike back. Although the restaurant's thugs were numerous, and there was a soul emperor among them, their soul rings were not optimally configured, and the quality of their martial souls was far inferior to Qinglong's. They were completely suppressed by the Qinglong martial soul, making them no match for Qin Sheng. YeXuan's gaze turned to the Qinglong martial soul behind Qin Sheng, feeling somewhat surprised. The Qinglong martial soul was indeed a true Qinglong, but it felt lifeless to him, devoid of any spiritual presence. It should be noted that martial souls are not lifeless. They possess a significant degree of spirituality. For example, YeXuan's own divine beast, the white tiger, is very spirited, yet he felt no such spirituality from the divine beast Qinglong, which left him puzzled. Qian Renshua looked at Qin Sheng's martial soul with surprise, but the pressure emanating from the martial soul indicated its high quality. However, dragon-type martial souls are inherently powerful, and a high-quality dragon-type martial soul is certainly not weak. After a while, Qian Renshua withdrew her gaze from the martial soul and turned to YeXuan, only to see an enlightened expression in his eyes. She couldn't help but ask, "Xiao Qian, do you know what kind of martial soul he has? I've never seen his martial soul before." The Qinglong martial soul, one of the 4 divine beast martial souls, is on par with my white tiger martial soul. However, it seems that his martial soul has some defects, or it would be more accurate to say that Qin Sheng himself has defects. YeXuan replied with a faint smile, his tone somewhat casual. However, there was a hint of regret in his gaze toward Qin Sheng. Defects? What kind of defects? Qian Renshua focused again on the Qinglong martial soul, examining it closely. Soon, she sensed something was off about the Qinglong martial soul, but she couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. This defect was not a flaw in the martial soul itself, but rather a flaw within Qin Sheng. Every martial soul possesses its own spiritual existence. But Qin Sheng's Qinglong martial soul showed no signs of spirituality. Simply put, Qin Sheng himself has lost his heart, lost his fighting spirit, which has led to his current state. He doesn't want to compete for anything, nor does he want to fight for anything. He lets everything develop naturally, as it has nothing to do with him anymore. YeXuan's voice carried a hint of regret, lamenting the desolation of the Qinglong martial soul. Although the inheritance of the Qinglong has been taken by someone else, the martial soul and bloodline cannot be taken away, even if that person obtained the Qinglong's inheritance. Their martial soul and bloodline could never be that of the Qinglong. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue closed her eyes to feel her own martial soul, and she could sense its spirituality. However, when she tried to feel the Qinglong martial soul, it felt completely lifeless to her, devoid of any spiritual presence. What a pity. The Qinglong martial soul, which once existed alongside the divine beast White Tiger, has now become lifeless. Qian Rinxue's eyes also showed regret. A person who has lost their heart, no matter how high the quality of their martial soul, will ultimately have limited achievements. After all, cultivation is not just about cultivating soul power, but also about one's character and state of mind. If a person's character and state of mind are shattered, how high can their achievements be? Moreover, Qin Sheng is not just in a state of broken heart. He has already lost his heart entirely. It can be said that if Qin Sheng does not resolve his own character issues, his soul power may never progress. And if he forces himself to cultivate, he might even go mad. Every move Qin Sheng made was very measured. He did not truly harm them, but only incapacitated them temporarily. After all, to be honest, they were in the wrong to begin with. As they said, repaying debts is a matter of principle. He indeed did not pay, and was planning to skip out on the bill. If they hadn't tried to snatch the hairpin, Qin Sheng wouldn't have retaliated at all. Qin Sheng glanced at the people lying on the ground, picked up a wine jug nearby, took a drink, and then spoke. I cannot give you the hairpin. I will repay the debt I owe for the meal later. I have things to do and need to leave. You can write me an IOU. I, Qin Sheng, will definitely repay you in the future. After he finished speaking, Qin Sheng took another sip of wine and staggered toward the restaurant's exit. Just as he reached the door, he seemed to remember something and returned to his table to pack the untouched dishes before staggering out of the restaurant again. The waitstaff in the restaurant did not stop him. Those thugs lying on the ground were meant to prevent anyone from dining and dashing. And now that the thugs were incapacitated, they had no ability to stop him. YeXuan watched Qin Sheng's departing figure, waved to call over a waiter, and said, "Check, please." The waiter hurried over, wearing a professional smile, and said, "Young master, your total is 3,000 gold soul coins." Just as YeXuan was about to pay, Ning Rongrong took out a gold soul card and placed it in front of the waiter, smiling lightly as she said, "I'll treat this time." The waiter took the gold soul card, deducted the corresponding amount, and returned the card to Ning Rongrong. YeXuan glanced at Ning Rongrong, but did not mind. The gold soul card in her hand was one he had lent her at the clothing store. "You should return to the 7-treasure glazed tile school. We have something to take care of and won't have time to play with you," YeXuan said to Ning Rongrong, then reached out to take Qian Rinxue's delicate hand and walked out of the restaurant. Chapter 127. Let's follow and see YeXuan and Qian Rinxue followed Qin Sheng out of the restaurant and directly behind him as they headed out of Heavendoe City. Since neither of them concealed their presence, Qin Sheng quickly noticed that they were following him, but he paid no mind. He didn't think he had anything worth coveting. The only valuable thing was the hairpin on him, but given their attire, they certainly wouldn't be interested in it. YeXuan and Qian Rinxue followed Qin Sheng out of Heavendoe City and soon arrived at a village. The houses in the village had mostly collapsed, and there were hardly any intact structures left. In simple terms, this was an abandoned village. In the center of the village stood a simple wooden house, and from the looks of the house, it could be inferred that it had just been built. Qin Sheng opened the door of the wooden house, turned to look at YeXuan and Qian Rinxue, and smiled lightly, saying, "My humble abode is simple, so I won't entertain you. Please feel free." After saying this, Qin Sheng did not wait for the two to respond and directly walked into the wooden house. In front of the wooden house, YeXuan and Qian Rinxue heard a woman's soft cough coming from inside. When they entered, they saw a pale-faced girl sitting on the wooden bed, coughing continuously. Qin Sheng was sitting beside her, personally preparing herbs, and the room began to fill with the fragrance of the herbs. The girl's gaze turned to the two newcomers, and in a weak voice, she asked, "Sheng, are these two your friends?" Upon hearing her voice, Qin Sheng pointed at YeXuan with a faint smile and said, "This is my brother, and the one beside him is." As he pointed at Qian Rinxue, his voice suddenly stopped because he didn't know how to introduce her. "This is my wife." After glancing at Qin Sheng, YeXuan focused on the girl. From her pale complexion, he could tell that her condition was not optimistic. Moreover, on the wooden table, there were neatly arranged valuable herbs, all of which were used for detoxification or alleviating toxins. It could be inferred that the girl was definitely poisoned. Upon hearing this, Qin Sheng covered the pot of boiling herbs, stood up, and opened the dishes he had brought back, placing them in front of the girl with a faint smile, saying, "Let me introduce you, this is my wife." When Inger heard Qin Sheng's introduction, a faint smile appeared on her pale face, but soon she began to cough violently, even coughing up blood. Qian Rinxue looked at the two in front of her, found a spot in the wooden house to sit down, and had no intention of speaking, just watching quietly. YeXuan leaned against the wall of the wooden house, looking at Inger, and said blandly, "She is poisoned. You should find someone to help her detoxify, rather than preparing herbs yourself to suppress the toxins in her body." Qin Sheng did not respond to YeXuan's words. After wiping away the blood from Inger's mouth, he directly stood up and walked towards the door of the wooden house, signaling with his eyes for YeXuan to follow him. Seeing Qin Sheng's gaze, YeXuan followed him out of the wooden house. The two arrived at a flat area, where a pale blue spear appeared in Qin Sheng's hand. The surface of the spear was smooth and delicate, adorned with patterns, making it look quite exquisite. Holding the spear, Qin Sheng silently demonstrated a set of spear techniques. The techniques were very subtle, following a nimble path. Each move was simple and practical, without any flashy actions. However, when the entire set of techniques was put together, it became apparent that each strike was planned in advance for defense while launching an attack. During the attack, techniques to maximize impact were utilized. YeXuan observed carefully. Since he also used a spear, he could find his own shortcomings within the set of techniques to improve and perfect his own spear techniques. However, the combat style of Qin Sheng's spear techniques did not match YeXuan at all. In YeXuan's own words, it was too conservative. If something could be solved with a punch, he would never waste a slap. After demonstrating the entire set of spear techniques, Qin Sheng took a sip from his wine flask and then spoke. "This spear technique is something I created by combining the spear techniques from the Qinglong inheritance. It may be the greatest effort of my life. Brother, if you encounter someone suitable in the future, you can help me pass it down. I will have no regrets in this life. Are you starting to give your last words? Aren't you afraid I'll claim this spear technique as my own?" YeXuan looked at Qin Sheng, his voice sounding quite casual. "Inger is poisoned with mixed poison, and there is no one who can cure it, nor any medicine that can. She wants to go to the far north to see the ice fields there. If nothing unexpected happens, the far north will be our burial place. Whether you pass down the spear technique or claim it as your own, it has nothing to do with us." Qin Sheng spoke while taking another sip of wine, clearly not caring about YeXuan's remark about claiming it as his own. "Have you never thought about seeking revenge? I don't believe she was poisoned for no reason, especially with mixed poison." YeXuan's voice carried a hint of curiosity. Mixed poison could indeed be treated. One just needed the right method or to find the person who poisoned her. "I am already a waste person. What is there to talk about revenge? My soul power has been at the soul sect level for 3 years, but during these 3 years my soul power hasn't increased at all. If I force myself to cultivate, I will only go astray and fall into demonic cultivation." Qin Sheng laughed lightly, looked at the time, and then said, "My medicine is almost ready, so I won't talk to you any longer. I need to go back." YeXuan watched Qin Sheng walk back into the wooden house and chuckled, saying, "I'll one-T pass on the will and spear techniques. I'll only pass on the news of death." After saying this, YeXuan directly walked towards the wooden house. Qin Sheng was somewhat confused about what YeXuan meant by this, and YeXuan had no intention of explaining. Back in the wooden house, YeXuan went straight to Inger, placed a hand on her shoulder, and used his soul power to check her condition. Although Inger didn't know what YeXuan was going to do, she didn't ask. Since Qin Sheng said the person in front of her was his brother, he definitely wouldn't harm her, and besides, in her current state, she couldn't afford to worry about others harming her. Qin Sheng shook his head with a bitter smile as he watched YeXuan's actions. He had also tried using soul power to suppress the poison, but had no effect at all. Chapter 128. I won't after using soul power to check Inger's condition. YeXuan couldn't help but frown slightly. Inger's condition was worse than he had imagined. The poison had nearly spread throughout her body, and merely using soul power and herbs would not be enough to suppress it. "Brother, we appreciate your good intentions, but you don't need to exert yourself." No one understood Inger's condition better than they did. Qin Sheng brought a bowl of medicinal soup to Inger, carefully feeding her with a spoon. YeXuan watched Qin Sheng and released his life domain. The life domain expanded around his body, continuously sending life energy into Inger's body to start improving her condition. YeXuan didn't know how to detoxify, nor had he learned it, but using the life energy from the life domain to suppress the toxins in Inger's body was something he could do. After all, life is the origin of all things, and using life energy to suppress toxins was naturally not a problem, but the suppression time was ultimately limited. If the root problem wasn't solved, it would still be useless. When Qin Sheng felt the life energy in the domain, hope appeared in his eyes. Seeing Inger's face becoming slightly more radiant, his gaze focused directly on YeXuan. YeXuan felt a bit uncomfortable under Qin Sheng's intense gaze. It would be one thing if a woman looked at him like that. After all, he was handsome, which was understandable. But Qin Sheng was a man. Looking at him with such intensity, what did that mean? You don't need to look at me like that. My domain can only suppress the toxins in her body. It can't detoxify her. Moreover, I don't know how to detoxify, so there's no use in you looking at me like that. YeXuan glanced at Qin Sheng, signaling him to retract his gaze. Qin Sheng didn't pay much attention to it. Now that he could suppress the poison, there might be a way to find an antidote. He had previously given up because he saw no hope. But now it was different. He saw a glimmer of hope for detoxification, even if it was faint, almost non-existent. But it was still hope after all. Qian Rinxue sat beside him, watching the situation unfold with some surprise. She hadn't expected YeXuan to take the initiative to help, but she didn't think too much about it, only assuming YeXuan was acting on a whim like he did at the auction. Brother, we don't have anything we can offer to thank you. This is my treasured wine, which I cherish and don't even drink myself. I'll give it to you as a token of my appreciation. Qin Sheng took out a jar of wine that had been carefully hidden under the bed and reluctantly placed it in front of YeXuan. YeXuan didn't say anything or look at the wine Qin Sheng presented. Instead, he focused on Ying Er. After confirming that the toxins in her body had been suppressed by the life energy, he retracted the life domain. I don't drink, so you should keep it for yourself. Since you keep calling me brother, helping you out a little is nothing. YeXuan waved his hand dismissively. It was just a matter of releasing the life domain. At most, it would only consume a bit of soul power, which was negligible for him. Qin Sheng also ignored the wine on the ground and carefully checked Ying Er's condition. Upon discovering that the poison had been completely suppressed, a look of joy appeared on his face. Seeing Ying Er's slightly rosy complexion, he was basically certain that the poison could be suppressed for a month or two without any problems. Thank you. Ying Er looked at YeXuan, her face filled with gratitude. No need to thank me. I merely helped out casually. YeXuan leaned against the wall of the wooden house, waving his hand nonchalantly. Saint, you two have a good chat. I'll go make some food. There isn't much to entertain you with at home, so I can only cook a meal myself as a token of my appreciation. Ying Er's complexion had improved significantly. At least she could move freely now. Ying Er, you should rest well. I can handle this. Qin Sheng's expression became somewhat complicated, a mixture of concern for Ying Er and an indescribable feeling. No need. They're your friends and have helped us, so it's just a meal. It won't be a problem. With that, Ying Er didn't give Qin Sheng a chance to speak and immediately walked towards the wooden house. Seeing this, Qin Sheng coughed twice and said, Brother, my wife can handle both the kitchen and the parlor. When it comes to cooking, she's exceptional. You must take your time to savor it later, and don't be polite with me. YeXuan, hearing Qin Sheng's words, shot him a sidelong glance and remained silent. He could now be sure that whatever Ying Er cooked wouldn't be that great. Qin Sheng was clearly underestimating his culinary skills. Qian Rinxue, sitting nearby, suddenly spoke up. Xiao Xian, you two have good chat. I'll go help her. With that, she stood up and walked toward the wooden house. YeXuan felt a twinge of unease. Today's situation might turn out to be somewhat troublesome. Qin Sheng looked at Qian Rinxue's departing figure and turned to YeXuan, asking, Brother, how does your wife cook? YeXuan maintained a calm expression and replied plainly, My wife's cooking? Do I even need to say? It can be described as a delicacy of the mortal world, and that's no exaggeration. He spoke with such nonchalance, as if stating a fact. Qin Sheng looked at YeXuan with some skepticism. From their attire and demeanor, it was evident that they came from nobility. While there might be some noble offspring who could cook, he certainly didn't believe that they could create something worthy of being called a delicacy of the mortal world. After all, Qin Sheng himself wasn't from a common background and knew well what the daily life of noble offspring was like, so he remained doubtful about YeXuan's claims. YeXuan also looked at Qin Sheng, but neither of them seemed inclined to speak. Their eyes were calm and unruffled, showing no signs of disturbance. From their expressions, it was impossible to discern any abnormalities, as if everything they had just discussed was entirely true. After a long while, Qin Sheng picked up the wine jar from the ground and said to YeXuan with a faint smile, Let us not just wait here. Let us have a drink while we wait. I'm genuinely curious about what you refer to as a delicacy of the mortal world. YeXuan smiled faintly and nodded. I also want to know what you consider exceptional. Chapter 129. Are you insulting me? Qin Sheng took out 2 wine cups, opened the wine jar, and the pure aroma of the wine wafted out. Qin Sheng took a deep breath of the wine's fragrance, poured the wine into the 2 cups, handed one to YeXuan, and eagerly started drinking from the other. YeXuan picked up the wine cup, took a sip, and savored Qin Sheng's treasured wine. However, to be honest, compared to the wine from the Pope's Hall, Qin Sheng's treasured wine was somewhat ordinary. Seeing YeXuan's reaction to the wine, Qing Sheng asked. So, how is my treasured wine? Not bad, right? Not bad, but just decent. YeXuan finished the wine in his cup, his voice sounding somewhat flat. Qing Sheng didn't mind. He took out a fishing rod from the wooden house and walked outside, smiling as he said, I'm going to catch a couple of fish for later. Brother, do you want to join me? Let's go. We'll go together. YeXuan smiled and followed Qing Sheng out of the wooden house. The two walked out of the village and arrived at a clear stream. They sat by the stream, preparing the fishing rods, hooks, and bait before they began fishing. YeXuan casually found a spot to sit, savoring the wine in his hand while watching the flowing stream and contemplating the technique of point breaking. He realized he could use the point breaking technique to condense his soul power, bloodline power, destructive power, and even soul rings at the tip of his spear, delivering the strongest attack possible. He mentally calculated the feasibility of this idea and the different routes of power flow. After a long time, YeXuan carefully thought through the idea in his mind and was surprised to find that it was entirely feasible with a very high success rate. YeXuan woke from his contemplation, having mentally run through the general operation route and how to execute it. What was left was just continuous experimentation. If successful and nothing major went wrong, he could just keep improving and refining it. If it didn't succeed, he would still be able to identify where the problem lay. As long as he could solve the problem, then there was still a chance to create this technique. If he couldn't solve it, it meant he had failed and didn't need to continue trying. YeXuan looked at the time and realized he had been thinking for nearly 2 hours. He glanced at Qing Sheng, who had not caught a single fish in that time. From this, it could be inferred that Qing Sheng hadn't caught any fish at all in 2 hours. Are you all right? The fish in the stream are clearly visible. If we just reached in to grab them, we would probably have eaten our fill by now. Yet you haven't caught a single one. YeXuan looked at Qing Sheng, his voice clearly ringing out. Fishing emphasizes the state of mind. You need to calm your heart and wait patiently without making a sound that might scare away my fish. Qing Sheng glanced at YeXuan and then focused back on his fishing hook, anticipating the first bite. YeXuan heard Qing Sheng's words and shot him a sideways glance. Thinking to himself, you, a person whose state of mind is shattered, dare to tell me that fishing requires a calm mind? Are you sure you're not joking? Although he thought this, YeXuan had no intention of speaking up. Instead, he slowly stood up, took a smooth branch from an ancient tree, and using the extra fishing line, hook, and bait next to Qing Sheng, he tied them to the branch. He then cast the hook into the creek and began fishing. About 3 minutes later, YeXuan had a fish biting on his hook. He pulled the fish up and placed it directly in front of Qing Sheng, silently continuing to prepare the bait and fish again. Qing Sheng looked at the fish YeXuan caught, his mouth twitching slightly, but he pretended not to see anything and continued to watch his own hook. Soon, YeXuan caught a second fish and placed it in front of Qing Sheng. This time, he didn't prepare the bait, but simply cast the hook back into the creek. If you can catch a fish without bait, I'll eat my fishing rod, Qing Sheng said confidently, looking at YeXuan's rod without bait. He had never seen anyone catch fish without using bait. YeXuan glanced at Qing Sheng, but said nothing, calmly watching his hook. Just a few breaths later, a brightly colored fish bit onto YeXuan's hook, and he pulled it up and placed it in front of Qing Sheng. It doesn't matter if you can catch fish. I mainly want to see how you're going to eat your fishing rod. Go ahead, don't be polite with me, YeXuan said casually, looking at Qing Sheng. Qing Sheng glanced at the fish in front of him and the rod in his hand, immediately changing the subject and asking, how did you do it? I didn't see you use any soul power or even mental power. Besides, I feel like you're insulting my fishing skills. Qing Sheng had been paying close attention to YeXuan and hadn't noticed any signs of him using soul power or mental power. It looked just like ordinary fishing, with no issues at all. YeXuan didn't mind his attempt to change the subject. He took out a gold soul coin and held it in his hand, tossing it high into the air before catching it. He then asked Qing Sheng, is this a pattern or a character? Pattern. Qing Sheng answered decisively. You lose. YeXuan removed his hand, and the side of the gold soul coin facing up was a character, not a pattern. YeXuan tossed the coin into the air again and caught it. This time, before YeXuan could ask, Qing Sheng immediately said, I'll still choose pattern. Why not choose character? YeXuan smiled, a hint of amusement in his voice. It's all the same, whether you choose character or pattern. It's just a 50-50 chance. What difference does it make? Qing Sheng lifted his cup and took a sip of wine, looking at YeXuan with interest. You lost again. YeXuan removed his hand, and the gold soul coin was still character side up. YeXuan tossed the coin into the air again, and Qing Sheng still chose pattern, not character. This repeated over 30 times, with the coin consistently landing character side up, and Qing Sheng never winning. YeXuan looked at Qing Sheng with a faint smile and asked, Did you see me use any soul power or mental power? No, so I'm very curious. How did you manage to make it always land character side up? Qin Sheng's voice had a hint of curiosity. He still didn't see any signs of YeXuan using soul power or mental power. Chapter 130. A bowl of soup. YeXuan spread his hands, revealing 2 gold soul coins in his palms, and said with a slight smile, just because you can't see it doesn't mean I can't use other methods. Similarly, the poisoning air might be something we can't cure, but that doesn't mean no one else can. For example, the poison Douluo is renowned for his mastery of poison, and he has profound knowledge of medicines. Perhaps he can cure the poison in air. As YeXuan spoke, he put away the 2 gold soul coins. Although he was proficient in medicine, he didn't understand poison at all and had no idea what kind of poisoning air was afflicted with, so he couldn't cure it. Moreover, there were no books on toxins and antidotes in the library of the Papal Hall. His teacher, BibiDong, was definitely stronger than Douluo when it came to using poison, but when it came to curing it, that was uncertain. Additionally, it would easily expose his and Qian Renshua's true identities, so he wouldn't mention it. Besides Douluo and BibiDong, the one most skilled in poison was probably Tang San. After all, Tang's sect disciples are famous for their hidden weapons and poison. However, it's uncertain whether Tang San is still alive now. Entering the core area of the Stardow Forest isn't easy, and getting out is even harder. Douluo's personality is solitary. He does things based on his own preferences, and I don't know him, so why would he help me? Qin Sheng chuckled, lying back on the riverbank, and continued, but I'll give it a try. As long as there is hope, I won't give up. YeXuan just sat by the creek, not speaking. If it were someone else, he might help Qin Sheng, but their relationship with Douluo wasn't good, and he couldn't be of any help. If Qin Sheng went to find Douluo himself, there might be some hope for assistance. But if YeXuan went along, he was sure that Douluo wouldn't help at all. After all, their relationship was what it was. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they were like water and fire. Just as the 2 were silent, the voices of Qian Renshue and Ying Er rang out from behind. Qian, it's time to eat. Sheng, it's time to eat. Upon hearing the voices, YeXuan and Qin Sheng immediately stood up, tidied up their things, and walked towards the wooden house. When they returned to the wooden house, they saw a wooden table set up in front, neatly arranged with various dishes. They placed their things down and sat at the table. Noticing that the 2 hadn't taken their seats, YeXuan couldn't help but ask, Shui aren't you eating? Qian Renshue casually found a place to sit down, shook her head with a smile, and said, we just ate in the restaurant. I'm not hungry right now. You guys eat. Ying Er nodded in agreement and said, I also just ate in the wooden house. I can't eat anymore. You guys go ahead. Hearing this, YeXuan put down the chopsticks he had just picked up, ready to say that he had just eaten in the restaurant and wasn't hungry. However, Qin Sheng saw YeXuan put down his utensils and immediately reached out, placing a hand on YeXuan's shoulder, and said loudly, brother, didn't you just say that the dishes made by your wife are considered heavenly delicacies? How can I, as your brother, enjoy such heavenly delicacies alone? Just right. I have some fine wine saved up. Let us enjoy together. Qin Sheng's voice was loud enough for everyone present to hear clearly. Sitting not far away, Qian Renshue also turned her gaze to YeXuan, staring at him without blinking. YeXuan heard Qin Sheng's words and saw Qian Renshue's gaze, and he picked up the chopsticks and bowl that he had just set down. However, YeXuan's gaze subtly glanced at Qin Sheng without saying anything. Qin Sheng picked up his chopsticks and, using them to obscure his mouth, whispered to YeXuan, as brothers, we naturally share the burdens. If you run away first, how can I eat this whole table of dishes by myself? Besides, some of the dishes clearly look off. YeXuan looked at the dishes on the wooden table, and indeed, some of them had unusual colors. However, he could generally tell which dishes they were. The only one he couldn't identify was the dish in the center of the table. It was a round wooden basin, not very large, containing a mysterious liquid that was bubbling green. It could be roughly inferred that this should be a soup. YeXuan's gaze focused on the wooden basin, and he also picked up his chopsticks to obscure his mouth and asked, can you tell me what that is? Why is it green and still bubbling? Don't say you don't know. My wife definitely couldn't make this. YeXuan was very familiar with what Qian Renshue could cook, although the flavors were a bit strange. The dishes themselves would have no problems. On the surface, they looked just like ordinary dishes. However, that bowl of soup clearly wasn't made by Qian Renshue. If that soup had a poison label on it, YeXuan felt he wouldn't have any doubts. After all, it looked too similar, especially the continuously bubbling green foam, indicating that the soup certainly wasn't anything good. Cough, I know that. That's a bowl of soup. Don't be fooled by its strange appearance. The taste is actually quite good. Do you want to try it? Qing Sheng looked at the bowl of soup, his eyes a bit evasive, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. No need. If you want to taste it, you could try it yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, YeXuan directly used his chopsticks to grab a dish that looked normal, completely ignoring those with abnormal colors. Who knows if eating those strange colored dishes would result in food poisoning. Qing Sheng also reached for the normal colored dishes, thinking he could eat the abnormal ones later or even find an excuse to avoid eating them. YeXuan placed the dish he picked up into his mouth and chewed a few times. Although it wasn't very tasty, at least the flavor was normal. Compared to the continuously bubbling soup, the normal taste of this dish was already quite rare. Qing Sheng put the dish in his mouth, and a salty, bitter taste exploded on his taste buds, but he expressionlessly swallowed the dish. Qing Sheng quietly asked YeXuan, "Brother, what does that dish taste? It feels pretty good." "The flavor is normal," YeXuan replied succinctly, and then ignored Qing Sheng. After a long while, YeXuan and Qing Sheng had basically finished all the dishes on the wooden table, with only the bowl of soup remaining in the center. YeXuan looked at the bowl of soup, directly set down his chopsticks, and said, "Qing Sheng, as you said, your wife's cooking is exceptional. I see this soup is specially prepared for you. I've eaten enough, and it's time to return to the Starfall Palace. You can come visit me at the Starfall Palace when you have the time." As soon as he finished speaking, YeXuan stood up and walked toward Qian Renxue. That bowl of soup looked abnormal. Although he wouldn't be poisoned now, he definitely wouldn't touch that soup. Qing Sheng looked at the bowl of soup on the table, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. That bowl of soup definitely wasn't poisonous, but the taste would surely be bad, so he didn't want to touch it either. Seeing YeXuan and Qian Renxue walking toward the village exit, Qing Sheng's eyes turned, and he immediately stood up and said, "Brother, since you say so, we won't be polite. Inger, let's go visit the Starfall Palace." Qing Sheng smiled as he approached Inger, and before she could agree, he took her and chased after YeXuan and Qian Renxue. YeXuan glanced back at the two, but said nothing, instead quietly asking Qian Renxue, "Schwerer, what do you think of those two?" Qing Sheng couldn't say much, but Inger truly had no scheming. If you want Qing Sheng to join the Starfall Palace, you could approach it from Inger's side, provided you could solve the poison on her. As Qian Renxue spoke, her gaze discreetly glanced at Qing Sheng and Inger before quickly retracting. YeXuan could basically confirm that the reason for Qing Sheng's shattered state of mind was indeed Inger, but he couldn't detoxify, let alone help Inger with it. YeXuan opened the system store to check if there was anything related to detoxification. Product, Detox Pill. Can detoxify all poisons in the world. Price, 5,000 fortune points. Too expensive. I can't afford it. I only have 900 fortune points left, which is nowhere near enough. YeXuan's gaze quickly scanned the store, and in the end, he realized he was truly broke. He couldn't afford any good items in the store, and the ones he could afford were not useful to him now. The group walked out of the village and headed straight toward the Starfall Palace. After about 30 minutes, they arrived in front of the Starfall Palace. Qing Sheng looked at the broken ground in front of the Starfall Palace and pulled Inger to YeXuan, asking, "Brother, your Starfall Palace is quite famous in the Spirit Master world. How come the ground is broken like this? Aren't you going to fix it? Or is it that your Starfall Palace was vandalized? It just broke yesterday. It's already being repaired, just not finished yet." YeXuan replied casually as he walked into the Starfall Palace, not paying much attention to the broken ground. After Qing Sheng and Inger entered the Starfall Palace, their eyes kept scanning the surroundings. The decoration inside the Starfall Palace was completely different from what they had imagined. Qing Sheng originally thought the Starfall Palace should be exceptionally luxurious, at least gold and jade adorned. However, it was the complete opposite. The Starfall Palace wasn't very luxurious, but rather had an antique style that gave a sense of peace of mind. As they passed through the front hall and arrived at the back hall, YeXuan said to Qing Sheng and Inger, "There aren't many people living in the back hall of the Starfall Palace. You can choose any room to rest or wander around. Our back hall is quite helpful for cultivating and nurturing one's character. Brother, you can rest assured. We won't be polite with you. What time is mealtime at your Starfall Palace?" Qing Sheng asked curiously. "Breakfast at 8 a.m., lunch at 12 p.m., dinner at 6 p.m. If you need anything, you can go to the restaurant at any time and ask someone to customize it," YeXuan said, looking at Qing Sheng, realizing that Qing Sheng was here to mooch off food. "Okay, brother, I got it. We'll just wander around in the back hall. You all go about your business. No need to make special arrangements for us," Qing Sheng said with a faint smile. Just as YeXuan was about to say something, he saw YeXuan walking in from the front hall, transmitting a message to him. "Master, Salas has sent news that someone from the Pope's palace has come to Tiando City." When YeXuan heard the voice, he was slightly surprised. But he quickly realized that since YeXuan was transmitting the message to him, it meant that this matter couldn't be disclosed to outsiders, especially since Qing Sheng and Inger were present. You can take a stroll in the rear hall for now. I have some matters to attend to. If you have any questions, you can ask my wife. YeXuan smiled and turned directly towards YeXuan. The others didn't pay much attention, as it was normal for someone to handle matters in the vast Starfall Hall. YeXuan and YeXuan entered the study, where YeXuan sat in the main seat and asked, Aunt Yi, did the teacher send someone to Tiando City for something? According to Salas, the people from the Papal Hall were there to investigate the matter involving Yu Xiaojiang. YeXuan spoke calmly, head voice CTD. However, upon hearing her words, YeXuan's smile gradually faded, and his gaze became uncertain, almost as if he were talking to himself, saying, hasn't the teacher already let it go? Why would she send someone to investigate? YeXuan, hearing YeXuan's words, slowly replied, Your Highness, on the surface, this matter seems fine. But you overlooked one point, the Pope's understanding of Yu Xiaojiang. Perhaps, in the face of seemingly factual truths, the Pope might not consider this. However, once this matter is set aside, with the Pope's intelligence, it's impossible that she wouldn't have doubts. The Pope has let it go, but she will definitely investigate any points of suspicion. YeXuan's eyes flickered with uncertainty. If this matter were truly uncovered by BibiDong, he would be fine, but his teacher would surely be disappointed in him, which was something YeXuan did not want to see. After a long while, YeXuan asked, How is Salas handling things? Who took away Yu Xiaojiang's body? YeXuan looked at YeXuan and replied, There won't be any issues on Salas's side. If the matter is truly revealed, Your Highness, you will be fine, but Salas definitely won't survive. Salas is not a fool. He won't reveal anything. However, what you need to do now is not to cover up the points of suspicion, but to pretend as if you know nothing, to ignore it, and also not to intervene in secret. Chapter 132. Unable to investigate. To be revised later. Aunt Yi, what do you mean? YeXuan looked at YeXuan in confusion, not understanding her words. YeXuan gazed at YeXuan and slowly said, Because this matter has already become a fact in others' minds. As long as Salas and Your Highness do not speak up, no matter how the Pope investigates, the answers will be the same, and the Pope has no investigative leads. Therefore, what the Pope is truly waiting for is for someone to fill in the points of suspicion or someone to intervene in secret. This way, the Pope will have leads to continue her investigation. Moreover, the people who come to investigate will definitely be the Pope's loyal followers. So Your Highness should not think about using your identity to threaten or entice them, as it will not work. Upon hearing YeXuan's words, YeXuan calmed his emotions and began to think rationally. Now, the person involved, Yu Xiaojiang, was already dead, and the only ones who knew the entire process were himself, Salas, and YeXuan. Even YeXuan didn't know all the details. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a huge loophole. So as long as he and Salas did not admit to anything, his teacher BibiDong, even if she investigated, would not be able to uncover anything. Without evidence, it would ultimately just be suspicion. After a while, YeXuan let out a breath and said, Aunt Yi, please go to the spirit hall and remind Salas to act as if he knows nothing, as if nothing has happened. He should not intervene or obstruct in any way. No matter where they want to investigate, he must not intervene. Yes, Your Highness. YeXuan nodded and turned to leave the study. After YeXuan left, YeXuan acted as if nothing had happened and walked out of the study, preparing to find a quiet place to try out his new idea and see if he could create a brand new technique. YeXuan arrived in the garden, took out his divine punishment silver gun, and began to try to infuse his soul power, mental power, destructive power, bloodline power, and soul ring into the tip of the silver gun. The soul power and mental power were easily infused into the tip of the silver gun. But when he tried to infuse the destructive power, the three types of energy began to collide and dissipate, leaving only a violent destructive energy at the tip. Is it because the energy isn't balanced? YeXuan stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before trying to increase the soul power and mental power while reducing the energy of the destructive power to continue experimenting. The second time, the result was the same. The three types of energy still could not coexist. No matter how much he reduced the energy of destruction, the three energies could not coexist. On the third attempt, after infusing the soul power and mental power into the tip of the gun, he did not infuse the destructive power, but instead infused his bloodline power, intending to use the bloodline power as a balancing point to balance the different energies. Under his gaze, after the bloodline power was infused into the tip of the gun, it actually differentiated the soul power and mental power, which pleased YeXuan. As long as he could differentiate them, It proved that his idea was correct. YeXuan then infused the destructive power into the tip of the gun. And under YeXuan's nervous gaze, the destructive power was also differentiated by the bloodline power, preventing the three types of energy from colliding. Success. Now I just need the energy from the soul ring. YeXuan thought for a moment, released his martial soul and soul ring, and injected all the energy from his first soul ring into the silver gun. As the energy from the soul ring was fully injected into the silver gun, a purple soul ring gradually formed on the silver gun, while YeXuan lost one soul ring beneath him. YeXuan carefully checked the silver gun to ensure there were no issues. After several checks, he found nothing wrong with the silver gun. Now he just needed to test the power of the silver gun and see if there were any flaws or side effects. A faint smile appeared on YeXuan's face. A purple-black glow flickered on his left leg, and a spatial rift appeared in front of him, which he stepped into. When YeXuan walked out of the space, he found himself in a quiet forest. He looked around and, after confirming there was no one around, used his soul power to activate all the energy and soul ring infused in the silver gun. The moment the energy was activated, the silver gun emitted a strong energy light, and the purple soul ring attached to the silver gun began to flash rapidly. When YeXuan felt the violent energy from the silver gun, a sense of unease rose in his heart. Without any hesitation, he threw the silver gun away. The silver gun shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, embedding itself into a massive stone weighing hundreds of pounds, with powerful energy erupting from the silver gun. The purple destructive power turned the massive stone into ashes, while the remaining soul power, mental power, bloodline power, and energy from the soul ring scattered chaotically in all directions. Ancient trees hit by the energy fell down, and the once quiet forest was filled with the sounds of heavy objects falling. YeXuan also kept dodging the energy that was scattering around him, while secretly thinking to himself that there were indeed some problems. After the energy was expended in the silver gun, the purple soul ring on the silver gun returned to YeXuan. However, the first soul ring now appeared somewhat dim, and it no longer flickered. YeXuan could not use his first soul skill anymore. After carefully sensing the condition of the soul ring, YeXuan let out a sigh of relief. The energy in the soul ring was almost depleted, but it was gradually recovering on its own. As long as the energy in the soul ring was restored, he could continue using his first soul skill. He just didn't know when the energy would be fully restored. YeXuan retracted his martial soul and soul ring, walked forward, picked up the divine punishment silver gun again, and pondered the issues and side effects associated with it. Currently, the problem with the silver gun was that the energy he attached was not balanced. If he could evenly distribute the added energy, the problem would be resolved. As for the side effects, after using it, the soul ring placed on the silver gun could not be used until it recovered, and the recovery time was yet to be confirmed. It seemed he needed to balance each type of energy. He couldn't just add energy haphazardly. As he spoke, a purple-black light flickered on YeXuan's left leg. He entered the rift with the silver gun in hand, preparing to return to the Starfall Palace to try to balance each type of energy. Chapter 133 can be packed. In the late night, YeXuan was still in the garden, attempting to balance the four types of energy. After a day of trying, he had roughly figured out the average point of the four types of energy. However, due to lack of precision, the resulting power varied in strength, and YeXuan was now searching for the most powerful average point. Just then, Qing Sheng staggered over and sat down beside YeXuan, saying, "Bro, I need your help." Duga Bo lived in a small courtyard 3 miles east of Tiando City. Your wife is safe in the Starfall Palace. You don't need to worry about her safety unless she succumbs to poison. Otherwise, she won't be harmed. You can rest assured about that. Before Qing Sheng could finish, YeXuan interrupted him and casually stored the divine punishment silver gun. "Ha, we truly are brothers. I hadn't even spoken, and you already knew my intentions." Qing Sheng smiled, leaning back and lying on the ground. "You came to find me in the middle of the night for these two matters. What else could it be?" YeXuan chuckled it, leaning back and lying on the ground as well. The two looked at the starry sky, and neither spoke. After a long while, Qing Sheng finally said, "Your grand Starfall Palace doesn't prepare any drinks? It's making me crave alcohol. I usually don't drink. You can try to find tea from our Starfall Palace." YeXuan glanced at Qing Sheng and pointed to a pot of tea on the table, not paying much attention to Qing Sheng's words. In the back hall of his Starfall Palace, there were indeed no drinks because no one usually drank. Moreover, only 4 people lived there, and with Qing Sheng and Inger, there were only 6 people in total. Besides himself and Qing Sheng, they were all women. So it was impossible to find a drop of alcohol in the back hall of the Starfall Palace. Qing Sheng looked at the tea on the table. shook his head with no interest, and said with a faint smile, "If it were 4 years ago, I might still be interested in tea, but now, I have no interest in it. Alcohol is much more comfortable." YeXuan looked at the starry sky and did not respond to Qin Sheng's words. He then asked, "As the inheritor of the Azure Dragon, do you know where the inheritance secret realm is?" "The inheritance secret realm? Aren't you the inheritor of the White Tiger? Don't you know where it is?" A hint of confusion appeared in Qin Sheng's eyes. However, YeXuan showed no intention of answering. His gaze remained fixed on the brilliant starry sky, silent. "I don't know where the inheritance secret realm is. Although I was the inheritor of the Azure Dragon before, my qualification for inheritance has been forfeited. How could I possibly know where the inheritance secret realm is?" Qin Sheng looked at the starry sky, his voice calm. The inheritance secret realm had nothing to do with him. His qualification for inheritance had been forfeited, so he never cared about the matter of the inheritance secret realm. YeXuan, upon hearing this, felt no surprise. After all, if he, as the inheritor, didn't know, how could someone who had forfeited their qualification know? YeXuan got up from the ground, brushed off the dust on his clothes, and turned to head to his room. Seeing this, Qin Sheng asked, "Where are you going?" "Going to my room to sleep. What else could I do? Am I supposed to accompany you to stargaze in the middle of the night?" YeXuan glanced at Qin Sheng, his tone somewhat bland. "Stargazing isn't impossible, and besides, watching the sunrise later feels quite nice." Qin Sheng looked at the brilliant starry sky, his voice filled with amusement. YeXuan heard Qin Sheng's words and had no intention of responding. Accompanying him to stargaze in the middle of the night and then watching the sunrise was simply out of the question unless he was insane or mentally unwell. Seeing YeXuan leave directly, Qin Sheng was unconcerned. He got up from the ground, poured himself a cup of tea from the teapot on the table, and began to savor it. "This tea is nice. I could take some back for Inger to try. She used to enjoy drinking tea." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Sheng picked up the tea and headed toward the room he had chosen. The next morning, rich aromas of dishes rose from the dining hall in the back palace. YeXuan, Qian Rinxue, Qin Sheng, and Inger sat around the dining table, tasting the dishes in front of them. Qin Sheng put a piece of delicious meat in his mouth and chewed. Just after swallowing, he felt a warm flow coursing through his body, which was quite pleasant. He asked in surprise, "Bro, this doesn't seem like ordinary meat. It tastes more like meat from some powerful soul beast." "This is meat from a 10,000-year soul beast. It's very beneficial for the body." YeXuan repeated gestually, also giving Qian Rinxue some of her favorite dishes. "Meat from a 10,000-year soul beast? Do you eat this every day?" Qin Sheng said, subtly pushing a plate of delicious dishes toward Ing. "Every day. Are you dreaming? Do you think 10,000-year soul beasts are cabbages that you can eat whenever you want? We only eat it occasionally in the Starfall Palace." YeXuan watched Qin Sheng's little actions, but didn't pay it any mind. "Bro, if there's any left, can I pack it?" Qin Sheng casually asked while eating. As soon as he said this, YeXuan, Qian Rinxue, and Inger all stopped eating, looking at Qin Sheng with surprise. "You come here to mooch off food and drink, and I haven't said anything, yet you're thinking about packing leftovers? What? Do you think my Starfall Palace is a cafeteria?" YeXuan silently cursed in his heart, but he didn't say it out loud. Qian Rinxue looked at Qin Sheng with a somewhat speechless expression. No normal person would ask such a question. Inger even covered her face with her hand and softly said, "Saint, you need to be mindful of your image." "I know. I'm just trying to lighten the atmosphere." Qin Sheng saw the three of them looking at him and didn't mind at all. The three didn't say anything further and continued eating the dishes in front of them as if nothing had happened. Qin Sheng felt a bit regretful. If YeXuan had agreed just now, he would have really wanted to pack a portion. After all, he currently didn't even have a 10,000-year soul ring, while his brothers could occasionally eat the flesh of 10,000-year soul beasts. The gap was indeed quite large. Chapter 134. Visitors from the Papal Hall, to be revised later. The four of them were eating the dishes when Bai Fangyu walked in from the door, heading straight to Qian Rushue's side, and said, "Miss, my soul power has reached level 10, and I can now attach a soul ring." Upon hearing her voice, Qian Rushue glanced at her and asked, "So, have you thought it through?" "Miss, I have thought it through." Bai Fangyu forced a bitter smile. After all, she had no right to refuse. Regardless of whether she agreed or not, she was still required to do it. So what difference did it make whether she agreed or not? After hearing her response, Qian Rushue nodded gently, without saying anything further, and turned her gaze to YeXuan. Noticing Qian Rushue's gaze, YeXuan smiled and said, "Later, come with me to the front hall. I will have someone take you to the Sunset Forest to obtain a soul ring." "Okay, young master, miss," Bai Fangyu replied and stood still, quietly waiting. Qing Sheng and Inger exchanged glances at Bai Fangyu, roughly judging that she should be a maid. Qing Sheng withdrew his gaze from Bai Fangyu and couldn't help but shake his head. At the age of 17 or 18, having only reached level 10 soul power was indeed quite poor in terms of talent. Inger didn't pay much attention either. She was also a soul master, and her talent wasn't bad. Although she hadn't cultivated her soul power for 4 years due to poisoning, her soul power was still much higher than Bai Fangyu's. Soon, everyone finished their meal. YeXuan got up and waved to Bai Fangyu, signaling her to follow him. Qing Sheng also stood up and said, I have something to attend to outside. You can stay here in the Starfall Hall. I will be back shortly. You go ahead. I will wait for you here. Inger replied with a faint smile, not asking Qing Sheng what he was going to do. After YeXuan, Qing Sheng, and Bai Fangyu left the dining hall, Inger turned her gaze to Qian Ruxue and asked, Sister Shui, they have all gone to attend to their tasks. If you have nothing to do, could you take me to Tiando City for a stroll? It has been a long time since I last visited. Seeing the longing in her eyes, Qian Ruxue thought for a moment and gently nodded. Sure, I will take you to Tiando City later. Thank you, Sister Shui. Surprise appeared in Inger's eyes. She initially wanted Qing Sheng to take her to Tiando City, but he had things to attend to, and it would obviously not be appropriate for YeXuan, as Qing Sheng's brother, to take her, so she could only turn to the relatively familiar Qian Ruxue, not expecting her to really agree. In the front hall of the Starfall Hall, YeXuan sat in the main seat, looking down at the crowd and asked, Is there anyone willing to take her to the Sunset Forest to obtain a 100-year soul ring? As he spoke, he pointed to Bai Fangyu, who was standing to the side. Since it was just to obtain a 100-year soul ring, YeXuan didn't specifically name anyone. After all, anyone in the hall was already capable enough to take her to obtain a 100-year soul ring, and there was no need for specific naming. It was all based on their willingness. The gazes of everyone in the hall fell on Bai Fangyu, but the senior members of the Starfall Hall showed no intention of speaking up. A 100-year soul ring wasn't worth their effort. Moreover, the Starfall Hall didn't restrict their freedom when there was nothing to do. They would rather cultivate their soul power than take the time to help her obtain a soul ring. After a while, Chao Tianxiang spoke up, Hall Master, I just happen to have something to attend to outside, so let me take her to the Sunset Forest to obtain the soul ring. All right, then you will take Bai Fangyu to the Sunset Forest to obtain a 100-year soul ring. As for the specific age, it is best to be close to 400 years. Any soul beast with attributes such as evil, darkness, thunder, wind, time, and space can be used. YeXuan waved to Bai Fangyu, signaling her to go to Chao Tianxiang now. Understood, Hall Master. I will remember. Chao Tianxiang's gaze also turned to Bai Fangyu, not minding much. After all, she was going to the Exotic Beast Academy to pick up her granddaughter and would just happen to pass by the Sunset Forest, which allowed her to help obtain a soul ring for Bai Fangyu. Bai Fangyu walked to Chao Tianxiang's side and stood respectfully, but she had no intention of speaking. If there is nothing else, you can go about your own business. YeXuan stretched and prepared to head toward the rear hall. He had nothing to do at the moment and could go back to try to find the average point of the 4 energies to make his self-created soul skill more complete. However, just as he got up, YeXuan, who was standing behind him, transmitted a message. Master, the people from the Papal Hall have arrived. To avoid exposing their identities, I had them wait in the study. I see. I will go meet them in the study. YeXuan replied in a low voice and directly walked toward the rear hall. Meanwhile, the people in the front hall began to leave one after another, some busying themselves with their tasks, while others returned to cultivate their soul power. YeXuan arrived at the study and directly pushed the door open to enter. Inside the study sat 2 middle-aged men. Upon seeing YeXuan, they immediately stood up and respectfully saluted him. YeXuan waved his hand, showing no concern, and sat directly in the main seat, asking, Did the teacher send you to find me for something? The 2 middle-aged men, somewhat respectfully, stood in front of YeXuan. One of them, with a smile, asked, Young master, it's not the Pope who sent us to find you, but we have some uncertainties that we would like to inquire about. What uncertainties? Please tell me. YeXuan placed his hands behind his head, his feet resting on the table, his voice sounding very casual. Young master, it is about the matter with you, Xiaojiang. We have some uncertainties and would like to know what you were doing at that time and why you happened to witness the entire process. The middle-aged man's calm voice echoed in the study, as if it were just a casual question. In the tea house, I was just discussing matters with Ning Fengji from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and having tea. Did something happen? A look of confusion appeared in YeXuan's eyes as he pretended not to know, questioning the two. May I ask what you were discussing with Ning Fengji at that time? The middle-aged man continued to press YeXuan while closely watching him, as if trying to discern something from his expression. Are you treating this as an interrogation? Or do I need to report my actions to you? YeXuan's voice gradually turned cold, and his gaze became sharp. Chapter 135. Energy average point. The two middle-aged men fixed their gaze on YeXuan's silver eyes, trying to find the answers they sought within them. However, to their disappointment, all they saw was sharpness, with no other emotions present. After a while, one of the middle-aged men spoke up. Young master, please don't misunderstand. We're merely curious. Since you are unwilling to speak, we have no right to ask further. The two of us still have matters to return to the Spirit Hall and report to His Holiness the Pope, so we won't disturb you any longer, young master. Upon hearing the voice, YeXuan's expression slightly improved. He reached out and took out the location map of the Haotian sect from the Soul Guide, placing it on the table, and said somewhat blandly, "Give this location map to the teacher, and do not ask about matters that should not be inquired about. Be mindful of your identities." "Yes, young master, we understand." The middle-aged man picked up the location map, carefully put it away, and the two bowed to YeXuan before turning to leave the study. YeXuan looked at their departing figures without paying much attention, extending his right hand to reveal a card that appeared crystal clear, with basic information engraved on it. Character card, Wu Chong Kong Spirit, Heavenly Frost Sword Strength, Level 98 Super Douluo title. Heavenly Frost Douluo. This character card was precisely what YeXuan had purchased for 7,000 luck point from the desktop mall during a system update. A level 98 Super Douluo, as long as there was a limit Douluo intervening, was essentially an invincible existence. After all, there are currently only 4 limit Daoliuos: Tang Chun, Poseidon, Qian Dalu, and Yishishui. Among them, whether Tang Chun currently possesses limit Daoluo strength is still uncertain. Therefore, aside from limit Daoliuos, a level 98 Super Douluo is already a top-tier existence on the continent. However, YeXuan currently had no intention of using the character card. Instead, he regarded it as a trump card to be used when necessary or in case of danger. After putting away the character card, YeXuan stood up and headed towards the garden, continuing to attempt to find the balance point among the 4 types of energy and to refine his self-created soul skill. After the two middle-aged men left the Starfall Palace, one suddenly spoke up. "How should we report to His Holiness the Pope once we return? We haven't uncovered anything. We don't know anything about Salus, and we can't probe too deeply on the young master's side. Moreover, the timing of the young master's appearance is too coincidental. What are you trying to say?" The voice of the other middle-aged man was calm, as if he were not concerned at all. "Based on our investigation, combined with the timing of the young master's appearance, either it was purely coincidental, or this matter is related to the young master. So how should we report to His Holiness?" The middle-aged man thought for a moment before saying, "We currently lack evidence, and judging by the young master's demeanor just now, this matter has nothing to do with him. Even if it were related without evidence, how would reporting it to the Pope help? It would only offend people unnecessarily. Besides, we have no evidence, and there's nothing wrong with this matter. It's just that the young master's appearance was coincidental. As long as we report that there are no issues, that's the best solution." The other middle-aged man did not respond. Indeed, there is currently no evidence to prove that the young master was involved. Furthermore, the young master had no reason to do so. Even if he were involved, His Holiness would probably just pretend to be unaware. The young master would not face any consequences and would only offend people for no reason. Given the situation, reporting that there are no problems is the best resolution. After all, they hadn't uncovered anything, so such a report would raise no issues. The two middle-aged men remained silent, directly heading towards the Spirit Hall. YeXuan sat in the garden, holding the divine punishment silver gun, and began to inject the 4 types of energy: soul power, mental power, destructive power, and bloodline power, into the silver gun at an approximate average point. Occasionally, he would enhance or weaken the injection of a certain type of energy to find the most precise balance point. Time passed little by little, and the sky changed from morning to dusk. Suddenly, a faint smile appeared on YeXuan's face, and a look of surprise emerged in his eyes. After countless attempts, he finally found the most precise average point for the 4 types of energy. If he were to test it now, the silver gun would not experience the issue of energy dispersing. However, it was not the right time for a test. After the first test yesterday, his first spirit ring had not yet recovered. He needed to wait for his first spirit ring to recover before checking the recovery time and proceeding with the next test. However, even without the energy from the spirit ring, the current divine punishment silver gun's power had increased by nearly 30% compared to before. YeXuan examined the divine punishment silver gun in his hand, withdrew the energy attached to the tip of the gun, and smiled in satisfaction. He spun the gun in his hand and began practicing spear techniques in the garden. Using the technique of breaking points, he realized that regardless of the ordinary moves, as long as he concentrated the power at a single point on the gun's tip, he could increase its power by a third and also have the ability to counter techniques. He could say that as long as the opponent's power did not completely overwhelm him, he could use the technique of breaking points to counter their attacks. After all, any attack would have a weak point. As long as he could accurately strike that weak point with the technique of breaking points, he could essentially neutralize the opponent's attack. Of course, the premise for neutralizing the opponent's attack is that he must be able to withstand their power. If he cannot endure the opponent's strength, then there is no need to counter. Against absolute power, any technique is futile. After completing the entire set of spear techniques, YeXuan put away the divine punishment silver gun, stood in place, stretched, and felt very comfortable all over. Qing Sheng walked into the garden with a joyful expression, heading straight to YeXuan's side, smiling lightly as he said, "Brother, I want to find Douluo today. Guess what?" YeXuan glanced at Qing Sheng and, seeing the joy on his face, casually replied, "Looking at your expression, I already know. There's no need to guess. Douluo must have agreed to help you. What else could it be? However, I'm curious about how you persuaded Douluo to help you." Hearing YeXuan's words, Qing Sheng showed no surprise, as his smile was hard to conceal. "Let us go. We'll first go to Heaven-Do City for a drink. I'm in a good mood today. Let's talk as we walk," Qing Sheng said, and turned to walk out of the garden. "All right, I'll go ask Shui if she wants to visit Heaven-Do City," YeXuan replied, also heading toward the garden exit. "No need, I just checked. And and your wife are not in the back hall. They must have gone out together," Qing Sheng said, taking out a wine jug and taking a sip, his expression looking quite pleased. Upon hearing this, YeXuan did not go to check the room, but directly accompanied Qing Sheng to Heaven-Do City. He believed that such a small matter would not be mistaken by Qing Sheng. On the way, Qing Sheng began to recount the details of the encounter, and the smile on his face grew stronger. "I talked to Douluo for a long time, but he was completely unyielding, neither soft nor hard, until I said that he couldn't handle poison or detoxification. Then he, not wanting to lose, said he wanted to see what poison he couldn't detoxify. I also promised him that if he could detoxify it, I would prepare a substantial gift to apologize." YeXuan, somewhat puzzled, asked Qing Sheng if he really can detoxify. "What do you have to offer as a substantial gift to apologize?" "Of course, it's literal. A substantial gift just needs to be substantial. After all, a small gift conveys deep feelings." Qing Sheng smiled lightly, not caring at all. After all, he had nothing on him. If Douluo could really detoxify, he would just find a thick stone to carve some words on and send it to Douluo. YeXuan didn't say anything further, as it was basically what he had imagined. Qing Sheng had little to offer, just a wooden house and a few ordinary herbs for detoxification. How could he prepare a grand gift for Douluo? The two arrived in Heaven-Do City. YeXuan was about to casually find a restaurant or tavern, but Qing Sheng stopped him with a hand. Qing Sheng smiled faintly and asked, "Brother, do you like women?" YeXuan looked at him with a dumbfounded expression, somewhat speechless, and replied, "Isn't that a given? Who doesn't like women? Don't you? Drinking is all about the atmosphere. Ordinary restaurants and taverns lack that ambience. I know a place that is perfect for drinking," Qing Sheng said with a smile, walking towards a somewhat secluded street. Although YeXuan was a bit confused, he didn't ask further and followed Qing Sheng. This street, though a bit low-key, still had quite a few people, mostly dressed in luxurious attire of noble youths. Qing Sheng stopped in front of a shop, pointed to it, and indicated to YeXuan that this was the place. YeXuan began to carefully inspect the shop. The decor was extremely lavish. Describing it as resplendent would not be an exaggeration. There was no name on the shop, but several boldly dressed women stood in front of it. Most people on this street were heading toward this shop. As Qing Sheng was about to enter, YeXuan directly pulled him back and asked, "Do you know what kind of place this is? You just walking in?" "Of course. This is a drinking place, commonly known as a pleasure house," Qing Sheng said nonchalantly, continuing to walk inside. "Knowing that, you're still going in? Aren't you afraid Inger will find out?" YeXuan pulled him back again. "What do I have to be afraid of? I'm just going in to drink. It has nothing to do with me. I'm just going in to drink. What is there to be scared of?" Qing Sheng squinted his eyes, took a sip from the wine jug, and stopped moving toward the entrance. "Drinking is about changing the environment. Isn't it the same wherever you drink? Why do you have to go in there?" YeXuan felt that Qing Sheng's reasoning was a bit off. Even if you're just drinking, who would believe that if it gets out? Drinking is different from tea. Drinking requires a lively atmosphere. This is a proper place to drink. I'm not the kind of person who messes around, Qin Sheng's expression became serious, speaking earnestly. YeXuan looked at Qin Sheng's serious demeanor and examined the shop again. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem like a proper place for drinking. Let's go. We'll find a random restaurant, YeXuan said as he turned to walk back the way they came. Qin Sheng felt a bit helpless. This was indeed a proper place to drink. But seeing YeXuan's departing figure, he didn't explain further because, from appearances, the shop did seem a bit questionable. YeXuan and Qin Sheng left the secluded street and casually found a tavern in Heaven-Do City to go into. They sat down, and after Qin Sheng ordered a few bottles of good wine, they began a drink. Qin Sheng finished the azure liquid in his cup and said to YeXuan, "Brother, if the poison on Inger can really be detoxified, I'd like to ask you for a favor. Go ahead and tell me what the favor is. Let's see if I can help," YeXuan said, twirling his wine cup and looking at Qin Sheng. If it wasn't too difficult, he wouldn't mind helping out. If Inger can successfully detoxify, I need to borrow some cultivation resources from you and restore my state of mind in your Starfall Palace. Of course, if I can't detoxify, then I won't need any of that. Qin Sheng smiled, as this condition was quite simple, and he only needed a few resources for his cultivation to restore his state of mind. Fine. I can provide you with the resources you need to restore your state of mind, and you can also stay in the Starfall Palace. This is a small matter I can help with, YeXuan said, focusing on the wine in his cup and not paying much attention to what Qin Sheng said. If it were too difficult or came with too high a price, he might not agree, but for this small matter, he would still help. He knew what was needed to restore his state of mind, but ultimately, cultivation resources could only assist and speed up Qin Sheng's restoration. Whether he could successfully restore, it would still depend on Qin Sheng himself. Of course, I won't let you help for free. If Inger's poison can be detoxified and my state of mind can be restored, I will join your Starfall Palace. If I can't detoxify or restore my state of mind, then there is no need for me to join. Your Starfall Palace won't lack for a useless person with a broken state of mind, Qin Sheng said, then began to savor the fine wine. Chapter 137. You are the second one after finishing the drinks in front of them. Qin Sheng shook his empty wine cup and asked, "Brother, why did you stop me from going in earlier? I'm quite curious about that. Firstly, I have no interest in that kind of place. Secondly, look behind you." At 3 o'clock, YeXuan smiled and did not care about Qin Sheng's question. Hearing this, Qin Sheng remained calm on the surface, but secretly released his spiritual power to probe in the direction of 3 o'clock behind him. The result was that his spiritual power seemed to be blocked by something, and he couldn't detect anything. Although Qin Sheng's soul power was only at the soul sect level, the tavern was just outside on the street. There were only a few street vendors at 3 o'clock on the street, and his spiritual power shouldn't have been unable to detect them. Given the current situation, it was likely that someone in that direction was watching both him and YeXuan, and that person's soul and spiritual power were far superior to his. You must have been releasing your spiritual power all along and discovered it long ago. Qin Sheng looked at YeXuan with some suspicion. Although he didn't know who was watching them, YeXuan's nonchalant expression suggested that the person watching was likely an acquaintance, or someone YeXuan knew. Otherwise, he wouldn't have that expression. Who would waste time constantly releasing their spiritual power? I just have a strong sense. I felt a familiar gaze when we were walking on the street, YeXuan said while waving to call the tavern owner over, preparing to settle the bill and return to the Starfall Palace. The tavern owner approached with a faint smile and asked, "Gentlemen, are you soul masters? If soul masters consume here, there is a discount." "No, just tell me how much it is." YeXuan waved his hand, not caring much. There weren't many gold soul coins involved anyway, so what discount was needed? The owner scrutinized the two of them for a moment before saying, "Gentlemen, the total is 30,000 gold soul coins. If you don't have gold soul coins, we also support card payments." Upon hearing the owner's words, both YeXuan and Qin Sheng narrowed their eyes simultaneously. Qin Sheng slowly said, "Owner, we might be in the same line of work." "Young master, is your family also in the tavern business?" The owner looked at Qin Sheng with curiosity. "No, I'm in the business of robbing money." Qin Sheng looked at the boss with a sideways glance. No wonder he asked right away if they were soul masters. If they weren't, he would open his mouth to demand an outrageous price. The few bottles of wine they drank were worth at most a few gold soul coins. Yet he was now asking for 30,000 gold soul coins. YeXuan chuckled softly and said, "You're the second person who dares to blatantly scam me like this." Upon hearing their voices, the boss also laughed, showing no fear. Looking at their ages, they were only around 16 or 17 years old. Even if they were soul masters, how high could their soul power be? At most, they could only reach the rank of soul master. Their attire didn't seem to indicate they were short on money, so it would be better to settle the bill early to avoid bodily harm. The boss waved his hand, and a waiter closed the tavern's door. YeXuan and Qin Sheng leaned back in their chairs, quietly watching, showing no intention to stop anything, nor to pay, just silently observing. Outside the tavern, Qian Rinxue and Inger each held a skewer of candied hawthorn, looking at the tightly closed tavern door. From time to time, they could hear the sound of things being smashed inside. Inger took a bite of her candied hawthorn and asked Qian Rinxue, Sister Shui, do you think they will be all right? Should we go and help? It sounds like they're fighting. No need. Let's just wait for them to come out. Qian Rinxue replied, her gaze fixed on the tavern. Although she didn't know why they would fight, she was certain that YeXuan would not get into any trouble. As for whether Qin Sheng would have any issues, that was not within her consideration. Inger blinked, knowing Qin Sheng's strength was unlikely to cause any problems. But she wasn't sure about YeXuan's capabilities. After all, she didn't know how strong YeXuan really was. Inside the tavern, the sounds of fighting had stopped. Some waiters lay groaning on the ground, while others knelt, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. YeXuan sat in a chair with his feet on the table, playing with a dagger that gleamed coldly, looking at the boss, who was standing straight with a mocking expression in his eyes. Qin Sheng leaned against the door, casually picked up a bottle of wine, opened it, and took a sip, showing no concern for the people kneeling before him. YeXuan looked at the boss and said with a faint smile, you've got some backbone, standing up straight like that even after everything. How could I be like them? Kneeling and surrendering without a fight? I still know what it means to stand tall. The boss placed his hands behind his back, displaying a fearless demeanor. Hearing this, YeXuan suddenly stopped playing with the dagger, and it shot out like an arrow towards the boss, a somewhat indifferent voice escaping his lips. If you have backbone, then I'll help you keep it. The boss looked at the flying dagger, showing no hesitation, and his knees buckled as he knelt down, saying, but I think it's better to be someone who knows the times. As a result of the boss kneeling, the dagger grazed his cheek, leaving a long, thin trail of blood. The others looked at the boss with some mockery. Just a moment ago, he had talked about standing tall, and now he was recognizing the wise. Truly shameless. YeXuan watched the boss with a light chuckle, showing no intention of engaging further, and stood up to walk out of the tavern. Seeing this, Qin Sheng grabbed a few bottles of expensive wine and said to the boss, I'll take these bottles of wine. You can keep a tab. No need. I'll give them to you. The boss replied with a smile. Qin Sheng didn't mind. After all, he had no intention of paying, so it made no difference whether the boss gave them to him or if he took them himself. As soon as YeXuan and Qin Sheng stepped out of the tavern, Qin Sheng tossed a bottle of expensive wine to YeXuan, saying with a hint of a smile, brother, this isn't cheap. We can try it later. YeXuan caught the bottle, took a glance, and threw it back to Qin Sheng, saying, you might as well keep it. I prefer tea over wine. Qin Sheng took the wine without any more pleasantries. Then both turned their attention to the 3 o'clock direction, just in time to see Qian Rinxue and Inger sitting by the roadside. At that moment, Qian Rinxue and Inger were enjoying their skewers of candied hawthorn, but their eyes were also on YeXuan and Qin Sheng. I now understand why you didn't let me go in, but your wife's strength seems a bit strong. My spiritual power couldn't detect their presence at all. Qin Sheng said with an awkward smile, feeling lucky he hadn't gone in. It's normal that you can't detect her. She could easily overpower you right now without a problem. YeXuan replied casually, glancing at him. With Qian Rinxue's current strength, easily overpowering Qin Sheng was indeed no issue. Qian Rinxue was continuously enhancing her physique with colorful stones. Nourishing her meridians had the movement technique Xing character secret, possessed the divine weapon angel's sword, had evolved her martial soul to 8-winged angel, and benefited from the life goddess's blessings. Along with the celestial herbs she had consumed and soul rings with optimal ratios. It could be said that in any comparison, Qin Sheng would only be at a disadvantage. I admit your wife's strength is stronger than mine, but saying she could easily overpower me is a bit of an exaggeration. If someone had said that to me 4 years ago, I would have challenged them, but now forget it. Qin Sheng's eyes were filled with disbelief. While some young people were stronger than him, the idea that someone could easily overpower him was something he completely disbelieved. You can doubt it all you want, but that's the truth, YeXuan said with a smile as he headed toward Qian Rinxue, showing no intention of explaining further. Qin Sheng, however, paid no mind and simply thought YeXuan was joking, following closely behind him toward Inger. YeXuan sat down next to Qian Rinxue and asked Shuer, are you just wandering around Heaven-Do City, or are you going back to the Starfall Palace now? Let's go back to the Starfall Palace. We've been out all day, and there's nothing fun left in Heaven-Do City, Qian Rinxue replied, stretching her body and looking at YeXuan. Her meaning very clear. Inger smiled at Qin Sheng after taking a bite of her candied hawthorn, saying nothing. Qin Sheng understood the situation, but didn't mind. After all, He hadn't gone in, so it was easy to explain. A purple-black light flashed on YeXuan's left leg, opening a spatial rift in front of him. He picked up Qian Renxue and stepped into the rift. Qing Sheng and Ying stared at the rift, stunned for a moment, and just as they were about to follow, the rift disappeared. Damn, brother, did you forget there are still people here? Qing Sheng looked at the vanished rift, his expression a bit speechless. Saint, let's just walk back and explain why you went to those places, Ying said, biting in her candied hawthorn and looking at Qing Sheng. Let's go. We can talk as we walk. A smile appeared on Qing Sheng's face as he reached out to hold Ying's hand, walking towards the direction of the Starfall Hall. In the back hall of the Starfall Hall, YeXuan walked out from a spatial rift holding Qian Renxue, scanning his surroundings. When he didn't see Qing Sheng and Ying, he asked in confusion, "Did they not come in with us?" "I don't know, but they definitely didn't follow us in." Qian Renxue blinked, her voice sounding somewhat indifferent. "Forget about them. It's not far from Tiando City to the Starfall Hall. They can walk back on their own." YeXuan didn't pay much attention to the two. After all, it was only a 10-minute walk back from Tiando City to the Starfall Hall, so they would have no problem returning. YeXuan opened the door to his room and walked in with Qian Renxue, heading straight to the bed before finally putting her down. YeXuan sat on the bed, reached into his soul guide, took out a soul bone, and said, "This is a 1,000-year soul bone I bid for in Tiando City. You can keep it." Looking at the 1,000-year soul bone in his hand, YeXuan showed a hint of disdain in his eyes. He already had plenty of soul bones in his soul guide, and their quality was not low. Now, he felt a bit unimpressed by this 1,000-year soul bone. YeXuan began to take out the soul bones one by one from the soul guide, including two 10,000-year soul bones that were originally in the Tiando treasure vault, two 10,000-year soul bones, and 100,000-year soul bone from Tang Hao, and a 10,000-year soul bone of the Qingyu Phoenix bought from an auction, but he had no use for any of them. Qian Renxue looked at YeXuan's actions and asked with some confusion, "Xiao Xian, what are you doing?" "It's nothing. I was just checking how many soul bones I have. Turns out I'm quite wealthy, with 100,000-year soul bone and 4 10,000-year soul bones," YeXuan casually replied, putting the soul bones away, and there was no need to mention the 1,000-year soul bone. Others are already very satisfied with 1 or 2 soul bones. Not everyone is as wealthy as you. Besides, a 1,000-year soul bone is still not low in age. You should be content. I encountered an ambush while buying this soul bone on the way. Qian Renxue glanced at YeXuan, although she also looked down on the 1,000-year soul bone. Its age was indeed not low. Hearing Qian Renxue's words, YeXuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he placed his hands on her shoulders, carefully examining her for any injuries. Qian Renxue smiled at YeXuan's appearance, pushed his hands away with a light laugh, and said, "Xiao Xian, I'm fine. You don't need to look so closely. The one who attacked me was just a soul saint named Shinian. If it weren't for Ying being present, he would have stayed in Tiando City forever." "Shinian, a soul saint. He got away?" YeXuan's gaze gradually turned cold. "Yes, he fled after I heavily injured him. I didn't chase him down at the time because Ying was there," Qian Renxue said, not noticing YeXuan's increasingly cold expression. With a smile, she leaned back on the bed and lazily said, "Xiao Xian, I'm a bit hungry. Can you have a restaurant? Make me something to eat?" "All right, I'll have the restaurant prepare something for you. Just wait here for a bit." YeXuan smiled and immediately got up to walk out of the room. Chapter 139. I value him. As YeXuan stepped out of the room, his expression instantly turned icy, and his eyes were filled with a chilling coldness. Upon arriving at the restaurant, he ordered, "Prepare some dishes. I'll come to pick them up later." "Yes, hall master." The people in the restaurant responded and began to get busy. After leaving the restaurant, YeXuan walked straight to YeXuan's door and gently knocked. The door was quickly opened, revealing YeXuan. "Master," she greeted with a bow, waiting for YeXuan's instructions. Knowing he wouldn't come to find her so late without a reason, Aunt Yi mobilized the power of the Starfall Hall to search for Shinian's whereabouts. As long as there is any news about him, those above the Soul Saint level in the hall can be dispatched to hunt Shinian down at any cost. Whoever can kill Shinian, I will reward them with 2 high-quality 10,000-year soul bones. YeXuan's voice was icy, laced with endless killing intent. "Yes, master. I will go and inform them right away," YeXuan replied before stepping out to the front hall to relay YeXuan's orders. As soon as YeXuan left, a crystal-clear card, resembling a piece of crystal, appeared in YeXuan's hand. With a slight exertion, the card shattered, and a strong burst of colorful light emitted from it. After the light faded, a somewhat thin man appeared in front of YeXuan. The man looked a bit thin, but his eyes were bright and spirited. He had a high nose and moderately thin lips, giving him an exceptionally upright appearance. His long hair flowed down his back, and when the breeze blew, it revealed that his lake blue hair reached all the way to his waist. Upon appearing, the man immediately bowed to YeXuan and said, "I am Wu Changkong. At your service, master." YeXuan reached into his soul guide, took out a Pope's order, and tossed it to Wu Changkong, saying, "Take this Pope's order and head to the Spirit Hall. Have Salas send someone to search for Shinian's whereabouts. If there is any news of him, go to the Tiando Imperial Palace and mobilize the 4 titled Daoliuos in the palace to hunt Shinian down at any cost." "Yes, master." Wu Changkong received the Pope's order and set off towards Tiando City. Meanwhile, the people in the Starfall Hall also began to take action. Those below the Soul Saint level went to gather information about Shinian, while those at the Soul Saint level or above waited in the front hall for updates. YeXuan did not pay attention to this matter. Combined, the Starfall Hall and the Tiando Imperial Palace had a total of 7 titled Daoliuos, along with all the high-ranking Soul Saints and Soul Daoliuos in the Starfall Hall. It was impossible for there to be a second outcome when hunting a Soul Saint. YeXuan returned to the restaurant and sat at the table, quietly waiting for the dishes to be prepared. Soon, a staff member brought a tray to him and respectfully placed it on the table in front of him. YeXuan looked at the neatly arranged dishes on the tray, picked it up, and walked back to his room. Upon returning to the room, YeXuan placed the tray on the table and said, "Shui, it's time to eat." "I saw it. You don't need to call me specifically," Qian Rinxue replied as she got up from the bed, sat at the table, and began to eat with her chopsticks. YeXuan smiled and sat down, the coldness on his face and the chill in his eyes having completely vanished, replaced by a gentle smile. Compared to his previous demeanor, he seemed like a completely different person. When Qing Sheng and Ying Er returned to the Starfall Hall and saw the tense expressions of everyone in the front hall, they were taken aback, unsure of what was happening. The people in the front hall ignored them, simply remaining silent. Qing Sheng and Ying Er did not inquire, but directly headed to the back hall. Upon arriving at the back hall, Qing Sheng softly said, "Ying Er, you go back to your room first. I'm going to ask my brother about some things." "Okay, you go ahead. If you can help, remember to do so. After all, they have helped us a lot." Inger smiled at Qing Sheng and then walked towards her room. "I know," Qing Sheng replied and went straight to YeXuan's door, knocking on it. Hearing the knock, YeXuan immediately said, "Come in." With a creak, the door opened, and Qing Sheng walked in, going directly to the table and asking, "Brother, did something happen at the Starfall Hall? Is there anything I can help with?" Qian Rinxue blinked her golden eyes at Qing Sheng's words, not understanding what he meant. However, she quickly thought of what she had just mentioned about being attacked, but she couldn't be sure, so she remained silent and focused on her food. YeXuan reached out to stroke Qian Rinxue's long hair, shook his head with a faint smile, and said, "It's nothing. It's just that when we were in Heavendo City, Schwerer and Inger were attacked. The attacker escaped, and I'm to try to find him and deal with him." Qing Sheng paused slightly upon hearing this, then slammed his hand on the table, his expression shifting from calm to angry, with a hint of killing intent in his eyes. "Who did it? What is their strength?" Qing Sheng's voice turned cold. "It was Shinian, a soul saint," YeXuan replied casually, since Shinian was practically a dead man, being hunted by 7 titled Daoliuos, including a limit Daluo and a super Daluo. He couldn't possibly survive, unless he couldn't be found. However, the Spirit Hall's influence was nearly everywhere on the continent. Where could Shinian escape to in such a short time? Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue's stunning face broke into a smile, her eyes sparkling with joy. Qing Sheng thought for a moment. It seemed that at the Soul Saint level, he wouldn't be able to win anyway, and with the Starfall Hall involved, a Soul Saint wouldn't be able to survive, so it seemed he didn't need to take action. Realizing this, Qing Sheng immediately said, "Brother, you can handle this matter. I want to go back and check if Inger is hurt. You all continue with your business. There's no need to see me off." As soon as he finished speaking, Qing Sheng stood up and walked towards the door, closing it behind him as he left. Chapter 140. Wu Changkong arrived at the Spirit Hall, took out the Pope's order given by YeXuan, and after issuing his orders, he quietly waited within the Spirit Hall. The people of the Spirit Hall quickly mobilized, starting to search for Shinian's whereabouts. Salas even sent people to the main and sub-halls in various locations to search for Shinian. A day later, both the Starfall Hall and the Spirit Hall received news almost simultaneously that Shinian was heading towards Soto City. Upon receiving the news, Wu Changkong immediately took the Pope's order and went to the Heavendo Palace. However, when he arrived at the Heavendo Palace, he saw the 3 titled Daoliuos, Iron Bear, Snake Spear, and Bloodstab, and couldn't help but ask. The master said there are 4 titled Daoliuos in the Heavendo Palace. Why are there only you 3? Where's the 4th? Snake Spear stepped forward and replied, The fourth is responsible for protecting Shui Qinghe closely. Unless absolutely necessary, they cannot move, and someone must remain to guard the Heaven Do Palace. The master's order is for you four to accompany me to hunt down Xinian at any cost. Wu Changkong's voice was somewhat cold as he looked at the three before him. Iron Bear, Snake Spear, and Blood Stab exchanged glances. Hesitating for a moment before Iron Bear went to find the title Paw beside Shui Qinghe, preparing to go with Wu Changkong to hunt down Xinian. In the Starfall Hall, all the Soul Saints and above also left the Starfall Hall, heading towards Soto City, including the title Douluo Lai Yin and the limit Douluo Yishi Shui. Moreover, YeXuan had clearly stated that whoever could kill Xinian would be rewarded with 2 high-quality 10,000-year soul bones, a reward that was absolutely generous, making not only Soul Saints and Soul Daoliu's envious, but even title Douluo Lai Yin covetous. Lai Yin clearly remembered that during the last auction, YeXuan spent a fortune to buy a soul bone from the Azure Jade Phoenix. The Azure Jade Phoenix itself was fire attribute and very compatible with her martial soul, the Flame Cat Eagle, and if she could obtain it, her strength would at least increase by 1 level. In the pavilion of the rear hall, YeXuan and Qian Rinxue were sitting cross-legged, cultivating. After 3 days of recovery, YeXuan knew the side effects of his self-created soul skill. After use, the attached soul rings could not be used for 3 days. Although the side effects were significant, the power was equally formidable. If he injected all the energy of his soul rings into the Divine Punishment Silver Spear, the power would be unimaginable, considering the energy of a 1,000,000-year soul ring was no joke. However, YeXuan wouldn't easily do this. If he injected the energy of 1 soul ring, it wouldn't have much of an impact on him. But if he injected all the energy, he could be sure that not only would he be unable to use all his soul rings for 3 days, but he would also fall into a state of weakness. The duration of this weakness could last at least as long as the soul rings, which was 3 days, but it could also be 30 days or even 3 months. This was currently unpredictable, so this move could ultimately only be used as a trump card for survival and not in ordinary times. Otherwise, the cost would be too high, and if the opponent was too weak, it would be a loss. While YeXuan and Qian Rinxue were cultivating, Qing Sheng and Inger walked into the pavilion. As they entered, YeXuan and Qian Rinxue almost simultaneously opened their eyes and looked at the two approaching them. Qing Sheng smiled and said, "Brother, have you found Shinian's whereabouts? I see that the higher-ups of your Starfall Hall have basically all left." "Yes, Xinian is heading towards Soto City. So I sent the higher-ups ahead," YeXuan replied nonchalantly. "Is there something you need?" "Originally, I want to take Inger to Dugabo for detoxification, but I don't quite trust Dugabo, so I wanted to find someone to intimidate him, to prevent him from doing anything sneaky. But it seems your Starfall Hall's higher-ups have all left, so I can't find anyone to help intimidate Dugabo." Qing Sheng shrugged, looking somewhat helpless. "That might not be possible. In the Starfall Hall, there are only 2 titled Daoliuos on the surface, and Dugabo has basically seen them all. So if you look for them, Dugabo probably won't help you detoxify anymore." YeXuan smiled. He wasn't unwilling to help, but the reality was that there was really no one in the Starfall Hall right now. None of the higher-ups above Soul Saint were present, and those below Soul Saint wouldn't be of much use. "I know that. I'm not here to borrow someone from you. I just wanted to ask if you're interested in going to Soto City. I'm quite curious about how Xinian died." Qing Sheng's eyes glinted coldly. A dragon has its reverse scale. To touch it is to die, and Inger was his absolute reverse scale. Moreover, he had inquired in detail about the events of the previous day. The entire incident was simply Xinian trying to snatch the soul bone, seeking death himself. If it weren't for Qian Rinxue being present at the time, Inger probably wouldn't have returned. How else could he die? He was beaten to death. YeXuan said without any interest in watching. 7 titled Daoliuos hunting down a soul saint left no room for resistance, only the fate of being instantly killed. Qian Rinxue's expression was also lackluster. If it weren't for Inger being present at that time, Xinian would have been killed by her long ago. Therefore, she had no interest in this kind of battle, especially since one of the participants was a limit Douluo. Qing Sheng looked at their expressions and mysteriously said, "You know about the Soul Arena, right? There is a record of 100 wins. We can go to Soto City and break this record, while also seeing how Xinian died. This way, we can accumulate battle experience and earn a good amount of gold soul coins. And we can also see how Xinian was killed. It's simply a 3-in-1 deal. Why not do it?" YeXuan had a somewhat strange expression on his face. He remembered that the 100 wins record seemed to have been set by himself. Now Qing Sheng actually invited him to break a record he had set. Qian Rinxue looked at YeXuan and slowly said, "The record you mentioned was set by Xiao Xian 6 years ago." Hearing this, Qin Sheng and Inger also turned their gaze to YeXuan, and a glint of excitement appeared in Qin Sheng's eyes. After thinking for a moment, he immediately said, "Bro, how about we team up and take advantage of the soul arena? We can definitely earn a lot of gold soul coins." YeXuan asked in confusion, "How do you want to cooperate?" Chapter 141. Am I short on money? Qin Sheng smiled mysteriously and said, "Bro, you have achieved 100 wins in the soul arena. So your popularity there must be high. The bets on your wins will surely be substantial. As long as you deliberately lose a match, we can make a fortune." Qin Sheng looked at YeXuan with anticipation, hoping he would agree. "Do you think I lack gold soul coins? And do you think the people in the soul arena are fools who can't tell if you were throwing a match?" YeXuan looked at Qin Sheng as if he were an idiot. 6 years ago, when he participated in the soul arena, the highest-ranked participants were only soul kings. Moreover, in a small place like Soto City, having a few 4-ring soul masters was already quite impressive. At that time, he relied on his million-year soul ring to almost sweep through the soul king level participants. Now 6 years have passed. If you were to lose to a soul master or soul scholar in the Soto City soul arena, it would be obvious to everyone that something was wrong. Did he really think the people in the soul arena were idiots? "Bro, you are the master of the Starfall Palace, so of course, you won't lack those gold soul coins." "But I do. I still owe the restaurant 100,000 gold soul coins that I haven't paid back. Moreover, even if you don't lack gold soul coins, we can quickly accumulate battle experience by participating in the soul arena competitions. No matter how you look at it, we will definitely profit." There was a hint of helplessness in Qin Sheng's eyes. Although he wouldn't be pursued by the restaurant for the 100,000 gold soul coins, he had personally promised to pay back the money, and he had to keep his word. Additionally, Qin Sheng himself had not cultivated for 4 years, and his battle experience was quite lacking. The soul arena was not only a place to make money, but also a great opportunity to quickly accumulate battle experience, which was extremely beneficial for him. YeXuan and Qian Rinxue listened to Qin Sheng's words, their expressions still showing little interest. If they went to the soul arena, it would not provide any opportunity to accumulate battle experience, and they could simply sweep through the competition with their absolute strength. It could be said that the participants in the soul arena didn't even qualify to be their sparring partners. After all, their previous sparring partner was the Ice Emperor, a fierce beast close to 400,000 years old. In terms of battle experience, they were not inferior to anyone. Seeing their expressions, Qin Sheng felt that his idea might be falling flat. However, he did not get discouraged. After all, there was also a large soul arena in Tiano City. Once Inger recovered from her poison, he could still go to the soul arena to compete. Inger glanced at Qin Sheng and then focused her gaze on Qian Rinxue, asking, "Sister Xue, with your strength, your winning streak in the soul arena should be quite high, right? After all, even soul saints were not your opponents back then." Qian Rinxue glanced at YeXuan and proudly said, "Xiao Xian can tie or even win against titled Daoliuos, but I can win against Xiao Xian. As for my current winning streak in the soul arena, I don't have one because I have never participated in the soul arena." YeXuan was somewhat taken aback by Qian Rinxue's words, but he did not speak up because what she said was completely valid. She said she could win against him, not that she could win against titled Daoliuos. A glint of excitement appeared in Inger's eyes. If YeXuan could tie or even win against titled Daoliuos, and Qian Rinxue could win against YeXuan, then it meant Qian Rinxue was stronger than titled Daoliuos. Qin Sheng focused on YeXuan, and unlike Inger, he was not as naive. His own soul master strength could not compete with Inger, a great soul master. In a real fight, he would have no chance to fight back. Therefore, in this situation, there were unknown factors at play. It did not necessarily mean that Qian Rinxue could win against YeXuan because she was stronger than titled Daoliuos. Moreover, he also did not believe that YeXuan had the strength to defeat titled Daoliuos. He was about the same age as YeXuan, and in terms of talent and bloodline, he was not inferior to him. Although he had not cultivated for 4 years, and his strength was somewhat behind YeXuan's, even if YeXuan's mindset had not encountered any issues and he had diligently cultivated over the past 4 years, it would be impossible for him to possess strength comparable to a titled Daluo. YeXuan also turned his gaze to Qin Sheng, wondering why he kept staring at him. Qin Sheng then gave YeXuan an understanding look before retracting his gaze. "Bro, since you have nothing going on right now, why not come with us to the soul arena? You might find some unexpected surprises or gains." Qin Sheng tried once more. If YeXuan and Qian Rinxue were still unwilling to go, he would give up on the idea of going to Soto City. If something unexpected happened on the way, with his current strength, he could protect himself without any issues. However, protecting Inger would definitely not be enough. "All right, since we have nothing else to do, it's fine to stroll around Soto City," YeXuan said, looking at Qian Renshue, his eyes full of inquiry. Seeing YeXuan's gaze, Qian Renshue gently nodded and then stood up to wait. Traveling through a spatial rift was much more convenient than taking a carriage. YeXuan smiled faintly and opened a spatial rift in front of him, stepping in alongside Qian Renshue. Qing Sheng and Inger, having had the previous experience, did not hesitate at all and followed the two into the spatial rift. Outside Soto City, in a quiet forest, an old man in a black robe was fleeing rapidly. Behind him were powerful soul saints and soul Daoliuos from the Starfall Palace in pursuit. Yishi Shui and Lai Yin were floating in the air, following at a leisurely pace, as if they were playing cat and mouse. Lai Yin asked, Deputy Palace Master, aren't you going to take action to kill him? He is worth 2 soul bones right now. I'm not interested. He's too weak and not worth my effort. Ye Jishui replied indifferently, looking at the old man below with no intention of intervening. Since the Deputy Palace Master looks down on him, then I won't hold back, considering he is equivalent to 2 high-quality 10,000-year soul bones. On the face of the blazing flame, a faint smile appeared as the martial soul, blazing fire cat eagle, instantly manifested. Beneath its feet, 9 soul rings flickered. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. You might as well act quickly, or else you might not get your chance, Yishi said calmly, his gaze fixed on the old man. Chapter 142. Whom did I offend? The gaze of the blazing flame shifted away from the old man, looking towards the space in front of him. There stood 5 individuals in midair, quietly waiting for the old man's arrival. Beneath their feet, 9 soul rings flickered as well. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. The old man looked at the 5 titled awe that had appeared in front of him, then glanced back at the 2 titled Yishi and the blazing flame, who were behind him. He decisively stood still and no longer fled. Instead, he bowed to the surroundings and spoke. Your Excellencies, I'm not sure where I have offended you, but I sincerely apologize here. I hope you will spare my life. You did not offend us, but you offended someone you shouldn't have. There is no need for you to beg for mercy now. You will definitely not leave this forest today. You are worth 2 10,000-year soul bones now, which I never expected a soul sage would be this valuable. 2 top-quality 10,000-year soul bones can be obtained just by killing you. To think about it, it really makes one's blood boil, the blazing flame said, as the 8th soul ring beneath his feet began to flicker rapidly, and a feather appeared in his hand without him noticing. 8th soul skill, blood boiling. The blazing flame's palm gradually tightened, and a scorching heat radiated from him, flames burning on his hand. In midair, feathers kept falling down, quickly igniting upon touching the ground and transforming into a sea of blazing fire. May I ask, which major power have I offended to warrant 7 titled awe being sent to hunt down a mere soul sage? As soon as the old man's words fell, his figure was almost instantly engulfed by the sea of fire, a scream echoing from within the flames, after which no further sounds emerged from the fire. Wu Changkong looked at the burning sea of fire, and the martial soul, heavenly frost sword appeared in his hand, while the 6th soul ring beneath his feet flickered rapidly. 6th soul skill, frost condensation. Wu Changkong swung the long sword in his hand, and a deep blue light shone on the heavenly frost sword. A crescent-shaped light, radiating a cold aura, shot out, colliding with the sea of flames, which quickly extinguished, and frost began to appear on the ground of the forest. I apologize, but those 2 high-quality soul bones will probably belong to me now. The blazing flame smiled and looked very pleased and excited. He was happy that he had killed the old man himself, and excited that he would soon acquire 2 high-quality 10,000-year soul bones. Tai Xiong, Shi Jiao, and C.I. Shui were unaware of the soul bone matters, so they didn't pay much attention. Yishi glanced at the high-ranking members of the Starfall Hall who had just arrived and said in a somewhat indifferent voice, since the matter has been resolved, it is time for us to return to the Starfall Hall. As soon as he finished speaking, Yishi waved to the gathered crowd and led them straight towards the direction of the Starfall Hall. Wu Changkong also followed, as he was originally from the Starfall Hall, and since the matter had ended, he would naturally return there. In the forest, only Tai Xiong, Shi Jiao, C.I. Shui, and a burly middle-aged man remained. After the 4 exchanged glances, Shi Jiao spoke. Did the young master send someone with the Pope's order to the Heaven Do Palace to summon the 4 of us just to hunt down a soul sage? I don't know, but since the matter has ended, we might as well go to Soto City for some fresh air before returning to the Heaven Do Palace. C.I. Shui didn't care either. Since the matter was resolved, it had nothing to do with them, and it was just right to go to Soto City for some fresh air. Staying in the Heaven Do Palace was quite stuffy. Upon hearing this, Tai Xiong turned his gaze to the burly middle-aged man and asked, Old Tortoise, what do you think of C.I. Shue's suggestion? Hearing Tai Xiong's words, the middle-aged man's mouth twitched involuntarily, and his expression darkened. Shi Jiao and C.I. Shue both looked up to the sky, trying to suppress their laughter, pretending they saw nothing and heard nothing. After a moment, the middle-aged man spoke in a somewhat gloomy voice. Tai Xiong, I'm telling you once more, my martial soul is a turtle, a spiritual turtle, and my title is also spiritual turtle. Then can you tell me what the difference is between a turtle and a wangba, a colloquial term for a turtle? Aren't they all just turtle shells and 4 claws? What is the difference? Tai Xiong looked at the spiritual turtle with curiosity about the distinction. Forget it, I won't argue with you. I estimate that when you cultivated to your title, you must have used your brain as a trade-off to succeed. Otherwise, you wouldn't be missing a string in your head all the time. After saying this, the spiritual turtle directly turned around and walked towards Soto City. Feeling that C.I. Shue's suggestion was quite good, Shi Jiao, suppressing his laughter, said, Tai Xiong, let me educate you on the difference between a turtle and a wangba. First, the shell of a turtle is harder than that of a wangba, and turtles have no teeth and are generally more docile. But a wangba is different. It has teeth, can stretch its neck very long, and has a certain level of aggression. Tai Xiong stroked his chin and said thoughtfully, so judging by his irritable personality, his martial soul is indeed a wangba. Hearing this, the spiritual turtle paused for a moment, and his expression darkened. He kept silently chanting in his heart, calm down, calm down. I can't beat him. I must remain calm. He thought to himself, he lacking a string in his head. I can't argue with him. I can't. In Soto City, at the Soto Great Soul Arena, Qing Sheng and Ying Er were registering for the competition, while YeXuan and Qian Renxue, wearing beautifully crafted masks, waited nearby. After Qing Sheng and Ying Er completed the registration, Qing Sheng pointed to YeXuan behind them and said, He is my brother. He will pay later. With that, Qing Sheng directly took Ying Er and walked away. YeXuan didn't mind. It was just 20 gold soul coins, and it was no problem for him to cover for Qing Sheng. The staff at the Soul Arena looked at Qian Renxue and asked, Soul Power, codename, or real name. Level 57 Soul King, codename, Angel, Qian Renxue replied succinctly. After entering Qian Renxue's information, the staff looked at YeXuan and asked, Soul Power, codename, or real name. Level 14 Soul Master, codename, Evil God. YeXuan's voice sounded quite casual. However, the staff paused in entering the information, frowned slightly, and said, Please provide accurate information. We will conduct a soul power test here, and if the information is false, you will be permanently blacklisted from the Soul Arena. Chapter 143. Soul Power Test. I understand. What I said is accurate information. You can just record it directly. YeXuan completely disregarded the staff's concerns about soul power testing. His second martial soul, Dark Demon, Evil God Tiger, only had 1 soul ring. And as long as he precisely controlled his soul power at the level of a level 14 soul master, there would be no problem. The staff, hearing this, said nothing more and continued inputting the information. After a while, the staff finally spoke. 3 single battles, 2 doubles, and 1 team battle. Each registration fee is 10 gold soul coins, totaling 60 gold soul coins. After delivering the registration fee, there will be dedicated personnel to conduct a soul power test for you. So please be patient. YeXuan took out a gold soul coin from his soul guide and handed it to the staff. Then, he, Qian Renxue, Qing Sheng, and Ying Er found a place to sit quietly and wait. Qing Sheng asked, Brother, for the 2-on-2 soul battle, it doesn't matter if you take action or not. I can win on my own. I just want to know if you'll participate in the team battle. YeXuan, Xin Renxue, and Qing Sheng had all registered for the individual soul battle. However, Ying Er, due to her poisoning, did not register for the individual battle, but signed up for the 2-on-2 and team battles with both Qing Sheng and YeXuan. YeXuan and Qian Renxue also registered for the 2-on-2 battle. If it were an individual battle, Qing Sheng would have no issues at all, and even in a 2-on-2 battle, he could ensure that Ying Er would not be harmed. However, a team battle is different. Team battles typically consist of 7 people, while they only had 4, one of whom was completely powerless. Moreover, both YeXuan and Qian Renxue had clearly stated that they would not take action in team battles unless absolutely necessary. This meant that in a team battle, Qing Sheng would have to fight 7 opponents alone while also protecting their vase, which posed quite a challenge. If Ying Er were to get hurt, it would be his responsibility. Therefore, he wanted a clear answer. He didn't need YeXuan to help him fight. As long as YeXuan could protect Ying Er, that would be sufficient. As for what YeXuan had just said about being a level 14 soul master, Qing Sheng did not believe it at all. How could someone who had obtained a divine beast inheritance be only a level 14 soul master? I can still help you protect Inger, YeXuan confidently replied, placing his hands behind his head. Although he couldn't use the white tiger martial soul in the soul battle arena after registering. As long as he used one soul ring from the dark demon evil god tiger martial soul, he could easily sweep through the entire arena. Even against opponents below the soul emperor rank, he could easily win based solely on his physical strength, without even using his martial soul. However, if he encountered a soul sage or higher, he would have to use his martial soul. After all, once one reached soul sage, they could use their martial soul's true form, making level 70 soul sages a significant milestone among soul masters. Those who reached the soul sage level could essentially be considered high-level soul masters. After hearing YeXuan's words, Qing Sheng felt much more at ease. As long as YeXuan had said that, he could fight in the team battle without any worries and unleash his full strength. Soon, the personnel responsible for testing soul power came to them and led them to a spacious room for soul power certification. Upon entering the room, the tester took out 4 blue crystal balls and placed them in front of them, saying, "Please release your martial souls and use the crystal balls to test your soul power levels." YeXuan, Qian Rinxue, Qing Sheng, and Inger all remained silent and directly released their martial souls. Qian Rinxue's 8-winged angel martial soul appeared behind her, adorned with 5 soul rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 2 black. Qing Sheng's azure dragon martial soul manifested, with 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple. Inger had a light purple butterfly appear behind her, with 2 yellow soul rings. After releasing the dark demon evil god tiger martial soul, YeXuan had a single red soul ring that shone brightly in the arena. Qing Sheng, Inger, and the staff member responsible for testing soul power all widened their eyes in astonishment at YeXuan's soul ring, which was 100,000 years old, something they had never heard of before. Furthermore, Qing Sheng was certain that this was not the white tiger martial soul, which led him to conclude that YeXuan's soul power must be quite high. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to harness the immense energy within the 100,000-year soul ring. Upon noticing everyone's gaze, YeXuan chose to ignore it, thinking that the 100,000-year soul ring was just a routine occurrence. He still had 9 sealed energies within him from the sacrifice of the evil Holy King that had not been released. Otherwise, his soul ring would definitely not be limited to just 100,000 years. However, his physical body could not currently withstand such vast energy, so it remained unreleased. YeXuan's gaze settled on Inger's martial soul, which was the purple winged phoenix butterfly, a martial soul adept in speed and poison attributes. Although the quality of the martial soul was not high, it was still above average, classified as a high-level martial soul. With an innate soul power awakening between levels 7 and 9, Inger was considered a genius among ordinary soul masters. However, due to her poisoning, her soul power had only reached the level of a 2-ring great soul master. Before long, everyone retracted their gazes, picked up the crystal balls in front of them, and began testing their soul power. YeXuan precisely controlled his soul power at level 14 and then infused it into the crystal ball. The personnel responsible for testing soul power carefully compared the 4 sets of data and, after finding no issues, spoke. "The information you provided is all accurate. But are you sure you want to participate in the team battle? You don't have enough people, and the disparity in soul power levels is significant. Participating in the team battle could be quite disadvantageous for you. It's fine. Just arrange it for the soul battle arena. We definitely want to participate in the team battle." Qing Sheng waved his hand dismissively. Among the 4 of them, except for Inger, the rest could all fight above their rank. They could easily handle several opponents of the same level, so Qing Sheng did not pay much attention to the staff's concerns, especially with YeXuan's 100,000-year soul ring. Qing Sheng felt even more confident. With a 100,000-year soul ring, there would definitely be a corresponding 100,000-year soul bone, so there was no way they could lose. "All right, you can come to the soul battle arena anytime to participate in the soul battle. Good luck to you," the staff said, making a gesture for them to proceed. YeXuan, Qian Rinxue, Qing Sheng, and Inger immediately walked out of the room and headed towards the soul battle arena. They had plans to participate in the soul battle, but were also prepared to stroll around Soto City for a while first. As the 4 walked through the streets of Soto City, they found that it was much less bustling compared to Tiando City and Wuhan City, with fewer people on the streets. However, the vendors by the roadside were still busy. YeXuan and Qian Rinxue took off their masks and put them back in their soul guides, as there was no need to wear them since they were not participating in a soul battle at that moment. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, Qing Sheng patted his stomach and said, "Brother, we have the soul battle tonight. Can we find a place to sit down and grab a bite to eat? After all, I'll be the main force in the battle tonight. It sounds like I forced you to participate in the soul battle." YeXuan glanced at Qing Sheng, but still casually found a restaurant and walked in. The restaurant was quite ordinary, with very few customers, only 3 young boys present. The 4 entered the restaurant, found an empty table, and after YeXuan picked up the menu and ordered a few dishes that Qian Renshua liked, he tossed the menu to Qing Sheng, indicating he could order whatever he wanted. Qing Sheng opened the menu and, after seeing the prices, found the dishes to be quite cheap. After casually ordering a few dishes, he quietly waited. YeXuan, on the other hand, closed his eyes to rest and recover his soul power. They had come through a spatial rift, and the distance from the Starfall Hall to Soto City was not short. Opening such a long spatial rift consumed a lot of his soul power, so he needed to recover first. At a nearby table sat a chubby boy who looked in YeXuan's direction and spoke. "Big brother Dai, I thought your face was already quite delicate, but I didn't expect we'd encounter someone today with an even more delicate face than yours. Ma Hongjun, I see you're itching for trouble. If you can't speak properly, just shut your mouth. No one will mistake you for a mute." Dai Mubai's gaze was also on YeXuan's table, though his attention was mainly on Qian Renshua and Inger. "Xiao Ao, you need to pay attention to your image and stop staring," Ma Hongjun said, also casting his gaze on Qian Renshua and Inger. "I feel like they look a bit familiar, as if I've seen them somewhere before, but I can't recall where," Oscar said, stroking his chin and beginning to ponder. Xiao Ao, just because someone is pretty doesn't mean they look familiar. That has no practical use at all. Teacher Zhao said that those who are afraid of trouble are all mediocre, so we need to prove ourselves with real actions, Ma Hongjun said, glancing at Oscar before returning his attention to Qian Renshua and Inger. Since they spoke without any pretense, and there were only 2 tables of guests in the restaurant, YeXuan and the others clearly heard their words. Qian Renshua and Inger felt their gazes but did not care at all and chose to ignore them, each lost in their own thoughts. Qing Sheng took out a wine jug, took a sip, glanced at them, and then withdrew his gaze. YeXuan continued to rest with his eyes closed as if he hadn't heard anything. However, in his sea of consciousness, the voice of the evil I Saint King echoed. "I sense the aura of my bloodline, and it's very close to you. You can retrieve my bloodline, and I will use it to transform your eyes, giving you a true evil eye. Moreover, the stronger the person who uses my bloodline, the stronger the transformed evil I will be. He hasn't provoked me. Why should I forcibly extract his bloodline? And since the stronger he is, the stronger the evil I will be, it might be better to let him grow for now and discuss this matter later." YeXuan replied inwardly, but did not pay much attention. If the effect is better the stronger he is, he can let him grow slowly. As for transforming the evil eye, that can wait until later. After a while, Ma Hongjun saw Dai Mubai not taking any action and couldn't help but ask, "Big brother Dai, aren't you going to make a move? Those 2 beauties are quite rare. I've never seen anyone as beautiful as them in my life. You think you have a chance looking like that?" Dai Mubai turned his gaze back and looked at Ma Hongjun. "Whether there's a chance or not, you'll know when you try," Ma Hongjun said, fixing his hairstyle and standing up from his chair, heading straight towards YeXuan's table. As he walked, he pulled out a red rose from his body. When Ma Hongjun arrived at the table, he extended the rose towards the middle of the table, smiling lightly as he said, "Ladies, would you be interested in discussing life together?" Qian Renshua and Inger had no intention of acknowledging him. Qian Renshua found it quite boring and simply closed her eyes to rest, while Inger looked out the window at the street outside. YeXuan opened his eyes, looked at Ma Hongjun, and coldly said, "Get lost, you're being an eyesore here." The tricks Ma Hongjun was playing were ones YeXuan had stopped using since he was 2 years old. Moreover, at that time, what he had given was an entire garden filled with rare and exotic plants. And that garden was still planted in the pavilion at the center of the Wuhuan Hall's lake. "Chubby boy, if you have nothing to do, just get lost," Qing Sheng said, glancing at Ma Hongjun with evident impatience. No one could give him a good expression while trying to invite his wife with a flower. Ma Hongjun, hearing their words, also spoke without any politeness. "Who are you? I'm talking to the 2 beauties. Why are you butting in? Where did you come from to meddle in my business?" Qing Sheng's expression turned cold upon hearing this. "You came over to flirt and still dare to be so arrogant? Do you think we have no temper?" Qing Sheng was about to teach Ma Hongjun a lesson when he saw YeXuan directly strike out, hitting Ma Hongjun. The overwhelming force instantly sent Ma Hongjun flying. Dai Mubai, who was watching the commotion, stood up without hesitation when he saw Ma Hongjun flying back, ready to catch him to prevent injury. Chapter 145. Grow Up Well. When Dai Mubai caught Ma Hongjun, he immediately felt the overwhelming power coming from Ma Hongjun's body. His own body was being pushed back by this powerful force. After crashing into a table, Dai Mubai no longer hesitated and directly released his martial soul. A white tiger with black stripes standing upright on its hind legs appeared behind him. 2 yellow soul rings flickered on his body. However, even so, Dai Mubai continued to be pushed back until he crashed into 2 tables before finally stabilizing himself against the wall of the restaurant. The cracks in the wall were enough to show how powerful YeXuan's casual strike was. If it was purely a matter of strength, YeXuan was only slightly weaker than a Titan giant ape at this point, and in a close combat with an ordinary title Dalu, he would not be at a disadvantage. It should be noted that the strength of a limit Douluo is 100,000 pounds, while YeXuan's strength had already reached about 40,000 pounds. Therefore, even a casual strike from YeXuan was far beyond what Ma Hongjun could withstand. It seems I might have kicked an iron plate this time. Dai Mubai glanced at the already unconscious Ma Hongjun, shook his slightly numb arm, and his expression turned serious. Oscar, observing YeXuan and Qian Renshua more closely, felt increasingly that he had seen the two somewhere before, but he just couldn't remember where. However, when he saw Ma Hongjun's condition, he stopped thinking about it and hurried over to Ma Hongjun, beginning to chant a spell. I have a big sausage. As soon as he finished speaking, a sausage appeared in Oscar's hand. Without any hesitation, he stuffed the sausage into Ma Hongjun's mouth to help him recover from his injuries. Upon hearing the spell, Qin Sheng, who had just taken a sip of his drink, sprayed it out and looked towards Oscar, unable to hold back his laughter. Inger, a bit confused, asked Saint, "What are you laughing at?" Nothing. I just saw someone who was still arrogant a moment ago, being sent flying, and I found it a bit funny," Qin Sheng replied, laughing. Inger looked at Qin Sheng, somewhat speechless. It was just someone being sent flying. What was there to laugh about? Qian Renshua opened her eyes, glanced at YeXuan with a hint of a smile in her gaze, and then continued to rest with her eyes closed. She was not surprised at all by what had just happened. Rather, it was all within her expectations. YeXuan calmly looked at the martial soul behind Dai Mubai and let out a light laugh, completely ignoring Dai Mubai's gaze. Compared to his white tiger martial soul, the martial soul behind Dai Mubai was hardly even a subspecies, just a mix of bloodlines. After all, the evil eye white tiger was a martial soul created from the bloodline of the evil eye Saint King. Strictly speaking, even if the evil eye Saint King stood in front of YeXuan, he would still just be a mixed blood. Not to mention, the evil eye white tiger was simply derived from the bloodline of the evil eye Saint King. As for what the evil eye Saint King said about reclaiming his bloodline to modify his eyes and gain a true evil eye, YeXuan had no such thoughts at the moment. Dai Mubai's current strength was too weak, merely a 2-ringed soul master. He should be allowed to grow well first. Once his strength increased, the evil eye he enhanced later would also be stronger. Besides, the Star Luo royal family was not just Dai Mubai. If he really wanted to modify the evil eye, he could go to the Star Luo Empire and use someone else's bloodline for the modification. As for Dai Mubai, let him grow well first. YeXuan shifted his gaze away from Dai Mubai, closed his eyes to rest, and restored his soul power. After seeing that YeXuan did not continue to take action, Dai Mubai gave Oscar a glance and whispered, "Shout Ayo, let's take Fatty back. We might have kicked a hard wall this time." "All right, Boss Dai, let's go," Oscar replied, and helped Ma Hongjun up on either side with Dai Mubai. Heading out of the restaurant, YeXuan and the others had no intention of stopping them, and simply acted as if they had seen nothing, letting them leave. Soon, the dishes ordered by YeXuan and the others were served by the restaurant owner. They picked up their chopsticks and began to eat. After serving the dishes, the restaurant owner started to tidy up the tables that had been bumped into. After a few rounds of drinks and dishes, YeXuan, Qian Renshua, Qin Sheng, and Inger had eaten and drunk their fill. YeXuan took out 3 gold soul coins from his pocket, placed them on the table, took Qian Renshua's soft hand, and walked toward the restaurant exit. Qin Sheng looked at the 3 gold soul coins on the table and sat still, waiting for the restaurant owner to give change. Although they ordered quite a few dishes, they were all very cheap, and the restaurant was not high-end, so 3 gold soul coins were more than enough. According to Qin Sheng's calculations, there should still be quite a few silver soul coins left. However, before Qin Sheng could wait for the owner to give change, he was forcibly pulled away by Inger, with no chance to wait any longer. After the two quickly exited the restaurant, they caught up with YeXuan and Qian Renshua. Qin Sheng asked, "Brother, why did you give him 3 gold soul coins? The things we ate were only about 2 gold soul coins. I didn't bring any change, and don't you think the broken tables and chairs need compensation?" YeXuan replied while scanning the surroundings, looking for a place to stay. After all, They needed to stay in Soto City for a while to participate in the soul fighting competition, so it was necessary to find accommodation. Although YeXuan could use a spatial rift to return to the Starfall Palace, it consumed too much soul power and was not worth it. Besides, they were not short on accommodation money. Upon hearing YeXuan's words, Qingsheng thought for a moment and felt it was quite normal. How could the master of the Starfall Palace carry around small change like silver soul coins? It was mostly a card-based transaction. As the four of them turned the corner into the most bustling street of Soto City, they happened to see Iron Bear, Snake Spear, Blood Sting, and Spirit Turtle leisurely strolling down the street. Upon seeing the four who were wandering, Qian Rinxua looked at YeXuan with a questioning gaze, wanting to know if it was YeXuan who had summoned them out of the Heaven-Do Palace. Because in Heaven-Do City, the only ones with the authority to summon them out were herself and YeXuan. If it were the Pope's Hall or the Worship Hall that summoned them out, they would not be so leisurely wandering around Soto City, but should be executing their tasks. Chapter 146. Who goes back when YeXuan saw Qian Rinxua's gaze? He gently nodded, signaling her that he was the one who summoned them out, not that they had come out on their own. Seeing this, Qian Rinxua said nothing more and simply kept her eyes on the four who were meandering. Iron Bear, Snake Spear, Blood Sting, and Spirit Turtle also saw YeXuan and Qian Rinxua. Without any hesitation, the four of them walked directly up to them and called out, "Young Master, Mississippi. You come with us," Qian Rinxua said somewhat blandly before walking straight ahead. YeXuan smiled at the four and quickly followed Qian Rinxua's pace. Qing Sheng and Ying Er glanced at Iron Bear and the others but did not pay much attention, thinking they were just personnel from the Starfall Palace. After exchanging glances, Iron Bear and the others did not say anything further and directly followed behind them. As YeXuan and Qian Rinxua entered the Rose Hotel in the center of the street, YeXuan told the staff, "Open 2 couples rooms and 4 single rooms, and make sure they are the highest grade. We only have 1 highest grade couples room. There are no 2 available. However, the other rooms here are also very nice," the staff said with a smile as they looked at the group. "All right, how much will it be? Just swipe the card." YeXuan reached into the soul guide and took out a gold soul card, placing it in front of the staff. The staff took the gold soul card, deducted the balance on it, and respectfully returned the card. Then, they led the group to their respective rooms. When Qing Sheng and Ying Er arrived at their room, they went straight in, preparing to rest well so they could go to the soul fighting arena for the competition in the evening. Meanwhile, Iron Bear, Snake Spear, Blood Sting, and Spirit Turtle followed behind YeXuan and Qian Rinxua into the room. After entering the room, Qian Rinxua sat directly on the bed and looked at Iron Bear and the others. YeXuan lay on the bed, resting his head on Qian Rinxua's lap, enjoying the faint fragrance and feeling very comfortable. Qian Rinxua did not mind YeXuan's actions. Her gaze was fixed on Iron Bear and the others as she asked, "You all came out. Who is stationed in the Heaven-Do Palace?" "Miss, there are only the 4 of us titled Daoliuos in the Heaven-Do Palace. After we came out, there are no other title Do-level individuals stationed there. Moreover, we came out to carry out young Master S orders, not on our own accord." Snake Spear stepped forward and answered straightforwardly. "Then, Xiao Xian, have you completed the tasks you were assigned?" Qian Rinxua's gaze swept over the 4 in front of her, her voice sounding quite calm. "Miss, we have completed the tasks young Master assigned us," Blood Sting replied respectfully with a bow. "Since you have completed the tasks, why haven't you returned to the Heaven-Do Palace and instead are wandering around Soto City? If something happens in the Heaven-Do Palace during this time, how will you handle it?" Qian Rinxua's gaze bored directly into the 4 in front of her. They did not all need to stay in the Heaven-Do Palace. It was sufficient for 1 person to be stationed there. However, all 4 of them had come out to wander after completing their tasks. What if something unexpected happened in the Heaven-Do Palace during this time? Who will be able to handle it? Iron Bear, Snake Spear, Blood Stinger, and Spirit Turtle exchanged glances upon hearing Qian Rinxua's voice, and all fell silent. The questions posed by Qian Rinxua were ones they had never considered. In their eyes, the entire Heaven-Do City was already under the control of the Spirit Hall, so what could possibly happen? Moreover, with the Spirit Hall located within Heaven-Do City and the existence of the Starfall Hall outside the city, it was impossible for any unexpected situations to arise. If it came to handling matters, the 4 of them combined could not compare to the current Xue Qinghe. After all, Xue Qinghe had been managing the affairs of the Heaven-Do Empire for 6 years, so he was truly adept at handling matters now. After a while, seeing that they had not responded, Qian Rinxua waved her hand and said, "The Heaven-Do Palace cannot be without someone in charge. So one of you needs to return to the Heaven-Do Palace to oversee it. The remaining ones can relax in Suatawa City for a few days before returning. As for who among you will go back to the Heaven-Do Palace, You can decide among yourselves. You may leave now. Yes, miss. The four responded and immediately walked out of the room. Once outside, Iron Bear, Snake Spear, and Bloodstinger all turned their gazes to Spirit Turtle, clearly indicating that he should return to the Heaven Do Palace to oversee it. Spirit Turtle looked at the three and immediately said, "What do you mean? I also work hard to come out this time. Ever since I was sent here by His Holiness the Pope 6 years ago, I have hardly left the Heaven Do Palace. Now that I finally have a chance to relax, you don't want me to return to the Heaven Do Palace, do you? Old Turtle, we also don't want you to return to the Heaven Do Palace, but there's no choice. Snake Spear and I were sent out to ensure the safety of the Mississippi. However, there is currently no one protecting her. So we have the obligation to ensure her safety," Bloodstinger said with a hint of regret in his voice. Iron Bear took out the Elder Token of the Starfall Hall and said, "I also have the obligation to protect the young master, and I have tasks assigned by him that I have not completed, so I cannot return to the Heaven Do Palace either." A proud smile appeared on Iron Bear's face. With the Elder Token of the Starfall Hall, he had sufficient reason not to return to the Heaven Do Palace. Although the environment in the Heaven Do Palace was nice, staying there for 6 consecutive years would still be boring, especially with the need to constantly hide one's identity. Therefore, none of them were willing to return to the Heaven Do Palace right now. At least they wanted to relax a bit before going back. If it's just about protecting the young master and Miss, Spirit Turtle, can also manage that. You can completely return to the Heaven Do Palace and continue enjoying life while overseeing it, Spirit Turtle said, directly ignoring Iron Bear and focusing on Snake Spear and Bloodstinger. Old Turtle, you should return to the Heaven Do Palace. We were sent by the Great Offering specifically to ensure the safety of the Miss, and you are not capable of that, Snake Spear said with a smile, his eyes full of amusement as he looked at Spirit Turtle. Chapter 147. When it's time to make money, Spirit Turtle looked at Snake Spear and Bloodstinger, and after a moment, finally said, "Fine. I'll return to the Heaven Do Palace to oversee it. After all, you'll have to return sooner or later. I'm just returning a few days earlier than you." As soon as he finished speaking, Spirit Turtle turned around and walked out of the hotel without waiting for a response from Iron Bear, Snake Spear, or Bloodstinger. Iron Bear, Snake Spear, and Bloodstinger simply smiled at Spirit Turtle as he left, having no intention of stopping him. Going back a few days later was better than going back right now. In the room, Qian Rinxue looked at YeXuan, who was lying on her lap, and reached out to pat him, saying, "Xiao Xian, why aren't you getting up?" "Why should I get up? I feel quite comfortable," YeXuan replied with a faint smile, looking at Qian Rinxue with no intention of getting up. "Isn't your soul power consumption quite large? Why not get up and recover some soul power? We have the soul fighting competition to participate in tonight," Qian Rinxue said, also looking at YeXuan. "The main participant in the soul fighting competition is Qing Sheng. Besides, if I participate, do I even need to use soul power?" YeXuan smiled and still showed no intention of getting up. "And you could just lie there?" Qian Rinxue rolled her eyes at YeXuan and then leaned back on the bed, allowing him to continue lying on her lap. Seeing this, YeXuan blinked and, as soon as he got up from Qian Rinxue's lap, reached out to embrace her, looking at her stunningly beautiful face, and said with a faint smile, "Shuer, we need to go to the soul fighting competition tonight, so we can do something beneficial for our physical and mental health right now." "Wait, Xiao Xian, it's still daytime. Let's wait until the evening," Qian Rinxue said. "Doing this kind of thing during the day feels a bit." YeXuan looked at Qian Rinxue, who was speaking in his arms, and completely ignored what she was saying. He leaned in and kissed her enticing lips. Late at night, YeXuan and Qian Rinxue had just fallen asleep. Not long after, there was a knock at the door. YeXuan glanced at the tired Qian Rinxue in his arms and said, "Is there something? If there's something, we can talk about it tomorrow. If there's nothing, you can leave now." After speaking, YeXuan found a comfortable position holding Qian Rinxue and prepared to sleep, not caring who was knocking outside. Qian Rinxue leaned closer to YeXuan, also ignoring who had knocked, and simply closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Outside the room, Qing Sheng heard YeXuan's voice and felt a bit speechless. They had agreed to go to the soul fighting arena tonight, but what was this situation now? What did he mean by if there's something, we can talk about it tomorrow? What do you mean by if there's nothing, you can leave now? After thinking for a moment, Qing Sheng decided not to knock again. Instead, he turned and walked back to his own room. After all, it was just a soul fighting competition. Going tomorrow would be the same. The next day, around noon, as Qing Sheng was about to knock on the door of YeXuan and Qian Rinxue's room, he saw the door open, and YeXuan, with wet hair, walked out, clearly just having finished showering. YeXuan looked at Qing Sheng and said, "It's just a soul fighting competition. Do you really need to be in such a hurry?" As he spoke, YeXuan circulated his blood energy, starting to evaporate the water droplets on his body. Soon his once wet hair dried, and his silver long hair was casually draped over his back. Bro, look at the time. It's almost afternoon. Are we still going to the soul fighting arena? Qing Sheng said, seeing YeXuan's method of evaporating water droplets without any surprise. It was just a method of using blood energy. As long as one's blood energy was strong, it was a method that could be used. However, very few knew how to use it. Coincidentally, both YeXuan and Qing Sheng were capable of using this method. Let's wait a bit. Once Schwerer comes out, we can have lunch before heading to the soul fighting arena. Or you can go to the soul fighting arena for the competition by yourself without waiting for us. YeXuan stretched lazily, and the sound of his body cracking made him feel indescribably comfortable. Forget it. I'll wait a bit longer. We can go to the soul fighting arena together later. Qing Sheng casually found a spot to sit down. After waiting for half a day, he thought it wouldn't matter to wait a bit longer. Moreover, Qing Sheng is not just interested in the soul fighting tournament. He also wants to place bets to make money. YeXuan glanced at Qing Sheng, but didn't say anything further. He reached for the teapot and poured himself a cup of tea, then picked up a piece of pastry and began to eat. Qing Sheng took a sip from his wine jug and waited quietly. About half an hour later, Qian Rinxue finally walked out of the room, fully dressed. Upon seeing her, YeXuan immediately stood up and said with a faint smile, Schwer, let's go eat something first, and then we can participate in the soul fighting tournament. Sure, let's eat something first. There's no rush, Qian Rinxue replied and walked downstairs with YeXuan. Qing Sheng also put away his wine jug, opened his room door, and said to Inger inside, my brothers have come out. We should go eat too. Oh, then let's go, Inger said, closing the book in her hand and getting up to head for the door. Qing Sheng glanced at the title of the book and his eyelids twitched. It was actually a cookbook. Qing Sheng wanted to say, just give up. You really don't have a talent for cooking, but after thinking it over, he decided against it. Instead, he pondered how to dissuade her from pursuing this idea. Sheng, what are you looking at? Inger asked as she approached Qing Sheng, following his gaze to see the cookbook on the bed. It's nothing. Inger, we should go eat with them, or they'll leave without us. Qing Sheng smiled and took Inger's hand, leading her downstairs. It's okay. I can cook for you, Inger said, blinking her eyes and smiling faintly. Upon hearing this, Qing Sheng felt a growing sense of unease. He was almost certain that Inger had come up with some new dish again. As for whether it was poisonous, that was hard to say. Qing Sheng looked at Inger and said, Inger, you should learn to use poison instead of wasting your talent on cooking. Chapter 148. Level with me. After hearing Qing Sheng's words, Inger looked at him with a very surprised expression and said, Sheng, I'm currently poisoned. And you tell me I have a talent for using poison? Of course, your martial spirit, the purple-winged phoenix butterfly, inherently has a poison attribute. How could you not have a talent for using poison? Once the poison in your body is removed, I'll find someone to teach you how to use it. Qing Sheng said, reaching out to pat Inger on the head without saying anything more. Inger's innate talent is not low, and she can definitely pursue the path of using poison. However, while there are quite a few soul masters who know how to use poison on the continent, very few can reach the rank of title Douluo through it. Inger nodded gently at his words but didn't continue speaking. Still, there was a thoughtful look in her eyes. After Qing Sheng and Inger left the hotel, they saw YeXuan and Qian Rinxue sitting at a table in the restaurant across from them, leisurely enjoying their meal. Behind the two of them stood Tai Xiong, Shi Miao, and Ci Shui, which further confirmed to Qing Sheng that these three were indeed members of the Starfall Hall. Qing Sheng took Inger's hand and walked straight to YeXuan and Qian Rinxue's table, sitting down and picking up chopsticks to eat the various dishes in front of him. Tai Xiong, Shi Miao, and Ci Shui did not stop Qing Sheng and Inger when they saw that YeXuan and Qian Rinxue's expressions did not change. After everyone had eaten and drunk enough, they headed straight to the soul fighting arena to prepare for the tournament. Upon arriving at the arena, they did not go to the central area, as participating in the tournament, they required one's badge to be at least a gold soul badge. Since their badges had just been registered, they could not enter the central area. Although YeXuan could enter, he had no intention of going to the central area. It was all the same to him. Whether in the central area or the smaller outer areas, he could basically defeat his opponents in seconds. So it didn't matter where he was. YeXuan sat in a private booth, leisurely eating a piece of pastry while looking at the competition stage. His focus was not on the contestants on the stage, but on a screen at the top, which displayed only one name and 4 words, Contestant. White Tiger. Legend of 100 Victories. Qing Sheng looked at the name on the screen and said, Brother, it seems your popularity in the soul fighting arena is definitely not low. Even those who haven't seen you compete before probably know about you. In the soul fighting arena, as long as you have enough strength, gaining fame and popularity is not a difficult task. In fact, it's quite simple. While speaking, YeXuan tasted the pastry in his hand and found it quite good. He then reached out and offered a piece of pastry to Qian Renxue, saying, "Schwerer, this pastry is quite delicious. Would you like to try it?" Qian Renxue opened her mouth slightly, took a bite of the pastry YeXuan offered, and after tasting it, she said, "This pastry is indeed good, quite tasty. If it wasn't good, I wouldn't let you eat it," YeXuan said. Placing the remaining pastry into Qian Renxue's mouth and reaching out to wipe the crumbs from the corner of her mouth. Upon hearing both of them say the pastry was good, Qingsheng couldn't help but take a piece and taste it himself. Inger, sitting beside him, asked, "How is it? Is it good?" It has a faint fragrance and is quite tasty, but it's not suitable to drink with wine," Qingsheng replied. "Inger, you should also give it a try." While speaking, Qingsheng glanced at the tray, which only had 2 pieces of pastry left, and picked one up. YeXuan then took the last piece of pastry and offered it to Qian Renxue. Seeing this, Qian Renxue shot him a glance, but did not refuse. She slightly opened her mouth and took a small bite. Qingsheng tossed the pastry into his mouth and took a sip of wine, swallowing both the wine and pastry together. After a moment, he put away the wine jug and said, "Indeed, this pastry is not suitable to drink with wine." Inger remained silent, her eyes fixed on Qingsheng, seemingly lost in thought. Meanwhile, Tai Xiong, Xi Miao, and Ci Shui, standing behind YeXuan and Qian Renxue, were exchanging thoughts in secret. Ci Shui transmitted a message to Tai Xiong, asking, "Tai Xiong, did you notice anything? Such a simple matter. How could I, Tai Xiong, not see it?" Tai Xiong replied with a disdainful look at Ci Shui, quickly retracting his expression. "Tai Xiong, you could see it. It seems you're not as one-track-minded as others say," Xi Miao said, stroking his chin, feeling quite surprised. "Were you not just thinking about his wine jug? But the wine he drinks does have a strong aroma. It seems to be an old wine," Tai Xiong said, glancing at Xi Miao and Ci Shui, finding them looking at him with astonished expressions. Tai Xiong chuckled inwardly, as he had seen Xi Miao and Ci Shui looking at Qingsheng earlier. At that time, Qingsheng only had a piece of pastry and a wine jug. So Tai Xiong assumed Xi Miao and Ci Shui were interested in Qingsheng's wine jug and wanted to trick him into getting it. "Tai Xiong, I want to take back what I just said. I now confirm that you really are lacking a few screws in your head." After the snake spear said a few words, he no longer paid attention to the Iron Bear. The blood stab also lightly nodded in agreement. The focus of the Iron Bear was completely different from theirs. While he and the snake spear were concerned about people, the Iron Bear was focused on the wine jug of the Qingsheng. After noticing that Ing Er had been staring at him, Qingsheng could not help but ask, "Ing Er, what's wrong with your eyes? Why are you staring at me?" "It's nothing. My eyes are fine," Ing Er replied, retracting her gaze and casually finding a place to sit down. Qingsheng did not pay much attention. He initially thought YeXuan would leave the last piece of cake for himself, which is why he had eaten the piece he took. Little did he know that YeXuan had no intention of leaving that piece behind at all. After Qian Renxue finished the cake, YeXuan reached for the teapot, poured a cup of tea, and placed it in front of Qian Renxue. Just then, the host's voice from below reached everyone's ears. "Now, please welcome the Qinglong contestant." Upon hearing this, Qingsheng smiled and walked directly out of the box, preparing to head to the competition stage for the soul duel. After Qingsheng left, YeXuan took out a gold soul card and instructed Iron Bear, "Take my gold soul card and check Qingsheng's odds. If it's more losses than wins, buy a win to level the odds for both sides." Chapter 149. Too conservative. After hearing YeXuan's voice, Iron Bear extended his hand, took the gold soul card, and replied, "Yes, young master." YeXuan waved his hand, not paying attention to Iron Bear's words, and instead wrapped his arm around Qian Renxue, asking Schwerer, "Do you still want to eat the cake? If you do, let Iron Bear bring some back. Then let it bring some back. There's nothing else to do anyway. It could be a way to pass the time," Qian Renxue said, looking down at the competition stage with a look of boredom in her eyes. "Iron Bear, remember to bring back 3 pieces of cake," YeXuan commanded, then focused his gaze on the competition stage. Although he didn't know what Qingsheng's odds were, he was certain that Qingsheng would win. Betting on Qingsheng to win and leveling the odds would mean he would definitely make a profit. After receiving YeXuan's instructions, Iron Bear walked out of the box with the gold soul card. As soon as he left the box, he took out his own gold soul card, preparing to place a bet. With both the young master and young lady participating in the soul duel, betting on a win was a guaranteed profit. After all, among people of the same level, there was no one who could compare to the young master and young lady. Thus, betting on a win would essentially be like picking up money for free. Iron Bear quickly arrived at the betting area, glanced at the odds for both sides, first placed a bet with his own gold soul card, and then used YeXuan's gold soul card to level the odds. Once everything was done, Iron Bear smiled, holding 3 pieces of cake, and headed back toward the box. On the competition stage, Qin Sheng looked at his opponent, feeling a long-lost fighting spirit arise. To respect his opponent, Qin Sheng released his Qinglong martial spirit, and 4 soul rings shimmered around him. Yellow, yellow, purple, and purple. Qin Sheng, martial spirit, Qinglong, level 43 attack system, 4-ring battle spirit sect. Qin Sheng looked at the person in front of him and assumed a stance. Wang Zhong, martial spirit, YeXuan, level 47 attack system, 4-ring battle spirit sect. Wang Zhong also released his martial spirit and announced his martial spirit and soul power level. However, there was a hint of tension in Wang Zhong's eyes. Although his soul power was 4 levels higher than Qin Sheng's, he felt a kind of suppression from the essence of Qin Sheng's martial spirit. Since being suppressed, he could only exert 80 of his original strength instead of the full 100. Thus, Wang Zhong felt that this opponent was somewhat extraordinary. If he wanted to win, he would have to go all out. Otherwise, his chances of winning would be very slim. The host, standing in the center of the stage, saw that both sides were ready and immediately announced, "It seems both sides are ready. Let the competition officially begin." As soon as the host's words fell, Wang Zhong rushed towards Qin Sheng first. Leaping high into the air, his right hand clenched into a fist, with soul power gathering continuously on his fist, directly attacking Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng quickly thought of a defensive method in his mind and assessed how Wang Zhong would attack next and how he should counterattack. As Wang Zhong's fist came crashing down, Qin Sheng extended one hand to block it while leaning back. Wang Zhong instinctively swept horizontally towards Qin Sheng. However, this strike had already been anticipated by Qin Sheng, so he dodged it effortlessly, avoiding any harm. Seeing that he had an opening, Qin Sheng seized Wang Zhong's fist with one hand and pulled hard. Wang Zhong, caught off guard, leaned forward, and Qin Sheng's left fist quickly struck towards Wang Zhong's chest. At that moment, Wang Zhong had no way to defend and could only watch helplessly as Qin Sheng's fist landed on him. In the blink of an eye, Wang Zhong felt a sharp pain in his chest, and then his body was sent flying backward, crashing heavily on the ground. After getting up, Wang Zhong looked at Qin Sheng, and his 4th soul ring began to flicker rapidly. Flames ignited in his hands, and the temperature in the arena gradually rose. 4th soul skill, Fury of the Crimson Flame. Without any hesitation, Wang Zhong launched an attack towards Qin Sheng. His flaming hand were like 2 scorching fireballs, continuously targeting Qin Sheng's vital points. However, Qin Sheng's combat experience was very rich. He could accurately predict Wang Zhong's attack direction each time, allowing him to block or sidestep Wang Zhong's attacks. "It's over." Qin Sheng smiled as he watched Wang Zhong's relentless attacks and activated his 4th soul ring. He extended one hand, gathering light blue soul power that exuded a vibrant aura, accompanied by a lofty dragon roar from behind. 4th soul skill, Qinglong Dragon Soul. A resounding dragon roar erupted in the arena as a lifelike Qinglong Dragon Soul shot from Qin Sheng's hand, directly attacking Wang Zhong. When Wang Zhong heard the sound, he momentarily lost focus. By the time he reacted, his body had already been struck by the Dragon Soul, sending him crashing onto the ground outside the arena. Seeing this, Qin Sheng felt a bit disappointed. The fighting spirit that had just risen within him vanished. He had initially thought Wang Zhong would be a formidable opponent, but he realized he had overestimated Wang Zhong and slightly underestimated his own strength. Fortunately, he had held back and did not attack with full force. Otherwise, Wang Zhong would have not only been knocked out of the arena, but would also have sustained serious injuries. The host, seeing that the outcome was clear, immediately announced, "The winner of this soul duel competition is our Qinglong contestant." Upon hearing the host's words, Qin Sheng had no intention of lingering on the stage. He took out the wine jug, had a sip, and walked directly off the competition stage. His match was over, and he could leave without needing to listen to the host's words. In the box, after YeXuan and Qian Renxue watched the entire process of Qin Sheng's match, Qian Renxue, while eating cake, said Qin Sheng's combat experience is still quite rich, but his fighting style is a bit conservative. Qian Renxue's fighting style is also about planning defense first before choosing to attack. However, she allocates 7 parts to offense and 3 parts to defense, achieving a balance between the two. In contrast, Qin Sheng's style is to seek the opponent's flaws during defense, drawing them into his rhythm to launch counterattacks. Simply put, he first understands your attacking methods, then looks for weaknesses in your techniques to exploit them for counterattacks. Although his fighting style is relatively conservative, as long as the soul power difference isn't too great, Qingsheng can gradually win. The longer the fight goes on, the more flaws the opponent reveals, increasing Qingsheng's chances of victory. Chapter 150. Instant Kill. YeXuan did not pay much attention to Qian Rengshu's voice. Fighting styles are typically formed based on one's personality. Everyone's personality is different, so their fighting styles will also be distinct. Tai Xiong, go get our winnings for where you placed a bet, YeXuan said, holding Qian Rengshu in his arms, his voice tinged with a smile. All right, young master, I'm on it, Tai Xiong replied, a smile appearing on his face as he headed back towards the private room. Although his bet wasn't large, he could still manage to make a small profit. YeXuan and Qian Rengshu turned to look at Tai Xiong when they heard his cheerful voice, just in time to see his departing figure. Qian Rengshu chuckled lightly and said, I didn't expect Tai Xiong to secretly place a bet. That's normal. Anyone who is cultivated to the level of a titled Daluo isn't foolish. Tai Xiong just doesn't like to think much, so it's natural for him to place a bet secretly. YeXuan smiled but didn't take it to heart. Although Tai Xiong is a bit simple-minded, he can occasionally show some cleverness when he thinks. Standing behind them, Xi Miao and Ci Shui were momentarily stunned. They were just curious about what Tai Xiong was laughing about earlier, not expecting him to secretly place a bet to make money. Moreover, they hadn't thought about the idea that betting could lead to profit. They found it hard to believe that Tai Xiong, who seemed so straightforward, could come up with such a plan. After all, compared to intelligence, both Xi Miao and Ci Shui felt they were on a different level than Tai Xiong. However, now Tai Xiong had thought of something they hadn't. If you want to place a bet, you can go ahead. There's no need to keep standing behind us, Qian Rengshu said without turning around, gesturing for the two behind her to leave. Yes, miss, they replied, and casually found a place to sit in the private room, showing no intention of placing any bets. After all, betting on others was less appealing than betting on their own young master and miss. If others lost, they could end up suffering a significant loss. Betting on the young master was certainly a sure win. Soon after, Qingsheng and Tai Xiong entered the private room together. Qingsheng went straight to Inger, gently wrapped his arm around her, and started eating pastries. Tai Xiong approached YeXuan and handed him a gold soul card, saying, Young master, this is your gold soul card. The winnings from the bet are already in the card. I see. You can find a place to rest in the private room for a while. There's no need to stand behind us, YeXuan said, glancing at the gold soul card but not intending to pick it up, leaving it on the table. Tai Xiong then happily approached Xi Miao and Ci Shui, looking at the balance on his gold soul card with an increasingly broad smile. Tai Xiong, how much did you win this time? Xi Miao asked curiously, genuinely interested in how much Tai Xiong had earned. Tai Xiong chuckled and glanced at YeXuan and Qian Rengshu before whispering, Not much, just about 200,000 gold soul coins. Barely a small profit. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt something was off. He hadn't told Xi Miao about his bet. How did Xi Miao know he earned gold soul coins? Tai Xiong, do you think your little tricks can fool the young master and miss? They already knew about it, so there's no need to hide it. Moreover, the miss agreed to us placing bets in the soul arena, so there's no need to keep it a secret. Ci Shui chuckled at Tai Xiong's reaction. The miss has already agreed to us placing bets in the soul arena? Tai Xiong asked as he glanced at YeXuan and Qian Rengshu before quickly looking away, pretending nothing was wrong. Otherwise, how do you think we knew you earned gold soul coins? Xi Miao looked at Tai Xiong, feeling he was still the same straightforward guy. How do you think of secretly betting to earn gold soul coins? Tai Xiong, hearing this, stopped being secretive and openly put away the gold soul card. He then found a place to sit down and quietly waited for the next betting opportunity. Xi Miao and Ci Shui prepared their gold soul cards in advance, ready to place bets as soon as the young master or miss began competing in the soul arena. Of course, they weren't lacking in gold soul coins. Given their status in the spirit hall, they wouldn't run short. But who wouldn't want more gold soul coins? When YeXuan noticed Qingsheng's gaze was fixed on him, he spoke up. If you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to keep staring at me. I actually want to challenge you to a match, but I feel my chances of winning are slim, Qingsheng replied. Up until now, he hadn't seen YeXuan truly fight and didn't know how strong he was. Based on his previous training speed and strength, he estimated that if he fought YeXuan now, he would likely lose badly. If he hadn't faced any issues with his mindset and had been able to cultivate normally for the past 4 years, he should have about a 30% chance of winning. After all, Qingsheng had seen YeXuan release his life domain and possess a 100,000 year soul ring. But if YeXuan didn't have the domain and the 100,000 year soul ring, their chances would be roughly 50-50. You have no chance against me right now. You could even be killed instantly. YeXuan glanced at Qingsheng and took a bite of pastry. He and Qingsheng were both descendants of divine beasts. and their cultivation talents stemming from their martial spirits were essentially the same. The only possible difference was the purity of their bloodlines. His white tiger bloodline was 100 pure, while Qingxing's might not be. After all, he had absorbed life energy from the ancient life tree, resulting in his bloodline's purity being 100. YeXuan didn't know how Qingxiang had emerged, but his bloodline purity couldn't be higher than his. If there was a significant gap, it was probably fate, as he was the second generation of a god with an advantage. The three great gods of the divine realm were all related to him, and the remaining evil and good gods likely had some connection to him as well. Chapter 151. One against the team, Qingxiang looked at YeXuan, a hint of battle intent appearing in his eyes. Although he felt that his chances of winning against YeXuan were slim, but he also has his own trump card. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to keep Inger safe for 4 years. It's important to note that Inger was poisoned with a mixed toxin, not a chronic poison. The characteristics of mixed toxins are strong toxicity, rapid onset, and difficulty in removal. The fact that Qingxiang was able to protect Inger for 4 years is enough to prove the strength of his trump card. Similarly, the cost of using that trump card is also significant. He isn't even sure if he can bear the price that comes with it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thought about burying himself and Inger in the extreme north from the very beginning. In the private room, it was a bit quiet since no one spoke. The fighting spirit in Qingxing's eyes gradually faded as he reached for the wine jug, completely ignoring YeXuan's words. At that moment, the host's voice came from the competition stage, reaching the private room. The next soul fight is a cross-rank battle, specifically a 1 against 3 cross-rank battle. Our evil god contestant will compete with a level 14 soul master against a soul emperor and 2 soul kings. Now, let's welcome our evil god contestant. When YeXuan heard the host's voice, he glanced at Qian Ruxue in his arms and pinched her delicate nose. He then picked up a cup of tea from the table and stood up, heading toward the private room's exit. After stepping out, he took a beautifully crafted mask from his soul guide and, after putting it on his face, leisurely walked toward the competition stage. Qian Ruxue picked up a piece of cake and looked at the audience below, but most of the audience had already stood up and left their seats. Rushing toward the betting area, the audience in the stands numbered over 10,000, and they were mostly running to bet on the Soul Emperor to win. After all, how could a level 14 Soul Master compete against the Soul Emperor and 2 Soul Kings? It seemed impossible to win. Qian Ruxue leisurely ate her cake and took out a golden soul card from her body, saying, "Xue, take my golden soul card to place a bet. No matter what the odds are, make sure to balance them out." "Okay, miss, I'll go right now," Xue replied and quickly stepped forward, taking Qian Ruxue's golden soul card and heading straight to the betting area. She was closely followed by Shi Mao and Tiexiong, who were also on their way to place bets. This was the best opportunity to earn golden soul coins, and if they missed it, they might not get another chance. Qingxing's gaze was also on the audience below, and he took out everything valuable from his person, saying, "Take out all the golden soul coins you have. We will bet everything we have. If we win, we could become instantly rich, and there's no way we can lose." Hearing this, Inger searched her body, took out a golden soul coin and a valuable jade pendant, and handed them to Qingxiang. Qingxiang took the items from Inger and ran out. He was currently broke and owed a debt of 100,000 golden soul coins. As long as he placed a bet, he would make a fortune. As for whether YeXuan could win, that was not a concern. With only 1 soul ring, that person might not just be a low-level soul master. They could also be a twin martial soul. Just like YeXuan now. His second martial soul only had a 10,000-year soul ring, but his soul power was genuinely at the level of a soul king. So the question of losing did not exist. Inger picked up a piece of cake, took a bite, and said, "I wonder how many people will end up bankrupt after this." They wouldn't necessarily go bankrupt. In the soul fighting arena, aside from a few real gamblers, no one would bet all their savings. Qian Ruxue smiled and didn't pay much attention to it. Unless the soul fighting arena acted as the house for betting, no one would bet all their savings. If everyone bet on one person to win and no one bet on the loss, even if they guessed correctly, they wouldn't earn much golden soul coins. After all, the odds were set. Even if you bet on the win, if the losing side only had 10 golden soul coins, you would only win those 10 golden soul coins in the end. At the betting area, Tiexiong, Shi Mao, Xue, and Qingxing looked at the betting amounts from both sides and smiled happily. The odds were now balanced, and the amount of golden soul coins had exceeded 10 million. Moreover, the number was still increasing. With nearly 10,000 spectators, if each bet 1,000 golden soul coins, that would be close to 10 million golden soul coins. Not to mention, some even bet tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of golden soul coins, leading to a rapid increase in the total amount. The four of them looked at the rising number of golden soul coins, with only one thought in mind, but a bit more, just a bit more, because soon it will all be ours. YeXuan drank his tea, walking slowly onto the competition stage, waiting for the match to begin. Opposite him stood three middle-aged men, all wearing relaxed expressions and clearly not taking YeXuan seriously. In the audience, some spectators returned one after another, their eyes fixed on the competition stage. They didn't understand why anyone would bet on a level 14 Soul Master to win. But that didn't matter. As long as the match started and they could win golden soul coins, that was enough. The host looked at both sides, who appeared so relaxed, and immediately announced, "The match officially begins." As soon as the host's voice fell, the Soul Emperor released his martial soul, with 6 soul rings of white, yellow, purple flashing beneath him. The Soul Emperor chuckled and said, "Kid, you might as well admit defeat. You're only a level 14 Soul Master, and there's no need to fight." The gap in soul power. YeXuan glanced at his soul ring configuration, showing no intention of listening further. He directly released his second martial soul, the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger. After activating his martial soul, a blood-red soul ring pulsed beneath him. Extending a hand, black-purple soul power gathered in his palm, and the space on the competition stage seemed to be sealed off, with gravity continuously increasing. The 3 people in front of him didn't even have time to react before their bodies were immobilized in place, unable to move. The soul ring of the Tianqing Niumang granted YeXuan 2 soul skills, space deceleration and Qingtian surprise. What YeXuan was using now was the soul skill, space deceleration. Chapter 152. Qingtian surprise. YeXuan looked at the 3 immobile opponents in front of him, without any hesitation, directly unleashing his second soul skill, Qingtian surprise. A strong blue light erupted in the arena, enveloping the entire competition stage in brightness, obscuring what was happening inside. However, the audience could see a dazzling glow appearing in the arena. The brilliant light glided through the intense blue glow, looking exceptionally beautiful. The light captured the attention of the audience, almost all their eyes fixated on that moving brilliance. But that brilliant light seemed to be a fleeting surprise, disappearing in the blink of an eye. As the spectators felt regret, they turned their eyes back to the arena, trying hard to see what had happened. At this moment, the blue light was gradually dissipating, and there was no sound of fighting coming from the arena. When the light completely vanished, what appeared before everyone was YeXuan leisurely drinking tea, while the 3 contestants lay motionless on the ground. In an instant, the entire arena fell silent. Even the host above was incredulous, staring at the situation unfolding on the competition stage. The whole process was too fast. Even if you counted the time it took for the Qing Sheng's light to dissipate, it was only about 30 seconds. Truly astonishing. A level 14 Soul Master defeated a Soul Emperor and 2 Soul Kings in just 30 seconds. How could this possibly be real? However, the facts lay before them, and they couldn't deny it, no matter how hard they tried. YeXuan finished his cup of tea and looked up at the host, saying, "Now, can the result of the match be announced?" The host, regaining his composure upon hearing the voice, glanced at the situation below and said, "Incredible, simply unbelievable. Can someone tell me what just happened? Our evil god contestant actually defeated his opponent in less than 30 seconds. This is truly amazing. I think even the legendary 100 Victories champion, the White Tiger, couldn't have done this. All right, I won't waste any more words. I now announce that the winner of this soul battle is our evil god contestant." Upon hearing the announcement, the audience remained silent, their eyes fixed on YeXuan, who was leisurely sipping tea without uttering a word. After the host announced the result, YeXuan walked towards the edge of the competition stage. Meanwhile, a huge and chaotic murmur arose in the audience. Some were praising YeXuan's overwhelming strength. Others were mocking the 3 contestants lying on the stage. But more were lamenting the loss of their gold soul coins. When YeXuan returned to the private box and found only Qian Renxue and Inger inside, he went directly to sit beside Qian Renxue and asked, "Shuer, where are the others? Why aren't they in the box? They're probably counting their winnings right now. After all, the gold soul coins won this time won't be a small sum." Qian Renxue replied with a smile, not paying much attention to it. After hearing this, YeXuan nodded, then poured himself a cup of tea and began to savor it slowly. After this match, he estimated he could take a break in the soul battle arena for a while. After all, this was only the Soto Soul Arena, and there probably weren't many Soul King level contestants. As for the Soul Emperor level, there might be just one, and the Soul Ring match of that Soul Emperor was quite disappointing. 2 10-year rings, 300-year rings, and 1,000-year ring. How did he absorb those? Inger's gaze was also on YeXuan as she asked, YeXuan, just how strong is your power? How could you defeat a soul emperor and 2 soul kings in such a short time? It's quite unbelievable. She had naturally watched the situation on the competition stage. But like the other spectators, she saw nothing. Therefore, she was quite curious. Didn't Shuer tell you about my strength? So you don't need to be too surprised. Once you see more of it in the future, you'll get used to it. YeXuan smiled and didn't dwell on Inger's question. Do you really have the strength to match or even defeat a titled Douluo? A hint of surprise appeared in Inger's eyes, but since Qian Rinxue had mentioned it before, she wasn't overly shocked. YeXuan, hearing this, merely smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying it. When YeXuan set down his teacup, Inger vaguely noticed a scar on his arm, which looked somewhat strange. Curiously, she asked, you have the existence of a life domain. Why not heal the scar on your arm? With such strong life energy, it shouldn't be difficult. YeXuan heard her and rolled up his right sleeve, revealing 2 rows of clear bite marks on his fair arm. Is this what you're talking about? YeXuan glanced at Qian Rinxue beside him, as these bite marks were indeed her handiwork. This was the only scar he had. Qian Rinxue also looked at YeXuan's arm, and upon seeing the bite marks, a smile appeared on her lips, as they were indeed her creation. Yes, that's it, but why does it look like bite marks? Inger nodded thoughtfully as she looked at the 2 rows of bite marks. It's not just a resemblance. It is indeed from a bite. YeXuan said casually as he lowered his sleeve, sounding quite indifferent. Then why don't you heal it? Inger blinked her eyes, looking like a curious child. It doesn't affect me at all. Why would I need to heal it? YeXuan stretched lazily and lay down, resting his head on Qian Rinxue's lap, taking a deep breath of her faint fragrance, feeling his body and mind relax. Seeing this, Inger stopped questioning and just sat quietly eating snacks while glancing at the competition stage below, watching the intense soul battle between 2 contestants. After stealing another glance at YeXuan, she felt that this intense competition was more interesting. While it didn't have the shock of YeXuan's instant kills, this kind of fierce competition was the most captivating. Chapter 153. The Will of Heaven. Tai Xiong, Shi Yao, C.I. Shui, and Qing Sheng returned to the private box with smiles on their faces. C.I. Shui placed Qian Rinxue's gold soul card on the table and said, Miss, you won nearly 10 million gold soul coins this time. Indeed, winning gold soul coins is faster than betting. Qian Rinxue picked up the gold soul card, glanced at the amount on it, and then put it away. Her gold soul card had increased by about 8 million, so saying it was nearly 10 million wasn't wrong. Seeing the expressions of the 4, Qian Rinxue knew that they also won a significant amount of gold soul coins. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so happy. Qing Sheng sat down next to Inger, also taking out a gold soul card from his body and placing it in front of her, saying with some regret, Inger, our capital was too small. We only won about 400,000 gold soul coins from such a great opportunity. 400,000 gold soul coins is already quite a sum. You should be satisfied. Inger rolled her eyes at Qing Sheng and directly put away the gold soul card. Qing Sheng smiled, took out a wine jug, took a sip of the drink inside, and didn't say anything more. 400,000 gold soul coins is indeed a considerable amount for an ordinary family, but in the eyes of some nobles, it was just so. Now that we have money, we can pay off our debts when we go back in a few days. We can also take you to see Dugabo and see if he can cure the poison in you, Qing Sheng said, gently stroking Inger's hair. A sweet smile appeared on Inger's face, but she didn't say anything, just quietly looking at Qing Sheng. YeXuan, lying on Qian Rinxue's lap, casually asked, I'm more curious about who poisoned Inger and who your enemies are. Qian Rinxue, hearing this, also turned her curious gaze towards Qing Sheng and Inger, as she was also quite interested to know who their enemies were. After all, one doesn't just get poisoned for no reason, especially not with such a potent poison. Qing Sheng paused slightly at YeXuan's words, memories flickering in his eyes, but soon those memories transformed into a strong killing intent. In his youth, he had killed an evil soul master and was subsequently hunted by several evil soul masters in black clothing. Only he and Inger managed to escape by luck, but Inger was poisoned in the process. As Qing Sheng spoke, the killing intent in his eyes gradually faded. He didn't even know who his enemies were, only that they were a group of evil soul masters. After that, it was as if those evil soul masters had vanished into thin air, and he heard no news about them. When YeXuan and Qian Rinxue heard that it was the evil soul masters in black clothing, their eyes narrowed simultaneously. For years ago, in the extreme northern region, they had also been pursued by a group of evil soul masters in black clothing. At that time, if it weren't for the right arm bone of the evil Saint King on YeXuan, they might not have returned from the extreme north. although they were uncertain if it was the same organization that was involved. The audacity of their actions and their similar attire made YeXuan and Qian Renxue quite confident that it was indeed the same organization. Even if it wasn't, it didn't matter, as evil soul masters were universally despised across the continent. As for YeXuan in the Starfall Palace, although she was also an evil soul master, no one could detect her. Moreover, she had hardly killed anyone. Even if she were discovered, others would only see her martial soul as somewhat evil, with no evidence to prove she was an evil soul master. Furthermore, evil soul masters generally did not appear in public, leading to a vague understanding of them in the soul master community. Unlike 1,000 years later, when possessing an evil martial soul would label one as an evil soul master. Currently, evil soul masters were judged based on whether they used shortcuts in cultivation, relying on devouring other soul power, soul rings, mental strength, flesh, souls, and martial souls to achieve rapid increases in soul power. If one took such shortcuts, it would lead to mental instability, causing a dark green aura to emanate from them, along with an unsettling aura of evil and blood. YeXuan sat up, looking at Qin Sheng, and said, "Once the poison in your wife's body is cured, we might be able to find them and take revenge together. Revenge is something that needs to be done personally, although we are brothers. Using the power of the Starfall Palace for revenge would likely result in significant losses for your palace. So, if possible, I'll take care of it myself." Qin Sheng smiled, his expression returning to normal, and his voice became quite calm. Although he and YeXuan were brothers, if he were to use the influence of the Starfall Palace for revenge, it would inevitably lead to a great loss of strength, or even worse. If it meant putting the Starfall Palace in a vulnerable position just to help him take revenge, that debt of gratitude was something Qin Sheng could never repay. After all, the hardest debt to repay in this world is that of human kindness. We have some grievances with the evil soul masters as well. Although we are not sure if they are from the same organization, evil soul masters are universally condemned across the continent. Therefore, our motives are not only to help, but also to seek revenge. Qian Renxue chuckled lightly, a sharp killing intent flashing in her eyes when she mentioned evil soul masters, though it quickly subsided. She had always remembered the events from 4 years ago in the extreme north, which had almost taken Xiao Qian away from her. If it weren't for the Snow Empress and the life energy from the Divine Punishment Silver Spear, Xiao Qian might have truly been taken from her side. YeXuan smiled, extended a hand to Qin Sheng, and said lightly, "Aren't you always calling me brother? Since we are brothers, regardless of whether they are from the same organization, I will do my best to help you take revenge, so don't be polite with me." Qin Sheng looked at YeXuan's outstretched hand, slightly taken aback. After a moment, he smiled and reached out to shake YeXuan's hand, saying, "I will be polite with you, but don't think too much of it." Qin Sheng, be polite. I'm here to take down the rich. How could I be polite?" YeXuan merely smiled, released his hand, and lay back on Qian Renxue's lap, casually saying, "With your current strength, want to take down the rich is a bit unrealistic." Chapter 154. Treat it as sparring. Qin Sheng also leaned back like YeXuan, resting his head on Inger's lap. He didn't care about YeXuan's words. He couldn't fight them, but he could still enjoy free food and drink from the rich. In the private room, Taixiong, Xiyao, and Shui watched the unfolding scene and exchanged glances, feeling that Qin Sheng was somewhat extraordinary. After all, he was the first person to be called a brother by the young master so far. But after casting a glance at Qin Sheng, the three of them looked away, showing no intention of speaking, as if they hadn't seen anything. Let me announce some news. The next contestant to appear will be our evil god contestant. Moreover, he will once again be fighting above his rank, but this time his opponent is only a soul king. Let us look forward to the performance of the evil god contestant. The host's voice clearly reached the private room. Hearing this, YeXuan helplessly sat up, poured a cup of tea, and said, "I thought I could rest for a while. I didn't expect to still be matched with someone." He picked up the cup of tea and headed towards the exit of the private room, preparing to settle the opponent quickly. "Now, please welcome our evil god contestant and the angel contestant." The host's voice echoed in the private room. The people in the private room turned their attention to YeXuan and Qian Renxue. If they remembered correctly, Qian Renxue's code name in the soul fighting arena was indeed Angel. YeXuan also set his cup down, looking at Qian Renxue. He felt that the soul fighting arena really knew how to play. He and Qian Renxue had teamed up for a 2-on-2 fight and were actually matched against each other. Let us go, Xiao Qian. Fighting against others isn't that interesting. Let us treat it as sparring. Qian Renxue smiled, stood up, took out a beautifully designed mask, put on her face, and walked towards the exit of the private room. YeXuan also took out a mask, put it on, and followed Qian Renxue out. In the private room, Qin Sheng stroked his chin, feeling that he could make some profit. Earlier, YeXuan had directly eliminated a Soul Emperor and 2 Soul Kings in seconds. Thus, the audience below would likely bet on YeXuan to win. After all, he had just defeated 3 opponents in a row with ease, so defeating a single Soul King should be no problem. But Qin Sheng clearly remembered that last time. Qian Renxue had explicitly stated that she could win against YeXuan. Therefore, if he bet on Qian Renxue to win, wouldn't he'd be able to make a profit? Thinking of this, Qin Sheng stood up and said, "Give me the gold soul card first. We might be able to make a substantial profit." Inger nodded gently, took out the gold soul card from her body, and handed it to Qin Sheng, her gaze directed towards the competition stage below. Feeling that this match would be quite exciting, Qin took the gold soul card, and, seeing Tai Xiong, Shi Yao, and Ci Shui already rushing to place their bets, he followed without hesitation. When he arrived at the betting area, he noticed that Shi Miao and Ci Shui were looking at Tai Xiong with strange expressions. Qin Sheng, curious, asked, "Seniors, is something happening? Did you place a bet? If not, go place a bet first, and then come back to ask." Ci Shui glanced at Qin Sheng and waved his hand. Qin Sheng nodded and went to the betting area, finding that the odds for both sides were basically what he expected. Most spectators were betting on YeXuan to win, while very few were betting on Qian Renxue. The only bit of gold soul coins that were bet on Qian Renxue was probably from Tai Xiong, Shi Miao, and Ci Shui. Without any hesitation, Qin Sheng placed all 400,000 gold soul coins on Qian Renxue to win, then returned to wait for an answer from Shi Miao and Ci Shui. "You call the young master your brother, yet you didn't bet on him to win?" Tai Xiong had clearly seen who Qin Sheng was betting on. "Senior, are you betting on my brother to win?" Qin Sheng's eyes also turned somewhat strange. Anyone who knew the inside story could see the outcome of this soul duel. He shouldn't have bet incorrectly after knowing the inside information, right? Of course, the young master's strength is definitely much stronger than the young lady's. "So, I don't quite understand why you would bet on the young lady to win," Tai Xiong said, scratching his chin, looking puzzled at the 3 of them. "Tai Xiong, have you ever seen the young master lose to appear?" Ci Shui's face broke into a smile. The one-track-minded Tai Xiong had returned. "Lose to appear? How is that possible? When I followed the young master, I witnessed his undefeated record in the soul duel arena, and he was mostly fighting above his level. So losing to appear is simply impossible," Tai Xiong said, glancing sideways at Ci Shui, his tone very certain. Actually, the young master has lost before, and quite a few times. Every time the young master and the young lady spar, he would lose half a move. You just haven't seen it," Shi Miao chuckled. He didn't know if others would lose everything, but Tai Xiong would definitely lose everything. "Why do I feel like you're trying to fool me?" Tai Xiong crossed his arms, his expression one of disbelief. "We have no reason to fool you. At the beginning, the young master and the young lady were basically evenly matched, but later on, the young master would always lose half a move. According to the young master's own words, that is, when you like someone, you are evenly matched. When you love someone, you are a bit weaker," Ci Shui said, and then headed toward the VIP box, showing no intention of explaining further to Tai Xiong. Tai Xiong, hearing this, asked Shi Miao in confusion, "Shi Miao, what does Ci Shui mean?" "You'll figure it out yourself." Shi Miao tossed out one sentence before also turning to leave. Explaining this to someone as one-track-minded as Tai Xiong was definitely a headache. Seeing that they had all left, Qin Sheng had no intention of coming down. Watching them was not as good as going back to the box to accompany his Inger. Besides, he seemed to be able to learn from YeXuan's approach. After Tai Xiong saw them leave, he touched his chin and began to ponder what Ci Shui's words meant. However, after thinking for a while, he came up with no conclusion. Moreover, in terms of strength, martial soul, and soul rings, he felt that the young master had the advantage. Under the circumstances of having an overall advantage, how could he possibly lose? Therefore, no matter how he looked at it, the young master would win. Chapter 155. Learning stealthily on the competition stage, the host, seeing that both competitors had entered the arena and were ready, immediately announced, "The match officially begins." As soon as the host's words fell, YeXuan and Qian Renxue did not release their martial souls, but simultaneously activated their movement's secret art, charging towards each other. Their figures moved rapidly across the arena, like phantoms, leaving behind trails of afterimages. Qian Renxue tightened her right hand and directly punched towards YeXuan, the whistling wind blowing up YeXuan's silver hair. YeXuan, seeing the incoming attack, extended a hand to grasp Qian Renxue's punching fist while his body sidestepped to avoid Qian Renxue's sweeping leg. YeXuan smiled at Qian Ruxue in front of him, controlling his own strength to match her level before launching a counterattack. The combat experience of both YeXuan and Qian Ruxue was basically on the same level, and they were very familiar with each other's fighting experience and style, so there would be no chance of accidental injury. The two figures moved back and forth on the competition stage, making it hard to see them clearly. Moreover, their speeds were continuously increasing, and every exchange between them would create a whistling wind. In the VIP box, Qing Sheng took a sip of his drink and watched the match below without blinking. There was a hint of shock in his eyes, although he previously knew that his current strength was inferior to YeXuan and Qian Ruxue. He did not expect the gap to be so large. Just from the speed they were demonstrating now, even if he released his martial soul, he might not be able to keep up. Furthermore, YeXuan and Qian Ruxue had not released their martial souls nor used any soul power. Inger, watching the match below, asked, "Saint, if you were to compete against Sister Shui and the others now, what would your chances of winning be?" "Absolutely no chance. Neither of them is someone I can compete with at the moment. If my mindset hadn't had problems, perhaps I could compete a bit. But now, there is simply no way to compare. After all, I haven't cultivated for 4 years," Qing Sheng replied casually, but his gaze remained fixed on the competition stage. Although Qing Sheng had his own trump card, who could guarantee that YeXuan and Qian Ruxue didn't have one? So, Qing Sheng was very clear in his heart that he had no chance against either of the two. But he was not discouraged. Even though he could not compare with the two now, his talent and strength were still among the top in the younger generation. In the Soul Master world, there were very few who could reach Soul Master at 16, while he had already reached it at 13. If not for the issues with his mindset, he would now be a Soul King, not stuck at Soul Master. Hearing this, Inger glanced at Qing Sheng, but quickly withdrew her gaze, saying nothing further. On the competition stage, after another exchange, Qian Ruxue quickly retreated, her 8-winged angel martial soul rising behind her, with 5 soul rings flashing. Yellow, purple, black, black. YeXuan also released his martial soul. The dark demon, evil god tiger, and a blood-red soul ring flashed around him. The collision of their soul powers seemed to turn the entire competition stage into 2 extremes. One side was sacred, noble, and bright, while the other was pure darkness and evil. The third soul ring under Qian Ruxue's feet flashed rapidly as she activated her third soul skill, Angelic Light Feather. Light golden feathers continuously fell around her, enhancing Qian Ruxue's attributes by 10%, while YeXuan's attributes were suppressed by 10%. Looking at YeXuan in front of her, Qian Ruxue smiled faintly, and the 5th soul ring under her feet began to flicker. 5th soul skill, Sacred Sword. A long sword, formed from sacred flames, appeared in Qian Rengshu's hand, and the purification effect from her angelic soul power increased by 300%. She lightly tapped the ground with her toes and charged straight at YeXuan. It was just a friendly match. Was it really necessary to be so serious? She had already used her 5th soul skill. YeXuan thought to himself, but his reaction was equally swift. He reached into his soul guiding device and pulled out a silver short sword. After infusing it with his bloodline power, the short sword emitted endless sharpness and directly met the oncoming attack. Although YeXuan usually wielded a silver spear, it did not mean he was only capable of using a spear. He was quite adept at using other weapons as well. He had a photographic memory, allowing him to learn various theoretical knowledge quickly and pick up skills just as fast. In previous sparring sessions with Qian Rengshu, he had secretly learned a significant amount of her swordsmanship. During his time in the extreme north, he had also observed the Snow Emperor's sword techniques and had similarly picked up almost all of them. Though there might be some discrepancies in the operation of soul power, the basic techniques were precisely the same. Moreover, 1,000 years later, there would be 2 phrases specifically describing the Snow Emperor's 3 ultimate skills. The fist and palm command the icy snow of heaven, the Emperor's sword, palm, and cold heavens. Although YeXuan had only secretly learned the Snow Emperor's sword techniques, their power was still formidable. However, he was more accustomed to using a spear, which was why he had never utilized the sword techniques he had learned. He had even memorized the gun techniques that Qing Sheng had demonstrated in front of him perfectly, but those techniques weren't suitable for him, so he had no intention of using them. Sometimes, it wasn't that YeXuan wanted to learn secretly, it was just that he happened to see a technique and memorized it. After noting down the technique, as long as he tested out the route of soul power operation, it was basically a successful learning experience. However, due to the difference in soul power attributes, the power exhibited varied. For example, the Snow Emperor's sword techniques were ice attribute and extremely powerful. When YeXuan used them, they only had the sharpness from the light and metal attributes. making them considerably weaker than the Snow Emperors. When a short sword in YeXuan's hand clashed with the long sword in Qian Rengshu's, a crisp sound rang out. Although the short sword was merely an ordinary weapon, after infusing it with bloodline power, it could withstand the collision with Qian Rengshu's long sword for a short time. Chapter 156. I give up the long sword and short sword in YeXuan and Qian Rengshu's hands continue to clash. The sounds of ding 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 ringing out continuously in the arena. Qian Rengshu looked at the short sword attacking her with a cunning glint in her eyes. She disregarded YeXuan's attack, showing no intention of dodging, and swept her long sword horizontally towards him. However, to her surprise, YeXuan's short sword showed no signs of stopping and came straight at her with incredible speed. Even if she wanted to defend, it was too late. Xiaoxian, what exactly are you trying to do? Qian Rengshu pondered as she watched the incoming short sword, but she wasn't particularly worried. She was confident that Xiaoxian wouldn't hurt her. Just as the short sword in YeXuan's hand was about to reach Qian Rengshu, his soul power surged, causing the short sword to shatter and fall to the ground in front of Qian Rengshu. At the same time, YeXuan leaned back to evade the horizontally sweeping long sword. A spatial crack appeared behind YeXuan, and after entering it, his figure disappeared from the arena. The dark demon evil god tiger itself possessed attributes like evil, darkness, lightning, wind, time, and space. So when using the dark demon evil god tiger martial soul, he could enter spatial cracks without relying on soul bones. However, there was a slight difference. Using soul bones to enter spatial cracks allowed for movement in space, and as long as one soul power was sufficient, there were no limits to the distance. In contrast, when using martial souls to enter spatial cracks, movement was limited to a radius of 50 meters. However, he could remain within that 50-meter space and still observe the situation outside, though staying in the space would also consume soul power, albeit a smaller amount. Qian Rengshu scanned her surroundings, but could not find YeXuan's figure. Even when she released her mental power to search around, she still couldn't locate him. Where did Xiaoxian go using the spatial crack? Qian Rengshu thought to herself as the long sword formed from sacred flames in her hand vanished. The audience in the stands watched the unfolding events with confusion, unsure of what was happening. How could a fight, which had been going well, suddenly result in someone disappearing? In the spatial crack, YeXuan observed the outside situation and used the crack to appear behind Qian Rengshu. He directly reached out and lifted her off the ground. Heading out of the competition arena, Qian Rengshu glanced at YeXuan, who was carrying her, rolled her eyes at him, and retracted her martial soul, allowing him to carry her away. The host looked at the unfolding situation, momentarily stunned. He had hosted soul battles for many years and had never encountered such a scenario. But he quickly regained his composure and said, "Your soul battle has not yet concluded. Even if you wish to leave, you must first determine a winner. Otherwise, how should this soul battle be counted?" "Oh, there's no need to fight anymore. I concede," YeXuan said casually as he retracted his martial soul and left without any hesitation. As soon as YeXuan's words fell, the arena fell silent. The host looked in the direction the two had left with a somewhat speechless expression. Having hosted soul battles for many years, he had never seen a situation where one opponent simply conceded and left. Nonetheless, the results still needed to be announced. Ahem, this truly was an exciting soul battle. But our evil god contestant has conceded. Therefore, the winner of this soul battle is our angel contestant. As the host's words fell, a cacophony of voices rose in the arena. "Damn it, I could bet 5,000 gold soul coins on you. And just when you were about to win, you conceded. Come on, only bet 5,000, so don't talk. I bet 80,000 gold soul coins, and I didn't complain. But conceding when you were about to win is just unbearable. It's just a little gold soul coin. Lighten up, I'm not short on that. This, brother, you really are carefree. I wonder how much you bet. I didn't bet much. I just bet 50,000 gold soul coins on both sides. And since the Angels' odds were a bit higher, I'll still make a small profit. It won't be a loss." In the private box, Shimiao, Xishue, and Qingsheng walked out with smiles, preparing to settle their gold soul coins. As they passed by Tiexiong, Shimiao reached out and patted Tiexiong's shoulder, saying, "Tiexiong, it seems you're going to lose everything this time." Xishue recalled Tiexiong's happy expression earlier and couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "Tiexiong, never assume you've won until the last moment. Look at now. Isn't there an unexpected situation?" Qingsheng looked at Tiexiong but didn't say anything, just shook his head and walked out to settle the bill. The corners of Iron Bear's mouth twitched slightly. Just a moment ago, when YeXuan entered the spatial rift, he was laughing very happily, thinking he could make a profit again. However, he never expected that after the young master emerged from the spatial rift, He directly picked up the young lady and admitted defeat, leaving. The ups and downs of life really come too quickly. Just a few minutes ago, he was a person worth nearly 1,000,000 gold soul coins. Yet he didn't expect that in just a few minutes, he would become a penniless person. Iron Bear sighed. He didn't care too much about losing the gold soul coins. With his status in the spirit hall, he wouldn't lack for gold soul coins. It was just that he felt a bit unwilling to lose. On the way back to the private room, YeXuan looked down at Qian in his arms and said, "Aren't you afraid that I might not be able to stop in time and hurt you? You actually gave up your defense and didn't dodge or evade." "Afraid? Why should I be afraid? Isn't it normal to get hurt during sparring?" Qian glanced at YeXuan, revealing a proud expression on her stunning face. Seeing her little proud look, YeXuan smiled and said indulgently, "All right, you little proud one. Let's head back to the private room. I guess we won't need to participate in the soul fighting for a while. In a soul fighting match with no opponents. What difference does it make whether they participate or not?" Qian looked at YeXuan with pride, stretched out her arms, and hugged him, her voice showing a hint of indifference. If it weren't for Qin Sheng insisting they participate in the soul fighting, they wouldn't have come to the arena at all. Chapter 157. Prepared for anything 3 days later, in the private room of the soul fighting arena. After watching Qin Sheng's last soul fight conclude, YeXuan said, "Iron Bear, Snake Spear, Blood Sting, you three can head back first. We are leaving Suodo City." Iron Bear, Snake Spear, and Blood Sting exchanged glances before bowing to YeXuan and Qian, saying, "Young master, young lady, then we will take our leave." "All right, go back. Some things I don't need to remind you about repeatedly." Qian waved her hand dismissively, glancing at air but not elaborating. "Please rest assured, young lady, we understand." Iron Bear, Snake Spear, and Blood Sting responded and then headed out of the private room. As they left, Iron Bear sent a message to Snake Spear and Blood Sting, asking, "What did the young lady mean just now? Didn't you understand?" "Why ask?" Blood Sting's gaze swept over Iron Bear, sounding a bit helpless. "I didn't quite catch it earlier, but I saw you all agreed, so I went along with it." Iron Bear scratched his head, revealing a simple smile. "The young lady meant for us to keep our identities hidden and not expose ourselves." Snake Spear glanced at Iron Bear and explained the young lady's meaning before ignoring Iron Bear, who was being a bit dense. Iron Bear didn't say anything more. He was completely unconcerned about hiding his identity. He held the status of an elder in the Starfall Hall, so he would never expose his true identity. After leaving the Suodo Great Soul Arena, Iron Bear, Snake Spear, and Blood Sting headed straight toward Tiendo City and the Tiendo Palace. Qin Sheng returned to the private room, holding a wine jug and swaying as he spoke. "Brother, we can head back now. Staying in the soul fighting arena isn't interesting anymore." "Then let's go. It's just right to buy some things in Suodo City," YeXuan said, looking at Qian in his arms before releasing her. After Qian got down from YeXuan, he also stood up, reached out to take her soft hand, and walked toward the private room's exit. Air picked up a piece of pastry, took a bite, and followed behind the two, leaving the private room. YeXuan, Qian, Qin Sheng, and Air went straight to a blacksmith shop after leaving the soul fighting arena. The blacksmith shop owner smiled warmly at the visitors and said, "Young masters and young ladies, are you here to buy something or to forge something?" "Neither. I need to reforge," YeXuan replied, taking out various weapons from his soul guide, including daggers, short swords, long swords, willow leaf knives, and tridents. Qin Sheng, Air, and the blacksmith owner were all dumbfounded as they watched YeXuan continuously pull out weapons, as there were more than 20 of them in total. Normally, a person would carry 1 or 2 daggers for self-defense or use when necessary. Who would carry so many weapons around? And since they were all soul masters, they could solve problems with their martial souls and wouldn't need weapons at all. YeXuan ignored their astonished gazes and directly asked the owner, "How long will it take to reforge all these weapons?" The owner picked up a weapon to examine it closely to estimate the approximate time for reforging. After inspecting the weapons, he could tell that their identities were not simple. The weapons in front of him were mostly made of rare metals, such as diamond gold, sun iron, crystal steel, mithril, fine gold, fine iron, and underworld iron. Moreover, the craftsmanship was superb, making the weapons not only extremely sharp, but also beautifully designed. Each weapon could easily be worth several thousand or even tens of thousands of gold soul coins if sold. With 28 weapons here, even at the lowest price of 5,000 gold soul coins each, that would total 1,400,000 gold soul coins, which was not something an ordinary person could afford. After a moment, the owner said, "Young master, for 28 weapons, if it's just reforging, it can be done by tonight. I also need them to be poisoned. As for the poison needed, I'll give it to you later," YeXuan said, looking at the owner, hoping for an accurate time estimate. If poison was involved, it would take longer, and it wouldn't be ready until tomorrow morning. The owner smiled, but didn't pay much attention. It was rare, but not unheard of for someone to come to the blacksmith shop to poison weapons. Poisoning wasn't complicated. Just pour the required poison onto the weapon being reforged and wait for it to cool down. It just took a bit longer. No problem. You can start reforging the weapons, and I'll bring you the poison to be applied later. After finishing his sentence, YeXuan took Qian Rinchue's hand and walked out of the blacksmith shop. Once outside, Qingsheng couldn't help but ask, "Brother, why do you carry so many weapons? And why do you need them poisoned? Better safe than sorry. You never know when they might come in handy." YeXuan smiled casually. He had a lot of weapons in his soul guide. Some were ordinary, while others were made of rare materials and were quite expensive. The expensive weapons were crafted a long time ago when he was in the spirit hall. At that time, he made 5 types of weapons, 7 of each type, totaling 35 weapons. 5 had been lost while hunting soul beasts, and 2 were in Qian Rinchue's possession. So YeXuan was left with 20 expensive weapons. The purpose of these weapons was quite simple. During battles with others, he could throw the smaller weapons like daggers, short swords, or tridents to attack the opponent. No need to inflict harm on the opponent. As long as you throw accurately enough to make them dodge or defend, that is already sufficient. After all, sometimes the outcome of a battle hinges on just a fleeting moment. As long as you seize that opportunity, you can turn the entire situation around. Qingsheng, let's act separately and buy a share of the poisonous herbs in Suodo City. I want to use them to poison our weapons. YeXuan's gaze turned to Qingsheng, his voice sounding quite calm. No problem, I can help with this little task. Qingsheng smiled and immediately took air, heading in one direction. Chapter 158. Poisoning weapons. YeXuan and Qian Rinchue walked through the streets of Suodo City, continuously purchasing poisonous herbs. However, as they bought more and more herbs, Qian Rinchue gradually felt a bit puzzled because YeXuan not only bought highly toxic herbs, but also purchased those with weaker toxicity. Xian, if you need to poison your weapons, using a few types of highly toxic herbs would be enough. There's no need to buy these herbs with weaker toxicity. Qian Rinchue looked at YeXuan with a puzzled expression. Upon hearing her voice, YeXuan smiled and took out a snow-white celestial herb from his soul guide. The herb glistened in pure white, with each leaf seemingly dripping with water, long and curved, resembling a swan's neck. YeXuan smiled lightly and asked, "Shui'er, do you know what the celestial herb is?" Qian Rinchue leaned closer to the celestial herb wrapped in soul power, examining it carefully. After a while, she shook her head and said, "How would I know what this celestial herb is if you don't tell me?" This celestial herb is called the snow-colored swan kiss. It has no poison itself, but its effect is to amplify any virus by hundreds of times, and as long as it touches even a little, it will take effect regardless of the body part. YeXuan explained, moving the snow-colored swan kiss back slightly to avoid accidentally letting Qian Rinchue touch it. Upon hearing about the effects of the snow-colored swan kiss, Qian Rinchue also retreated her body. She guessed why YeXuan bought all the poisonous herbs. Xian, you want to use the snow-colored swan kiss to poison your weapons? That's too dangerous. If any virus is amplified by hundreds of times, what if it accidentally touches you? That's no joke. Qian Rinchue looked at the celestial herb, the snow-colored swan kiss, with a serious expression. No matter what kind of virus it is, after being amplified by hundreds of times, it would become a terrifying existence. I am going to use the snow-colored swan kiss to poison the weapons, and the toxin poses no threat to me. After absorbing the celestial herb, I have already gained the abilities of immunity to water and fire, as well as invulnerability to all poisons. Not to mention, I also have the existence of a life domain. In the life domain, I am immune to all negative states. Therefore, I won't be poisoned at all. YeXuan placed the snow-colored swan kiss back into the soul guide, his voice carrying a hint of amusement. Using various poisonous herbs along with the snow-colored swan kiss to poison the weapons, the resulting weapons will become a powerful trump card. Just imagine, if someone is struck or scratched by these weapons, hundreds of types of toxins amplified hundreds of times will enter their body. Who could survive that? Even if they want to detoxify, they must see if there is enough time to do so. Moreover, once the toxicity is amplified hundreds of times, the original detoxification methods will be useless. After all, if the toxicity is enhanced, using the original detoxification methods will definitely not work. One must also be careful since nobody knows what will happen after the toxicity is amplified hundreds of times. Moreover, there are also extremely toxic substances that can seal one's throat upon bleeding. Qian Rinchue looked at YeXuan, her expression serious and stern as she advised him. "Shui'er, don't worry. When have I ever done something without confidence?" YeXuan smiled. reaching out to scratch her high nose bridge. Qian Rinxue rolled her eyes at him, but did not say anything further, just following YeXuan as they strolled through Suodo City. While wandering around, they not only purchased poisonous herbs, but also everyday necessities. After exploring half of Suodo City, YeXuan and Qian Rinxue finally returned to the blacksmith shop. Upon returning, Qing Sheng and Ing Er had already been waiting in the blacksmith shop for a long time, and beside them were several bags of poisonous herbs. Looking at the owner who was refining weapons, YeXuan said, "Boss, could you please prepare a room for us? We need to organize some things." "No problem. The room on your left is empty. You can use it to organize." The owner's gaze was on the weapons being refined as he pointed to the room on the left. YeXuan opened the wooden door of the room and led Qian Rinxue inside. Qing Sheng and Ing Er also picked up the bags containing the herbs and followed them into the room. Once inside, YeXuan took out a large iron pot from his soul guide, skillfully starting a fire and adding water to prepare to brew the herbs. Although he did not know how to extract the toxicity from the herbs, he knew that only by brewing it like soup would the resulting potion be toxic. As long as it was toxic, then adding the snow-colored swan kiss would amplify the toxicity hundreds of times. Qian Rinxue glanced at YeXuan, who was brewing the herbs, and then began to organize the everyday necessities they had just purchased. After sorting out each item, she neatly placed them into her soul guide. Qing Sheng observed their actions and asked, "Bro, are you preparing to go far away? You seem to have prepared so thoroughly." "That's right. We are preparing to go far away. We might not return for at least 3 to 5 months, or even a year or two." After placing the snow-colored swan kiss into the pot, YeXuan looked at Qing Sheng with a slight smile. "Where are you planning to go that requires such a long time?" Qing Sheng looked at them, a hint of confusion in his eyes. YeXuan placed his hands behind his head and replied, "Shui Er and I are first going to the Xingluo Empire to handle some matters. And then we will head to the City of Slaughter to train for a while." "The City of Slaughter? You're going to train in the City of Slaughter. Do you know that once you enter the City of Slaughter, you cannot leave? Once you go in, you won't be able to come out." Qing Sheng's voice carried a hint of shock. He had only heard of the City of Slaughter before, and not in detail. From what Qing Sheng knew, the City of Slaughter was filled with vicious and fallen individuals. Moreover, those who entered the City of Slaughter rarely came out. Now, YeXuan and Qian Rinxue were actually planning to train in such a place. Wasn't that a joke? Who told you that once you go in, you can't come out? The City of Slaughter is actually a great place for training. YeXuan simid it. Although others might not be able to come out after entering the City of Slaughter, he was confident that he would. The City of Slaughter is the place of his inheritance. How could he not come out? Even without the inheritance of the Azura god, he could still walk the path of hell and come back. Therefore, the situation of not being able to come out simply does not exist. Chapter 159. Inheritance and Legacy. How could the City of Slaughter possibly be a good place for training? What normal person would go to such a place to train? Moreover, you don't lack time or resources for cultivation right now. The battle experience itself is very rich, as long as you follow the training step by step. The achievements you can reach will definitely not be low. So, I can't think of any reason for you to go to a place like the City of Slaughter. Qing Sheng's voice carried a hint of confusion. In his eyes, the City of Slaughter is not a good place. So he couldn't understand why the two would want to go there. YeXuan leaned his body against the wall and said, "The City of Slaughter is indeed a good place for tempering. Achieving 100 victories there can grant you the domain of the God of Slaughter. And we have reasons we must go. Perhaps in the eyes of many, becoming a title Daluo is the ultimate goal that soul masters strive for throughout their lives. But to me, that's merely a new starting point." A strange smile appeared on YeXuan's face, and his voice sounded calm and casual. On the continent, nearly everyone believes that becoming a title Daluo is the pinnacle that soul masters aspire to throughout their lives. Only a very small number of people know that there is a divine existence beyond title Daluo. However, it has been 10,000 years since a god-level powerhouse has appeared on the continent, which is why it is not known to ordinary people. Are you talking about inheritance? Qing Sheng looked at YeXuan, his voice showing a hint of uncertainty. He was once the inheritor of the Azure Dragon, so he naturally knew about the existence of inheritance. Although he knew that YeXuan had the inheritance of the White Tiger, he still found it hard to believe what YeXuan said. A title Daluo is already a pyramid-like existence on the continent. How could it just be a new starting point? In Qing Sheng's opinion, even if one successfully received the inheritance of the White Tiger, it would merely be a stronger title Daluo and couldn't possibly be as exaggerated as YeXuan claimed. It is indeed an inheritance, but it is different from what you imagine. There is an essential difference between the two. YeXuan glanced at Qing Sheng and did not continue to explain. The four symbols inheritance belongs to the master of a certain celestial phenomenon, governing the five elements, the great way, and the heavenly stars. Although it is called a divine lord, it does not belong to the divine position. The inheritance of a divine position requires one to comprehend the corresponding divine position laws in order to inherit the divine position and enter the divine realm. Of course, if one does not have the inheritance of a divine position, one can also create their own divine position to enter the divine realm. The self-created divine position will be related to the laws one has comprehended. The stronger the laws comprehended, the higher the level of the self-created divine position. Therefore, there is an essential difference between the two. The four symbols inheritance can be customized and allows one to govern the rules of a certain domain. There will be no constraints. Everything is determined by oneself, and one can also govern a certain great way. In contrast, the inheritance of a divine position can only possess the power within one's divine position, and one must also abide by the order and rules of the divine realm. If a deity dies in the process of pursuing the laws, then their divine position will need an heir. Or if a deity actively relinquishes their divine position to pursue higher-level laws in a farther world, their divine position will also be relinquished. This kind of relinquishment requires an heir. Listening to YeXuan's words, Qin Sheng's heart surged with intense curiosity, and he immediately asked, "Brother, do you mean there are other inheritances, and they can surpass the level of title Douluo?" As I said before, becoming a title Douluo is merely a new starting point. YeXuan smiled, walked to the pot where herbs were being boiled, and checked on the herbs. He saw that the herbs that were originally boiling in the pot had disappeared at some point, leaving only bubbling green soup. YeXuan looked at the green soup in the pot, nodded in satisfaction, then extinguished the fire, waiting for the soup to cool completely before taking it out to use for poisoning weapons. After Qian Rinxue tidied everything up, she found a clean place to sit down, her gaze fixed on YeXuan as she quietly waited. Qin Sheng was waiting to hear more from YeXuan, wanting to know what the other inheritances he mentioned were. Due to the silence in the room, it felt a bit quiet. After a while, seeing that YeXuan had no intention of continuing, Qin Sheng couldn't help but speak up. "Brother, what exactly are the other inheritances you mentioned? Don't just leave it halfway." After hearing the voice, YeXuan casually found a place to sit down and said, "Once the soul power reaches the limit of a 99th level Douluo, there will be a bottleneck. As long as you pass through this bottleneck, you will reach a brand new level, which is also called becoming a god at level 100. To break through that bottleneck, there are only two methods: creating a divine position and inheriting a divine position. And the inheritance I mentioned is precisely the inheritance of a god's divine position. Of course, for example, the four symbols inheritance can also help you break through this bottleneck, but it cannot surpass the divine position." Hearing this, Qin Sheng was momentarily stunned. He knew about the limit Douluo level. However, he had never heard of the concept of becoming a god at level 100. Qin Sheng curiously asked YeXuan, "Brother, what is the difference in level after reaching 100 and becoming a god compared to title Douluo?" The difference after becoming a god at level 100 compared to title Douluo is like the difference between heaven and earth. There is simply no comparison. YeXuan glanced at Qin Sheng, his voice sounding very calm. "If the gods are this powerful, then why have I never heard about anything regarding gods?" There was a hint of confusion in Qin Sheng's eyes. He considered himself well-informed, but he had never heard anything about gods. It's normal that you haven't heard of it. There hasn't been a god for 10,000 years on the continent. Now, there are very few people who know about gods. YeXuan chuckled lightly. Currently, there are at most 10 people on the continent who are aware of the existence of gods, so it's understandable that Qin Sheng doesn't know. After hearing this, Qin Sheng didn't say anything more. He was just curious and had no intention of pursuing the inheritance of a divine position. After all, he no longer had his Azure Dragon inheritance, let alone other inheritances. Additionally, given his current physical condition, it was impossible for a god to take notice of him, who would hand over their divine position inheritance to a broken-hearted waste. Chapter 160. Going to detoxify, to be modified later. Qin Sheng's gaze turned to Ing Air beside him, a contemplative look appearing in his eyes. After a while, he finally spoke. "Brother, you two wait a moment. Tomorrow I will take Ing Air to find Dugibo. Regardless of whether he can help Ing Air detoxify, I will go with you to the City of Slaughter. You're going to the City of Slaughter, presumably for the divine position inheritance. Although my strength is not as great as yours, I'm not weak either. I can help clear some obstacles for you." Qin Sheng spoke seriously and earnestly. YeXuan and Qian Rinxue exchanged glances, both displaying differing expressions. The difference was not that Qin Sheng knew they were going to the city of slaughter for the divine position inheritance, but rather that Qin Sheng was actually going to accompany them to the city of slaughter. Moreover, after spending several days together, both YeXuan and Qian Renxue were very clear about Qin Sheng's character. He was the kind of person who meant what he said. Once he spoke, he would do everything in his power to fulfill it. If you go with us to the city of slaughter, what will happen to your heir? YeXuan looked at Qin Sheng, a teasing tone in his voice. If the poison in Inger can be resolved, then I will definitely go with you to the city of slaughter. You just said that if one achieves 100 victories in the city of slaughter, one can obtain a killing god domain. In that case, I would have greater power to protect Inger. If the poison in Inger cannot be resolved, then as brothers, although my strength may not be as strong as yours, I can still help you clear away some unnecessary obstacles. It would be like doing something for my brother in the last moment of my life. Qin Sheng smiled faintly, his voice sounding somewhat flat, as if he were discussing something trivial. Upon hearing Qin Sheng's words, Inger blinked her eyes and immediately said, "Then I will go with you. Maybe I can help in some way. What are you going to do? The city of slaughter is a very dangerous place. Even if I go in, I might not be able to come out. Let alone you, who has no combat experience as a Grand Soul Master," Qin Sheng said, looking at Inger beside him with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. If he went along, he might still be able to help in some way. But if Inger went, she would just be a burden. After all, Inger was just a Grand Soul Master with very little combat experience and wouldn't be able to help much. If something happened, he would have to split his attention to protect Inger. Therefore, Qin Sheng was very unwilling to bring her to the city of slaughter. If the poison in me can be resolved, then I will also need to practice and gain combat experience in the future. Besides, YeXuan also said that the city of slaughter is a good place for training. If the poison in me cannot be resolved, then it doesn't matter if I go with you to the city of slaughter. After all, I won't live much longer. I could just spend my last moments with you. Inger's gaze turned to Qin Sheng, her face breaking into a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Qin Sheng didn't say anything further. He merely looked at Inger with a somewhat absent-minded gaze. The room fell into a brief silence. YeXuan and Qian Renxue watched the unfolding scene without saying a word, just quietly observing. Qin Sheng and Inger seemed to have forgotten that there were other people in the room. Qin Sheng reached out to caress Inger's face and then leaned down to kiss her. At that moment, the room seemed to fall completely silent, with no sound escaping. YeXuan and Qian Renxue, witnessing the situation, felt inclined to leave and give the two some space to be alone. However, Qin Sheng and Inger were standing right at the door, making it impossible for them to exit. If they used a spatial rift to leave, YeXuan felt uneasy, given that there was a pot of poisonous liquid in the room. Moreover, it contained snow-colored swan kiss and various toxic herbs. If it were to spill, the consequences would be unimaginable. Left with no choice, YeXuan and Qian Renxue could only rise and move to a corner of the room, trying to minimize their presence. However, honestly speaking, YeXuan felt that this was perhaps the first time someone was showing affection in front of him. After a long while, Qin Sheng and Inger separated, and Qin Sheng looked at Inger with a hint of lingering desire. However, when Inger caught a glimpse of YeXuan and Qian Renxue, she quickly lowered her head, a blush rising on her cheeks. Upon seeing Inger's reaction, Qin Sheng seemed to recall something and scanned the room. He happened to see YeXuan and Qian Renxue sitting in the corner, resting with their eyes closed. "Ahem, brothers, why are you still in the room? Shouldn't you be out preparing to poison the weapons?" Qin Sheng's somewhat awkward voice came out. When YeXuan heard Qin Sheng's voice, he opened his eyes and said, "We want to go out, but did you give us a chance? You two are blocking the door. How can we leave? Also, you'd better keep Inger away from that pot of poison. I added snow-colored swan kiss to it, and any contact with even a tiny bit will cause the toxins to multiply exponentially." Qin Sheng was startled when he heard that and without hesitation pulled Inger away from the pot of poison. Once they were at a safe distance, Qin Sheng said with lingering fear, "Bro, why are you messing with this stuff? If Inger touches it, the consequences are unimaginable. Inger already has mixed poison in her body. If she were to come into contact with it, the mixed poison would multiply exponentially, and there would be no need to look for someone to detoxify her. Because aside from death, there would be no other outcome for Inger. If it weren't for this, I would have long since taken Schwerer and used a spatial rift to leave. How could I still stay in the room?" YeXuan said, standing up and walking to the pot of poison. He wrapped the entire pot with his soul power before carrying the pot of liquid towards the door. Qian Renxue, Qin Sheng, and Inger kept a safe distance from the pot of poison before finally exiting the room. In the blacksmith shop, YeXuan looked seriously at the owner and warned, You must not touch that pot of poison with your body, and be careful not to let any of the poison splash onto you. The poison weapons are over there. Don't touch them. I will come back tomorrow to pick them up. Remember what I said, otherwise, the consequences will be severe. The owner nodded seriously and replied, Young master, rest assured, I will remember what you said. Chapter 161. For your protection after leaving the blacksmith shop, YeXuan, Qian Renxue, Qing Sheng, and Inger returned to the Rose Hotel to rest, as it was already late. The next morning, YeXuan and Qian Renxue were sound asleep in their room when a rapid knocking on the door broke the silence. Qian Renxue, hearing the knocking, lazily opened her eyes, nudged YeXuan, and said, Xiao Xian, go see who is knocking. Who else could it be but Qing Sheng? YeXuan got up from bed, picked up his clothes, and began to dress without paying attention to the urgent knocking. Qian Renxue sat up and also started putting on her clothes, not paying much attention to the knocking outside. After they both finished dressing, they heard the knocking becoming increasingly urgent. YeXuan, feeling a bit impatient, walked to the door, opened it, and looked at Qing Sheng, who was about to knock again, saying, What time is it now? We still need to wash up. Why are you in such a hurry? Big brother, it's already 7 o'clock. We need to go to the blacksmith shop to pick up the weapons, and then leave Suodo City, Qing Sheng said, looking at YeXuan with a somewhat anxious tone. If you're in such a hurry, you could take Inger back to Heaven-Do City first. You don't have to wait for us, YeXuan replied, turning back to the room to wash up. If I take Inger back to Heaven-Do City, it would take a whole day, even by carriage. How could it be as fast as going back through a spatial rift with you? Qing Sheng smiled and took out a wine flask, taking a sip. Although the distance between Suodo City and Heaven-Do City is not far, it is not close either. Even by carriage, it would take nearly a day to get to Heaven-Do City. In contrast, if he went with YeXuan, they could return to Heaven-Do City by simply passing through a spatial rift. Naturally, Qing Sheng chose to go with YeXuan and the others. After YeXuan and Qian Renxue finished washing up, they finally left the room. Qing Sheng returned to his own room to call Inger out, and they all headed to the blacksmith's shop together. When everyone arrived at the blacksmith shop, they saw 20 weapons neatly placed in the forging furnace. Below the furnace, there was an iron pot containing some remaining poison. The owner of the blacksmith shop looked at the crowd with a hearty smile and said, Young master, I have already followed your instructions and poisoned all 28 weapons, and they have been left untouched in the distance. The price for tempering and poisoning each weapon is 1 silver soul coin. Since there are 28 weapons, I can give you a discount. You can pay me 25 silver soul coins. Hearing the owner's voice, YeXuan took out a gold soul coin from his body and placed it in front of the owner, saying, No need for change. You shouldn't use this forging table anymore. It might retain some toxins. It's better to get a new one. The poison was made from the kiss of the snow-colored swan, and no one knew how potent it was. There was no guarantee that toxins wouldn't remain on the forging table. If the items produced carried the poison of the kiss of the snow-colored swan, it would be troublesome. If it were just weapons, that would be fine. But if they were kitchen knives or farming tools that also carried toxicity, the buyers might inadvertently contaminate their food with poison, leading to severe consequences. After all, the effect of the kiss of the snow-colored swan is to amplify any toxin 100-fold, not to mention the various toxic herbs added. Who could ensure that such a thing wouldn't happen? Therefore, to be safe, it was best to buy the entire forging furnace and find a safe place to destroy it. All right, thank you, young master. The owner smiled gently, reached out to take the gold soul coin, and put it into his pocket. YeXuan did not speak further, but picked up a dagger from the forging table, wiped it clean, and carefully examined it. After being tempered and poisoned, the dagger not only appeared sharper, but also had a green cold gleam flashing on its blade. It was clear that the poison had already been infused into the blade. Brother, aren't you going to take Inger to find Douluo? I'll give you this dagger for self-defense. YeXuan smiled at the dagger and handed it to Qing Sheng. Qing Sheng carefully received the dagger and, somewhat puzzled, asked, Brother, how can this dagger help me defend myself? If Douluo really wants to attack me and Inger, I won't be able to withstand it. So even with a dagger, it wouldn't be of any use. Who told you it's useless? The effect of the kiss of the snow-colored swan is to amplify any toxin 100-fold. Douluo himself is a poison attribute soul master. You only need to injure him with the dagger, and under the effect of the kiss of the snow-colored swan, the toxins in his body will be enhanced 100-fold. Moreover, the blade of the dagger itself is infused with enhanced deadly poison. Do you think this dagger is useless? YeXuan chuckled and looked at Qing Sheng with a hint of teasing. Hearing this, Qing Sheng fell into deep thought. After the dagger's toxicity was amplified 100-fold by the kiss of the snow-colored swan, even a title Douluo-level person could potentially fall with just one scratch. If a poison attribute soul master were to be scratched, Not only would they be poisoned by the dagger, but their own toxins would also be amplified under the effect of the kiss of the snow-colored swan. Once their own toxicity is enhanced, the Soul Master could very well be backfired by their own poison. Under the effects of both poisons, survival would be nearly impossible. In other words, this dagger is essentially a nemesis for all poison attribute Soul Masters. But the premise is that you must be able to injure the opponent with the dagger. If you can't even manage that, no matter how strong the poison is, it won't matter. Since it's a gift from you, brother, I want to be polite and will accept it. Qin Sheng smiled and carefully stored the dagger. With this dagger in hand, he effectively had a trump card. Perhaps, in a critical moment, he could rely on the dagger to turn the tide. When Qian Rinxue heard the two exchange words, she looked at the weapons on the forging table and reached for a long sword. However, just as her hand was halfway there, it was caught by YeXuan. YeXuan held Qian Rinxue's delicate wrist and said softly, "Swearer, these weapons are very dangerous. What if you accidentally get poisoned? I can't let you use them." Qian Rinxue looked at YeXuan and said, somewhat dissatisfied, "How could I get poisoned? Am I that careless? Swearer, if you want a weapon, I'll get you a better one later. These weapons are too dangerous. Even if you are very careful, it doesn't matter." The toxicity enhanced by the kiss of the snow-colored swan is no joke. YeXuan released Qian Rinxue's wrist, his voice firm. He was inexperienced with poisons, and if Qian Rinxue were to get poisoned, he wouldn't be able to detoxify her. Moreover, this was a mixed poison enhanced by the kiss of the snow-colored swan. Whether anyone could detoxify, it was an unknown. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue only let out a dissatisfied huff but did not say anything further. It was just a weapon. Even if she didn't have it, it wouldn't matter. She didn't lack for a weapon. Moreover, Xiao Xian was concerned about her getting poisoned, which was why he didn't let her use it. Seeing Qian Rinxue's expression, YeXuan reached out and lightly scratched her elegant nose, not speaking further, and gathered all the weapons on the forging table. After securing the weapons, YeXuan took out several porcelain bottles from his soul guide and collected the remaining poison from the pot, then placed the bottles containing the poison back into the soul guide. The empty pot was then thrown into the forging furnace. After handling everything, YeXuan reached out, grabbed the forging furnace, and effortlessly lifted it up. A purple-black glow flickered on his left leg as a spatial rift appeared in front of him. Under the astonished gaze of the owner, YeXuan, Qian Rinxue, Qin Sheng, and Ingo each stepped into the spatial rift. Once all four entered, the spatial rift disappeared without a trace. After passing through the spatial rift, the four found themselves in a somewhat quiet forest, where a powerful destructive force appeared in YeXuan's hand. The destructive force spread from YeXuan's palm into the forging furnace. Under the influence of the destructive force, the forging furnace gradually turned to dust, dissipating before everyone. All right, everything has been resolved. We can return to the Starfall Palace now. YeXuan dusted off his hands, took Qian Rinxue's delicate wrist, and opened a spatial rift in front of him, directly walking in. Qin Sheng looked at the departing pair and also took Ing, stepping into the spatial rift. When they emerged from the spatial rift, they were already in the rear hall of the Starfall Palace. Qin Sheng glanced around the familiar Starfall Palace and said, "Brother, I'll take Inger to find Douluo. You two wait for a couple of days, and then we can head to the Slaughter City together." "Got it. You go ahead and take Inger to find Douluo. We'll wait for you two in the Starfall Palace." YeXuan waved his hand dismissively. With his and Qian Rinxue's current strength, they wouldn't face any issues in the Slaughter City. Even Qin Sheng would have the ability to protect himself there. The only one who might run into trouble would be Inger. As long as Inger stayed within their line of sight in the Slaughter City, there shouldn't be any problems. After all, with the strength of YeXuan, Qian Rinxue, and Qin Sheng, it shouldn't be a problem to protect someone in the City of Slaughter. Qin Sheng didn't say anything, but directly took Inger and left the Starfall Hall, heading towards Douluo's residence. YeXuan watched the two leave and asked Qian Rinxue, "Swearer, I need to go to the front hall to handle some matters. Do you want to come with me?" Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue immediately shook her head and said, "Xiao Xian, you go handle your matters in the front hall. I'll go back to my room to cultivate for a while." "That's fine. You go back to your room to cultivate for a bit. I'll come to get you for lunch," YeXuan said, looking at Qian Rinxue's stunning face. After giving her a kiss on the lips, he headed towards the front hall. Qian Rinxue merely shot him a glance and said nothing, turning to head back to her room. YeXuan arrived at the front hall and found Yi Shishui, who was busy handling matters. He asked, "Aunt Yi, who killed Xinian? And where's Wuchenkong now?" He remembered that he had promised that whoever killed Xinian would receive 2 pieces of 10,000-year soul bones as a reward. As the master of the Starfall Hall, he naturally had to keep his word, and 2 pieces of 10,000-year soul bones were not a big deal. He had plenty of them in the Starfall Hall, especially since they were rewards for his own people. Master, the one who killed Qian was Elder Lian. As for YeXuan, I arranged for him to become an elder in the Starfall Hall, and he is currently in the hall. YeXuan replied, her tone somewhat indifferent. Ontie, please call Elder Lian over to receive a reward. YeXuan smiled. He initially thought he would have to deal with YeXuan's matter himself, but he was surprised that YeXuan had already taken care of it. Indeed, with YeXuan around, he could rest easy as a hands-off manager. After all, she would handle everything well and was someone who was 100 loyal to him. There was nothing to worry about. Yes, master, YeXuan replied before walking straight outside. YeXuan then sat down in the main seat, quietly waiting. About 5 minutes later, YeXuan returned with Elder Lian. Elder Lian bowed to YeXuan and said, "Subordinate greets the hall master." YeXuan waved his hand dismissively, indicating her to rise, and said, "Lian, you killed Qian, so I will keep my word and reward you with 2 pieces of 10,000-year soul bones." As soon as he finished speaking, YeXuan reached into his soul guide and took out 2 pieces of 10,000-year soul bones, placing them on the table in front of him, the left leg bone of the Qingyu Phoenix and a 10,000-year right arm bone. Elder Lian's eyes lit up with excitement as she looked at the 2 soul bones on the table. She didn't care much for the 10,000-year right arm bone. What she truly valued was the left leg bone of the Qingyu Phoenix. The attributes of the left leg bone matched her perfectly, so absorbing it would greatly enhance her strength. Moreover, the Qingyu Phoenix was a super soul beast. Although this left leg bone was only 60,000 years old, its power was likely not weaker than that of an ordinary 100,000-year soul bone. Elder Lian picked up the 2 soul bones, bowed to YeXuan, and said, "Subordinate thanks the hall master for the reward. You killed Qian. This is your deserved reward. You may leave now and absorb the soul bones." YeXuan said with a smile, his tone casual. After hearing this, Elder Lian bowed and then left. After she left, YeXuan placed his feet on the table, clasped his hands behind his head, and asked, "Aunt Yi, have Ko Xiangxiang and Bai Fanjiu returned?" "Master, Ko Xiangxiang returned yesterday with Bai Fanjiu. Along with them were Meng Shu and Ko Xiangxiang's granddaughter, Meng Yiran," YeXuan answered before finding a seat to sit down. "The granddaughter of the legendary Long Shi. How is her talent? Is she worth cultivating?" YeXuan remembered that in the original story, Meng Yiran was considered a genius. However, there wasn't much description of her in the original text, so YeXuan was unsure of her actual talent. If Meng Yiran's talent is high, then it would be worth investing resources in her cultivation. If her talent is average, then she wouldn't be worth much investment. After all, in any force, talented individuals would be heavily cultivated, while those with average or no talent would generally be overlooked. After a moment of contemplation, YeXuan finally said, "Meng Yiran's talent can be considered a genius, but she is not particularly outstanding among geniuses. If she works hard, she can reach the Soul Sage or Soul Douluo level in the future, and if she has enough opportunities, reaching title Douluo is also possible. Moreover, Meng Yiran has a good technique with hidden weapons. Overall, she is worth cultivating, but not heavily. Just providing her with adequate resources for cultivation is enough." Listening to YeXuan's words, YeXuan fell into deep thought. Based on what YeXuan said, YeXuan could roughly deduce that Meng Yiran's innate soul power should be around level 7 to 8. Strictly speaking, she was a genius, but her level was just average among geniuses. However, YeXuan was still very interested in Meng Yiran's technique with hidden weapons. After all, if YeXuan deemed it good, it must be impressive. He had daggers and short swords that had just been poisoned in his soul guide. Although he could throw them accurately, they couldn't compare to true hidden weapon techniques. If he could learn Meng Yiran's hidden weapon techniques and use the poisoned daggers and short swords to catch his opponents off guard, the effect would definitely be remarkable. "Aunt Yi, please find Meng Yiran and Bai Fanjiu and bring them to the garden in the back hall. I'll be waiting for them there. If Meng Shu and Ko Xiangxiang want to come along, they can come too," YeXuan instructed before getting up and heading towards the room. "Yes, master," YeXuan replied and followed YeXuan out of the room. After leaving the room, YeXuan didn't go directly to the garden, but first went to the dining hall to brew a pot of tea himself. Then he took the freshly brewed tea and 4 teacups to the garden. Upon arriving at the garden, YeXuan sat down in the pavilion, poured himself a cup of tea, and quietly waited for the others to arrive. In a room in the front hall, Meng Shu looked at his granddaughter and said with some emotion, "Yiran, you must cultivate well in the Starfall Hall. The cultivation resources provided by the Starfall Hall cannot be compared to those of the Exotic Beast Academy. Being the vice captain, there is of no use. Your own strength is the foundation of a soul master. The Hall Master is only a few years older than you, yet he is already a 5-ring Soul King and can defeat title Daluos. I don't expect you to surpass title Daluos like the Hall Master, but if you can reach the Soul Master realm at the same age, I will be satisfied. Hearing her grandfather's words, Meng Yiran felt a bit of a headache and rubbed her temples. Since she was brought to the Starfall Hall yesterday, she had already heard the same words at least 10 times and was thoroughly tired of it. Grandpa, don't worry. I will work hard to cultivate and won't let down your efforts, Meng Yiran replied, sounding somewhat perfunctory. With the strength of a 5-ring Soul King, defeating a 9-ring title Daoluo is not a far-fetched idea, is it? The gap in soul power between the two sides is an insurmountable chasm. Whether others believe it or not, she doesn't care. After all, Meng Yiran is just a joke to her. If you had seen the strength of the Hall Master at that time, you wouldn't be like this. The Hall Master's strength can be called the best among the younger generation, and that's no exaggeration. I have never seen a young talent like the Hall Master. Meng Shu looked at his granddaughter's expression and just shook his head, not saying anything more. After all, the strength of a 5-ring Soul King defeating a title Daoluo is indeed a bit far-fetched. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it either. You should know that even if Meng Shu and Xiao Tianxiang used their martial soul fusion technique, they would only be comparable to a title Daoluo. Whether they could win is still hard to say. At that moment, there was a gentle knock on the door of the room. Meng Shu got up to open the door, and upon seeing Yi Shui at the door, he immediately said, "Deputy Hall Master, is there something you need me to do? I came to find you, but there is nothing urgent. The Hall Master has returned and wants to meet your granddaughter Meng Yiran in the garden of the back hall. If you want to come along, you can follow me to the back hall garden," Yi Shui said, her tone somewhat cold. "The Hall Master actually wants to see Yiran in the back hall. Deputy Hall Master, please wait a moment. I will call Yiran and head to the back hall with you." After saying this, Meng Shu turned and walked into the room. Yi Shui had no intention of entering. She simply waited outside the door. Once Meng Shu returned to the room, he immediately said, "Yiran, come with me. I will take you to meet the Hall Master in the back hall." "Got it, Grandpa," Meng Yiran replied, following her grandfather out. At the same time, she was curious about what the Hall Master looked like to earn such praise from her grandfather. "Yiran, that place in the back hall is not somewhere just anyone can enter. Even I, your grandpa, have never been in the back hall. Moreover, there are only a few people living in the vast back hall, so you need to understand etiquette and cannot act according to your own temperament." Meng Shu reminded his granddaughter as they walked. "I understand, Grandpa," Meng Yiran replied somewhat helplessly. Chapter 164. Hidden Weapon Techniques. Yi Shui led Meng Shu and Meng Yiran to the front hall and directly to the back hall. Walking on the flat road, Meng Yiran constantly scanned her surroundings. Compared to the front hall, the back hall was very quiet and a perfect place for cultivation and self-cultivation. Yi Shui brought them to a room, called out by Feng Yu, and then led them towards the garden. Upon entering the garden, Meng Yiran's gaze was immediately drawn to Yi Qian. Looking at Yi Qian's impeccable features and his otherworldly aura, she couldn't help but ask softly, "Grandpa, is this the Hall Master?" "That's right, this is the Hall Master. Later, you need to understand some etiquette and cannot act according to your own temperament." Meng Shu reminded her quietly. "Okay, I already know, Grandpa. You don't have to keep reminding me," Meng Yiran replied quietly, but her gaze remained fixed on Yi Qian. Yi Qian looked at the arriving guests, picked up the teapot, poured 3 cups of tea, and made a gesture for everyone to take a seat. Once everyone was seated, Yi Qian placed a cup of tea in front of Yi Shui, Meng Shu, and Meng Yiran, and said, "Try it. The tea I brewed is quite good." The 3 of them picked up the tea in front of them and tasted it simultaneously. Bai Fangyu glanced at the empty table in front of her, but said nothing. As a maid, being able to sit down was already quite good. After a while, Meng Shu set down his cup and couldn't help but exclaim, "Good tea. The tea brewed by the Hall Master is indeed good." "Hall Master, did you call Yiran to the back hall for something?" Meng Shu looked at Yi Qian, eager to know why he had summoned Yiran to the back hall. Yi Qian smiled and said, "I just returned and heard Aunt Yi mention the granddaughter of Hall Master Meng, Meng Yiran. Meng Yiran has quite good talent and can be considered a genius. So I plan to provide her with some cultivation resources to assist her training. Moreover, I also heard Aunt Yi say that Meng Yiran has a very good hidden weapon technique. Therefore, I want to see how she uses hidden weapons. I just don't know if Hall Master Meng will agree." Yi Qian's gaze landed on Meng Yiran, who had short blue-gray hair and a beautiful face. Yiran is indeed good at using hidden weapons, but since the Hall Master wants to see, then let her demonstrate for you, Meng Shu said with a hint of a smile in his voice. More cultivation resources mean that his granddaughter's training speed will be much faster. Although a Soul Master's training primarily relies on themselves, having precious materials and resources to assist undoubtedly speeds up the training process significantly. However, after a long time, Meng Yiran showed no intention of getting up to demonstrate. She just sat in place, her eyes fixed on YeXuan. Are you staring at me because there's something on my face? YeXuan picked up the teacup in front of him, not paying attention to Meng Yiran's gaze. Seeing this, Meng Shu coughed lightly, raised his voice a bit, and called out Yiran. Huh? What is it, Grandpa? Meng Yiran snapped back to reality upon hearing her grandfather's voice. Meng Shu picked up the teacup in front of him and said, The Hall Master wants to see your hidden weapon technique. Please demonstrate it for him. Okay, Grandpa. Meng Yiran agreed and stood up, walking out of the pavilion. Meng Yiran's gaze turned to an ancient tree several dozen meters away, and she took out 12 soul-breaking daggers from her waist. As the breeze blew, leaves fell from the ancient tree, and the soul-breaking daggers in her hands shimmered with cold light as she threw them out simultaneously. YeXuan's gaze sharpened as he carefully observed the technique Meng Yiran used to throw the soul-breaking daggers. However, due to the speed of her movements, he couldn't remember all the details, only about 60%. After all, throwing hidden weapons is typically an instantaneous action. The 12 soul-breaking daggers flew toward the ancient tree, their sharp tips piercing through the fallen leaves and pinning them to the trunk. Thud, thud, thud. The 12 soul-breaking daggers embedded themselves into the trunk, making a muffled sound. Each dagger was neatly pinned to the trunk, and every dagger had a fallen leaf stuck to it. Very good hidden weapon technique, but I didn't quite see it clearly just now. Can you demonstrate it once more? YeXuan looked at Meng Yiran, smiling. He was confident that if he watched it carefully one more time, he could remember it all. Sure, I have a total of 24 soul-breaking daggers. Demonstrating it again is no problem. Meng Yiran agreed and took out another 12 soul-breaking daggers from her waist. I'll help you shake the leaves down, YeXuan said, extending his hand toward the ancient tree. Silver soul power gathered in his hand. His fingers slightly curled, and the silver soul power acted on the ancient tree. The ancient tree began to shake, and leaves fell continuously. Meng Yiran's 12 soul-breaking knives were also thrown out, flying straight towards the ancient tree. The soul-breaking knives accurately pierced into the ancient tree, producing a muffled sound. This time, YeXuan observed more carefully, and he remembered about 80% of Meng Yiran's throwing technique. The remaining 20% involved the throwing skills and force points, which are not something that could be memorized but required continuous practice. Meng Yiran quickly walked to the ancient tree, reached out to take down all 24 of her soul-breaking knives, and returned them to her waist. After putting away the knives, she walked back to the pavilion and sat down. YeXuan looked at Meng Yiran and asked, Can I take a look at your soul-breaking knives? Sure. The soul-breaking knives are all made by me, and you can't find them anywhere else. Meng Yiran took one knife from her waist and handed it to YeXuan. YeXuan took the knife and began to examine it closely. The material of the soul-breaking knife was just ordinary fine iron. Its design appeared very ancient. He held the knife and recalled the technique Meng Yiran used when she threw it earlier. With a slight movement of his hand, the knife was immediately released. Meng Shu and Meng Yiran both stared blankly at YeXuan's action of throwing the soul-breaking knife, because YeXuan's throwing technique was almost identical to Meng Yiran's. If one had to point out the difference, it was that YeXuan's throwing technique appeared somewhat clumsy, clearly indicating he had just learned it not long ago, while Meng Yiran's technique was very skilled. Chapter 165 Compensation. Meng Yiran looked at YeXuan in disbelief and asked, How did you learn my hidden weapon technique? I just learned it. I memorized your hidden weapon technique when you demonstrated it just now. How did I do? YeXuan picked up the teacup in front of him, seemingly not paying attention to Meng Yiran's question. How is that possible? I only demonstrated it twice. How could you possibly memorize the hidden weapon technique? Meng Yiran's voice showed disbelief. However, the facts were right in front of her, and she couldn't deny them. A prodigy, truly a prodigy. The Hall Master only needed to see it twice to memorize Yiran's hidden weapon technique. Such talent is something I have never seen in my life. Meng Shu put down the teacup, his aging face filled with amazement. YeXuan smiled and said, Meng Hall Master, you overpraise me. I only memorized the technique. I have no idea about the skills and force points. If Yiran is willing to teach me the techniques and force points of the hidden weapon, I can offer you a genius treasure or a millennium soul bone as compensation. After all, strictly speaking, this counts as me learning your hidden weapon technique without permission. YeXuan's lips curled into a faint smile. If one were to be strict, his situation indeed counted as learning without permission, so it was understandable to offer Meng Yiran some compensation. Hearing this, Meng Yiran did not speak but looked towards her grandfather, wanting to see how he would respond. Meng Shu's eyes slightly closed, as if he did not hear YeXuan's words or see his granddaughter's gaze. However, his lips moved slightly, using a sound transmission method to convey his voice into his granddaughter's mind. Sitting nearby, YeXuan suddenly focused her gaze on Meng Shu. With her strength, it was easy to detect such a small trick as sound transmission. However, she had no intention of speaking out, although she did not know what Meng Shu was transmitting. She could roughly guess it was to let Meng Yiran choose something as compensation. After all, even if the skills and force points were not taught, they could be practiced over time. It was just a matter of time. So it would be better to take this opportunity to choose something more beneficial for herself as compensation. After a while, Meng Yiran finally turned her gaze back to YeXuan and said, "If I teach you the techniques and force points of the hidden weapon, can I make a request?" "Of course, go ahead and tell me your request. If it's reasonable, I won't refuse." YeXuan chucked it lightly, putting down the teacup in his hand and looking straight at Meng Yiran. "I want to be your disciple. If that's not possible, then being a disciple of the Vice Hall Master or the two elders is also acceptable." Meng Yiran blinked her eyes, filled with anticipation. Although she did not know YeXuan's strength, she believed in her grandfather, and he would not steer her wrong. After all, her grandfather would never harm her. Moreover, she had just heard her grandfather say that this Vice Hall Master was a 99-level limit Daw, a top existence on the continent. The two elders of the Starfall Hall had strengths of 98-level Super Daw and 92-level Title Daw, respectively. Therefore, no matter whom she became a disciple of, she would be gaining and not losing. YeXuan shook his head lightly and said, "I currently have no plans to take in disciples, so I won't accept you as a disciple. Furthermore, whether Yi and the two elders will accept you as a disciple is not up to me, as taking in disciples is entirely voluntary on both sides, and I have no right to interfere." As soon as he finished speaking, YeXuan took out a Millennium Soul Bone from the Soul Guide and placed it on the table, saying, "If you are willing to teach me the techniques and force points of the hidden weapon, this Millennium Soul Bone will be my compensation for you. If you are unwilling, that's fine too. Just consider that I never brought it up." YeXuan's tone was somewhat calm. Offering a Millennium Soul Bone in exchange for the hidden weapon techniques and force points was already a considerable loss. If Meng Yiran did not agree, he could simply spend some time practicing the hidden weapon techniques and force points by himself. As for taking in disciples, that was completely out of the question. At least for now, he had no intention of accepting disciples. Meng Yiran looked at the Millennium Soul Bone on the table, but did not reach for it. Instead, she turned her gaze to her grandfather. "Yiran, since the Hall Master has said so, you should put away the Millennium Soul Bone." Meng Shu's voice carried a hint of regret. With the Hall Master's talent, his future achievements would undoubtedly be high. If Yiran could become his disciple, it would surely be beneficial and not harmful. After hearing her grandfather's words, Meng Yiran reached out and picked up the Millennium Soul Bone from the table. Then she stood up and walked straight to YeXuan's side, detailing the techniques and force points of the hidden weapon. YeXuan lightly tapped the table with his fingers, listening attentively. After Meng Yiran finished explaining, YeXuan had a general understanding. In simple terms, it required perseverance, the arm-swinging force needed to be even, the wrist needed to exert force, the gaze should lock onto the target, and the eyes, hands, and target should be aligned in a straight line to throw the hidden weapon. Meng Yiran looked at YeXuan and asked, "Hall Master, did you remember it? If you didn't, I can explain it to you in detail again. If you did, I can teach you and demonstrate the techniques for throwing the hidden weapon and hitting the target." "Yes, you can continue. What you just said, I have basically remembered." YeXuan smiled, his voice somewhat casual. He only wanted to learn the techniques and force points of the hidden weapon to use them unexpectedly when necessary. So, he doesn't need to use hidden weapons with such precision that he never misses. As long as he can flexibly utilize the hidden weapons, that is enough. Meng Yiran then took out 12 soul-breaking daggers from her waist and began to explain more advanced techniques in detail, demonstrating as she went. To help YeXuan see more clearly, Meng Yiran deliberately slowed down her throwing movements and only threw 3 soul-breaking daggers at a time. After the 12 soul-breaking daggers hit their targets accurately, Meng Yiran handed the remaining 11 soul-breaking daggers to YeXuan, signaling him to practice a few times. Chapter 166. Overwhelmed, YeXuan reached out to take the 11 soul-breaking daggers that Meng Yiran handed over, closed his eyes, and recalled the techniques and power points Meng Yiran had just demonstrated. After a while, YeXuan opened his eyes, swung his arm, and used his wrist to exert force, causing 3 soul-breaking daggers to fly out immediately. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of sharp blades piercing the ancient tree rang out as the 3 soul-breaking daggers embedded themselves into the tree. However, of the 3 daggers, only one had a leaf stuck on its tip, while the other 2 were empty. Meng Aran looked at YeXuan's first practice results, blinked her eyes, and said, "Very good. One of the soul-breaking daggers has hit the target. As long as you continue to practice hard, you will eventually be able to hit every target like I do." "Yes, I will practice whenever I have time," YeXuan replied with a faint smile, using his soul power to shake the ancient tree. As the tree trembled, leaves fell, and the remaining 8 soul-breaking daggers in YeXuan's hand flew straight toward the ancient tree. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of blades piercing the ancient tree continued as, with the experience from the last throw, 4 of the 8 soul-breaking daggers hit their targets this time. Compared to the last attempt, this result was already much better. Seeing this, Meng Aran didn't say anything further but quickly walked to the ancient tree, retrieved the 24 soul-breaking daggers, and returned them to her waist. She had already said everything that needed to be said, and YeXuan had remembered it all. The rest depended on his continuous practice. Meng Shu then stood up and said, "Palace Master, I have already taught you the techniques and power points for hidden weapons. If there are no other matters, I will take Yanran back to absorb the 1,000-year soul bone." Meng Shu's voice carried a hint of amusement. Although he couldn't have his granddaughter apprentice under the Palace Master, obtaining a 1,000-year soul bone was still a guaranteed profit. Moreover, he might consider having his granddaughter apprentice under the Vice Palace Master. Although the Poison Palace Master was somewhat cold, his granddaughter's talent was not lacking, and there might be a chance of success. All right, then Meng Hall Master can take Yaran back to absorb the 1,000-year soul bone. After all, the quality of this 1,000-year soul bone is quite good. YeXuan glanced at Meng Shu, not paying much attention. After Meng Shu took Meng Yaran away, YeXuan turned his gaze to Bai Fangyu and said, "Bai Fangyu, you need to be prepared. We will head to the Star Luo Empire in a couple of days to help you return to the White Tiger sect." Bai Fangyu was slightly stunned upon hearing this, but quickly reacted and said, "Young master, I have been prepared for a long time. I will strictly follow your and Mrs. instructions when the time comes. Just prepare yourself. You won't need to do anything. As long as you can successfully return to the White Tiger sect, we will handle the rest." YeXuan chuckled lightly, not overly concerned about Bai Fangyu's reaction. A hint of melancholy appeared in Bai Fangyu's eyes as she asked, "Young master, once you take over the White Tiger sect, can you avoid sending them to do suicidal tasks?" Upon hearing Bai Fangyu's question, YeXuan chuckled and said, "Why would I want to send the White Tiger sect to do suicidal tasks? You don't need to think too negatively. As long as you follow the oath and remain loyal to our lineage, that will be enough. Moreover, what the White Tiger sect gains by following me will be proportional to what they contribute. Right now, the White Tiger sect is just one of the lower sects. But after following me, I can make the White Tiger sect even stronger, and advancing further is not impossible." YeXuan smiled. He was not making empty promises. Once the Spirit Hall's plans were set in motion, all forces on the continent would be reshuffled, and it would not be impossible for the White Tiger sect to replace the original upper 3 sections. Of course, the prerequisite was that the people of the White Tiger sect had to obediently listen. Otherwise, they wouldn't need YeXuan to take action. The people of the White Tiger sect would be backfired by their own oaths. Make the White Tiger sect even stronger, even advance further. Bai Fangyu kept repeating this phrase. If what the young master said was true, then she would be indirectly helping the White Tiger sect become stronger. YeXuan glanced at Bai Fangyu's expression, not paying much attention to her implications. He turned to Yishi Shui and asked, "Aunt Yi, I would like to trouble you to help me make a soul-guiding device." "Master, what kind of soul-guiding device do you want to make?" Yishi Shui's voice was tinged with curiosity. Although the Starfall Hall stored many materials for making soul-guiding devices, they had not yet begun production. "I want to make a long, sword-type soul-guiding device that has both light and fire attributes, with an exquisite design. For the level, let's start with a 9th-level soul-guiding device." YeXuan looked at Yishi Shui and stated his requirements for the soul-guiding device. He had promised Qian Renshue to give her a better weapon, and a 9th-level soul-guiding device would be sufficient for weapon use. Moreover, Yishi Shui was not only a limit Doa, but also a nearly level 10 soul engineer, so making a 9th-level soul-guiding device would not be a problem at all. "Master, making a 9th-level soul-guiding device is not an issue. It just might take some time. After all, I need to manage the entire Starfall Hall and keep an eye on the situation with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect and the Tiando Imperial Palace. So I really don't have much time to make soul-guiding devices, Yixuan said, a hint of helplessness appearing in her eyes. She not only needed to manage the Starfall Hall, but also had to formulate plans for it. If she had time, she also needed to pay attention to the seven-treasure glazed tile sect and the Tiando Imperial Palace while being wary of that old fox Ningfengji. She truly had no extra time to make soul-guiding devices. Upon hearing Yixuan's words, Yixian's expression turned slightly awkward. The Starfall Hall had been established for 6 years, and it was mostly Yixuan managing it. His own management time was truly minimal. Moreover, that old fox Ningfengji was not someone just anyone could deal with. Only he or Yixuan could be at the Starfall Hall to ensure everything was secure. Chapter 167, Detoxification in Progress. Aunt Yi, once we return from the City of Slaughter, you can take it a bit easier. Yixian looked at Yixuan, his voice carrying a hint of apology. Although Yixuan was summoned by the system, she was still a person with her own emotions, not a machine. Having her do too many things would make her feel fatigued. It's fine, but making a level 9 soul guide will take some time. A rare smile appeared on Yixuan's face. Time is not a problem. We might stay in the City of Slaughter for a long time, probably about 1 to 2 years, before we can return. So, there's no need to rush the creation of the soul guide for now. Yixian smiled lightly and didn't mind that it would take a bit longer. They would definitely spend a considerable amount of time in the City of Slaughter, and the 1 to 2 years was just his rough estimate. When they would actually return is uncertain. Moreover, after they leave the City of Slaughter, with Qian Rinchua's soul power, she should be able to use a level 9 soul guide normally. So, in terms of timing, it should be just right. If it's 1 to 2 years, then there will be plenty of time. His subordinates will definitely have the soul guide ready before the master returns. While speaking, Yixuan picked up the teacup in front of her and took a sip of the tea. Yixian checked the time, stood up, and said, "Then I'll trouble you with the matters of the Starfall Palace, Auntie Yi." As soon as he finished speaking, Yixian walked straight out of the garden. Yixuan watched Yixian's departing figure and also stood up to leave the garden. She still had some matters to attend to. In the garden, only Bai Fangyu remained. She looked around, admiring the beautiful sea of flowers in the garden, and then sat cross-legged to start meditating and cultivating. Yixian arrived in front of his room, pushed the door open, and glanced at Qian Rinchua, who was sitting on the bed, cultivating her soul power. He walked straight up to her, reached out, tapped her on the head, and smiled. "Schwer, it's time to get up for lunch." Upon hearing his voice, Qian Rinchua immediately awakened from her meditation, opened her eyes, and looked at Yixian, saying, "Is it already noon? Time flies." After speaking, she got off the bed and walked out of the room with Yixian toward the dining room. When they arrived at the dining room, someone had already prepared their bowls and chopsticks, neatly placed on the dining table. The two sat down at the table, picked up their bowls and chopsticks, and began to enjoy the dishes. As Qian Rinchua ate, she looked at Yixian and asked, "Xiao Xian, when we go to the Star Luo Empire, are you planning to have Aunt Yi come with us? There are quite a few heavy responsibilities for Aunt Yi to handle in the Starfall Palace, so she can't leave. It would be better to have Wu Changkong go with us to the Star Luo Empire." Yixian casually replied, not paying much attention. After all, there are no titled Daoliuos among the lower 4 sects. Even without bringing anyone, he could already handle going to the White Tiger sect by himself. Bringing Wu Changkong along was just a precaution. When Qian Rinchua heard the name Wu Changkong, she blinked. Isn't there only Yixuan and Lai Yin as titled Daoliuos in the Starfall Palace? Who is this Wu Changkong? I've never heard of him. Xiao Xian, who is this Wu Changkong? How come I don't know him? Is there someone named Wu Changkong in your Starfall Palace? Qian Rinchua looked at Yixian with some confusion. Yixian thought for a moment and replied, "Wu Changkong is someone who just joined our Starfall Palace. He's currently our second elder. Wu Changkong's strength is at level 98, a super Dalu. With him going with us to the Star Luo Empire, there shouldn't be any problems." Since Wu Changkong was summoned, he hadn't met Qian Rinchua yet, so she was still unaware of his existence. A level 98 title Dalu? It seems our top-tier strength is going to get even stronger. A hint of surprise appeared on Qian Rinchua's face. Although she hadn't heard of Wu Changkong on the continent, she didn't pursue the matter further, thinking that he must be a hidden master who had to come out for some reason, so it was normal that she hadn't heard of him. Our top-tier strength has never been weak and will only grow stronger. Yixian smiled, poured a cup of water, and placed it in front of Qian Rinchua. Qian Rinchua picked up the cup and took a sip, not saying anything further, and a faint smile appeared on her stunning face. 5 days later, in the garden of the Starfall Palace, Yixian was practicing with 3 short swords, continuously honing his skills and power points for throwing hidden weapons. After 5 days of practice, Yixian had become quite proficient in throwing hidden weapons. Now he could throw 8 daggers or short swords simultaneously, and each one could hit the target with great precision. He could say that he had already learned to use the hidden weapon techniques flexibly, at least when facing someone. He could catch them off guard with hidden weapons. Qian Renshua sat in the garden, watching YeXuan practice with the hidden weapons, and asked Xiao Qian, "We have been waiting for 5 days. When will Qing Sheng and the others return so we can head to the Star Luo Empire?" Upon hearing this, YeXuan put the short swords back into his soul guide, stood up, walked over to Qian Renshua, and sat down beside her. He wrapped his arms around her waist, inhaling her faint fragrance, and said, "I don't know exactly when they will return, but this is good news. At least, Douluo Bo could detoxify Inger now." After all, 5 days had passed. If Douluo Bo couldn't detoxify Inger, they would have returned long ago and wouldn't have stayed with Douluo Bo for 5 days. The fact that they hadn't returned meant they were in the process of detoxifying. YeXuan spoke with a hint of a smile. The fact that Inger's poison could be resolved indicated that Qing Sheng's mental state issue could also be addressed, so he felt quite happy for Qing Sheng. Of course, there was a second possibility, which was that Qing Sheng and Inger had been taken out by Douluo Bo. However, this possibility was too slim. YeXuan didn't believe that Qing Sheng would have no life-saving trump cards. Chapter 168. Heading to the Star Luo Empire at 10 o'clock noon, Qing Sheng and Inger, both smiling, walked into the Starfall Palace. They went straight through the front hall to the back hall, looking for YeXuan and Qian Renshua. It wasn't until they reached the garden that they saw YeXuan and Qian Renshua, who also spotted the returning duo, especially upon seeing the smiles on their faces. YeXuan and Qian Renshua already knew the result of the detoxification. If they hadn't detoxified, the two wouldn't be able to show such genuine smiles. YeXuan looked at Qing Sheng ahead and smiled lightly, saying, "You two finally returned. If you hadn't, Schwerer and I would have been preparing to head to the Star Luo Empire." Qing Sheng, upon hearing the voice, didn't respond but released Inger's hand and walked straight up to YeXuan, saying, Qing Sheng, thank you, brother, for saving my life." As soon as he finished speaking, Qing Sheng prepared to bow to YeXuan. YeXuan was somewhat confused by Qing Sheng's actions, not understanding the situation at all. The poison on Inger was resolved by Douluo Bo. It had nothing to do with him. Why was Qing Sheng thanking him? Thinking is one thing, but YeXuan's reaction was not slow. He directly reached out to drag Qing Sheng, not allowing him to continue bowing. However, YeXuan did not speak, but quietly waited for Qing Sheng to continue. After trying several times, Qing Sheng realized that he simply could not perform this bow. No matter how much strength he used, he could not budge YeXuan's hands in the slightest. "If it weren't for you, brother," using the life domain to protect Inger's heart vein at that time, the poison in Inger's body could never have been resolved, and she would not have survived. So this bow of mine is something you should accept, brother. Qing Sheng looked at YeXuan, his voice unusually serious and sincere. "I thought it was something significant. Helping her with the life domain at that time was just a casual act. Besides, you keep calling me brother. For such a small matter to warn about, thanks. It seems you don't really consider me a brother." YeXuan exerted force with both hands and directly helped Qing Sheng up. He didn't care about what Qing Sheng said at all. At that time, helping Inger with the life domain was merely because Qing Sheng had entrusted his gun decision to him, and he had memorized all of it, which is why he helped Inger a bit with the life domain. Qing Sheng shook his head and said, "It's different. If it weren't for you, brother, using the life domain to leave a large amount of life energy in Inger's body, she would have perished during the detoxification. If it weren't for you, brother, protecting Yinger's heart vein with a life domain, she would not have been able to hold on until the detoxification. No matter what, brother, I will always remember your kindness. Of course, I also mentioned that after the poison on Inger is resolved, I will join your Starfall Hall." YeXuan smiled faintly at Qing Sheng and said, "As long as you remember it in your heart, that's enough. Let's forget about the thanks. After all, we are brothers. There's no need to be so polite." While speaking, YeXuan waved his hand dismissively, indicating that Qing Sheng didn't need to be so courteous with him. After all, he and Qing Sheng both belonged to the divine beast bloodline, though the bloodlines were different. However, the 4 great divine beasts are all from the same root and belong to the 4 symbols of heaven, so calling each other brothers is not an exaggeration. Moreover, Qing Sheng is very loyal. He keeps his word, so helping him a little is really not a big deal to YeXuan. Qing Sheng laughed and said, "Haha, since you say that, brother, I won't be polite. Actually, there's one more thing I need to tell you. I'm all ears." YeXuan looked at Qing Sheng, curious about what else he needed to say. "Brother, I know your relationship with Douluo Bo is not good, but Douluo Bo helped Inger detoxify. So I hope you can show some mercy and not make things difficult for him in the future." or I could be a mediator to ease your relationship a bit. Moreover, I feel that Douluo is not a bad person. You have no actual conflicts of interest, so there's no need to make the relationship so rigid. While speaking, Qin Sheng kept an eye on the expressions of YeXuan and Qian Renxue, trying to see if there was any possibility of easing the relationship between them and Douluo. After all, Douluo had helped Inger detoxify, which is a kindness that needs to be repaid. However, Qin Sheng was somewhat disappointed to see no expressions on YeXuan and Qian Renxue's faces, so he couldn't discern anything. After a long time, YeXuan finally said, "Easing the relationship with Douluo is basically impossible. You don't need to try to mediate our relationship. But as long as Douluo doesn't provoke me or become my enemy, I want to go looking for trouble with him." YeXuan had already taken Douluo's ice and fire yin-yang eye for his medicine garden. That place was very important to Douluo, containing not only celestial herbs but also some of the best medicinal herbs he had planted himself. More importantly, the ice and fire yin-yang I could suppress the toxins on Douluo. After forcibly taking the medicine garden, there was basically no possibility of easing the relationship between him and Douluo. Moreover, Douluo was a dangerous character. Although he was the weakest among the title Dalu, when it came to large-scale killing, who among the title Dalu could compare to Douluo? In the original story, Douluo poisoned hundreds of thousands of soldiers during the battle at Jialing Pass. To be serious, when Douluo fought in a group, he could basically leave the spirit hall with only title Daluos remaining. Therefore, once a battle broke out, they would have to eliminate Douluo, this dangerous character, as quickly as possible. After hearing YeXuan's words, Qin Sheng thought carefully and felt that Douluo would not actively provoke YeXuan. After all, the strength of Starfall Hall was there. Douluo was not stupid. How could he actively seek trouble? Thinking of this, Qin Sheng's heart was relieved. He could find an opportunity to repay Douluo's kindness later. The person in front of him was his brother, who also had kindness toward him. Therefore, Qin Sheng naturally leaned more towards YeXuan. "Brother, when are we heading to the Daoliu Empire?" Qin Sheng set aside the matter of Douluo and instead asked when they would set off. "Anytime. I've already arranged everything for the Starfall Hall." YeXuan Simidet, his voice sounding very casual. Chapter 169, Meditation and Training Outside Starfall Hall. A carriage stopped at the entrance. Wu Changkong sat in the carriage, calmly waiting. YeXuan, Qian Renxue, Qin Sheng, Inger, and Bai Fengyu walked out of Starfall Hall and directly entered the carriage. The carriage was quite spacious. More than enough for the five of them, without any crowding. After the five of them boarded the carriage, with the sound of the horses neighing, the carriage began to head toward the Daoliu Empire. Inside the carriage, Qin Sheng looked at YeXuan and asked, "Brother, can't you open a spatial rift? Wouldn't it be much faster to go to the Daoliu Empire through a spatial rift than by carriage? Opening a spatial rift consumes my own soul power. Moreover, the distance from Starfall Hall to the Daoliu Empire is a full month's journey. With my current soul power, it's impossible to use a spatial rift to get to the Daoliu Empire." YeXuan looked at Qin Sheng somewhat speechlessly, as if he thought Qin Sheng really believed that his spatial rift didn't require soul power and wanted to use it to go anywhere. "Then we can cross the Stardow Forest. Once we pass through the Stardow Forest, we can directly reach the territory of the Daoliu Empire. With our strength, it would probably only take half a month to cross the Stardow Forest, greatly shortening our travel time." Qin Sheng stroked his chin, speaking very seriously. In Qin Sheng's view, with Wu Changkong, a 98-level super Dalu, alongside their own strength, crossing the Stardow Forest would pose no problem at all. After all, in Qin Sheng's understanding, the most powerful soul beasts in the Stardow Forest were just the Titan Great Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python. With Wu Changkong there, they only needed to be a bit careful, and they would face no danger at all. Qian Renxue immediately spoke up. "No. Crossing the Stardow Forest is too dangerous. We're not short on time. There's no need to take the risk of crossing the Stardow Forest." Qian Renxue clearly remembers that last time in the Stardow Forest, the limit Daw Yishishue was injured at the hands of Emperor Qian and Bear King. Moreover, Yishishue had explicitly stated that Emperor Tian's strength was on par with hers, not to mention that there was also the Bear King, who ambushed and injured her. If they encountered both Emperor Qian and Bear King while crossing the Stardow Forest, given their current strength, they might never escape from there. What kind of danger could there be? The strongest soul beasts in the Stardow Forest are the Azure Bull Python, known as the Forest Emperor, and the Titan Giant Ape, known as the Forest King. With Wu Changkong, a level 98 super Dalu among us, plus our own strength. As long as we are careful, there shouldn't be any danger at all. Qin Sheng looked at Qian Renxue with confusion. completely unable to understand what dangers could exist in the Stardew Forest. YeXuan leaned back against the carriage with his hands behind his head and said, "Crossing the Stardew Forest is indeed too dangerous. Last time in the Stardew Forest, we killed the Azure Bull Python, and my second Martial Soul S100. 000 Year Spirit Ring is from the Azure Bull Python. However, the strongest soul beasts in the Stardew Forest are not just the Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape. Last time, our Deputy Hall Master of the Starfall Hall, a Limit Daw, was also injured in the Stardew Forest. At that time, she was accompanied by 2 titled Daoliuos of level 95, but they all returned injured. So, Qing Sheng, do you still have the idea of crossing the Stardew Forest?" YeXuan chuckled lightly, his tone somewhat casual. Hearing YeXuan's words, Qing Sheng felt a bit incredulous. Are there really such strong soul beasts in the Stardew Forest? However, looking at the expressions on YeXuan and Qian Ringshu's faces, they didn't seem to be joking. Moreover, they had no need to deceive him. Qing Sheng curiously asked, "Brother, I'm quite interested to know what kind of soul beast could injure a Limit Douluo. That was a 700,000 year golden-eyed Black Dragon King. You might want to visit the core area of the Stardew Forest in the future. You might have some unexpected gains," YeXuan said while giving Qing Sheng a meaningful look. "The Dragon Clan is not doing well now, and there are hardly any of them left. Plus, they are enemies with the Divine Realm. If Qing Sheng goes to the core area of the Stardew Forest, perhaps Guanyin, who is in the Lake of Life, could sense the Azure Dragon bloodline on him." Upon hearing this, Qing Sheng immediately shook his head and said, "I'm fine. Why would I go to the core area of the Stardew Forest? With my small stature, I'd probably just be swallowed by the golden-eyed Black Dragon King in one bite." If he had any thoughts of crossing the Stardew Forest before, now he has none at all. After all, even Limit Doe level experts were injured by the golden-eyed Black Dragon King. With their current strength, if they encountered the golden-eyed Black Dragon King while crossing the Stardew Forest, they would just be delivering themselves as food. Therefore, without strength, he absolutely wouldn't go to the core area of the Stardew Forest. It's too dangerous. Moreover, just as Qian Ringshu said, they are not in a hurry and don't need to take risks. Seeing Qing Sheng's reaction, YeXuan just smiled and said, "It will take us a month to reach the Daoluo Empire. We can take this time to cultivate well in the carriage. After all, a month isn't too long or too short." As soon as he finished speaking, YeXuan stretched and then sat cross-legged in the carriage, meditating to cultivate his soul power. After all, traveling is mostly dull, and aside from meditating to cultivate soul power, there isn't much else to do. Qian Ringshu saw that YeXuan had entered a meditative state and also sat cross-legged to begin meditating and cultivating her soul power. Qing Sheng, seeing this, exchanged a glance with Air and slowly said, Air, let us cultivate for a while too. After all, you'll also be going to the Slaughter City, and the stronger you are, the safer you'll be there." "Okay, I know. I want to hold you back," Air replied and began to meditate and cultivate her soul power with Qing Sheng. Bai Fangyu gazed through the wooden window of the carriage towards the direction of the Daoluo Empire, as if speaking to herself. "Can we finally go home? I will prove that I am not the disgrace of the Baihu sect." As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Fangyu withdrew her gaze and glanced at everyone in the carriage, who were also sitting cross-legged, meditating and cultivating their soul power. Chapter 170 Daoluo Royal Family. A month later, YeXuan and his companion's carriage stopped in a quiet forest. After a month of traveling, they were now close to the borders of the Daoluo Empire. As long as they crossed this forest, they would enter the territory of the Daoluo Empire. So they were not in a hurry. YeXuan, Qian Ringshu, Qing Sheng, Air, and Bai Fangyu got out of the carriage, found a spot, took out the iron pot, clean water, and food for cooking, and began to skillfully start a fire to prepare a sumptuous lunch. Air looked at the ingredients in front of her, eager to try, and said, "Why don't you all rest for a while? I can handle the cooking." "No, Air, your poison just got cured not long ago. And now is the time you need to rest well. Leave the cooking to my brother." Qing Sheng directly refused without hesitation upon hearing Air's words. Then, he looked at YeXuan, who was cooking. He never expected that YeXuan would cook himself, and what he made was particularly delicious. So, with YeXuan cooking, there was no need for Air to lift a finger. Even if YeXuan didn't cook, he would rather eat some dry rations than letting Air cook. She had just recovered from her poison and needed to rest well. After YeXuan put 2 fish and various ingredients in the pot, he covered it up. Then, he rekindled the bonfire beside him and placed the remaining meat and fish on it to roast. After a while, YeXuan saw that it was almost done, took out a set of bowls and chopsticks from his soul guide, served a bowl of fish soup, and handed a roasted fish to Qian Rengshu beside him. Qian Rengshu took the fish soup and roasted fish that YeXuan handed over, then immediately lowered her head to eat. The others also didn't hesitate. Each took out their bowls and chopsticks and began to taste the fish soup, roasted fish, and roasted meat. Qin Sheng took a sip of fish soup and asked, "Brother, how did you make this? Why is it so delicious?" "Just made it by hand, how else?" YeXuan replied, drinking the fish soup without paying attention to Qin Sheng's question. Just as everyone was eating, YeXuan, Qian Rengshu, Wu Changkong, and Qin Sheng seemed to sense something and simultaneously looked towards the front of the forest. They saw that something seemed to have happened in front of the forest, as birds were startled and flew away in all directions. Wu Changkong even released his spiritual power to investigate the situation ahead. After a while, Wu Changkong retracted his spiritual power and said, "Master, there are people ahead chasing a young girl. They are coming in our direction. Moreover, the pursuers only have the strength of soul masters to soul sections. Should we intervene and save that girl?" When YeXuan heard Wu Changkong's voice, he withdrew his gaze from the front without any concern and said, "There's no need to pay attention to them. Let them do as they please. As long as they don't provoke us, it has nothing to do with us." After withdrawing her gaze, Qian Renxue continued to drink the fish soup in her bowl with an indifferent expression. If they helped and saved that girl, it would be a kindness. If they didn't help, it would be their obligation. There is a saying, if someone helps you, it's your luck. If no one helps you, that's the fairness of fate. No one owes you anything because life is your own, and you must take responsibility for it. Just like the current situation, if they helped and saved the girl, it would be her luck. If they didn't help, it would be fate's fairness. After all, they were not acquainted with the girl and had no obligation to help her. Qin Sheng and Bai Fangyu focused on eating the fish soup and roasted meat in front of them, seemingly not hearing Wu Changkong's words. A look of reluctance appeared on Ying Er's face, and just as she was about to say something, she heard Qin Sheng's voice beside her. "Ying Er, have you forgotten what happened 4 years ago? Sometimes, it's better to avoid trouble. We have no obligation to help." Qin Sheng spoke in a very calm tone as he drank from his bowl of fish soup. After hearing Qin Sheng's words, Ying Er seemed to recall something. After a while, she let out a light sigh and quietly continued drinking her fish soup without saying anything more. Seeing this, Wu Changkong thought for a moment and then said, "My lord, the girl being chased is only around 8 or 9 years old. Moreover, the strength of those chasing her isn't strong. They're only at the soul master to soul sec level. I believe that even if we intervened to save her, it wouldn't be a problem. Let's eat first, and after finishing, we'll set off early. Hopefully, we can enter the Xing Luo Empire tonight. We've been in the carriage for a month without a proper rest." While speaking, YeXuan casually glanced at Wu Changkong without saying anything further. Wu Changkong also sat back down and stopped speaking. However, soon, in the eyes of everyone, a girl suddenly ran out from the forest ahead. The girl had long black hair cascading over her shoulders, fair skin, and a well-developed figure. However, there was a cold expression on her face, emanating a deep-seated chill. Upward coldness. Her black eyes even lacked a hint of anger, which contrasted sharply with her originally beautiful face. YeXuan looked at the girl in front of him and said in surprise, "At 8 or 9 years old, she is developed like this. It's a bit abnormal. Isn't it supposed to be ordinary?" "Brother, hearing you say that, her figure really is a bit unusual. She has developed too quickly." Qin Sheng nodded in agreement while stroking his chin. Qian Renxue, sitting next to YeXuan, put down her empty bowl and quietly watched YeXuan without saying a word. When YeXuan felt Qian Renxue's gaze, he withdrew his surprised expression and looked at the martial soul behind the girl, saying, "Martial soul, nether spirit cat. It seems she should be from the Zhu family." Bai Fangyu looked at the martial soul behind her and said, "She should be the second young lady of the Zhu family, Zhu Zhuqing. The Zhu family has been intermarrying with the Xing Luo royal family for generations. Therefore, her being chaste now should be due to the system of the Xing Luo imperial family. The system of the Xing Luo royal family allows competition among princes, so her being chaste is quite normal." Chapter 171, Survival of the Fittest. YeXuan, Qian Renxue, and Qin Sheng all focused their attention on Bai Fangyu. They all knew about the matters of the Xing Luo royal family. There was no need for Bai Fangyu to explain. If summarized in one sentence, the system of the Xing Luo royal family is, there's only one emperor, and the princes must fight amongst themselves. The last one standing is the victor, and the living are the winners. The Xing Luo royal family allows the princes to fight, with the outcome determined by martial prowess. The victor not only survives, but also gains the right to inherit the throne of the Xing Luo Empire. As for the losers, they may not only lose the throne, but even their lives. In simple terms, it means, if I exist, there is no one else. If he exists, I do not. Survival of the fittest. The system of the Xing Luo royal family is taken to the extreme. Although somewhat cruel, this is how the system of the Xing Luo empire operates. If you can't do it, then someone else will take your place. For the princes of Xing Luo, if they can't succeed, they face not just failure but death. Therefore, this greatly stimulates the potential of the princes, promoting their growth, while the death of the losers prevents the other princes from rebelling, thus eliminating the possibility of a national rebellion. Of course, there are exceptions like Dai Mubai, who took it too far. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fled the Xing Luo Empire to seek pleasure in Suotawa City. When Zhu Zhuqing saw the group ahead, a thoughtful expression appeared in her eyes. However, she quickly turned her body in a different direction, away from the group, and continued to flee. Behind Zhu Zhuqing, more than 10 free spirit masters were closely pursuing her, led by a soul sect with 4 rings. Moreover, the distance between them was continuously closing. It wouldn't be long before Zhu Zhuqing was caught. Wu Changkong observed Zhu Zhuqing's reaction and couldn't help but say, "My lord," based on the girl's reaction just now. It's clear that she has a kind heart and does not wish to harm the innocent. Otherwise, she could have easily led the trouble to us instead of changing direction and continuing to flee. Therefore, I believe we might be able to help and save her. My lord, if you're worried about offending the Xing Luo royal family, I can take full responsibility for any consequences. Hearing Wu Changkong's words, YeXuan waved his hand dismissively and said, "If you want to save her, go ahead. It's not a big deal anyway." YeXuan was not surprised that Wu Changkong had the idea of saving someone. After all, Wu Changkong was different from Yishi Shui. If Yishi Shui were here today, she wouldn't have any thoughts of saving someone. Moreover, since Wu Changkong wanted to save her, YeXuan had no reason to stop him. Although Wu Changkong was completely loyal to him, he also had his own ideas. He was a subordinate, not a puppet that only knew to follow orders. "Yes, my lord." After agreeing, Wu Changkong stood up from his seat, and his martial soul, the heavenly frost sword, appeared in his hand. His feet shimmered with 9 soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. A powerful soul pressure emanated from Wu Changkong's body, and the heavenly frost sword in his hand slashed straight ahead, releasing a sword chi form from sky blue soul power that shot out directly. The more than 10 people closely pursuing Zhu Zhuqing felt the soul pressure from Wu Changkong and were immediately suppressed in place, unable to move even an inch. In front of them, a crack created by the sword chi appeared. The leader looked at Wu Changkong and said, "Your Excellency, this matter concerns the Xing Luo royal family. We are only following the royal family's orders to chase the second young lady of the Zhu family, Zhu Zhuqing. We hope you do not interfere." When Zhu Zhuqing heard the sound, she also turned her gaze towards YeXuan and the others, not understanding why they would come to her aid when they had shown no intention of helping before. "I couldn't stand it and wanted to save her. If you have any objections, you can go back and tell the Star Luo royal family to come find me. My name is Wu Changkong. Title, I stole law." Wu Changkong's somewhat aloof voice echoed in the venue. The leader, upon hearing the voice, glanced at the 9 soul rings flickering under Wu Changkong's feet and immediately said, "Your Excellency Ice, we will report the matter truthfully to the Crown Prince of the Star Luo royal family." As soon as he finished speaking, the leader turned and left with the others. After seeing them leave, Wu Changkong retracted his martial soul and soul rings and sat down again. YeXuan, seeing that the matter was settled, reached out to stroke Qian Rinchue's long hair and asked, "Shuer, are you full? If you are, we should set off for the Star Luo Empire. Maybe we can find a hotel to stay in before dark and have a good rest. I've finished eating a long time ago. Let's set off early and find a hotel to rest well." After giving YeXuan a glance, Qian Rinchue directly got up and walked towards the carriage. Although the space in the carriage was quite ample and had specially arranged soft cushions, YeXuan, Qian Rinchue, Qing Sheng, Inger, and Bai Fangyu had not really rested much in the carriage. They had mostly spent their time cultivating. While meditative cultivation could alleviate fatigue to some extent, after a long period of practice, they would still feel tired, so they needed to find a place to rest and adjust their spirits and conditions. After seeing Qian Rinchu head towards the carriage, YeXuan immediately looked at Qing Sheng and said, "Get up and pack your things. We need to set off and continue our journey. Don't just sit there after eating. When have I ever not worked after eating?" Qing Sheng replied, helplessly before getting up to help YeXuan pack. Inger, sitting in the carriage, watched the two packing and couldn't help but chuckle. Zhu Zhuqing, seeing them begin to pack and prepare to leave, approached them without any hesitation. When she reached a short distance in front of them, Zhu Zhuqing's gaze fell on Wu Changkong as she said, "Thank you for saving me, but you shouldn't go to the Star Luo Empire. Those soul masters earlier were from Crown Prince Davis. If you go to the Star Luo Empire, he might come looking for trouble." Zhu Zhuqing's voice sounded somewhat cold, but it was clear in everyone's ears. Chapter 172. Experience baby. After hearing Zhu Zhuqing's words, Wu Changkong only looked at YeXuan and showed no intention of speaking. YeXuan chuckled lightly and said, "I don't care about the entire Star Luo royal family. Why would I care about one Crown Prince Davis?" His tone carried a hint of indifference. If Davis really dared to cause trouble, he wouldn't mind using Davis's bloodline to transform his evil eye. After all, raising one Dai Mubai was already enough. As for the Star Luo royal family, he truly did not regard them highly, even if there were titled Daoliuos among them. None could be stronger than Wu Changkong. The only tricky part was the large army of the Star Luo royal family. Although they couldn't defeat the army, YeXuan had spatial fissures. If he wanted to leave, even 1,000,000 soldiers couldn't stop him, unless someone could lead 1,000,000 troops through a spatial fissure, which was impossible. If the Star Luo royal family dared to mobilize their army to encircle them, YeXuan would dare to let YeXuan come to the Star Luo Empire to gather vengeful spirits. With YeXuan's ultimate Douluo strength, she could gather vengeful spirits in the Star Luo Empire without restraint. Unless Qian Dalu from the Spirit Hall or Poseidon from Sea God Island intervened, no one could stop her. Moreover, he had ways to ensure that Qian Dalu wouldn't leave the Elder Hall, so unless the Star Luo royal family could bring Poseidon out from Sea God Island, it was inevitable that the Star Luo Empire would be drenched in blood. Even if they managed to bring Poseidon out, Poseidon might not be able to match YeXuan on land. After all, on land, Poseidon couldn't utilize the power of the sea god, while YeXuan's 3,100,000 year soul rings were not just for show. Therefore, whether in terms of strength, influence, or background, YeXuan had never been afraid. In terms of strength, his current power was already comparable to a titled Dalu. In terms of influence, he had established the Starfall Hall, which could stand shoulder to shoulder with the top 3 sections. As for background, he had the Spirit Hall and the 3 great kings of life, destruction, and Azura from the divine realm behind him, and even the remaining evil and good gods were probably somewhat related to him. The Spirit Hall was the strongest force on the continent, and in the divine realm, there were 5 great kings, making it impossible to find anyone on the continent with a background stronger than YeXuan's. Zhu Zhuqing listened to YeXuan's words, focusing her gaze on him and scrutinizing him carefully. The first impression YeXuan's words gave her was that he was too arrogant. Who on the entire continent would dare to say they didn't regard the Star Luo Empire? So far, she had only seen YeXuan daring to say such things. Although she found YeXuan very arrogant, she did not voice it. After all, they had saved her, and it felt inappropriate to say such things. Zhu Zhuqing stood there, thinking for a moment, and said, "If you go to the Star Luo Empire, it's better to be careful. After all, Davis is the crown prince of the Star Luo Empire." "Got it. Just one Davis. No need to worry." YeXuan waved his hand dismissively, and after packing his things, he walked directly towards the carriage with Qing Sheng. Seeing this, Zhu Zhuqing stood in place and said nothing further. After YeXuan and Qing Sheng boarded the carriage, Wu Changkong looked at Zhu Zhuqing and asked, "Are you also going back to the Star Luo Empire? If so, you can come with us. It might not be safe for you to go back alone, and our master wouldn't mind giving you a ride." Zhu Zhuqing shook her head gently and replied, "I'm not going back to the Star Luo Empire, so there's no need to trouble you." If she returned to the Star Luo Empire with them, it could bring unnecessary trouble to them, and she really didn't need to go back. "Then I wish you good luck." Wu Changkong said this as he watched Zhu Zhuqing's departing figure before turning his gaze back. With the sound of neighing from the horses, the carriage sped forward at a fast pace. Although the carriage was moving quickly, the people inside felt no bumps at all. In the carriage, YeXuan looked at the somewhat tired Qian Renshua, reached out to hold her in his arms, and said softly, "Shuer, do you want to rest for a while? We probably won't be able to enter the Star Luo Empire until late. If we look for a hotel to rest, who knows when we will arrive?" After all, once they entered the Star Luo Empire, they still needed to head to nearby towns to find a hotel for a good rest. "All right, I'll rest for a while. After we find a hotel, we can have a good rest," Qian Renshua replied and leaned against YeXuan, preparing to rest for a bit. YeXuan then reached into his soul guide and took out a blanket, covering Qian Renshua to prevent her from catching a cold. Qing Sheng, watching YeXuan with some curiosity about his soul guide, asked, "Brother, what else do you have in your soul guide? In the past month, he had seen YeXuan take out various items from his soul guide, including weapons for self-defense, pots, bowls, and even tents and sleeping bags for resting outdoors, as well as a chessboard and pieces to pass the time. So he was very curious about what else YeXuan's soul guide contained. Schwerer, and I have trained in the extreme north for nearly 4 years, so I basically have all the daily necessities in my soul guide. YeXuan glanced at Qing Sheng, his tone sounding somewhat casual. The items in his soul guide were replenished regularly, so whether traveling or training, he wouldn't lack anything. Do you usually carry so many things with you? Qing Sheng's eyelids twitched a couple of times, although he didn't know what YeXuan referred to as daily necessities. It certainly wouldn't be few. YeXuan smiled and said, usually I just keep them in the soul guide. It's not troublesome, just being prepared for emergencies. You never know when they might come in handy. Chapter 173. You still can't do it in the deep night. YeXuan and the other's carriage entered a border city of the Daoliu Empire and slowly stopped in front of a hotel in the city. YeXuan looked at Qian Renshua, who was sleeping against him, reached into his soul guide, took out a gold soul card, and handed it to Bai Fengyu in front of him, softly saying, you go to the hotel and book the 4 most luxurious rooms. Once you have done that, come out and let us know. Okay, young master, Bai Fengyu replied, took the gold soul card, and walked down the carriage directly towards the hotel. Seeing the hotel, Qing Sheng stretched and said with a slight smile, finally, we can have a good rest. This carriage ride is really tiring. While speaking, Qing Sheng gently pushed Inger, waking her from her sleep. After being awakened, Inger rubbed her eyes and asked sleepily, Sheng, what's wrong? Have we found a place to rest? We found one that looks quite decent, but this is a border city of the Daoliu Empire. Having such a hotel is already quite good. At least resting in the hotel will be much more comfortable than in the carriage, Qing Sheng said, looking through the wooden window of the carriage at the hotel outside. The hotel's decoration was not very luxurious. On the contrary, it appeared somewhat simple. However, in a border city of the Daoliu Empire, having such a hotel was already quite good. After all, this border city was not prosperous and was probably similar to Notting City within the Heaven-Do Empire, belonging to a relatively remote small town. Oh, then let's settle here for a good rest before continuing on our journey. Inge yawned and, after waking a bit, turned her gaze towards the hotel. I've already sent Bai Fengyu to book a room to see if there are any available rooms in the hotel. If not, we'll have to spend the night in the carriage. YeXuan smiled. If the hotel really didn't have any available rooms, they would have to continue on their journey and rest in the carriage instead. Don't. It's impossible to rest well in the carriage, and it's very tiring. We need to find a hotel to have a good rest and adjust our state. Qing Sheng immediately shook his head upon hearing this. After spending a month in the carriage, he felt not only physically tired, but also somewhat mentally fatigued. Moreover, with the hotel so close, he didn't want to spend another night in the carriage. Then we can only see how our luck is. If there are rooms, we can naturally rest well in the hotel. If luck is bad, then we can only spend a night in the carriage. YeXuan said lightly with a hint of a smile. If there were really no rooms, he had no way to force others to build 2 more rooms. Moments later, Bai Fengyu returned quickly with YeXuan's gold soul card. After handing the card to YeXuan through the wooden window of the carriage, she said, young master, I've booked the rooms. We can go in and rest now. Then let's go in and rest. Once we've rested and adjusted our state, we can head to the White Tiger sect, YeXuan said while gently putting away the blanket from Qian Renshua into his soul guide. Qing Sheng and Inger, upon hearing Bai Fengyu's voice, couldn't wait to get out of the carriage and hurried towards the hotel. YeXuan watched their reactions and just smiled. He then picked up Qian Renshua and walked directly out of the carriage towards the hotel. Perhaps due to his larger movements, he woke the sleeping Qian Renshua. In her dazed state, Qian Renshua opened her eyes and, seeing YeXuan carrying her, reached out her arms to wrap around him and then closed her eyes again to continue sleeping. YeXuan looked at Qian Renshua in his arms with affection and secretly activated the movement secret technique, stepping out to appear directly in front of Qing Sheng and Inger. Following the staff's guidance, he walked straight up to the 2nd floor of the hotel, reached his room, opened the door, and walked directly inside. Qing Sheng, seeing YeXuan vanish in the blink of an eye, couldn't help but exclaim, wow, is having a body technique that impressive? Showing off right in front of me. As Wu Changkong's body was enveloped in sky blue soul power, a somewhat aloof voice came from him as he passed by Qing Sheng. Not only is having a body technique impressive, but having soul power is equally impressive. Just as his words fell, Wu Changkong's figure also disappeared from sight. Bai Fengyu approached Qing Sheng and said, I'm going back to my room now. Your room is the last one on the 2nd floor. Also, although I booked the most luxurious rooms in the hotel, The last room is still slightly inferior to the others. Do you think your speed is faster than mine? Qing Sheng shot a sideways glance at Bai Fangyu. Although he couldn't match YeXuan in body technique or Wu Changkong in soul power, he was certainly superior to Bai Fangyu in both aspects. So how could he be slower? I can't use body techniques, and my soul power level is lower than yours. But I can traverse space, Bai Fangyu smiled, releasing her martial soul. The dark demon, evil god tiger, as a yellow 100-year soul ring flickered beneath her feet. She took a step and directly entered the space. Walking through space. Do you think you're my brother, YeXuan? Qing Sheng chuckled lightly, extending his hand to pick up air, and with a burst of blue soul power, they quickly headed to the second floor. When Bai Fangyu stepped out of the space, she was surprised to find that Qing Sheng and Ing Er had already appeared in front of the room she had chosen, looking at her with disdainful eyes. It seems your ability to use space isn't that great after all. You should practice for another 2 years before competing with me, Qing Sheng said, leading Ing Er directly into the room, leaving Bai Fangyu standing there in a daze. After a while, Bai Fangyu pouted but said nothing more, instead heading straight to the last room. In YeXuan's room, he placed Qian Rinxue on the bed, tucked her in, and then turned off the lights. Lying on the soft and comfortable bed, he gently held Qian Rinxue and closed his eyes, preparing to rest and adjust his state. Chapter 174, Heading to the White Tiger Sect. The next day at noon, YeXuan and Qian Rinxue, with somewhat messy hair, got up from the bed. Qian Rinxue looked at YeXuan lying beside her and said, Xiao Qian, I'm a bit hungry. Can you prepare something for me? I'll go take a shower first. Go ahead. I'll prepare something for you, YeXuan replied with a faint smile, reaching for his clothes to get dressed. Qian Rinxue then got up, took her clothes, and headed straight for the bathroom. After getting dressed, YeXuan walked directly out of his room. As soon as he stepped into the corridor, he stood calmly, looking at the other rooms, deep in thought. Last night, since he and Qian Rinxue were the first to enter the room to rest, he didn't know who was staying in the other 3 rooms. Now, YeXuan was looking for Bai Fangyu. After all, Bai Fangyu was Qian Rinxue's maid, so it was only right to have her buy some dishes. YeXuan released his mental energy and began to probe the rooms. In just a moment, he found Bai Fangyu's room and walked straight to her door, knocking on it. With a creak, Bai Fangyu sleepily opened the door and looked at the disheveled YeXuan, asking, Young master, do you need something? YeXuan took out his gold soul card and waved it in front of her, saying, It's already noon. Take my gold soul card and go buy some food in the city. Also, ask the others what they want to eat and buy together. After lunch, we will head to the White Tiger Sect. Upon hearing White Tiger Sect, Bai Fangyu immediately perked up, taking the gold soul card from YeXuan with excitement as she said, All right, young master, I'll go right away. Remember to be quick. Don't keep us waiting too long, YeXuan reminded her before heading back to his room. Bai Fangyu closed the door and quickly washed up. After she was done, she left her room to ask the others what they wanted to eat. As she stepped out of her room, she glanced towards the White Tiger Sect and smiled to herself, saying, White Tiger Sect, I'm finally going back. This time, I will prove to everyone that I am not the disgrace of the White Tiger Sect. In his room, YeXuan was sitting cross-legged on the bed, meditating and cultivating his soul power. He was just a step away from the bottleneck of level 53. As long as he accumulated some more soul power, he could reach level 53. However, due to the purity of his soul power, the accumulation was very slow. If he hadn't cultivated day and night for almost a month on the carriage, raising his soul power to level 53 would have taken him much longer. About half an hour later, the sound of water stopped in the bathroom. Qian Rinxue put on her clothes and walked out, towel drying her wet hair. Seeing YeXuan sitting on the bed meditating, she looked around and asked, Xiao Qian, where's my food? Hearing her voice, YeXuan opened his eyes, lying back on the bed as he replied, I've already sent your maid, Bai Fangyu, to buy it in the city. Given the time, she should be back soon. Oh, then let us wait a bit. After we eat, we'll head to the White Tiger Sect, Qian Rinxue said, sitting on the bed and continuing to dry her hair with the towel. The White Tiger Sect, isn't going anywhere. It will eventually be ours. So there's no rush. YeXuan smiled, took the towel from Qian Rinxue, dried her hair, and then began to blow dry it. I know it will eventually be ours. But if we handle the White Tiger Sect business sooner, we can head to the city of slaughter earlier, right? Qian Rinxue blinked, her voice carrying a hint of amusement. No need to rush. Take it slow. We'll be in the city of slaughter for a long time. Besides, everything that belongs to us 1T escape. It will eventually be ours. YeXuan's voice was somewhat meaningful. True, it will eventually be ours, Qian Rinxue said, her face breaking into a stunning smile. Soon, Qian Rinxue's hair was completely dried. After gently stroking her silky hair, YeXuan headed towards the bathroom to wash up and prepare to go to the White Tiger sect. Qian Renxue, feeling a bit hungry, waited in the room, feeling bored. Before long, there was a knock on the door. Qian Renxue got up to open it and saw Bai Fengyu standing at the door with takeout dishes. "Miss, here are the dishes prepared for you. And also your young master's gold soul card," Bai Fengyu said, handing over the dishes and the card. "I understand. Go back to your room and get ready. We will head to the White Tiger sect soon," Qian Renxue said, taking the dishes and the gold soul card, putting the card away and walking back into her room. "Okay, miss, I'm all ready. We can go to the White Tiger sect anytime," Bai Fengyu replied excitedly. "Just go back for now. I'll call you when we're ready to leave." Qian Renxue waved her hand dismissively, signaling Bai Fengyu to leave. "Yes, miss," Bai Fengyu responded, closing the door behind her and excitedly walking back to her room. Qian Renxue placed the dishes on the table, took a pair of chopsticks, and began to taste the food. The dishes were quite average, not particularly delicious, but they were enough to fill her stomach. After a while, YeXuan emerged from the bathroom and looked at the dishes on the table and Qian Renxue, who was somewhat bored on the bed. He smiled and asked, "Shui'er, have you eaten enough?" I saved some for you. Hurry up and eat. After we finish, we'll head to the White Tiger sect," Qian Renxue nodded. Looking at YeXuan, YeXuan quickly finished the food in front of him and then left the room with Qian Renxue to call the others out. Looking at the excited Bai Fengyu, YeXuan asked, "You know the exact location of the White Tiger sect, right?" We walked through the space rift to the White Tiger sect. Chapter 175, Believing in the White Tiger. Bai Fengyu became exceptionally excited upon hearing YeXuan's voice and immediately asked, "The specific location of the White Tiger sect is 30 miles east of Xinglua City. Once we reach there, we will be able to see the White Tiger sect." 30 miles east of Xinglua City? Then let's head to the White Tiger sect now. YeXuan reached out and took Qian Renxue's delicate hand. A purple-black glow flickered on his left leg, and a space rift appeared before them. The six of them, YeXuan, Qian Renxue, Wu Changkong, Qing Sheng, Ying Er, and Bai Fengyu, each stepped into the space rift. When they emerged from the rift, they found themselves in a beautiful and serene valley. In front of them stood a grand and majestic sect with the words White Tiger Sect written above the entrance. On either side of the sect gate were two imposing stone tigers, giving off a powerful aura. YeXuan looked at the White Tiger sect ahead and let out a soft breath. The distance from the border city to the White Tiger sect was still too far. Opening the space rift had nearly exhausted his soul power. Bai Fengyu gazed at the White Tiger sect with a somewhat rapid breath, clearly excited. After a moment, she spoke. "Young master, miss, let's hurry inside. The scenery inside the White Tiger sect is no less beautiful than that of the back hall of the Starfall Palace." "Then let's go in." YeXuan took Qian Renxue's hand and walked directly toward the White Tiger sect. The others followed behind them toward the sect. When they arrived at the entrance of the White Tiger sect, YeXuan directly knocked on the door. With a creak, the heavy door of the White Tiger sect was opened from the inside. Two disciples dressed in White Tiger sect attire stepped out. The disciples glanced at the group before fixing their gaze on Bai Fengyu. One of them showed a look of surprise and immediately said, "Third miss, you actually came back. Hurry in, don't let the elders see you." "What third miss? She's just an illegitimate daughter, and she's the shame of our White Tiger sect. She has already been expelled and has no right to enter the sect. She's nothing but a useless pet," the other disciple said with disdain and disgust. Upon hearing the disciples' words, Bai Fengyu clenched her fists tightly. But a smile appeared on her face as she looked at the disciple who called her third miss and said, "Bai Heng, I'm back. Today, I will return to the White Tiger sect openly and don't need to hide." Bai Heng, upon hearing Bai Fengyu's words, appeared stunned, staring blankly at her. He felt that Bai Fengyu seemed somewhat different now. When she was expelled from the sect, he remembered her ears were pure white, but now they had turned black, and it seemed like she was missing a tail. However, before he could speak, the other disciple, standing beside him, immediately mocked, "Returning to the sect openly? Do you still think of yourself as that illegitimate daughter, the third miss? Wake up to reality. Our White Tiger sect only worships the White Tiger, and you are nothing but a disgrace to the sect. You should find a place to be someone's pet. Our White Tiger sect does not need a flower vase like you, nor will we allow you, this disgrace, to return." Bai Fengyu listened to his words without saying anything, but her hands were tightly clenched, even digging her nails into her palms without realizing it, as crimson blood dripped from her fingers onto the ground. Qian Renxue glanced at Bai Fengyu, then turned her attention to the disciple, raising her hand and slapping him without hesitation. Slap! A crisp sound echoed in the air, leaving a clear handprint on the disciple's face. "When did my people become subject to your orders?" Qian Renxue's gaze was icy as she looked at the disciple. The disciple stared in disbelief at the group before him, unable to comprehend that someone dared to hit him in front of the White Tiger sect. You dare to hit me in front of the White Tiger sect? Do you think our sect is easy to bully? He exclaimed, pointing at them in disbelief. YeXuan smirked coldly at his words, kicking the disciple, and said, You got hit. What will you do about it? If you dare to point fingers again, do you believe I would kill you? The disciple hadn't even reacted when he felt a sharp pain shoot through his body as he was sent flying back, crashing into the door of the White Tiger sect with a dull thud. Bai Hong quickly reacted, rushing over to help the disciple up, and asked Bai Han, Are you okay? They might be friends of the third miss. You shouldn't take it to heart. Let me take the third miss to see the sect master, and then I'll have them leave immediately. How did that sound? Bai Han, enduring the pain, pushed Bai Hong away and glared at YeXuan and the others, angrily saying, Bai Hong, let me tell you, she is just an illegitimate daughter and a disgrace to our White Tiger sect, not some third miss. Furthermore, I have never suffered such humiliation in my life. You want to take this disgrace to meet the sect? I'll go ask the sect master and the elders to come out now. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Han staggered and headed into the White Tiger sect. Bai Hong quickly reached out to stop him, saying, Bai Han, the third miss might just want to see the sect master and is back to pay a visit. Besides, what you said earlier was indeed a bit harsh. They're friends of the third miss and want to help her vent her frustrations, which is understandable. Get lost. Bai Hong, if you dare to stop me again, I'll have you kicked out of the White Tiger sect too. Bai Han pushed Bai Hong aside and continued into the sect. Bai Heng's expression stiffened for a moment, and he stood frozen in place, not daring to stop Bai Han again. It seemed Bai Han had a significant status within the White Tiger sect. Let's see what tricks he can pull in the White Tiger sect. YeXuan chuckled lightly, not caring about Bai Han's departure, and directly pulled Qian Rushu inside. Bai Hong, wanting to intervene, suddenly heard Bai Fangyu's voice softly say, Bai Hong, don't worry about it. Just pretend you didn't TC anything. No matter what happens in the White Tiger sect later, you must act as if you didn't TC it. Chapter 176. The guest overpowers the host. Bai Hong watched their retreating figures, reaching out as if wanting to say something, but in the end, he held back his words. YeXuan and the others walked through the White Tiger sect, observing the pavilions and towers around them as if they were strolling through their own backyard, their faces relaxed. Following the directions, they made their way directly to the main hall of the White Tiger sect, with countless sect disciples trailing behind them. These disciples all recognized Bai Fangyu, so they were very curious about what she was doing bringing outsiders back to the White Tiger sect. However, among these disciples, 90% viewed Bai Fangyu as the disgrace of the sect. Upon entering the main hall of the White Tiger sect, YeXuan casually picked up Qian Rushu and sat her directly in the main seat of the hall. Wu Changkong and Bai Fangyu stood quietly behind YeXuan and Qian Rushu. Qing Sheng watched their actions and pulled in air to sit in a secondary position in the hall. After all, he and YeXuan were considered brothers, so there was no need for him to stand behind them like subordinates. The disciples of the White Tiger sect were immediately stirred up by their actions, and a cacophony of noise erupted in the hall. Who are you to dare sit in our sect master's position? Are you trying to overshadow the host? Get up quickly, or when the sect master arrives, you won't even know how you died. They speculated that they were friends of that illegitimate daughter, and they were being so arrogant in the White Tiger sect, clearly not wanting to live. Are you stupid? Can't you see that the illegitimate daughter is standing behind them? It's obvious that they are the hosts. Can't you tell? No matter who their host is, daring to disrespect our White Tiger sect means they won't be able to leave today. In the hall, YeXuan listened to their noisy voices and merely chuckled lightly, showing no intention to pay them any mind. After all, the entire White Tiger sect was almost theirs. Why bother with such meaningless words? YeXuan closed his eyes to rest and recover his soul power. The earlier spatial rift had nearly exhausted it, and he needed to recuperate. Qian Rushu sat on YeXuan's lap, glancing towards Bai Fangyu behind them, and said calmly, You are my maid. Whatever happens, I will help you resolve it. So do as you wish. Being overly weak will only lead to more bullying and humiliation. If you want to return to the White Tiger sect with your own abilities, you must be strong. Of course, I can also help you return to the White Tiger sect. It all depends on your choice. Regardless, you will return to the White Tiger sect. Qian Rinshue's gaze carried a hint of indifference. No matter how Bai Fangyu chose, she would ensure Bai Fangyu returned to the White Tiger sect, just through different methods. One was for Bai Fangyu to rely on her own abilities to return, and the other was for her to forcibly help Bai Fangyu return. Miss, please rest assured, I will definitely rely on my abilities to return to the White Tiger sect. I will prove that I am not the disgrace of the White Tiger sect. Bai Fangyu's voice was exceptionally firm. I respect your choice. I won't help unless absolutely necessary. Qian Rinxue smiled and withdrew her gaze from Bai Fangyu. After a while, amidst the noisy crowd, a dignified voice rang out. What are you all shouting about? Disperse. Why are you all gathered in the hall? As the authoritative voice sounded, the noisy chatter instantly vanished, and the disciples of the White Tiger sect made way. YeXuan, who had been resting with his eyes closed, also opened them and looked towards the entrance. There were 6 people entering, led by an extraordinary-looking middle-aged man, followed by 4 elders. Bai Han, who had just been beaten, was also following one of the elders. YeXuan and the middle-aged man exchanged silent glances, and the hall became quiet as no one spoke. Bai Han glared at YeXuan and Qian Rinxue with rage, but he was stopped by the elder beside him before he could say anything. Bai Fangyu's gaze also lingered on the middle-aged man, muttering, Father, I'm back and I'm stronger now. I'm no longer a disgrace to the sect. I will prove it to you. After a long moment, the elder beside Bai Han spoke up. May I ask which major sect you disciples belong to be so rude as to intrude into our White Tiger sect, unprovoked, and assault my grandson, now sitting in the main seat as if you own the place? Do you really think our White Tiger sect is easy to bully? The elder's gaze towards YeXuan and Qian Rinxue was cautious, as their extraordinary appearances and luxurious attire, along with the aura they exuded, were not something ordinary families could cultivate. Moreover, he had attempted to use spiritual power to probe their soul power but could not discern their level. Hearing the elder's voice, YeXuan withdrew his gaze from the middle-aged man, chuckled softly, and said, I am not a disciple of any major sect, nor do I have any background. I have merely established a fairly decent force and wish for your White Tiger sect to join us. I wonder what you think. You don't seem to be here to invite us to join. Moreover, you show no sincerity at all. The middle-aged man clasped his hands behind his back, his gaze fixed on YeXuan, his voice gentle. I know. I didn't expect you to join anyway. YeXuan smiled lightly, pointing to Bai Fangyu behind him, saying, This third Mr. White Tiger sect is also my wife's maid. Our purpose today is merely to bring her back to the White Tiger sect. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man looked at Bai Fangyu, who was standing, and a complex expression appeared in his eyes, leaving him speechless for a long time. Finally, he spoke. She is my daughter. Since you have brought her back, I, Bai Jian, am very grateful. However, it is absolutely unacceptable for my daughter to serve as your maid. Given that you return my daughter, I will not pursue your offensive actions this time. You may leave the White Tiger sect now. Chapter 177. Prioritizing the big picture, YeXuan laughed lightly in response, and the laughter was unrestrained. Everyone in the room heard it clearly. Your daughter? This is my wife's maid, bought back with gold soul coins from the Tiando auction house. Where were you when she was captured? What were you doing while she was locked in a cage and sold as a pet? You can imagine how much suffering your daughter endured after being captured. And you, as her father, where were you? What were you doing? As YeXuan spoke, he placed his feet on a nearby table, his tone exceptionally calm, showing no intention of leaving. Upon hearing YeXuan's words, Bai Jian's gaze fell on Bai Fangyu, remaining silent, but his hands behind his back gradually tightened. Bai Fangyu lowered her head, avoiding her father's gaze. The elder beside Bai Han suddenly spoke. Sect Master, she has been expelled from the White Tiger sect and is no longer one of us. Letting her serve others as a maid or a pet is not bad. After all, this is her own fate, and it has nothing to do with our White Tiger sect. As the sect master, you need to prioritize the bigger picture. When Bai Jian heard the elder's words, a fleeting coldness appeared in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure, and the hands that had been tightening gradually relaxed. The elder then turned his gaze to YeXuan and Qian Rinxue, saying, Given your blatant disrespect towards our White Tiger sect, it is absolutely impossible for us to let you leave so easily. I see that you are not very old. You should state your family elders' names. Who knows? I might recognize them, and for their sake, I might spare you this time. The names of my elders are not something you can know, and you don't have to consider their faces because I never thought about leaving the White Tiger sect. YeXuan cast a disdainful glance at the old man, completely ignoring his words. Grandpa, look at how arrogant they are. They clearly don't take our White Tiger sect seriously. Moreover, they attack me right in front of our sect. You can't let them leave easily. And those 2 women must stay in our White Tiger sect. Bai Han pointed at YeXuan and Qian Rinxue, his gaze also darting towards Qing Sheng and Inger, who were sitting nearby, watching the commotion. You are truly too arrogant. Even if you are disciples of the top 3 sects, you should stay in our White Tiger sect and give us an explanation. The old man's face darkened. Although he was unsure of their true identities, they had attacked someone in the White Tiger sect and disrespected it. They had the upper hand in this situation, So it was reasonable to keep them at the White Tiger sect and investigate their identities slowly. If they really had an identity that they could not provoke, they could just let them go afterward. Thinking of this, the old man exuded a powerful aura, and behind him, a white tiger with black stripes rose on its hind legs, gradually flashing 8 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black. Upon hearing Bai Han's words, both YeXuan and Qingsheng's eyes turned cold. Wu Changkong, who stood behind YeXuan, also released his martial soul upon seeing the old man do so. An aura that far surpassed the old man's rose from Wu Changkong, and his martial soul, the heavenly frost sword, appeared in his hand, continuously flashing 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black. Wu Changkong's gaze was fixed on the old man. He would strike directly if the old man made any move. I remember telling you at the entrance that if you dared to point fingers recklessly, I would kill you. But now it seems you don't believe that. YeXuan's cold gaze was fixed on Bai Han. Upon seeing YeXuan's gaze, Bai Han felt his body stiffen and looked towards his grandfather for help, hoping he could shoulder everything as usual. However, the old man stood in place, not daring to move, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. The pressure from Wu Changkong was too strong. He felt he couldn't withstand even one of his moves. He never expected that behind these two stood a titled Daoluo. This is called having no background. A person with no background has a titled Daoluo standing behind them. The old man couldn't help but curse inwardly, while also feeling relieved that he had only released his martial soul and hadn't acted rashly. Otherwise, judging by their attitude, today's matter would likely not end well. When Bai Jian saw the 9 soul rings flashing on Wu Changkong, a glint appeared in his eyes. He immediately stepped forward and, in everyone's incredulous gaze, sat down at the spot where Qingsheng had just been. Picking up the tea beside him, he said, "Elder, you really are risking everything to uphold the dignity of our sect. Bai Jian, admire that greatly. But as the sect master, I must prioritize the overall situation. Please understand, Elder." As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Jian took a sip of his tea, seemingly ignoring the events unfolding before him. "Weren't you just saying that I should prioritize the overall situation and not worry about my daughter? Well, now I am prioritizing the overall situation. It's not worth it for our White Tiger sect to clash with a titled Daluo over you, Elder. Moreover, these two have a titled Daluo behind them. Who knows if there are any other titled Daluos in their backing? So from the perspective of the overall situation, it really isn't worth it." Qian Rinchue's gaze fell on the calm Bai Jian, and from his earlier reaction, she could tell that there seemed to be discord between Bai Jian and the elder. And once Bai Jian spoke those words, she could confirm that the discord between Bai Jian and the elder was more than just disagreement. It was a sharp conflict. Perhaps it was because Bai Jian's strength was not as great as that of the elder, which was why he had been enduring all this time. YeXuan's cold gaze remained on Bai Han as he spoke in his mind to the evil Saint King. The people of the White Tiger sect should have your bloodline, right? After all, the martial souls are the same. It should be possible to use their bloodline to transform my evil eye. In his sea of consciousness, the evil Saint King responded immediately upon hearing YeXuan's voice. The White Tiger sect also has my bloodline, but it is not as pure as that of the Xing Luo royal family. Using their bloodline to transform the evil eye is completely fine. In the future, using the bloodline of the Xing Luo royal family to strengthen the evil, I will have the same effect. Chapter 178. Do you dare to move? After hearing the evil Saint King's voice, YeXuan prepared to put down Qian Rinchua and obtain Bai Han's bloodline to transform his evil eye. Upon seeing YeXuan's actions, Qingsheng chuckled coldly and said, "Brother, sit for a moment. Let me handle this. Don't kill him. Leave him alive. I still have use for him." When YeXuan heard Qingsheng's words, he was about to put Qian Rinchua down, but then held her back. This made Qian Rinchua unable to help but roll her eyes at him. Qingsheng then stood up directly and walked straight to Bai Han, his eyes shining with a cold light, as frigid as the ice of the 9 heavens. "My grandfather is here. Don't act recklessly. Also, this is the White Tiger sect. Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Bai Han looked at the icy expression in Qingsheng's eyes, and a feeling of fear gradually spread from his heart. However, he still released his White Tiger martial soul, and 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, appeared beneath his feet. "Your grandfather is an 8-ring soul Daoluo. I am indeed no match for him, but why don't you ask him if he dares to move now?" Qingsheng took a step forward, and his azure dragon martial soul rose behind him, with 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, flashing beneath his feet. Moreover, his azure dragon martial soul seemed to have gained some spirit, unlike before when it seemed lifeless. At the moment the toxin in Inger was dissipated, his mental state had already recovered significantly, even though it wasn't completely restored. However, regular cultivation could still be done, albeit at a slower pace. It was precisely because his mental state had recovered significantly that his Azure Dragon martial soul also carried some spirit. The suppression brought by the quality of the martial soul directly affected by Han, making him feel as if his martial soul was trembling and he couldn't muster any fighting spirit. The other 3 elders, witnessing this, looked shocked. Although the suppression from quality affected by Han, they stood close to him and could faintly feel the presence of the pressure. The White Tiger martial soul is recognized as a top martial soul on the continent. Although it is not as strong as the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial soul, it can still stand toe-to-toe with it. However, now they felt a faint suppression from a dragon martial soul they had never seen before, which left them feeling bewildered. Despite their bewilderment, their reactions were not slow. They all released their martial souls. The 2 8-ring soul Daoliuos and 1 7-ring soul Saint exuded their auras, attempting to use their numerical advantage to match Wuchang Kong. One person spoke up, "Your Majesty, although our White Tiger clan does not have a titled Daluo level powerhouse, we are not to be bullied. What happened today? We could take a step back and apologize to you. How about that? After all, our White Tiger clan only worships the White Tiger and has no intention of making enemies with anyone." Wuchang Kong listened to his words and showed no intention of responding. The aura of a 98th level Super Daluo was fully released from his body, directly pressing back the aura that the 3 had released. If it was a 91st or 93rd level title Daluo, they might have been able to rely on their numerical advantage to reach a point of equal standing. However, Wuchang Kong was a 98th level Super Daluo, not merely a title Daluo, so their thoughts could not succeed at all. It is important to know that once soul masters reach level 95, every level up requires not just simple soul power accumulation, but also personal comprehension. If one's soul power accumulation is sufficient, but understanding is lacking, it is impossible to elevate one's soul power to level 96. Because of the increased difficulty after level 95, it is generally unlikely to see battles across levels. The gap between each level after 95 is enormous. Of course, there are exceptions, such as when the quality of the martial soul far exceeds that of the opponent, or possessing a 100,000 Year Soul Ring, or special techniques like Tang Hao's Explosive Ring, etc. Otherwise, cross-level battles are basically impossible. I also have no intention of being enemies with the White Tiger clan. I only want Baihan. If you want to protect Baihan and insist on being my enemy, then there is nothing I can do. YeXuan glanced at them, showing no concern for their words. This young master, where there is a way, there's a way to let go. We have not offended you. So why be so aggressive? Why not let us minimize the situation? I can personally apologize on behalf of my grandson. How does that sound? The Grand Elder faced Wuchang Kong's imposing aura, his voice heavy. The expressions of the other elders were also not good. They were certain now that Wuchang Kong was definitely not a title Daluo, but a Super Daluo above level 95. Otherwise, the pressure of his aura could not be so strong. Have not offended me? Just now, Baihan clearly said he wouldn't let us leave the White Tiger clan and wanted to keep my wife here. Is that not an offense? YeXuan's voice was cold as ice. As for the apology, I regret to inform you that I do not accept it. If you want to accompany your grandson down to reunite, I wouldn't mind fulfilling your wish. The Grand Elder's gaze shifted from Wuchang Kong to YeXuan. YeXuan looked at the Grand Elder with an expression of disdain, remaining silent. Now, actions speak louder than words. You say that was a jest. Isn't that ridiculous? If their strength today had not been strong, and Wuchang Kong was not present, would Baihan's words have been a jest? Qing Sheng approached Baihan, and, after glancing at the 4 elders who were being suppressed, directly attacked Baihan. Baihan clenched his fist, just about to resist. However, Qing Sheng's soul power was already higher than Baihan's, and with the suppression of martial soul quality, Baihan, with only the strength of a 3-ring soul master, could not resist. After grabbing Baihan's attacking fist, Qing Sheng ruthlessly punched him in the abdomen. The intense pain forced Baihan to cover his abdomen with his hands, bending his body like a shrimp, his eyes bulging out in agony. Sounds of painful groans escaped from Baihan's mouth, and his expression twisted, showing great distress. Chapter 179. The Transformation of the Evil. Seeing this, the Grand Elder wanted to intervene and stop Qing Sheng, but as soon as he moved, Wuchang Kong swung the Heavenly Frost Sword in his hand, unleashing a sword energy condensed from soul power, which shot straight toward the Grand Elder. However, the sword energy did not harm the Grand Elder. It merely grazed his neck as it passed, leaving a deep scar on the ground, and a few drops of blood trickled from the Grand Elder's neck. Cold sweat appeared on the Grand Elder's forehead as his body froze in place, not daring to move. How could the attack of a super Douluo miss? It was clearly intentional, meant to prevent him from moving. Otherwise, whether the next sword would miss was uncertain. Qing Sheng also ignored the Grand Elder, his attacks raining down on Bai Han like a storm, causing continuous screams to erupt from Bai Han's mouth. However, Qing Sheng, remembering YeXuan's words when Bai Han was on the verge of death, reached out and grabbed Bai Han's neck, dragging him before YeXuan and releasing him. Throwing Bai Han onto the ground, YeXuan looked at Bai Han on the ground and asked the evil I-Saint King in his sea of consciousness, "What must I do to have you use his bloodline to transform the evil eye for me?" Simple. Their bloodlines all originate from me. As long as you release your martial soul and make contact with him, I will have a way to extract my bloodline. However, due to the presence of a large number of impurities in the bloodline, a significant portion will be eliminated, leaving only a small part of the purest essence to strengthen your evil eye. The calm voice of the evil I-Saint King echoed in YeXuan's mind. Upon hearing this, YeXuan immediately released Qian Rinxue from his embrace. Qian Rinxue looked at YeXuan with curiosity, wanting to know what use keeping Bai Han had. YeXuan rose from his seat, releasing his white tiger martial soul. An overwhelming pressure, far exceeding that of Qing Sheng, directly affected everyone from the White Tiger clan. The 5 soul rings of purple, gold, and black flickered on his body. All the martial souls of the White Tiger clan were tiger type, so they felt absolute suppression from YeXuan's martial soul. This suppression came not only from the quality of the martial soul, but also from the bloodline. Whether it was by Qian, who was quietly sipping tea on the side, or the 4 elders being suppressed by Wu Chongkong, they could clearly feel their martial souls trembling, as if they were in fear, completely unable to muster any fighting spirit, which stirred up great waves in their hearts. Especially the 4 elders, whose strength was already far inferior to Wu Chongkong's. Now, with their martial souls suppressed and unable to rise, resisting Wu Chongkong's soul power suppression became even more difficult. The 4 elders, who had originally stood straight, gradually began to slump down, beads of sweat falling from their heads. YeXuan looked at Bai Han on the ground, reached out his hand, grabbed his neck, and lifted Bai Han up. The moment YeXuan activated his martial soul, the evil I-Saint King sensed the external situation. The 3 eyes of the evil I-Saint King shone brightly with red, blue, and gold. YeXuan's 3rd soul ring also began to flicker rapidly, shooting out red, blue, and gold lights that wrapped around Bai Han's body. Sounds of painful screams came from Bai Han's mouth as his white tiger martial soul manifested behind him, and the 3 soul rings on him began to shatter gradually. After the 3 soul rings shattered, the white tiger martial soul behind Bai Han also began to flicker. As the red, blue, and gold lights left Bai Han's body, the martial soul behind him gradually dissipated like flowers in a mirror or the moon in water. At this moment, Bai Han fainted due to the pain of having his bloodline stripped away. YeXuan released his grip, and Bai Han's body fell to the ground. YeXuan ignored Bai Han and focused his gaze on the red, blue, and gold lights. In the midst of these colors, a mass of bright red blood was being continuously stripped away. The stripped blood fell straight to the ground, but before it could land, a bead emerged from YeXuan's body, absorbing the blood. YeXuan watched the scene in front of him in confusion. This bead was the inner core of the dark demon evil soul tiger, and what puzzled him was that it absorbed blood. Although he was somewhat perplexed, he had no intention of withdrawing the inner core. He was curious about what changes would occur after the inner core absorbed the blood. As time passed, the blood in the light was stripped down to just 2 drops of golden blood, which shot towards YeXuan's eyes. After absorbing the stripped blood, the inner core of the dark demon evil soul tiger quietly hovered in front of YeXuan, remaining unchanged as before. Just as the 2 drops of golden blood merged into YeXuan's eyes, 2 purple-black beams shot out from the inner core, directly entering YeXuan's eyes. After firing the beams, the inner core flew into YeXuan's right arm, forming a strange purple pattern. The evil I-Saint King was caught off guard by this sudden situation. He had no idea what the 2 beams from the inner core were or what effects they had. However, he was currently in the process of modifying YeXuan's evil eye and could not stop, as the consequences would be severe. Therefore, the evil I-Saint King could only grit his teeth and continue with the modification. Meanwhile, he hoped that nothing unpredictable would happen during the process. Otherwise, he would definitely have a hard time in the future. After the 2 purple-black beams entered his eyes, YeXuan involuntarily closed them, and his body began to sway. Seeing this, Qian Rinxue quickly reached out to support him, helping him sit down in the main seat. Qian Rushua leaned close to YeXuan's ear and softly asked, Xiao Qian, what are you doing? Or is something happening? Swear, it seems the next matter will need you to handle it. I'm modifying the evil eye and can't intervene for now, YeXuan replied in a very low voice, barely audible to just him and Qian Rushua. Okay, no problem. You focus on modifying the evil eye, and I'll take care of the other matters, Qian Rushua responded and sat down beside YeXuan. Chapter 180. The arena of 100 battles. After hearing Qian Rushua's voice, YeXuan concentrated on the modification of the evil eye. The process of modifying the evil eye was not uncomfortable. On the contrary, it felt cool and quite pleasant in his eyes. The Grand Elder looked at Bai Han lying on the ground, and his eyes immediately turned blood red. He had witnessed everything that had just occurred. Although he didn't know exactly what had happened to his grandson, he clearly saw the soul ring shatter and the martial soul dissipate. However, because Wu Changkong's gaze was fixed on him, he dared not act recklessly. Qian Rushua surveyed the situation on the field and spoke to Bai Fangyu behind her. Aren't you supposed to rely on your own abilities to return to the White Tiger sect? The sect master and elders are present. What are you waiting for? Upon hearing Qian Rushua's voice, Bai Fangyu stepped forward with determination and said, in the White Tiger sect, there is an unwritten rule. Any disciple expelled for reasons of talent can return to the sect by passing 100 battles. Sect master, elders, can you confirm if this rule still stands? Bai Fangyu looked at her father, Bai Jian, with unwavering resolve in her eyes. This rule certainly stands. But 100 battles must be fought against the top 100 disciples of the sect, and you must win 60 matches. Are you sure you want to do this? Bai Jian's gaze was also fixed on his daughter, Bai Fangyu. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Jian's lips moved slightly, using a secret sound transmission technique to convey his voice to Bai Fangyu's ear. Daughter, you've suffered these past years. You don't need to fight 100 battles to return to the White Tiger sect. Just wait 3 years, and I can find a reason to bring you back. Bai Jian looked at Bai Fangyu with a hint of concern in his eyes. The reason Bai Fangyu was expelled from the White Tiger sect was that she was unable to cultivate at all. Otherwise, as the sect master, even if his strength was not as good as the Grand Elder's and he was constantly hindered by the Grand Elder, he could have protected his daughter from being expelled. Then please prepare for the 100 battles, as I want to return to the White Tiger sect openly and honorably. Bai Fangyu did not heed her father Bai Jian's words, but instead bowed respectfully to him. Seeing this, Bai Jian sighed deeply after glancing at Bai Fangyu. He turned his attention to YeXuan and Qian Rushua, asking, Young man, miss, can you allow this lord to pause? Our 4 elders need to go prepare for the matters of the 100 battles. Qian Rushua nodded gently and said, Wu Changkong, please hold off and let them handle the sect's affairs. Some matters can wait until they finish their tasks. As she spoke, Qian Rushua's gaze fell on the Grand Elder, whose eyes were blood red. The White Tiger sect would become a force loyal to them in the future, so the issues between the Grand Elder and Bai Jian needed to be resolved. Otherwise, their struggle for power would be troublesome. Moreover, judging by Bai Han and the Grand Elder's demeanor, they had already offended each other significantly. So it would be enough to keep just one true power holder in the White Tiger sect. Yes, my lady. Wu Changkong agreed and retracted his martial soul, but his gaze remained fixed on the Grand Elder to prevent him from suddenly attacking YeXuan and Qian Rushua. After Wu Changkong withdrew his martial soul, the oppressive atmosphere in the arena completely dissipated, and the other 3 elders also put away their martial souls. Only the Grand Elder remained with his martial soul active. The Grand Elder looked at Bai Han lying on the ground and slowly walked over to his side. Wu Changkong watched the Grand Elder's movements, ready to intervene at any moment. However, the Grand Elder had no intention of attacking, knowing that a super Daw was behind them. If he acted rashly, he would definitely face dire consequences. Just as he crouched down to help Bai Han up and take him away for a thorough examination, he suddenly heard Qian Rushua's voice echoing. You can leave to handle sect matters, but Bai Han cannot. Let him lie here for now. Upon hearing Qian Rushua's voice, the Grand Elder's eyes widened, his face darkening as he spoke. My grandson's soul ring has already shattered, and his martial soul has dissipated. He merely said something in jest. What more do you want? Yes, if our strength is not as great as yours, can the Grand Elder be certain that it was just a jest? If your strength is inferior to ours, does that make it a jest? Qing Sheng chuckled softly, looking at the Grand Elder with a mocking gaze. Qian Rinxue glanced at the Grand Elder, but showed no intention of acknowledging him. Xiao Qian was currently modifying the evil eye and might need to use Bai Han later, so she could not allow the Grand Elder to take Bai Han away. The Grand Elder's gaze fixated on YeXuan and Qian Rinxue, his eyes seemingly ablaze with fire, and an endless rage surged within him. However, When he saw Wu Changkong standing behind the two, he forcibly suppressed his anger. His strength was already inferior to Wu Changkong's, and since his grandson was not dead, it would be better to leave and slowly devise a plan to take his grandson away. After coming to this conclusion, the Grand Elder angrily turned and walked out of the hall. As he exited, he shot a cold and furious glance at Bai Jian. Bai Jian, however, ignored his gaze. Since he dared to openly watch the drama unfold, he naturally had means to deal with the Grand Elder and did not care about his glare. The remaining three elders exchanged glances with Bai Jian and the Grand Elder, a contemplative look appearing in their eyes, as if they were pondering something. Soon, the three elders snapped back to reality, but they showed no intention of speaking and directly walked out of the hall to prepare for the upcoming battles. It wasn't long before the disciples of the White Tiger sect began to take action. Some were constructing a rudimentary competition arena, while others were arranging tables and chairs neatly around the competition stage. Chapter 181. The price paid after seeing the four elders leave. Bai Jian turned his attention to Qian Renshua and asked, "The matters for the competition will probably not be ready until tomorrow. How about you all rest in our White Tiger sect quarters for now? I have a few words to discuss with Fang Yu privately, if that is acceptable." Upon hearing this, Qian Renshua did not respond immediately. Instead, she leaned closer to YeXuan and whispered, "Xiao Xian, how much longer do you need to modify the evil eye? Do we need to find a room to rest for a while? I don't know how much longer it will take, but we can find a room to rest first. Moreover, Bai Han is of no use now. There's no need to keep him." YeXuan replied softly with his eyes closed. Although he could not open his eyes at the moment, his spiritual sense was powerful enough to detect the surroundings as long as he released his mental energy. "Then Fang Yu, you should stay in the hall and have a good chat with your father. We'll rest for the night at the White Tiger sect." As soon as she finished speaking, Qian Renshua stood up, supporting YeXuan, and walked toward the hall's entrance. As they passed by Bai Han's body, Qian Renshua's gaze fell on Qing Sheng as she said, "Qing Sheng, leave Bai Han to you to handle. Life and death are irrelevant." "All right, sister-in-law, just leave it to me," Qing Sheng replied, reaching out to lift Bai Han and following behind with Ying Er toward the door. Wu Changkong calmly followed a few steps behind them, heading straight for the entrance. Seeing them prepare to leave, Bai Jian immediately summoned a disciple, instructing, "Take these esteemed guests to our White Tiger sect's quarters to rest. Do not neglect them." "Yes." Sect Master, the disciple of the White Tiger sect, responded and walked ahead of Qian Renshua and the others, leading them to their quarters. After YeXuan and Qian Renshua left, Bai Jian approached by Fang Yu, carefully examining her. After a moment, Bai Jian finally said, "Fang Yu, you have suffered these past years. Just wait 3 more years, and I will bring you back to the White Tiger sect. You do not need to take risks by participating in the competition. If you change your mind, you can let them take you away from the White Tiger sect. Just wait 3 years, and I will formally bring you back." "Fang Yu." Bai Fang Yu lowered her head and replied, "Father, they will not leave the White Tiger sect, and I will not change my mind. I now have the ability to fight in the competition. I am no longer the useless person who could not cultivate." As soon as Bai Fang Yu finished speaking, the dark magic evil god, Tiger Martial Soul, appeared behind her, and a yellow 100-year soul ring flickered beneath her feet. Bai Han looked at her transformation with disbelief. At that time, he had invited a titled Daluo to examine Bai Fang Yu's condition, and the answer was that she would never be able to cultivate soul power or possess her own martial soul, because her martial soul had already merged with her body. Thus, it was impossible for her to have a martial soul. Yet now she not only had a martial soul, but also a 100-year soul ring. Bai Jian quickly noticed something was off. He clearly remembered that his daughter's ears were pure white, but now they had turned black. And he hadn't seen the tail behind her. "Fang Yu, what exactly happened to you? Tell your father everything, especially how your martial soul came about. Why have I never seen or heard of it before?" Bai Jian's voice carried a hint of relief and a touch of surprise. "After I left the White Tiger sect, I found a place to hide, but I was still captured by the people from the Tiando auction house. When I was auctioned off, I was rescued by the young master and young lady, and I paid a certain price to get their help in resolving my physical issues. In the process of solving my physical problems, I consumed countless heavenly treasures and experienced near-death situations before finally succeeding in obtaining a martial soul and being able to cultivate soul power normally." Bai Fang Yu lowered her head even further as she spoke. Bai Jian was momentarily stunned by his daughter's words, his gaze scanning her repeatedly. At that time, his daughter could be described as having nothing. What kind of price could she pay to resolve her physical issues and consume countless heavenly treasures? But soon, his expression turned strange. There are 2 types of maids: ordinary maids and personal maids who take care of daily life. Given his daughter's situation, it seemed that only the second possibility was likely. Fang Yu went willingly? Was his identity and background? If you went willingly and his identity and background are suitable, I will not oppose it. If you did not go willingly, I will definitely seek justice for you. Bai Jian frowned slightly, his gaze fixed on his daughter. Bai Fang Yu looked up at her father in confusion, but she quickly reacted, her face turning slightly red as she said, "Father, you're overthinking it. It's not what you think. I'm just an ordinary maid. And the price I paid has not yet been completed. As for his identity, they're all members of the Starfall Palace. And he is the lord of the Starfall Palace." Upon hearing this, Bai Jian let out a light breath, as if a huge stone in his heart had been set down. He had heard a bit about the Starfall Palace. It was he who had once attacked the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Moreover, he had also heard that there was an extreme Douluo in the Starfall Palace, a newly emerging force on par with the top 3 sections. He didn't expect that he was the lord of the Starfall Palace. Bai Jian's gaze became calm again. However, Bai Jian changed the subject and asked, "Then Fang Yu, what price did you pay? Your father will help you repay the price you paid. Father, please sit down first, and I will tell you what the price is." Bai Fang Yu cautiously glanced at her father before speaking in a very low voice. Upon hearing this, Bai Jian didn't pay much attention and casually found a spot to sit down, picking up a cup of tea, preparing to listen to the price his daughter had paid. Chapter 182. Agree or not? After seeing her father settle down, Bai Fang Yu finally lowered her voice and said, "Father, the price I paid is the entire White Tiger sect, so they will never leave the White Tiger sect." Upon hearing this, Bai Jian immediately spat out the tea he had just sipped and stood up from his chair, asking, "Fang Yu, what do you mean by that? What do you mean the price is the entire White Tiger sect? Speak clearly. I once swore by my martial soul that I would be loyal to their lineage for all my lifetimes, and that includes my future clansmen and descendants, who will also be loyal to their lineage. So no matter the outcome of the 100 battles, I will return to the White Tiger sect." Bai Fang Yu finished her words and, like an ostrich, lowered her head to look at her feet, not daring to look up at her father. After hearing Bai Fang Yu's words, Bai Jian felt his vision go dark and a wave of dizziness hit him, causing his body to sway, almost falling to the ground. He had worked hard to accumulate strength, suppress the Grand Elder, and he only needed 3 years to completely control the White Tiger sect, turning it into his own dictatorship. As a result, his daughter's vow nearly turned over a decade of planning into nothing. Furthermore, with an extreme Douluo stationed in the Starfall Palace and a super Douluo by their side, it was clear they were well prepared. Even if he disagreed with his daughter's return to the sect, the other party would definitely have a way to force her back. Once his daughter returned to the White Tiger sect, her vow would not only apply to her, but to the entire White Tiger sect. After all, her vow included future clansmen and descendants. But soon, Bai Jian forced himself to calm down, sitting on a nearby chair, deep in thought. After a while, he finally asked Bai Fang Yu, "Fang Yu, do you know the specific strength of the Starfall Palace?" "Father, why do you ask this?" A hint of vigilance appeared in Bai Fang Yu's eyes. She had sworn loyalty to their lineage with her martial soul, so she did not want to do anything that would harm them. After all, she cared a lot about the vow she had made. Moreover, the vow was made with her martial soul, and once sworn, it must be fulfilled. After all, martial souls are highly valued on the continent, and no one would joke about their own martial soul. Furthermore, Bai Fang Yu's martial soul was obtained after surviving numerous life and death situations, so she cherished it greatly. "I just want to know the actual strength of the Starfall Palace. Besides, would your father harm you? Even if we have to make the White Tiger sect submit to them, we still need to know their strength." Bai Jian closed his eyes. During his contemplation, he even had the thought of killing his daughter, as it would be the best way to resolve the vow. But he quickly dismissed this idea. Even a tiger does not eat its own cubs, so how could Bai Jian kill his own daughter? However, to be bound by a vow to be loyal for all time to 2 young boys and girls, Bai Jian was unwilling. After all, he had planned for over a decade. How could he give up so easily? So he decided to listen to the strength of the Starfall Palace before making any plans. "Father, you don't oppose it? That's great. There is an extreme Douluo in the Starfall Palace, a level 98 super Douluo, a level 93 title Douluo, and 3 soul Daoliuos. Therefore, our White Tiger sect has no capacity to resist. Moreover, the young master himself said that he might make the White Tiger sect stronger in the future, making it comparable to the top 3 sects." Bai Fang Yu's voice was filled with excitement. With her father's help, the pressure of returning to the White Tiger sect will be much lighter. "I understand, Fang Yu. You should go back and prepare for tomorrow's 100 battles. I will handle the other matters. Just focus on preparing for the 100 battles." Bai Jian said with a peaceful smile, waving his hand at Bai Fangyu, indicating she could leave and prepare for the 100 battles. I understand, father. I won't let you down. I will prove that I am not a disgrace to the White Tiger sect. Bai Fangyu responded with a smile and walked straight out of the hall. After Bai Fangyu left the room, the smile on Bai Jian's face vanished, replaced by deep contemplation. It was impossible to easily submit. Although the strength of the White Tiger sect was far inferior to that of the Starfall Palace, the lower 4 sects were different from the top 3 sections. The top 3 sects were united against the Spirit Hall, while the lower 4 sects had always maintained good relations with the Spirit Hall. Now that the White Tiger sect was in trouble, he would use the price of the White Tiger sect's submission to the Spirit Hall to exchange for their help. Surely, the current pope would not refuse. Moreover, submitting to the Spirit Hall was much better than being loyal to them for all time. Even if the people of the Starfall Palace did not give face to the Spirit Hall, he could randomly find a disciple from the White Tiger sect to test if the vow had any effect. If the vow had no effect, then it would be worthless, and they would not have to be loyal to 2 young boys and girls for all time. If the vow was effective and the Spirit Hall could not stop the Starfall Palace, they would not be too late to be loyal to those 2 young boys and girls. Thinking of this, Bai Jian's expression relaxed. In his view, since the Spirit Hall could stop wars between the 2 empires, how could they not stop a Starfall Palace? Even if they could not stop it, the vow might not necessarily take effect. A smile appeared on Bai Jian's face. After taking out paper and pen in the hall, he quickly wrote a letter. Holding the letter, he walked out of the hall and found a reliable disciple, saying, "Take this letter to the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall and have him deliver it to the Pope." "Yes, Sectmaster. I will be careful and deliver the letter to the Platinum Bishop," the disciple of the White Tiger sect replied, carefully putting away the letter and heading straight out of the White Tiger sect. Bai Jian watched the disciple leave, secretly thinking, if you want the White Tiger sect to be loyal to you, you should first ask the Spirit Hall whether they agree. Chapter 183. Illusory evil eyes in a room of the White Tiger sect. Qian Rinxue stared unblinkingly at YeXuan sitting in front of her. At the same time, he was curious about what YeXuan's evil eyes would look like after the transformation. YeXuan's consciousness entered a purplish-black world, surrounded by an endless sea of blood, an incredibly bloody scent filling his nostrils, causing him to wrinkle his nose involuntarily. In front of YeXuan, the inner core of the dark demon, evil god Tiger, floated silently, emanating a purplish-black light that directly illuminated the center of YeXuan's brow. Information flowed into YeXuan's mind from the light, which he quickly absorbed. As YeXuan absorbed the information, the surrounding sea of blood began to churn, as if it were about to drown him. Time passed slowly, and the purplish light emitted from the inner core of the dark demon, evil god, Tiger, gradually faded. The surrounding sea of blood seemed to lose its restraint and suddenly engulfed YeXuan. In the sea of consciousness, the evil eye Saint King breathed a sigh of relief. The transformation of the evil eye was complete, and it appeared that YeXuan had not encountered any unexpected situations. Outside, YeXuan, who had originally kept his eyes closed, slowly opened them. At this moment his eyes, although still silver, appeared incredibly deep. Clearly, there was nothing in his eyes, but upon closer inspection, it seemed as if endless stars were flowing within, as if the sun, moon, and stars were shining in his eyes. Then suddenly, the endless stars shattered, and the sun, moon, and stars vanished like bubbles, leaving behind only a pair of incredibly deep silver eyes. YeXuan looked at Qian Rinxue, who had been gazing at him, blinked, and waved his hand in front of her eyes, smiling lightly as he said, "Shuer, what are you looking at so intently?" Upon hearing his voice, Qian Rinxue immediately snapped back to reality and looked at YeXuan's silver eyes, saying with some surprise, "Your eyes look no different from before, but there seems to be an invisible power that makes it hard to resist getting lost in them. It's quite sinister." As soon as Qian Rinxue finished speaking, she turned her head away and no longer looked at YeXuan's eyes. Evil eyes, sinister eyes, it's quite normal. Otherwise, why would they be called evil eyes? Plus, because of your stunning beauty, I can't even tell how many times I've fallen for you. YeXuan's voice carried a hint of amusement as he reached out and gently stroked Qian Rinxue's exquisite face. Qian Rinxue shot him a glance and said, "Be serious. Bai Fangyu is having a private conversation with Bai Jian. He might know our plans and could personally stop his daughter from returning to the White Tiger sect." "Stop her? Can he really stop her?" "Tomorrow. Isn't Bai Fangyu going to fight in 100 battles? If she can go through the 100 battles, what reason does he have to stop her? Plus, it saves us from having to act ourselves." YeXuan chuckled lightly, not caring about the concerns Qian Rinxue raised. Bai Fangyu is currently just a soul master. Her hopes of winning through the 100 battles seem rather slim. We should prepare to use the second plan. Qian Rushua shook her head, not optimistic about Bai Fangyu winning through the 100 battles. Although Bai Fangyu's martial soul quality is very high, the quality of the white tiger martial soul is also not low, and Bai Fangyu herself lacks combat experience, so the chances of winning are very slim. It's completely unnecessary. Even if Bai Fangyu wanted to lose, it would still be a difficult task. While YeXuan spoke, he glanced at the sky outside and said, "Schwerer, there's still some time. I need to organize the information in my mind." "Okay, you organize it first. I'll practice for a while. Remember to call me when the 100 battles start," Qian Rushua replied, then sat cross-legged on the bed and began to meditate and cultivate her soul power. YeXuan also didn't speak further and closed his eyes to organize the information from the inner core of the dark demon evil god tiger. Since the information was chaotic, it took quite some time to organize. Overall, however, YeXuan's improvement was significant. Not only did he gain a disillusionment evil eye, but he also learned the true method of using the inner core of the dark demon evil god tiger. His disillusionment evil eye has 3 abilities: Evil Eye of Silence, Blood Shadow of Beauty, and Disillusionment Formless. Evil Eye of Silence releases red, blue, and golden light from the eyes, consuming a large amount of mental energy to forcibly attack the opponent's sea of consciousness. If the opponent's mental energy is weaker than his by a certain amount, it will forcibly extinguish the opponent's sea of consciousness. Blood Shadow of Beauty converts his mental energy into a beautiful sea of blood, attacking the opponent on a large scale and dealing significant mental damage. If the opponent cannot withstand the mental sea and gets covered by it, the mental sea will gradually corrode the opponent's soul. Disillusionment Formless utilizes his mental energy to create the most terrifying illusion in the opponent's heart and forcibly pulls the opponent's soul into the illusion. If the opponent cannot face their fear, their soul will become lost within the illusion. If the opponent's mental energy is higher than his, this skill will fail. After organizing the information, YeXuan reopened his eyes and pulled up his right sleeve, revealing a strange purple pattern on his right arm, formed after the inner core of the dark demon, evil god tiger, fused with it. This pattern represents all the evil god energy from the inner core of the dark demon, evil god tiger, and the cursed weapon, the Hate Morning Sword, along with a complete set of sword techniques that accompany it. The sword techniques include Frost Cold Star Chill, Void Break Earth Devour, Blood Cry Dying Sun, Hate Morning, Burn, Hate Morning, Decision, Hate Morning, Extinguish, Hate Morning, Kill, Hate Morning, Exhaust. There are a total of 8 sword techniques. The first 3 can be used as soon as they are learned, but the latter 5 must be used in conjunction with the Hate Morning Sword. However, there's one thing about the Hate Morning Sword that made YeXuan somewhat apprehensive. It requires blood to use, and it won't return until it has had its fill of blood. In simple terms, while it's easy to draw the Hate Morning Sword, it's difficult to retrieve it. To bring it back, it must drink enough blood. However, YeXuan had no idea how much blood was required. It could be a dozen people, or it could be dozens, hundreds, or even thousands. Chapter 184. The 100 battles begin. YeXuan quietly looked at the purple pattern on his right arm, pulled his sleeve back down, and silently decided that he would not use the Hate Morning Sword unless absolutely necessary. Although he only cares about the people he values, and doesn't he care about the lives of others. He also doesn't he want to kill innocent people for the sake of a cursed weapon. However, if it truly comes to a point of no return, then killing the innocent is of no consequence. As long as the people he cares about can live happily, that is enough. Concepts like self-sacrifice and eternal loyalty are completely foreign to him. He only knows that if one does not care for oneself, heaven will punish them. He just needs to take care of the people he values, and that is sufficient. As for others, they have nothing to do with him. YeXuan looked at the sky outside. The horizon was already brightening, clearly indicating that a night had passed, and it was now the morning of the second day. He stretched lazily, then sat cross-legged to begin meditating and cultivating his soul power while waiting for Bai Fangyu's upcoming 100 battles competition. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, YeXuan and Qian Rinchue's door was knocked on. Accompanying the knock was Bai Fangyu's clear voice. "Young master, young lady, the arena for the 100 battles has been set up, and the 100 disciples of the White Tiger sect have been selected. Would you like to go and watch?" Upon hearing Bai Fangyu's voice, YeXuan and Qian Rinchue immediately exited their meditation, opening their eyes. After exchanging a glance, they got up from the bed and walked to the door, reaching out to open it. YeXuan looked at Bai Fangyu in front of him and said, "Go call Wu Chongkong, Qin Sheng, and Inger, and let us head to the arena to see how your 100 battles are going. Okay, young master. After agreeing, Bai Fangyu hurriedly went to the rooms of Qing Sheng and Wu Chongkong, calling the three of them out. Soon, everyone headed to the arena together. When they arrived at the arena, they found that White Tiger sect's leader Bai Jian and the four elders had already taken their seats, calmly waiting for their arrival. YeXuan looked at where they were seated and was slightly surprised, as Bai Jian and the others had actually given up the main seat, all sitting in the secondary positions. However, YeXuan had no intention of being polite and directly took Qian Rinchua's hand, walking straight to the main seat and sitting down. Wu Chongkong remained quietly standing behind them, while Qing Sheng and Inger casually sat in the secondary positions. Bai Fangyu walked directly onto the arena, looking at the crowd from the White Tiger sect, waiting for her first opponent to arrive. Seeing that everyone was present, Bai Jian stood up and said, "Now that everyone is here, the 100 battles competition will officially begin. The disciples participating in the 100 battles will come up one by one. If Bai Fangyu can win 60 matches, she can return to the White Tiger sect. If she cannot achieve 60 victories, she cannot return. The rules of the competition are clear. No intentional heavy strikes that cause injury, and no lethal attacks. Do you all understand?" Bai Jian's voice resonated clearly in the arena. The participating disciples of the White Tiger sect, upon hearing Bai Jian's words, bowed in acknowledgement, indicating they understood the rules. Soon, a disciple from the White Tiger sect stepped onto the arena, looking at Bai Fangyu as he released his martial soul, with 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, flashing beneath his feet. Bai Fangyu looked at her opponent with a serious expression, releasing her dark demon, evil god, tiger, martial soul. With a yellow 100-year soul ring flashing around her, she prepared her combat stance. The White Tiger sect disciple, seeing Bai Fangyu's single 100-year soul ring, couldn't help but chuckle lightly and said, "You, the illegitimate daughter, should just step down. You don't need to fight anymore. Among the 100 disciples of the White Tiger sect, I am the weakest, but I still have level 31 soul power. You have no chance of winning. Whether I have a chance or not will be known after the fight. Just talking doesn't help at all." Bai Fangyu looked at the 3 soul rings beneath her feet, showing no fear, and charged towards her opponent. YeXuan, seated in the main position, watched Bai Fangyu's movements with a speechless expression. Just by observing her actions, it was evident that she lacked combat experience. As she rushed toward her opponent, she was full of openings. Bai Jian, sitting in the secondary position, covered his eyes with his hand, unable to bear to watch. Bai Fangyu's soul power was already inferior to her opponent's, and her lack of combat experience made it impossible for him to see any hope of victory for her. YeXuan reached for a pastry beside him, and while eating, he activated his bloodline power, directing it towards the arena. The pressure from his bloodline immediately affected the White Tiger sect disciple. As the disciple looked at Bai Fangyu charging towards him, a look of disdain appeared on his face. Just as he was about to counterattack, he felt an invisible pressure weighing down on him, causing his martial soul to tremble uncontrollably. It felt as if he were carrying a heavy mountain, making his movements much slower. Moreover, due to his lower soul power compared to YeXuan and the suppression from the bloodline of the divine beast White Tiger, his own strength was significantly diminished. Even his attack movements were much slower than usual. Seeing her opponent's sluggish movements, Bai Fangyu had no hesitation. Her first soul ring began to flicker rapidly, and a purple-black lightning appeared in her hand, releasing a dark and evil aura. First soul skill, Dark Wing Thunder. The purple-black lightning in Bai Fangyu's hand vanished and entered the space, suddenly reappearing in front of the White Tiger sect disciple and striking him. The White Tiger sect disciple felt a severe pain surge through him, and his body flew directly off the arena, crashing heavily to the ground. YeXuan, watching Bai Fangyu release her soul skill, abruptly stopped eating the pastry. He was curious about Bai Fangyu's thought process, since her first soul skill could hide in space, making it difficult for opponents to detect the attack's trajectory. Why did she rush into fight at close range? Wouldn't it be better to use her soul skill from a distance and catch her opponent off guard? Or was it that her combat experience was so poor that she had no awareness of this? Chapter 185. Do you have any opinions? Bai Jian and the other 4 elders looked at the situation on the arena and simultaneously turned to look at YeXuan. They had clearly felt the powerful pressure emanating from YeXuan, realizing that Bai Fangyu's victory was due to that immense pressure. YeXuan merely glanced at them, showing no intention to engage, and instead picked up a piece of pastry from the table and brought it to Qian Rinchua's mouth, softly saying, "Schwer, would you like to have a bite? We haven't eaten anything this morning. Then let's have a little." Qian Rinchua looked at the pastry near her mouth and took a small bite. Bai Jian watched their actions and lightly coughed, saying, Lord Yi, the 100 battles is an internal matter of our White Tiger sect. If you rashly intervene, it may be inappropriate. Upon hearing Bai Jian refer to him as Lord Yi, YeXuan glanced at Bai Fangyu on the arena and chuckled lightly, saying, What's inappropriate? If you have any objections, you can discuss it with Wu Changkong behind me. Bai Jian and the other elders immediately withdrew their gazes, pretending they didn't know anything. They weren't foolish enough to discuss matters with Wu Changkong, a super Douluo. YeXuan had no intention of continuing to pay them any mind, focusing his gaze back on the arena, and his bloodline power continued to circulate within him. As long as anyone dared to step onto the arena, he would use his bloodline power to suppress the disciples of the White Tiger sect. Qian Rinxue was somewhat bored, eating the pastry. The 100 battles of the White Tiger sect were simply too tedious, and they had to fight match after match. If YeXuan didn't help her, it would be nearly impossible for Bai Fangyu to return to the White Tiger sect through the 100 battles. On the arena, Bai Fangyu looked at the White Tiger sect disciple she had knocked off the arena, her eyes filled with disbelief, murmuring to herself, Am I really this strong? I actually managed to easily defeat a soul master of over level 30? However, the disciples of the White Tiger sect below did not give Bai Fangyu much time to think. Immediately, a second disciple stepped onto the stage, releasing his martial soul, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings constantly flickering around him. However, as soon as he released his martial soul, he was firmly suppressed by YeXuan's bloodline power. Bai Fangyu had no intention of wasting words with them, and directly unleashed her first soul skill, Darkwing Thunder. The same soul skill, the same posture, and the second disciple could not evade it, ending up heavily thrown off the stage just like the first disciple. But the second disciple quickly got up and addressed the sect leader and the 4 elders in the audience, saying, Sect leader, elders, I feel that Bai Fangyu is cheating. As soon as I stepped onto the stage, I felt a powerful suppressive force acting upon me. Therefore, I asked the sect leader and the elders to uphold justice. Don't speak recklessly. It's clear that you're simply outmatched. Losing and still being unwilling to accept it. You start to slander me here. If you lose, you should accept it. Don't come up with ridiculous excuses to frame me. The sect leader and the elders are here. How could I cheat? Bai Fangyu looked at the disciple with disdain. My strength is inferior to yours? When I awakened my martial soul, my innate soul power was level 8, a genius in the White Tiger sect. Moreover, my current soul power is at level 35, while you're merely a soul master of a dozen levels. How can my strength be less than yours? The disciple of the White Tiger sect glared at Bai Fangyu with anger. If it were a fair match and he lost, he would not say a word. However, he was certain that the suppression he felt earlier was not an illusion. At that moment, the first disciple who had competed stepped forward, bowing to the sect leader and the elders in the audience, and said, Sect leader, elders, I also felt that inexplicable suppression just now. Bai Fangyu may indeed have cheated. I asked the sect leader and the elders to uphold justice. Bai Fangyu looked at the 2 of them in silence, but her eyes were filled with deep contempt. At the same time, she secretly cursed in her heart. After all, I didn't cheat at all. It's just that your own strength is lacking, yet you won't admit it. Bai Jian's gaze subtly glanced at YeXuan and the figure of Wu Changkong behind him. And then he spoke. I did not perceive any cheating behavior from Bai Fangyu. I wonder if the 4 elders have noticed any cheating behavior from Bai Fangyu? Upon hearing this, the 4 elders simultaneously closed their eyes and slowly spoke. Bai Fangyu has indeed not engaged in any cheating behavior. The competition will continue. If Bai Fangyu does cheat, we will certainly give you an explanation. As soon as the words fell, the 4 elders sighed internally. Bai Fangyu has not cheated, but someone is helping her cheat, and we do not have the ability to help you seek justice. The 2 disciples of the White Tiger sect, upon hearing this, no longer spoke, merely glared at Bai Fangyu before walking back to their positions. Bai Fangyu continued to look at the 2 as they returned to their spots with disdain, saying nothing. Soon, a 3rd disciple from the White Tiger sect was about to step onto the competition stage, but was stopped by a girl around 20 years old. The girl then walked directly onto the stage, releasing her martial soul, with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black soul ring flashing around her. The girl's gaze was not on Bai Fangyu but directed at the audience, asking, Father, if the 3rd sister can defeat me, will she no longer have to fight against anyone else? I believe there is no disciple in the sect stronger than me. Bai Jian, hearing her voice, tapped his fingers on the table and asked the 4 elders in front. For elders, what do you think of Meng Chu's suggestion? After all, among the younger generation of the White Tiger sect, it is hard to find someone stronger than Meng Chu. Sect leader, if Bai Fangyu can indeed defeat Bai Meng Chu, then she will have proven her strength and it won't matter whether others fight or not. The voice of the Grand Elder was very calm. After all, no matter how many matches there are, there will always be someone helping Bai Fangyu cheat. Rather than wasting time on dozens of matches, it would be better to settle it in one go. Since the Grand Elder agreed, as long as Bai Fangyu could defeat Bai Mengqiu, she can return to the White Tiger sect. Bai Jian's voice resonated clearly throughout the arena. Chapter 186. Illusion and Reality. Qian Rinxue watched the situation on the stage and quietly asked YeXuan, "Little Qian, what do you think are Bai Fangyu's chances against the Soul King?" Although she asked this, Qian Rinxue had already started preparing to use her second plan in her heart. Because when a Soul Master faces a Soul King, there is simply no chance of winning. Even if she and little Qian encountered a Soul King when they were Soul Masters, there would be no chance at all. The gap in soul power and soul rings was too great. There was no chance of winning. Even if I used bloodline pressure to help her suppress, Bai Fangyu still wouldn't have a chance. The aspects of soul power, soul rings, and combat experience were all overwhelming. How could there be any chance of winning? However, I don't need to activate the second plan. I have a way to make Bai Fangyu win. YeXuan's voice seemed a bit nonchalant. Although relying solely on bloodline pressure wouldn't let Bai Fangyu win, if he wanted to control a Soul King, it would be as easy as child's play. What method do you have? If you act too openly, it might backfire. Qian Rinxue's eyes blinked, curious about what method YeXuan would have. Just watch. After all, Bai Fangyu cannot possibly lose. YeXuan chuckled lightly and reached out to scratch Qian Rinxue's delicate nose. On the competition stage, Bai Fangyu looked at Bai Mengqiu standing in front of her and called out, "Sister, are you also going to fight me?" "Fangyu, I just want to see how strong your abilities are, to see if the rumors about you cheating are true. I will only use my first soul ring. If I can't defeat you in 20 moves, I will directly admit defeat and welcome you back to the White Tiger sect." Bai Mengqiu's voice carried a hint of amusement. Although she could feel a strong suppressive force acting upon her, greatly limiting her strength, the remaining power was more than enough to deal with Bai Fangyu. A mere soul master. After all, the gap in soul power was something Bai Fangyu could never make up for. "Sister, then I won't hold back," Bai Fangyu replied, using her dark demon evil god tiger martial soul to open a spatial crack in front of her, then walked straight in, her body disappearing from the stage. Bai Mengqiu did not stop her, but stood still, releasing her mental power to sense the situation around her. Suddenly, a spatial crack opened behind her, and Bai Fangyu's figure emerged from it, her fingers clawed, sharp nails coated with purple-black soul power, and she unhesitatingly reached for Bai Mengqiu's back. It was as if Bai Mengqiu had eyes on her back. She sidestepped Bai Fangyu's attack while turning her body, her right leg sweeping out directly, striking Bai Fangyu in the abdomen. Bai Fangyu felt a sharp pain surge in her abdomen, and her body was immediately sent flying back, crashing onto the stage. She clutched her abdomen with both hands, her expression showing signs of pain. Bai Mengqiu did not retreat, but continued to attack. Instead, she stood still, watching Bai Fangyu on the ground, and softly said, "This is the first move. There are supposed to be 19 moves. Can you still fight?" Bai Fangyu, enduring the pain in her abdomen, got up from the ground, looked straight at Bai Mengqiu, and firmly said, "I will not lose. I must return to the White Tiger sect." As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Fangyu did not enter the spatial rift, but charged directly at Bai Mengqiu, attacking without any pause, one move after another. However, her attacks were easily dodged by Bai Mengqiu. Observing her chaotic attack pattern, Bai Mengqiu immediately judged that Bai Fangyu's combat experience was very lacking. A hint of disappointment appeared in Bai Mengqiu's eyes. She could now be sure that Bai Fangyu's victory over the two White Tiger sect disciples was related to the powerful pressure exerted on her, not due to Bai Fangyu's true strength. Based on the standard Bai Fangyu was currently displaying, her chances of defeating those two disciples were almost non-existent. After realizing Bai Fangyu's true level, Bai Mengqiu reached out and grabbed Bai Fangyu's attacking hand, softly saying, "Fangyu, admit defeat. I don't want to seriously hurt you. You have no chance of winning against me." "Impossible. I must rely on my own ability to return to the White Tiger sect. I will not lose," Bai Fangyu said, her eyes filled with determination. She tried to pull her hand back with all her might, but no matter how hard she tried, she could not budge Bai Mengqiu at all. "Then don't blame me, sister. Your current strength is insufficient to return to the sect. Train outside for 2 years. Hone your combat experience, and then try to challenge the sect as 100 battles." Bai Mengqiu sighed, her palm preparing to exert force to throw Bai Fangyu off the stage. YeXuan, sitting in the audience, saw this, and a mysterious light flashed in his silver eyes. He activated the third skill of the illusory dread eye, illusory oblivion. A powerful mental force instantly pulled Bai Mengchu's soul into an illusion. Bai Mengchu felt a bit dizzy, and when she regained consciousness, although she was still in the White Tiger sect, the scene before her was hard to believe. The entire White Tiger sect had become a pile of ruins. Countless disciples lay in pools of blood, and her father Bai Jian's body was among them, the blood almost staining the entire ground. In disbelief, Bai Mengchu pinched herself, hoping that the scene before her was just an illusion, but she felt the pain clearly as she pinched her arm. Her gaze became somewhat vacant. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, and with a heart-wrenching cry, she ran straight to her father's side and knelt down, tears falling like raindrops onto the ground. YeXuan's figure also appeared in the illusion, walking towards the kneeling Bai Mengchu while smelling the strong scent of blood. The only feeling in his heart was that the illusion he created was incredibly realistic, almost identical to reality. Moreover, what appeared in the illusion were the most feared things in her heart. Without the ability to think calmly or face the fear, one's soul would be eternally lost in the illusion. As he reached Bai Mengchu's side, YeXuan looked at her weeping and said, "Come with me. I will take you out of here. This is just an illusion." Chapter 187. Despair and Hope. Bai Mengchu, hearing YeXuan's voice, slowly raised her head in a daze and asked with a slight tremble in her voice, "Is this really an illusion? What were you doing just now? Don't you know? Do you think this could be an illusion?" YeXuan said, his hands behind his back, calmly looking at the kneeling Bai Mengchu. "What was I just doing? I was on my way back to the sect, but as soon as I returned, I saw the White Tiger sect had turned into ruins. Is this really just an illusion?" Bai Mengchu seemed to grasp at the last straw, looking at YeXuan with hopeful eyes. YeXuan was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Bai Mengchu to not remember what had happened outside. It could be said that he didn't anticipate the illusion's effect to be this strong. "Come with me. Everything here is just an illusion. I will take you out of it." As soon as YeXuan finished speaking, he turned around and walked straight ahead. Bai Mengchu watched his departing figure, wiped her tears from her face, and quickly followed. Wherever they walked, the ground shattered like a mirror, and after they exited the illusion, YeXuan's consciousness and Bai Mengchu's soul returned to their respective bodies. Bai Mengchu glanced around, then looked down at her arm. She saw that her originally fair arm had scratches from her nails, and bright red blood was continuously flowing out. However, she did not care about the injuries on her arm, but instead looked at YeXuan, who was sitting in the audience, murmuring, "Was that scene just now really an illusion? Why was it so real?" In the arena, Bai Fangyu, seeing that Bai Mengchu had been knocked off the stage, excitedly said, "Sister, I have one. I can return to the White Tiger sect now." In the arena, everyone's gaze was on Bai Fangyu. They had all witnessed the earlier scene. Just moments ago, Bai Mengchu was about to counterattack, but her movements and body suddenly stopped, allowing Bai Fangyu to take the opportunity to knock her off the stage, leaving scratches on Bai Mengchu's arm. When Bai Mengchu heard her voice, she shifted her gaze from YeXuan back to Bai Fangyu standing in the arena, slowly saying, "Congratulations. You have already won. I welcome you back to the White Tiger sect in advance." A sincere smile appeared on Bai Mengchu's face, and she had no intention of revealing what had just happened. Moreover, she could roughly guess that her sudden entry into the illusion was definitely related to YeXuan. The feelings of despair and fear she experienced in the illusion were firmly etched in her heart, as was the feeling of grasping at hope like a lifeline. Meanwhile, YeXuan and Qian Rushua, sitting in the audience, turned their gazes to Bai Jian, the sect leader. As long as he agreed, the following matters would be much simpler. Of course, if Bai Jian was not prepared to agree, they would have to take some forceful measures to make him comply. Feeling the gazes of the two, Bai Jian glanced at Wu Changkong standing behind them, then withdrew his gaze and stood up to say, "Since Mengchu has confirmed that Fangyu has won, then from now on, the White Tiger sect will begin preparations for Bai Fangyu's return to the sect. Tomorrow morning, we will officially hold the ceremony for Bai Fangyu's return. I wonder if the four elders have any suggestions. If not, let the disciples prepare for Bai Fangyu's return. I have some matters to discuss with the four elders." The four elders, upon hearing this, first glanced at YeXuan and Qian Rushua. When they saw the somewhat sharp gazes of the two, they did not speak further, merely nodding lightly to indicate that they had no proposals. It seemed that with no suggestions from the four elders, the Baijian competition had officially concluded. If there were any disciples of the White Tiger sect, they should start preparing for Bai Fangyu's return to the sect. Bai Jian's gaze swept over the disciples of the White Tiger sect below, his voice clearly reaching their ears. "Elders, come with me to my study. We can discuss things slowly." "Yes, sect master," the disciples of the White Tiger sect responded and began to dismantle the arena they had set up. After casting an apologetic glance at YeXuan and Qian Rushua, Bai Jian led the four elders to his study to discuss certain matters. Bai Fangyu, filled with joy, stepped down from the arena and walked directly to YeXuan and Qian Renxue. Her gaze on them as she excitedly said, "Young master, miss, I won. I actually defeated my sister, the Soul King of the Five Rings. I didn't expect my strength to be so formidable." Qian Renxue looked at her with a speechless expression and replied, "I'm not trying to discourage you, but your strength can only be considered low tier among soul masters of the same level. Your combat experience is virtually non-existent, and your understanding of your martial soul is absurdly poor. If your sister by Mengchu wanted to defeat you, or even kill you, a single move would have been sufficient. You shouldn't overestimate your own strength." Qian Renxue's voice was quite calm, and what she said was the truth. If Bai Mengchu really wanted to defeat her, that one whip kick when she emerged from the spatial crack would have been enough. Although Bai Mengchu's strength was suppressed by YeXuan's bloodline, the gap in their soul power could not be bridged. Therefore, Bai Mengchu had already shown mercy with that strike. "But miss, didn't you see the result of the competition just now? I clearly won. How could my strength possibly be so lacking?" Bai Fangyu blinked her eyes, her tone laced with a hint of disbelief. Qian Renxue merely chuckled lightly and did not respond to her question. YeXuan then placed his hands behind his head and asked Bai Fangyu, "When your father spoke with you yesterday, did you reveal our purpose for coming to the White Tiger sect and our identities?" "That's right, and my father doesn't oppose your purpose. Young master, miss, you can rest assured," Bai Fangyu said seriously, nodding to the two. Upon hearing Bai Fangyu's words, YeXuan simply smiled and waved his hand, saying, "All right, I understand. You will be returning to the White Tiger sect tomorrow, so go and make some preparations." "Okay, young master, I'll take my leave now." Bai Fangyu agreed, and, with a smile on her face, left her spot in the audience. Bai Jian already knew our purpose in coming. It seems he's going down to discuss countermeasures against us with the four elders. Qian Renxue looked in the direction Bai Jian and the four elders left. Let him discuss. In the face of absolute strength, any schemes and tactics would be futile. Moreover, as long as Bai Fangyu returns to the White Tiger sect tomorrow, the matter will be settled and cannot be changed by human effort. YeXuan, unconcerned, chuckled lightly and stood up, preparing to leave the audience. Thus, tomorrow, no matter what, Bai Fangyu must return to the White Tiger sect. Qian Renxue's lips curled into a beautiful smile, also not taking this matter to heart. Just as YeXuan said, in the face of absolute strength, any schemes and tactics are futile. With the 98th level Super Daoliu Zhongkong by their side, they undoubtedly held absolute power. Even in the entire Star Luo Empire, one could not find a soul master of the same level as Wu Zhongkong. Qian Renxue also stood up and left the audience. Following YeXuan to their room, Wu Zhongkong quietly followed behind them. Qing Sheng and Ying Er also had no intention of staying in the audience, closely following them as they left. After everyone returned to their respective rooms, YeXuan and Qian Renxue sat on the bed in their room and began to meditate and cultivate. YeXuan had now reached the bottleneck of level 52, and if he focused on meditation and cultivation, breaking through to level 53, the Soul King, would just be a matter of a few days. In the study of the White Tiger sect, Bai Jian and the four elders were seated together, but no one spoke first. After a long while, the Grand Elder, somewhat impatient, asked, "Bai Jian, why did you call us here? My time is precious. I don't have time to waste with you." "Grand Elder, do you know the identities of those who returned with Fangyu? Why do I address him as Master Yi?" Bai Jian glanced at him, not caring about the Grand Elder's attitude. After all, the discord between them wasn't a 1 or 2 day issue. They were used to it. Their identities must not be simple, especially with a Super Douluo following them. If you don't know their detailed identities, then there's no need to waste time. The Grand Elder merely shot Bai Jian a cold glance, showing no intention of giving him face. Bai Jian chuckled lightly and said, "Since I'm here, I naturally know their identities and backgrounds. They come from the Starfall Hall, and the young man at the forefront is indeed the Hall Master of the Starfall Hall, YeXuan. Their purpose here is to make our White Tiger sect submit to their Starfall Hall, and they even killed your grandson Bai Han. Now, with a great enemy before us, Grand Elder, we should set aside our grievances and unite against the outside." Upon hearing that Bai Han was dead, the Grand Elder's eyes instantly turned blood red, his chest heaving violently. He slammed his palm on the table in front of him and shouted angrily, "Unite against the outside? Bai Jian, you speak so lightly. A Super Do-level expert is right by their side. How can we unite against them? Moreover, I have heard that there is also a limit Douluo station in the Starfall Hall. With our meager strength, don't even talk about uniting. I think we're just courting death." The Grand Elder stared at Bai Jian with cold eyes. Although he felt endless rage upon hearing of Bai Jian's death, he still retained his basic reasoning ability. Grand Elder, please calm down. Since I can say we should unite against them, I have already thought of a countermeasure. I sent a letter to the Platinum Cardinal of the Wuhuan Temple yesterday. Once the Platinum Cardinal sees my letter, she will definitely send it to Wuhuan City for the Pope to review. Our four great sects have a good relationship with the Wuhuan Temple. I believe the Pope will not stand idly by. Bai Jian's face showed a gentle smile, and his voice carried a hint of lightheartedness. The Star Luo Empire and Wuhuan City are a journey of half a month. By the time the Pope sees your letter and sends someone over, it will take a month. By then, I'm afraid our White Tiger sect will have already submitted to the Starfall Hall. The great elder forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart, but from his voice, one could tell that he was already filled with hatred, grinding his teeth. Therefore, what we need to do is buy some time. Tomorrow, I will send someone to invite the Platinum Bishop from the Spear Hall. I believe that even the master of the Starfall Hall, no matter how arrogant, will still show some respect to the Spirit Hall. Moreover, we, the White Tiger sect, also need to find ways to delay their time. As long as we wait for the Spirit Hall's people to arrive, we will no longer have to fear the Starfall Hall. I need to discuss with a few people how to delay our time. When Bai Jian was speaking, he appeared to be deep in thought, as if contemplating how to delay time. The other elders were also frowning in contemplation. After all, they had a super dual-level expert beside them, and trying to delay time was not a simple matter. After a long while, the great elder raised his hand and slapped the table, looking directly at Bai Jian, and said, Bai Jian, if you can invite the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall tomorrow, then leave the time delay matter to me. If that's the case, then I must trouble the great elder. Bai Jian appeared calm on the surface, showing no signs of any problems. However, in his heart, Bai Jian was laughing loudly. He did not reveal the oath made by Bai Fengyu, intending to let the great elder test whether that oath had any effect. As for whether Bai Han was dead or alive, Bai Jian had no idea. He only said that Bai Han was dead to make it easier for the great elder to fall into the trap. Bai Jian, after this matter is settled, I will slowly settle our affairs, the great elder said, then stood up and left the study. Chapter 189. Return to the sect. Bai Jian watched the great elder leave and just smiled. If you want to slowly resolve our affairs, you better survive first. The three elders, since the great elder was willing to handle the time delay issue, we couldn't delay either. We must fully cooperate with the great elder. As long as we work together, we will definitely get through this problem. Bai Jian's face broke into a smile as he looked at the remaining three elders. If what the sect master said is true, that the Spirit Hall will help, then we must unite and get through this difficult time together with the White Tiger sect. The other three elders nodded in agreement and stood up to walk out of the study. Bai Jian also got up and left the study, but he did not return his room to prepare. Instead, he headed straight out of the White Tiger sect toward the Spirit Hall in Xinghua City. In the Spirit Hall, the Platinum Bishop, Milo, was looking at a letter in his hand, deep in thought. This letter was sent by someone from the White Tiger sect, stating that the White Tiger sect was preparing to submit to the Spirit Hall. This was originally a good thing, but the premise of submitting to the Spirit Hall was to have the Spirit Hall help the White Tiger sect against the Starfall Hall. If the White Tiger sect wanted to resist other sects, Milo would not hesitate at all and would directly send a letter to the Pope in Spirit City. But who established the Starfall Hall? The outsiders may not know, but Milo, as the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall, certainly knew who established the Starfall Hall. The Starfall Hall was a force established by the son of the Spirit Hall. And now the people of the White Tiger sect actually want to resist the Starfall Hall at the cost of submitting to the Spirit Hall. Isn't that a joke? What difference does it make whether the White Tiger sect submits to the Spirit Hall or the Starfall Hall? After all, both forces belong to the same family. Isn't it the same who they submit to? Milo casually tossed the letter from the White Tiger sect aside, completely without any intention of sending it to Spirit City. At that moment, a staff member of the hall walked in and said, Bishop, the master of the White Tiger sect is here to visit and wishes to see you. Let him in. Milo waved his hand dismissively, his voice sounding very casual. Understood, Bishop, the staff member replied and walked out. Before long, Bai Jian walked in with a smile and said to Milo, who was seated at the main seat, Bishop Milo, it has been a long time since we last met. No visit without a purpose, Milo replied, glancing at Bai Jian before lowering his head to organize the documents and reports that needed to be submitted to the Pope's hall. Bai Jian cleared his throat and said, Bishop Milo, I sent a letter yesterday. I believe you've seen it and have already sent it to Spirit City. Tomorrow, we will need your assistance in delaying time. I believe the people from the Starfall Hall will not offend the Spirit Hall. Milo looked at the letter he had casually placed aside and nodded. Tomorrow, I I will bring the white-robed bishop of the hall to the White Tiger sect. Thank you, Bishop Milo. As long as you help the White Tiger sect through this difficulty, we will certainly reward you generously afterwards. Bai Jian's smile grew even brighter. Milo merely looked at Bai Jian indifferently, thinking to himself, help you? Don't think too much. I am bringing people over to help our spirit hall son. If something happens that needs our handling, we can also leave a good impression in front of the sun. Although he thought this in his heart, Milo had no intention of saying it out loud. He simply waved his hand and said, understood. Sect Master Bai, please return for now. I still have some matters to attend to in the hall. Tomorrow morning, I will bring people to the White Tiger sect. Then I won't disturb you any longer. Bishop Milo, Bai Jian replied and walked straight out of the room, preparing to return to his sect. The next day, in the morning, YeXuan and Qian Renxue woke up from their training. After washing up, they slowly walked out of their rooms. Outside their room, Wu Changkong, Qing Sheng, and Ying Er had already been waiting. Qing Sheng looked at YeXuan as he walked out and immediately asked, Brother, is there anything today that I can help with? I don't know, let's see. Anyway, the White Tiger sect won't cause any big waves, but I estimate that there shouldn't be anything that requires your help. YeXuan chuckled lightly, taking Qian Renxue's delicate hand and walking towards the main hall of the White Tiger sect. Qing Sheng merely shrugged, not paying much attention. With his current strength, he wasn't strong enough to be of much help. Watching the two leave, Wu Changkong, Qing Sheng, and Ying Er did not hesitate and directly followed. As everyone walked through the White Tiger sect, they saw the disciples of the sect busy with various tasks. And they did not notice anything unusual. Everything seemed very normal. It wasn't until they entered the hall that YeXuan and Qian Renxue clearly felt a gaze filled with hatred directed at them. Following the gaze, they found that it was the great elder of the White Tiger sect looking at them with hatred. YeXuan turned to Qing Sheng and asked, Qing Sheng, how did you handle that, Bai Han? Sister-in-law said it was life or death, and I dislike trouble, so I chose the simplest solution and took care of Bai Han. Qing Sheng also noticed the great elder's gaze, but he had no intention of paying it any mind. It seems that the elder has already learned of Bai Han's death. YeXuan glanced at the elder briefly before turning his gaze away and walking straight towards the main seat at the front. What intrigued YeXuan was that there were two equally positioned main seats in the Baihu sect's hall. Moreover, the sect master and elders of the Baihu sect were seated in the secondary seats, suggesting that there would be other guests arriving today. YeXuan and Qian Renxue directly took their seats at the left main seat. Wu Changkong continued to stand behind them, while Qing Sheng and Ying Er casually found a spot on the left secondary seats and sat down. As soon as they sat down, Bai Jian said, Lord Yi, please wait a moment. Once everyone arrives, we will proceed with Bai Fengyu's return to the sect. Chapter 190. In explanation, YeXuan looked at Bai Jian, who was seated in the secondary seat, and nodded gently, saying, It's fine, we are not in a hurry, we can wait. At that moment, Bai Fengyu walked in wearing the Baihu sect disciples' attire and stood quietly in the hall. Qian Renxue glanced at Bai Fengyu and whispered in YeXuan's ear, Xiao Xian, who do you think the Baihu sect invited to deal with us? It could be the Xing Luo royal family. After all, both the Baihu sect and the Xing Luo royal family share the same lineage of martial spirits. Of course, it might also be people from the martial soul hall. The lower four sects have always had a good relationship with the martial soul hall, which is hardly a secret. YeXuan's voice was low enough that only he and Qian Renxue could hear it. If the Baihu sect invited someone from the Xing Luo royal family, it could be tricky, but if they invited someone from the martial soul hall, then they're truly courting death. A mysterious smile appeared on Qian Renxue's stunning face. Whoever they invite doesn't matter. After today, the Baihu sect's master will no longer bear the surname Bai. As YeXuan spoke, he playfully brushed his fingers over Qian Renxue's delicate nose, his eyes filled with affection. As time passed, Milo entered the Baihu sect's hall, accompanied by the white-clad bishop from the martial soul hall. Upon seeing Milo walk in, Bai Jian immediately stood up to greet him, saying, Bishop Milo, you arrived just in time. We have just prepared to begin. Please take a seat. Milo glanced around and noticed the remaining main seat on the right, while the left main seat was occupied by a young man and a young woman. Although he had never seen them before, their extraordinary appearance and luxurious attire, especially their aura, indicated that they were not from an ordinary family. Thus, Milo speculated that the young man was likely the son of the martial soul hall, and the young woman was probably the daughter of the martial soul hall. He had heard that the son of the martial soul hall had silver hair and silver eyes, while the daughter had golden hair and golden eyes. The two seated at the left main seat matched those descriptions perfectly. If they were indeed the son and daughter of the martial soul hall, then Milo dared not sit in the main seat. It was known that only individuals of equal status could occupy the two main seats, representing an equal standing, and Milo's status in the martial soul hall clearly did not qualify him for that. When YeXuan and Qian Renshua saw that the person who entered was the bishop of the martial soul hall, they exchanged a teasing glance at Bai Jian, but had no intention of speaking. After a moment, Milo withdrew his gaze from the two and asked, I heard that the hall master of the Xingyuan Hall has come to the Baihu sect. May I ask which one of you is the hall master? Bishop Milo, seated at the left main seat, is Hall Master Yi of the Xingyuan Hall, and your seat is at the right main seat. Bai Jian introduced with a smile. Upon hearing this, Milo inwardly sighed, realizing his guess was correct. The individuals in the left main seat were indeed the son and daughter of the martial soul hall. He glanced at Bai Jian and replied nonchalantly, No need for me to sit. I have matters to attend to. It will be best for your Baihu sect to resolve your issues quickly so that I can return to the hall and continue handling my affairs. The matter of Fang Yu's return to the sect will take some time. Bishop Milo should take a seat first, and we will resolve things slowly. Bai Jian paid no heed to Milo's tone, his smile even brighter than before. Milo did not push back further. If he continued to refuse to sit, it would raise suspicions among others, and if he inadvertently disrupted any plans of the son and daughter, the consequences would be severe. However, he dare not sit alongside YeXuan and Qian Renshua as equals. So, when he approached the right main seat, he directed his gaze towards Bai Fang Yu, who stood in the center of the hall, and asked somewhat curiously, Sect Master Bai, she is the third young lady who was expelled from the Baihu sect, right? I never expected her to return to the Baihu sect. As Milo spoke, he subtly adjusted his position downward, making the originally level chairs become higher on the left and lower on the right. The crowd's attention was drawn to Bai Fang Yu due to Milo's words. So apart from YeXuan, Qian Renshua, and Wu Changkong, no one noticed Milo's subtle maneuver. Bishop Milo is joking. The young lady's return to the Baihu sect is thanks to Hall Master Yi of the Xingyuan Hall. Without Hall Master Yi, the young lady wouldn't know when she could return to the Baihu sect, Bai Jian said with a hint of amusement in his voice. Before returning to his position and sitting down, Milo also refrained from speaking further and directly took his seat at the right main seat, while the other white-clad bishops stood quietly behind him. Bai Jian looked around and said loudly, Now that everyone is here, we will officially begin the ceremony for Bai Fang Yu's return to the Baihu sect. Bai Jian's words seemed to serve as a signal. As soon as he finished speaking, the elder slammed the table and stood up, asking, Sect Master, can we wait a moment on Bai Fang Yu's return to the sect? I have some personal matters to discuss with Hall Master Yi of the Xingyuan Hall. Elder, I have already announced the start. It would be better to wait until Fang Yu's return is concluded before you discuss your private matters with Hall Master Yi. Bai Jian signaled the elder with his eyes, indicating that some matters needed to be addressed after Bai Fang Yu's return. However, the elder completely ignored his intentions and directly focused his gaze on YeXuan, asking, Hall Master Yi, where's my grandson Bai Han now? Is he alive or dead? If Bai Han is already dead, please give me an explanation. Qin Sheng was about to speak up, ready to say that he had killed Bai Han, but before he could say anything, YeXuan's nonchalant voice rang out. Bai Han is already dead, and I killed him myself. Is that explanation sufficient? Chapter 191. The great elder of my family. Upon hearing the words, the great elder's eyes immediately narrowed, and endless anger surged from his heart. He directly asked, The rumors are indeed true. Lord Yi is quite arrogant, but I wonder how much strength lies behind that arrogance. I know I'm no match for that titled lord behind you, but I still wish to learn a thing or two from you, Lord Yi. If you are afraid, and wish to let that titled lord fight me instead, I have no objections. YeXuan looked at the great elder with a disdainful gaze, chuckled lightly, and said, Using provocation tactics, interesting. Since you wish to learn, I will indulge your request. However, the matter of Bai Fang Yu returning to the sect has officially begun, so there's no need to pause. After all, it won't take long anyway. Let us go outside the hall and have a proper match. The people from the White Tiger sect will not interfere. The great elder, seeing the disdain in YeXuan's eyes, felt even more furious. As an 89-level soul Douluo, although he was not a match for Wu Changkong, dealing with a 16 or 17-year-old boy should be a piece of cake. Moreover, he had seen YeXuan's soul rings last time. He was merely a 5-ring soul king. Although YeXuan's soul ring configuration was somewhat extraordinary, he was still just a soul king. Rest assured, great elder, I won't need anyone else's help to deal with you. We can compete outside, and the matter of Bai Fang Yu returning to the sect can continue, YeXuan said as he stood up and walked toward the hall's exit. The great elder had no hesitation and directly stood up to follow him outside. Bai Jian then asked, Bishop Milo, should we continue now? Or wait for them to finish their match before proceeding with Feng Yu's return to the sect? Lord Yi is correct. Since it has officially begun, we cannot stop. We should naturally continue with Feng Yu's return to the sect, Milo replied. He then transmitted a message to the white-robed bishop standing behind him, saying, "He is the young master of our spirit hall. We cannot allow him to be harmed in front of us. Otherwise, if the Pope finds out, we won't be able to bear the consequences." The white-robed bishop standing behind did not speak, but directed their gaze toward the outside of the hall. Qian Rinxue glanced outside the hall without any worry. Before Xiao Xian had the evil eye, he had fought the Sun Douluo of the Haoyan sect in close combat without falling behind and even defeated him. Now, he was only dealing with the soul Douluo, so there would be no problem at all. Outside the hall, YeXuan and the Great Elder stood facing each other. The Great Elder was the first to release his martial spirit, and 8 soul rings of yellow, purple, black flashed beneath his feet. YeXuan also released his white tiger martial spirit. After the spirit possession, 5 soul rings of purple, gold, black gradually flickered around him. After activating the secret technique, he charged toward the Great Elder. In the Great Elder's eyes, he saw a series of afterimages appear before him, and soon a pale hand began to magnify in front of him. The 5 fingers of the hand curled into claws, adorned with silver soul power and purple lightning. When the Great Elder saw the attacking hand, he had no time to think and formed a palm with his right hand, white soul power enveloping it as he struck toward the incoming hand. YeXuan's hand collided with the Great Elder's palm. The power of the divine beast. The white tiger condensed at YeXuan's fingertips, effortlessly breaking through the Great Elder's soul power and cutting through his palm. Drops of bright red blood flowed from the Great Elder's palm, and under the dual suppression of YeXuan's bloodline and the skill from his left arm. Holy King's pressure, the Great Elder's original full strength was reduced to only 50%. If it weren't for the fact that the Great Elder's soul power was higher than YeXuan's, he would have had even less than 50% left. A look of disbelief appeared in the Great Elder's eyes. Although he could feel his strength significantly suppressed by 2 mysterious forces, he was still a soul Douluo with soul power over 30 levels higher. How could it be so easy for someone to break through his soul power and injure him? Seeing the disbelief in the Great Elder's eyes, YeXuan chuckled and said, "It seems the Great Elder's strength is only this much. It's quite disappointing. Don't be too arrogant. Let me show you that a Soul King is still a Soul King, while I am an 89-level Soul Douluo. The gap of over 30 levels in soul power is something you can never make up for." As soon as the Great Elder finished speaking, his 7th soul ring began to flicker rapidly. 7th soul skill, Martial Spirit True Body. After the Great Elder released his Martial Spirit True Body, all his attributes received significant boosts, and he charged straight at YeXuan. YeXuan looked at the Great Elder's attacking palm with a disdainful smile. If it were someone else, a gap of over 30 levels in soul power would be hard to overcome. But YeXuan had even defeated titled Douluo before. How could he not bridge this 30-level gap? Moreover, the Great Elder's strength had already been suppressed by 50%. Silver soul power and purple destructive power continuously coalesced in YeXuan's hand. He directly unleashed the secret technique, engaging the Great Elder in close combat without dodging or retreating. The Great Elder, seeing YeXuan's disdainful smile, could no longer suppress his anger and attacked without holding back. However, every blow from the Great Elder was met with a strong counterattack from YeXuan. Furthermore, with every collision, destructive power surged through the Great Elder's palm and entered his body, causing him immense pain. Even though the Great Elder had activated his Martial Spirit True Body, he did not gain any advantage and was even subtly trending toward being suppressed by YeXuan. As time passed, the Great Elder found himself at a disadvantage in close combat. Meanwhile, YeXuan's 4th soul ring began to flicker rapidly. A strong and blinding silver light quickly flickered and condensed around YeXuan, growing increasingly intense, almost blinding anyone who looked at it. When the silver light reached its peak, it suddenly burst forth, and countless silver rays, like a silver rain, surged toward the Great Elder. 4th soul skill, Holy Light 10,000 meters. Chapter 192. The oath takes effect. The Great Elder looked at the incoming silver rain and quickly retreated, hoping to dodge it. However, as he moved, he realized that the silver rain seemed to have a mind of its own, continuously following him. Moreover, the speed of the silver rain was significantly faster than his own, leaving him unable to evade the oncoming downpour. Since he couldn't dodge, then he wouldn't. He didn't believe he couldn't withstand even a single soul skill from YeXuan. With that thought, the great elder turned his gaze back to YeXuan, bracing himself against the incoming silver rain as he charged straight at YeXuan. YeXuan watched the charging great elder as his third soul ring began to flicker. His eyes transformed into red and blue, and with the activation of the evil eye, a mental attack infused with thunderous power shot directly at the approaching great elder. As the great elder charged toward YeXuan, he suddenly felt a strong pain in his sea of consciousness. Moreover, this pain is different from physical pain. He can endure physical pain, but he cannot bear the pain from the mind at all. The grand elder cradled his head in his hands, his face filled with expressions of agony. Just as he stopped, a rain of light came pouring down from the sky, striking directly at the grand elder. The light rain pierced through the grand elder's soul-powered defense like sharp arrows, hitting his body. The crimson blood stained the grand elder's white clothing, and his body fell straight back, lifeless. I forgot to tell you, my fourth soul skill has tracking and defense-ignoring effects. You can only use attacks to forcefully block it. But now, I can tell you, it won't be of any use. YeXuan looked at the grand elder's corpse, retracted his martial soul, and walked straight into the hall. His fourth soul skill, although powerful with tracking, defense-ignoring, and large-scale killing effects, has a limitation. It can only be used once a day. Therefore, since he obtained the fourth soul ring, he had hardly used it, instead opting to directly use the million-year soul skill from the third soul ring to eliminate opponents instantly. When YeXuan returned to the hall, he found that the members of the White Tiger sect were looking at him with incredulous expressions. However, YeXuan paid no attention to their gazes, only smiled and said, "The matter has been resolved. Now, the issue of Bai Fangyu returning to the White Tiger sect has not yet concluded, right?" As he spoke, his gaze fixed directly on Bai Jian, his eyes clearly warning him. Upon seeing YeXuan's warning gaze, Bai Jian couldn't help but tremble. The Grand Elder was a level 89 soul Douluo, yet he was taken down by YeXuan, a soul king. Moreover, YeXuan was completely unscathed. Is this the power a soul king can possess? Although Bai Jian was also a soul Douluo, his strength was not comparable to that of the Grand Elder. Since YeXuan could eliminate the Grand Elder without a scratch, he could do the same to himself. But when he saw Milo sitting there, he felt a sense of confidence, straightening his body and speaking unassumingly. "Lord Yi, the matter of returning to the sect is nearly finished. As long as we write down Fangyu's name, she will be a disciple of our White Tiger sect. Then it seems I Haven Tea arrived too late. You may continue with the matter of Bai Fangyu's return to the sect. No need to mind me." YeXuan casually replied and walked to his position to sit down. As YeXuan sat down, Qian Rinxue also directed her gaze at him, carefully observing. After a while, Qian Rinxue seemed to discover something, reaching out to touch YeXuan's torn sleeve and saying, "Xiao Xian, your sleeve is torn. You should change your clothes when you get back." YeXuan looked down at his sleeve, noticing it was indeed torn, but he didn't care much, nodding and replying. "It might have been torn during close combat with the Grand Elder of the White Tiger sect. That's normal. After all, it's close combat. Getting a tear in one's clothes is nothing unusual." I know. As long as you're not injured, that's fine. Bai Fangyu is about to return to the White Tiger sect soon." Qian Rinxue's hand moved away from YeXuan's sleeve, her eyes filled with joy. "Just based on him, he thinks he can hurt me? Schwer, are you overestimating him or underestimating me?" YeXuan reached out and lightly brushed Qian Rinxue's high nose, his eyes filled with affection. Qian Rinxue merely shot him a glance, somewhat proudly shifting her gaze from YeXuan to Bai Fangyu, not speaking further. YeXuan then clasped his hands behind his head, looking at Bai Fangyu, who was about to return to the White Tiger sect, also saying nothing. In the hall, Bai Jian took out an old-looking book, opened it, and pulled out a pen to write down Bai Fangyu's name. After writing the name, Bai Jian slowly closed the old book and stood up, speaking loudly. "From this day forth, Bai Fangyu officially returns to the White Tiger sect, becoming a disciple of our White Tiger sect, and also my daughter." Boom! As soon as Bai Jian's words fell, 3 loud thunderclaps suddenly sounded from the sky outside the hall. Upon hearing the thunder, Bai Jian couldn't help but mutter to himself. Could Fangyu's vow have taken effect? Just to be safe, I should find someone to test it later and see if the vow has indeed taken effect. Bai Fangyu, however, completely ignored the sudden thunder, as she was now immersed in the joy of returning to the White Tiger sect, not thinking about anything else. When YeXuan and Qian Rinxue heard the thunder, both of their lips almost simultaneously curled into smiles. Although they didn't know if it was a hint that the vow had taken effect, since Bai Fangyu had already returned to the White Tiger sect, it meant that her vow must have been effective. Thus, from now on, the White Tiger sect would no longer bear the Bai surname. and they would have a sect loyal to their lineage for generations to come. Bai Jian scanned the surroundings and felt more at ease upon seeing Milo's calm expression. With the bishop of the Martial Soul Hall here, there would surely be no issues with holding off the people from the Starfall Hall. Chapter 193. I have connections in the divine realm. Seeing that everything had concluded, YeXuan did not want to waste any more time. He lightly tapped the armrest of his chair and said, Bai Jian, is it better for you to say some things yourself, or should your daughter say them? Upon hearing this, Bai Jian's expression stiffened slightly, but he showed no intention of speaking. Instead, he signaled to a disciple of the White Tiger sect. The disciple, upon meeting Bai Jian's gaze, stepped forward and said, What are you? How dare you directly address our sect leader by name? Or do you really think our White Tiger sect fears your Starfall Hall? Furthermore, the Martial Soul Hall's Bishop Milo is here in our White Tiger sect. Do you dare to act recklessly here? Do you want to be enemies with our White Tiger sect? Or do you wish to go against the Martial Soul Hall? Just as the disciple finished speaking, a purple lightning bolt suddenly struck from the sky at breakneck speed. The purple lightning tore through the roof of the hall and struck the disciple directly. Dust flew in the hall, and the purple lightning caused everyone to involuntarily close their eyes. Among those in the hall, aside from YeXuan and Qian Renshua, who were mentally prepared, the others had no idea what was happening. YeXuan and Qian Renshua were prepared because they had connections in the divine realm. Therefore, the vows made by the two could not possibly take effect. After a long time, as the dust in the hall began to settle, YeXuan brushed away the dust in front of him and said, Bai Jian, it seems you are not going to speak, so let your daughter Bai Fangyu say it. The people in the hall, upon hearing YeXuan's voice, all came back to their senses and looked at the place where the lightning had struck. They saw that the spot where the disciple had stood had already formed a large pit, with faint purple lightning flickering within it. The disciple had already disappeared from the hall, and his figure could no longer be seen. No one spoke up to ask where the disciple had gone, as it was obvious that he had been turned to ashes by the thunderbolt. When Bai Fangyu heard YeXuan's voice, she patted her chest, still feeling a bit shaken, and said, I once swore before the young master and young lady with my martial soul that I would be loyal to their lineage for generations to come, including my future clansmen and descendants. Therefore, now the entire White Tiger sect belongs to the young master and young lady. Moreover, the situation of that disciple just now must have been a backlash from the oath. The members of the White Tiger sect looked at Bai Fangyu with disbelief as she spoke. They did not utter a word, simply staring intently at her in silence. The hall seemed to have fallen into a state of quiet, or perhaps it would be more accurate to describe it as a deathly stillness. After a long while, the remaining three elders of the White Tiger sect withdrew their gazes from Bai Fangyu and directed them at Bai Jian, asking Bai Jian, Did you know about this matter all along? If you did, why did you let Bai Fangyu return to the White Tiger sect? Bai Jian glanced at the three elders, then extended his hand to pull his daughter behind him, saying, That's right, I knew about it long ago, but I have a solution, and Bai Fangyu is my daughter. She will return to the White Tiger sect sooner or later. What's the difference between returning early or late? You have a solution? What solution could you possibly have? The oath sworn with martial souls is unbreakable. If it is violated, didn't you see the fate of the disciple just now? I would like to see how you, Bai Jian, plan to resolve this. The elder of the White Tiger sect spoke with barely suppressed anger. Bai Jian ignored the three elders and turned to the Platinum Bishop of the Martial Soul Hall, Milo, bowing respectfully and saying, Bishop Milo, as per our agreement, our White Tiger sect is willing to submit to the Martial Soul Hall. Please, Bishop Milo, lend us your assistance. Milo, upon hearing this, raised his eyelids slightly, showing no intention of addressing Bai Jian, and directly approached YeXuan and Qian Renshua, bowing respectfully and saying, Martial Soul Hall Platinum Bishop Milo meets the young master and young lady. The white-robed bishops that Milo brought with him also bowed to YeXuan and Qian Renshua, saying Martial Soul Hall, White-Robed Bishop, meets the young master and young lady. Bai Jian and the three elders of the White Tiger sect displayed expressions of shock, confusion, disbelief, and incredulity. Bai Jian hurriedly asked, Bishop Milo, what do you mean by this? Milo merely glanced at Bai Jian with a hint of mockery and showed no intention of answering. YeXuan placed his foot on the seat where Milo had been sitting, gently wrapped his arm around Qian Renshua beside him, and said, Bai Jian, let me formally introduce our identities. I, YeXuan, am not only the Lord of the Starfall Palace, but I'm also a disciple of the current Pope of the Martial Soul Hall and the son-in-law of the current Pope. As soon as he finished speaking, YeXuan pointed to Qian Renshua beside him and said, This is my wife Qian Renshua, who is also the daughter of the current Pope. That is why the Platinum Bishop of the Martial Soul Hall addresses us as young master and young lady. In other words, The martial soul hall is part of my family, but you now want to use my family's power to counterbalance me. I must say, you have quite the ambition. A faint smile appeared on Qian Rinchue's face as she said, if you, BibiDong, do not seek help from the martial soul hall, we might need to spend some time to resolve this. But you, BibiDong, have truly helped us. Now we don't even need to waste time. I now give you two choices. One is to follow the oath sworn by Fangyu, that the White Tiger sect will be loyal to our lineage for generations to come. The second is to violate the oath, suffer the backlash of the oath, and ultimately meet a fate where not even bones remain. Upon hearing this, disbelief filled BibiDong's eyes. He had never imagined that the two forces, the Starfall Palace and the Martial Soul Hall, were established by the same family. Initially, he thought his plan was without any issues. But now, knowing that both forces were from the same family, his idea of using the Martial Soul Hall to counterbalance the Starfall Palace was utterly useless. Chapter 194. The submission of the White Tiger sect. BibiDong glanced at Fangyu behind him, then withdrew his gaze and said, the Martial Soul Hall and the Starfall Palace. What a grand game of chess. I, BibiDong, admit defeat wholeheartedly. I am willing to be loyal to your lineage for generations to come. As soon as BibiDong finished speaking, he bowed directly to YeXuan and Qian Rinchue, indicating his submission. BibiDong was not a fool. The Starfall Palace had been established for 6 years, and during this time, no one had discovered that the Starfall Palace and the Martial Soul Hall were from the same family. Moreover, it had never been heard in the outside world that the Pope had a daughter. He knew that the Pope had a disciple, but it was not YeXuan. It was Liena, known as the golden generation of the Martial Soul Hall. Thus, in the perception of the outside world, neither of these two existed in the Martial Soul Hall. Furthermore, the Starfall Palace was now a force that could stand alongside the top 3 sects, yet was from the same family as the Martial Soul Hall, while the outside world was completely unaware of the relationship between the Starfall Palace and the Martial Soul Hall. This clearly indicated that the aims of the Martial Soul Hall and the Starfall Palace were not small. Most importantly, YeXuan and Qian Rinchue openly acknowledged their identities. This meant that today, only those who submitted according to the oath would survive. Those who did not submit in accordance with the oath, if they did not face the backlash of the oath, would only meet a ruthless slaughter. After all, the best way to keep a secret is for the person to be dead. After seeing that BibiDong was willing to submit, YeXuan lightly tapped the armrest of his chair and said, this is the correct choice. If you submit to us and are loyal to our lineage for generations, I can guarantee that the future of the White Tiger sect will only grow stronger. In fact, it is not impossible for it to even replace the original top 3 sections. YeXuan's voice carried a casual tone, but what he said was very serious. The remaining 3 elders of the White Tiger sect turned gloomy upon seeing BibiDong pledge his submission. One elder immediately stepped forward and said, BibiDong, your so-called solution is to directly submit to the Starfall Palace? BibiDong shook his head and replied, those who recognize the times are wise. The Starfall Palace and the Martial Soul Hall are forces from the same family. Which force on the continent can simultaneously withstand both the Starfall Palace and the Martial Soul Hall? None at all. Our lower 4 sects cannot, nor can the upper 3 sections. Moreover, as the master of the White Tiger sect, I must prioritize the greater situation. Choosing to submit is far better than choosing destruction. I, BibiDong, am not someone who fears death, nor is my choice to submit born from fear. I'm not alone. I have 2 daughters. They are young, with exceptional talents in cultivation and a bright future ahead. Do you want them to die alongside me? BibiDong's voice was strong and resolute, refusing to yield in the face of the elder's questioning. He was currently at the level of a soul, Douluo, and unless he had some extraordinary opportunity, he would never surpass the rank of a titled Dalu in this lifetime. However, his daughter, Bai Mengqiu, has a remarkable talent for cultivation, which can be considered as extraordinary. If she puts in the effort, it is possible for her to reach the level of a titled Dalu. Therefore, his daughter Bai Mengqiu has a bright future ahead of her. His other daughter, Bai Fangyu, has also awakened her martial soul. Although she has missed the best time and age for cultivation, her martial soul is not low, and if she works hard, reaching the soul sage level should not be a problem. Moreover, he owes Bai Fangyu a lot, and has let her suffer too much. Thus, even if it's just for his daughter, Qian would still choose to submit. Just as this elder was about to say something, 2 voices suddenly rang out beside him. The second elder of the White Tiger sect is willing to be loyal to the young master and young lady for generations. The 4th elder of the White Tiger sect is willing to be loyal to the young master and young lady for generations. The 3rd elder of the White Tiger sect turned around upon hearing the voices and asked the 2 who were bowing second brother, old 4. You two have also submitted to the Starfall Hall? Our White Tiger sect only worships the White Tiger. How can we be loyal to these two young people? Third brother. The sect master is right. Whether from the perspective of the sect's overall situation or from our family standpoint, choosing to submit is the best choice. We three are already deep in the grave, and we have long since become indifferent to life and death. But what about our children and grandchildren? They have a bright future ahead of them. Should we really make them accompany us, who have only a few years left, to death? The second elder sighed, his voice filled with helplessness. Yes, we also don't have many years left, but our children and grandchildren have a bright future. There is no need to let them die with us. The third elder lowered his head and sighed, shaking his head, no longer looking at the third elder. Upon hearing this, the third elder fell silent, no longer speaking, his eyes revealing a sense of hesitation. The first elder had already been killed, and the three of them together could not match a single super Douluo. Moreover, they were bound by their oaths. If they did not submit, the only path left for them was death. Outside the hall, the first elder's corpse was the best proof. Furthermore, the third elder was already old and had very few years left to live. If because of this, he lost his children and grandchildren and made them accompany him to death, it would truly not be worth it. After a long time, the third elder also bowed to YeXuan and Qian, saying, "The third elder of the White Tiger sect is willing to be loyal to the young lady and young master for generations." Seeing that the sect master and the three elders of the White Tiger sect had chosen to submit, YeXuan and Qian couldn't help but smile. Now that all the high-ranking members of the White Tiger sect had chosen to submit, the remaining disciples would be much easier to deal with. YeXuan sat in a chair and said, "Since you have all chosen to submit, then the matter of the White Tiger sect disciples will be left to you to resolve. However, you must remember to keep this matter confidential. No one outside the White Tiger sect must know. Furthermore, the relationship between the White Tiger sect and the Starfall Hall must also remain unknown to outsiders. Otherwise, the consequences of the oath backlash need not remind you." Upon hearing this, BibiDong and the three elders immediately bowed and said, "Young master, please rest assured. We know what to do." As soon as they finished speaking, BibiDong and the three elders prepared to rise and leave the hall. But after taking a few steps, they heard YeXuan's voice resonate in the hall. "Wait a moment, I still have something to say." YeXuan looked at BibiDong and the three elders of the White Tiger sect, saying, "BibiDong, your two daughters have exceptional cultivation talent. Instead of keeping them in your White Tiger sect for training, why not send them to my Starfall Hall for cultivation? Although my Starfall Hall is far away in the Tiando Empire, the cultivation resources we can provide for them far exceed what your White Tiger sect can offer. Moreover, there are several titled Daoliuos in my Starfall Hall who can guide them in their cultivation, which is more than enough. As for the grandchildren of the three elders, although I haven't seen them, I believe their talents must not be lacking. It would be better to send them all to my Starfall Hall so they can cultivate there with peace of mind. Also, during their journey to the Starfall Hall, they will be protected by super Daoliuos, so you need not worry about their safety. What do you think?" YeXuan smiled, his tone casual, but with an undertone that suggested it was not to be defied. Upon hearing YeXuan's words, Qian's eyes lit up instantly, and she understood YeXuan's meaning. Although the high-ranking members of the White Tiger sect had expressed their submission and were bound by their oaths, they were still outwardly compliant, but inwardly resistant. If someone were to reveal their identities, it would complicate their future plans. However, if they sent their respective daughters or grandchildren to the Starfall Hall for cultivation, it would give them something to consider. In simple terms, it was using them as hostages. If the plan did not leak, then the hostages sent to the Starfall Hall would not encounter any issues. But if someone disregarded their lives and leaked the plan, those hostages sent to the Starfall Hall would definitely not return. Moreover, having hostages would keep the four of them vigilant and supervise each other. After all, the hostages sent to the Starfall Hall would not be just one person, and if the plan leaked, no one would know whether their hostages would be safe. Thus, this would greatly reduce the possibility of the matter being leaked. BibiDong and the three elders exchanged glances and understood YeXuan's meaning, but no one spoke up immediately, and they stood silently waiting. After a long time, BibiDong finally spoke. "If they can enter the Starfall Hall for cultivation, it would indeed be much better than cultivating in the White Tiger sect. Therefore, young master, young lady, whenever you return to the Starfall Hall, I will have Bai Mengchu and Bai Fangyu accompany you back to the Starfall Hall. We will leave the White Tiger sect tomorrow. You can let them go back and pack their things. We will leave in the morning." As YeXuan spoke, he closed his eyes, his fingers tapping on the armrest of the chair, making a clicking sound. "All right, then I will take Fangyu back to pack her things, and in the morning, I will let them leave the White Tiger sect with you, young master. Bai Jian agreed and immediately walked toward the hall exit, showing no intention of staying. Bai Fangyu glanced at YeXuan and Qian Rinxue before following Bai Jian out of the hall. The three elders, seeing that Bai Jian had agreed, did not hesitate much either, and all spoke up, young master, young lady, we will let them leave the White Tiger sect with you in the morning and go to the Starfall Hall for cultivation. The three elders can go back now and have them start packing their things. We will leave the White Tiger sect early tomorrow morning, so there won't be much time for you to spend together. However, it was the best choice for you to send them to the Starfall Palace, as the cultivation resources that my Starfall Palace can provide them will exceed your imagination. YeXuan waved his hand to the three of them, indicating that they could leave first. The three elders from the White Tiger sect bowed to YeXuan and Qian Rinxue before leaving the hall directly. After the three left, YeXuan stood up, took out a pen and paper from his soul guide, and quickly wrote a letter. Once he finished writing the letter, his gaze turned to the Platinum Bishop, Milo, and he said, Milo, there is nothing more here. You can take your people back to the Spirit Hall. After returning to the Spirit Hall, deliver this letter to the Pope in Spirit City, and tell my teacher that we are heading to the City of Slaughter, so she doesn't need to worry about our safety. Yes, my lord. I will deliver the letter to the Pope in Spirit City and convey your words exactly as you said. Milo respectfully took the letter from YeXuan's hand and prepared to leave the hall with his companions to return to the Spirit Hall. Qian Rinxue, seeing Milo and the others getting ready to leave, suddenly spoke up, wait a moment. I also have a letter that I need you to deliver to the Hall of Offerings. As soon as Qian Rinxue finished speaking, she took the pen and paper from YeXuan's hand and quickly wrote a letter. After carefully reviewing it and finding no issues, she sealed the letter and handed it to Milo. Looking at the letter in his hand, Milo felt a bit troubled and immediately said, Miss, with my status, I'm not qualified to go to the Hall of Offerings. How am I supposed to deliver this letter there? You can just leave the letter at the Pope's palace. Someone will take it to the Hall of Offerings later. You don't need to worry about that. Just make sure it gets delivered. Qian Rinxue glanced at Milo, not paying much attention to his concern. It was true that with Milo's position as a Platinum Bishop, he couldn't go to the Hall of Offerings, but as long as he left both letters at the Pope's palace, someone would naturally take them to the Hall of Offerings. Yes, miss, I understand. After agreeing, Milo carefully stored the two letters. Once he secured the letters, he left the hall with the people from the Spirit Hall. Chapter 196. Heading to the City of Slaughter, seeing that everything had been resolved, YeXuan directly stood up and said, Wu Changkong, you will take the people from the White Tiger sect back to the Starfall Palace tomorrow. We need to head to the City of Slaughter, so we won't be returning to the Starfall Palace with you. Okay, my lord. I will safely take them back to the Starfall Palace tomorrow morning. Wu Changkong replied, but he still stood behind the two without moving an inch. With your strength, it's almost impossible for anything to go wrong. All right, let's rest well at the White Tiger sect for the night. Tomorrow, Wu Changkong will take the people back to the Starfall Palace, and we will head to the City of Slaughter. YeXuan smiled, not paying much attention to what Wu Changkong said. With Wu Changkong's strength as a 98th level super Duo, it was almost impossible for any problems to arise unless they encountered a 99th level limit Douluo, but there were only a few limit Daoliuos, so it was unlikely they would run into one. As soon as YeXuan's words fell, everyone stood up together and walked towards their rooms to rest well for the night at the White Tiger sect. After YeXuan and Qian Rinxue returned to their room, they directly sat cross-legged on the bed to meditate and cultivate their soul power. The next morning, while YeXuan was meditating and cultivating his soul power, he suddenly opened his eyes and exited the meditative state. Within his body, it felt as if there were sounds of glass shattering, ringing continuously in his ears. After the sound faded, YeXuan gently exhaled, stood up from the bed, and began to stretch his body. His soul power had now broken through to level 52, reaching level 53 Soul King. Moreover, due to the purity of his soul power, the increase in his strength from this level was extremely significant. Compared to before, his current strength had increased by at least 20. After stretching his body, YeXuan checked the time and went directly to Qian Rinxue's side. He leaned in close to her ear and said, Shuer, it's getting late. We need to leave the White Tiger sect and head to the City of Slaughter. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue immediately opened her eyes, stretched lazily on the bed, and said, Then let's go. We've already resolved the matters of the White Tiger sect. We don't need to rush too much. At least we still have time to freshen up. YeXuan smiled and turned to wash up. Qian Rinxue rolled her eyes at YeXuan and got out of bed to wash up as well. After the two finished washing up, they walked out of the room together. As soon as they stepped out of the room, they saw Qing Sheng and Ying Er standing outside, quietly waiting. When Qing Sheng saw the two come out, he stretched lazily and said nonchalantly, didn't I tell you? Before 8 o'clock. My brother won't come out of the room. Is there a problem with me making you get up early? Looked at Qing Sheng with a smile in her eyes. No problem, of course. Qing Sheng smiled, his tone somewhat casual. YeXuan looked at Qing Sheng and asked, Wu Chongkong and the others haven't gotten up yet? My brother left the White Tiger sect with the people from the White Tiger sect an hour ago. They should be on their way back to the Starfall Palace. How could they still be asleep? Qing Sheng replied with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Then let's go. We should head to Daluo City to hire a carriage to the City of Slaughter. YeXuan directly ignored Qing Sheng's gaze, reached out, and took Qian Rinchue's soft hand, moving forward. I think we could go to Daluo City for breakfast first, and then find a carriage to the City of Slaughter. Qing Sheng said, quickly catching up with After YeXuan, Qian Rinchue, Qing Sheng, and left the White Tiger sect. They arrived in Daluo City. The four found a restaurant that looked decent and went inside, planning to finish breakfast before hiring a carriage to the City of Slaughter. Breakfast was not very sumptuous. They just had a simple meal to fill their stomachs, which was sufficient. Soon, after finishing breakfast, YeXuan prepared to take out his gold soul card from his soul guide to pay the bill and leave the restaurant. However, after searching through his soul guide, he could not find his gold soul card. YeXuan was very familiar with the arrangement of every item in his soul guide, and there should be no situation where he couldn't find something unless it wasn't in his soul guide at all. He searched his body again, but still couldn't find his gold soul card. After thinking for a moment, he remembered that he had given the gold soul card to Bai Fengyu when they were in the border city of the Star Luo Empire, asking her to buy lunch for everyone. After buying lunch, it seemed he hadn't seen his gold soul card since. Could be that Bai Fengyu forgot to return it to him? While YeXuan was deep in thought, Qian Rinchue blinked and asked Xiao Xian, "What are you looking for?" "My gold soul card is missing. It might be that Bai Fengyu forgot to return it to me when she bought lunch last time." "Xuya, you still have your golden soul card with you, right? Let's settle the bill first." YeXuan smiled helplessly at Qian Rinchue. It was usually him who paid, but this time his golden soul card was actually missing. "My golden soul card is out of money. But I remember that last time Bai Fengyu gave your golden soul card to me. I'll look for it," Qian Rinchue replied and started searching through her soul guide device. After a while, she finally took out a golden soul card from the device and handed it to a nearby waiter. After the waiter swiped the card, he returned it to Qian Rinchue. After receiving the golden soul card, Qian Rinchue placed it in front of YeXuan. YeXuan looked at the golden soul card in front of him, picked it up, and then placed it back in Qian Rinchue's hand, saying, "Isn't your golden soul card out of money? Just use mine for now. When we get back to the Starfall Palace, I'll get another golden soul card." "Okay, then I'll keep your golden soul card for now," Qian Rinchue agreed and directly put away YeXuan's golden soul card. YeXuan didn't mind and stood up, taking her hand as they walked toward the restaurant exit. Qing Sheng and exchanged glances, feeling as if the two had forgotten their presence. However, neither of them said anything and directly stood up to follow. The group hired a luxurious and comfortable carriage in Xinglua City and rode towards the City of Slaughter. Chapter 197. City of Slaughter. After half a month of traveling in the carriage, YeXuan, Qian Rinchue, Qing Sheng, and arrived at a small town. As soon as they stepped into the town, they could feel that the atmosphere around was strange. YeXuan, Xin Renjue, and Qing Sheng could sense a peculiar chill from the people around them. YeXuan scanned the surroundings and quietly said, "Qing Sheng, make sure to protect well. It's best not to let her out of our sight. This place is not very peaceful. Bro, you can rest assured. Even if we can't help you much, we won't hold you back. I'll take good care of Qing Sheng replied, also scanning the area, his eyes revealing a hint of chill. "Am I worried about you holding us back? I'm just reminding you because I don't want any accidents happening to due to your negligence," YeXuan said, not paying much attention to Qing Sheng's words, and reached out to hold Qian Rinchue's hand as they headed toward the tavern. Qing Sheng grabbed and followed closely behind, always ready for a fight. When they entered the tavern, they couldn't help but frown. The reason for their frowns was not anything else, but because the air inside the tavern was extremely murky, making them feel very uncomfortable. Moreover, the tavern was decorated entirely in black, giving off a cold and dark feeling even though it was daytime. There were not many people inside the tavern. Only about 30% of the seats were occupied. Although the air was thick, few people spoke, making the tavern seem exceptionally quiet. The arrival of YeXuan, Qian Rinchue, Qing Sheng, and attracted most of the gazes in the tavern. Especially Qian Rinchue and most of the eyes in the tavern were fixed on them, and there was a greedy look in the eyes of many. YeXuan scanned the surroundings, and the coldness in his eyes was almost palpable. Yet no one in the tavern spoke. YeXuan, Qian Rinxue, Qing Sheng, and Inker sat down in a corner of the tavern. A service staff member dressed in black with a cold expression approached and asked, "What would you like to order?" YeXuan glanced at the waiter and replied, "We want to go to the city of slaughter." As soon as he finished speaking, a mocking smile appeared on the waiter's face, and the other patrons in the tavern burst into laughter. Ha! So it's a bunch of newbies who don't even understand the rules of the city of slaughter and dare to come to a place like this. Is this the place for you? Go back home and leave those two girls here. I've never seen such beautiful girls in my life. Let me tell you, entering the city of slaughter requires qualifications, and the first thing you need to do is order a Bloody Mary. As a reward for telling you this, just give those two girls to me. As for you two, go home and find your mother for some milk. Haha. Various vulgarities echoed in the tavern, as if the patrons had found a vent for their suppressed emotions, mercilessly attacking everyone. YeXuan cast a cold glance at the patrons, who had no intention of speaking. Instead, he took out daggers, short swords, willow leaf blades, and trident from his soul guide device. Before the patrons in the tavern could react, YeXuan swiftly threw various weapons at them. The speed of the weapons was incredibly fast, and 80% of the patrons had no idea what was happening before their bodies fell lifelessly to the ground. Of course, there were a few quick-reacting individuals who, when the weapons flew toward them, activated their martial souls to resist or dodge the incoming projectiles. They reacted quickly, but YeXuan and Qian Rinxue were even faster. YeXuan's white tiger martial soul rose behind him, and upon activation, 5 soul rings of purple, gold, black, and black shimmered around him. After releasing his martial soul, YeXuan charged towards the remaining patrons without hesitation, using the movement technique. Seeing YeXuan pull out the hidden weapons, Qian Rinxue immediately knew what he intended to do, so she activated her martial soul almost simultaneously. The 8-winged angel martial soul emerged behind her, with 5 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, and black flickering around her, as she also activated the movement technique and charged at the remaining patrons. When Qing Sheng saw the two rush out, he just released his Azure Dragon martial soul, with 4 soul rings of yellow and purple emerging around him. But by the time he did, the battle in the tavern had already ended. There were not many people in the tavern to begin with, and only a few survived YeXuan's hidden weapons. With the combined strength of YeXuan and Qian Rinxue, along with the speed of the movement technique, the patrons were essentially eliminated within seconds. YeXuan and Qian Rinxue retracted their martial souls and walked directly to the waiter. YeXuan coldly asked, "Now we should have the qualifications to enter the city of slaughter, right? We don't need to drink any Bloody Marys anymore, do we?" YeXuan showed no signs of remorse for those he had just killed. Not even a change of expression crossed his face. Everyone who could come here was not innocent, including YeXuan, Qian Rinxue, Qing Sheng, and Inger. They all had their own motives. If their strength had been insufficient, the words spoken by the patrons earlier would have become a reality before their eyes. Being merciful to enemies is being cruel to oneself. So they had already put away their mercy before coming to the city of slaughter. Only Inger, looking at the situation in the tavern, closed her eyes in distress, but did not say anything. The waiter looked at the guest lying on the ground and couldn't help but swallow. He didn't expect that the young men and women in front of him would act so decisively and straightforwardly, without any hesitation. No need. You already have the qualification to enter the city of slaughter. You don't need to drink Bloody Mary now. I will take you to the city of slaughter right away. The waiter's voice carried a slight tremor. Chapter 198. Bloody Mary. The waiter walked straight to the bar, and as he opened it, a hollow space appeared beneath the bar. YeXuan turned to Qing Sheng and said, "What are you still looking at? Let's go. We are about to enter the city of slaughter." As soon as he finished speaking, YeXuan took Qian Rinxue's delicate hand and approached the hollow space at the bar. Qing Sheng and Inger did not hesitate either and also came to the hollow space. The 4 of them looked down at the hollow space, clearly feeling the cold wind blowing out from it. But none of them hesitated and jumped directly into the dark hollow, their bodies instantly enveloped by the darkness. They were in the dark and had only fallen a few meters when they landed on solid ground. YeXuan looked around, although they were in darkness. Due to his eyes having been transformed into demonic eyes, he could clearly see everything in the dark. This was a long corridor extending downwards at a slant, with a chilling aura continuously blowing out from the corridor, hitting everyone, but they all walked down without any hesitation. Above YeXuan's brow, a blood-red long sword pattern appeared silently. As they walked in the dark corridor, Qian Rinxue suddenly asked Xiao Xian, "What exactly is this Bloody Mary they mentioned?" Bloody Mary is, simply put, a drink made from fresh blood, which also contains chronic toxins. In the city of slaughter, no matter what, we must not drink Bloody Mary. YeXuan said with a serious tone. Bloody Mary, a drink made from fresh blood, is really disgusting. Who would drink such a thing? Qian Rinxue glanced at YeXuan, speaking firmly. As long as we don't drink Bloody Mary, that's fine. As for whether it's disgusting or if anyone drinks it, that's not our concern. YeXuan smiled, not really caring about the Bloody Mary issue since they wouldn't drink it anyway. When they had walked more than 1,000 meters, a cold voice suddenly echoed from all directions. Welcome to the city of slaughter. This is the capital of hell, a world full of slaughter. Here, you can obtain everything you desire. The price you pay is your life. As the cold voice sounded, Qing Sheng looked around and said, Bro, this corridor is a bit strange. My spiritual power can't penetrate through it. That's normal. This corridor is made of special materials, not just you. Even my spirit can't penetrate through it, YeXuan said casually as he continued to walk forward. In the dark corridor, YeXuan not only noticed that the corridor couldn't be penetrated by spiritual power, but also sensed that someone was spying on them. First observing their martial souls and then watching them, Qian Rinxue quietly looked around and used her finger to write the words spying in YeXuan's palm. YeXuan felt the change in his palm, turned to Qian Rinxue, shook his head, and didn't say anything. Suddenly, a voice echoed clearly in YeXuan's mind. You finally arrived at the city of slaughter. Your first test is to achieve 100 victories in the Hell Slaughter Arena and obtain the domain of the God of Slaughter. I left a trace of divine thought on you. If you need to communicate, you can tell me through this divine thought. Also, I mentioned before that I would grant you 2 divine soul rings, 1 for each of you. If you need to upgrade your soul rings, you can inform me through divine thought, and I will grant them to you. Listening to the voice in his mind, YeXuan immediately recognized it as the voice of the Shura god. After the Shura's words, a system prompt also sounded in YeXuan's mind. Ding. Task issued. Task 1. Achieve 100 victories in the Hell Slaughter Arena. Completion reward. 50,000 fortune points. Task 2. Integrate the laws of slaughter. Completion reward. Innate Supreme Treasure Phantom. Slaughter Supreme Treasure. After reading the system tasks, YeXuan bowed slightly to the front and said, Senior Shura, I have remembered everything you just said. After bowing, YeXuan and Qian Rinxue walked forward confidently. Qing Sheng and Ying Er were somewhat confused, not knowing what YeXuan was referring to. The corridor was completely dark, although they couldn't see what was ahead. Qing Sheng was sure that there was nothing in front of them, only darkness, and it was impossible for anyone to exist. However, Qing Sheng and Ying Er didn't ask anything and simply followed behind the two, walking forward. Qian Rinxue's eyes showed a thoughtful expression. She knew that the divine position inherited by Xiao Xian was that of the Shura god, and the senior Shura Xiao Xian just mentioned must refer to the Shura god. As the group turned a corner, they saw a faint light ahead and hurried toward it without hesitation. Upon exiting the corridor, a group of black-armored knights appeared before them. There were about 100 black-armored knights, with one seated on a warhorse, while the others were all dressed in black battle armor, wielding heavy swords, their faces completely covered by helmets. Behind the black-armored knights was a black city with thick black walls appearing extremely wide, and above the city hung a purple moon. The moon was very low, only a few hundred meters away, and above the moon was a darkness resembling the night. The black-armored knights looked at the approaching group and immediately spoke. To enter the city of slaughter, please first take your badges. As soon as he finished speaking, one of the black-armored knights approached with 4 badges and handed them to YeXuan, Qian Rinxue, Qing Sheng, and Ying Er. YeXuan looked at the badge in his hand. It had a skull pattern carved on it, and below the skull was a number. YeXuan's number was 7,200. Qian Rinxue's was 7201. Qing Sheng's was 7203, and Ying Er's was 7204. This is your proof in the city of slaughter. Please enter the city now. Once you enter the city of slaughter, someone will guide you at the city gate. The black-armored knight's voice was cold and emotionless. After YeXuan and Qian Rinxue received their badges, they headed straight for the city gate. Chapter 199, City of Slaughter 2. The pitch-black gate gave a feeling of extreme oppression, with the 4 large-character City of Slaughter hanging high on the gate. There were 2 rows of black-armored knights standing silently on either side of the gate. YeXuan, Xin Renjue, Xing Xing, and Ying Er had not yet reached the gate when it opened, and a woman dressed in black walked out from the City of Slaughter. The black-clad woman looked at the 4 approaching and said, Welcome to the City of Slaughter. The woman in black spoke while turning her body to the side, creating a path for the four to pass. YeXuan, Qian Renxue, and the others glanced at the woman before walking straight into the city of slaughter, with the woman following closely behind them. As everyone entered the city of slaughter, the massive gates began to slowly close. Upon entering, a purple and blue world appeared before them, with purple and blue lights hanging on either side of the cracks. The city of slaughter was not lacking in people. Apart from being a bit darker, it was no different from the outside world. The woman in black looked at the four who had stopped and slowly said, "I am your receptionist. If you have any questions within the next 12 hours, feel free to ask me. I will answer all your questions within these 12 hours. I must remind you that in the city of slaughter, no soul master skills can be used. You can only rely on your physical instincts and personal strength to survive. However, soul power can serve as the source of your strength. Moreover, the greatest rule of the city of slaughter is that there are no rules. As long as your strength is powerful enough, you can do anything you want in the city of slaughter. Even if a titled Dalu from the outside comes to the city of slaughter, they will become weak due to the disappearance of their soul skills. And under the leadership of our king of slaughter, we need not fear them at all. One more thing, there is no currency in the city of slaughter. All food is provided for free. Of course, there is a possibility of being poisoned, because in the city of slaughter, only the dead are truly valuable. Here, everyone will be measured by the number of skulls they possess as a symbol of strength." After glancing at the woman in black, YeXuan said, "All right, we understand. First, take us to the most luxurious and comfortable accommodation, then take us to the slaughter hell." The woman in black paused for a moment upon hearing this and asked, "Are you sure? The best accommodations are in the inner city, and they're occupied by very powerful individuals. Moreover, less than 1 in 10 who enter the slaughter hell come out alive. You can live in the city of slaughter for a year. Just fighting in the slaughter hell once a year would be sufficient. Just take us there. It seems that other matters are not within your responsibilities," YeXuan said, giving the woman a sidelong glance, his tone somewhat indifferent. "Since that's the case, follow me," the woman in black replied, leading the way toward the inner city. YeXuan and Qian Renxue followed closely behind. As they walked through the streets of the city of slaughter, the gazes of those around them were filled with greed, with some even licking their lips. "TSK, TSK, new blood has arrived in the city of slaughter. It seems we will have fresh Bloody Marys to drink." YeXuan and Qian Renxue paid no mind to the stares and words of those around them, as if they hadn't heard anything at all. Soon, they had entered the inner city of the city of slaughter, which was even more luxurious and crazed than the outer city. Various sounds echoed throughout the inner city, including excited laughter, cries of pain, and chilling noises. In front of them, a burly man was venting his excesses in the street, surrounded by onlookers cheering him on. Yingya, observing the scene, involuntarily closed her eyes and said, "Holy, this place. Little sister in the city of slaughter, please put away your cheap sympathy and don't try to save anyone, as it is all in vain and will only bring harm to yourself." The woman in black chuckled as she turned to look at Inger. "You will be safe as long as you stay by my side for the next 12 hours. No one will dare to attack you. I am the envoy of the king of slaughter, and in the city of slaughter, no one would dare to offend the king's authority. The 12-hour period is your new arrival protection period, and having me around is the best protection for you. However, if you take the initiative to attack, the new arrival protection will be directly voided. Think carefully before taking action." The woman in black glanced at the group before continuing forward. YeXuan and the others had no intention of conversing and followed the woman in black to a very luxurious courtyard, which had 3 floors of rooms. This is the most luxurious courtyard in the city of slaughter, but those living here are individuals who have achieved 50 consecutive victories in the slaughter hell. "Are you sure you want to enter?" The woman in black regarded the courtyard with a somewhat indifferent tone. YeXuan, Qian Renxue, Qing Sheng, and Inger continuously assessed the courtyard before YeXuan suddenly asked, "Shuer, what do you think of this courtyard? If it's acceptable, we'll settle here for now." "It's all right, but this is already the most luxurious courtyard in the city of slaughter. It seems there is no better place than this. So we can only settle here for now." Qian Renxue blinked, and although this was the most luxurious, in her eyes, it could only be considered passable. "Then it's settled. Since there are no rules in the city of slaughter, we could just take it by force," YeXuan replied with a smile, sounding quite casual. Although he couldn't use skills in the city of slaughter, his gunplay, swordsmanship, destructive power, and the secret technique of the word did not fall under the category of skills. Moreover, his combat experience, physical instincts, and strength should not be underestimated. Chapter 200, City of Slaughter 3. Just as YeXuan was about to walk into the courtyard, Qing Sheng stretched out a hand to stop him and said, I didn't have the opportunity to act outside. Let me handle the courtyard matter. Can you do it? You can't use any skills in the City of Slaughter. The people in the courtyard have achieved 50 consecutive victories in the slaughter hell, so their strength certainly 1 TB weak. YeXuan looked at Qin Sheng with doubt. If skills could be used, Qin Sheng could compete with Soul Emperors or even Soul Saints, but now he couldn't use any skills. And even Qin Sheng's trump cards might not be usable. Even YeXuan himself couldn't use most of his trump cards. Why not? Besides, I haven't fought yet. How do you know I can't win? Qin Sheng laughed, completely unfazed by YeXuan's words, and walked directly toward the courtyard. YeXuan, Qian Renxue, and Inger exchanged glances and, without any hesitation, followed him in. The woman in black stood at the entrance of the courtyard and did not enter. Qin Sheng reached the door of the courtyard, raised his foot, and kicked the door open with a loud bang. The loud noise startled the people inside, and a rough voice came from within. Who dares to cause trouble in my home? Under Qin Sheng's gaze, a tall man, standing nearly 2 meters tall, with multiple knife scars on his face, walked out from inside. I have my eyes on this courtyard of yours, and today I'm here to take you down and seize your territory. Qin Sheng chuckled softly, taking out from his consciousness. Looking at the spear in his hand, Qin Sheng murmured, Qin Li, you have been with me for so long, and I have buried your brilliance, but don't worry. Today I will use blood to honor the spear. As soon as he finished speaking, the Qin Li spear in his hand began to tremble slightly, as if responding to Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng had no intention of wasting words. He wielded the Qin Li spear and charged straight at the burly man. The Qin Li spear in Qin Sheng's hand danced, creating numerous spear flowers, and the shimmering spear tip instantly targeted the vital points of the burly man. However, the burly man's reaction was not slow. He pulled out a huge iron hammer, his gaze sharpening, and swung the massive hammer towards Qin Sheng's spear tip. The spear tip sparkled with a chilling light as the enormous hammer, carrying unparalleled strength, collided with it, producing a crisp clang. After the sound, both Qin Sheng and the burly man were shaken by each other's immense force and staggered back. The burly man only took 3 steps back before steadying himself, while Qin Sheng staggered back over 10 steps before stabilizing, feeling a slight numbness in his hand. Qin Sheng shook his slightly numb arm and continued to press the attack, while the burly man was equally unyielding, swinging the massive iron hammer with great force towards Qin Sheng. However, Qin Sheng, having suffered losses before, would not engage in a hard confrontation. When the hammer came crashing down, he precisely intercepted it with the spear tip and then, with a slight movement of his hand, used a technique to dissipate the force from the hammer. Moreover, the Qin Li spear was far more agile than the heavy iron hammer, and its speed was incomparable. Without a head-on clash, Qin Sheng had countless offensive methods at his disposal. The burly man's attacking style was much simpler. He swung his iron hammer towards the direction from which Qin Sheng's spear came, showing no skill whatsoever, relying solely on brute strength for both attack and defense. Because of this, both Qin Sheng and the burly man found the fight quite uncomfortable. Qin Sheng struggled against the burly man's strength. No matter how tricky his angle of attack or how fast he wielded the spear, the burly man would just smash down with his hammer, breaking all his moves. The burly man, on the other hand, was troubled by Qin Sheng's technique of dissipating force, as no matter how much strength he exerted, it felt like hitting cotton, soft and ineffective, causing no harm to Qin Sheng. Moreover, Qin Sheng was incredibly fast, so fast that the burly man could only defend himself and could not find an opportunity to counterattack. In the courtyard, the sounds of clashing echoed repeatedly. YeXuan, Qian Renxue, and Inger stood outside, observing their battle. YeXuan and Qian Renxue could immediately assess that Qin Sheng had about a 60 chance of winning. Although the battle seemed evenly matched, every swing of the iron hammer consumed a tremendous amount of the burly man's stamina. Qin Sheng's speed was fast, but his stamina consumption was much less than that of the burly man. If Qin Sheng could hold out until the end, he would have a 60 chance of victory. Of course, if Qin Sheng couldn't last that long, his chances would diminish significantly. After all, Qin Sheng could fight above his level. Although he couldn't use his skills now, his physique and strength were still formidable. Nevertheless, even with that, Qin Sheng could not match the burly man's strength, indicating that the burly man's soul power was far superior to Qin Sheng's. Inger watched the battle anxiously and asked, Sister Shui, will Qin Sheng be in any trouble? They seem to be struggling a lot. Qian Renxue thought for a moment and replied, he won't run into any problems. The current situation is that neither can do anything to the other. The most that can happen is that Qin Sheng won't win, but getting injured is basically impossible. Hearing this, Inger seemed to have lifted a heavy weight off her heart, breathing out gently, her eyes fixed on the battle ahead. You should have some faith in your Qin Sheng. His strength is not as weak as you think. Besides, he's my brother. How could I let him get hurt in front of me without stepping in to help? YeXuan smiled, glancing at Inger, his expression calm and unruffled. Given the distance between Qin Sheng and the burly man, if YeXuan wanted to intervene, he could use the Xing secret technique to join the battle in an instant and replace Qin Sheng, making injury impossible. Chapter 201 City of Slaughter 4 Qin Sheng looked at the burly man before him, determination flashing in his eyes. His long spear spun to deflect the burly man's hammer, and then he shifted from agile maneuvers to a straightforward assault, abandoning his defense and going all out. Each thrust of the spear aimed directly at the burly man's vital points, and when faced with the swinging hammer, Qin Sheng did not dodge or evade, as if he intended to perish together with the burly man. The burly man's hammer was about to smash into Qin Sheng, but at the same time, Qin Sheng's Qing Li spear lunged straight for the burly man's heart, seemingly oblivious to the incoming hammer. Seeing this, the burly man withdrew his hammer mid-swing and aimed it directly at the spear. After deflecting the spear, he couldn't help but curse. Where did this madman come from? Do you want to die? If I were afraid of death, would I come to the City of Slaughter? Qin Sheng replied, his spear never pausing as he continued to attack the burly man's vital points. What a lunatic! The burly man muttered as he wielded his hammer to block Qin Sheng's spear. While blocking, he constantly adjusted his position to find an opportunity to counterattack. Since the burly man had achieved 50 consecutive victories in the arena of slaughter, his combat experience was certainly not lacking, and he could easily spot the flaws in Qin Sheng's fighting style. Qin Sheng's approach of exchanging injury for injury could quickly turn into a disadvantage if the burly man found the right opportunity and was willing to pay a price to regain the initiative. The two fought for a long time until suddenly, the burly man's eyes lit up. As Qin Sheng's spear lunged towards him, he sidestepped slightly to avoid a fatal hit, swinging his hammer with tremendous force towards Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng's eyes narrowed. It was too late for him to retract his spear to block the incoming hammer. Instead, he shifted his body to the left to reduce the damage from the hammer. His spear's strength and speed increased once more, aiming directly at the burly man, intending to exchange injuries. Seeing the situation develop, YeXuan took out his divine punishment silver spear from his consciousness and activated the Xing secret technique, moving towards the battlefield between Qin Sheng and the burly man. In an instant, he appeared among the two fighters, his divine punishment silver spear silently enveloped in destructive power, thrusting directly towards the hammer that was about to strike Qin Sheng. Xinjiang! The divine punishment silver spear collided with the iron hammer, and the overwhelming force and destructive power transmitted through the hammer into the big man's arm. A look of disbelief appeared in the big man's eyes, and the iron hammer in his hand was shaken loose by YeXuan's immense strength. Once the destructive power entered the big man's arm, it began to recklessly destroy the veins in his arm, causing him to feel a piercing pain rising from his arm. The long spear in Qin Sheng's hand also penetrated the big man's shoulder without any obstruction. An extremely painful scream escaped from the big man's mouth. But the scream did not last long, as his heart was pierced by the divine punishment silver spear, and he fell stiffly to the ground. Bright red blood flowed from the big man's heart, staining his robe and dripping onto the ground. YeXuan pulled the divine punishment silver spear out from the big man's heart, wiped the blood off, and then returned the spear to his sea of consciousness. After Qin Sheng put away his Qing Li spear, he looked at YeXuan and said, his strength is not weak. It seems that my strength in the City of Slaughter, although not very strong, definitely won't be weak either. Your own strength is already considerable. It's just that due to your soul power, you have been in a stalemate with him for so long. If your soul power were 10 or even 20 levels higher when you fought him, it would definitely not have been so difficult. YeXuan smiled and did not pay much attention to Qin Sheng's words. In the City of Slaughter, due to the inability to use any skills, not only was Qin Sheng's strength heavily suppressed, but YeXuan's own strength was also under significant pressure. However, YeXuan was confident in his ability to ensure his own safety in the City of Slaughter. At least, he knew how to bring them in and how to bring them out without any problems. At that moment, a woman in black entered the courtyard, her gaze falling on the body lying in a pool of blood. She said, because you took the initiative to attack, the 12-hour protection period for newcomers has now expired. If you have any questions, you can ask them now. After answering your questions, I will leave. YeXuan chuckled lightly, scanned the courtyard, and softly said, "We have no questions, but we don't know the way to the slaughter hell, so we may still need your help to take us there." "No problem. The slaughter hell is very dangerous, especially for newcomers like you. So, I suggest you prepare a bit before heading there. I can give you 10 minutes to prepare. After 10 minutes, I will take you to the slaughter hell." As soon as the woman in black finished speaking, she stood still, waiting. Upon hearing this, YeXuan did not speak further, but went straight to Qian Rinxue and Inger. YeXuan looked at Inger and took out a poisoned long sword from his soul guide, saying, "This long sword is poisoned. I'm giving it to you for self-defense. Be very careful when using it, and don't get cut by it. Otherwise, if you're poisoned, there might not be anyone on the continent who can cure it." Inger cautiously took the long sword, seriously saying, "I understand. I will be extra careful when using it." Qing Sheng, as long as you can protect Inger well in the slaughter hell, that will be enough. You don't need to worry about anything else. Swear, when dealing with any stragglers, make sure to protect yourself. Leave the clearing to me, YeXuan said with a faint smile, detailing their arrangement for the slaughter hell. Among the four of them, only Inger was a potential liability, so it was enough for Qing Sheng to protect her. Chapter 202, Slaughter Hell 1. Hearing YeXuan's arrangements, Qian Rinxue couldn't help but furrow her brows and asked, "Is my strength really that weak? Am I going to drag you down by only being assigned to deal with some straggling fish? Swear, how could your strength be weak? This is just a general arrangement. The specific details will need to be adapted in the slaughter hell according to the situation," YeXuan said, reaching out to lightly scratch Qian Rinxue's nose, his voice carrying a hint of amusement. That's more like it." Qian Rinxue glanced at YeXuan with a bit of pride, but did not say anything more. "All right, since there are no more questions, we will head to the slaughter hell," YeXuan said, looking at them. After seeing that they had no issues, he reached out and took Qian Rinxue's hand, heading directly towards the entrance of the courtyard. Qing Sheng and Inger quickly followed. When the woman in black saw them coming, she turned and walked out of the courtyard, leading them towards the slaughter hell. Walking through the streets of the city of slaughter, YeXuan suddenly noticed something. His killing intent was surging continuously in the city of slaughter. If he wanted to release the surging killing intent, the only way was through slaughter. What surprised YeXuan even more was that the killing law he obtained from the divine beast White Tiger seemed to be stirring within him. However, YeXuan did not know why the killing law was becoming restless. But recalling the task issued by the system, YeXuan secretly thought, "It seems I could try to merge the killing law." Under the guidance of the woman in black, the group arrived at the slaughter hell in the city of slaughter. The slaughter hell was overall circular, or more accurately, an irregular cone shape. The area at the bottom of the slaughter hell was the largest, tapering as it went up, maintaining the same diameter up to about 30 meters from the ground, extending up to 50 meters in height. Moreover, the area of the slaughter hell was very large, comparable to the Fighting Soul Arena of Heavendo City. But upon closer calculation, the slaughter hell might be slightly smaller than the Fighting Soul Arena. As they looked at the black structure in front of them, the first feeling that arose was one of oppression. The woman in black looked at the slaughter hell and introduced it. "This is the slaughter hell. There are two ways to participate, as an individual or as a team. However, I recommend you participate as individuals rather than in a team. If you participate individually, at least 10 out of 100 people can survive, but if you participate as a team, your chances of survival are almost none. In a team, out of 100 people, 96 will be your enemies, and you will need to kill all 96 to win. Conversely, if the 96 kill all 4 of you, they win." YeXuan nodded to the woman in black and said, "We understand. Thank you for the reminder. All right, you can either watch the slaughter hell first or directly participate in the competition. To watch, you need a Bloody Mary. The Bloody Mary can be your own or someone else's. As long as you don't get tired, you can keep watching. The matches in the Killing Hell Arena are ongoing. As long as there are 10 participants registered, a match can begin." As the woman in black finished speaking, she turned and left in the opposite direction of the Killing Hell Arena. YeXuan looked at the Killing Hell Arena before him and chuckled lightly, saying, "Let's go. We're going to participate in the Killing Hell Arena match. It sounds like it will be more interesting than the Spirit Arena in Heavendo City." Qian Rinxue gazed at the Killing Hell Arena, a faint smile appearing on her lips. "I want to see what the Killing Hell Arena is like," she said. Qing Sheng stretched his body, his eyes filled with anticipation. After stretching, he turned to Inger beside him and said, "Inger, you don't need to worry. I will protect you in the Killing Hell Arena. I will make sure you don't get harmed in the slightest. I want you to protect me, and I won't hold you back either. When it's time to strike, I will not show mercy," Inger replied seriously, nodding her head. The group did not say much more and walked straight into the killing hell arena. YeXuan, Qian Rinxue, Qing Sheng, and Ying Er went directly to the registration area, took out their identity tokens representing themselves, and handed them to the person in charge of registration. YeXuan looked at the person in charge and said, "We for want to participate in the team competition of the killing hell arena." The person in charge, hearing this, rubbed his ears in disbelief and asked, "What did you just say? You actually want to participate in the killing hell arena team competition? Are you awake, or are you here to die? Whether we are awake or not is none of your business. Just help us register," YeXuan said with a light laugh, not caring about the registration person's words at all. "All right, I've registered you. You can go to the competition area and wait. Once the participants are full, the match can begin. After you come out alive, come back to me to collect your identity tokens." The person in charge pointed towards the competition area, indicating that they could go in and wait. After hearing the words of the registration person, YeXuan and the others did not hesitate and turned to walk toward their competition area. The registration person watched them leave and muttered to himself, "TSK, TSK. What a pity. Those two young beauties are actually going to participate in the Killing Hell arena team competition with them. For people against 96, aren't they just going to die for nothing? But looking at them, they should have just arrived in the city of slaughter. Being young, why come to the city of slaughter to seek death?" Chapter 203, Killing Hell Arena 2. YeXuan, Qian Rinxue, Qing Sheng, and Ying Er arrived at the competition in the Killing Hell Arena and quietly waited for their opponents to arrive. Suddenly, a voice rang out in the Killing Hell Arena, announcing that the team competition still needed 96 participants and urged anyone who wanted to register to hurry to the registration area. Upon hearing this voice, the eyes of everyone in the Killing Hell Arena lit up. Wow! Can you believe there are actually people foolish enough to participate in the Killing Hell arena team competition? Isn't that just asking for death? Why do you care if they're asking for death? They're fresh blood, and I'm running low on fresh blood in the inner city. Now that there's fresh blood coming to me, how could I possibly miss this? My time in the city of slaughter is just about up. I need to fight a match in the Killing Hell arena to extend my stay for another year. Now that there's a team competition, how could I possibly miss this free opportunity for another year? Let us go. Let us register together, quickly. There are only 96 spots available. If we're late, we won't have a chance. The people in the Killing Hell arena all hurriedly ran towards the registration area, fearing that they would miss out on a registration spot. Soon, all 96 spots were snatched up by the crowd in the city of slaughter, and those who secured a spot wore smiles as they headed to the competition area. Meanwhile, those who didn't get a spot walked away dejectedly towards the spectator stands, ready to watch what would be an unremarkable battle. After all, with 96 people against 4, it seemed impossible for them to lose. In the competition arena, YeXuan, Qian Rinxue, and the others watched as the participants took to the stage, each readying their weapons and preparing for battle. As the number of participants reached its limit, the match in the Killing Hell arena officially began. YeXuan spun his divine punishment silver spear, pointing its tip toward the crowd before him, as the power of destruction emanated from his hand, wrapping around the spear. Using the secret art of movement, YeXuan's figure appeared to leave behind several afterimages as he charged toward the crowd ahead. Seeing YeXuan take the lead, Qian Rinxue wasted no time, wielding the angel sword and following closely behind him, maintaining a distance that was neither too far nor too close. Qing Sheng and Ying Er stayed back, not following YeXuan and Qian Rinxue into the fray. Qing Sheng's priority was to protect Ying Er, ensuring that her issues wouldn't hinder the others. Ying Er's focus was on protecting herself, determined to act without hesitation if anyone came at her. The other competitors in the arena shouted loudly, brandishing various weapons as they charged toward YeXuan and the others. However, their speed was simply not enough compared to YeXuan. YeXuan approached them, his divine punishment silver spear flying up and down, releasing continuous waves of destruction as he attacked the crowd in front of him. With the enhancement of destruction power, the spear's might multiplied several times over. Anyone who came into contact with the spear or its strikes felt the destruction power invade their bodies, damaging their meridians and causing them to cry out in pain. Moreover, the strength within YeXuan and his own spear techniques were not to be underestimated. In an instant, some had already fallen beneath YeXuan's spear, blood splattering into the air and forming crimson blossoms. Some of this blood even splashed onto YeXuan's white clothing, staining it with spots of red. Qian Rinxue wielded the angel sword ruthlessly, not only launching fierce attacks, but also defending impeccably. Some who had just charged past YeXuan's assault were mercilessly cut down by Qian Renshua's sword. Drops of bright red blood fell from the angel's sword. But Qian Renshu didn't even glance at it. With a slight flick of her wrist, she instantly shook off the blood and continued attacking those who rushed toward her. Qing Sheng remained alert, watching the surroundings. Whenever someone attempted to bypass YeXuan and Qian Renshue, he would act immediately to prevent them from harming Ying'er. Ying'er, likewise, kept a vigilant eye on her surroundings, gripping her sharpened, long sword tightly, silently resolving that she would strike without hesitation if anyone charged at her. Although I can't be of much help to them, I definitely cannot be a burden or hold them back. YeXuan, Qian Renshue, and Qing Sheng, although decisive in their actions without any hesitation, are only 4 in number, and strictly speaking, only the 3 of them possess combat capability. Ying'er's strength is already insufficient in the City of Slaughter, and her combat experience pales in comparison to those who have participated in the Slaughter Hell. Therefore, Ying'er has no real combat ability in the Slaughter Hell. Because of the significant difference in numbers, YeXuan, Qian Renshue, Qing Sheng, and Ying'er have gradually been surrounded by others. However, the distance between the 4 is not far apart, and their attacks are extremely fierce, so no one has been injured yet. Moreover, if something unexpected happens to any of them, the others can provide timely assistance, so those surrounding them have no way to deal with them. YeXuan's gaze swept over the surrounding crowd, and the silver spear in his hand was waving faster and faster. While defending against the attacks of the crowd, he quickly thrust a few times, killing those with weaker strength nearby. During the battle, YeXuan also discovered the biggest problem with their opponent's team. They had no coordination whatsoever, despite their numbers. They were fighting individually, and some even accidentally injured their teammates while attacking. Therefore, at times, they could use their attacks to block unnecessary hits. Although Qian Renshue was also surrounded, her battle was much easier than Qing Sheng's. It would not be an exaggeration to describe her as having complete control, and it was impossible for her to get injured. In contrast, Qing Sheng's battle was considerably more challenging. He not only had to fend off attacks from others, but also protect Ying'er beside him, so he was somewhat overwhelmed. Seeing Qing Sheng's difficult fight, Ying'er tried to alleviate his pressure by using her poison longsword to attack others. Since the sword was poisoned with blood swan kiss, the toxicity was very potent, and the onset time was rapid. As long as someone was cut, the toxin would enter their body, and, after a few breaths, the poisoned person would spit out black blood and die. Qing Sheng, seeing the poison victims, felt a prickling sensation on his scalp, especially when he saw Ying'er swinging her longsword haphazardly. He couldn't help but remind her, don't swing it around carelessly. Conserve your strength. Just be quick, accurate, and ruthless when you strike. You only need to injure them, no need to kill. Upon hearing this, Ying'er stopped her random swinging and nodded, I understand. I will conserve my strength. The attackers surrounding Qing Sheng and Ying'er, seeing that the two had the leisure to chat, angrily shouted, "You actually still have time to talk. But perhaps this will be your last words." Qing Sheng glanced at the speaker, too lazy to respond. He swept his Qingli spear forward, the gleaming spear tip slicing through the man's throat, causing his body to fall backward. At that moment, someone in the crowd noticed they were too preoccupied and took out several willow leaf blades, throwing them directly at YeXuan, Qian Renshue, Qing Sheng, and Ying'er. The blades flew like arrows toward the 4. After YeXuan killed one person with a spear, he immediately sensed the incoming willow leaf blades. Thanks to his powerful instincts and having learned hidden weapon techniques from Mengeran, he quickly identified the attackers. After glancing at the 3 who were focused on their battle, YeXuan wasted no time. He swept his divine punishment silver spear to fend off the attackers in front of him, then threw the spear, sending it flying to knock down the willow leaf blade aimed at Qian Renshue. After knocking down the blade, the silver spear pierced through 5 bodies before finally stopping, embedded in the ground of the arena. Qing Sheng, watch out for the 2 willow leaf blades. YeXuan warned as he drew a long sword from his soul guide to deflect the blade aimed at him. Hearing the warning, Qing Sheng became alert. While fending off the attacks in front of him, he also remained cautious of the approaching willow leaf blades. As the blades were about to strike the 2, Qing Sheng lightly tapped the ground with his toes and leaped high into the air, spinning his Qingli spear to knock down the 2 incoming blades. As he fell, he executed a 360-degree spin in mid-air, bringing his spear down with the force of his descent onto the attackers below. At the same time, Qing Sheng felt grateful that Ying'er was right beside him. Otherwise, blocking 2 willow leaf blades without getting injured would have been nearly impossible. The attackers surrounding YeXuan, seeing him switch to a longsword to fend off the blades, immediately said, Brothers, he has switched to a longsword. His power must be weaker than before. This is our chance. Let's go all out. If we kill him, we can turn our focus on the others. Victory will be ours. This kid's spear skills are fierce, but I don't believe his sword skills can match that. With our numbers, how can we lose? Hearing their words, YeXuan curled his lips into a disdainful smile. Trying to kill him was simply a dream. Although his strength would decrease without the divine punishment silver spear, the extent of the drop was minimal. After all, the divine punishment silver spear was a divine weapon, and YeXuan comprehended spear intent, not sword intent. Thus, his strength would decline, but that didn't mean his sword skills were lacking. It was just that without sword intent, his sword skills would be a notch below his spear skills. It's worth noting that YeXuan had secretly learned the sword techniques from the Snow Emperor and Qian, as well as the sword techniques from the Hate Morning Sword, which he could also wield. Facing the attacks from the crowd, YeXuan activated the line secret, swinging his longsword mercilessly at the front. Since the longsword was made of rare metal, it wasn't sufficient to contain the energy of destruction. So YeXuan didn't imbue his sword with destructive energy. Nevertheless, with each strike, YeXuan accurately killed one person. The shorter length of the longsword compared to the divine punishment silver spear allowed for more flexibility and variation in its usage, and combined with the line secret, he found it effortless, appearing even more at ease. As time passed, fewer and fewer people remained standing in the arena. The attacks from YeXuan, Qian, and Qing Sheng grew increasingly fierce. Originally, there were 96 opponents, but now only a little over 10 remained. Moreover, fear appeared on the faces of these 10 or so. As up to this point, YeXuan and Qian's group had suffered no injuries, although they had some blood on their clothes. It was not theirs, but rather the blood splattered from killing opponents. The remaining dozen people, after gathering together, directed their gaze straight past YeXuan, Qian, and Qing Sheng, landing on Inger. Because in front of the other three, they would have no chance of survival. Only the weakest Inger was their breakthrough point, their opportunity to survive. Without any hesitation, the remaining dozen attacked Inger from different directions. However, YeXuan and Qian were faster than them, charging directly at the remaining individuals. Qing Sheng stood beside Inger with the Qingli spear, protecting her safety. YeXuan and Qian wielded their swords like the Grim Reaper's scythe, mercilessly reaping the lives of the remaining people. Soon, only one person was left attacking Inger. However, before he could reach her, his body was pierced by Qing Sheng's Qingli spear, and he slowly fell backward. Chapter 205, Killing Hell Arena. 4. Seeing that the battle was over, YeXuan reached down to pull out the divine punishment silver spear embedded in the ground and said, "Let's go. Our battle is considered finished for now. We can go out and retrieve our identity plates." After wiping the blood off the divine punishment silver spear, he did not return it to his sea of consciousness. Although the battle in the Killing Hell Arena was over, the fight outside had yet to begin. Qian, Qing Sheng, and Inger followed YeXuan's gaze towards the audience area. They noticed that many pairs of eyes were fixed on them, with several gazes filled with coldness and killing intent. "Xiao Xian, it seems that our way back won't be peaceful." Qian chuckled lightly, still holding her angel's sword without putting it away. "My soul power is only at 20%. If they ambush us, I might drag you down," Qing Sheng said, his expression slightly serious. With only 20% of his soul power left, he was already weakened. If faced with a large-scale ambush, he would have to protect himself and Inger, and his soul power might not be sufficient. YeXuan smiled nonchalantly and said, 20% of soul power is enough for us to return to our residence. After all, they won't know how much soul power we have left. As long as we don't show signs of weakness, very few will dare to attack us. Moreover, our record of 4 people defeating 96 is already quite intimidating. As long as we don't reveal our vulnerable state, we should be fine. After giving one last glance at the hostile audience, YeXuan retracted his gaze, reached out to pull Qian and walked straight towards the exit of the arena. Qing Sheng and Inger exchanged glances, considering YeXuan's words, and felt that he made a lot of sense. Their record of 4 against 96, without sustaining any injuries, was indeed quite formidable. As long as no one figured out their current state, there wouldn't be many who would dare to ambush them. After a moment, Qing Sheng and Inger quickened their pace to catch up with YeXuan and Qian. Once they exited the arena, they headed straight to the registration area. YeXuan saw the person in charge of registration and said, "We have won the team competition. You can return our identity plates to us." The person in charge looked up in disbelief after hearing YeXuan's voice, and upon seeing them unscathed, said, "I can't believe you actually won. But since you have won, you can live in the Killing City for a year without needing to participate in the Killing Hell arena competitions during that time." While speaking, the person in charge extended their hand to return YeXuan and the others their identity plates. "We already knew that. No need for you to remind us." YeXuan replied after glancing at him, then took the identity plates and handed them to Qian Renxue, Qing Sheng, and Inger. After securing his own identity plate, the group had no intention of lingering in the Killing Hell arena and headed straight for the exit. The registration officer watched their departing figures without saying anything further, instead focusing on organizing the identity plates of those who had perished. Once outside the Killing Hell arena, YeXuan and the others remained vigilant, their bodies tense, ready to respond instantly if anyone dared to ambush them. Walking through the streets of the Killing City, many people eyed them with sharp gazes. Yet, seeing that they appeared calm and unweakened, no one dared to make the first move. When they reached a dark alley, suddenly a gaunt figure, resembling a skeleton, brandished a long knife and leaped out from the alley, launching a surprise attack on YeXuan, Qian Renxue, Qing Sheng, and Inger. The divine punishment silver spear spun in YeXuan's hand and thrust forward, the glinting spear tip piercing through the shoulder of the assailant. The intense pain forced a scream from the attacker, but YeXuan ignored the scream, kicking the assailant down and looking at Inger, saying, "You kill him yourself." "Me? Kill him?" Inger's eyes widened in disbelief. Although she had wounded a few people during the Killing Hell arena, those who were injured had died from the poison on her sword. That was more indirect killing. Now, asking her to directly kill someone was something she struggled to do. "Yes, it's you. You came to the Killing Hell arena to train, not to play. If it's training, you must act like it," YeXuan said seriously, with no hint of joking. In the Killing City, one's killing intent would continuously grow, and considering Inger's performance in the Killing Hell arena, she could not possibly release her killing intent. If she couldn't release it, when it reached a peak, it could lead to madness. Moreover, if it got to that point, killing one person would not resolve the issue. Inger looked at Qing Sheng beside her, her eyes reflecting a hint of inquiry. After seeing her gaze, Qing Sheng smiled lightly and said, "Inger can't bring herself to do it. If you think killing him is too troublesome, I can do it instead." Just as Qing Sheng was about to step forward to eliminate the assailant, YeXuan's voice rang out, "What are you doing? Stay back and watch. This matter must be handled by Inger herself. In the Killing City, killing intent will keep growing. Do you think her performance in the Killing Hell arena allows her to release killing intent? If it can't be released and reaches a peak, I don't need to elaborate on what will happen." YeXuan shot a speechless glance at Qing Sheng before shifting his focus back to Inger. Chapter 206, Killing Hell 5. Upon hearing YeXuan's voice, Qing Sheng immediately stopped in his tracks. He naturally understood what would happen when killing intent reached its peak. Moreover, judging by Inger's performance in the Killing Hell, it was indeed nearly impossible for her to release her killing intent. The people Inger had killed in the Killing Hell were truly few. Most of those who attacked them had been killed by Qing Sheng. Inger had only used poison to kill a few individuals when they were caught off guard. She had merely inflicted a wound, and then they succumbed to the deadly poison of her sword. Once they were on guard, Inger hardly killed anyone anymore. Qing Sheng glanced at the person beneath YeXuan's foot and said, "Inger, look at him now. Living is just suffering for him. If you kill him with one sword, you will free him, and he will thank you." "No, please don't. I'm very happy right now, not suffering at all. Just let me go, and I promise I will never appear before you again." The attacker pleaded with a desperate look, hoping Inger would show mercy and let him go. After hesitating for a moment upon hearing their words, Inger held her sword, stepped in front of the attacker, closed her eyes, and mercilessly stabbed down. The sword pierced directly through the attacker's heart, and the poison on the sword instantly entered his body, causing black blood to pour from the wound. He was dead beyond recovery. After seeing Inger kill the man, YeXuan lifted his foot and reached out to pull Qian Renxue, heading straight to the courtyard they had previously chosen. Qing Sheng approached Inger's side and said, "It's over now. We can leave. My brother did this for your own good. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let you kill him. If the killing intent is not released, it could lead to big trouble. I know. You don't need to explain it to me. I'm not a fool. How could I not see that he was doing it for my benefit? Let's hurry and leave. If we wait any longer, they'll be far away." Inger pulled out her sword, not looking at the corpse on the ground, and quickly followed Qing Sheng, catching up to the two. On their way back to the courtyard, several more attackers tried to ambush them, but unsurprisingly, they were all swiftly killed. Upon returning to the courtyard, YeXuan, Qian Renxue, Qing Sheng and Ing Er entered the room and carefully examined the room's layout. The room was nicely decorated and had 3 levels of space, more than enough for the 4 of them. However, the arrangement in the room was quite messy, with some areas covered in a thick layer of dust, clearly indicating it hadn't been cleaned in a while. We will be living in the city of slaughter for a long time, so to be more comfortable, let's clean up the room, YeXuan said while scanning the room as if searching for something. After taking a glance at the room, Qian Renchue's gaze landed directly on YeXuan, clearly indicating that she would not help clean the room. Ing Er looked at the messy room and said, "You all just finished the killing hell. You need a rest. Let me handle the cleaning. Although I couldn't be of much help in the killing hell, I can deal with this small task." YeXuan glanced at a square wooden board and, hearing Ing Er's voice, nodded, "Then I'll leave the cleaning to you. I still have to take care of the courtyard." As soon as he finished speaking, YeXuan walked over to the square wooden board, picked it up, and headed outside. Seeing YeXuan's actions, Qian Renchue said, "Xiao Xian, let me help you." As soon as she finished speaking, Qian Renchue followed YeXuan out of the room. Only Ing Er and Qing Sheng remained in the room. Qing Sheng looked at Ing Er and said, "I'll help you clean the room. It'll be quicker with 2 people." "Okay, let's clean together," Ing Er replied with a faint smile, rolling up her sleeves and started to tidy up the room. YeXuan and Qian Renchue came outside the room, where YeXuan placed the wooden board on the ground, took out a long sword from his soul guide, and with a slight flick of his wrist, the sharp sword began to glide over the wooden board. Soon, YeXuan stopped moving the sword, revealing the words "Intruders Die" carved into the board. Looking at the wooden board on the ground, YeXuan satisfiedly sheathed his sword, picked up the board, and walked out the door. He then took out 2 daggers from his soul guide and nailed the board to the left side of the door. Qian Renchue watched YeXuan's actions and asked, "Xiao Xian, what's the purpose of nailing this thing at the entrance? Will others be too scared to enter when they see it? It does have a purpose. As our winning streak in the killing hell increases, this wooden board will come into play." YeXuan smiled. Although the board had no real effect now, once their winning streak grew, it would serve as a deterrent. At the very least, it would help ease their spirits and allow them to relax a little. After glancing at the board, Qian Renchue said nothing more and shifted her gaze to the corpse in the courtyard, saying, "Xiao Xian, I think you need to deal with this corpse. The scenery in the courtyard is nice, but it's ruined by this body. I would have dealt with it even if you hadn't said anything. This is where we live. How can we leave a corpse in the courtyard?" YeXuan smiled and walked straight to the corpse, reached out, lifted it up, and casually threw it out of the courtyard, landing it on the streets of the city of slaughter. After the corpse was thrown out, Qian Renchue looked around the courtyard and felt that it was much more comfortable now compared to before. Although there was no real change in the courtyard, the absence of a corpse made it look much more pleasant. Chapter 207, The Arrival of BibiDong, Part 1. A month later, outside the city of slaughter, a carriage arrived in front of tavern. Guan and Gue Mei got off the carriage and bowed to the carriage's compartment, saying, "Your Holiness, we have arrived at the gates of the city of slaughter." The compartment door opened, and a woman dressed in a tight black outfit, with long hair tied up behind her head, BibiDong, stepped out of the carriage. Looking at the tavern before her, BibiDong said, "Guan, Gue Mei, you 2 go wait for me at the exit of the city of slaughter. I'll come out shortly." "Yes, Your Holiness." After replying, Guan and Gue Mei got back on the carriage and drove towards the exit of the city of slaughter. BibiDong walked straight into the tavern, heading towards the city of slaughter. Before long, BibiDong had already arrived in the city of slaughter. She walked straight toward a specific direction on the street. In the city of slaughter, in a dark and spacious room, there was a huge chair adorned with blue and purple crystals, which were shaped like a bell tower. Everything else in the room was dark red. The door swung open, and BibiDong stepped in silently, gazing at the figure seated in the chair. A large figure sat on the massive chair. Although the darkness obscured his features, it was faintly discernible that he was a tall, slender man. In the dark room, a cold voice emerged from the man's mouth. "I wonder what brings the god of slaughter to my city of slaughter. I have come to the city of slaughter to find 2 people, a man and a woman. One has silver hair and silver eyes, and the other has golden hair and golden eyes. As the king of slaughter, you should know where they reside." BibiDong replied with a note of certainty in her voice. The king of slaughter tapped the armrest of the chair as if deep in thought, and after a moment said, "They live in the most luxurious courtyard in the inner city. At the entrance, there's a wooden sign that reads, 'Trespassers will die.' That is their courtyard. What do you need them for? If they have offended the god of slaughter, I might be able to help you keep them in the city of slaughter." As the king of slaughter spoke, his fingers continued to tap the armrest of the chair, the sound echoing clearly in the dark and silent room. Upon hearing the King of Slaughter's words, a cold look appeared in BibiDong's eyes as she said, "Aside from looking for them, I have another matter to tell you regarding those two. If one of them does not make it out of the city of Slaughter, I will massacre the entire city of Slaughter." BibiDong's icy gaze fixed on the King of Slaughter above her. "Are you threatening me?" The King of Slaughter also locked eyes with BibiDong, his voice sounding particularly grim. "If you think so, you're not wrong," BibiDong replied, her tone somewhat flat. Yet it carried a chilling undertone. "Do you really think that with the god of Slaughter's domain and being in the city of Slaughter, I would fear you?" No sooner had the King of Slaughter's words left his mouth than a powerful aura arose from him. "Do you think I would fear you?" BibiDong's gaze remained locked on the King of Slaughter, as the god of Slaughter's domain was unleashed from her body. Yellow, purple, black, and red. 9 soul rings flickered around her, emanating a similarly powerful aura. The two invisible auras collided in midair, continuously canceling each other out. Yet neither the King of Slaughter nor BibiDong withdrew their auras, maintaining a stalemate. After a long while, the King of Slaughter was the first to withdraw his aura, saying, "For the sake of the god of Slaughter, as long as they do not violate the rules of the city of Slaughter, I will not make a move against them. However, if they cannot make it out of Hell Road, then it has nothing to do with my city of Slaughter." Upon hearing this, BibiDong chuckled lightly and said, "King of Slaughter, you better keep your word. Otherwise, I will surely bloodbath your city of Slaughter." With that, BibiDong turned and left, having no intention of further communication with the King of Slaughter. After her departure, the dark room was left with the King of Slaughter's cold and wary gaze. BibiDong walked through the streets of the city of Slaughter, her eyes scanning her surroundings as if searching for something. Soon, her gaze settled on a luxurious courtyard, where a wooden sign hung at the entrance, reading, "Trespassers will die." BibiDong stopped in her tracks, focusing on the courtyard where YeXuan and Qian were located, and released her mental energy to probe into their courtyard. Inside the courtyard, YeXuan and Qian were seated before a chessboard, each holding black and white pieces, playing a game. Due to YeXuan's continuous battles in the Slaughter Hell over the past month and the fusion of the laws of slaughter, faint red patterns could be seen in his silver eyes. Qian placed a black piece on the board and said, "Qian, at the rate we're progressing in the Slaughter Hell, it seems we'll need to extend our estimated time. Extending a bit is fine. We still have 2 divine soul rings in the city of Slaughter. Once we absorb those, we can leave," YeXuan replied with a faint smile, placing a white piece on the board, seemingly unconcerned about Qian's mention of extending their time. In a month they spent in the Slaughter Hell. Although they had only participated in a dozen matches, the fact that they were team battles meant that over 1,000 people had died at the hands of YeXuan, Qian, and Qingsheng. Even the weakest member, Ingner, had killed dozens in the city of Slaughter. It could be said that their battle experience and skills had significantly improved through bloodshed. Moreover, each of the 4 was exceptionally clean and efficient when they acted, without any hesitation. Chapter 208, BibiDong's Arrival, Part 2. Qian gazed at the chessboard in front of her, blinked her eyes, and said, "Once we absorb the 2 divine soul rings and leave the city of Slaughter, that would be good. I just wonder what the maximum age of a divine soul ring my current physique can handle is. And I've won this game," Qian added, looking somewhat smugly at YeXuan as she placed a black piece on the board, having closely observed that the current white pieces had become a dead position with no chance of turning the game around. In theory, as long as one's physique could withstand it, even a million-year soul ring could be absorbed, and the soul skills granted by divine soul rings are exactly what one needs. Based on my estimation, sure, with your current physique, the limit for absorbing a soul ring should be around 40,000 to 70,000 years. But everything still needs to be verified in practice. YeXuan smiled as he looked at the chessboard, pondering over the piece in his hand, but not placing it down just yet. Instead, he returned the piece to the box and casually remarked, "As for this game, since you say you won, then let's say you won." "What do you mean, let's say I won? Your pieces have already become a dead position. What can you do to turn this game around?" Qian squinted her eyes, pointing at the chessboard while rechecking the board, only to find that there was no possibility of reviving the game at all. "What if I could turn this game around?" YeXuan's expression held a hint of a smile. "Then I'll wait for you to make your move," Qian replied nonchalantly as she glanced at the chessboard. "Then you better watch closely." YeXuan picked up a white chess piece from the chess box and placed it on the board, instantly killing a large number of his own pieces. The originally dead pieces suddenly came to life. "Look, haven't the pieces come to life now?" YeXuan said, clasping his hands behind his head, his eyes full of smiles. Qian stared at the chessboard in front of her, her eyes widening, and couldn't help but say, How can there be such a way to play chess, actually killing so many of your own pieces? But even if these pieces come to life, you still can't win. Qian Rinxue's gaze shifted from the chessboard back to YeXuan, and she couldn't help but curl her lips. I never said I could win. I only said I could bring the pieces in front of me to life. Just as YeXuan was speaking, he suddenly turned his gaze towards the door. Upon seeing YeXuan's expression, Qian Rinxue instantly became alert and also looked towards the door. After exchanging a glance, the two of them simultaneously got up and walked towards the door. They opened the courtyard gate and began to scan the streets of the city of slaughter. On the streets of the city of slaughter, there were many people coming and going, but their gazes almost simultaneously landed on the corner of the street. However, due to the crowd, they only vaguely saw a figure disappearing around the corner. It was just a moment of hesitation, so they did not see clearly. Qian Rinxue looked towards the corner and asked, Xiao Xian, did you feel something just now? I seem to sense that someone is probing us. YeXuan nodded and replied, I sense it too. In the city of slaughter, no one can use skills, and mental probing also falls under the category of personal skills. The only ones who can use mental power in the city of slaughter, apart from the enforcers, are those who possess the god of killing domain. I only know 2 people who have the god of killing domain. The already deceased Tang Hao and my teacher, who is in the Pope's palace. Xiao Xian, are you saying that the one probing us just now could be? Qian Rinxue's voice carried a hint of incredulity. YeXuan withdrew his gaze from the corner and said, it could be my teacher, or it could be an enforcer of the city of slaughter. It's hard to say who it is for now. But regardless of who it is, since they have already left, it means they don't want to meet us. We just need to be cautious in the city of slaughter. It's a pity our reaction was a bit slow. If we had sensed it earlier, we might have seen clearly who was probing us. Qian Rinxue also withdrew her gaze from the corner and turned to walk back into the courtyard. YeXuan reached out to close the courtyard gate, then turned to Qian Rinxue, directly lifting her by the waist and saying, Swear about that chess game just now. I made a move. We need to discuss in the room what to do next. Qian Rinxue shot him a glance, but didn't say anything further. Her expression already indicated that she knew what YeXuan was trying to do. Meanwhile, at the street corner, BibiDong emerged, looking at the courtyard of YeXuan and Qian Rinxue, and muttered to herself, Xiao Xian, Swear, your perception abilities are indeed powerful. You even noticed my probing. As soon as she finished speaking, BibiDong turned and strode towards the exit of the city of slaughter. With the god of killing domain, BibiDong could move freely in the city of slaughter. She could come and go as she pleased. Outside the exit of the city of slaughter, YeXuan and Gui Mei sat in a carriage, quietly waiting for BibiDong to emerge. YeXuan looked at the exit of the city of slaughter and said with a somewhat sarcastic tone, Old ghost, how long do you think the young master and miss will take to come out of the city of slaughter? I don't know, but I know that the young master and miss will definitely come out of the city of slaughter, Gui Mei replied, glancing at YeXuan with a slightly hoarse voice. What you said is no different from saying nothing. YeXuan chuckled lightly, his gaze slightly narrowing as he continued to look at the city of slaughter without saying anything more. Gui Mei was the same. At the exit of the city of slaughter, BibiDong stepped out and walked straight onto the carriage, saying, YeXuan, Gui Mei, return to the Pope's palace. Yes, your holiness. YeXuan and Gui Mei responded in unison and drove the carriage forward. Chapter 209, Merging the Laws of Killing 1. Time flies and years pass like a shuttle, never to return. 2 years seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. During these 2 years, YeXuan, Qian Rinxue, Qing Sheng, and Ning Er had already achieved a record of 99 consecutive victories in the slaughter hell arena. However, due to YeXuan's merging of the laws of killing, the 4 of them had not yet participated in the final match. Moreover, after 2 years and the baptism of blood in the slaughter hell arena, their strength had greatly improved, and their relationships and friendships had also deepened. Among them, YeXuan and Qian Rinxue's soul power had reached level 60, the bottleneck of Soul Emperor. Qing Sheng's soul power had reached the bottleneck of level 50 Soul King, and even the weakest Ning Er had reached the bottleneck of level 30 Soul Ancestor. The reason YeXuan and Qian Rinxue had not absorbed the Divine Soul Rings to break through to Soul Emperor was not only because YeXuan was merging the laws of killing, but also due to Qian Rinxue continuously honing her physical body, which prevented them from absorbing the Divine Soul Rings to reach the level of Soul Emperor. As for Qing Sheng and Ning Er, the reason they had not broken through is very simple. They had no soul rings to absorb in the city of slaughter, so even if they wanted to break through, they couldn't. In the room, YeXuan was sitting cross-legged on the bed, focusing on merging the laws of killing, and he had quietly integrated into the laws of killing. In the world of laws, YeXuan sat cross-legged on a towering mountain, while below the mountain was a sea of corpses and blood. In this sea of corpses and blood, two armies were continuously fighting. The sounds of battle and shouts from the armies reached the sky, and blood and severed limbs splattered everywhere. The blood dyed the entire ground, forming a small crimson stream. People from both armies kept falling, their bright red blood flowing into the crimson stream. Gradually, the stream became a river of blood, encircling the members of both armies. Yet, the people from both armies remained oblivious and continued to fight. Until everyone from both armies fell, the river of blood had turned into a sea of blood, engulfing the entire world. An incredibly bloody scent continuously entered YeXuan's nostrils, causing him to involuntarily open his eyes. YeXuan looked around and found that he was already submerged in the sea of blood, with blood even flowing onto the mountain he was sitting on, about to flow onto him. YeXuan looked at the blood-red ocean in front of him, his eyes calm as water, without any ripples, and said, "The law of slaughter. You and I are one. Why struggle in vain?" As soon as he finished speaking, a towering wave of blood surged in the blood-red ocean, and a blood tiger formed from blood stood atop the wave, constantly growling and roaring at YeXuan below, its eyes filled with killing intent and rage. At the same time the blood tiger appeared, a pure white divine beast, the white tiger with wings, also appeared beside YeXuan. YeXuan gently stroked the head of the white tiger and chuckled, "Go, retrieve what belongs to us." Upon hearing YeXuan's words, the white tiger exerted its limbs and immediately soared into the air, charging towards the blood tiger standing in the blood wave. The blood tiger, unwilling to back down, stepped onto the endless blood wave to meet the white tiger. With two thunderous roars that shook the heavens, the divine white tiger and the blood tiger clashed, engaging in a fierce battle, their sharp claws mercilessly striking at each other's bodies. However, after only a few exchanges, the blood tiger was already firmly suppressed by the white tiger, which, due to its wings, was much more agile than the blood tiger, able to evade most of its attacks. YeXuan watched the battle on the blood wave, chuckling lightly as he spoke. "The law of slaughter. You have been merged with me by 90%. You have no ability to resist now, so why struggle in vain? I possess the bloodline of the divine white tiger, the only one in this world. I am meant to wield the law of slaughter in this world. As the law of slaughter, you are a part of me. No matter how you struggle, it is futile." The blood tiger let out a deafening roar, its eyes filled with killing intent and anger as it looked at YeXuan, but it was pinned under the white tiger's paw in the blood wave, unable to move a muscle, while the white tiger opened its bloody maw and began to devour the blood tiger. As the blood tiger was continuously consumed, the blood sea in front of YeXuan gradually receded. After the blood tiger was completely devoured, the blood sea vanished entirely, and a powerful aura was continuously gathering around the white tiger. Time seemed to pass without notice, and the white tiger let out a long howl to the sky, causing the world before YeXuan to shatter like a mirror. Outside, YeXuan remained seated cross-legged on the bed, but the law of slaughter that the white tiger had left in his body had already developed cracks, and the cracks were continuously increasing. Once the law of slaughter was completely covered in cracks, it shattered instantly, and the power belonging to the law was released from the law of slaughter, surging within YeXuan's body. Outside the city of slaughter, the stars belonging to the west began to flicker continuously, and beams of starlight gathered together to form a massive pillar of light that pierced through the divine realm, heading straight towards the city of slaughter. In the divine realm, everyone looked at this massive pillar of light with some panic, for such an event had never occurred since the birth of the divine realm. Streams of divine thoughts followed the pillar of light, sweeping across the continent. In the forest of life, the goddess of life looked at the trembling ancient tree of life before her, and without any hesitation, took a step forward, her figure disappearing from the spot. The god of Shura, watching the pillar of light that pierced the divine realm, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. His divine thought was focused on YeXuan. He naturally knew what had happened. From the moment YeXuan began to merge with the law of slaughter, the god of Shura was already aware. Initially, he wanted to stop YeXuan from merging with the law of slaughter, because something like the law was beyond YeXuan's reach with his current strength. Because the god of Shura thought YeXuan could never merge with the law of slaughter, he lost interest. However, the god of Shura did not expect that YeXuan actually succeeded in merging and caused such a huge commotion. Chapter 210. Merging with the law of slaughter. 2. Just as the god of Shura was watching the pillar of light that pierced the divine realm, the goddess of life approached from a distance, directly coming to the god of Shura and asking, "Shura, What happened to Xiao Qian in your city of slaughter? The god of Shura withdrew his gaze from the pillar of light, looking at the goddess of life, and said, that little guy didn't experience anything in the city of slaughter. He just merged with a law in my city of slaughter. And he succeeded, which is why there is such a big commotion. Moreover, the trouble now is us. The other deities in the divine realm hold a lot of hostility towards that little guy. If it weren't for us, he wouldn't have survived until now. I still vividly remember that pressure that made even the 5 great divine kings dare not act. The most important thing is his bloodline. If he truly grows up and possesses strength far surpassing the divine kings, opposing the divine realm, it would be a true disaster for the divine realm. The god of Shura looked at the goddess of life, his voice carrying a somewhat profound meaning. What do you mean by that, Shura? He was born from my ancient tree of life. He is my son. A hint of coldness appeared in the goddess of life's gaze. The god of Shura smiled and said, what could I mean? He is also my successor. How could I have any harmful thoughts towards him? Besides, if I really had any harmful thoughts towards him, I wouldn't pass the divine position to him. I just feel that we need to inform him to take some precautions. Some deities may not act openly, but there may be others who would act in the shadows. At that time, nearly 90% of the deities in the divine realm opposed him staying in the divine realm. Otherwise, you wouldn't have sent him to the continent. Upon hearing this, the expression on the goddess of life's face remained calm and unchanged, and she turned to leave in the direction she came from, her voice calm as she said, first, go to the Divine Realm Council and resolve the current trouble before discussing other matters. The god of Shura saw this and did not say anything further, also stepping towards the direction of the Divine Realm Council. On the continent, countless divine thoughts fell on YeXuan along the pillar of light, continuously probing him. However, when those divine thoughts saw the blood-red long sword pattern above YeXuan's brow, they already recognized his identity. After all, YeXuan's matters were not a secret in the divine realm. Thus, upon recognizing YeXuan's identity, they withdrew their divine thoughts and had no intention of probing further. When the pillar of light fell upon YeXuan, he felt a surge of heat in his body, an incredibly powerful force helping him improve his physique and eliminate impurities from his body. This feeling was not uncomfortable at all. Rather, it was very pleasant, and the range of the pillar of light was immense, allowing him to move freely within it. In the room, Qian Rushua looked at YeXuan, who was illuminated by the massive pillar of light, and couldn't help but ask, Xiao Qian, what are you doing? What is this pillar of light? YeXuan turned his gaze to Qian Rushua, did not speak, and directly reached out to pull her into the pillar of light. Now, YeXuan and Qian Rushua are both 18 years old. Over the 2 years in the city of slaughter, both of their heights have increased significantly, and they have also become more calm and composed. When Qian Rushua was pulled into the light column, she immediately felt an incredibly powerful force within it, continuously improving her physique and eliminating impurities from her body. Her eyes widened involuntarily, feeling somewhat incredulous. YeXuan looked at Qian Runshua's expression, reached out to stroke her golden hair, and said, this is a power condensed from the stars. It can help us improve our physique and eliminate impurities from our bodies. And it has no side effects. The only drawback is that the time is a bit short, only half an hour. This light column is formed from the stars of the west, and, as the lesser Yin star of the west, YeXuan naturally knows its effects. Half an hour is not short. Don't be too ungrateful. It has no side effects at all. Qian Rinxue glanced at YeXuan, her voice tinged with a hint of joy. She leaned against YeXuan, bathing in the light of the column, feeling warm and very comfortable, as if her whole body was relaxing. Just then, the door to their room was suddenly pushed open, and before the person even entered, a somewhat anxious voice reached them. Bro, are you guys okay? I just saw a light column fall directly into your room while I was in the courtyard. As soon as he finished speaking, Qing Sheng hurriedly walked in, followed by Ying Er. What could happen to us? Since you're here, you might as well step into the light column. It's very beneficial for you and has no side effects. Also, remember to knock before entering next time. We'll let this one slide. YeXuan casually stroked Qian Rinxue's long hair, glanced at Qing Sheng and Ying Er, his tone very relaxed. After all, the effect of the light column will not diminish due to the number of people. It is large enough. So YeXuan doesn't mind them entering to improve their physiques as well. Qing Sheng and Ying Er exchanged glances, showing no intention of being polite, and directly stepped into the light column. The moment they entered, they instantly felt the benefits and the comfortable sensation brought by the light column. I'm glad you guys are okay. I was startled when I saw the light column fall into your room. I thought something might happen to you, so I came with air to check things out. Qing Sheng said while leaning back, closing his eyes to enjoy the comfortable feeling. YeXuan and Qian Rinxue smiled and said nothing. In the city of slaughter, it had been a long time since they had felt such comfort and relaxation. Although they had gained quite a reputation in the city of slaughter, there were still many who wanted to make a name for themselves by challenging them. So they had been in a state of vigilance for a long time. Chapter 211. Fusion of the Killing Laws 3. YeXuan, Qian Rinxue, Qing Sheng, and Ing were all enjoying the comfort of the light column. However, the entire city of slaughter seemed to be in an uproar because of the light column, with curious individuals running towards it to see what it was. But when they reached YeXuan's courtyard and saw the words "intruders will die hanging" at the entrance, they all stopped in their tracks, not daring to enter. Over the past 2 years, many had entered the courtyard, but without exception, none had managed to come out. Gradually, no one in the city of slaughter dared to enter the courtyard, as it was home to 4 killing gods who had achieved a record of 99 consecutive wins in the team competitions of the Killing Hell. In the dark and spacious room of the city of slaughter, the king of slaughter sat in a massive chair, staring intently at the light column in front of him, remaining silent for a long time. They had achieved 99 consecutive wins, yet they had not gone to the Killing Hell to participate in the final match. Should we send someone to contact them? It has been a long time since a true powerhouse has joined our city of slaughter, and the 4 of them are indeed true powerhouses. If they finish their last match with their strength, they will definitely be able to pass through the Hell Road. At that time, our city of slaughter will gain 4 more killing gods. A cold female voice echoed beside the king of slaughter. I know. There's no need to send anyone to contact them. The king of slaughter's fingers gently tapped the armrest of the chair, making a rhythmic sound. Why not? Great king. Don't you want our city of slaughter to become stronger? Our agreement with the Spirit Hall is utterly unreliable. Who knows when they might suddenly tear it up? We must be cautious. The cold female voice carried a hint of urgency. 2 of them we cannot touch. If we make a move, it will bring unprecedented disaster to the city of slaughter. Moreover, they will not join the city of slaughter, so we need not waste time on them. The king of slaughter's voice was very calm, as if stating something unrelated to himself. However, the appearance of each killing god is a huge crisis for our city of slaughter. If they really pass through the Hell Road, there will be 4 killing gods. The cold female voice trembled slightly. There are 2 among them we cannot touch, but I never said the other 2 cannot be touched. You don't need to send anyone to contact them. Whatever they want to do, don't interfere. I have my own plans. The king of slaughter closed his eyes, his fingers stopping their rhythmic tapping on the armrest. Yes, great king. As the cold female voice fell, the dark room seemed to plunge into silence, with no sound emerging from it. In the spirit hall of Wuhuan City, BibiDong stood at the entrance, gazing at the light column descending from the sky. Her eyes filled with confusion and disbelief as she murmured, "That direction is the city of slaughter." What happened in the city of slaughter? Moreover, Xiao Xian and Shui have been in the city of slaughter for 2 years. With their strength, they should be about to come out. King of slaughter, you'd better remember what you said, otherwise I will bloodily wash the entire city of slaughter. BibiDong's gaze shifted from confusion and disbelief to coldness. Yet her eyes remained fixed on the light column descending from the sky. At the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Fengji, Chen Xen, and Gu Rong looked at the light column from the sky, somewhat puzzled. Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, do you know what this descending light column is about? Ning Fengji withdrew his gaze from the light column and looked at Chen Xian and Gu Rong beside him. Not a clue. Never heard of it. Both Chen Xian and Gu Rong shook their heads, indicating they didn't know. Forget it. Looking at the direction where the light column fell, it seems to be towards the city of slaughter, which has nothing to do with our 7-treasure glazed tile school. We should look for our little princess of the 7 treasures glazed sect and see where she's gonna play. Ning Fengji smiled and turned directly towards the hall. Chen Xian and Gu Rong also withdrew their gazes and silently walked back to the hall. In the starry forest and the lake of life, a giant dragon head emerged from the lake, gazing in the direction of the descending light column, and said, "It's that little rascal again. Can't she be a bit more settled?" She actually caused such a huge commotion. As soon as the words were spoken, the giant dragon head returned to the lake of life, and the lake became calm once more. At the same time, people across the continent had mostly noticed the light column descending from the sky, but very few truly cared about it. Most treated it merely as a topic of conversation during tea time. In the city of slaughter, in YeXuan's room, the huge light column gradually shrank until it finally disappeared. As the light column vanished, the onlookers in the city of slaughter also began to disperse. YeXuan, Qian Rushua, Qing Sheng, and Inger all stood up and stretched as the light column disappeared. Qian Rushua looked at the vanishing light column and said with a hint of reluctance, "That was really comfortable. I haven't relaxed like that in a long time. But half an hour felt a bit short. Who said half an hour isn't long? Who told me to be content? Now who's being discontent?" YeXuan smiled faintly, reaching out to gently stroke Qian Rushua's stunning face. Hearing this, Qian Rushua shot YeXuan a glance, but did not say anything further. Meanwhile, a long-lost system notification echoed in YeXuan's mind. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Fusion of the Law of Slaughter. Reward for the host, 12th grade world-destroying Black Lotus, Phantom, 9 Heavens God-slaying Spear, sealed at 99. As soon as the system's notification fell, YeXuan felt 2 items suddenly appear in his sea of consciousness. One was a Black Lotus radiating purple-black light, and the other was a pitch-black spear exuding endless demonic energy and malevolent aura. The 12th grade world-destroying Black Lotus and the 9 Heavens God-slaying Spear were treasures of the demon ancestor Luo Ho from the primordial world, with power that could truly be described as world-destroying. The only thing YeXuan found regrettable was that the 12th grade world-destroying Black Lotus was merely a phantom, and the 9 Heavens God-slaying Spear was sealed at a staggering 99, leaving only one of its power. Chapter 212, Fusion of the Law of Slaughter 4. YeXuan looked at the 12th grade world-destroying Black Lotus and the 9 Heavens God-slaying Spear in his sea of consciousness and said to the system in his heart, "System, the 12th grade world-destroying Black Lotus is just a phantom, so that's fine. But why did you seal the 9 Heavens God-slaying Spear? Can't you just let me use it directly?" The system's voice echoed in YeXuan's mind. "Host, can't you use it now? Besides, if I unseal the 9 Heavens God-slaying Spear, would you dare to use it? The 9 Heavens God-slaying Spear is a primordial innate treasure of slaughter, the only innate magic weapon and the number 1 weapon of slaughter in the primordial world. If the host had not fused with the Law of Slaughter, even one of the 9 Heavens God-slaying Spear's power would be impossible to use. Even though the host has fused with the Law of Slaughter and can use one of the 9 Heavens God-slaying Spear's power, that is already the host's current limit. Moreover, although the 12th grade world-destroying Black Lotus is merely a phantom, its power should not be underestimated. 4 specific functions, please check them yourself, and, if there is nothing else, do not disturb this system." YeXuan wanted to retort. Having been traversing for 18 years, he had heard the system's notifications only a handful of times. However, he ultimately did not say it out loud, only silently grumbling in his heart. "System, you are the boss. You are full of it." Then, YeXuan began to examine the 12th grade world-destroying Black Lotus and the 9 Heavens God-slaying Spear in his mind. Item, 12th grade world-destroying Black Lotus. Phantom, Function 1. Defends against all energy, weakens physical attacks, emits purple-black light, replenishes the soul power of the treasure's owner. Function 2. Emits a terrifying aura of the Azura world-destroying realm, disturbs the mind, and attacks from a distance with a world-destroying divine light. Function 3. Absorbs violent aura, assists the treasure's owner in cultivating their mindset and soul power. Item, 9 Heavens God-slaying Spear, sealed at 99 grade, innate treasure of slaughter description, an innate magic weapon. The number 1 weapon of slaughter in the primordial world. Once unsealed, no one can withstand its edge with immense power. Note, although sealed, it must still be used with caution. Otherwise, it can harm both others and oneself. YeXuan looked at the information of the 2 treasures, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Undoubtedly, the 12th grade, world-destroying Black Lotus and the 9 Heavens God-slaying Spear would become his biggest trump cards, which he would not use lightly. In his sea of consciousness, the evil Eye Saint King and the dark demon, evil god, Tiger, trembled involuntarily at the sudden appearance of the 12th grade, world-destroying Black Lotus and the 9 Heavens God-slaying Spear. Dark demon, evil god, Tiger, go take a look at what those 2 things are. Don't let that little rascal get harmed. Otherwise, our beautiful future will be gone. The evil Eye Saint King looked at the 2 items that had suddenly appeared and prepared to send the dark demon, evil god, Tiger, to check for any dangers. "I'm not blind. I can see without going over there. That's a Black Lotus and a pitch-black spear. If you want to go take a look, go ahead." The dark demon, evil god, Tiger flapped its black wings and flew towards the left side of the sea of consciousness. It had a premonition that if it went over, it might die without a doubt, and there would be no need for any beautiful future. Moreover, it felt that the evil Eye Saint King had been deceiving it all along, seeing the dark demon, evil god Tiger's actions. The evil Eye Saint King merely sighed and said nothing more. But he also had no intention of checking. Instead, he got up and walked towards the direction of the dark demon evil god tiger, preparing to keep a distance from these two items to avoid any accidents. The originally vast sea of consciousness was now divided into three areas. The divine beast white tiger occupied the central position. The 12th grade world-destroying black lotus and the 9 heavens god-slaying spear occupied the largest area on the left, while the evil eye saint king and the dark demon evil god tiger occupied the smallest area on the right. Originally, aside from the position occupied by the divine beast white tiger, the entire sea of consciousness was dominated by the two of them. After all, the divine beast white tiger spent most of its time resting in the middle and paid no attention to the two of them. However, ever since the 12th grade world-destroying black lotus and the 9 heavens god-slaying spear appeared, the two of them no longer dared to act so recklessly. Especially the aura emitted by the 12th grade world-destroying black lotus and the 9 heavens god-slaying spear filled them with immense fear. They even felt that if they stepped into the left side's range, they might fall in the sea of consciousness. Outside, YeXuan looked at the crowd in front of him and said, "I have now completely fused the law of slaughter. Once Snow and I absorb the 2 divine soul rings, we can go to the slaughter hell and have our final match. As long as we finish the last match, we can gain the slaughter god domain, walk the path of hell, and leave the city of slaughter." "Qian, have you completely fused the law of slaughter?" Qian Rushua blinked her eyes, filled with curiosity. "I'm very curious about what kind of abilities it has brought you. It may be due to my own strength. Although I have fused with the laws, I don't have the ability to fully utilize them. It only slightly enhances my overall strength and allows me to draw upon the power of the laws when necessary." YeXuan smiled, realizing that his own strength was still insufficient to truly engage with the laws, so the enhancement brought by the fusion was not significant. There was a gap between his expectations. He had thought that after fusing with the laws, he would gain some extraordinary abilities. Qian Rinxue showed a hint of disappointment in her eyes. After spending 2 years in the city of slaughter to fuse with the laws of slaughter, the enhancement she felt after the fusion was somewhat disappointing, making her feel that the time spent in the city of slaughter was not worth it for YeXuan. However, it can't be said that it is of no help to my strength now. Perhaps it's just because my own strength is insufficient. I can feel the immense power contained within the laws, but that power is something I cannot control at the moment. YeXuan reached out and gently stroked Qian Rinxue's hair. He then turned to Qing Sheng and Ying Er, saying, "Qing Sheng, Ying Er, you two can start packing. After we absorb the divine bestowed soul rings, we will head to the slaughter hell." "No problem. You two can absorb the soul rings in the room without worry. We'll handle the other matters," Qing Sheng said, patting YeXuan's shoulder with a smile before leaving the room with Ying Er. Chapter 213, Divine Bestowed Soul Rings, Part 1. After Qing Sheng and Ying Er left, YeXuan and Qian Rinxue sat on the bed. YeXuan used the divine will left on him by the Shura god to communicate, saying, "Senior, we have now reached the level 60 bottleneck and need 2 divine bestowed soul rings to break through." As soon as he finished speaking, the sword pattern on YeXuan's forehead emitted a blood-red light, which gradually coalesced into a tall figure in midair. The tall figure held 2 divine bestowed soul rings in its hands. Both YeXuan and Qian Rinxue had seen this tall figure before. It was indeed the Shura god. The Shura god looked down at the two sitting on the bed without speaking, instead tossing the divine bestowed soul rings to YeXuan and Qian Rinxue. When the 2 soul rings landed on them, the Shura god's figure transformed into points of red light, returning to the sword pattern above YeXuan's forehead. Qian Rinxue watched as the Shura god disappeared and said, "Qian, why do I feel like the Shura god is somewhat different from the one we saw last time? This should be the divine will of the Shura god. After all, the Shura god is one of the 5 great kings of the divine realm and also the enforcer of the divine realm. How could he have the time to personally deliver soul rings to us?" YeXuan didn't pay much attention to it. As long as he had the divine bestowed soul rings, it didn't matter if it was the divine will or the real body. "You're right. Let's quickly absorb the divine bestowed soul rings. After we finish absorbing them, we can leave the city of slaughter quickly. It's already been 2 years here. I really miss the outside world," Qian Rinxue said to YeXuan with a beautiful smile, then sat cross-legged on the bed to begin absorbing the divine bestowed soul rings. The divine bestowed soul rings on Qian Rinxue rapidly changed colors, first from white to yellow, then from yellow to purple-black, and finally from purple to black, with the black continuing to deepen. After watching for a while, YeXuan also sat cross-legged on the bed to begin absorbing the divine bestowed soul rings on him. His soul rings also changed colors at an astonishing speed. White, yellow, purple, black, and only when it reached the red soul ring did the color transformation stop. However, the red soul ring on YeXuan continued to deepen in color, indicating that the age of the soul ring was increasing. What he was trying to absorb was not a 100,000 year soul ring, but a 200,000 year ferocious beast soul ring. His physique had been continuously tempered through bloodlines, enhanced by the laws of slaughter, and the boost from the light beam earlier had reached an incredible level. Because of this, YeXuan dared to attempt absorbing a 200,000 year ferocious beast soul ring. The red soul ring on YeXuan gradually transformed from light red to bright red, then to dark red. And when it became blood red like fresh blood, the speed of deepening began to slow down, but continued to deepen. At this moment, sweat began to appear on his face, dripping from his forehead onto his white robe, clearly indicating that he was nearing his physical limit. The soul ring on him had now reached the age of 240,000 years. A 240,000 year soul ring was already the limit of what his body could handle, and it was time to absorb it. After silently acknowledging this in his heart, YeXuan stopped increasing the age of the soul ring and began to absorb the immense and pure energy contained within. On the other hand, although Qian Renshua's divine bestowed soul ring was still a black 10,000 year soul ring, it had already taken on a faint red hue. While it had not yet reached the age of 100,000 years, it was already close to that threshold. Because Qian Renshue had been wearing the five-colored stone for a long time, which improved her physique and nourished her meridians, she was able to elevate the divine bestowed soul ring to nearly 100,000 years. But that was already the limit of what her body could currently withstand. Noticing the age of the soul ring on her body, Qian Renshue wanted to elevate it to the level of a 100,000 year soul ring. However, her body had already reached its limit and could not further increase the age of the soul ring. So, she had to stop elevating the age of her soul ring and began to absorb the energy from the 87,000 year soul ring that was close to 100,000 years. In the dark room, the King of Slaughter looked at the three figures shrouded in black robes before him and said, "If you want to cooperate, you need to show your sincerity." The leader of the black-robed figures asked, "King of Slaughter, what kind of sincerity do you need to cooperate with us? There are several individuals who are about to achieve 100 victories in the slaughter hell, and with their strength, they can undoubtedly traverse the road of hell. I do not wish to see anyone become a killing god, but they cannot fall in the city of slaughter. This puts me in a difficult position." The King of Slaughter tapped his fingers on the armrest of his chair, his tone somewhat casual. "If we help you solve this problem, can we proceed with the cooperation?" A glint of intelligence flashed in the eyes of the black-robed man. "Of course, if you help me solve this problem, we in the City of Slaughter would be happy to cooperate with you. However, the people of the City of Slaughter will not act on this matter," the King of Slaughter said, fixing his gaze on the black-robed figures below. "You don't need to act. Just let us traverse the road of hell and lift the restrictions in the City of Slaughter. We can handle the rest." The black-robed man replied. Upon hearing this, the King of Slaughter tapped the armrest of his chair and said, "No problem. You can traverse the road of hell, and I will lift your restrictions in the City of Slaughter, but that's all I can do. All right, we will help you solve the problem. And we hope that the King of Slaughter will not forget our cooperation," the black-robed figure said, and with that, he and the other two black-robed figures left the dark room. After the three black-robed figures left, a cold female voice suddenly echoed in the dark room. "Great King, are we really going to cooperate with them in the City of Slaughter? Cooperate? Who wants to cooperate with them? There's a saying, when the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. We will wait until they help us solve our problems, and then I will strike and kill them, using their corpses to appease the wrath of that god of death. Everything has nothing to do with our City of Slaughter." The King of Slaughter sneered, looking in the direction the black-robed figures had left, his eyes filled with mockery. Chapter 214. The God-Given Soul Ring, Part 2. A day later, YeXuan, who was sitting cross-legged in the room absorbing the God-Given Soul Ring, slowly opened his eyes. He had successfully absorbed the God-Given Soul Ring. Due to his long accumulation at the level 60 bottleneck, when he successfully absorbed the 6th soul ring, all the previously accumulated soul power erupted, causing his soul power to soar. It only stopped when he reached level 66 Soul Emperor, meaning during his 2 years in the City of Slaughter. His soul power had increased by 13 levels, from level 53 Soul King to level 66 Soul Emperor. YeXuan's 6th soul level had 2 skills: Tiger Shocking the Sky and White Tiger Destroying the World. Tiger Shocking the Sky. The martial spirit emits a roar that shakes the heavens, intimidating the enemy's entire mind, causing an impact on their spiritual sea, and increasing all of its own attributes by 30. White Tiger destroying the world. Locks onto a target, ignoring any defenses, dealing both physical and energy dual attacks to the target, while weakening the target's all attributes by 10. As soon as YeXuan opened his eyes, a stunningly beautiful face came into view. Without any hesitation, he reached out and embraced the beautiful figure, saying, "Swear, it seems your speed in absorbing the God-given soul ring is much faster than mine." Can an 87,000 year soul ring compare to a 100,000 year soul ring? It's only natural that it's faster than yours, Qian Rinxue replied, blinking her eyes. An 87,000 year soul ring is already impressive. A normal soul emperor can only withstand a limit of a 20,000 year soul ring when adding a 6 soul ring. So swear, you are now absorbing a soul ring beyond your level. And when you add your next soul ring, it can reach a 100,000 year soul ring. YeXuan smiled at Qian Rinxue in his arms, playfully pinching her face. When I added my 6th soul ring, it was due to my long-term accumulation in the City of Slaughter. My soul power has now reached level 69, so when I reach level 70, I will need you to help me find a 100,000 year soul ring. Qian Rinxue displayed a proud expression as she spoke. Hearing this, YeXuan smiled and nodded gently, saying, "Swear, even if you don't say it, when you reach level 70, I will also help you find a 100,000 year soul ring." All right, we have finished absorbing the God-given soul ring. It's time to pack our things and head to the Slaughter Hell Arena to complete our final match and leave the City of Slaughter. As soon as he finished speaking, YeXuan released his embrace of Qian Rinxue and scanned the room's arrangement to see what they needed to take with them. Anything unnecessary could be left behind in the City of Slaughter. Qian Rinxue got off YeXuan, walked straight to the wardrobe, and packed her clothes into her soul guide device. After tidying up, she also surveyed the room's layout. After a while, YeXuan finally said, "Swear, we can leave now. There is nothing left in the room that we need to take. Then let us go to the Slaughter Hell Arena and finish the last match as soon as possible to leave the City of Slaughter." Qian Rinxue said and walked directly toward the exit of the room. Seeing this, YeXuan didn't say anything further and quickly followed her. When the two arrived in the courtyard, Qing Sheng and Ying Er were already waiting for them. No one spoke. They all walked out of the courtyard where they had lived for 2 years, heading toward the Slaughter Hell Arena. Upon arriving at the Slaughter Hell Arena, everyone registered as usual and then entered the competition area together. In no time, the competition area was filled with contestants. In YeXuan, Qian Rinxue, Qing Sheng, and Ying Er's eyes, a red glow flashed and a cold, killing intent emanated from their bodies. The four took out their weapons, each occupying a position. As the match officially began, they attacked the other contestants without any hesitation. A one-sided slaughter fest unfolded in the competition area. YeXuan, Qian Rinxue, Qing Sheng, and Ying Er targeted the enemy's vital points with each strike, showing no flashy moves, their attacks clean and decisive without any hesitation. Whether blood splattered onto their robes, or their enemies fell into pools of blood before them, they didn't spare a glance, as if their weapons had transformed into the Grim Reaper's scythe, mercilessly reaping the lives before them. As the last person fell in the arena, YeXuan, Qian Rinxue, Qing Sheng, and Ying Er scanned the entire competition area with their eyes, exuding a terrifying and bloody aura without reservation. Congratulations. You have achieved 100 victories in the Slaughter Hell. A deep and sharp voice echoed from all directions. As the voice sounded, the killing intent released from YeXuan and Qian Rinxue was instantly suppressed back into their bodies. A grave expression involuntarily appeared in YeXuan and Qian Rinxue's eyes, while Qing Sheng and Ying Er's faces turned pale. In the air above the Slaughter Hell Arena, a blood-red figure descended from the sky, revealing a man whose entire body was shrouded in a blood-red cloak. This man was someone YeXuan and Qian Rinxue had seen in the City of Slaughter. He was the King of Slaughter. I am very pleased to meet 7 powerful individuals in the Slaughter Hell today. Now, may I invite the other 3 who have achieved 100 victories in the Slaughter Hell to step forward. As the King of Slaughter's words fell, 3 figures cloaked in black robes emerged from the front of the Slaughter Hell Arena. At that moment, a system prompt echoed in YeXuan's mind. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. 100 victories in the Slaughter Arena. Reward for the host, 50,000 luck points. Ding-dong, 50,000 luck points have been automatically converted into 50,000 luck value, which can be used to purchase items in the store. The host currently possesses 51,900 luck value. YeXuan paid no attention to the system prompt, but focused his gaze on the three black-robed figures approaching. He had been in the slaughter hell arena for 2 years, but had never heard of anyone like them achieving 100 victories, let alone 100 victories. He had never even heard of anyone achieving 60 consecutive victories in the slaughter hell arena. Now, with the sudden appearance of 3 people with 100 victories, YeXuan couldn't help but feel vigilant, as the 3 were indeed too suspicious. Chapter 215, The Road to Hell, Part 1. It was not only YeXuan who found the 3 black-robed figures suspicious. Qian Renxue, Qing Sheng, and Inger also felt the same. However, after exchanging glances, no one spoke, and they all turned their gazes toward the King of Slaughter above. The King of Slaughter looked down at the crowd below and said, "According to the rules of the City of Slaughter, you need to walk the road of hell to earn the title of God of Slaughter. However, your strength is extraordinary, and I can make you guest elders of my City of Slaughter and personally grant you the title of God of Slaughter. Of course, you can also choose to walk the road of hell and become true gods of slaughter, but the road of hell is extremely dangerous, and life only comes once. I hope you choose wisely." YeXuan glanced at the 3 black-robed figures and directly said, "No need, we choose to walk the road of hell." The black-robed figures also swept their gazes over YeXuan and the others. And a chilling voice emerged from one of them. "We also want to witness the dangers of the legendary road of hell. Then I can only wish you good luck in passing through the road of hell and becoming true gods of slaughter. I will now open the door to the road of hell for you." As soon as the King of Slaughter finished speaking, a red light emanated from his body. A red light shield enveloped the entire slaughter hell arena, forming a massive red barrier within it, from which an incredibly bloody scent arose. Scarlet blood flowed like a stream toward the center of the slaughter hell arena, gradually gathering on the ground into a large blood-red pattern. The pattern resembled a bird, though it looked somewhat strange and was not as simple as an ordinary bird. Just as everyone was watching the pattern, the bird-like figure suddenly lit up, and the mental energy of those present was almost instantly shattered. A massive red light shot up into the sky, instantly engulfing everyone's bodies. Everything around became blurry, and only the voice of the King of Slaughter echoed in their ears. "I wish you good luck on the road of hell." As they were consumed by the red light, everyone felt a void beneath their feet, and everything around them became illusory, as if all perception had been sealed off. However, on their bodies, white ripples formed from the gathered killing intent protected them. At the moment, the 12-grade annihilation black lotus bloomed around YeXuan. It absorbed the killing intent directed at him. The moment the 12-grade annihilation black lotus blossomed, YeXuan regained all his senses, and his gaze swept around. He saw that beside him, Qian Renxue, Qing Sheng, and Inger were struggling to resist the continuous killing intent that assaulted them. Without any hesitation, YeXuan reached out and hugged Qian Renxue around the waist. With the 12-grade annihilation black lotus continuously absorbing the incoming killing intent, Qian Renxue's complexion quickly returned to normal, and no signs of pain remained on her face. As for Qing Sheng and Inger, YeXuan could only express his helplessness. Although the 12-grade annihilation black lotus could absorb killing intent, it was only a shadow and not the real 12-grade annihilation black lotus. Therefore, its range was limited and could not accommodate a third person. Even if YeXuan wanted to help them, it was impossible. Moreover, if the killing intent entered their bodies, they would only feel uncomfortable. It wouldn't be a big problem. There's a saying, those who aspire to achieve great things must first exhaust their muscles and bones and starve their skin. So this could serve as training for the two of them. After the killing intent stopped coming, Qian Renxue slowly opened her eyes and looked at YeXuan, who was holding her. She extended her fair arms and hugged him back. Qian Renxue glanced around and noticed a shadowy black lotus rotating around YeXuan, completely isolating the incoming killing intent. Though somewhat surprised and curious, she did not ask any questions but forcibly suppressed her intense curiosity. As Qian Renxue kept blinking her eyes, even though she didn't speak, it didn't stop her from secretly speculating. After all, Xiao Xian was the offspring of the God King of the Divine Realm, and it was normal for his uncles and aunts in the Divine Realm to provide him with some good things, such as the colorful stone on her body and the shadowy black lotus surrounding him, which could very well be gifts from them. The reason they couldn't tell her was likely due to the rules of the Divine Realm. After all, there are rules in the Divine Realm, and some things are not permitted under these rules, so they must be conducted in secrecy. Because of this, Xiao Qian couldn't tell her. The more Qian Rinxue thought about it, the brighter her eyes became, and the more she felt she had uncovered a layer of mystery and touched the truth of the matter. She leaned in close to YeXuan's ear and quietly asked, Xiao Qian, have your uncles and aunts been secretly giving you good things? As she spoke, Qian Rinxue's eyes were fixed on YeXuan, eager to see if her speculation was correct. Upon hearing Qian Rinxue's words, YeXuan's eyes flashed with three expressions: surprise, astonishment, and contemplation. YeXuan was surprised that she would connect things to the divine realm. He was astonished that she had already prepared an explanation for him. He contemplated whether he should follow this excuse and attribute the rewards from the system to the divine realm. Seeing the three expressions in YeXuan's eyes, Qian Rinxue quickly calculated in her heart: surprise because she didn't expect to guess it, astonishment because she was right, and contemplation because she wondered how he would respond. Thinking of this, a proud expression involuntarily appeared on Qian Rinxue's face as she said in YeXuan's ear, Xiao Qian, I've already guessed it, so you don't need to say anything more to avoid accidentally breaking the rules. Looking at Qian Rinxue's proud demeanor and the clarity and joy in her eyes, YeXuan couldn't help but wonder in his heart. It seemed he hadn't said anything yet. What exactly did you guess, Shuer, and where did your wild guesses lead you? Chapter 216, The Road of Hell, Part 2. Time passed, and after a violent shake, the surrounding blood-red light gradually faded. YeXuan and Qian Rinxue landed steadily on a round platform, which had a diameter of only about 5 meters. Beside them lay Qin Sheng and Inger, unconscious, while 3 black-robed figures stood directly in front of them. YeXuan set Qian Rinxue down and said, Shuer, wake up Qin Sheng and Inger. These 3 black-robed figures may not be here with good intentions. Okay, I'll wake them up and come to help you, Qian Rinxue replied. After glancing at the black-robed figures, who were eyeing them menacingly, she quickly walked over to Qin Sheng and Inger to wake them. The leader of the black-robed figures watched their actions and let out a light laugh, saying, I admire your talents. So I believe I can give you a chance to join our Holy Spirit sect. We can take you out of the road of hell. Otherwise, you will only become the countless white bones on the road of hell. 6 years ago, some black-robed figures like you invited us in the far north, but they have already perished in the icy plains of the extreme north. And today, you 3 will fall on this road of hell. YeXuan looked at the black-robed figure in front of him, his eyes filled with cold, killing intent. After hearing their words, Qian Rinxue turned to look at the black-robed man directly in front of her, her eyes also revealing an unhidden killing intent. Unfortunately, I originally wanted to leave you a way out, but it seems that won't be necessary now. If we cannot use any skills in the City of Slaughter, then we might indeed be left on the path to hell by you. Just as the black-robed man's voice fell, soul rings began to flicker on them. 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, constantly flickered on the 3 black-robed figures. YeXuan looked at the 9 flickering soul rings on them, and a grave expression involuntarily appeared in his eyes as a name floated in his mind, the King of Slaughter. The only one who could allow them to use skills in the City of Slaughter, apart from the God of Slaughter domain, was the King of Slaughter. An incredible look appeared in Qian Rinxue's eyes. Although YeXuan had the strength to rival a title Dalu, that was under the condition of being able to use skills. But now, on the path to hell, they couldn't use any skills, and in such a situation, encountering 3 title Daoliuos who could use skills left them with no chance of victory. Qian Rinxue glanced at the unconscious Qin Sheng and Inger, and with no intention of waking them up, prepared to face the 3 title Daoliuos alongside YeXuan. However, before she could rise and walk towards YeXuan, she heard his voice echoing in the field. Just leave those 3 to me. After you wake Qin Sheng and Inger, go ahead and take the path to hell. Are you trying to trick me into leaving first like you did in the extreme north? Qian Rinxue looked at YeXuan with an angry gaze. What would I gain from tricking you? There are more than just those 3 who can use skills here. I can still forcibly break the restrictions of the City of Slaughter. YeXuan chuckled lightly, taking out the 9 heavens god-slaying spear from his sea of consciousness. The spear spun in his hand, its tip pointing directly at the 3 black-robed men. The power belonging to the laws of slaughter surged continuously within YeXuan's body. The stars from the west began to flicker as well. From the western stars, beams of light shot out at high speed toward the City of Slaughter. Upon hearing YeXuan's words, the black-robed men had no intention of attacking. Instead, they watched YeXuan with great interest, eager to see what tricks he would play. Qian Rinxue looked at YeXuan in confusion, not understanding the meaning behind his words. Under the gazes of everyone, a strong red light emanated from YeXuan's body, but it seemed to be suppressed by something, continuously diminishing. Then, countless silver beams of light descended from the sky, landing on YeXuan. With each beam that landed on him, the aura emanating from YeXuan increased a bit. By the time all the silver light had settled on him, the red light around YeXuan became incredibly strong. The sound of glass shattering echoed around him. The divine beast, white tiger martial soul, appeared behind him. And after the martial soul manifested, 6 soul rings of purple, gold, black, and red continuously flickered on YeXuan. A 6-ringed soul emperor, even if you can use skills. What storm can you stir up in front of us? The black-robed man chuckled lightly, showing little concern, although the aura emanating from YeXuan made him feel a bit alarmed. And his soul ring configuration was somewhat unbelievable. A soul emperor was still just a soul emperor, and it had 2 titled Daluos and 1 super Daluo present. Dealing with a soul emperor was still an easy task. YeXuan had no intention of replying. He was currently borrowing the power of the laws of slaughter and the Western stars, which allowed him to forcibly break the restrictions of the city of slaughter. Although the power from the laws and stars was incredibly strong, borrowed power always had to be returned, and after returning it, he would fall into a long period of weakness. The borrowed power only lasted for 2 hours, meaning he needed to kill the 3 black-robed men and complete the path to hell within 4 hours. Otherwise, he might really be left on the path to hell. Feeling the incredibly powerful force within him, the life domain expanded outward from his body. The 12-grade Annihilation Black Lotus continuously rotated around him, and the 9 Heavens God-slaying spear was held firmly in his hand as he charged straight at the 3 black-robed men. The spear emitted an endless aura of slaughter and killing, but the released aura did not enter YeXuan's body. Instead, it was absorbed by the 12-grade Annihilation Black Lotus and transformed into pure soul power, replenishing YeXuan's consumed soul power. This was also the reason the 9 Heavens God-slaying spear was sealed. Otherwise, with just the phantom of the 12-grade Annihilation Black Lotus, it would be impossible to absorb the fierce and murderous aura emitted by the 9 Heavens God-slaying spear. YeXuan approached one of the black-robed men, the spear in his hand radiating endless killing intent, and thrust it straight at the black-robed man in front of him. Chapter 217, Path to Hell, Part 2. The 3 black-robed men reacted immediately. One of them summoned black soul power to block the incoming spear with his own soul power. The other 2 attacked YeXuan from both sides. Seeing their attack, YeXuan had no intention of defending. With the 12-grade Annihilation Black Lotus protecting him and the life domain continuously healing his injuries, he was unafraid of a trade of injuries. Moreover, in such an exchange, he might only be injured, but the black-robed men could lose their lives. Regardless of how it played out, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. The 9 Heavens God-slaying spear in YeXuan's hand easily pierced through the black-robed man's soul power, instantly stabbing through his heart, with bright red blood flowing out and dripping on the ground. He didn't even have time to comprehend it. How could a mere soul emperor break through his soul power and kill him? The attacks from the other 2 black-robed men landed on the 12-grade Annihilation Black Lotus, which blocked 70% of their attacks, leaving only 30% to strike YeXuan. However, even so, YeXuan let out a muffled grunt. After all, he had directly endured the combined attack of a super Daluo and a title Daluo, even with the 12-grade Annihilation Black Lotus blocking 70% of the attacks. Having 30% hit him was enough to make his blood surge and inflict considerable injury. Fortunately, with the existence of the life domain, the injuries he sustained were healing at an incredibly fast rate and would not affect the upcoming battle. YeXuan swept the 9 Heavens God-slaying spear forward. The 2 black-robed men quickly dodged. The earlier scene of the spear breaking through the soul power defenses and killing one of their own was still fresh in their minds. So how could they not be cautious? YeXuan's gaze fixed on the remaining 2 black-robed men, and without any hesitation, he targeted the one with weaker strength first, intending to eliminate the weaker opponent before dealing with the last super Daluo. The weaker black-robed man, seeing the thrusting spear, dared not confront its sharpness. Instead, he quickly retreated and dodged. YeXuan's 9 Heavens God-slaying spear executed fierce moves, completely abandoning all defense. Each thrust aimed directly at the vital points of the black-robed man. Moreover, in the face of the attacks from the black-robed man, he did not dodge or evade at all. The God-slaying spear in his hand continued to stab at the vital points of the black-robed man, forcing him to eventually evade. The remaining black-robed men, seeing this, had no intention of helping and instead turned their attention to Qian Renshua, Qing Sheng, Ing Air, and the others on the platform. rushing directly toward them. When Qian Renxue saw the black-robed man charging at them and glanced at YeXuan, who was entangled with another black-robed man, she hesitated for no moment and took out her angel sword, ready for battle. At the same time, she forcefully kicked the unconscious Qing Sheng lying on the ground. Qing Sheng, in pain, let out a cry and groggily opened his eyes. Meanwhile, YeXuan, who was in the midst of battle, snapped back to attention upon hearing the cry. His movements slowed by a third as his gaze involuntarily shifted toward Qian Renxue and the others. Upon seeing the remaining black-robed men charging straight for Qian Renxue and the others, YeXuan immediately wanted to return and block them. However, just as he made a move, the black-clad man in front of him attacked, entangling him and preventing his escape. When YeXuan attacked with the god-slaying spear, the black-robed man quickly retreated, dodging the spear's attack. Just as YeXuan was about to leave, the black-robed man attacked again, not allowing him to escape. Watching the black-clad man closing in on Qian Renxue and the others, YeXuan no longer hesitated. He spun the god-slaying spear in his hand, inverted the spear tip, and threw it toward the black-robed man, charging at Qian Renxue and the others. Simultaneously, the 12th rank Annihilation Black Lotus around YeXuan's body was also thrown in the direction of Qian Renxue. This was a forced decision. He was currently entangled by the black-robed man and could not possibly support Qian Renxue and the others in a short time. Moreover, an attack from a super Duo was something Qian Renxue and the others could not withstand, especially since they could not unleash any skills at the moment. If it were only Qing Sheng and Ing Er, YeXuan might have hesitated. But if Qian Renxue was involved, he would not hesitate at all. When the black-robed man saw the god-slaying spear flying toward him, he immediately stopped his advance and retreated rapidly. The spear, having lost its target, landed on the platform in front of Qian Renxue. The 12th rank Annihilation Black Lotus also fell around Qian Renxue, spinning continuously around her. "Kid, have you forgotten my existence?" A cold voice echoed in front of YeXuan. The 9th spirit ring on the black-robed man flickered rapidly, gathering purple soul power in his hands. Before YeXuan could react, he launched a direct attack on him. Upon hearing the voice, YeXuan turned his head to look, only to feel a sharp pain in his body, causing him to involuntarily fly backward. YeXuan landed on the platform, just as he was preparing to steady himself. He felt his body crash into a soft figure, a familiar fragrance flooding his nostrils. "Xiao Xian, are you okay? Why'd you throw that just now? Don't you know that being distracted in battle is a major taboo? I've told you before, I don't need you to protect me. I have the strength to protect myself. Why did you do that again?" Qian Renxue's voice was filled with urgency and concern in YeXuan's ear. Upon hearing her voice, YeXuan suddenly felt an unusual aura, as if someone was secretly watching them, making him very uncomfortable. As this feeling arose, YeXuan forcibly suppressed the reverse blood surging from his chest. Enduring the pain, he pretended to be nonchalant and said, "I'm fine, just caught off guard and ended up a bit disheveled." Upon hearing YeXuan's words and seeing his seemingly unconcerned demeanor, Qian Renxue's heart, which had been suddenly lifted, returned to calm, and she exhaled a long sigh of relief. Chapter 218. The Road to Hell. And, however, Qian Renxue felt that something was off. Before she could think too much, she saw the leading black-robed man approaching them. The leading black-robed man looked at the two with an appreciative gaze and said, "Kid, though I don't know what method you used to enhance your strength in such a short time, I must admit, your power is impressive, especially that spear. Even I, a super Douluo at level 97, must avoid its sharpness. However, you were defeated by emotions. If you had ignored them just now and waited until I killed them, with the strength you've displayed, you could have avenged them and walked out of the road to hell, becoming a true god of death. Unfortunately, because of your emotions, you did not do this, so all of you will remain in the road to hell today. However, I am willing to give you a chance. If you are willing to join our holy church, I can guarantee that with your talents, you will be a key focus of training within our church. It's even possible for you to become a holy son or holy daughter of our church. So what do you say? Will you consider it?" As Qian Renxue watched the approaching black-robed man, a thoughtful expression appeared on her face, but her hand silently gripped the god-slaying spear embedded in the ground. Just as the black-robed man was about to reach them, Qian Renxue tightened her grip on the spear and looked at the black-robed man, who was preparing to say something. With a sudden burst of strength, she pulled out the god-slaying spear and, with a voice filled with endless killing intent, declared, "You will die." Qian Renxue wielded the god-slaying spear and directly unleashed the third form of the sea god S13 styles, on returning. The god-slaying spear transformed into a cold gleam, piercing straight toward the black-robed man not far away. When the black-robed man heard the sound, he attempted to retreat and dodge. But he was too close to YeXuan and Qian Renxue, and with Qian Renshue's sudden attack, he was caught off guard. Thus, as the black-robed man tried to retreat, the god-slaying spear had already pierced through his body, leaving a blood hole behind. Blood flowed continuously from the wound, and the black-robed man's body seemed to lose all strength, falling straight backward. As Qian Renxue struck, Qin Sheng had fully regained consciousness. However, given the situation, he knew that with his strength, he would only create chaos for the two, so he remained on the ground, quietly waiting for the right moment to act. Just as Qian Renxue killed the leading black-robed man, both Qin Sheng and YeXuan moved almost simultaneously. Qin Sheng rose directly, grasping the Qingli spear, and charged straight at the last black-robed man. YeXuan, meanwhile, forcibly activated the secretive action to suppress the surging reverse blood, took the god-slaying spear and the 12th rank Annihilation Black Lotus from Qian Renshue's hands, and headed straight for the last black-robed man. Qian Renxue looked at YeXuan as he left, her eyes filled with worry. When she handed the god-slaying spear and the 12th rank Annihilation Black Lotus to YeXuan, she could clearly feel that something was off with his body. Just as she was about to voice her concerns, YeXuan stopped her with a glance. Although she didn't understand why YeXuan wanted to stop her, she ultimately chose not to speak. Qin Sheng rushed towards the man in the black robe at a high speed, but the force that sent him flying back was even faster. An attack from a tidal Dalu was simply beyond Qin Sheng's capacity to withstand, especially since he couldn't use any skills right now. YeXuan appeared in front of the man in the black robe, wielding the god-slaying spear, thrusting it repeatedly without any difference from before. The man in the black robe's eyes were filled with intense, killing intent, as he realized he had no chance of survival in this situation. Rather than continuously dodging, he thought it better to fight to the death. With that in mind, the man in the black robe stopped evading and directly attacked YeXuan, saying, "I don't believe that after your body completely endures my 9th soul skill, you'll be unharmed. The facts are right before your eyes. You can't deny them." YeXuan chuckled lightly, showing no intention to deal with his attack, still focusing solely on offense. After the man in the black robe's attack was blocked by the 12th-grade Annihilation Black Lotus and landed on YeXuan, it caused his blood to surge, and he tasted a hint of blood in his mouth. After forcibly suppressing the reverse blood that surged up, YeXuan mercilessly pierced the heart of the man in the black robe with the god-slaying spear, and his lifeless body fell backward. Once everything was done, YeXuan stood in place, suppressing his injuries, and with a spin of the god-slaying spear in his hand, pointed in a direction, saying, "King of Slaughter, you must have watched the show long enough from the shadows. Is it time for you to come out? TSK, your perception is indeed sharp to detect my presence. But don't get me wrong, I'm here to capture those 3 back to the City of Slaughter. I just learned that they violated the rules of the City of Slaughter. However, it seems I don't need to bring them back anymore." The figure of the King of Slaughter flew out from the shadows, looking down at YeXuan and the others. In the eyes of the King of Slaughter, there was a look of apprehension, as he was now certain that YeXuan and the others knew that this matter was instigated by him. After all, the only one who could allow skills to be used in the City of Slaughter was the King of Slaughter himself. Moreover, the King of Slaughter was very eager to eliminate them, because once they left, they would undoubtedly inform some killing god about the events on the Hell Road. Therefore, the current situation was such that whether they left or not, they would offend that killing god. In that case, it was better to keep them on the Hell Road. However, the King of Slaughter was wary of YeXuan's current strength and even more cautious of the god-slaying spear in his hand. Thus, until he understood YeXuan's situation, he dared not act against them, lest he end up like the 3 men in black robes. You can choose to take their bodies back. If you have nothing else to do, we must continue our journey through hell. YeXuan lowered the god-slaying spear, his expression appearing somewhat nonchalant. Of course, you can continue on the Hell Road. As for their bodies, let them remain on the Hell Road. As soon as the King of Slaughter finished speaking, he turned and left the Hell Road. Chapter 219, King of Slaughter, Part 1. After seeing the King of Slaughter leave, YeXuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. Although he had the life domain to continuously recover his injuries, he had just forcibly taken on the 9th soul skill of a tidal Dalu with his body, and he had been suppressing his injuries to prevent them from healing. So the recovery effect of the life domain was practically ineffective. Moreover, his injuries could not recover in a short period. If the King of Slaughter were to attack while he was healing, they would truly be stuck on the Hell Road. YeXuan's current strength was borrowed. Once time passed, he would fall into a prolonged state of weakness, and, coupled with his current injuries, he would basically lose his combat ability. At that time, the four of them, unable to use skills, would have no chance of surviving against the King of Slaughter. Don't say anything, whatever it is, we will talk after we finish the Hell Road. YeXuan's gaze fell on Qian Rinxue as he directly picked her up and walked toward a narrow path less than half a foot wide, just enough for 2 feet to stand on. The platform was surrounded by a bottomless abyss, and this was the only narrow path leading to the outside world. Qing Sheng watched YeXuan's actions and immediately sensed that something was off with his state. So, without bothering to wake up Inger, who was lying on the platform, he reached out to pick her up and quickly followed YeXuan. YeXuan moved quickly along this narrow path, but he maintained a speed that Qing Sheng could keep up with, not leaving him behind. After moving several hundred meters, they felt the surrounding air gradually becoming warmer. Additionally, YeXuan keenly sensed a buzzing sound coming from ahead. However, YeXuan showed no intention of stopping and continued at high speed along the narrow path. Gradually, the buzzing sound grew louder, and a swarm of blood-red bats appeared before them, charging directly at them. Each of these blood-red bats resembled a miniature version of the patterns left on the ground of the slaughter hell. Though they were smaller, each blood-red bat, when its wings spread, exceeded 1 meter in size. Furthermore, the number of blood-red bats was not merely a few dozen, but a full 1,000. In the dim hell road, these 1,000 blood-red bats looked like a vast red cloud, flying towards YeXuan and the others at high speed. YeXuan's third soul ring flickered rapidly, and he unleashed his third soul skill, Holy King Tiger Roar. The divine beast, the white tiger behind YeXuan, suddenly let out a thunderous roar, and the soul power within YeXuan quickly transformed into a mental shock that spread outwards. When the blood-red bats were hit by the mental shock, they all stopped flapping their wings and fell straight down. None of the ordinary blood-red bats could escape unharmed. The only bat still hovering in the air was a massive, dark golden, 3-headed bat. The dark golden, 3-headed bat let out an angry cry, spreading its enormous wings and directly lunging at YeXuan and Qian Rinxue. Before the dark golden, 3-headed bat even reached them, a pressure not weaker than that of a 10,000-year spirit beast rose from its body, causing a strong gust of wind that ruffled YeXuan and Qian Rinxue's hair. YeXuan's eyes were filled with killing intent, but before he could make a move, Qian Rinxue's voice rang in his ear. "Qian, put me down. Let me handle this. You can't suppress your injuries anymore. Not yet. We can't afford any delays. We must leave the Hell Road as quickly as possible. Just stay put and don't move. Let me handle this." YeXuan glanced at Qian Rinxue in his arms. With no intention of putting her down, YeXuan thrust the god-slaying spear directly at the attacking dark golden, 3-headed bat. In the blink of an eye, the central head of the dark golden, 3-headed bat was pierced, and the remaining 2 heads cried out in piercing agony. The god-slaying spear swept horizontally from left to right, the sharp tip slicing through the remaining 2 skulls, and the sound of the dark golden, 3-headed bat abruptly ceased. Its wings stopped flapping, and its body fell straight down into the bottomless abyss. After doing all this, YeXuan did not linger and continued down the narrow path ahead. At this moment, the King of Slaughter, who had left, suddenly halted his steps. During his 2 years in the City of Slaughter, he had been closely monitoring the situation of YeXuan and the others, so he was very familiar with their personalities. Moreover, judging from the recent actions of the hooded figure, it was clear that they could not possibly be unaware of his interference from behind. Knowing that little brat's character, if he knew he was meddling, he definitely wouldn't let himself leave easily, unless that brat was in trouble now. The King of Slaughter stood still, lost in thought. But soon, a strong killing intent appeared in the King of Slaughter's eyes, and a somewhat cold voice emerged from his mouth. "What an interesting kid. You almost managed to deceive me. If you truly manage to leave the City of Slaughter alive, then our City of Slaughter will be in chaos." The King of Slaughter turned around and directed his gaze towards the path to hell, walking straight towards it. In the entire Hell Road, only that narrow path led to the outside world. Therefore, he only needed to follow this narrow path and would not have to worry about losing track of the few people. After a long while, YeXuan, Qian Rinxue, and Qing Sheng felt the surroundings growing increasingly scorching, with sweat gradually dripping from their heads, yet they had no intention of stopping to rest. Instead, they continued to move forward at an extremely fast pace. Due to the intense heat, both YeXuan and Qing Sheng felt their stamina rapidly depleting. But YeXuan could still use skills, so his stamina loss wasn't significant. YeXuan glanced back and spoke. "Qing Sheng, Do you need me to slow down a bit? No need. Although I can't be of much help right now. Keeping up with your pace is still no problem, Qin Sheng replied with a light laugh, her voice calm and unhurried. Upon hearing Qin Sheng's words, YeXuan did not say anything further and continued down the narrow path. Before them appeared a pair of fiery red eyes and a dark red body coiling around the narrow path. Upon seeing the situation ahead, YeXuan's eyes involuntarily narrowed. This was a giant snake, estimated to be about 10 meters long, and on its head and back were 9 protrusions, each resembling a bright red mushroom, as if blood was flowing within them. When they spotted the giant snake, it also noticed them. A tongue flicked out from the giant snake's mouth, and its fiery red eyes suddenly brightened. Ancient beast, 10-headed solar serpent, incredibly venomous, can exceed 10 meters in length when fully grown, possessing the strongest fire poison among serpents. After cultivating for 10,000 years, it can form an inner pill. When the inner pill emerges, the world loses its color. If one can obtain the inner pill, the serpent horde will bow down, making it the supreme being among snakes. YeXuan's gaze was fixed on the giant snake, and he recited its information. Listening to YeXuan's words, Qian Rinxiu merely glanced at the giant snake before retracting her gaze. Then, a thread of golden soul power flowed from her hand into YeXuan's body, constantly monitoring his injuries. At a distance of 20 meters from the 10-headed solar serpent, it launched the first attack, spewing a fire-red light from its massive mouth, carrying a strong fishy smell as it spread towards YeXuan and the others. The flames clung to the narrow ground, scorching the rocks and rapidly spreading towards them. The crackling sound of burning stones echoed along the narrow path, and the flames were enveloped in a layer of faint red mist. Without needing to think or ask, it was clear that this red mist was toxic. However, YeXuan had no intention of stopping. If he couldn't dodge it, he would charge through. In the realm of life, he was immune to any negative effects, so he had no fear of poisoning. YeXuan's toes lightly tapped the ground, his body soaring into the air, and the god-slaying spear plunged down towards the head of the 10-headed solar serpent. Although the strength of the 10-headed solar serpent was significantly greater than that of the dark golden 3-headed bat, it was still insufficient in the face of YeXuan, who wielded the power of laws and star forces. The 10-headed solar serpent quickly retracted its massive head to avoid the incoming god-slaying spear. However, the spear seemed to have eyes of its own. No matter how the 10-headed solar serpent tried to evade, the sharp tip relentlessly aimed at its head, unable to escape. With a thud, the god-slaying spear pierced directly into the giant head of the 10-headed solar serpent, and bright red blood splattered from the massive head, some of it landing on YeXuan and Qian Rinxiu's clothes. But neither of them cared. YeXuan pulled the spear out from the serpent's head and used it to flick a small golden red ball off the back of the 10-headed solar serpent, sending it flying into the air. Qian Rinxiu, who was in YeXuan's arms, did not need him to say anything. She extended her hand and caught the fallen small ball. However, she did not examine it, but casually tossed it into her soul guide, not paying any attention to the small ball. Without any hesitation, they continued moving forward along the narrow path, but the further they went, the more they could feel the scorching heat around them. Additionally, there was a peculiar atmosphere, a very oppressive feeling that emerged deep within their hearts, making them very uncomfortable. The killing intent emanating from their bodies was also unconsciously released, without any reservations. YeXuan and Qian Rinxiu, both possessing the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus, did not feel much discomfort, while Qin Sheng behind them felt his vision becoming somewhat blurred, the surrounding heat seemingly stimulating every cell in his body. Although Qin Sheng felt extremely uncomfortable, he managed to maintain his composure and barely keep up with YeXuan and Qian Rinxiu. The only issue was the unconscious Inger in Qin Sheng's arms, whose breathing was gradually becoming more rapid. Before them, a faint red mist began to appear. However, YeXuan's eyes, enhanced by the autumn water dew and transformed by the evil eye Saint King, had no trouble seeing through the red mist. After passing through the red mist, they could see the exit of Hell Road, an oval-shaped light screen marking the end of the path. Although the exit appeared ahead, they halted their steps because there was no road before them, only a constantly churning sea of blood. The blood sea stretched a full kilometer in front of them, blocking their way. YeXuan gently set Qian Rinxiu down, chuckling lightly as he said, "You all go ahead and exit Hell Road. I will block the pursuing king of slaughter." YeXuan turned around, his gaze fixed on the red mist, gripping the god-slaying spear tightly in his hand. At YeXuan's words, Qian Rinxiu and Qin Sheng's pupils constricted slightly. "No, your injuries cannot be delayed any longer. You must heal quickly. If you keep suppressing it, It will only get worse. Qian Rinxue's voice carried a hint of determination. Besides me, none of you can stop the King of Slaughter, and I can now use soul skills. If I want to leave, the King of Slaughter cannot stop me. YeXuan looked at the rapidly approaching King of Slaughter, his expression becoming serious. Leave? None of you can leave. Just stay here in the Hell Road. The figure of the King of Slaughter charged through the faint red mist directly towards YeXuan and the others. YeXuan lightly tapped the ground with his toes, raising the god-slaying spear in his hand to confront the incoming King of Slaughter, effectively blocking him. Qian Rinxue looked at YeXuan, who was blocking the King of Slaughter, gritted her teeth, and said, "If we stay here, we will only drag him down. We need to leave the Hell Road first. Only by leaving the Hell Road can we gain the Slaughter God domain, and then return to help Qian." Qian Rinxue glanced at YeXuan with some worry. Then, without hesitation, she activated the movement secret technique and headed towards the exit of the Hell Road. The distance of 1,000 meters was no problem for either Qian Rinxue or Qing Sheng, so they quickly made their way towards the light curtain behind the Blood Sea. Chapter 221, King of Slaughter, Part 2. Qian Rinxue's figure was the first to enter the white light curtain. The moment she stepped into the curtain, everything around her began to change. She found herself in a vast expanse of white emptiness, with nothing but a snowy world in sight. In this white world, she could not exert any strength. Only a cold sensation rose within her body, as if endless cold was gathering inside her, causing her great pain. The purest aura of slaughter continuously gathered within Qian Rinxue's body, gradually forming a domain of killing intent around her. When the domain was fully formed, Qian Rinxue's figure had already passed through the light curtain and entered the outside world. Qian Rinxue did not have time to sense her Slaughter God domain or observe her surroundings. She immediately turned around to re-enter the Hell Road. Just as she was about to turn back, an old figure suddenly appeared in front of her, and a smiling voice reached her ears. "Xuya, how did you come out alone? Where are Qian and the others? Grandfather has been waiting here for you for a long time to take you back." Qian Rinxue looked at the figure standing in front of her, her eyes lighting up with surprise. She quickly said, "Grandfather, we need to go in and save Qian. The King of Slaughter wants to kill us, and Qian is blocking him at the exit of the Hell Road." Without further explanation, Qian Rinxue reached out her hand, grabbed her grandfather, and headed straight back into the Hell Road. Upon hearing Qian Rinxue's words, Daoliu's expression darkened immediately. He had come happily to bring Shuer and Qian back to the Spirit City. But upon hearing that the King of Slaughter dared to attack them, a long-buried killing intent surged within him. Moreover, since Qian Rinxue now possessed the Slaughter God domain, even if they entered the Hell Road, Dalu would not be restricted. Because within the range of the Slaughter domain, any soul master could recover their soul skills. In the Hell Road, after YeXuan thrust the god-slaying spear, an unsettling feeling rose in his heart. The power within him was continuously weakening, and the soul rings on him seemed to be pushed back into his body by some force. Time was up. The power was gradually disappearing. Just as this thought arose in YeXuan's mind, the King of Slaughter seized the opportunity and punched the shaft of the god-slaying spear. YeXuan's body was instantly sent flying and crashed heavily onto the narrow path. Having relied on borrowed power, the time was up, and YeXuan's injuries could no longer be suppressed, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. However, he still forced himself to stand using the god-slaying spear, though his face appeared very pale, and he was in excruciating pain. At this moment, the King of Slaughter was not faring well either. Blood continuously dripped from him, and there was a bloody hole in his right shoulder, from which crimson blood flowed out as if it were free. YeXuan had left dozens of wounds on the King of Slaughter with the god-slaying spear, the most serious being the wound on his right shoulder. If that shot hadn't gone off target, perhaps the King of Slaughter would have fallen in the Hell Road. The figure of the King of Slaughter landed on the narrow path, and a sharp voice came from his mouth. "Kid, do you have any last word before you die? If you have something to say, you can say it now. And rest assured, none of the three of them can escape. They will all accompany you. You just need to go first." YeXuan looked at the King of Slaughter ahead, gripping the god-slaying spear tightly, his expression fluctuating. However, he did not say anything. The borrowed laws and the power of the stars had run their course, and he had now fallen into a long state of weakness, with serious injuries as well. The only reason he could still stand was due to the god-slaying spear in his hand. Just then, three voices sounded from the exit of the Hell Road. "How dare you? Qian, brothers." Upon hearing this, YeXuan and the King of Slaughter simultaneously turned their gazes towards the exit, where three figures were releasing their martial souls, rushing towards them at incredible speed. YeXuan was not surprised to see Qian Rinxue and Qing Sheng. He only allowed a bitter smile in his heart. However, when he saw Qian Dalu, he was somewhat surprised, and the bitter smile in his heart vanished without a trace. Qian Rinxue, Qian Daolu, and Qing Sheng landed directly beside YeXuan. Qian Rinxue reached out to support YeXuan, using her soul power to check on his condition. Qian Daolu stood in front of them. His gaze locked on the King of Slaughter ahead, the 9 soul rings on him flickering ominously. Qing Sheng stood behind YeXuan, vigilantly watching the King of Slaughter. He had no choice but to stand in the back since the narrow path could only accommodate one person standing. Qian Rinxue supported YeXuan, and Qian Daolu stood in front of them, leaving Qing Sheng at the back. After checking YeXuan's injuries, Qian Rinxue's eyes revealed anger and killing intent as she looked at the King of Slaughter ahead and said directly to Qian Daolu, "Grandfather, I want him dead. Xuya, you can rest assured, he won't escape." A powerful aura surged from Qian Daolu, directly pressing towards the King of Slaughter ahead. "Grandfather, be careful. He is Tangchun. Only now he is parasitized by the blood-red 9-headed Bat King, becoming the King of Slaughter of the Slaughter City. Moreover, he possesses the ultimate artifact, the Azura Demon Sword." YeXuan reminded him and retracted the God-slaying spear and the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus from his body. Upon hearing YeXuan's words, Qian Daolu carefully scrutinized the King of Slaughter before him. He was very familiar with Tangchun from the Haoyan sect, and upon a closer look, the King of Slaughter did indeed bear some resemblance to Tangchun. The King of Slaughter, meanwhile, was cautiously watching Qian Daolu, sensing danger from him. Moreover, Qian Daolu is in the realm of the God of Slaughter, where any skill can be unleashed. However, he is currently in a wounded state, and continuing to fight would be very disadvantageous for him. Thinking of this, the King of Slaughter immediately turned around, wanting to leave the realm of the God of Slaughter and return to his city of Slaughter. Chapter 222. The King of Slaughter, and the King of Slaughter reacted quickly, but Qian Daoliu's reaction was equally swift. At the moment the King of Slaughter turned around, Qian Daoliu's figure was already moving towards him. "Whether you are the King of Slaughter or Tangchun, you will stay here with me." The 6-winged angel martial soul behind Qian Daolu lightly flapped its wings and quickly approached the King of Slaughter. Upon feeling the strong wind coming from behind, the King of Slaughter had no hesitation and quickly left the realm of the God of Slaughter. As long as he exited the realm, he would be safe and in no danger. The figures of Qian Daolu and the King of Slaughter moved rapidly along the path of hell. And because the King of Slaughter had no intention of engaging Qian Daolu in combat, he was constantly dodging Qian Daoliu's attacks. But soon, the King of Slaughter's figure flew out of the realm of the God of Slaughter, while Qian Daoliu's figure remained at the edge of the realm. The King of Slaughter looked at Qian Daolu within the realm and said, "There is a contract between our city of Slaughter and the Spirit Hall, and my actions against them were just a misunderstanding, not as you perceived. I only want to test his strength, and, in the end, I was the one who got hurt. The injuries he sustained have nothing to do with me. They were inflicted by someone from the Holy Spirit Church. The Holy Spirit Church is composed of evil spirit masters, and I believe that your Spirit Hall should focus on the Holy Spirit Church, rather than our city of Slaughter. After all, our city of Slaughter is beneficial to your Spirit Hall, and there's a contract between us. You wouldn't want to breach the contract at this time, would you?" Meanwhile, there are evil spirit masters from the Holy Spirit Church lurking in the shadows, posing a far greater threat to you than our city of Slaughter. The King of Slaughter and Qian Daolu maintained a distance that was neither far nor close. This distance was very safe. Once Qian Daolu stepped out of the realm of the God of Slaughter, he would be restricted by the city of Slaughter and unable to use any skills. Qian Daolu was aware of this and did not step out of the realm, simply standing quietly at its edge. As for the Holy Spirit Church mentioned by the King of Slaughter, Qian Daolu had never heard of it. In his understanding, although there were evil spirit masters on the continent, they did not dare to appear before the public under the suppression of the Spirit Hall. So he paid no attention to the King of Slaughter's words. After all, the 6-winged angel martial soul is the nemesis of evil spirit masters. Anyone with a 6-winged angel martial soul can clearly sense the presence of evil spirit masters nearby. After the King of Slaughter finished speaking, he saw that Qian Daolu showed no response and directly turned around, heading towards the city of Slaughter at high speed. Qian Daolu watched the departing King of Slaughter. The realm of the God of Slaughter was only so large, and if he stepped out, he would be restricted by the city of Slaughter. At that point, it would be uncertain whether he could survive, let alone kill the King of Slaughter. Qian Daolu turned to look back at YeXuan, Qian Rinxue, and Qing Sheng. He saw that Qian Rinxue was constantly sizing up YeXuan with her eyes, completely unaware of what was happening here. Qing Sheng's gaze was fixed on Qian Dalu in midair, but he remained stationary, not moving at all. YeXuan, on the other hand, was releasing his life domain to recover from his injuries, having no time to pay attention to the situation between Qian Dalu and the King of Slaughter. After a while, Qian Dalu slowly walked back from midair and said, "Let's go. We should leave the path of hell and return to the Spirit City." Upon hearing Qian Daoliu's voice, Qian Rinxue finally looked around. After confirming that the King of Slaughter was no longer present, she couldn't help but ask, "Grandpa, where is the King of Slaughter?" "He has already left the realm of the God of Slaughter. It's only so big. Both of you with the realm of the God of Slaughter stood still. How could I have kept him here?" Qian Dalu looked at Qian Rinxue, his aged face revealing a kind smile. "Grandpa, Xiao Xian is injured, and I need to support him. He can only release the life domain within the realm of the God of Slaughter to recover his injuries. How can I move?" Qian Rinxue said, turning to glare at Qing Sheng, who stood behind them. Qing Sheng also possessed the realm of the God of Slaughter, but remained motionless, watching the King of Slaughter escape. Seeing the glare from Qian Rinxue, Qing Sheng said, "Sister-in-law, why are you glaring at me? The path is so narrow. If you two are blocking the way, I wouldn't be able to get past even if I wanted to. Can't you use your martial soul to fly over?" Qian Rinxue shot him a glare before returning her gaze to YeXuan. Sister-in-law, I can't fly and don't have flying soul skills. Even if I wanted to fly, I wouldn't be able to," Qing Sheng replied, his voice carrying a hint of embarrassment. Qian Rinxue's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Qing Sheng, but she quickly turned her gaze away and said nothing further. At this moment, YeXuan also retracted his life domain, slowly opened his eyes, and said, "Let's leave the path of hell first. Now it's just me who hasn't obtained the realm of the God of Slaughter." Hearing this, Qian Rinxue nodded and said, "Yeah, let's leave the path of hell first. Once we're out, you can properly recuperate your injuries." As soon as she finished speaking, the eight-winged angel martial soul behind Qian Rinxue gently flapped its wings, carrying YeXuan towards the exit's light curtain. Qian Dalu glanced at Qing Sheng and then directly followed the steps of YeXuan and Qian Rinxue, ignoring Qing Sheng's presence. Qing Sheng smiled and quickly caught up with them. As they entered the light curtain, YeXuan also felt that cold sensation, which was particularly pronounced given his injuries. As he passed through the light curtain, the realm of the God of Slaughter involuntarily released around his body. The realm of the God of Slaughter. Within the realm, the enemy's strength will be reduced by 10%, while the user can exert 110% of their power. Furthermore, as the user's martial soul grows, the ratios of weakening and enhancement will gradually increase. After checking the effects of the realm of the God of Slaughter, YeXuan retracted his own realm of the God of Slaughter. Chapter 223, Returning to the Spirit City, Part 1. As YeXuan retracted the realm of the God of Slaughter, Qian Rinxue also supported him into a carriage marked with the emblem of the Spirit Hall. Inside the carriage was another person, Inger, who had previously been unconscious. However, Inger had now woken up and was looking at them with a puzzled expression. After Qian Dalu, YeXuan, Qian Rinxue, and Qing Sheng boarded the carriage, Inger finally spoke up. "Saint, aren't we supposed to continue down the path of hell? Why do we come out directly? Hell Road, we have all walked through it. And it was I who carried you all the way out, ensuring that you faced no danger during the entire process." Qing Sheng placed his hands behind his head, leaning against the carriage, his voice sounding very relaxed and casual. Throughout the journey on Hell Road, it was indeed, as Qing Sheng said, they ran through it without any danger. The entire Hell Road was cleared by YeXuan in front of them, so how could there be any danger? In fact, when they finally emerged, if it weren't for Qing Sheng and Inger being there, YeXuan would have already used the Xing secret technique to take Qian Rinxue out, and there would have been no need to confront the King of Slaughter head-on. Inger looked somewhat suspiciously at Qing Sheng, who appeared relaxed and casual, and then glanced at YeXuan, who was lying on Qian Rinxue's lap, looking a bit pale and weak. Observing the situation of the two, Inger couldn't help but ask, "Since it was so easy, why does Qian look so weak? He was just responsible for carrying you while running behind, of course. That was easy. The whole process was basically YeXuan leading the way. How could there be any danger?" Qian Rinxue replied, while casting a glance at Qing Sheng before retracting her gaze and closing her eyes to rest in the carriage. Upon hearing Qian Rinxue's words, Qing Sheng could only smile awkwardly. During the journey on Hell Road, it wasn't that he didn't want to help. It was mainly that he couldn't help at all. Whether it was the three evil soul masters of the Holy Spirit Church or the King of Slaughter from the City of Slaughter, They were not opponents that the current Qing Sheng could match. As for the dark gold, three-headed bat and the 10-headed fiery sun snake, he didn't even have a chance to intervene as they were directly eliminated by YeXuan. What could he do? The carriage was quiet because no one was speaking. YeXuan, Qian Rinxue, Qing Sheng, Ing Er, and others were all resting with their eyes closed. During the 2 years in the city of slaughter, their emotions were greatly affected, so at this moment, they were all trying hard to adjust their mental state. After all, being outside was not the same as being in the city of slaughter. In the city of slaughter, they could start ruthless killings over minor disagreements, but outside, that wouldn't work. Therefore, they needed to adjust the mindset they had developed in the city of slaughter. Qian Dalu looked at the pattern above YeXuan's brow, and a faint smile appeared on his aged face. As an envoy of the angel god, he naturally knew what that pattern represented. It could be said that as long as that pattern appeared, it signified the official beginning of the divine position inheritance. Xiao Xian's divine position had officially opened. Qian Rinxue's divine position inheritance should be starting soon as well. After glancing at Qian Rinxue, Qian Dalu also sat in the carriage and closed his eyes to rest, not disturbing the others. While YeXuan was adjusting his mood, he also prepared to open the system mall to see what items were available for purchase. After all, he had just gained 50,000 fortune points, and it would be a pity not to browse the system mall. As soon as he opened the system mall, dazzling golden light appeared before YeXuan's eyes. After the golden light faded, 2 items resembling gift packages appeared in front of him. Upon closer inspection, these 2 packages were a random gift package and a martial soul package. With the random gift package priced at 30,000 fortune points and the martial soul package priced at 20,000 fortune points. Together, they totaled exactly 50,000 fortune points. Moreover, both packages were labeled with the words highly recommended in bold. It seemed that to ensure he wouldn't miss them, each word was as large as the package itself, making them particularly eye-catching. YeXuan looked at the 2 packages and asked in his heart, "System, what are these 2 packages and why are they so expensive?" The system's voice echoed in YeXuan's mind. "Host, that's a very good question. These 2 packages were specially customized based on your strength and fortune points. The random gift package can yield 5 random items, with 1 guaranteed to be something from your past life's mythology. Don't you envy the innate spiritual treasures in them all? As long as you buy the random gift package, you might obtain 1. As for the martial soul package, the enhancement it provides to you is unimaginable. Once you purchase the martial soul package, you'll randomly receive a martial soul, and you'll gain a 3rd martial soul. This opportunity is rare. So the system strongly recommends that you buy both packages. If you purchase a package, you might obtain an innate treasure or a martial soul that surpasses the god level." Hearing the system's voice, YeXuan raised an eyebrow and thought to himself, "System, why do I always feel like you're trying to trick me?" "Trick you? What benefit would I gain from that? Everything I provide you is good stuff. Why would I need to trick you?" The system's voice responded in his mind. "You definitely have something to gain from it. Isn't it the fortune points?" YeXuan looked at the 2 packages in front of him and began to hesitate. "Believe in this system. If you buy these 2 packages, you will definitely not lose out. If you don't believe me, then there's nothing I can do. The system has said all it needs to, whether to buy or not is up to you." After the system's words, there was no more sound in YeXuan's mind. YeXuan glanced at the 2 packages in front of him, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately decided to purchase them. His 51,900 fortune points instantly turned into 1,900 fortune points. YeXuan focused on the 2 packages, each having a button to open them, which could be activated with his mind. Upon using his mind to open the random gift package, 5 dazzling golden lights shot up, and within the golden glow, 5 items floated quietly. "Congratulations, host, you have obtained milk candy, diamond chest set, youth retaining pill, elegant flowing garment, and iron-eating beast." YeXuan looked at the items that appeared before him, and his expression darkened. He spent 30,000 fortune points to obtain a piece of milk candy, a chest set, a bottle of youth retaining pill, a piece of women's clothing, and an iron-eating beast. It was simply a huge loss without any gain. Chapter 224, Return to Martial Soul City, Part 2. YeXuan looked at the items in front of him and immediately said to the system, "System, is this what you said I absolutely wouldn't lose out on? Because from my perspective, it looks like a huge loss." After a long while, the system's voice echoed in YeXuan's mind. "Host, did you not see the last iron-eating beast? In the ancient legends of your past life, the iron-eating beast was indeed the Mount of Qiyu. Moreover, Qiyu's iron-eating beast was a ferocious beast with immense power in its left arm and the ability to cover the sea with its right arm. Although this is not Qiyu's iron-eating beast, it is definitely an iron-eating beast, so you can use it as a mount without any issue. Upon hearing this, YeXuan suspiciously checked the information on the fifth card. Item: Iron-Eating Beast Alias. Panda description: in legends, it is the mount of Qiyu. Note: Panda is a bear, not a cat. YeXuan looked at the information about the iron-eating beast, and his eyebrows couldn't help but twitch. He immediately said, "System, is this what you call the iron-eating beast with immense power in its left arm and the ability to cover the sea with its right arm? If you gave me a soul beast with some ability, I could tolerate it. But giving me a panda with no abilities at all, what kind of situation is this?" Host: it is indeed an iron-eating beast. However, calling it a panda is not incorrect either. You can use it as a mount, and don't underestimate the iron-eating beast. You may not see it having any abilities now, but the host can cultivate it. There must be a reason why Qiyu chose it as a mount. I don't know the reason behind Qiyu's choice, but I now know that he must have lost because of his mount. As for the panda, it's better to keep it as a pet. Using it as a mount is just a joke. YeXuan looked at the card in his hand and casually placed it aside. Asking him to use the clumsy-looking panda as a mount is out of the question. Regardless of its abilities, at the very least, a mount should not lose in terms of appearance and imposing presence. YeXuan looked at the remaining items: milk candy, chess pieces, and beauty-enhancing pills, and, without needing to check, he knew their purposes. The only item he needed to check was the elegant flowing robe. Item: elegant flowing robe, 99 sealed in India. Rank: innate spiritual treasure. Description: an innate spiritual treasure transformed from eggshells by Nuwa during the chaotic period. It possesses great power and can block matters involving causality, impervious to all laws. It can change colors based on the wearer's intentions. After reading the description of the elegant flowing robe, YeXuan felt that spending his 30,000 luck points was worth it. However, he couldn't use it himself since it was a woman's garment. The style and appearance of the elegant flowing robe were quite beautiful, and it didn't look extravagant. Instead, it had a simple and elegant feel. He thought that if he gave it to Shui, she would probably like it. YeXuan looked at the elegant flowing robe, silently contemplating in his heart. After a long time, he put away the elegant flowing robe, planning to give it to Qian after returning to Spirit Soul City. YeXuan's gaze fell on the Spirit Soul gift pack, eagerly anticipating what his third Spirit Soul would be. When he opened the Spirit Soul gift pack with his mind, a strong green light radiated from it, and a powerful aura emanated from the pack. The green light enveloped YeXuan's body, and a green lotus appeared before him. The green lotus gradually bloomed in front of him, releasing a purifying power as if it intended to cleanse the heavens and earth. Once the green lotus fully bloomed, the lotus quietly rotated, seemingly containing the essence of creation, endlessly generating and flowing. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the third Spirit Soul, Purifying Green Lotus. Third Spirit Soul, Purifying Green Lotus attributes: ultimate defense, ultimate purification, ultimate creation power. As the notification sound faded, the purifying green lotus in front of YeXuan transformed into a beam of green light and entered his sea of consciousness. In the sea of consciousness, the purifying green lotus floated in mid-air, exuding pure purifying power, directly suppressing the divine beast white tiger, the 9 heavens god-slaying spear, the 12th grade annihilation black lotus phantom, the evil I Saint King, and the dark demon evil god tiger. Upon sensing the incoming power, suppressing it, the divine beast white tiger immediately opened its eyes and looked at the purifying green lotus in mid-air. The 9 heavens god-slaying spear trembled as if it had received some provocation. The 12th grade annihilation black lotus floated quietly without any movement. After exchanging glances, the evil I Saint King and the dark demon evil god tiger both retreated a distance, showing no intention of participating. Just as the divine beast white tiger stood up, the 9 heavens god-slaying spear shot out and swiftly struck the purifying green lotus away. Although the purifying green lotus was strong, it was only a spirit soul and could not compare to the real 9 heavens god-slaying spear. Seeing this, the divine beast white tiger, having just stood up, lay back down and closed its eyes as if it hadn't seen anything. The purifying green lotus, which had been struck away, retracted its released purifying power and quietly floated in the sea of consciousness. The 9 heavens god-slaying spear returned to its position without any further action. YeXuan looked at the situation in his sea of consciousness and simply smiled without saying anything, directly exiting the system hall. The 50,000 luck points he spent this time were undoubtedly a profitable investment. Just the spirit soul, the purifying green lotus, had already made it worth it. Outside, the sky had darkened, and the carriage continued to speed towards Spirit Soul City. YeXuan opened his eyes, looked around the carriage, and noticed that everyone else was resting with their eyes closed. Just as he was about to release his life domain, he heard Qian Dalu's voice in the carriage. "Xiao Qian, tell Grandpa what happened during the 2 years in the city of slaughter." Upon hearing this, YeXuan sat up in the carriage and recounted everything that had happened during those 2 years in the city of slaughter to Qian Dalu. Listening to YeXuan's story, Qian Dalu couldn't help but furrow his brows and said, "Xiao Qian, you mentioned that you encountered 2 title Daluo and a super Do-level evil soul master on Hell Road, right? They are indeed from the Spirit Hall. 6 years ago, Shui and I also encountered an evil soul master from the Spirit Hall in the extreme north, but we always managed to escape unscathed." YeXuan clasped his hands behind his head, his eyes appearing calm, but there were traces of killing intent amidst the calm. Chapter 225, Return to Spirit Soul City, Part 2. Qian Dalu's gaze fell on the killing intent in YeXuan's eyes. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Xiao Qian, I will send someone to investigate the Spirit Hall's matters on the continent. You don't need to spend your energy on it. Moreover, since your divine position inheritance has officially begun, you need to focus on the Spirit Hall, not the Spirit Hall. Of course, there is one more thing you and Shui need to pay attention to. You are both already 18 years old, not young anymore. I only have 2 wishes. First, I want to see the day you both become deities. Second, I want to see the angel spirit inherit its legacy. The angel spirit of our Qian family has always been passed down in a single line. If the legacy of the angel spirit is cut off, I fear I will have no face to meet the angel god in the future." As Qian Dalu spoke, he sighed lightly, his gaze fixed on YeXuan and Qian Renxue. Hearing Qian Dalu's words, Qian Renxue opened her eyes, her face slightly reddening, but she didn't say anything. YeXuan reached out to stroke Qian Renshue's hair and softly said, "Grandpa, we will fulfill your 2 wishes sooner or later. It's just a matter of time." A faint smile appeared on YeXuan's face. Whether the angel spirit would lose its legacy was still uncertain. After all, he now had 3 spirit souls. And regardless of whether it was the divine beast white tiger or the purifying green lotus, their spirit soul ranks were higher than the 8-winged angel. So, whose spirit soul would be inherited was truly hard to say. Qian Dalu looked at YeXuan, his eyes showing a hint of helplessness. YeXuan's response was essentially the same as not answering at all. A matter of time. When exactly would that be? However, Qian Dalu did not say anything further and closed his eyes to rest. YeXuan released his life domain, beginning to recover from his injuries. In the life domain, his injuries could be quickly healed. Even after his injuries healed, he would be unable to use his spirit souls for combat for the next month. When he was on the road to hell, he borrowed the power of the stars and the laws, which allowed him to quickly kill Title Daluo and even Super Daluo. However, once the borrowed power disappeared, he would fall into a month-long period of weakness. During this weak period, he could not use his martial soul for any combat. Aside from being unable to use his martial soul, everything else had no impact on YeXuan. Moreover, with his current strength, even without using his martial soul, dealing with a Soul King or Soul Emperor would not be a problem. While recovering from his injuries, YeXuan was also contemplating the issues of his martial souls and soul rings. He currently had 3 martial souls, apart from the divine beast white tiger martial soul, which had full soul rings. The dark demon evil god tiger and the purifying world blue lotus martial souls could still have additional soul rings attached. The dark demon evil god tiger currently had 100,000-year soul ring and could attach 5 more soul rings. The purifying world blue lotus martial soul currently had no soul rings and could attach 6 soul rings, totaling 11 soul rings. If all 11 soul rings were attached with soul rings of 100,000 years or more, his soul power could be rapidly enhanced in a short time, potentially even reaching the level of an 80th level soul Daluo. Although there were not many soul beasts over 100,000 years on the continent, there were still quite a few. YeXuan needed to ponder which soul beasts could be hunted and which ones could not be touched for the time being. For example, the Emperor Qian and Bear King in the Stardow Forest were definitely off limits. Otherwise, provoking Guanyin from the Lake of Life would not be a pleasant matter. Although Guanyin was currently recuperating in the Lake of Life, she certainly still had god-level strength. If she were truly provoked, unless a deity descended from the divine realm, it could be said that whoever went would die. The Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor in the extreme north were also beings that could not be touched. When YeXuan and Qian Renxue were in the extreme north, the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor had taken good care of them. Moreover, during the more than 3 years in the extreme north, there The relationship between YeXuan and Qian Rinxue with the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor was very good. Therefore, YeXuan would never hunt them down just for a soul ring. YeXuan didn't care about the lives and deaths of others because he didn't know them. Their lives and deaths had nothing to do with him. However, for people he knew and was familiar with, he would never refuse to help when needed. As for the extent of help, that would depend on his relationship with that person. If they were sworn brothers, he would help with anything as long as it didn't touch his bottom line. If they were only acquaintances, whether to help would depend on his mood. After excluding the soul beasts that couldn't be hunted, the remaining well-known soul beasts over 100,000 years were only the Titan giant ape in the Stardow Forest and the Dark Phoenix in the Mysterious Canyon. Although YeXuan had never seen the Dark Phoenix in the Mysterious Canyon, its ability to speak indicated that its cultivation age had certainly reached over 100,000 years. Moreover, YeXuan had been hunted by the soul beast controlled by the Dark Phoenix back then, so the Dark Phoenix had already made it onto his hunting list. Besides these two soul beasts, the only other places with soul beasts over 100,000 years were the southern grasslands and the endless sea. YeXuan didn't know how many 100,000-year soul beasts were in the southern grasslands, but there were certainly plenty in the sea. After all, the area of the ocean was much larger than that of the land. As for soul beasts below 100,000 years, they were completely out of YeXuan's consideration. Moreover, YeXuan didn't even look at 10,000-year soul rings. At the very least, they had to be 100,000-year soul rings. After YeXuan had thought about the soul rings, he withdrew his thoughts and focused on recovering from his injuries. With the powerful recovery effect of the life domain, YeXuan's injuries were recovering at an extremely fast speed. At his current recovery rate, it would take about 3 days for his injuries to fully heal. Moreover, with the recovery effect of the life domain, there would be no lingering effects on his body. Qian Rinxue watched YeXuan start to recover from his injuries and reached out her hand to use her soul power to check his condition. When she noticed that YeXuan's injuries were recovering at an extremely fast speed, she let out a small sigh of relief in her heart. Chapter 226. Return to Wuhuan City, and, days later, YeXuan and Qian Rinxue were in a carriage playing chess, while the others sat nearby watching. Qian Rinxue looked at her remaining pieces, then at YeXuan's pieces, picked up her pawn, placed it on her horse, and then placed 2 pieces on YeXuan's general, smiling as she said, "Checkmate, I win." YeXuan looked at Qian Rinxue's move with confusion and couldn't help but ask, "Swear, why can your pawn and horse move in a straight line to checkmate my general? A pawn riding a horse is cavalry, right? Charging straight ahead, what's the problem?" Qian Rinxue's gaze was focused on the chessboard below, filled with interest. She had never seen this kind of chess before, so it felt very novel and intriguing. While speaking, Qian Rinxue also took back her pieces to set up, clearly wanting to play another round. YeXuan thought for a long time after hearing Qian Rinxue's response and found himself speechless. A pawn on a horse was cavalry, and cavalry charged straight ahead. The logic was clear, with no flaws. YeXuan set up his pieces again and remained vigilant against Qian Rinxue's cavalry. After a while, YeXuan looked at Qian Rinxue, who had fallen into a dead position, and said, "Schwer, you're already in a dead position. What else is there to think about? Let's start a new game. Who says I'm in a dead position? I clearly won this round." Qian Rinxue looked at the chessboard, picked up her chariot, placed it on her horse, then put her general on the chariot, and subsequently moved 3 pieces along with the general out of the 9-square grid. "Xuya, your general can't move out of the 9-square grid. And can you tell me what this is?" YeXuan looked at Qian Rinxue's move, his brows twitching involuntarily. "My general didn't move out. It took a carriage out. A horse plus a chariot equals a carriage. What's the problem?" Qian Rinxue blinked at YeXuan. YeXuan was also looking at Qian Rinxue with his gaze. A horse plus a chariot equals a carriage. And the general didn't team move out of the 9-square grid, but took a carriage out. The logic was clear, and there was no way to refute it. No problems at all. After a while, YeXuan spoke, "Schwer, you really are amazing. In chess, I truly feel inferior." As YeXuan spoke, a faint smile appeared on his face. It was just a game of chess. Winning or losing didn't matter. As long as Schwer was happy, it was all good. Do you need to say that? In chess, I naturally have to be better than you. Qian Rinxue's exquisite face showed a proud expression. Just as YeXuan was about to say something, a voice suddenly rang out in his mind. "Very good. You have passed the first test I gave you. But now I have 2 choices for you. The first is the Shura 9 tests, and the second is the Shura 3 tests. Which one do you choose?" Upon hearing this, YeXuan immediately asked, "Senior, what is the difference between the 9 tests and the 3 tests?" The people in the carriage turned their attention to YeXuan when they heard his seemingly self-talking words, but no one spoke, just quietly watching him. In fact, there was no difference. No matter which one you choose, as long as you pass the assessment, you can obtain my inheritance. However, the Shura 9 tests are simpler than the Shura 3 tests, but they take a bit longer. The Shura 3 tests are very difficult, but they take much less time, and the rewards for passing each time are more generous than those obtained from the 9 tests. If you choose the 3 tests, you can choose one person to accompany you during the assessment. Moreover, the companion receives the same rewards as you each time they pass, which will not affect you in any way. Listening to the words of the Shura god, YeXuan's gaze turned to Qian Rinxue in front of him. After a moment of contemplation, he said, Senior, I choose to accept the Shura 3 tests, and my accompanying companion will be Shuer in front of me. Very good. You indeed chose the Shura 3 tests as I expected, instead of the Shura 9 tests. As soon as the Shura god's voice fell, the pattern above YeXuan's brow emitted a red glow, enveloping both him and Qian Rinxue. YeXuan and Qian Rinxue's consciousness seemed to arrive in a void world, where a serious-looking Shura god stood in front of them. The Shura god looked at the two and said, Are you willing to accompany him in the Shura 3 tests? As long as you participate in the Shura 3 tests, every time he passes the assessment, you can receive the same rewards as him, which will not affect him in any way. The only difference is that after the final assessment, he will inherit my divine position, while you can only receive other rewards. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue glanced at YeXuan and then at the Shura god, nodded, and said, I am willing to accompany Qian in the Shura 3 tests. The Shura god extended his hand from afar and gently tapped Qian Rinxue's brow. A red light flew from the Shura god's hand and directly entered Qian Rinxue's brow. A blood-red pattern formed above Qian Rinxue's brow, appearing for just a moment before disappearing. I give you your second assessment, which is to defeat the King of Slaughter in the City of Slaughter before your soul power reaches Soul, Daluo, and seize the Shura demon sword from him. The Shura god's gaze then turned to Qian Rinxue, and he said, And what you need to do is to accompany him in passing the assessment. Hearing his second assessment, YeXuan felt that it was quite difficult, but it was not impossible. Defeating the King of Slaughter and seizing the Shura demon sword before reaching Soul Dalu meant he needed to complete the assessment while still at the Soul Saint level. After informing YeXuan of the second assessment, the surrounding scenery began to gradually dissipate, and YeXuan and Qian Rinxue's consciousness returned to their bodies. Seeing the red light around them disappear, Qian Dalu immediately asked, Qian, Shuer, did you just see the deity of the divine realm? Yes, it was the Shura god of my inheritance, who came to tell me what the second assessment is. YeXuan's face showed a faint smile. Then Qian, what is your second assessment? Do you need Grandpa to give you some advice? Qian Daoliu's face revealed a kind smile. My second assessment is to defeat the King of Slaughter in the City of Slaughter and seize the Shura demon sword before my soul power reaches Soul Daluo. YeXuan's eyes showed some contemplation. This assessment was difficult but not impossible. The main issue was the Shura demon sword. If the King of Slaughter hid it away and did not take it out, it would indeed be very challenging. Chapter 227, The God of Evil Thoughts, Part 1. Hearing this, Qian Dalu could not help but ask, Qian, your second assessment is indeed somewhat too difficult. You mentioned during the Hell Road that the King of Slaughter is Tang Chun from the Haotian sect. I am very familiar with Tang Chen's strength. He is a level 99 limit Douluo. If you want to defeat him and seize the Shura demon sword with your Soul Saint level strength, then the chances of success are quite slim. Of course, although Tang Chen's strength is strong, he is still somewhat inferior compared to your grandfather. Back then, I only lost half a move due to carelessness. YeXuan listened to his words, directly ignoring the latter part. Losing was losing, and there was no need to find excuses, which was meaningless. But he only thought about it in his heart and did not say it out loud, as he still needed to give face to his elder. Grandpa, you don't need to worry about this. He is just the King of Slaughter. When I reach the Soul Saint level, defeating him won't be a difficult task. YeXuan's face showed a confident smile. A few days later, YeXuan and the others' carriage slowly drove into the martial Soul City, directly stopping in front of the Pope's Hall. Qian Dalu, YeXuan, Qian Rinxue, Qing Sheng, and Inger all got out of the carriage, looking at the Pope's Hall in front of them, their expressions all different. YeXuan reached out to take Qian Rinxue's hand. Just about to walk towards the Pope's Hall, when he heard Qian Dalu's voice leisurely sound from the side, Qian, Shuer, and you too, don't go to the Pope's Hall. Come back with me to the offering hall. YeXuan and Qian Rinxue exchanged puzzled glances upon hearing this. They had not returned for 2 years and had not seen BibiDong for the same amount of time. It was only reasonable that they should first go to the lake pavilion to see BibiDong. However, when they saw the serious expression on Daoliu's face. They did not question him, but followed him toward the offering hall. Qin Sheng and Inger, being newcomers to Martial Soul City, were unfamiliar with the place. So when they saw YeXuan and Qian Rinxue following Qian Dalu, they did not hesitate and directly followed along. Upon arriving at the offering hall, Qian Dalu suddenly turned around and said, "Shuer, you take your two friends to stroll around in the offering hall first. Xiao Xian, come with me. I have something to discuss with you." "Okay, Grandpa," Qian Rinxue replied with some confusion, then took Qin Sheng and Inger to wander around the offering hall. YeXuan followed Qian Dalu into a room. Inside, Qian Dalu casually found a place to sit down and said, "Xiao Xian, you can sit down freely. There is no need to be formal with me." "Grandpa, I wonder why you called me over. Is there something you need to tell me?" YeXuan sat down in front of Qian Dalu, his voice carrying a hint of curiosity. "Xiao Xian, if in the future BibiDong and Shuer become opposing sides, who would you choose to help? Would you help BibiDong, who raised you since childhood, or would you help your wife, Shuer?" Qian Daoliu's voice was calm, but his gaze remained fixed on YeXuan. "Grandpa, what do you mean by that? I don't quite understand. How could teacher and Shuer possibly become opposing sides?" As YeXuan spoke, he involuntarily lowered his head, staring at the floor beneath him, unsure of what to think. Due to some reasons related to Qian Shushu, BibiDong harbors a deep hatred for our Qian family, and equally for Shuer. However, a few years ago, for reasons unknown, the relationship between BibiDong and Shuer improved. But BibiDong has always looked down on our Qian family. Back then, I could still see through BibiDong's strength, so I didn't pay much attention to this matter. Now, however, I can no longer see through her, and I've even sensed a divine aura from her. It is a very evil aura, belonging to the god of evil thoughts. On this continent, besides you and Shuer, if anyone else can become a god, it could only be her, BibiDong. The god of evil thoughts is the Rakshasa god, and the Rakshasa god is the archenemy of our angel god. Because of this, I asked you if in the future, BibiDong and Shuer stand on opposite sides, who would you choose to help? After finishing his words, Qian Dalu closed his eyes and sat quietly, waiting for YeXuan's answer. YeXuan sat quietly, his head lowered and silent, but in his eyes, there was a look of struggle. On one side is his wife, who has been with him since childhood. On the other side is his teacher, who raised him and taught him various theories and knowledge. How should he choose? The current him is not the same as him 12 years ago. 12 years ago, he hadn't even awakened his martial soul, and when faced with Qian Shuanji's situation, he could do nothing. Moreover, if he spoke too much about certain matters, he would end up being rejected by both sides. And who would care about the words of a child? That's why he chose to pretend he knew nothing. Because of that incident, there has always been a hint of guilt in his heart, a guilt towards Qian Rinxue. But now that he has the strength to rival a super Dalu, should he still choose to pretend he knows nothing and let things develop freely? Although Qian Dalu said it was a hypothetical situation that might not happen, what if it really does happen? In the Pope's Hall, in the pavilion of the lake, BibiDong and Hulayina sat inside, and in front of them were neatly arranged delicacies, along with 4 pairs of chopsticks that had never moved. Hulayina looked at the delicacies in front of her, then glanced at the sky and said, "Teacher, didn't you say that senior brother and sister Shuer have already returned to Spirit City? Why haven't they come back to the pavilion yet?" Upon hearing this, BibiDong waved her hand to summon a maid and instructed, "Go check the Pope's Hall and see if young Master and Miss have returned. If they haven't, ask the guarding knights where they went." "Yes, your holiness," the maid replied and headed straight toward the Pope's Hall. Chapter 228, The God of Evil Thoughts, Part 2, soon. The maid returned from the Pope's Hall, bowed to BibiDong, and said, "Your holiness, the young Master and Miss have already returned." However, they went back to the offering hall with a great offering and did not come to the pavilion. "I understand, you may leave." BibiDong waved her hand, signaling the maid to withdraw, then closed her eyes and waited calmly. Upon seeing BibiDong's demeanor, Hulayina also remained silent and quietly sat at the dining table, waiting. As time passed, the sun gradually set and the sky darkened. Sitting at the dining table, BibiDong couldn't help but clench her hands tightly. Yet her expression remained calm as she said, "Laina, go have the maids take the delicacies away. If you are hungry, let them prepare something new for you." As soon as she finished speaking, BibiDong opened her eyes, stood up, and left the pavilion. At the moment she turned, there was a fleeting look of loneliness in her eyes. "All right, teacher," Hulayina replied, watching her teacher's departing figure, feeling that something was off. But she couldn't pinpoint what it was. In the offering hall room, YeXuan suddenly raised his head, stood up, and prepared to leave the room. Upon sensing YeXuan's movement, Qian Dalu also opened his eyes and asked, Xiao Qian, have you thought about whether to help BibiDong or your wife Shuer? When Qian Dalu mentioned the words wife and Shuer, he emphasized the word wife, as if reminding him of something. Grandpa, I don't even need to think about whom to help, because what you mentioned is simply impossible. There is no possibility of ifs or maybes. YeXuan's face showed a faint smile as he placed his hands behind his back and walked straight out of the room. Qian Dalu watched YeXuan's departing figure, shook his head, and muttered to himself, I hope it will be as you said and that such a situation won't occur. But if it really does happen, who will you choose to help? Xiao Qian. After YeXuan left the room, he found Qian Renxue, Qing Sheng, and Inger sitting quietly in the hall of the offering hall, waiting. YeXuan walked up to Qian Renxue and directly picked her up by the waist, saying, Shuer, we should go back to the pavilion. If we don't return soon, teacher will probably start to worry. Qing Sheng, Inger, you should come with us to the pavilion. It's just right to arrange a place for you there. Upon hearing this, Qing Sheng immediately said, Finally, we can leave the hall. We waited in the hall all day just to wait for you. After saying this, Qing Sheng and Inger both stood up and followed behind YeXuan, heading towards the pavilion. YeXuan simply smiled and had no intention of replying. Qian Renxue looked at YeXuan and asked, Xiao Qian, what did Grandpa tell you? Why did he take so long? Well, he said quite a bit. What do you want to hear, Shuer? YeXuan looked at the Qian Renxue in his arms. A gentle smile on his face, his eyes filled with affection. Just tell me the important things. You don't need to mention the unimportant ones. Qian Renxue looked at YeXuan, her face involuntarily showing a proud expression. YeXuan pondered for a moment, and under Qian Renxue's expectant gaze, he said, The most important thing is, of course, to protect you, Shuer. I can't let you suffer any harm. Of course, my answer is very decisive. As long as I am here, no one can hurt you even a little bit. And I feel that I have been quite competent in this regard. Upon hearing YeXuan's words, Qian Renxue blinked her eyes and said, Who needs your protection? With my strength, do I need you to protect me? Besides, why do I feel that these words are not what Grandpa said to you? Although Qian Renxue's expression still looked a bit proud, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve up, revealing a beautiful arc. It was clear that she was very happy in her heart, but she just didn't show it. Shuer, you're the best among the younger generation. In front of you, I have to bow my head. How could you possibly need someone else's protection? Even if protection is needed, it would only be my protection. YeXuan said with a gentle smile, his tone casual. As long as you know your strength. But since you want to protect me so much, I'll reluctantly give you an opportunity to protect me when I need it. Qian Renxue said as she stretched out her arms to embrace YeXuan, her eyes filled with joy. All right, you little tsundere. YeXuan glanced at Qian Renxue in his arms and discreetly gave her a light pat on her perky backside. Qian Renxue's eyes widened for a moment, but she quickly regained her composure. After giving YeXuan a sidelong glance, she chose not to say anything further. Before long, the four of them, YeXuan, Qian Renxue, Qing Sheng, and Inger, arrived at the lakeside pavilion. After setting Qian Renxue down, YeXuan said, Shuer, please help Qing Sheng and Inger find a suitable room to rest. I'll go meet my teacher first. Xiao Qian, you go ahead. After I arrange their room, I'll come find you, Qian Renxue replied and waved at Qing Sheng and Inger, preparing to find them an appropriate room. YeXuan then headed straight for BibiDong's room. Standing before the door to BibiDong's room, YeXuan respectfully knocked and called out, Teacher, are you in there? After waiting for a while, he heard no sound from inside. However, the lights were still on, indicating that BibiDong was indeed in the room. YeXuan knocked again, but after a long time, there was still no response. This time, he didn't knock again, but directly pushed the door open, scanning the room as arrangement. The room was well lit, and everything was neatly placed, looking perfectly normal, but BibiDong was nowhere to be seen. Where could the teacher be at this time? YeXuan wondered as he sat down in a chair, casually picked up the teapot, and poured himself a cup of tea to savor. Chapter 229, God of Evil Thoughts, Part 2. YeXuan sat quietly in the room, sipping tea when suddenly, a series of crackling sounds echoed. He turned towards the sound and saw a section of the floor being moved aside, revealing a pitch-black entrance. BibiDong emerged from the entrance. Upon seeing YeXuan sitting quietly and enjoying his tea, a hint of surprise flickered in BibiDong's eyes. However, the surprise quickly vanished, replaced by an expression of calmness. YeXuan's gaze shifted to the area above BibiDong's forehead, where a black, scythe-like pattern had appeared. But that pattern soon disappeared, as if it had never existed. YeXuan set down his teacup, stood up, and respectfully bowed, saying, Disciple, YeXuan pays his respects to teacher. BibiDong looked at YeXuan's gesture and chuckled lightly. sitting on the bed and waving her hand. All right, you don't need to go through all that. Just tell me what you want. BibiDong's hands were clasped together, her gaze continuously assessing YeXuan. Teacher, you are currently undergoing the divine position inheritance assessment of the Rakshasa god, YeXuan said, looking directly at BibiDong. Did Qian Dalu tell you? BibiDong's voice was calm, as if she had anticipated YeXuan's question. Yes and no. In fact, I already knew that you were undergoing the Rakshasa goddess assessment, YeXuan replied, sitting back down in the chair and shaking the teacup in his hand. BibiDong, hearing this, looked at YeXuan with curiosity, wondering when he had learned about her acceptance of the Rakshasa goddess inheritance. But she didn't ask and instead said, if I'm not mistaken, Qian Dalu must have told you quite a bit. Now you can share your thoughts. There was no emotion in BibiDong's eyes, only calmness. When she learned that Qian Dalu had brought them to the worship hall, she had already guessed what he would say. After all, she had once revealed a divine aura in front of Qian Dalu, and as a divine envoy, he couldn't possibly be unaware of it. Since YeXuan came here, it meant he had his own thoughts, and BibiDong was interested to hear what they were. Teacher, there are countless divine positions in the divine realm. Given your talent, finding a more suitable divine position isn't difficult at all, YeXuan said, placing his teacup down and looking directly at BibiDong. So, BibiDong closed her eyes, her voice unusually calm. So I'd like to ask you to change to a different divine position inheritance. The Rakshasa goddess position isn't suitable for you. I will help you find a more suitable divine position. In fact, I already have what is needed for the inheritance of the sea goddess position in my hands. If you don't like the sea goddess position, there are other divine positions in the divine realm, and there will definitely be one that suits you. As YeXuan spoke, he stood up and respectfully bowed to BibiDong. Upon hearing YeXuan's words, BibiDong did not open her eyes or say anything, merely sitting quietly on the bed, silent. YeXuan maintained his respectful bowing posture, standing still and waiting for BibiDong's response. After a long time, BibiDong finally opened her eyes, looking at YeXuan, who was still maintaining his bow, and asked, Xiao Qian, is this your thought? Yes. The Rakshasa god isn't suitable for you, so you don't need to insist on inheriting the Rakshasa goddess position, YeXuan replied seriously without standing up. I will not give up the Rakshasa god position. I have been accepting the Rakshasa goddess inheritance for over 10 years. Are you asking me to throw away my efforts and dedication from all these years? BibiDong said as she walked in front of YeXuan, helping him up and looking at the pattern above his forehead with a gentle smile. Moreover, there's a constraint between the Shura god and the Rakshasa god positions. What do you have to worry about? BibiDong looked at YeXuan, who was quite a bit taller than her, reminiscing about the little guy who used to cling to her, learning various theories and knowledge. In the blink of an eye, 18 years had passed, and the little guy who used to cling to her had now become her disciple and son-in-law. After BibiDong helped YeXuan up, he looked at her smiling face and showed a contemplative expression, but in the end, he didn't mention anything about changing her divine position. At that moment, Qian Renshua also walked in from outside, looking at the two in the room and asking Mom, Xiao Qian, what are you two talking about? You look like you're having a great time. We were discussing your experiences in the Slaughter City. To see if you got lazy in your training during the 2 years you spent there, BibiDong replied, returning to the bed and looking at the two with a slight smile. How could we have slacked off in our training during our 2 years in the Slaughter City? I am currently a level 69 Soul Emperor. As long as I have 2 more months, I can break through to the Soul Saint level. Xiao Qian is just a little behind me, currently at level 66 Soul Emperor. Qian Renshua sat down on a chair, picked up the teapot and teacup on the table, and poured herself a cup of tea, savoring it delicately. YeXuan just smiled and said nothing. In terms of soul power, he was indeed slightly weaker than Qian Renshua. But in terms of real strength, the difference between the two was not just a little. You have both reached the level of Soul Emperor now. It seems you didn't slack off in your training in the City of Slaughter, BibiDong said, looking at the two with satisfaction. She knew that both YeXuan and Qian Renshua had the ability to fight above their rank, so their true strength was certainly not just that of a Soul Emperor. Tell me about your experiences over the past 2 years in the City of Slaughter, BibiDong said, her hands clasped together, ready to listen to their stories from the past 2 years. Chapter 230, God of Evil Thoughts, and, upon hearing this, YeXuan and Qian Renshua immediately recounted everything that had happened in the City of Slaughter and the Hell Road to BibiDong. As BibiDong listened to the latter part of their story, the faint smile on her face faded, and her expression turned somewhat somber. After hearing their account, BibiDong gently nodded and said, Xiao Qian, Schwerer, you've just come out of the City of Slaughter, and your emotions haven't settled yet. Go back and rest well. Also, before your emotions have settled, don't focus too much on training. You can read some books or play some music. It will help you adjust your emotions quickly. YeXuan and Qian Rinxue exchanged glances and simultaneously said, Teacher, Mom, then we'll go back to rest now. All right, go back. BibiDong waved her hand, signaling them to leave. After leaving BibiDong's room, YeXuan and Qian Rinxue went straight back to their own room, looking at the clean and tidy room. With everything placed in its original position, both of them couldn't help but show a faint smile. YeXuan hesitated for no moment and lay down on the bed, saying, Sure enough, sitting in a carriage is not as comfortable as lying in bed. No matter how good the carriage is, it cannot compare to a soft and comfortable big bed. Qian Rinxue glanced at YeXuan lying on the bed, took out a set of clean clothes from her soul guide, and headed straight for the bathing area. Seeing Qian Rinxue's actions, YeXuan sat up from the bed, took out a youth-preserving pill, a graceful outfit, and a card from his soul guide. After placing the youth-preserving pill and the graceful outfit on the bed, YeXuan's gaze fell on the card in his hand, saying, Iron-eating beast, I really want to see what the difference is between you and a panda. With a slight exertion of force, the card in YeXuan's hand instantly shattered, releasing a strong light, within which gradually appeared a creature resembling a bear. Once the light disappeared completely, a plump, bear-like creature with black and white fur appeared before YeXuan. YeXuan squinted his eyes, examining the iron-eating beast in front of him, and reached out to pat its head, checking its condition with his soul power. He concluded that it was just an ordinary panda. A panda is just a panda. Why call it an iron-eating beast? I haven't seen how powerful Chiyo's iron-eating beast is, but this one before me is definitely an ordinary panda. YeXuan silently scoffed to himself. Although this was just an ordinary panda, having it as a pet is not bad. At least it looks quite cute and silly. The panda lay on the ground, gazing at YeXuan with its eyes full of a pleasing demeanor, occasionally rolling around on the ground, looking very adorable. YeXuan only watched for a while and didn't pay much attention to the playful panda. Instead, he lay back down on the bed, quietly waiting for Qian Rinxue to come out. When the panda saw that YeXuan was ignoring it, it also sensibly lay down on the ground, not moving, but its eyes blinked occasionally. After a long time, Qian Rinxue walked out of the bathroom, drying her wet hair, and was almost startled by the sight of a bear lying in the room. However, seeing that it had no cultivation and was just an ordinary bear, her previously raised guard was put down, and she curiously asked, Qian, where did this bear come from? How did it end up in our room? Upon seeing Qian Rinxue come out, the panda immediately stood up, blocking YeXuan with its body, growling lowly. Its previously silly and cute demeanor vanished. Its eyes filled with vigilance as it looked at Qian Rinxue. YeXuan got up and patted the panda on the head, saying, What are you growling for? She is your mistress, and you have no cultivation at all, yet you want to protect me. Just lie down. Upon hearing YeXuan's voice, a glimmer of intelligence appeared in the panda's eyes. Its growl ceased, and it returned to its silly and cute demeanor, rolling its body and moving aside. Qian Rinxue couldn't help but chuckle when she saw the panda's behavior. She walked over and sat next to YeXuan, looking at him and asking Qian, Where did this bear come from? It's quite interesting. It was sent down from above. Its name is Iron-Eating Beast, or you can call it Panda. It has no cultivation and can only be kept as a pet, YeXuan replied, reaching out to take the towel from Qian Rinxue's hand and helping her dry her hair. Sent down from above? A hint of confusion appeared in Qian Rinxue's eyes as she involuntarily began to speculate. The realm above the continent is the divine realm. So this iron-eating beast was sent down from the divine realm. Thinking of this, Qian Rinxue did not ask further, but instead looked at the panda with great interest. Soon, after YeXuan finished drying Qian Rinxue's hair, he pointed to the two items on the bed and said, Schwerer, the youth-preserving pill and the graceful outfit on the bed are for you, a small gift. Hearing this, Qian Rinxue looked toward the bed and noticed a beautifully shaped jade bottle and a piece of clothing that looked ancient and elegant. She curiously asked, Qian, what is this youth-preserving pill? And since you have clothes to give me, why didn't you give them to me earlier? The youth-preserving pill, when taken, can keep you youthful forever. There are 10 pills in one bottle, but taking just one is enough because no matter how many you take, the effect is the same. As for the clothes, you will need to change out of them later anyway, so it doesn't matter when I give them to you, YeXuan explained. YeXuan reached out and hugged Qian Rinxue, his voice carrying a hint of amusement. Chapter 231, Divine Beast, Iron-Eating Beast, Part 1. Upon hearing YeXuan's words, Qian Rinxue couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. She then picked up a jade bottle from the bed and poured out a crystal-clear elixir swallowing it without hesitation. After taking the youth-preserving pill, she felt nothing and noticed no changes in her body. She turned to YeXuan and asked, "Little Qian, can taking the youth-preserving pill really keep one eternally youthful?" "Of course it can. If you don't believe me, time will prove it to you. Besides, I've taken the youth-preserving pill as well. In a few years, let us see what we look like. That will tell us whether the pill works or not." YeXuan replied with a smile, gently stroking Qian Rinchue's stunning face. "There are 9 more youth-preserving pills. I'll give one to Mom tomorrow and keep the rest. This is a good thing that can preserve youth." After securing the jade bottle, Qian Rinchue placed it on the table. YeXuan then got up and walked in front of the panda, bringing it outside the room. "You stay here at the door and don't run around. Be careful not to get picked up as a dish. I won't take responsibility for you." The panda seemed to understand YeXuan's words, nodding its head before lying down at the door, completely still. Although YeXuan felt that the panda's intelligence seemed a bit high, he didn't pay much attention and simply turned back into the room, closing the door behind him. After returning to his room, YeXuan took out a clean set of clothes from his soul guide and walked towards the bathroom, preparing to take a shower and rest well. Meanwhile, the panda, lying outside the door, suddenly opened its eyes and looked toward a large tree in front. There on the tree stood a dark phoenix. After being nurtured with countless resources from the Pope's palace, the dark phoenix had reached an age of around 7,000 years. As a super soul beast, although its cultivation was only about 7,000 years, in a real fight, a typical 10,000-year-old beast would not stand a chance against it. Moreover, as a pet of the Pope BibiDong, the dark phoenix was essentially a small tyrant within the Huxin Pavilion, and hardly anyone dared to provoke it. When the dark phoenix caught sight of the panda, a hint of disdain appeared in its eyes, and its wings fluttered slightly as it charged toward the panda. Upon seeing the dark phoenix rushing toward it, the panda stood up and, as the dark phoenix approached, lifted its paw and swatted at it. The sound of bones cracking echoed within the dark phoenix, and it was sent flying back at even faster speed, crashing into the large tree. The tree shook before falling to the ground with a loud crash. After everything settled, the panda cast a scornful glance at the dark phoenix, and then closed its eyes again as if nothing had happened, continuing to lie at the door. The dark phoenix lay on the ground, continuously whimpering, blood dripping from its body, and many black feathers had fallen off. Although it was not dead, it was clearly gravely injured. The loud noise startled Qian Rinchue in the room. She got up, walked to the window, and opened it to look around. She saw the large tree fallen in front of the room, the dark phoenix lying on the ground whimpering, while the panda lay at the door, eyes closed, appearing to be asleep. What happened? Why did the tree fall for no reason? Why is the dark phoenix lying on the ground crying? Confusion filled Qian Rinchue's eyes as she tried to understand what had just occurred. This was the Huxin Pavilion within the Pope's palace, which was guarded by the vigilant palace knights outside, and inside were titled Daluos, Super Daluos, and Limit Daluos stationed there. It was impossible for anyone to break into the Huxin Pavilion. The dark phoenix's state clearly indicated it had been severely injured by someone, yet there was no sign of anyone else around apart from the panda. Qian Rinchue used her spiritual power to probe the panda repeatedly, but the result was the same as YeXuan's soul power check. The panda had no cultivation. She then carefully scanned the surroundings with her spiritual power, but found no clues whatsoever. YeXuan emerged from the bathroom, towel drying his wet hair, and asked Shuer, "What has happened? Why was there a loud noise from something heavy falling?" A tree fell, and the dark phoenix seems to have been severely injured, but there are no signs of any battle around. As she spoke, Qian Rinchue pointed outside to the fallen tree and the dark phoenix. "How could a tree fall for no reason? The dark phoenix is my teacher's pet. Who would dare to attack it in the Huxin Pavilion?" YeXuan said in confusion, quickly walking to Qian Rinchue's side, looking out through the window. Upon seeing the situation outside, YeXuan was also puzzled. After probing the surroundings with his spiritual power, he glanced at the panda lying at the door, but quickly withdrew his gaze. "It's just an ordinary panda. How could it have done all this? I'll go outside to check and see if I can find any clues." YeXuan tossed the towel in his hand and headed toward the door. "Little Qian, I'll go with you. You can't use your martial soul right now. It'll be safer if we go together," Qian Rinchue said as she quickly followed him. YeXuan smiled at her words but said nothing. There was no way there could be any danger in the Huxin Pavilion. Did she really think the elders of the Pope's palace and the offerings were just sitting around doing nothing? As soon as YeXuan and Qian Rinchue opened the door, the panda at the entrance opened its eyes and rubbed its head against the thighs of both of them. However, they ignored it and went directly to the fallen tree to check on its condition and that of the dark phoenix. The panda quietly followed behind. occasionally casting a scornful glance at the dark phoenix. When the dark phoenix saw the panda approaching, fear appeared in its eyes, and its cries became sharper. The sound of the dark phoenix's cries echoed harshly in the night air of the Huxin Pavilion, and many who had been resting were awakened by the noise. Chapter 232 Divine Beast, Iron-Eating Beast, Part 2 BibiDong, Hulayina, Qing Sheng, and the maidservants, awakened by the noise, all stepped out of their rooms and headed toward the source of the dark phoenix's cries to see what had happened. Hearing the dark phoenix's piercing cries, Qian Rinxue couldn't help but exclaim, "What are you screaming about? It's the middle of the night. Don't you need to rest? Or do others not need to?" The dark phoenix paid no attention to Qian Rinxue's words, only looking at the panda behind them with fearful eyes. Meanwhile, YeXuan and Qian Rinxue were carefully examining the fallen tree and did not notice the dark phoenix's fearful gaze. After the two of them carefully examined, YeXuan stroked Qian Rinxue's smooth long hair and said, "Swear, the big tree must have fallen due to a powerful impact." Looking at the position of the dark phoenix, we can infer that it was the dark phoenix that struck the tree with great force. Qian Rinxue looked at the marks on the tree caused by the massive impact, squatted down, and began to check the injuries of the dark phoenix. While examining the dark phoenix's injuries, Qian Rinxue noticed the fear in its eyes. She followed the gaze of the dark phoenix, but besides the panda, she saw nothing else. Xiao Xian. The injuries of the dark phoenix were also caused by tremendous force. Moreover, I didn't hear any sounds of battle in the room, which means the dark phoenix was killed in one blow. However, there's fear in its eyes, and what seems to instill that fear is the panda. Qian Rinxue's voice conveyed disbelief. Both YeXuan and Qian Rinxue had carefully examined the panda. It was just an ordinary panda. How could it make a dark phoenix with a cultivation of 7,000 years feel fear? Upon hearing Qian Rinxue's words, YeXuan showed a hint of astonishment and directly turned to look at the panda behind him. He saw the panda sitting on the ground, looking very cute. YeXuan looked at the panda and asked, "You can understand what I'm saying, right? If you can understand, nod your head." The panda, sitting on the ground, showed a glimmer of intelligence in its eyes upon hearing YeXuan's voice and immediately nodded its head. YeXuan and Qian Rinxue both looked at the panda's behavior with surprise, and YeXuan directly asked, "Did you cause the incident with the dark phoenix and the tree? If so, nod your head. If not, shake your head." The panda nodded its head and then looked at the dark phoenix on the ground with a mocking gaze. "Xiao Xian, when I opened the window to check, it was lying right at our door and hadn't moved at all. Moreover, it has no cultivation. How could it have instantaneously defeated a dark phoenix that has existed for 1,000 years without my knowledge?" Qian Rinxue's voice was filled with incredulity. YeXuan pondered for a moment, glanced toward the door, and then at the position of the tree. He realized that the tree and the door were basically in a straight line, and the panda had been lying at the door the entire time, making it possible that the panda had indeed done this. "Schwerer, I think it's very likely. Look, our door and the tree are quite aligned. If the dark phoenix flew down from the tree directly towards our door and was knocked back by the panda's paw, it would hit the tree perfectly. The tree was struck with immense force, which caused it to fall, and the dark phoenix slid down along with it." YeXuan continued, "And the panda might not lack cultivation. It could be that its cultivation is so high that we can't detect it with our soul power. Perhaps we shouldn't call it panda but iron-eating beast." YeXuan looked at the iron-eating beast in front of him with a hint of excitement. He recalled what the system had said. Shiyu's iron-eating beast had the power of 10,000 Jun in its left arm and the ability to cover the sea in its right arm. Although the iron-eating beast he obtained was not Shiyu's, it was a true iron-eating beast, so even if it was weaker than Shiyu's, it couldn't be that much weaker. Moreover, in his previous life, Qiyu was known as the demon god, and an iron-eating beast that could serve the demon god, Qiyu definitely couldn't be an ordinary panda. Thinking of this, YeXuan couldn't help but give the system a thumbs up in his heart, and asked in his mind, "System, what level has this iron-eating beast reached?" The voice of the system replied, "The juvenile iron-eating beast, its strength has reached what level? Requires the host to test it themselves. Don't ask this system about everything." The system's voice echoed in YeXuan's mind, but quickly disappeared as if it had never appeared. "You're the boss. You're amazing. Self-testing? Fine. Even if I can't get an accurate result, a rough estimate should be fine." YeXuan silently grumbled and turned his attention back to the iron-eating beast, carefully scrutinizing it. Qian Rinxue also focused her gaze on the iron-eating beast, examining it thoroughly from top to bottom. As for the dark phoenix beside them, it had already been selectively forgotten by the two. Meanwhile, BibiDong, Hulayina, Qing Sheng, Inger, and a number of maidens also arrived from different directions. Hulayina was the first to approach YeXuan and Qian Rinxue. asking, "Senior brother, sister Schwer, what happened? Why did you beat the Dark Phoenix like this? And where did this bear come from? I haven't seen it at the lake pavilion." BibiDong also approached, looking at the two and the iron-eating beast on the ground with confusion. Qing Sheng and Inger were the last to arrive, asking the two brother what happened here. YeXuan and Qian Rinxue exchanged glances, and YeXuan spoke up, "Nothing much happened. It's just that the pet I brought back fought with the teacher's Dark Phoenix. And this tree was broken during their fight. Just let the maids clean it up." Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze to the iron-eating beast in front of them, all showing expressions of confusion. BibiDong even released her spiritual power, constantly examining the iron-eating beast. Although she couldn't determine its cultivation age, she could sense a hint of danger emanating from it. Chapter 233, Divine Beast, Iron-Eating Beast. Part 2, BibiDong withdrew her gaze from the iron-eating beast, surveyed the situation around, and said, "Since nothing happened, let the maids clean up and take the Dark Phoenix down for treatment. The others should go back and rest." "Yes, Your Holiness," the arriving maids replied and began to clean up, while some took the Dark Phoenix down for treatment. YeXuan smiled and said, "Teacher, Schwer, and I just happen to have something to give you. How about we have a cup of tea first, and then bring out the items before going back to rest? You have something for me? What is it? If it's a soul bone or something, you don't need to take it out. Just keep it for yourselves. After all, the Hall of the Pope doesn't lack soul bones." A faint smile appeared on BibiDong's face. "Teacher, you'll know what we are giving you when you come with us. Also, Qing Sheng, you two should come with us as well." YeXuan reached out, took Qian Rinxue's hand, lightly kicked the iron-eating beast, signaling it to walk in front. The iron-eating beast, sensing YeXuan's intention, immediately got up and walked toward the room. YeXuan, Qian Rinxue, and BibiDong walked directly into the room without any hesitation. Qing Sheng and Inger exchanged respectful glances with BibiDong before quickly following the pace of the three. When the iron-eating beast reached the door of the room, it did not enter, but laid down beside the entrance. YeXuan glanced at the iron-eating beast, but said nothing, directly pulling Qian Rinxue back into the room. Qing Sheng finally walked into the room and casually closed the door behind him. When Hulayina saw that they had all entered the room, she glanced around and said nothing, directly heading towards her own room. Inside the room, YeXuan picked up a bottle of youth elixir from the table and placed it in front of BibiDong, saying, "Teacher, the youth elixir in this jade bottle can ensure eternal youth as long as it is consumed. I wonder if you are satisfied with the gift we have given you?" BibiDong reached out to pick up the jade bottle in front of her, opened it, and poured out a youth elixir, examining it in her hand, incredulously saying, "Just one elixir can keep me eternally youthful? It's hard to believe. Whether it can ensure eternal youth, you can find out for yourself after consuming it, teacher," YeXuan said with a smile as he caressed Qian Rinxue's long hair. Although both he and Qian Rinxue had already consumed the youth elixir, they were only 18 years old, so even after taking it, their appearance would not change. However, BibiDong was different. Although she looked young, her age was still there. So, after consuming the youth elixir, her appearance would indeed become even younger. BibiDong looked at the youth elixir in her hand, without any hesitation. She placed it in her mouth. The elixir melted upon entry, and its pure medicinal power began to take effect within BibiDong's body. Her appearance visibly transformed, becoming younger at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye, until it stopped when she reverted to around 18 years old. YeXuan, Qian Rinxue, Qing Sheng, and Inger all looked at BibiDong's transformation with surprise in their eyes. Although YeXuan knew that the youth elixir had the effect of ensuring eternal youth, he did not expect it to work so well. Qian Rinxue picked up a mirror and held it in front of BibiDong, smiling as she said, "Mom, take a look at the changes in your appearance. You'll definitely be amazed." Amazed is an understatement. "Teacher, if you were to walk alongside Schwer now, you would definitely be mistaken for sisters," YeXuan said, placing his hands behind his head, his voice filled with amusement. BibiDong picked up the mirror in front of her and looked at her reflection, her eyes showing a hint of disbelief, but she quickly regained her composure. "Xiaoxian, Schwer, I'm very satisfied with the gift you gave me, and I really like it. However, there are still 8 more youth elixirs in the jade bottle. I would like to take one more, if that is all right." BibiDong looked at YeXuan and Qian Rinxue, her eyes filled with inquiry. In BibiDong's heart, the youth elixir, which could ensure eternal youth and had such amazing effects, was undoubtedly a very precious item. So even if she wanted to take another one, she would first ask the two of them. If you're asking, then even if you take the whole bottle of youth elixirs, it's no problem. However, if it's for your junior sister, it's best to wait until she turns 18 before giving it to her. Besides, the youth elixir only has the effect of ensuring eternal youth, It doesn't have any other effects, YeXuan casually replied. The youth elixir could be purchased in the system mall, and the price was very cheap, so it wasn't considered a precious item. I'll take one, and the rest you and Schwerer can keep. The effect of ensuring eternal youth, while it may seem useless in the eyes of some, is already astonishing enough for others. After BibiDong smiled and took one youth elixir from the jade bottle, she returned the bottle to YeXuan and Qian. YeXuan picked up the jade bottle, took out 2 youth elixirs, threw one each to Qingsheng and Inger, and then placed the jade bottle in Qian's hands. Qingsheng and Inger received the thrown youth elixirs, only glancing at him with gratitude, without saying anything. Upon seeing their looks, YeXuan directly ignored them and said, "Teacher, I still have 2 matters I need to trouble you with. Just say what you need." BibiDong glanced at Qingsheng and Inger, but did not ask who they were. After all, there were not many people who could enter the lake pavilion, and since these 2 were there, they were undoubtedly brought in by YeXuan and Qian. Moreover, from their earlier interactions, it was clear that their relationship was not simple. YeXuan smiled and said, "Actually, it's nothing much. I just wanted to ask if you can discern the specific cultivation level of the iron-eating beast. Also, there asked the matter of Qingsheng and Inger. Qingsheng is my brother, and Inger is his wife. Inger's martial soul is the purple-winged phoenix butterfly. As you know, the purple-winged phoenix butterfly excels in speed and poison attributes, but she doesn't understand poison herself. So I would like to ask you to teach her about poison-related knowledge." Hearing YeXuan's words, BibiDong closed her eyes and pondered for a moment before saying, "I can't tell what cultivation level your iron-eating beast is at, but I can sense a hint of danger from it. As for Inger, I won't teach her because I don't have the time. However, I can give her books on poison. How much she learns from them will depend on her own ability and comprehension." BibiDong opened her eyes and glanced at Inger sitting nearby before quickly retracting her gaze. When Inger heard BibiDong's words, her eyes lit up with surprise, and she immediately said, "Thank you, Your Holiness. Don't mention it. I haven't taught you anything. I'm just giving you a book. What you learn from it depends on your own understanding. Moreover, Qian is quite proud, since you can become friends with him, even call each other brothers. You must have some remarkable qualities. All right, it's getting late. I need to go rest. I will give you the book tomorrow." BibiDong stood up and walked towards the door. She felt that sitting there would make them feel constrained, so it was better to leave and let the young ones converse freely. After BibiDong left, both Qingsheng and Inger let out long sighs of relief. Qingsheng looked in the direction BibiDong had left, then glanced at YeXuan and said, "Brother, you are also the master of the Starfall Hall. But why does Your Holiness carry such an imposing authority? Well, you don't have that feeling of authority. That's normal. I leave the management of the Starfall Hall to my subordinates and rarely involve myself in its affairs. Besides, what you should focus on is not that, but the book my teacher will give Inger tomorrow." YeXuan casually replied, pouring himself a cup of tea from the pot on the table. "What is there to focus on about a book? Books on poison aren't rare. You can buy them outside if you have money." Qingsheng didn't pay much attention. If Your Holiness were to take Inger as a disciple, he would be surprised, but he knew that although Inger was talented, she wouldn't be looked upon favorably by Your Holiness. The book my mom gives is something you can't buy outside. Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, the book she gives her is written by my mom herself and contains insights and understanding about poison, as well as various knowledge regarding poison. Qian glanced at Qingsheng, then withdrew her gaze and placed the jade bottle in the soul guide device. Qingsheng and Inger exchanged a knowing smile and looked at YeXuan with gratitude. Just as they were about to say something, they heard YeXuan's nonchalant voice echo in the room. "All right, you 2 don't need to express your thanks. I just mentioned it casually. Whether you can learn anything depends on Inger herself. Moreover, it's already late. You don't need to rest, but Snow and I do." YeXuan's gaze directed towards the door of his room, his intention quite clear. "Haha, given our relationship, we really don't need to be polite with you. Well, since it's getting late, Inger and I won't disturb you any longer." Qingsheng chuckled, directly pulling Inger and walking out of the room. After the 2 left, YeXuan looked at the iron-eating beast lying at the door, his eyes filled with amusement. He had struck gold this time, which could be inferred from BibiDong's words just now. The current strength of the iron-eating beast should be around that of a super Daluo. After all, it was able to make BibiDong feel a hint of danger, so its strength was definitely not weak. Furthermore, the iron-eating beast was still in its infancy. If it fully matured, reaching the level of a god would be no problem at all. Qian also looked at the iron-eating beast at the door and said, "Qian, it truly lives up to being a divine beast sent from the divine realm. If we can cultivate it, its strength will definitely be very powerful. There was no doubt about the iron-eating beast's formidable strength, but it was uncertain whether they could cultivate it. They could only try their best. Seeing the serious expression on Qian Shue's face, YeXuan smiled and directly picked her up, heading towards the bed. Shue, it's already quite late. We should get some rest. YeXuan looked at Qian Shue in his arms and casually turned off the room's lights. Qian Shue smiled, said nothing, and allowed YeXuan to carry her towards the bed. In the starry night sky, the main stars in the east, south, and north flickered suddenly, but soon returned to calm, as if it were an illusion, as if nothing had happened. However, in a void space, a rough voice filled with laughter resounded. Qinglong, Zhike, come and see my inheritor, see how he is. Aside from being slightly lacking in bloodline purity, he excels in other aspects. But compared to that little guy from the White Tiger, your inheritor seems somewhat lacking. An ethereal female voice echoed in the void space. Is this considered good? I think it's a stretch to call him acceptable. A proud and disdainful voice followed closely. Upon hearing this voice, Xuanwu's expression darkened immediately, and he said, Qinglong, you even gave up your own bloodline descendants to choose an outsider as your inheritor. Now you still have the face to say that the inheritor is not good enough? Since he doesn't have the ability to be my inheritor, why shouldn't I choose someone capable and competent to be my inheritor? Is there a problem? Qinglong chuckled lightly, not caring about Xuanwu's words at all. There is no problem. I just want to know how lacking your bloodline descendant must be for you to give him up. Xuanwu's voice carried a hint of amusement. He wanted to hear Qinglong admit how inadequate his own descendant was. Hearing this, Qinglong looked at Xuanwu's inheritor with a very proud gaze and coldly sneered. Although my descendant is not good, he is still much better than your inheritor. Xuanwu's face immediately darkened, and just as he was about to say something, the ethereal voice interrupted. All right, you two should hold your tongues. It seems that the only one who can compare in strength with that little guy from the White Tiger is probably my inheritor. Chapter 235. Inner emotions in the morning, YeXuan opened his eyes and looked at the still sleeping Qian Shui. He stretched out his hand to tuck her in before getting up, dressing himself, and heading to wash up. After washing up, YeXuan left the room and headed towards the library, planning to take a few books to read and adjust his own mood. Arriving at the library, YeXuan looked at the neatly arranged books around him and went straight to the third floor, not stopping on the first or second floors. On the third floor, YeXuan selected a few books he found interesting and then headed directly towards the garden with them. In the garden, various colored flowers had already bloomed. A gentle breeze blew by, making the flowers sway as if it were a sea of blossoms, looking exceptionally beautiful. The environment in the garden was tranquil, a perfect place to adjust one's emotions. YeXuan walked into the garden, placed the books on a stone table in the pavilion, and after bringing a pot of tea and a plate of pastries, he sat down at the stone table, occasionally sipping tea or tasting the pastries while looking at the books in front of him. Unknowingly, time had passed into noon, and Qian Shue's figure appeared in the garden. YeXuan looked up and saw her wearing a flowing dress and holding an ancient zither, walking towards him. Qian Shue sat down right next to YeXuan, picked up a piece of pastry, took a bite, and curiously asked, Xiao Xian, what did you get this outfit? It can actually change color according to my wishes. The outfit you're wearing is called Ling Xiu Piaoi, and it has very strong defensive capabilities, which can be described as invulnerable to all methods. Most importantly, there is only one Ling Xiu Piaoi on the continent. Aside from the one you're wearing, you won't find another one on the continent. YeXuan closed the book in front of him, looking at Qian Shui with a smile, his gaze continuously assessing her. Ling Xiu Piaoi has strong defensive capabilities and is invulnerable. There's only one on the continent. As Qian Shui listened to YeXuan's description of the Ling Xiu Piaoi, her gaze involuntarily shifted to the outfit she was wearing. She secretly speculated that since there was only one Ling Xiu Piaoi on the continent, it might not belong to the continent, but rather to the divine realm, which is why it was so rare here. With this thought, Qian Shue's eyes brightened as she looked at YeXuan sitting beside her, taking another bite of the pastry. However, she did not voice her speculation, but instead smiled and continued to eat. YeXuan then picked up a teacup, poured a cup of tea, and placed it in front of Qian Shui, softly saying, Shui, you should eat a bit to fill your stomach. It will soon be lunchtime. If you eat too much now, you won't have room for lunch later. I know, I won't forget when it's time to eat at the lakeside pavilion. After finishing the pastry in her hand, Qian Shui picked up the cup of tea YeXuan handed her and took a sip. YeXuan merely smiled indulgently at Qian Shue's words without saying anything else. Meanwhile, Qian Shui placed the ancient zither on her lap and gently began to play the strings. With Qian Rushue's fingers rhythmically dancing on the strings, a beautiful and melodious sound emerged from the guqin, resonating throughout the garden. YeXuan listened to the enchanting music, reaching for a cup of tea in front of him, taking a gentle sip. He no longer glanced at the books in front of him, instead quietly immersing himself in the music. When Qian Rushue entered the garden with the guqin, YeXuan already knew that, like him, she had come to the garden to adjust her mood. However, their chosen methods were different. YeXuan chose to read, while Qian Rushue chose to play music. Although their approaches differed, the effects were essentially the same. Whether reading or playing music, both could achieve the effect of self-cultivation. At that moment, Qing Sheng and Ing Er also appeared in the garden, walking directly towards YeXuan. They sat down at the stone table, listening to the beautiful and melodious music without speaking, so as not to disturb Qian Rushue, who was playing. After a long time, the music ceased, and Qian Rushue placed her hands on the strings, opening her eyes to look at Qing Sheng and Ing Er. She was curious why they were not studying books on poisons and had come to the garden for something else. Unexpectedly, sister-in-law, you actually understand music. This wonderful sound is simply celestial. Qing Sheng smiled faintly, placing a book about poisons in front of YeXuan. Understanding music is quite normal in any large sect or noble family. Who wouldn't understand music? Moreover, aren't music and etiquette among the most basic things? Qian Rushue picked up a piece of pastry and took small bites, paying no mind to Qing Sheng's question. As she said herself, music and etiquette are basic in large sects or noble families. It would be strange if one knew nothing of them. YeXuan reached out to flip through the book Qing Sheng had placed in front of him, checking for any issues. However, after flipping through a few pages, YeXuan found no problems with the book, and each page had very detailed annotations, making it impossible not to understand. YeXuan closed the book in his hands and looked at Qing Sheng, asking, "What's wrong?" "I just looked through a few pages and found no issues. Plus, there are annotations. You should be able to understand it, right?" Ing Er, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, "Brother Qian, this book has no problems. I can understand the content. The only issue is that we are basically unfamiliar with the herbs mentioned in the book. So we came to ask if you have any books on herbs. There are a few books on herbs in the library, but with your status, you can't take them out. I can take you to get them, but the books in the library cannot be damaged or lost. After you finish reading, you need to return them to the library." YeXuan placed the book in front of both of them and then stood up, heading towards the library. Chapter 236, Xuanwu and Zhuke, when Qing Sheng and Ing Er saw YeXuan stand up and walk out of the garden. They didn't hesitate at all and quickly followed him. Qian Rushue blinked as she watched them leave, but did not follow. Instead, she closed her eyes and continued to play, the beautiful and melodious music resonating in the garden. YeXuan, Qing Sheng, and Ing Er arrived in front of the library and were just about to enter when YeXuan and Qing Sheng suddenly turned their gaze to the clear sky. In their line of sight, the main stars in the south and north gradually emitted a faint light. However, before YeXuan and Qing Sheng could think much about it, two thunderous beast roars echoed in their minds. When the roars sounded, YeXuan and Qing Sheng felt the world spin, and their consciousness detached from their bodies. Arriving in a void space, YeXuan scanned his surroundings and found himself on a square platform, with flat and wide paths leading in all four directions: east, south, west, and north. At the ends of these paths stood four massive and lifelike stone statues. In the east was the azure dragon, in the south was the vermilion bird, in the west was the white tiger, and in the north was the black tortoise. However, YeXuan and Qing Sheng quickly became alert, as three figures appeared on the square platform. YeXuan and Qing Sheng assessed the three individuals on the platform. The first was a robust young man with a simple smile. The second was a girl dressed in red, with fiery red hair neatly styled, a fair complexion, and delicate features. Upon seeing the last person, YeXuan felt a hint of surprise, as it was Tang San. YeXuan did not expect Tang San to have survived the Stardow Forest, and not only that, but also to have obtained the Azure Dragon's inheritance. Qing Sheng's gaze was also fixed on Tang San, carefully observing him to see what special qualities the person who replaced him as the inheritor possessed. The young man and the girl looked at Qing Sheng and Tang San with a hint of confusion, as they sensed the presence of divine beast blood in Qing Sheng. Yet he lacked the inheritance of a divine beast. Tang San possessed the inheritance of a divine beast, but he did not have the bloodline of one. Tang San, with a gaze full of hatred, stared at YeXuan, yet he did not speak, merely watching YeXuan silently. YeXuan, upon meeting Tang San's gaze, chuckled lightly and said, Tang San, you really are quite lucky to have come out alive from the Douluo forest. And you don't need to look at me with that gaze. You can't kill me with your eyes. Plus, we are just consciousness right now. YeXuan paid no mind to Tang San's glare. In this void space, they were merely fragments of consciousness. Although they could strike at each other, it was impossible to kill one another. You, YeXuan, haven't died. So how could I, Tang San, possibly die? The hatred for my father's death is irreconcilable. YeXuan, I will make you and the star falling hall pay blood for blood. Tang San's eyes were filled with hatred and murderous intent as he gazed at YeXuan. Blood for blood? Just you, Tang San, or the Haotian sect behind you. I don't even take the entire Haotian sect seriously, let alone you, a single Tang San. If you want revenge, I'll give you a chance. The Titan Giant Ape Soul Ring is quite nice. I will go to the Douluo Forest to hunt the Titan Giant Ape in some time. I will wait for you there. YeXuan glanced at Tang San, his voice carrying a hint of chill. YeXuan, you dare? Tang San's fists clenched tightly, and the murderous intent in his eyes grew stronger. Hunting a soul beast is nothing to be afraid of. If you have the ability, try to rescue the Titan Giant Ape from me. YeXuan sneered and no longer paid attention to Tang San. If it weren't for the fact that they were in a state of consciousness and could not kill Tang San, YeXuan would have already made a move, rather than letting Tang San talk so much. Qing Sheng, listening to their exchange, immediately deduced that the two had known each other previously and that their relationship was one of enmity, not friendship. The gazes of the youth and the girl were constantly sizing up the three individuals, but the two of them had no intention of speaking, merely watching the three calmly. At that moment, the platform suddenly trembled slightly, and heavy footsteps echoed on the platform. Everyone withdrew their gazes and turned toward the source of the sound. Where a giant turtle with a scaly shell appeared at the northern end, coiled around its back was a giant black snake. As the crowd looked at the giant turtle and the snake that emerged, a single name surfaced in their minds: Xuanwu. Xuanwu looked at the people on the platform with its enormous eyes and said, "Very good. It seems that you little ones have all gathered and have already met each other." "What do you mean by all gathered? There's clearly one extra person here. Moreover, I've already given up on his qualification for inheritance. Why have you still brought his consciousness here?" A somewhat arrogant voice came from the eastern end, belonging to the Qinglong. The people on the platform subtly shifted their gazes to Qing Sheng. It was obvious they all knew who that extra person was in Qinglong's words. The corner of Qing Sheng's mouth twitched involuntarily, and he silently cursed in his heart. "Do you think I want to be here? I was forcibly pulled in by you all. Since you think I'm unnecessary, why did you bring me in?" However, he only thought about it in his heart and did not say it out loud. He possessed the bloodline of a divine beast, so being brought in was quite reasonable. Although he had been discarded by you as a candidate for the inheritance, the blood flowing within him was still that of your Qinglong. The ethereal voice of Zhuke echoed from the southern end. YeXuan turned his gaze toward the south and saw a figure engulfed in flames, tall and robust, with a fiery red body, sharp eyes akin to an eagle's, and a pointed beak. It was Zhuke. As for the western end, YeXuan didn't even bother to look because the remnant soul of the divine beast Baihu had completely dissipated during the years in the extreme north and could not possibly appear in this void space. Now, Xuanwu, Qinglong, and Zhuke were merely remnants of their former selves. Chapter 237. A remnant soul. Qinglong, Zhuke, and Xuanwu looked at the people standing on the platform. Qinglong spoke. "There are 4 paths around you, each corresponding to your bloodlines and inheritances. You can go to your respective inheritance locations to take a look. However, due to your current strength, you are not yet qualified to accept the inheritance, so you can only enter your inheritance locations early to take a look. Of course, our purpose in bringing your consciousness here is to let you meet in advance. I thought you would meet pleasantly, but some of you have disappointed me greatly." While Qinglong spoke, he directed his gaze at YeXuan, and, in his eyes, there seemed to be an invisible pressure directly pressing toward YeXuan on the platform. When YeXuan felt the pressure, his eyes narrowed slightly, and the bloodline of the Baihu began to circulate within him. A roar that resembled the sound of thunder erupted from his back, as the Baihu martial soul manifested behind him. Both YeXuan and the Baihu martial soul fixed their gazes on the eastern Qinglong, and a powerful aura arose from YeXuan, clashing invisibly with the pressure released by Qinglong in midair. If Qinglong were a true divine beast, and not just a remnant soul, it would be easy for him to suppress YeXuan with his own pressure. But now Qinglong was merely a remnant soul. No matter how strong he was still just a remnant soul. Moreover, Qinglong had no suppression over YeXuan in terms of martial soul and bloodline. Additionally, YeXuan had integrated the laws of slaughter, possessing the power of the laws. So Qinglong's idea of trying to suppress YeXuan solely with a remnant soul was destined to fail. Kid, is this how you treat your elder? By seniority, I am of the same generation as the previous Baihu, while you are merely its bloodline descendant. In front of me, you are just a junior. Now you, this junior, dare to glare at your elder. Do you really think I can't do anything to you? Qinglong's arrogant gaze fixed directly on YeXuan. Elder, you come up and directly use pressure to suppress me. Can I still resist? Or is it that you think it is the elder's duty to suppress me for no reason, and my resistance is disrespecting the elder? YeXuan chuckled it lightly, looking at Qinglong with a mocking gaze. You little brat did something wrong. Can I, as your elder, say something? A hint of anger appeared in Qinglong's somewhat proud eyes. I did something wrong? What did I do wrong? If you can't explain it today, I will reason with you, Qinglong. YeXuan looked at Qinglong without yielding an inch. Qinglong's dragon eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke. In the inheritance land, you openly threaten my inheritor. This is your first mistake. Disregarding your elders, not heeding teachings, and confronting your senior. This is your second mistake. Openly wanting to fight your elder and disrespecting authority. This is your third mistake. Now that you have these three mistakes, do you acknowledge them or not? Qinglong's gaze locked onto YeXuan, and a powerful pressure began to emanate from him. Upon hearing this, YeXuan chuckled and replied, I do not acknowledge any of the three mistakes you mentioned. You say I threatened Tang San. I want to know if his first word about making my Starfall Hall pay blood for blood count as a threat to me? Moreover, when I said I would go to the Stardow Forest to hunt soul beasts, needing soul rings to advance. Can I go to the Stardow Forest to hunt soul beasts? As for the second mistake of disregarding my elders, I do not acknowledge that either. My Baihu inheritor is the only Baihu in this world, and you are merely a remnant soul of Qinglong, not my bloodline elder. I called you elder out of respect. If I do not give you face, who knows what you are? As for your third mistake, you are not even considered an elder to me. What is wrong with fighting you? If you were not just a remnant soul, I would have wanted to defeat you to take you as a soul ring. You do not give your inheritance to your own bloodline descendant, but to an outsider. Should I say you are selfless or that you are blind? You chose a person of blue-silver emperor bloodline over your own Qinglong bloodline. Of course, I suggest you choose a new inheritor. What if your current inheritor gets killed by someone at some point? Therefore, it is very necessary for you to choose a brand new inheritor. YeXuan looked at Qinglong fearlessly, his eyes filled with mockery and coldness. He was now certain that Qinglong's remaining strength as a remnant soul was not very strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to waste words with him. He could directly suppress him with overwhelming strength. Moreover, in this void space, it was not just Qinglong's home ground. It was also YeXuan's. Since he was the only one left with the Baihu bloodline, he could freely manipulate the power of the Western stars in this space. Although YeXuan did not yet have the position of the Master Star of Inheritance, Qinglong was also just a remnant soul. So if they truly fought, the outcome was still uncertain. Most importantly, in this space, no one could die, even if they ended up in a fight and YeXuan lost. Qinglong could not kill him, which is why YeXuan was fearless and did not care about Qinglong at all. When the Qinglong heard YeXuan's words, an endless rage appeared in its eyes, and a voice tinged with coldness came forth. What a sharp-tongued brat. Do you really think I can't do anything to you? With a roar, a dragon's cry erupted from Qinglong's mouth, and a strong blue light radiated from its body, an incredibly powerful aura gradually emanating from it. This immense pressure directly pressed down on the people on the platform, causing everyone except Tang San to furrow their brows. A sharp cry rose from behind the girl in red, and a Zhuke martial soul appeared behind her, directly blocking the incoming pressure from her body. The burly boy took a step forward, and the Xuanwu appeared behind him, protecting him within. YeXuan extended his hand, pulling Qin Sheng behind him, as the white tiger martial soul let out a roar, completely blocking the pressure ahead and shielding YeXuan and Qin Sheng. Although Qin Sheng was protected behind YeXuan, his martial soul and bloodline were both from Qinglong, so he still felt extremely uncomfortable under the dual pressure. Meanwhile, Tang San stood calmly in place, unaffected, as the pressure emitted by Qinglong completely avoided his body. Chapter 238. Ruins. As time passed, the burly boy was constantly retreating under the pressure of Qinglong. Qin Sheng's face turned pale, and he was gasping for breath, looking very uncomfortable. The red-clothed girl showed no change in her expression, even appearing somewhat relaxed, clearly not exerting her full strength. YeXuan stood calmly in place, his gaze fixed straight ahead at Qinglong. Although the pressure emitted by Qinglong was very strong, it could not affect YeXuan at all. Xuanwu and Zhuke observing the situation on the platform, communicated through their thoughts. It seems your successor is stronger. Mine is always a bit weaker. It seems only my successor can compare with that little guy from the White Tiger in terms of strength. Your successor can't. But your successor is indeed slightly stronger than the one with the Qinglong bloodline. Zhu Qiue's voice carried a hint of amusement. Can they win? I feel that their strengths are not too far apart. The strangest thing is that I can't see through their strengths at all. Although I'm just a remnant soul now, with my strength, I shouldn't be unable to perceive their abilities. Yet, I can't see anything at all. That little girl is your successor. You should understand her strength. We can also estimate the strength of that little guy from the White Tiger. Xuanwu's voice was filled with some confusion and curiosity. Hearing this, Zhu Ke did not answer immediately, but instead began to estimate in his heart. He was very familiar with his own successor, but the only one difficult to estimate was YeXuan, because they could not see his strength at all, only estimating a rough idea. After a long while, Zhu Ke finally transmitted. The odd for those two should be between 2 and 8, or 1 and 9. After all, since we can't see his strength, our estimation is bound to have some deviation. Your successor's strength is unexpectedly strong. At least 80% chance compared to that little guy from the White Tiger. Xuanwu's eyes widened in disbelief. When I fell, I burned my own body and used the power of the southern stars and the laws to transform my body into 6 pieces of legacy soul bones. My successor absorbed my 6 pieces of legacy soul bones, which is why you can't see through her strength. Moreover, when I said 2 and 8, or 1 and 9 in odds, I meant that my successor has a 20% chance, but only when using the soul bone armor. Zhu Ke sighed. This was the result he estimated after a long time. You turned your body into 6 pieces of legacy soul bones. How did you come up with such a method? And having only a 20% chance when using your soul bone armor, how strong is that little guy from the White Tiger? Xuanwu's eyes showed shock, not at YeXuan's strength, but at how Zhu Ke thought of transforming his own body into 6 pieces of legacy soul bones. However, upon reflection, it seemed that Zhu Qiue's step was very clever. If he was already in a situation where he was bound to die, why not burn his own body before dying to pave a smooth path for his bloodline descendants? Zhu Qiue's eyes showed a nostalgic expression as he slowly spoke. The idea of burning my own body to become legacy soul bones was not mine, but from the White Tiger. I merely imitated him. Moreover, the White Tiger had said that he had no bloodline descendants left in this world, which is why he burned his own body. He just didn't expect that burning his own body would result in 6 pieces of legacy soul bones. It is just unknown how a bloodline descendant with such high purity appeared. It could be that the White Tiger intentionally paved the way for him, thus hiding his identity. Of course, there is another possibility, which is that he comes from the same place as us. However, this possibility is quite slim, so I believe he is intentionally hidden by the White Tiger to pave a smooth path for him. Listening to Zhu Qiue's words, Xuanwu shook his head gently. Coming from the same place as us is basically impossible, so he should be the one hidden by the White Tiger. We should also let Qinglong stop. That proud nature of Qinglong can argue with anyone. Now he's actually at odds with the junior. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ke sighed lightly and said, Qinglong is too proud, too arrogant, and too concerned about face. If you don't give him a way out, he won't stop. You know that. Although Zhu Ke said this, he still flapped his wings and let out a sharp cry, completely blocking the pressure emitted by Qinglong. Xuanwu then stepped forward and said, Qinglong, you should stop now. No matter how you put it, you are considered a predecessor to them. If you really fight with them, whether you win or lose, it will not reflect well on you. Winning would be bullying the weak, losing would mean being outmatched, which is not beneficial for you. It would be better to give me face and let this matter end here. Hearing this, Qinglong glanced at the people on the platform and replied, Fine, I will give you this face today. I won't argue with them to avoid them saying I'm bullying a few juniors. After saying this, Qinglong directly withdrew the aura from its body, turned around, and left from the eastern end, disappearing from the sight of everyone. All right, you can also withdraw your martial souls. You can go to your respective places of inheritance now. We will wait for your arrival in the places of inheritance. Zhu Qiue's gaze turned to YeXuan, and an ethereal voice emerged from his mouth. Little guy, although the remnant soul of the White Tiger has disappeared, he left something for you in the place of inheritance. You can go in and take a look. Okay, thank you for informing me, senior. YeXuan looked at Zhu Ke in the south and smiled faintly. The crowd on the platform, upon hearing Zhu Qiue's words, showed no hesitation and immediately walked towards their respective inheritance locations. The girl in red suddenly turned around before heading towards the southern passage, looking at YeXuan and said, You are strong. I look forward to battling you. Chapter 239, Ruins, Part 2. Hearing the girl's words, YeXuan immediately responded, "If you want to fight, you can find me outside the Starfall Hall in Tiando City, and I'll accompany you for a battle." Tiando City, Starfall Hall, got it. I'll remember, the girl in red replied and walked straight towards the southern passage. YeXuan then reached out and patted Qing Sheng's shoulder, smiling lightly as he said, "Everyone has already left. What are you still looking at? And you'd better not have any ideas about her. Her strength is quite formidable. What are you thinking? Do I look like that kind of person? I'm just curious why I can't see through your strength and that of the other four, except for Tang San, who took my inheritance. Am I really the weakest among the beast bloodlines?" A hint of confusion appeared on Qing Sheng's face. His strength had reached level 50. He just hadn't advanced with additional soul rings. If he couldn't see through only YeXuan and the girl's strength, he wouldn't think much of it. But the robust boy's strength eluded him too, which was somewhat absurd. With a sturdy build and a simple smile, he didn't seem like someone with high talent. How could he not see through it? If we only count the four of us, then I really am the weakest. The inheritor of Xuanwu is stronger than you in both strength and soul power. And I can't see through the strength of the Zhuke inheritor either, let alone you. YeXuan glanced at Qing Sheng with a hint of amusement, wanting to see his reaction. If you can't see her strength, doesn't that mean she's stronger than you? We are all about the same age. How did her strength improve to the point that even you can't see through it? Qing Sheng's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. He knew that YeXuan now had strength comparable to a super Daluo, and if YeXuan couldn't see the girl's strength, then that meant her strength was above that of a super Daluo. It's not as exaggerated as you think. Although I can't see her strength, it definitely won't be stronger than mine. In fact, her strength isn't even as strong as Shui Air's. YeXuan chuckled lightly, patted Qing Sheng's shoulder, and said, "Since you have nowhere else to go, why not come with me to see my inheritance location? It would be nice to see what the inheritance place looks like." Hearing this, Qing Sheng glanced towards the eastern and southern passages and said, "All right, then I'll go with you to see your inheritance location. I also want to see what the inheritance place looks like." YeXuan said nothing further and headed straight towards his inheritance location. Qing Sheng followed closely without any hesitation. The figures of YeXuan and Qing Sheng disappeared at the end of the western passage, where a massive stone door stood. The door was covered in countless patterns, and in the center, there was a circular groove filled with light golden blood. The light golden blood perfectly filled the entire groove, and it appeared that if even a single drop more were added, the blood would overflow. Conversely, if one drop were missing, the groove would not be full. YeXuan reached out and touched the stone door. The moment his hand made contact, the blood in the groove began to bubble, flowing along the lines on the stone door. Soon, the golden blood filled the entire pattern on the door, and both YeXuan and Qing Sheng were astonished to find that the pattern was actually that of a divine beast, the white tiger. The massive stone door gradually opened to the left and right, and once fully opened, a silver light screen appeared before them, making it impossible for them to see what was inside the door. YeXuan and Qing Sheng walked straight into the light screen, which was quite ordinary. Aside from blocking their line of sight, it served no other purpose, so they passed through it directly. Once they emerged from the light screen, they looked around, both somewhat stunned and incredulous. Before entering, they had imagined what the inheritance location would be like, thinking that as the place of the divine beast White Tiger's inheritance. It couldn't possibly be lacking. At the very least, it should be grand and magnificent. However, YeXuan and Qing Sheng never expected that the majestic inheritance place of the divine beast White Tiger would actually be a scene of ruins. Indeed, it was ruins. The surrounding starlight flickered continuously, and not far away, there was even a star river made of starlight, looking quite beautiful. But such a beautiful scene was completely marred by the ruins. Beneath the starlight were the remnants of collapsed houses, solidified dark red blood, and in some places, they could even see eerie white bones. It was as if some terrible event had occurred here that completely erased everything. Qing Sheng looked at the scene before him, unable to believe his eyes, and asked, "Brother, are you sure this is your inheritance place? Did we come to the wrong location? Why does this place look nothing like what an inheritance site should?" "I don't know either. Let's take a look around." However, since Zhuke said there are things left for me, it must be true. YeXuan scanned the surrounding ruins and walked straight ahead. Qing Sheng didn't speak further and quickly followed YeXuan's pace. As YeXuan walked straight ahead, he gradually felt that his white tiger martial soul seemed to be undergoing some changes. To be precise, his white tiger felt an emotion, a sorrow born from the loss of a companion. Gradually, the white tiger martial soul involuntarily released from YeXuan's body, leading the way ahead of him. They didn't know how long they had walked, but everywhere they passed was damaged. Not a single place was intact, all were ruins. If there was any difference, it was that the amount of solidified blood around them was increasing, and the smell of blood was growing stronger. The incredibly strong smell of blood filled YeXuan and Qing Sheng's nostrils, but they had already reached the end of the path. Before them stood a hall that had collapsed by more than half. This hall was the most intact structure they had seen on their journey. From the collapsed half of the hall, they could tell just how magnificent and grand it was before it collapsed. Chapter 240, Ruins, Part 3. YeXuan and Qing Sheng looked at the hall ahead, their expressions differing. Qing Sheng sensed the somewhat lifeless atmosphere around and smiled lightly, saying, "Brother, not bad. At least there's a relatively intact hall. Yeah, at least there's still half a hall left. Let's go inside and take a look." YeXuan chuckled lightly and stepped into the hall. Seeing YeXuan move forward, Qing Sheng followed without any hesitation. Inside the hall, rubble was scattered everywhere, covered with dust. And the most eye-catching feature was a stone pillar in the center. Because on the stone pillar, there was a girl's corpse wrapped in unknown vines. If you look closely, you will find that the features on the girl's corpse are somewhat similar to YeXuan's, such as a head of silver hair and a pair of silver eyes. YeXuan and Qing Sheng looked at the girl's corpse, their eyes filled with complex expressions. Qing Sheng reached out, intending to tear the vines entangled around the corpse and lay the girl down. However, Qing Sheng's hand passed right through the vines. Unable to touch them at all, let alone lay the girl down. There's no point in trying. We're just a wisp of consciousness right now, and we can't touch the vines at all. To lay her down, we can only do so when we truly arrive at the place of inheritance. As soon as he finished speaking, YeXuan turned around directly, no longer looking at the girl's corpse. The white tiger martial spirit let out a low roar, and both YeXuan and Qing Sheng could hear the sorrow in its voice. Qing Sheng also stopped looking at the girl's corpse because, as YeXuan said, although they had entered the place of inheritance, it was not a true entry. They were merely a wisp of consciousness. While they could see the sights of the place of inheritance, they couldn't change anything. In other words, the place of inheritance truly exists. But YeXuan and Qing Sheng are in a state of consciousness, which is a void existence. So they can only observe and cannot change anything in the place of inheritance. At that moment, a phantom figure suddenly materialized on the seat in front of them. This figure was very tall. Although his face was not visible, his silver hair and silver eyes could be seen. A voice with a regal presence came from the tall figure. "My bloodline descendant, you have finally arrived at your place of inheritance. I know you must be very surprised right now, because you know that when I saved you in the extreme north, I had already completely dissipated from the world. But you certainly did not expect that I would leave behind a phantom to communicate with you in the place of inheritance. Moreover, I know you must have many questions to ask me, but for now, you should not say anything or ask anything. Just quietly listen to me, because what I left behind is just a phantom. Even if you ask, I cannot answer. When I fell, all the clansmen of the white tiger lineage perished in this place of inheritance. So it is impossible for there to be any bloodline descendants left in this world. Your appearance surprises me greatly because it came so suddenly. Although I do not know why you possess the bloodline of the white tiger, I suspect you may come from the same place as us. Therefore, I have decided to pave a smooth path for you. As for why I chose you as my inheritor, the reason is very simple. You are the only person left in the world with the bloodline of the white tiger. So I could only choose you. You should have seen the appearance of your place of inheritance by now. You do not need to think too much about it. The place of inheritance has not been destroyed by anyone. If nothing unexpected happens, you will not touch that level at all, so you do not need to worry. If you really do touch that level and hear the words, having already left, why return? The primary and secondary are different, and one cannot interfere with the other. Then, before you have absolute certainty, do not challenge the limits of the rules. Just quietly accumulate your strength. You will eventually break the limits of the rules. Also, the things I left for you are in the stone pillar in the center of the Great Hall. When you truly enter the place of inheritance, you can come and open the stone pillar to take what is inside. Now I have finished what I wanted to say, and you can go back. Of course, you can also take a look in the place of inheritance, but now it has turned into a wasteland, and there is nothing good to see. YeXuan and Qing Sheng's gazes were fixed on the tall figure in front of them, but that tall figure had already started to gradually dissipate. Soon, in just a few blinks of an eye, the tall figure had disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. YeXuan and Qing Sheng let out a long breath, their expressions differing. Qing Sheng asked with some confusion, "Brother, what did that tall phantom mean just now? I didn't quite understand." "I don't know. I'm not too clear either. Let's leave the place of inheritance first. We are just a wisp of consciousness now and can do nothing in the place of inheritance. Even if we stay here, we can only see a wasteland. YeXuan gently shook his head, turning without hesitation and walking directly toward the exit. Qing Sheng looked in the direction YeXuan was leaving, then looked at the wasteland of the place of inheritance, thought for a moment, and directly followed YeXuan toward the exit. As they passed through the exit barrier, YeXuan and Qing Sheng found that everyone else had already exited the place of inheritance, but their faces all showed expressions of contemplation or thought. The only constant was the killing intent and endless coldness in Tang San's eyes. However, YeXuan had completely chosen to ignore the gaze Tang San cast upon him and did not look at him at all. This was because YeXuan was thinking about something. For what the Phantom just said, it could be inferred that the four divine beasts, Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu, might not originally belong to this world. Otherwise, the Phantom would not have said that it might come from the same place as him. But this was just YeXuan's speculation. Perhaps they did not come from the same world, but from the same place. As for whether they came from other worlds or from somewhere else, perhaps only the four divine beasts themselves would know. Chapter 241. Consciousness returns. Qinglong, Zhuke, and Xuanwu looked at the people on the platform, and Zhuke spoke. You should know everything you need to know. We do not need to say anything more. Now, we will send you back. As soon as the words fell, before anyone on the platform could say anything, Zhuke let out a sharp cry. The consciousness of the crowd gradually left the void space. In front of the library, YeXuan and Qing Sheng's consciousness returned to their bodies. The two looked at the time and were surprised to find that they had been gone for several hours. Brother Qian, Sheng, what have you been looking at? You've been staring for several hours, and when I called you, you didn't hear me at all. Inger looked at the two with a puzzled expression. It's nothing. We just got a little absorbed in what we were looking at. Let's go to the library and get the books you need. YeXuan shook his head and stepped directly into the library. I feel the same. I got a bit lost in thought. Qing Sheng smiled lightly, taking Inger as hand and quickly following him. After YeXuan, Qing Sheng and Inger took their books from the library. They left and headed towards the garden. As soon as they entered the garden, a beautiful and melodious sound reached YeXuan's ears. He walked straight into the pavilion, sat down at the stone table, picked up the tea on the table, and listened to the enchanting sound of the zither. Soon, the zither stopped, and Qian Rinxue opened her eyes, looking at YeXuan in front of her, and asked, Xiao Qian, what were you doing just now? You even missed lunch. I was looking at the star signs in the sky in front of the library and got a bit lost in thought, forgetting the time. YeXuan took a sip of the tea in his hand, his voice carrying a hint of a light smile. During the day, looking at the stars, can one really get lost in it? Qian Rinxue blinked her eyes, feeling a bit strange, but she didn't ask any questions. YeXuan smiled and said, It's normal. I can see the star patterns clearly that others cannot. But first, let's adjust our emotions. Once we have done that, we will return to the Starfall Palace to prepare for hunting spirit beasts. Xiao Qian, are you going to add a soul ring to your second martial soul? A martial soul over 10,000 years old has never appeared on the continent. Qian Rinxue blinked her eyes. After all, twin martial souls are extremely rare on the continent, and it has never been seen that a soul ring is composed of over 10,000 years. Listening to Qian Rinxue, YeXuan raised a finger and shook it in front of her, saying, If I want to hunt a spirit beast over 10,000 years old, I don't need to prepare in the Starfall Palace at all. Besides, I don't even have my eyes on a 10,000-year soul ring right now. What I want to hunt are spirit beasts over 100,000 years old. Returning to the Starfall Palace is just to prepare for heading to the southern grasslands and the endless seas. There are definitely quite a few spirit beasts over 100,000 years old on the continent, especially in the sea, which is much larger than the land. Of course, YeXuan's first target is naturally the Titan giant ape in the Stardow Forest. Although he is somewhat wary of the ancient Yuna in the Lake of Life, the Titan giant ape is merely a gatekeeper. As long as he doesn't provoke those ferocious beasts, she shouldn't come out. Xiao Qian, the well-known spirit beasts are only a few. And although it's not impossible for there to be spirit beasts over 100,000 years old in the southern grasslands and the endless seas, we have never heard of them. If we were to search aimlessly, it would be quite a waste of time, especially in the endless seas, where no one knows just how vast it is. If we take a ship to search, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Spirit beasts can move in the sea, and we can't search in the ocean. We can only travel by boat. Qian Rinxue reached out and picked up a pastry from the stone table, took a bite, and looked at YeXuan in front of her. The ocean is indeed too vast. Searching for 100,000-year spirit beast by ship would essentially be a wild goose chase. After all, spirit beasts over 100,000 years old are not fools. They won't just stay in one place waiting for you to find them, especially in the endless seas. So let's first go to the Stardow Forest, then the Panlong Forest, the Southern Grasslands, and the Mysterious Canyon. If I'm still short on soul rings by then, we can head to the sea and try our luck. If we really can't find anything, we can just consider it a scenic tour. YeXuan similith, not paying much attention to Qian Rinchue's concerns. If they can't find anything in the sea, then they can just enjoy the scenery. After all, there is no loss. Enjoy the scenery? That works too. It would be nice to see what the endless sea is like. A beautiful smile appeared on Qian Rinchue's face. Perhaps we can make a trip to the Sea God Island to take advantage of that old Sea God's assessment. YeXuan secretly estimated the feasibility of this idea in his heart. In the end, he found that this idea seemed feasible. Although he is the inheritor of the god of Shura, there is no problem in accepting the Sea God's assessment. After all, he wouldn't inherit the Sea God's position. He would just be there to benefit from the rewards of the assessment. As long as the Sea God issues the assessment, he can receive the rewards. If he doesn't issue it, he can just leave without any loss. Xiaoxian, don't you have the inheritance of a divine position? Why do you still want to go to Sea God Island to accept the Sea God's assessment? Qian Rinchue's eyes were filled with confusion and misunderstanding. YeXuan explained his thoughts to Qian Rinchue, and soon her eyes lit up as she quickly calculated the feasibility in her heart. In the end, she found that this seemed quite feasible. Moreover, YeXuan felt that if he could kill the deep-sea demon whale king and take its whale pearl, would the sea god be furious? After all, if the item falls into his hands, the sea god wouldn't be able to take it back. The only one who could stop him on Sea God Island would be Poseidon. As long as he brings Yi Shishue with him, there shouldn't be any issues. As for the sea god, he definitely wouldn't dare to take action, not to mention the rules of the divine realm. Even if he dared to ignore them, he would have to weigh the consequences against the three great kings, destruction, life, and Shura behind him. So YeXuan felt that doing this was completely fine. As for why he wanted to target the sea god, YeXuan stated that he wasn't targeting the sea god. He definitely couldn't let go of the million-year soul ring of the deep-sea demon whale king, and the whale pearl is certainly a good item. Anything that falls into his hands is his. Chapter 242. Returning to the Starfall Palace 3 months later, after saying goodbye to BibiDong, YeXuan, Qian Rinchue, Qing Sheng, and Inger left the Pope's palace with the iron-eating beast and headed towards Tiando City, towards the Starfall Palace. During these 3 months, they had successfully adjusted their emotions. Furthermore, in these 3 months, Qian Rinchue's soul power had risen from level 69 Soul Emperor to the bottleneck of level 70. She just needed to add a soul ring to reach the level of Soul Saint. After leaving the Martial Soul City, YeXuan calculated his own soul power and the distance from the Martial Soul City to the Starfall Palace. After a rough calculation, a purple-black glow flickered on YeXuan's left leg, and he directly opened a spatial rift in front of him. YeXuan pulled Qian Rinchue and walked straight into the spatial rift, while the iron-eating beast quietly followed behind them. Qing Sheng and Inger looked at the spatial rift that appeared in front of them without any hesitation and directly followed YeXuan and Qian Rinchue inside. After passing through the spatial rift, everyone appeared before the Starfall Palace's door. After making a long-distance spatial move, YeXuan felt that his soul power had almost dissipated in an instant. After taking a long breath, YeXuan pulled Qian Rinchue and stepped into the Starfall Palace. They did not linger in the front hall and went directly to the back hall. When they arrived at the back hall, Qing Sheng and Inger did not follow YeXuan and Qian Rinchue, but returned to their own rooms. Although Qing Sheng had joined the Starfall Palace, he did not hold any position in the palace. YeXuan, as the palace master of the Starfall Palace, had not returned for 2 years. Although YeXuan did not manage the affairs of the Starfall Palace much, he still needed to understand the general situation of the palace. So it was of no use for Qing Sheng to follow him. It was better for him to return to his room to cultivate for a while. YeXuan and Qian Rinchue arrived in front of the study, pushed open the large door, and walked in. Yi Shishue was in the study, organizing the affairs of the Starfall Palace and reviewing the matters within the palace. Upon seeing YeXuan and Qian Rinchue enter, she immediately stood up from her seat and said, "Master, mistress." YeXuan and Qian Rinchue sat down on the main seat. YeXuan waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "Aunt Yi, briefly tell us what has happened in the Starfall Palace in the past 2 years." Yeshi Shue, upon hearing this, organized the necessary reports in her mind before speaking. "Your Majesty, the Starfall Palace is currently in a stage of stable development, and nothing unusual has occurred. However, our Starfall Academy has been established, and many students have already signed up to join us. The Academy is fully prepared and can start classes at any time. Here is the list of students who have registered for Starfall Academy for your review. Additionally, The soul guide device you instructed me to create has also been completed. As she finished speaking, YeXuan took out a stack of documents and a light golden long sword from her soul guide and placed them on the table in front of YeXuan. YeXuan picked up the light golden long sword, examined it briefly, and handed it to Qian beside him, saying, "Shuer, this is a soul guide device for you. You should like its design, and its power is certainly not weak." Qian, upon hearing this, reached out to take the light golden long sword YeXuan handed her and carefully examined it. The sword's design had many similarities to her angel sword, and based on her estimation, it was likely crafted based on her angel sword. Watching Qian examine the long sword, YeXuan also picked up the list on the table and began to flip through it carefully. After a while, YeXuan noticed that the people on the list were mostly from small families, small sects, or some nobles. Aside from a few talented commoners, there were hardly any commoners present. YeXuan closed his eyes, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table, and asked, "Aunt Yi, are there no commoner students registering for Starfall Academy?" "Your Majesty, most commoner students cannot afford the tuition fees, and their talents are generally not high. Therefore, aside from few with good talent, other commoners are not on our admission list." YeXuan replied gently, her tone somewhat flat. YeXuan did not respond immediately, but continued to tap on the table. Deep in thought, after a long while, he finally spoke, "Revise the admission list. We will not admit any students from noble families, sects, or families, regardless of their talent. Starfall Academy will only recruit commoners, even those with innate soul power at half a level. Moreover, we will also accept commoners who have just awakened their martial souls, providing education from the primary level to advanced schools. Only those who graduate from the primary education in Starfall Academy and are over 17 years old can enter the Starfall Palace directly. Those who graduate from the intermediate level before 17 can enter the Starfall Palace and become stewards. Those under 25 and graduating from advanced education can take positions, while those over 25 who graduate from advanced education can enter the Starfall Palace and be assigned positions based on their strength. For commoners, the tuition will be halved, and the remaining half can be earned through work study in the academy to pay with gold soul coins. Of course, if they do not wish to join the Starfall Palace after graduation, we will not force them. It will be entirely up to their own will." Listening to YeXuan's words, YeXuan quickly calculated in her mind. Using age to measure graduation time would certainly be very accurate. After all, the graduation standard for primary education is reaching a 2-ring Great Soul Master. If one graduates primary education at 17, then their talent need not be mentioned. Even if they enter the Starfall Palace, they would only be an ordinary disciple. If they graduate from advanced education before 25, their talent would surely be very good, and they would be worth cultivating even in the Starfall Palace. With half the tuition fee, working in the academy to earn money to pay for tuition, it would essentially be moving money from one pocket to another. Students do work, the academy pays them, and they use that money to pay for tuition and meals, so they would not be in significant debt. Leave request: I have a bit of fever today, requesting a leave of absence. I will continue updating tomorrow or the day after. The author is a newcomer, and this book is not written very well, but I will finish it and will not abandon it midway. Here, I want to thank some friends who have been supporting me. I want to mention names. Thank you all for your ongoing support. Chapter 243. Gathering personnel. YeXuan opened his eyes and looked at YeXuan in front of him, saying, "Aunt Yi, gather all soul emperors and above in the Starfall Palace to head to the Do Great Forest tomorrow morning. As for the matters of Starfall Academy, let Taixiong handle them alone, as I just mentioned. Your Majesty, should we not leave anyone behind in the Starfall Palace? The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family and the Qian sect are not very friendly towards us. If we don't leave someone to oversee things, what if someone comes to cause trouble in the Starfall Palace?" YeXuan's voice carried a hint of caution. Because of YeXuan's actions in destroying the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family's main hall and killing Tang Hao back then, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family and the Qian sect have generally held an antagonistic attitude towards the Starfall Palace. However, with YeXuan stationed in the Starfall Palace, they have not dared to make any small moves. There is no need to leave anyone behind. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family and the Qian sect are just minor matters. If anyone dares to come and cause trouble, I won't mind taking them out first," YeXuan said decisively. The current strength of the 3 upper sects is not enough to be seen in front of the Starfall Palace or the Wuhuan Palace. If they wanted to, they could easily suppress the 3 upper sections. "Yes, Your Majesty, I will gather all soul emperors and above in the Starfall Palace." YeXuan agreed and immediately turned to leave the study to summon personnel in the front hall. After YeXuan left, Qian Rushue finally spoke to YeXuan, Xiao Xian. I think we should still be cautious in the Star Do Great Forest. After all, Aunt Yu was injured there. We're not entering the core area of the Star Do Great Forest, and we're only hunting a 100,000-year-old Titan giant ape. It shouldn't be problematic, YeXuan said, placing his hands behind his head. Although he spoke lightly, there was a thoughtful look in his eyes. Gathering all Soul Emperors and above in the Starfall Palace to head to the Star Do Great Forest is naturally not just for hunting the Titan giant ape. The main purpose is to use the Titan giant ape to lure Tang San out. The Titan giant ape can be spared, but Tang San must die. Of course, if Tang San does not come to rescue the Titan giant ape, then YeXuan has nothing to say. He can only hunt the Titan giant ape, and then continue hunting soul beasts elsewhere. As for whether other ferocious beasts in the Star Do Great Forest will appear, YeXuan said he didn't know. They could address that when the time comes. Qian Rushue merely blinked her eyes, put away the long sword in her hand, and did not say anything further. Whatever she could think of, Xiao Xian could surely think of as well, so there was no need to say more. YeXuan then reached out and lightly tapped Qian Rushue's prominent nose, smiling as he said, "Schwerer, your soul power has already reached the 70th level soul sage. Have you thought about what kind of 100,000-year soul ring you want? As long as it's a 100,000-year soul ring, I don't need to be picky. The Titan giant ape or that rabbit from back then seems quite good. Of course, if I can find a 100,000-year soul beast that matches my martial soul attributes, that would be even better." Qian Ringshu casually leaned back in her chair, her gaze fixed on YeXuan in front of her. A 100,000-year spirit ring is already a very rare existence. Having one is enough. There's no need to be picky. What use is a rabbit? It has no attack and no defense. It's completely useless. The spirit ring of the Titan giant ape, on the other hand, is not bad. At least it's much stronger than a rabbit. We'll see when we get to the Star Do Forest. If there are no other 100,000-year spirit beasts, then I'll absorb the Titan giant ape's spirit ring. YeXuan smiled slightly, not caring at all about the Titan giant ape's 100,000-year spirit ring. Xiao Xian, a 100,000-year spirit ring is something every spirit master dreams of. How can you still be picky about a 100,000-year spirit beast? If other spirit masters found out, they would be furious. After all, that is something they dream of, yet you dismiss it. Although Qian Ringshu said this, a faint smile appeared on her face. What do I care if they get angry? I don't even know them. YeXuan waved his hand dismissively. He truly looked down on Xiao Wu's 100,000-year spirit ring. It only has one decent, invincible body spirit skill, but it's quite similar to the void effect of his right leg soul bone. All right, let's go back and rest for a day. I need to recover some soul power. Tomorrow morning, we will head to the Star Do Forest to hunt a 100,000-year soul beast. A faint smile appeared on YeXuan's face as he secretly thought, Tang San, you must go to the Star Do Forest, or else all my preparations for you will be wasted. Hearing this, Qian Ringshu gently nodded. Then let's go back to our room and rest for a day. Tomorrow we will head to the Star Do Forest. YeXuan and Qian Ringshu stood up and left the study, heading straight back to their own rooms. Meanwhile, all the Soul Emperors and above in the Starfall Palace took action after receiving YeXuan's orders. The overall strength of the Starfall Palace now is much stronger than it was 2 years ago, with high-end combat power including 1 Ultimate Daw, 1 Super Daw, 1 Title Daw, 3 Soul Daoliuos, 25 Soul Sages, and over 50 Soul Emperors. In the past 2 years, YeXuan has gathered many small families or sects, as well as free spirit masters, to join the Starfall Palace. Coupled with the resources secretly provided by the Tiando Empire, the development of the Starfall Palace has been very smooth, with little obstruction. Even if there are some minor obstacles, they are easily resolved by YeXuan. After all, YeXuan has not only strength but also cunning, often playing by unconventional rules. On the morning of the second day, a luxurious carriage was placed at the entrance of the Starfall Palace, with its sides open, allowing a clear view of the outside from within. Surrounding the carriage were the high-end combat forces of the Starfall Palace, consisting of Soul Emperors and above. YeXuan, Qian Ringshu, Qing Sheng, and Inger walked out of the Starfall Palace and directly entered the carriage. Wu Changkong and Lai Yin stood on either side of the front of the carriage, while YeXuan sat inside the carriage with YeXuan and the others. After all, YeXuan's strength and status in the Starfall Palace are the strongest, so her sitting in the carriage was unproblematic. Moreover, the carriage was spacious enough that having 5 people inside did not feel crowded at all. Chapter 244, Titan Giant Ape. With the loud neighing of the scale horse, the carriage began to head towards the Star Do Forest, because they needed to use the Titan Giant Ape to lure Tang San out. YeXuan chose not to travel through the spatial rift, but instead made a grand entrance towards the Stardow Forest. Days later, YeXuan and his group entered the Stardow Forest in full force, heading straight for the core area. However, they did not enter the core area, but stopped not far from it. YeXuan looked at the crowd in front of him and commanded, "You all hide around. And when the Titan Giant Ape comes out, trap it here. No one is allowed to kill the Titan Giant Ape without my orders." "Yes, Palace Master." The members of the Starfall Palace responded and immediately dispersed to hide their figures in the surroundings. YeXuan then took out the Hanhai Qian cover from a soul guide. Hiding the carriage, he looked at Qing Sheng ahead and said, "Qing Sheng, I need your help to lure the Titan Giant Ape out from the core area S Lake of Life." "No problem. But how do I lure the Titan Giant Ape out? 100,000-year spirit beast S intelligence is not lower than that of humans." Qing Sheng's eyes showed some confusion. Tricking 100,000-year spirit beast is not an easy task, especially provoking it to come out from the core area S Lake of Life. It's simple. Just say that Xiao Wu is in our hands. If it wants her to live, it should come with you. If it doesn't want her to live, then I can send it some 100,000-year rabbit meat to taste later. YeXuan's voice sounded rather calm, as if he didn't take the matter seriously at all. Qing Sheng blinked and asked, "Is it really that simple?" "It is that simple. The Titan Giant Ape will definitely come out." YeXuan spoke confidently, recalling the original story and the last time it saved Xiao Wu. He was 100% sure that as long as the Titan Giant Ape heard this sentence, whether true or false, it would come out to check. "All right, I'll give it a try. You all wait for my good news here." Qing Sheng agreed and directly got off the carriage, heading towards the core area. Inger watched Qing Sheng leave the carriage, looking at YeXuan with a somewhat reproachful gaze. "Xian Ge, that's 100,000-year spirit beast. What if Sheng gets hurt in there?" "Don't worry. Your Qing Sheng will be perfectly safe in the core area, safer than anyone else." YeXuan chucked it lightly. He couldn't guarantee that others would be in danger in the core area of the Stardow Forest, but Qing Sheng would definitely not face any danger. Whether it's Guanyin or Tian, they wouldn't attack Qing Sheng. After all, Qing Sheng also has dragon blood, and is of the Azure Dragon bloodline among divine beasts. The current situation of the Dragon Clan is quite precarious. There are only a few left, and they are at odds with the gods of the divine realm, creating a chaotic situation. Therefore, Guanyin would not attack, and would even protect Qing Sheng if necessary. After all, pure dragon blood is extremely rare now. As for why YeXuan didn't go himself, the reason is very simple. He is now inheriting the position of the Shura God. If he were to go to the core area of the Stardow Forest, it would be very likely that he wouldn't come out. After all, the Dragon God was once split in half by the Shura God of the Divine Realm, and as his inheritor, going to the core area would surely lead to a bad end. Moreover, he wouldn't even be able to escape. Although he can travel through spatial rifts, Guanyin can control elements, and if she wanted to catch him, it would be as easy as child's play. When Qing Sheng arrived at the core area, she saw the Titan Giant Ape crawling around the Lake of Life. Its eyes like lanterns filled with killing intent as it stared at her. Qing Sheng looked at the Titan Giant Ape and immediately said, "Titan Giant Ape, Xiao Wu is in my hands. If you want her to live, come with me. If you don't want her to live, I can send you some 100,000-year rabbit meat to taste later." The Titan Giant Ape heard Qing Sheng's words, and a chilling, killing intent appeared in its eyes. An angry voice came from its mouth. "Human, you seek death." Upon hearing this voice, Qing Sheng did not hesitate at all. He immediately turned around, released his martial soul, and ran at full speed towards the direction he came from. The attack of a 100,000-year soul beast is no joke, especially since the Titan Giant Ape was clearly very angry at that moment. The Titan Giant Ape also did not hesitate, letting out a thunderous roar that echoed throughout the Stardow Forest and immediately chased after Qing Sheng. Meanwhile, in the Life Lake, the Silver Dragon King, Guanyin, suddenly opened her eyes and communicated, "Tian, protect him in the dark and bring him to see me at the right opportunity." Tian's figure emerged from the shadows of the Life Lake and asked, "My lord, what should we do about the Titan Giant Ape?" "Survival of the fittest. Life and death are predestined." "Yes, my lord." Tian responded and disappeared from the spot. After Qing Sheng ran out of the core area, he did not stop and continued to run forward. The Titan Giant Ape followed behind at a leisurely pace. With its strength and speed, the Titan Giant Ape was naturally faster than Qing Sheng. However, it wanted Qing Sheng to lead the way in front, so it did not rush to catch him. Even now, Qing Sheng did not know who Xiao Wu was, or why a single sentence could provoke such anger from the Titan Giant Ape. In the carriage, YeXuan did not act immediately upon seeing the Titan Giant Ape. Instead, he waited for it to enter the encirclement. Thanks to the Hanhai Qian cover, he could clearly see the situation outside the carriage, but those outside could not see the carriage at all. Just as the Titan giant ape entered the center of the encirclement, YeXuan softly said, "Attack," temporarily trap the Titan giant ape in the encirclement or incapacitated. Yi Shishui, Wu Changkong, and Lai Yin, upon hearing YeXuan's words, instantly rushed out of the carriage, releasing their martial souls and charging at the Titan giant ape. Those hiding in the shadows, upon seeing Yi Shishui and the others make their move, did not hesitate either, and all rushed out from the dark towards the Titan giant ape. Chapter 245. Tang San appears. The Titan giant ape looked at the charging crowd and immediately wanted to retreat and escape. It recognized Yi Shishui at the forefront. Back then, the sky blue bull python had basically fallen at Yi Shishui's hands. However, it was clear that it was already too late for the Titan giant ape to leave. Yi Shishui stood in midair, blocking the Titan giant ape's escape route, while Wu Changkong and Lai Yin, along with the members of the Starfall Hall, surrounded the Titan giant ape and continuously attacked it. Although Yi Shishui did not make a move, the Titan giant ape quickly sustained visible wounds from the combined attacks of a rank 98 Super Dalu, a rank 92 Title Daw, and Soul Masters of various ranks, including Soul Sage and Soul Emperor. The Titan giant ape's roars echoed throughout the entire Stardow forest, causing nearby soul beasts to quickly flee the area upon hearing the roars. However, since YeXuan's command was not to kill, no one dealt a lethal blow. Gradually, some members of the Starfall Hall began to get injured, while Wu Changkong was the main force restraining the Titan giant ape. The Soul Sages and Soul Emperors present could also sustain significant injuries if they were careless and got hit by the Titan giant ape. After all, while it was not particularly difficult to trap the Titan giant ape in the encirclement without killing it, it was not an easy task either. YeXuan and Qian Rinxue retracted the Hanhai Qian cover in their hands and watched the others fighting against the Titan giant ape. Upon seeing someone get injured, they each released their domains, the Life Domain and the Angel Domain. The Life Domain was used to heal everyone's injuries and restore their soul power while extracting the Titan giant ape's vitality. The Angel Domain was used to enhance their own strength and restrict the Titan giant ape's mobility. At this moment, Qing Sheng returned to the carriage and said, "Brother, you were right. I just said that sentence, and the Titan giant ape followed me out. If it weren't useful, why have let you speak to the Titan giant ape?" YeXuan chuckled softly, looking calmly at the besieged Titan giant ape. Everything was now ready. They just needed to guard the Titan giant ape and wait for Tang San to arrive. Of course, they wouldn't hold the position indefinitely. There was a time limit. If Tang San had not arrived within 7 days, they could kill the Titan giant ape and take its soul ring and soul bone. As time went on, the Titan giant ape sustained more and more injuries, with blood dripping onto the ground. YeXuan closed his eyes and began to rest. Qian Rinxue observed the Titan giant ape's condition, although she did not understand YeXuan's intention of encircling without killing. She did not ask questions because she knew YeXuan had his reasons. Time passed, and suddenly YeXuan, Qian Rinxue, Yi Shishui, and Wu Changkong looked up at the sky, whereupon Yi Shishui and Wu Changkong almost simultaneously rushed towards the carriage. The Titan giant ape, now severely injured and having lost a great deal of vitality due to the Life Domain, could hardly make any waves. However, Yi Shishui and Wu Changkong were still some distance from the carriage, and before they could reach it, a massive Haotian hammer fell from the sky, directly smashing towards the carriage. In the carriage, YeXuan instantly released his white tiger martial soul, with 6 soul rings of purple, gold, black, and red shimmering around him. The divine punishment silver spear appeared in his hand. YeXuan's figure flew out of the carriage, and he thrust the divine punishment silver spear towards the descending Haotian hammer. The divine punishment silver spear collided with the Haotian hammer, producing a loud, crisp sound. The shockwaves from the energy collision spread outwards. YeXuan's figure quickly descended from midair, sliding several meters on the ground before stabilizing himself. Yi Shishui and Wu Changkong also arrived in front of YeXuan, staring intently at the sky. Qian Rinxue, Qing Sheng, and Ing'er also rushed out of the carriage, standing beside YeXuan, their gazes similarly fixed on the sky. YeXuan looked up and said, "Tang Xiao, are you from the Haotian sect, ready to be enemies with our Starfall Hall?" "I, Tang Xiao, have already severed ties with the Haotian sect. Everything I do today has nothing to do with the Haotian hammer." Tang Xiao's figure emerged in midair, looking directly at the people below. At the same time, a voice sounded not far away. "Er Ming, we are here." Upon hearing the voice, the Titan giant ape looked towards the source and immediately shouted, "Sister Xiao Wu, hurry and go." YeXuan's gaze also turned towards the voice, noticing that there were quite a few people arriving. Tang San, Xiao Wu, Daimu Bai, Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, Oscar, the original Shrek 7 Devils were all present. In front of the Shrek 7 Devils were Zhao Wujing, Flander, and an unfamiliar woman. YeXuan's gaze was fixed on Ning Rongrong as he asked with interest, "Ning Rongrong, are you here to represent the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and be our enemy at the Starfall Palace?" "I'm not here to represent the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. They're my friends. I want to ask you to spare them for the sake of our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School," Ning Rongrong replied, scanning the situation in the arena. When she saw that most of the high-ranking members of the Starfall Palace were present, an ominous premonition rose in her heart. "Sure, you can take your friends and leave. Besides, we're just hunting soul beasts. It seems you all jumped out voluntarily, and now you want me to spare them? I really don't understand." YeXuan chuckled lightly, his gaze sweeping over everyone in the arena. "The friends I'm talking about include the Titan giant ape. Can you let it go for the sake of our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School?" Ning Rongrong glanced at Xiao Wu and the Titan giant ape. Her eyes filled with a hint of hope. "Let the Titan giant ape go? Do you think of it as a soul ring for me? The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School has no standing with me. But I can let you leave here for Qian XIN's sake. Otherwise, I'll make you stay here with them." YeXuan's gaze carried a chilling goodwill. If it weren't for Qian XIN helping him comprehend gun intent back then, he wouldn't even bother talking to Ning Rongrong and would have left them all here. Ning Rongrong was slightly stunned by YeXuan's words and immediately said, "YeXuan, have you forgotten who helped you build the Starfall Palace? If it weren't for our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, would there even be a Starfall Palace now? You actually show no respect to us at all. I don't even care about your father Ning Fengji, let alone you Ning Rongrong. For Qian XIN's sake, I can let you leave. If you don't leave, you'll have to stay here with them. Take action. If Ning Rongrong doesn't leave, let her stay with them." YeXuan ordered directly, having no intention of talking further with Ning Rongrong. The people surrounding the Titan giant ape, except for Lai Yan and the 3 soul Daoliuos, turned their direction and attacked Tang San and the others. Zhao Wuji looked at the current situation and suddenly asked, "Brother Fu, what should we do now?" "What to do? They're already attacking, and you're still here asking what to do?" The woman in front glanced at them and immediately released her scarlet dragon martial soul, with 7 soul rings flashing in yellow, purple, and black, charging forward instantly. "Erlong, wait a moment," Flinder said, looking at the already charging Lu Erlong. Without much hesitation, he released his martial soul, his 7 soul rings flashing in 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, also rushing out. "Little monsters, you guys leave first. We'll handle this," Zhao Wuji said as he glanced at the people behind him and then looked at YeXuan, releasing his martial soul to stand in front of the Shrek 7 Devils. The Shrek 7 Devils exchanged glances and, without anyone leaving, all released their martial souls, standing ready in place. "Aunt Yi, today anyone can leave alive, except for Tang San, who uses the blue-silver grass martial soul. You don't need to worry about Tang Xiao. Just leave it to me." YeXuan's gaze was fixed on Tang San, his eyes filled with cold, killing intent. "Yes, master." YeXuan focused her gaze on Tang San. Although she didn't understand why the master valued a 3-ring soul master so much, since the master had given an order, it meant he couldn't leave here alive. YeXuan didn't speak further, lightly tapping his toes on the ground, and his figure shot toward Tang Xiao in midair, his divine punishment silver gun piercing mercilessly toward Tang Xiao's vital points. Tang Xiao, seeing YeXuan attacking, didn't let his guard down. 2 years ago, YeXuan was already able to defeat Title Daw despite being at a lower rank. Now, 2 years later, his strength was comparable to his Super Daw. This was something Tang Xiao could fully sense from their earlier engagement. After all, when he struck earlier, he had held nothing back. Yet YeXuan not only received his full power attack, but did so without sustaining any damage. Thus, Tang Xiao had to be cautious. His only advantage over YeXuan was his thicker soul power, as he had no other advantages. Although Tang Xiao had 9 soul rings, YeXuan only had 6. But one of YeXuan's soul rings was a 1,000,000-year soul ring, and another was a 200,000-year soul ring, which was enough to balance out the difference of 3 soul rings. Qian Renshua, seeing YeXuan and Tang Xiao trembling together, scanned the arena as if searching for a gaze. Finally, her gaze landed on Xiao Wu as she said, "You guys go help. I'll go play with that rabbit for a while." With that, 8-winged angel martial soul appeared behind Qian Renshua, with 6 soul rings flashing in yellow, purple, and black, activating the secret of movement and heading toward Xiao Wu. Yi Shishui and Wu Changkong headed straight for the Shrek Seven Devils. Qing Sheng looked around, shrugging helplessly, and said, Inger, just stay here for protection. We won't be needed. Protection? Do you think we have the ability to rush over and attack me? We'll help too. Inger glanced around, thinking about where to assist. The problem was where to help. The Titan giant ape was currently being overwhelmed. Where can we help? Our brothers are completely unable to assist. The battles ahead are at least at the Soul Emperor level. Inger, with your strength, you can't participate at all. Qing Sheng pointed at 3 battle sites. His eyes filled with helplessness. They were completely unable to intervene, especially in the battle ahead, which involved an extreme Daluo and a super Daluo, along with the siege of Soul Saints and Soul Emperors, creating an overwhelming advantage. At that moment, 2 voices sounded from outside. 7th Soul Skill, 10,000 swords returned to the origin. 7 Treasure, True Body. Countless sharp swords formed from soul power fell from above toward the members of the Starfall Palace. When Yi Shishui noticed the falling swords, she immediately rushed to Qian Rinchue's side, blocking all the falling swords. Wu Changkong's 6th soul ring flashed rapidly, activating the 6th soul skill, Frost Formation, completely blocking the swords attacking him. The others also quickly dodged the incoming swords, and a few who couldn't evade were struck by the swords. But with them in the realm of life, the effects of the life domain allowed their injuries to recover quickly. Chen Xian and Ning Fengji also appeared in the arena. Ning Fengji looked at the situation and, with a serious expression, asked Yi Shishui, Deputy Palace Master Yi, your Rongrong has offended your Starfall Palace. What does it mean for your Starfall Palace to attack without reason? Yi Shishui looked at Ning Fengji and replied, Sect Master Ning, this question should be asked by us. We from the Starfall Palace are here hunting a 10,000-year soul beast. Yet your daughter suddenly appears saying that this soul beast is her friend and asks us to spare it. You should know how precious a 10,000-year soul beast is. Are you from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School planning to snatch it from us? With Tang Xiao directly attacking our Hallmaster, can I assume that your 7 Treasures Glazed Sect and Qian Sect have joined forces, preparing to openly seize the soul beasts of our Starfall Hall that have existed for 100,000 years? Ning Fengji's gaze swept around, as if considering some countermeasures. At that moment, no one noticed that a faint white mist was drifting towards them from a distance, seemingly forming a huge circle that enveloped everyone within it. Chapter 247. The Yellow Sparrow is behind the white mist was not coming slowly. On the contrary, it was moving very quickly. When the white mist came into view, everyone displayed expressions of confusion. Some even unleashed their spiritual power to probe the situation within the mist. However, as soon as their spiritual power touched the mist, it was bounced back, making it impossible to investigate what was inside. Yi Xian and Tang Xiao also descended from the air, looking towards the approaching white mist, both feeling a sense of foreboding in their hearts. Aunt Yi, can you probe the situation within the white mist? Or is there something present within this mist? Yi Xian quietly asked. I can't probe it, but to be cautious, the master can gather everyone from our Starfall Hall together and remain alert for possible situations around us. Yi Shishui's voice carried a hint of seriousness. Her strength was already at the pinnacle of the continent, yet she couldn't probe the situation within the mist, clearly indicating that the mist was abnormal. Hearing this, Yi Xian immediately said, Everyone from our Starfall Hall, gather together and stay alert for possible situations around us. Do not act rashly. Yes, Hall Master. The members of Starfall Hall responded and gathered together, vigilantly looking around. Even those who were attacking the Titan giant ape abandoned their assault and moved towards the direction where everyone was gathering. Ning Fengji, Chen Xian, Tang Xiao, Tang San, and others, seeing the reaction from Starfall Hall, also gathered together, cautiously watching their surroundings. The Titan giant ape stood still, but due to its instinct as a soul beast, it did not move as it sensed danger within the white mist. The feeling of danger in the mist was even stronger than the threat posed by the people from Starfall Hall. TSK, 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 the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect, Qian Sect, and Starfall Hall are all top powers on this continent. Plus, there are 200,000-year soul beasts. It seems our visit this time will indeed yield considerable rewards. A hoarse voice echoed through the white mist, and soon the mist completely enveloped everyone. Before them was a white expanse. Spiritual power could not be used. Invisibility was reduced to only a few meters. Even YeXuan's enhanced and modified eyes could only see about 10 meters in the mist, which was enough to indicate the mist's peculiar nature. Within the mist, dozens of figures in black were calmly moving towards the direction of Starfall Hall and Shrek Academy. The leaders scanned the surroundings and slowly spoke. Those above title Daluo level, the elders and offerings will take action to stop them. I will personally deal with that rank 99 limit Daluo level individual, so you don't need to worry. The rest of them have no value to keep anyway. They won't join us. A faint smile appeared in the leader's eyes, clearly satisfied with this unexpected gain. Not only could they acquire 200,000-year soul beasts, but they could also weaken the powers on this continent, achieving 2 goals with 1 action. Yes, Secmaster. The black-clad figures responded and split into 2 directions, heading straight for Starfall Hall and Shrek. Most of them rushed towards Starfall Hall, with only a small portion heading towards Shrek Academy. In the eyes of the crowd, evil spirit masters, emanating an evil aura, appeared before them and were rapidly charging towards them, launching a fierce attack. The members of Starfall Hall had been alert and were prepared for battle when the black-clad figures appeared, faced with the attacks of the evil spirit masters. The people of Starfall Hall did not back down and launched a fierce counterattack. Moreover, they had the recovery and enhancement effects of the life domain and angel domain. So as long as they could avoid critical hits, they could trade injuries for injuries without any problems. After all, their wounds could heal quickly, while the injuries of the evil spirit masters could not. YeXuan, Qian Renxue, Qing Sheng, and Ing Er were at the center of the group, protected by the members of Starfall Hall. YeXuan looked at the situation in the white mist and immediately said, "This white mist must have a limited range. Fighting them within the mist is not a wise choice. We should first break out of the mist's range, and then return to deal with the evil spirit masters. Let my subordinates clear the way in front. We will first exit the range of the white mist." YeXuan's voice carried a hint of seriousness. The restrictions in the mist were too great. Not only could spiritual power not be used, but visibility was also limited to only a few meters. Meanwhile, the evil spirit masters seemed unaffected and could see their actions at all times. As YeXuan, Wu Changkong, and Lai Yin just rushed out, they were intercepted by the evil spirit masters, whose strength was basically on par with theirs, making it impossible to determine a victor in a short time. Especially the evil spirit master who was entangled with YeXuan was actually a rank 99 limit Daluo. Their battle was such that no one else could intervene. The situation on Qian Xian and Tang Zhao's side was also similar. As soon as they charged out, they were blocked by the evil spirit masters, unable to leave or intervene in the battle below. YeXuan observed his side situation and did not immediately join the battle, as he was uncertain if there were others among the evil spirit masters who could block him. YeXuan turned his gaze to the Titan giant ape and asked Qian Renxue beside him, "Shui, if you can use your martial soul true form, how much will the enhancement effect of the angel domain increase?" After a moment of contemplation, Qian Renxue replied, "If I can use my martial soul true form, the enhancement effect of the angel domain can reach at least 30%. It would be a 20% increase from now. If it can increase by 30%, that would be enough to turn the situation around. Let's defeat the Titan giant ape and use it as your 7th spirit ring," YeXuan said, reaching out to pull Qian Renxue as they rushed towards the Titan giant ape. The Titan giant ape was already severely injured, even at its peak. It might not be YeXuan's opponent. Therefore, killing the severely injured Titan giant ape would be quite easy for YeXuan. Chapter 248. The Titans sacrificed YeXuan and Qian Renxue arrived in front of the Titan giant ape, which did not look at them, but instead gazed with concern toward Xiao Wu. It seemed it wanted to help, but was unable to move due to its own injuries. As YeXuan raised the divine punishment silver spear, just as he was about to act, he heard the Titan giant ape's voice resonate before him. "Human, I can see the current situation. I can no longer survive. So I want to make a deal with you." The Titan giant ape shifted its gaze from Xiao Wu to YeXuan. "Trade? What qualifications do you have to trade with me now?" YeXuan had no intention of paying attention to the Titan giant ape as he thrust the divine punishment silver spear directly at it. "I want to trade my soul ring and soul bone. If you don't agree, even if I destroy my soul ring and soul bone, I want to give them to you." The Titan giant ape's voice was calm. It could see the current situation clearly, no matter which side won in the end. It could not survive, and even if it managed to escape, it would not live much longer. "What trade? You can tell me, and if possible, I might agree." YeXuan glanced at the situation in the arena. Evil soul masters could fight above their level, and even with the enhancement of the life domain and angel domain, the Starfall Palace side had already fallen behind. Moreover, the top combat power of the Starfall Palace had been held back and could not break free in a short time to support the battle in the Starfall Palace. In the white mist, YeXuan was unsure if there were any hidden title Duo or even super Douluo among the evil soul masters. He didn't know the situation on Shrek's side, but he guessed it wasn't much better than his side. This was truly a case of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. I can offer a sacrifice, but you must swear by your martial soul to help me rescue Sister Xiao Wu, and you must not harm her in the future. Otherwise, I would rather destroy my soul ring and soul bone than give them to you. The Titan giant ape fixed its gaze on YeXuan and Qian, its eyes filled with hatred and killing intent, which eventually turned into resignation. You are threatening me. Do you think that without your soul ring and soul bone, we can't break the deadlock? YeXuan raised the divine punishment silver spear again, the gleaming tip pointing at the Titan giant ape. That's up to you. Anyway, I can't survive now. If you don't swear by your martial soul, I won't give you my soul ring and soul bone. I still have the ability to destroy my own soul ring and soul bone. After saying this, the Titan giant ape did not look at the two people in front of it, but directed its gaze toward Xiao Wu, ready to destroy its own soul ring and soul bone at any moment. YeXuan and Qian exchanged glances, their eyes filled with contemplation. The high-ranking members of the Starfall Palace were all present, and every loss was a huge blow to the Starfall Palace. If the losses were severe, the Starfall Palace would undoubtedly suffer greatly, which was a situation YeXuan did not want to see. At this moment, Long Gongmeng Shu and Shi Pichao Tianxiang from the Starfall Palace stood together, constantly scanning their surroundings. In front of them stood a Soul Duo and 7 Soul Saint-level Evil Soul Masters, glaring at them. Meng Shu looked at the situation in front of him and said, "The Vice Hall Master and others have been held back. We can only rely on ourselves." I didn't expect the current Evil Soul Masters to be so rampant. Thinking we were soft persimmons for them to bully, Shi scoffed, her gaze filled with icy coldness. Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang spoke simultaneously. Dragon Master, Serpent Blade. Martial Soul Fusion, Dragon Serpent Strike. The soul rings and bodies of the two fused together, transforming into a greenish-blue giant dragon that charged toward the surrounding evil soul masters. For a moment, they were surprisingly evenly matched against the Soul Duo and 7 Soul Saint-level evil soul masters. Meanwhile, in other areas, members from either the Starfall Palace or the evil soul masters continued to fall. The sounds of shouting and killing echoed through the white mist, with various energy attacks flying everywhere. Qing Sheng appeared with the Qing Li spear, blocking in front of Ing Er, and after killing an evil soul master, he continually scanned the surroundings. He noticed 3 Soul Saint-level evil soul masters charging directly toward him and Ing Er. Qing Sheng's clothes were already stained with a lot of blood, some of it belonging to the evil soul masters, while some was his own. Ing Er was holding her arm, which was continuously bleeding with bright red blood, clearly indicating that she was injured. Just as the 3 evil soul masters were about to reach them, a figure in black suddenly appeared in front of Qing Sheng, and a voice came from it, "Get lost." The figure moved quickly, and the 3 charging black-robed figures were instantly sent flying, disappearing from Qing Sheng's sight. "The master wants to see you. Come with me. And this little girl seems to be with you, so let us take her along. It's not safe for her to stay here." As soon as the words were spoken, he reached out his hand to take Qing Sheng and Ing Er toward the core area of the Star Doe Forest, not giving them a chance to speak. Lost in thought, YeXuan suddenly turned and said, "I swear by my martial soul that as long as the Titan giant ape voluntarily sacrifices itself, I will do my best to help it rescue Xiao Wu, and as long as she does not provoke me in the future, I will not harm her. Titan giant ape, this is my final concession. If you do not agree, then you can destroy your own soul ring and soul bone." While speaking, YeXuan did not look at the Titan giant ape, but stared straight ahead, his body entering a combat stance. "All right, remember your oath. Help me rescue Sister Xiao Wu, and you cannot harm her in the future." The Titan giant ape glanced one last time in the direction of Xiao Wu before turning its gaze to Qian. A strong light emanated from the Titan giant ape, forming a domain around it, and a powerful force radiated from it, landing on Qian. As the sacrifice was being made, an evil soul master appeared before YeXuan, flashing with yellow, purple, and black 9 soul rings. YeXuan tightened his grip on the silver spear and, after observing the sacrifice scene, directly attacked the evil soul master. Once the sacrifice began, it could not be interrupted, and no one could approach the formed domain, so YeXuan did not need to worry about Qian being harmed. Chapter 249. Angel True Body. The battle in the white mist continued, but the scale of victory was constantly tilting toward the evil soul masters. The top combat powers of the Starfall Palace had all been held back, and no one could escape to support the battle in the Starfall Palace. Especially in the battle between YeXuan and the evil soul master leader. Those below level 95 could not get close at all. A vacuum zone formed around the two fighters, and no one dared to approach their combat range. Even the energy ripples generated during their clash could severely injure a tidal Dalu, so those below level 95 could not join the fight. Besides their battle, other tidal Dalu level battles had not ceased, but were somewhat different in nature. Wu Changkong was entangled with an evil soul master of level 98, and for a short time, it would be impossible to determine a winner. Lian was fighting against an evil soul master of level 94, and Lian was already at a disadvantage, let alone supporting below. It was a question of whether he could even win. YeXuan, holding the divine punishment silver spear, was battling an evil soul master of super Douluo level. The silver spear in his hand flickered with a cold light as he continuously attacked the evil soul master in front of him, his gaze sweeping over the evil soul master as if searching for a flaw. Meanwhile, the Titan giant ape that was sacrificing suddenly let out a deafening roar. In its voice, there was killing intent, reluctance, and unwillingness, but its eyes had already closed, and its body had fallen. It was impossible to stand up again. On Qian body, there were 7 soul rings flashing in yellow, purple, black, and red. At this moment, the 7th soul ring beneath her feet began to flash rapidly. The 8-winged angel martial spirit behind her also emitted a strong golden light, dazzling and brilliant, and a voice came from her mouth. 7th soul skill, martial spirit true body. Under the enhancement of the martial spirit true body, Qian own strength was rapidly increasing, and even the strength amplification in the angel domain rose from 10% to 30%. The members of the Starfall Hall within the angel domain, feeling their own strength increase, immediately launched a fierce counterattack. Meanwhile, the evil spirit masters in the angel domain found their strength weakened by about 10%. Moreover, the angel domain was filled with holy energy that had purifying and dissolving effects, continuously eroding the evil spirit master's soul power. Even the evil spirit masters below the tidal Dalu level found their movements becoming difficult. It can be said that the battlefield situation for the Starfall Hall had instantly reversed in this back-and-forth scenario. Originally at a disadvantage, the members of the Starfall Hall quickly turned the tide and were gradually gaining the upper hand. Qian was constantly surveying the battlefield. With the enhancement of the martial spirit true body and the angel domain, her strength had risen to the level of a tidal Daw, and her senses had greatly improved, allowing her to perceive the entire situation in the mist. The angel sword appeared in her hand, and instead of aiding the tidal Dalu level battles, she activated the movement secret, instantly attacking the evil spirit masters who were fighting the members of the Starfall Hall. Each swing of the angel sword in Qian hand caused an evil spirit master at the soul sage or soul emperor level to fall. She showed no intention of holding back. Both the distance on the battlefield and the balance of victory began to clearly tilt towards the Starfall Hall. Even the evil spirit masters were completely suppressed. And the situation where the evil spirit masters had held back the top combat power of the Starfall Hall had now turned into YeXuan and others restraining the top-level combat power of the evil spirit masters. Seeing this, the leader of the evil spirit masters made a decisive decision and said, "Let the people of the 7 Treasures Glaze Tile School and the Haoyin School leave. You all withdraw and kill that girl. You dare to divide your attention while fighting me? Do you really think I don't exist?" YeXuan's somewhat cold voice echoed before him. YeXuan did not slow down in his movements. His palm, imbued with soul power, struck mercilessly at him, causing the evil spirit master leader's body to be sent flying until he crashed into a towering ancient tree before stabilizing himself. With your strength, why must you lower yourself? Why not join my holy sect, where I can treat you as an equal? What do you think? The leader of the evil spirit masters extended his hand, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and sounded very sincere. Equal? You think you deserve to be my equal? YeXuan looked at him mockingly, with no intention of saying more, and directly attacked. It seems we truly cannot collaborate due to our differing paths. I originally wanted to invite you to join our holy sect, but now it seems you should just die. A cold killing intent appeared in the eyes of the evil spirit master leader as he instantly faced YeXuan. He had only been hit by YeXuan's attack because he was distracted by the battlefield situation. Both he and YeXuan were limit Daoliuos at level 99. with the only difference being their martial spirits and soul rings, so determining a clear victor between them was not a simple matter. Meanwhile, the evil spirit masters surrounding Shrek Academy instantly retreated towards the direction of the Starfall Hall for support. Even the evil spirit masters blocking Tang Xiao and Qin Xian also retreated, heading straight for Qian Ringshu. Seeing this, Tang Xiao said, "Sect Master Ning, Qin Xian, you take them away first. I'll observe the situation here." Ning Fengji covered his bleeding arm with his hand and nodded slightly. "All right, Uncle Jian and I will take them away. I really don't understand how they suddenly appeared on the continent, and their audacity is growing. They dare to appear openly in the Stardow Forest. If the evil spirit masters were timid, would they still be called evil spirit masters?" Qin Xian chuckled lightly. He was not surprised by their appearance, but was surprised that there was actually a limit de law among the evil spirit masters. Otherwise, the members of the Starfall Hall would not have fallen into a disadvantage earlier. Tang San pulled Xiao Wu and ran towards the outside of the Stardow Forest. When he saw Xiao Wu looking in the direction of the Titan giant ape, he softly said, "Xiao Wu, let's temporarily note down this blood debt. I will make the Starfall Hall and YeXuan pay for the blood debt in the future. I just can't understand why Ming would sacrifice himself for them. However, the blood debt of Ming must be placed on YeXuan. If it weren't for him, Ming and Ming would not have died." Xiao Wu's voice was filled with endless hatred. Chapter 250. Unexpected attack. When YeXuan saw someone rushing towards Qian Ringshu, his eyes narrowed slightly. The phantom of the 12th-grade Annihilation Black Lotus and the 9 Heavens God-slaying Spear appeared in his mind, while the Divine Punishment Silver Spear was returned to his sea of consciousness. The 12th-grade Annihilation Black Lotus spun around him, protecting his body within it. The 9 Heavens God-slaying Spear spun in his hand, executing the first move of the Sea God S13 techniques, directly attacking the evil spirit master in front of him. The evil spirit master swung a serrated great sword towards the tip of the god-slaying spear. YeXuan had already used this move against him before, so he employed the same method to counter it. However, the Divine Punishment Silver Spear was simply incomparable to the god-slaying spear. When the god-slaying spear collided with the serrated great sword, the sword was instantly severed in two, and the god-slaying spear continued its trajectory, piercing into the evil spirit master's heart. His body fell from midair, crashing straight down to the ground. YeXuan then activated the movement secret, instantly appearing in front of Qian Ringshu, blocking the 2 evil spirit masters charging towards her. Qian Ringshu also showed no hesitation, launching an attack on the weaker evil spirit master to help YeXuan share some of the pressure. Tang Xiao, hidden in the mist, watched their battle with a strong killing intent rising in his heart, secretly thinking, "This kid's talent is too monstrous. Since our Haotian school is at odds with him, this kid cannot be left alive. Otherwise, given time, he will surely become a great threat." With this thought, Tang Xiao's eyes grew resolute. He had now distanced himself from the Haotian school. Everything he did had nothing to do with them, so he did not care if YeXuan would act against the Haotian school, as he was acting independently. Even if trouble arose, it would be his trouble, unrelated to the Haotian school. Moreover, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The top combat powers of the Starfall Hall were already preoccupied, and YeXuan and Qian Ringshu were dealing with the evil spirit masters in front of them. If he did not strike now, he might not find such an opportunity again in the future. Tang Xiao's gaze sharpened slightly, just as the 2 evil spirit masters launched their attack. The Haotian hammer in his hand grew enormous, smashing down towards YeXuan and Qian Ringshu from above. By the time YeXuan and Qian Ringshu sensed the attack from Tang Xiao, it was already too late. Due to the attack of the evil soul master, which was about to reach them, and the Haotian hammer coming down from above, they could only defend against one direction of the attack, leaving them no time to block from 2 directions. Without any hesitation, YeXuan protected Qian Ringshu beneath him, using the technique of seamless soul-spirit switching that BibiDong had taught him, switching his divine beast white tiger soul spirit to the pure world blue lotus soul spirit. 3 attacks landed on them, stirring up huge clouds of dust around them, obscuring the situation within. As the dust gradually dissipated, a massive blue lotus appeared before everyone's eyes. The petals of the lotus were tightly closed, leaving the situation within unknown. Gradually, the petals began to open, and the figures of YeXuan and Qian Ringshu appeared unscathed before everyone. "Tang Xiao, how could you assist the evil soul master? Or is it that your Haotian sect has colluded with the evil soul master?" YeXuan's voice was filled with endless chill and overwhelming killing intent. "I, Tang Xiao, have already distanced myself from the Haotian sect. Everything I do has nothing to do with the Haotian sect. Moreover, I did not help the evil soul master. I just want to help my brother avenge himself. After failing to land his attack, Tang Xiao withdrew his Haotian hammer and quickly headed toward the exit of the Daoliu forest without any hesitation. After all, having failed to hurt the two of them with a sneak attack and surprise assault, staying there was of no use. YeXuan and Qian Renshua must have been on guard and would not give him another opportunity. Upon hearing Tang Xiao's words, YeXuan sneered and thought to himself, distancing yourself from the Haotian sect and claiming it has nothing to do with you? Do you think you're the only one who can play this game, Tang Xiao? Once this matter is resolved, I will show you what it truly means to be unrelated. Although he thought this, YeXuan quickly retracted his thoughts, as there were still two evil soul masters above the title Doa level in front of them, leaving no time to ponder over the Haotian sect. YeXuan used the seamless soul spirit switching technique again, switching the pure world blue lotus soul spirit back to the divine beast white tiger soul spirit. Then, wielding the nine heavens god-slaying spear, he launched a swift and sharp attack at the two evil soul masters before him, each thrust aimed directly at their vital points. With no flashy or unnecessary moves, though the techniques were not dazzling, they were true killing moves. Coupled with the unmatched powerful attack of the nine heavens god-slaying spear, the opposing evil soul masters could hardly defend against it and could only evade. Meanwhile, Qian Renshua's angel sword was launched at tricky angles, making it difficult for the opponents to defend, and with her power now amplified, she had reached the level of title Dalu. Therefore, the two evil soul masters in front of them did not dare to overlook Qian Renshua's presence. Although the evil soul master side had two super Daoliuos and several soul sage-level evil soul masters joining, the balance of victory still continuously tilted toward the Star Falling Palace. Currently, the Soul Daw, Soul Sage, and Soul Emperor-level evil soul masters had been completely suppressed by the Star Falling Palace, and the top-tier combat powers were entangled in battle, unable to break free to assist them. Moreover, with the current development of the situation, the final victory would completely belong to the Star Falling Palace. Even if this dragged on, perhaps the evil soul masters above the title Dalu level would have a chance to escape. But those below title Dalu had no chance of fleeing at all. The leading evil soul master could also see this point, so he had no intention of continuing to tangle with YeXuan, originally thinking he could keep the three forces within the Daoliu forest. It now seemed that not only could they not keep them there, but whether he could escape alive was also uncertain. Continuing to fight is meaningless. It only increases casualties. Why don't we just stop here? After all, our only goal is two soul beasts of 100,000 years. Now that you have absorbed one, let the remaining rabbit be given to our sacred church. From now on, our sacred church and your Star Falling Palace will not interfere with each other. What do you think? The somewhat hoarse voice of the evil soul master echoed in the area. Chapter 251, Soul Hunting Operation, Part 1. Upon hearing this, YeXuan chuckled softly and replied, "Stop here? You must be dreaming. This matter cannot be settled so easily. This is not the first or second time. In the extreme north, you once attacked us. On the Hell Road, you even tried to kill us. Do you think I would just let this go so simply? The people from my church that you killed? In the extreme north, you disrupted my plans, and on the Hell Road, it was also you who ruined my plans. Do you really think our spirit church is something you can manipulate at will?" The voice of the man in the black robe carried a hint of chill, as if there were endless rage within him. "If your people had not provoked me, why would they have fallen? I originally wanted to send someone to find your whereabouts, but it seems that is no longer necessary. Since you have come to the Daoliu forest, then you should all stay here." YeXuan merely sneered, not paying any attention to his words. The people from the Star Falling Palace had no intention of stopping and began attacking the evil soul masters before them, even pushing them back step by step. Star Falling Palace, such a Star Falling Palace. I will remember you, and I will also remember you, the master of this Star Falling Palace. One day we will meet again, but today I do not have the time to continue fighting with you. We are leaving. There is no need to continue fighting with them today. In the future, we will naturally have the opportunity to settle all scores. The voice of the master was very decisive. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and left without any intention of caring for the others in the spirit church. Some quick-reacting evil soul masters, upon hearing the master's voice, forcibly pushed back their opponents and turned to chase after the master. However, some slower evil soul masters did not have time to push back their opponents and were tightly entangled by the people from the Star Falling Palace, leaving them no chance to escape. In a short period, 2/3 of the evil soul masters fell in the Daoliu forest. while those who managed to escape were less than a third of the original number. The star-falling palace side, due to the existence of the domain of life, suffered relatively few casualties, but there were still many injured. Even the tidal level flame suffered considerable damage. YeXuan looked at the direction they were leaving and did not immediately order a pursuit, as Qian Renxue was continuously releasing the angel domain, which consumed a significant amount of her soul power. Moreover, she had also blocked an evil soul master at the super Douluo level. Therefore, even if they caught up, leaving all of them in the Stardow Forest would come at a heavy cost to the Star-Falling Palace, risking the loss of a top-tier combat power at the tidal Douluo level. YeXuan withdrew his soul spirit and said, "Count the casualties of the Star-Falling Palace. The injured should recover from their injuries and take a short rest. We will return to the Star-Falling Palace." "Yes, Palace Master," everyone replied and began to count the casualties of the Star-Falling Palace. Some with more serious injuries sat cross-legged to recover their wounds using the life domain. Qian Renxue stood beside YeXuan and softly said, "Qian, I may have exposed my identity. The next plan is likely impossible to conceal. It's fine anyway. The matter is already settled. There is no difference between revealing or not revealing my identity. I can only start the soul hunting operation ahead of time." There is a cold, killing intent in YeXuan's eyes. Time is running out. Even if we send someone to relay the message back to the Pope's palace, it will take nearly 2 months for a round trip. By then, it may be too late. Relying solely on the Starfall Hall, we cannot quickly eliminate the 3 major sects at once. A bitter smile appeared on Qian Renxue's face. It's still possible to quickly eliminate the 3 major sects if we act in time. We can discuss the details when we return to the Starfall Hall. YeXuan organized his thoughts carefully in his mind to see if he had overlooked anything. Qian Renxue had just released her martial soul true body. Although the angel martial soul Ning Fengji might not recognize her, Chen Xian and Tang Xiao definitely had seen her. Therefore, Qian Renxue's identity was basically impossible to hide. To be safe, they had to start the soul hunting operation early. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue did not speak, but stood still, quietly contemplating how likely it was to successfully eliminate the 3 major sects simultaneously if they initiated the soul destruction operation now. Time passed slowly, and soon, people from the Starfall Hall came before them, saying, "Hall Master, our Starfall Hall has lost nearly 30 soul emperors, several soul saints, and 3 Hall Masters, while elderly Yin has also sustained serious injuries. 2 people are missing, and we cannot find their traces or bodies here." Listening to his words, YeXuan could not help but ask, which 2 people are missing? The area here is so small. How could they just disappear inexplicably? The missing ones are the 2 friends of the Hall Master. Their bodies and traces are not present at the scene. Therefore, the subordinate speculates that they may have seen something was wrong and fled first. The person speaking lowered his head while saying this. "Impossible," they wouldn't run away. Expand the search area and look carefully around. 2 living people cannot just vanish without a reason. YeXuan's voice was very firm. He had known Qin Sheng for over 2 years and understood his character very well. At critical moments, Qin Sheng would never back down. Thus, it was impossible for them to run away. "Master, there's no need to search anymore. They were taken away by someone, and they should be in the core area of the Stardow Forest now." A somewhat indifferent voice from YeXuan rang out ahead. "Taken away? By whom? When did this happen? Why didn't I notice anything?" Although YeXuan's voice carried some confusion, he already had an answer in his heart. After all, YeXuan had said that Qin Sheng and Inger should be in the core area of the Stardow Forest, so it was evident who took them. It was either the beast god Tian or the soul beast sovereign Guanyin, but YeXuan felt that it was more likely to be Tian. If Guanyin had acted with her strength, it would have been nearly impossible for YeXuan to detect her. "Master, it was Tian who took them. Do you want me to go to the core area of the Stardow Forest and bring them out?" While speaking, YeXuan glanced at the core area of the Stardow Forest. Chapter 252, Soul Hunting Operation, Part 2. YeXuan thought for a moment and shook his head, saying, "No need. He is very safe in the core area of the Stardow Forest. There won't be any problems. There's no need for you to take risks to bring him out, and unless something unexpected happens, you won't be able to bring him out anyway." Then Hall Master, "What do you mean?" YeXuan's eyes showed a hint of confusion, not understanding why YeXuan would say this. Although Tian had the strength of a limit Dalu, she was also a limit Dalu. If it was to bring those 2 out, there shouldn't be any problem. After all, she had fought against Tian before and understood his strength. For now, let's not worry about Qin Sheng. Let's rest here for a while and return to the Starfall Hall. We have important matters to discuss. Qin Sheng and the others will return by themselves when the time comes. YeXuan's voice seemed somewhat resolute. He could be sure that Qing Shang would be fine in the core area of the Stardow Forest. Their current task was the soul hunting operation. And even if they all went to the core area of the Stardow Forest, they might not be able to bring Qing Shang out. After all, he knew that there was not just Tian in the Stardow Forest, but also other fierce beasts in the Soul Beast Sovereign Guanyin. Time continued to pass, and the members of the Starfall Hall had basically recovered from their injuries within a life whale. Therefore, YeXuan retracted his life domain, opened a spatial rift in front of him, and led everyone from the Starfall Hall into the rift. After passing through the Starfall Hall, they had returned to the Starfall Hall. YeXuan glanced at everyone and said, "Aunt Yi and the two elders, come with us to the study to discuss matters. The others can go back to rest and wait for further instructions." "Yes, Hall Master." Everyone responded and retreated to rest, leaving only Yi Shishui, Wu Changkong, and Li Yin present. YeXuan and Qian Renxue did not speak further and directly walked towards the study in the back hall, with Yi Shishui and the others quietly following behind them. Upon arriving in the study, everyone took their seats in turn. YeXuan looked at the three people present and said, "I want to start the soul hunting operation without relying on the Pope's palace. How confident do you think we are in simultaneously eliminating the three major sects?" Hearing this, Li Yin immediately lowered his head, showing no intention to speak. It was basically impossible to quickly eliminate the three major sects relying only on the Starfall Hall. Wu Changkong furrowed his brows in contemplation, as if he were thinking about something. After a while, he finally spoke, "Master, it is basically impossible to simultaneously eliminate the three major sects, but we might still be able to heavily injure all three sects at the same time." YeXuan and Qian Renxue did not respond but turned their gaze to Yi Shishui, sitting in the left main seat, wanted to see if she had any way to simultaneously eliminate the three major sections. "Master, given our Starfall Hall's current manpower, it is impossible to simultaneously eliminate the three major sections. However, if we gather all our forces, it may be possible to clear out two sects at the same time." Yi Shishui also shook her head, indicating she had no good solutions. YeXuan tapped the table with his fingers and said, "If there is no way, then we can only force a try. Wu Changkong, you go to the Tiando Imperial Palace and secretly gather all the Soul Masters in the Tiando Imperial Palace to the Starfall Hall. Elder Li Yin, you go to the Wuhuan Temple and have Salus secretly gather all Soul Masters in the temple to the Starfall Hall for unified mobilization." Hearing this, Wu Changkong and Li Yin exchanged glances and nodded lightly, saying, "Yes, we will head to the Tiando Imperial Palace and Wuhuan Temple right away." After the two left, YeXuan turned his gaze to Yi Shishui and asked, "Aunt Yi, if you were to go all out to the Haotian sect, could you eliminate the entire Haotian sect?" "Master, I'm not familiar with the strength of the Haotian sect, so I cannot make a judgment. However, if I were to go all out, I can give it a try." Yi Shishui's voice carried some uncertainty. Although they knew the location of the Haotian sect, they were not clear about its specific strength. Therefore, even as a limit Dalu, Yi Shishui could not determine whether she could single-handedly eliminate the entire Haotian sect. YeXuan lightly tapped the table with his fingers, extracting a black-purple long sword from the patterns on his arm and placing it on the table in front of him. Although the sword had a sheath, the evil aura emanating from it was still palpable. The long sword was the Hate Morning Sword. After the inner core of the dark evil god tiger formed a pattern on his arm, YeXuan had never taken out the Hate Morning Sword again, because while it was easy to draw, retracting it required a heavy toll of blood. "Aunt Yi, I entrust this sword to you, but you must remember that once the Hate Morning Sword is drawn, it must drink blood to return to its sheath. How much blood it needs to drink to be satisfied, I don't know. It could be just a few people, or it could be thousands, even tens of thousands. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, try not to use the Hate Morning Sword." YeXuan spoke very seriously. He wouldn't have entrusted the Hate Morning Sword to Yi Shishui if not for the urgency of the situation. Of course, someone from the Haotian sect should be enough to draw the Hate Morning Sword and return it to its sheath. If after being drawn, it could not be returned, then YeXuan had no other options. After all, the Haotian sect had to be destroyed. Did they really think that only Tang Xiao could play games and that leaving the Haotian sect meant their actions were unrelated to it? YeXuan could play too. If you do the first day of the month, then I'll do the 15th. Anyway, the evil soul masters of the Haotian sect have nothing to do with my Starfall Palace, and Qian Dalu has not violated the original agreement. Yi Shishui picked up the long sword on the table, constantly examining it with her gaze. After a long while, she finally said, "Master, please rest assured. I know what to do. Unless absolutely necessary, I will not use the Hate Morning Sword." "Aunt Yi, Then you can go prepare. Tomorrow night, we will initiate the Fierce Soul operation and simultaneously clear the 3 major sections. Swear, write a letter and have someone deliver it to the teacher. At least let the teacher know the situation. YeXuan had already secretly decided to let the Starfall Palace and the Tiando Imperial Palace, along with the Wuhuan Hall, attack the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. He himself would head to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. In the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, there was only 195 level Yu engine. As long as he could hold Yu engine back, waiting for Yishishui or the support from the Starfall Palace, there is still a good chance to quickly clear the 3 major sections. Chapter 253, Soul Hunting Operation, Part 2. Qian Renxue was in the study, taking out paper and pen to write a letter, then placing it on the table. She asked, Xiao Xian, we have resolved the issue with the Haotian sect, but we don't have enough manpower to deal with the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Swear, you take everyone from the Starfall Palace to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School tomorrow night. I will go alone to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. After clearing the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, we will together deal with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan and rename the Tiando Empire to the Wuhuan Empire, mobilizing all the troops in the Empire to guard Tiando City until the teacher arrives. YeXuan's voice carried a hint of determination. Going alone to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan is a bit too dangerous. Although there's only one Yu engine who is a titled Daluo, there are still many disciples among them. If they all attack you, how will you resist? Qian Renxue gently shook her head, her eyes showing some concern. It's fine. If I want to leave, a Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan can't keep me. Moreover, I am going there openly to challenge them. They have no reason to attack me. As long as you can quickly clear the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, we will have a good chance of simultaneously clearing the 3 major sections. YeXuan smiled, reaching out to pinch Qian Renxue's face. Openly challenging? Who do you plan to challenge? Is there anyone among the younger generation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan worth your challenge? Qian Renxue asked, but she already had an answer in her heart, though she wasn't very sure. Of course, it's Yu engine. Among the younger generation across the continent, only 2 people can match me. One is Yu Shuer, and the other is a friend from the south. YeXuan chuckled, speaking casually. Among the younger generation of the entire continent, YeXuan could definitely rank first. And even among the older generation of powerhouses, his strength could rank among the top. Except for Qian Daolu and Poseidon, the other powerhouses, even if he couldn't defeat them, he wouldn't lose either. At this point, we can only proceed like this. I hope nothing goes wrong, and we can quickly clear the 3 major sections. Qian Renxue appeared somewhat unconfident as she spoke. Even if all the personnel from the Starfall Palace, Tiando Imperial Palace, and Wuhuan Hall were combined, they wouldn't have as many people as a major sect. Relying on this small number of people to quickly clear the 3 major sects, while not impossible, was still a slim hope. YeXuan picked up the letter on the table, not saying anything more, and directly led Qian Renxue out of the study toward the front hall. Upon arriving at the front hall, YeXuan handed the letter in his hand to his soul master in front of him, saying, "You will take this letter to Wuhuan City as fast as possible and deliver it to His Holiness the Pope." "Yes, Palace Master. I will ensure that the letter reaches His Holiness the Pope." The soul master took the letter and immediately walked out of the Starfall Palace. After watching the person leave, YeXuan waved to summon another soul master in the palace, saying, "Help me write a challenge letter to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, set for tomorrow night. At their clan, and the challenger will be Yu engine." "Yes, Palace Master. I will write the challenge letter and deliver it to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan." As soon as he finished speaking, he picked up the paper and pen and began to write the challenge letter. After finishing the letter, he left the Starfall Palace and headed towards the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. At the same time, the Soul Masters from the Tiando Imperial Palace and Wuhuan Hall secretly made their way to the Starfall Palace, gathering inside. However, the Starfall Palace seemed very calm, as if it were the calm before the storm. Time passed slowly, and soon a day had gone by. The sky gradually darkened, and in the front hall of the Starfall Palace, over 1,000 Soul Masters stood neatly, including Soul Masters from the Wuhuan Hall, those stationed at the Tiando Imperial Palace, and those present in the Starfall Palace. In front of the Soul Masters stood 6 individuals, quietly standing at the forefront. These 6 individuals were Wu Chongkong, Lai Yin, Tai Xiong, Xi Miao, Ci Shui, and Ling Gui, all titled Daoliuos. Yishishui had already left the Starfall Palace yesterday, heading alone to the Haotian sect. YeXuan and Qian Renxue walked out from the back hall, looking at the crowd standing in the front hall, and said, "We're going to attack the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School this time, and the commander of this operation will be Schwer. You all need to act according to Schwerner's orders. Do you understand? Palace Master, please rest assured, we all understand. The crowd replied in unison. YeXuan looked at their expressions and nodded lightly, saying, Schwer, I leave the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School to you. I need to go to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan to challenge. Be careful. After we finish with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, we will go help you at the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Qian Rinxue earnestly reminded, her expression serious. Don't worry, I won't have any problems here. You should be careful, as Tang Xiao might be at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, or even at Shrek Academy. Even if Tang Xiao is in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, there's nothing to fear. We have 5 title Douluo and 1 super Douluo on our side. In terms of top-tier combat power, we are completely dominant. The only disadvantage we have is in numbers. Though Qian Rinxue's voice sounded somewhat indifferent, she was quickly calculating the plan for their next actions in her heart. All right, I'll head to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan first, YeXuan said, gently stroking Qian Rinxue's face before turning to leave the Starfall Palace and heading towards the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Qian Rinxue glanced at the sky and immediately said, let's set off as well, towards the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. After today, there won't be the 3 major sects and the Heaven-Do Empire anymore. After saying this, Qian Rinxue led everyone from the Starfall Palace straight towards the direction of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. YeXuan walked alone on the way to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, looking at the moonlight tonight and murmuring to himself, on a dark and windy night. A day for killing and arson. After tonight, the 3 major sects will cease to exist. I hope there won't be any fish that got away, or else it will be a bit troublesome to deal with. Chapter 254, The Soul Hunting Operation, End. When YeXuan arrived at the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, he found a main gate wide open. Outside the gate, a rudimentary arena had already been set up. As he entered, Yu Yuanjin and all the elders and disciples of the clan were sitting inside, quietly waiting. As soon as YeXuan walked in, all eyes were on him, but no one spoke. Finally, Yu Yuanjin opened his mouth and said, Lord Yi, you really have guts to come alone to our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Aren't you afraid you won't be able to walk out of our gate? If I were to leave, your Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan won't be able to keep me. Even if you, Yu Yuanjin, make a move, you won't be able to stop me, YeXuan replied, looking at Yu Yuanjin ahead, feeling a slight difference in his heart. The current Yu Yuanjin no longer had the spirited demeanor he once had. His figure and even his hair had turned quite gray, looking like an ordinary old man, completely lacking the appearance of a clan leader of a top 3 sect. It's been 8 years since you last challenged our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, yet you remain as arrogant and proud as ever. 8 years ago, you had the capital to be proud among the younger generation. I wonder if you still have the strength to be arrogant in front of me now. Yu Yuanjin stood up and walked straight towards the arena. With each step he took, a powerful aura emanated from him, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial soul manifested, with 9 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, constantly flickering around him. My pride and arrogance are innate and cannot be changed, but you, Yu Yuanjin, have changed too much. In just 8 years, you no longer show any of that spirited demeanor, YeXuan said, placing his hands behind his back and walking leisurely towards the arena. He was here to buy time, so he wasn't in a hurry to fight Yu Yuanjin. Words are useless. Let us see the true skills of our subordinates. I won't hold back, YeXuan thought. Let us see how much you have grown in these 8 years, and what capital you have to be so arrogant. Yu Yuanjin's voice remained calm, showing no concern for YeXuan's words. You'll soon know what capital I have, but Yu Yuanjin, are not my opponent now. YeXuan's white tiger martial soul rose behind him, with 6 soul rings, purple, gold, black, and red, shimmering around him. Yu Yuanjin did not respond. His right hand transformed into a dragon claw, blue lightning appearing in his hand, and he instantly attacked YeXuan. YeXuan's hand manifested a purple destructive power, and without any evasion, he threw a punch directly at Yu Yuanjin's incoming dragon claw. When their fists and claws collided, blue and purple light intertwined as if trying to swallow each other. Both figures were pushed back from the impact. YeXuan only took 2 steps back, while Yu Yuanjin retreated 3. The outcome of their strengths was immediately apparent after just 1 clash. Yu Yuanjin's eyes narrowed involuntarily, and his body did not pause as he continued to attack YeXuan. YeXuan also showed no hesitation as he charged towards Yu Yuanjin. The 2 exchanged blows without holding back, each move executed with all their strength. 300 miles east of Heaven-Do City, Yishi Shui was cloaked in a black robe, wearing a black mask that completely concealed his face. Yixishui looked at the Haotian school in front of him, and his martial soul, the blood soul demon puppet, rose behind him with 9 soul rings, black and red, constantly flickering at his feet as he directly walked into the Haotian school. 2 Haotian school disciples at the entrance looked at the approaching figure in black robes and were about to speak when 2 beams of bloodlight shot towards them. The 2 disciples had no time to react before their bodies fell back lifelessly. Bright red blood flowed from them, but the blood seemed to be drawn by something, flying towards the blood soul demon puppet behind Yixishui, ultimately being absorbed by it. Yixishui walked into the Haotian school as if there was no one around. The blood soul demon puppet behind him radiated a red glow, and countless vengeful souls flew out from the red light. The shrieks of the vengeful souls echoed, instantly filling the Haotian school with a chilling wind. "Who dares to be reckless in my Haotian school?" A furious shout echoed in the main hall, and 5 figures walked out. Yixishui turned to look in the direction of the voice, and the corner of his mouth curled into a smile under the mask. Thinking to himself, 5 titled Daluo, this strength is already formidable. It's only right to become the #1 sect in the world. The 5 who stepped out also looked at Yixishui, who walked in as if in a deserted realm, but their expressions quickly became serious. The evil aura surrounding him and the martial soul absorbing the blood of their Haotian school disciples made it evident that he was an evil soul master. Moreover, from the soul rings and the aura emanating from him, they immediately judged that this was not an existence they could contend with. YeXuan glanced at them, extended his hand, and in the void he grasped 5 vengeful souls, launching them towards the 5 in front of the hall. The vengeful souls flew at high speed, leaving them no time to react. In the blink of an eye, they reached the 5 and exploded before them. The overwhelming energy instantly sent the 5 titled Daluo flying, with the weaker ones vomiting blood, clearly sustaining severe injuries, while those slightly stronger were also not in a good state, suffering considerable injuries. "She is not someone we can contend with. Quickly let the disciples in the sect retreat first. We will hold her off and buy you time to escape," 2 of the less injured individuals said before releasing their martial souls and directly attacking Yixishui. The remaining 3 focused their soul power and loudly called out, "Haotian school disciples, retreat in different directions. Do not die in vain. Preserve the seed of our Haotian school." As soon as the words were spoken, the remaining 3 individuals attacked Yixishui. The 5 of them, all titled Daluo, suffered significant injuries from a single strike. The other disciples rushing in would only be walking to their deaths. Rather than dying in vain, it was better to let them retreat first, with only 1 evil soul master. Allowing the disciples to withdraw from different directions would ensure that many could escape, while they would buy more time for the retreating disciples. Chapter 255, The 3 Major Sects, Part 1. Outside the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Qian hid with her companions in the woods, gazing thoughtfully at the 7-treasure glazed tile school ahead. Next to her was the seemingly honest and adorable iron-eating beast. A gentle breeze rustled through, and the clouds in the sky obscured the moonlight, making the already dark night even darker. "Who among you will take care of the disciples guarding the gate and the scouts around?" Qian asked. "After dealing with them, we will directly attack the 7-treasure glazed tile school and not give them any time to react." Her voice was soft, but there was a hint of coldness in it. "Miss, let me and Xixue go. There are only a dozen or so people. We can ensure they won't make sound." Shimiao and Xixue locked onto the disciples of the 7-treasure glazed tile school and the surrounding scouts with their mental powers. "All right, I'll leave it to the 2 of you. Be very careful and try not to make any noise," Qian instructed, her gaze still fixed on the 7-treasure glazed tile school. However, her hand was gently stroking the iron-eating beast. No one knew how strong the iron-eating beast really was, but it was definitely powerful enough to rival a titled Daluo or even a super Daluo. After hearing Qian words, Shimiao and Xixue moved stealthily. They approached the hidden scouts separately, knowing that to infiltrate the 7-treasure glazed tile school without alarming anyone, they first had to eliminate the surrounding scouts before dealing with the disciples guarding the sect. Both of them were titled Daluo and covered by the night. The scouts had no chance of detecting their presence. Their actions were quick and clean, with no unnecessary delays. Each time they struck, 1 scout fell to the ground without making sound. After a while, the surrounding scouts were cleared by Shimiao and Xixue. They exchanged glances and then headed towards the entrance of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Once they took care of the 2 disciples guarding the school, they would be able to storm in. After waiting for the right moment, they struck almost simultaneously. Before the two disciples from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School could react, they had already grabbed their throats. With a slight exertion of force, the sound of bones cracking echoed from the two disciples, who then closed their eyes forever. Seeing this, Qian Rinxue and the others immediately emerged from the shadows and charged towards the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School without any disguise. As they entered, Yin looked around at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. To annihilate the entire Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is truly exhilarating. 8th Soul Skill, Blood Boiling. Yan's palm gradually tightened, and a scorching heat radiated from her body, with flames burning in her hands. Feathers continuously fell from the sky, landing on the houses and ground of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, igniting rapidly. Qian Rinxue observed the scene and immediately called out, "Attack the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School with full force. Even if we can't wipe them out completely, we must deal them a heavy blow." Upon hearing her words, the group immediately dispersed, heading in various directions towards the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Many disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, who had just escaped from the burning buildings, were met with attacks from the Starfall Palace, the Spirit Hall, and the Heaven-Do Empire's Soul Masters. Only 6 top-tier title Daluo remained stationary, focusing their attention on the main hall ahead. At that moment, Wu Changkong, who stood still, suddenly moved, summoning his martial soul, the Heavenly Frost Sword, into his hand. 9 soul rings, colored yellow, purple, black, and so on, shimmered on his body. Wu Changkong's figure appeared in the direction of the main hall, blocking YeXuan, who had just rushed out of the hall. The others also acted quickly, releasing their martial souls and charging towards the main hall. Following YeXuan out were Gu Rong and Tang Xiao, who were also intercepted by the other 5 title Daluo, quickly entangling with each other. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School has 7 treasures. 1 is strength, 2 is speed, 3 is spirit, 4 is defense, 5 is attack, 6 is enhancement, and the true body of the 7 treasures. Ning Fengji's voice rang out in front of the main hall, and 7 beams of different colors fell upon YeXuan, Gu Rong, and Tang Xiao. Ning Fengji appeared in front of the main hall, looking down at Qian Rinxue and saying, "You're indeed a member of the Spirit Hall, or rather, the entire Starfall Palace is under the influence of the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall, Starfall Palace, and the Heaven-Do Empire are truly a grand chess game, and your Spirit Hall has truly ambitious designs." Ambitious designs? What we plan is grand, but what you, Ning Fengji, plan is trivial, isn't it? It's just a pity that your years of planning have come to naught in a single day. Qian Rinxue chuckled lightly, not paying any heed to Ning Fengji's words. "Since you've already come out, why should YeXuan hide? Aren't you two always inseparable?" Ning Fengji did not linger on the topic with Qian Rinxue, but instead inquired about YeXuan's whereabouts. After all, in his impression, YeXuan and Qian Rinxue were basically always together, inseparable in every way. Moreover, earlier in the main hall, Tang Xiao had clearly stated that he might not be YeXuan's opponent. One must know that Tang Xiao was currently a 96th level Super Daluo and had clearly indicated that he might not be YeXuan's match, which meant YeXuan must have at least Super Daluo level strength. If a Super Daluo were hiding in the shadows, striking at a critical moment would lead to unimaginable consequences. Are you that afraid of YeXuan? Unfortunately, he is not currently in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, so you need not worry. As Qian Rinxue spoke, she patted the head of the iron-eating beast and said softly, "Iron-eating beast, do you see that person at the gate? Kill him, and afterwards, I'll take you to enjoy plenty of treasures." Upon hearing Qian Rinxue's words, the iron-eating beast's adorable demeanor vanished. It waved its claws and charged towards Ning Fengji. The iron-eating beast let out a beastly roar, sending the disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School blocking its path flying, as if it were in a realm without obstacles, heading straight for Ning Fengji in front of Main Hall. Chapter 256, The 3 Major Sects, Part 2. Seeing the iron-eating beast charging towards Ning Fengji, Gu Rong immediately abandoned his opponent and headed in Ning Fengji's direction. The two, Shimiao and Xixue, who were trying to entangle Gu Rong, were blocked by Tang Xiao's Haoyan Hammer. Although Shimiao, Xixue, Iron Bear, Spirit Turtle, and Yin were all titled Hua and numerous in number, Tang Xiao's soul power was already above theirs, and with the assistance of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Tower, they could not quickly defeat Tang Xiao, and there was even a tendency for them to be entangled by him. The figure of Gu Rong appeared in front of Ning Fengji, delivering a punch directly towards the charging iron-eating beast. The iron-eating beast, not to be outdone, swung a claw to meet Gu Rong's fist. When the fist and claw collided. Gu Rong's body was immediately forced backward, while the iron-eating beast merely swayed slightly and continued its charge towards Ning Fengji. A look of disbelief appeared in Ning Fengji's eyes. Gu Rong was a titled Douluo at level 95, yet in front of this bear, he was already at a disadvantage after just one blow. How incredible was that? With his 9th soul skill, Bone Transformation Dragon, Gu Rong struck hard. The 9th soul ring beneath his feet started flashing rapidly. A massive bone dragon phantom appeared before Gu Rong and attacked the iron-eating beast. Seeing the bone dragon phantom rushing towards it, the iron-eating beast let out an angry roar, exuding a powerful aura and increasing its running speed by another third, charging straight at the bone dragon phantom without dodging or evading. The bone dragon phantom and the iron-eating beast collided, creating a powerful energy ripple that spread outwards. The iron-eating beast burst out from the bone dragon phantom, slamming a claw into Gu Rong. Gu Rong was hit with tremendous force, flying backward until he crashed into the wall of the Great Hall, finally stabilizing his form. The iron-eating beast, seemingly enraged by the attack, became furious and violent. "Grandpa Bone, are you okay?" Ning Rong rushed out from the Great Hall to support the fallen Gu Rong, her cold and murderous gaze fixed on Qian Renshua below. However, her gaze was completely ignored by Qian Renshua, who had no intention of acknowledging her. "I'm fine. This old bone of Grandpa Bone is still quite sturdy. To think a mere bear could hurt me is simply wishful thinking." Gu Rong stood up, his gaze heavy as he looked towards the iron-eating beast. The members of Shrek also came out of the Great Hall one after another, standing behind Ning Fengji, their expressions serious as they looked at Qian Renshua and the ongoing battle. As time passed, more disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School fell to the ground, blood flowing freely and bodies scattered everywhere. Wu Changkong seized a flaw in Chen Xian's defense, mercilessly striking down with his Heavenly Frost Sword. Chen Xian reacted quickly, blocking with his 7 killing sword. Although Chen Xian managed to deflect Wu Changkong's longsword, Wu Changkong's soul power was ultimately higher than Chen Xian's, leaving a long sword mark on Chen Xian's arm. Chen Xian retreated to stand before Ning Fengji, scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Tang Xiao also fell back to the front of the Great Hall, his expression grave as he looked at those before him. Wu Changkong, Snake Spear, Blood Stab, Iron Bear, Spirit Turtle, and Blazing Flame returned to Qian Renshua's side, while the iron-eating beast continued its charge towards Ning Fengji. "Attack together. Don't give them a chance to breathe. We must eradicate the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School today," Qian Renshua announced, releasing her angel domain, rapidly spreading it around. Ning Fengji watched as disciples from his sect continued to fall, his eyes reddening and his chest feeling tight. Especially when he saw people from the Starfall Palace rushing in from all directions, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Each direction from which people rushed to the Great Hall represented that there would likely be no surviving disciples from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Although the number of disciples in the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was not small, most were auxiliary soul masters, making them vastly inferior compared to battle soul masters. It could even be said that the people from the Starfall Palace were fighting very comfortably, as battling auxiliary soul masters was very easy for them. Ning Fengji glared at Qian Renshua, speaking each word with anger. "If the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School somehow survives today, we will definitely go to war with your Spirit Hall, not resting until we are dead. That would be a pity. Your 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School will undoubtedly be destroyed today, with no chance of survival," Qian Renshua replied coldly, a sneer escaping her lips. The disciples of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School had suffered heavy casualties, as long as Ning Fengji, Chen Xian, and Gu Rong were killed. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School would no longer be a threat. Even if there were any survivors, they would not be able to stir up any trouble and wouldn't need to be taken seriously. At that moment, after exchanging glances, Gu Rong and Tang Xiao immediately charged out to block the incoming members of the Starfall Palace, while Chen Xian's aura was steadily rising. When Chen Xian's soul power reached level 97, the 9th soul ring beneath his feet began to flash rapidly. 9th soul skill, Divine and Demonic Dual Slash. Chen Xian's 7 killing swords started to gather intense soul power. As the soul power reached its peak, Chen Xian quickly slashed out with the 7 killing sword. Seeing the sword energy manifested from the soul power, Gu Rong and Tang Xiao quickly retreated to avoid the incoming massive sword energy. Meanwhile, Wu Changkong, Snake Spear, Blood Stab, Iron Bear, Spirit Turtle, and Blazing Flame also retreated upon seeing the sword energy, trying to avoid Chen Xian's attack. Seeing their reactions, Qian and the others showed no hesitation, immediately leading Ning Fengji and the Shrek members towards the exit of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Qian's figure transformed into a beam of sword light, almost disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. Snake Spear looked in the direction they were leaving and asked, "Miss, should we chase after them and eliminate them?" "No need. Sweep through the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and check for any stragglers. If there are any left, let them remain permanently in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. If not, we will immediately head to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan to assist Xiao Qian in eliminating the entire clan," Qian Rinxue replied calmly, as if she didn't care about the few who had escaped. Chapter 257, The Three Major Sects, Part 2. In the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, YeXuan, who was battling YeXuan, suddenly heard a system notification sound in his mind. Ding! The Haoyan School has been destroyed. Reward for the host, 10,000 luck points. Ding! The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has been destroyed. Reward for the host, 10,000 luck points. Hearing the system notification, a flash of joy crossed YeXuan's eyes. The notifications indicated that both Yi Shixue and Qian Rinxue's actions had been successful. Although he didn't know the specifics of the battle, success was a good thing. Moreover, the system rewarded him with 20,000 luck points, which was a timely boon, allowing the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan to be completely cleared. YeXuan instructed the system in his heart. "System, purchase 2 Extreme Douluo cards for me and use them." Ding! The host purchased 2 Extreme Douluo cards, costing a total of 20,000 luck points. Ding! Using Extreme Douluo cards. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Long Xiaoyao, Yunming. Character, Long Xiaoyao Martial Spirit. Dark Sacred Dragon Strength. Level 99 Extreme Douluo Character. Yunming Martial Spirit. Sky-Piercing Spear Strength. Level 99 Extreme Douluo Quasi-Deity. Upon hearing the name Yunming, YeXuan's expression almost couldn't be concealed, because Yunming was not just any Extreme Douluo, he was a quasi-deity. Moreover, Yunming is the universally recognized strongest in the Douluo Continent during the Douluo III period. In terms of strength, he can easily crush the beast god Emperor Qian. The spear in his hand, the sky-piercing spear, is renowned for its ability to reach the skies above and delve into the 9 underworlds. If it weren't for the disappearance of the divine realm during the Douluo III period, Yunming would have already become a deity. It can even be said that the only difference between Yunming and the protagonist is the lack of a protagonist halo. YeXuan looked at the Jade Clan leader, YeXuan, and suddenly spoke. "Clan leader Yu, I admire you very much. I can also see that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan is gradually declining. I can give you an opportunity for your Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan to become powerful again." An opportunity? Are you suggesting that the Starfall Palace join our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan? If that's the case, I, YeXuan, would very much welcome your joining. If not, then you, YeXuan, should refrain from speaking. YeXuan chuckled lightly. He naturally understood what YeXuan meant, but he took pride in his martial soul and would never allow his Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan to join the Starfall Palace. "Ah, Clan leader Yu, I genuinely admire you. After all, those who dare to confront the Spirit Hall directly are few and far between, and you, YeXuan, are one of them." The once #1 sect in the world, the Haoyan sect, chose to retreat and hide away from the Spirit Hall's brilliance. Yet you, YeXuan, dare to confront the Spirit Hall directly. YeXuan's voice carried a hint of emotion. He truly wanted to give YeXuan a way out. But looking at YeXuan's expression, he knew that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan would never join the Starfall Palace. It would be pointless to say more. They should resolve the battle before discussing other matters. As YeXuan spoke, the 6th soul ring beneath his feet began to flicker rapidly. 6th soul skill, Dragon Roar breaking the sky. A booming dragon roar erupted from his mouth, and the air trembled with explosive sounds, directly attacking YeXuan. Indeed, this battle was about to end. As YeXuan spoke, the god of Death Domain was released from his body, and the 6th soul ring beneath his feet also began to flicker rapidly. 6th soul skill, Tiger shakes the heavens. The white tiger martial soul behind YeXuan let out a thunderous roar, attacking YeXuan's mind, and his overall attributes increased by about 30% in an instant. The roar of the tiger and the dragon's cry collided in midair, forming an invisible shockwave that spread outwards. The disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, watching the battle, instinctively covered their ears upon hearing these two sounds. Some disciples even experienced a ringing in their ears from the impact, their faces showing signs of pain. YeXuan and YeXuan continued to fight. However, with the release of the God of Death domain, YeXuan had completely suppressed YeXuan, who was now at a disadvantage. The disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan looked on with concern, as anyone could see that YeXuan was losing ground, and it was only a matter of time before defeat followed. At that moment, the ninth soul ring beneath YeXuan began to flicker rapidly. His immense soul power, combined with the thunderous power of his martial soul, coalesced into 9 gigantic thunder dragons attacking YeXuan. Ninth soul skill, True Dragon's Fury, shocking the 9 heavens. YeXuan looked at the 9 thunder dragons charging at him and pulled out the divine punishment silver spear from his sea of consciousness. With a spin, he thrust it into the ground in front of him. A powerful destructive force flowed from his hand into the divine punishment silver spear, and purple lightning wrapped around it. Compared to martial souls, your Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan is lacking. Compared to the power of lightning, your Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan is also lacking. YeXuan withdrew the divine punishment silver spear from the ground and thrust it straight at the approaching thunder dragons. The purple destructive force completely enveloped the divine punishment silver spear, which had transformed from silver to purple, constantly flashing with destructive power. At the moment of collision between the silver spear and the thunder dragons, the thunder dragons were utterly destroyed by the destructive force of the spear and disappeared without a trace. YeXuan quickly thrust the spear 9 times, and all 9 thunder dragons vanished. YeXuan's figure also retreated slightly upon colliding with the thunder dragons, while YeXuan's figure quickly retreated until he exited the arena, finally stabilizing himself. YeXuan looked at YeXuan on the arena and said, "In this match, I, YeXuan, have lost. You, YeXuan, have completely won. Your strength is unmatched among the younger generation. Clan leader Yu, I will ask one last time. Does your Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan truly refuse to join our Starfall Palace? If you do not join, there will be no Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan left on the continent after tonight." YeXuan raised the silver spear in his hand, pointing it at YeXuan ahead. "What do you mean?" YeXuan's expression darkened, and an ominous premonition rose in his heart. "It means that if your Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan does not join, then extinction is the only option." Qian Richue's voice echoed outside the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Chapter 258, The 3 Major Sects End. YeXuan looked at the members of the Starfall Palace who entered, especially when he noticed the bloodstains on them. He already understood in his heart. They must have come after a fierce battle, and YeXuan's purpose was very simple. He was here to buy time. "Clan leader Yu, let me reintroduce myself. I, YeXuan, am the master of the Starfall Palace and also the disciple of the current pope. Now, the Haotian sect and 7 treasure glazed tile sect have been annihilated. If your Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan joins the Starfall Palace, you will be able to survive and grow stronger. If you do not join, your Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan will end up like the Haotian sect and 7 treasure glazed tile sect, facing annihilation and becoming nothing." YeXuan put away the divine punishment silver spear, placing both hands behind his back, and calmly looked at YeXuan ahead. "Join your Starfall Palace? You, YeXuan, are simply daydreaming. A dragon can only be a dragon, forever a dragon. It is impossible to become anyone's dog. If you want to destroy our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, then you'll have to pay with your life." YeXuan chuckled lightly, releasing his overwhelming aura without reservation. The other disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan also stood up in front of YeXuan, releasing their martial souls and soul rings, confronting the members of the Starfall Palace. "Long Xiaoyao, Yunming, you can come out now. There's no need to hide in the shadows." YeXuan's calm voice rang out in the arena. "Yes, master." 2 voices appeared above the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Accompanying the voices were 2 figures standing in midair, exuding an incredibly powerful pressure that descended upon the members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Everyone looked up towards the sky and saw an elderly man and a middle-aged man standing quietly in midair. The elderly man was tall, with meticulously combed silver hair, a rosy complexion like a baby, long eyebrows hanging on both sides of his face, and his hands behind his back. His martial soul, the dark sacred dragon, appeared behind him with 9 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red, and red, constantly flashing. The middle-aged man was very handsome, with an elegant demeanor, gentle eyes, and looked like an ordinary person. But in his hand, he held the martial soul, the sky-raising spear adorned with black and red colors, with 9 soul rings continuously flickering. The aura emanating from him was far stronger than the old man beside him. "You 2 limit Daoliuos, your Starfall Palace and Spirit Hall, are truly well hidden. Yu Yuanjin's voice was calm. He was not afraid of death, so how could he fear two limit Daluos? Long Xiaoyao, Yunming. The matters regarding the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family will be directed by you two. Surrender, and you may avoid death. After YeXuan spoke blandly, he turned and stepped down from the arena, coming to Qian Renshua's side, taking her delicate hand as they walked out of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Yes, master. Long Xiaoyao and Yunming exchanged glances with the people from Starfall Palace before retracting their gaze. Surrender to avoid death? Is there anyone in my blue electric Tyrannosaurus family who wishes to surrender? If so, feel free to speak. I will not blame you. Yu Yuanjin glanced at his clansmen, his eyes showing no joy or sadness. Yet, among the disciples of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, no one spoke up, merely staring ahead at the people from Starfall Palace. No need to waste words. We can start the attack. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can report back to the master. Long Xiaoyao's gaze was fixed on Yu Yuanjin as he took a step forward, heading straight for him. The serpent spear Dalu raised his spear and announced, "Begin the attack. Surrender, and you may avoid death." As soon as he finished speaking, the people from Starfall Palace charged at the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, without mercy. Yunming stood quietly in midair, with no intention of intervening, with one limit Daw, one super Daw, and 5 tidal Daluos. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus family was already in a crushing situation, making his involvement unnecessary. Outside the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, YeXuan and Qian Renshua sat down on a dirt slope. YeXuan ignored the dust on the ground and lay back, gazing at the starry night sky without saying a word. Qian Renshua looked at YeXuan, puzzled, and asked, "Little Qian, since you have 2 hidden limit Daluo subordinates, why didn't you let one accompany me to the 7-treasure glazed tile school? That way, Ning Fengji and the others wouldn't be able to escape. I didn't know of their existence before. They only arrived after I reached the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. If I had known about them earlier, we could have swiftly eliminated the 3 major sects simultaneously, avoiding all this hassle." YeXuan smiled and pulled Qian Renshua into his embrace, his eyes filled with amusement. Qian Renshua blinked, her eyes showing a look of sudden realization, as if she had thought of something. But she didn't voice it. Instead, she said, "Little Qian, with the addition of 2 limit Daluos, the strength of your Starfall Palace will surpass that of the Offering Hall and the Papal Hall." YeXuan looked at Qian Renshua's expression, chuckled softly, unsure of where her thoughts had wandered. However, he didn't elaborate further on the matter and took out a token from his soul guide device, placing it in front of Qian Renshua. "This is the Palace Master S token. From now on, you will be the Palace Master of Starfall Palace. What do you think?" YeXuan's face bore a slight smile. "You should keep the Palace Master S token for yourself. I don't want it. After all, what S yours is mine. It doesn't matter whether I have this token or not." Qian Renshua glanced at the Palace Master S token before showing no intention of taking it. Hearing this, YeXuan put the token away and said, "That makes sense. After all, Starfall Palace will merge with Spirit Hall eventually, so it makes no difference whether we have this token. The matters of the 3 major sects are basically resolved. As long as we rename the Heaven-Do Empire to Spirit Empire tomorrow, everything will be completely settled." Although the plan was expedited, it had no impact on the overall situation. This was already the best outcome. A faint smile appeared on Qian Renshua's face. Now we have the strength to push through the entire continent. The armies of the Heaven-Do Empire, combined with the Spirit Masters of Spirit Hall, have no capacity to resist the Star-Luo Empire. YeXuan's tone was very casual now, with 4 limit Daluos. The forces of the Heaven-Do Empire and the Spirit Masters of Spirit Hall could not be stopped on the continent. As time passed slowly, the sky gradually brightened, and the sounds of battle from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family gradually ceased, with flames and black smoke rising from within. After a while, Long Xiaoyao and Yunming, leading the people from Starfall Palace, walked out from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family and directly approached YeXuan and Qian Renshua. "Master, the matter of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family has been resolved. No one surrendered except for Yuluomian." YeXuan sat up from the ground, his gaze fixed on Yuluomian, seemingly lost in thought. Upon hearing YeXuan's question, Wu Changkong immediately replied, "Master, we lost nearly 2/3 of our high-level combat power in Starfall Palace. Among the 3 Hall Masters, only Meng Shu survived, while the rest have fallen. The losses are quite severe. Order that the families of those who fell in this operation, if they are ordinary people, can receive 10,000 gold soul coins from our Starfall Palace to live without worry. If any have the talent to become Spirit Masters, they can enter our Starfall Palace for training. If they wish to leave later to become free Spirit Masters, We at Starfall Palace will not obstruct them. YeXuan waved his hand, delegating the aftermath to Wu Chongkong. Yes, master. Wu Chongkong replied and stood quietly, waiting for YeXuan's next instructions. YeXuan looked at Yulomian and asked, "Are you the only one left in the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family? Or are there any other survivors? You should know that very well." "Palace Master, besides me, there are 3 others from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family who are not present and have survived by luck. They are Yu Tianxin, Yu Tianheng, and my illegitimate daughter, Lu Erlong." Yulomian bowed and reported everything he knew. "Yu Tianxin, Yu Tianheng?" YeXuan chuckled lightly, stood up, and said, "The matter has been resolved. Wu Chongkong, Lai Yin, you two take everyone back to Starfall Palace. Long Xiaoyao, Yin Ming, Serpent Spear, Blood Spike, Iron Bear, Spirit Turtle, you all come with me and Shuer to the Heaven Do Imperial Palace. As for you, Yulomian, return with Wu Chongkong and the others to Starfall Palace to rest and recuperate from your injuries. We will discuss your arrangements after we resolve everything." YeXuan glanced at Yulomian, not particularly concerned about his presence, but he was still a sole Douluo, so keeping him around could be of some use. "Yes, master. Palace master." Everyone responded, and Wu Chongkong and Lai Yin led the group back towards Starfall Palace to rest and recover. Meanwhile, Long Xiaoyao, Yin Ming, Serpent Spear, Blood Spike, Iron Bear, and Spirit Turtle followed YeXuan and Qian Rinxue towards the direction of the Heaven Do Imperial Palace. After arriving at the Tiando Imperial Palace, YeXuan and Qian Rinxue did not hesitate at all and directly walked inside, sitting down on the dragon throne in the main hall of the palace. The person impersonating Shui, Qinghe, stood respectfully in front of them, waiting for their instructions. "Shui Qinghe, mobilize all the troops of the Tiando Empire and impose martial law on the entire Tiando city. Then announce to the entire Tiando Empire that from today, the Tiando Empire will be renamed the Wuhuan Empire, and the throne will be abdicated to the current pope," YeXuan said, lightly tapping his fingers on the armrest of the dragon throne, producing a clicking sound. "Understood, young master, young lady. I will go and give the orders right away and prepare for the abdication." Shui Qinghe replied respectfully to the two before immediately going to prepare the necessary matters. Long Xiaoyao, Yin Ming, Xi Miao, Ci Shui, Tai Xiong, Ling Gue, U6 will be stationed in the Tiando Imperial Palace. Anyone who dares to intrude will be killed without mercy. After saying this, YeXuan picked up Qian Rinxue and carried her towards the harem. Long Xiaoyao and Yin Ming, along with the others, took their positions in the Tiando Imperial Palace, ready to receive news if anyone dared to break in. Meanwhile, the entire army of the Tiando Empire began to take action, imposing martial law throughout Tiando City. The streets were often patrolled by the troops of the Tiando Empire. The news that the Tiando Empire was renamed the Wuhuan Empire and that the throne was abdicated to the current pope spread rapidly across the continent. A few days later, in Wuhuan City, within the Pope's Hall, BibiDong looked at the messages and the letter personally written by Qian Rinxue, already aware of the whole situation. BibiDong put down the letter and said, "YeXuan, may send someone to seal off the borders of the Wuhuan Empire and closely monitor the actions of the Xing Luo Empire. If they make any military movements, report immediately. If they do move, block them outside the borders of the Wuhuan Empire. Everyone in the Pope's Hall and all the Guardian Knights, follow me to Tiando City. For now, all matters in Wuhuan City will be handled by the Grand Offering." A pleasant smile appeared on BibiDong's face, although the plan was advanced. It did not affect the overall situation, and only minor adjustments were needed. "Yes, Your Holiness," YeXuan and Gue may replied before stepping back to give orders. In an instant, all the Soul Masters and Guardian Knights in the Pope's Hall began to move and quickly assembled. Even the Grand Offering, Qian Dalu, along with a few other offerings, left the offering hall to prepare to handle matters in Wuhuan City. In front of the Pope's Hall, a long line was neatly arranged, with a luxurious palanquin at the front, surrounded by Guardian Knights for protection. BibiDong and Hulaina walked out of the Pope's Hall, approached the palanquin, and boarded the luxurious vehicle. As they got into the palanquin, the long line began to move. When they arrived at the Wuhuan Academy, the procession suddenly stopped. BibiDong said, "Laina, go call up Xiaoyu and Yin to come with us to Tiando City." "Okay, teacher, I will go get them right away." Hulaina replied and immediately jumped down from the palanquin, running towards the Wuhuan Academy. BibiDong watched Hulaina's departing figure, secretly thinking, "The growth rate of the golden generation is a bit slow. Calm cultivation is indeed not as effective as practical experience." 1 month later, in the harem of the Wuhuan Empire, YeXuan and Qian Rinxue were leisurely having breakfast, their hair slightly disheveled, clearly just having woken up. YeXuan was drinking a bowl of meat porridge, while Qian Rinxue put down her bowl and chopsticks, blinked her eyes, and smiled as she said, "Qian, I have something to tell you." "What is it?" "You could just say it directly. No need to ask me first," YeXuan replied somewhat casually, continuing to drink his porridge. "Qian, we are going to have a child soon. My grandfather's wish will also be fulfilled," Qian Rinxue said, blinking her eyes with joy. Upon hearing her words, YeXuan's actions froze, and he sprayed the meat porridge he had just taken into his mouth, as if he had choked. And he started to cough uncontrollably. "Qian, what's wrong? How can you choke on something?" Qian Rinxue looked at YeXuan, puzzled. "Cough, it's nothing. Just eating a bit too hurriedly and choked a little." "Let me take a moment." YeXuan placed his bowl and chopsticks on the table, repeatedly replaying Qian Rinxue's words in his mind. According to YeXuan's own thoughts, having children should happen when they are around 23 or 24. It felt a bit early now, but since it was happening, it couldn't be avoided. After a while, YeXuan adjusted his mood and said, "Shui, when the teacher arrives, we will put aside everything and go back to recuperate peacefully. No matter what happens, we should not pay attention to it for now." YeXuan reached out to stroke Qian Rinxue's long hair, his eyes filled with tenderness. "Qian, will we return to the Wuhuan Hall or stay in the Wuhuan Empire?" Qian Rinxue asked, revealing a beautiful smile, her voice filled with happiness. "Wherever you want to go, we'll go there, as long as I'm with you. No one can harm you on the road." YeXuan smiled. Right now, there was no top-tier force in the world that could match the Xingyan Hall. After all, Yunming's quasi-divine strength was no joke. Even extreme Daluo would only be instantaneously defeated in front of him. It's worth noting that the divine realm had not disappeared. And if Yunming continued to create his divine position, becoming a god would just be a matter of time. Moreover, within the Xingyan Hall, there were also the extreme Daluo, Yishi Shui, and Long Xiaoyao. It could be said that unless a deity descended from the divine realm, the strength of the Xingyan Hall was essentially invincible on the continent. Even if Poseidon from Sea God Island and Tang Chun from the City of Slaughter came out together, they would only be crushed. Just then, Xi Miao's voice came from outside the door. "Young master, young lady, the Pope has arrived and is currently waiting for you in the palace." "We understand. We will wash up first and then head to the palace," YeXuan replied, getting up with Qian Rinxue to wash up and change clothes. After finishing their preparations, they walked out of the room together towards the palace. When YeXuan and Qian Rinxue arrived at the palace, they saw BibiDong sitting on the dragon throne, while other soul masters and guardian knights stood respectfully on both sides. YeXuan and Qian Rinxue approached and called out, "Teacher, mother." BibiDong smiled at their arrival and said, "Qian, Shui, although you advanced the plan, you did very well, and it did not affect the overall situation. However, you both should prepare now. The Xingyan Hall can merge into the Wuhuan Hall. I will use my identity as Pope to make you the holy son and holy daughter of the Wuhuan Hall, and at that time, Qian, you will also inherit the position of Pope. However, before that, there is one thing that needs your attention. The upper 3 sects have been eliminated, and the lower 4 sects by whose sect has also been brought under your control. Now, there are 3 sects remaining in the lower 4 sects. Please handle their matters. I need to take care of the affairs of the Wuhuan Empire, and I'm really a bit tied up." A faint smile appeared on BibiDong's face. The Wuhuan Empire is newly established, and there are too many things that need her attention. So the matters of the lower 4 sects can only be entrusted to YeXuan and Qian Rinxue, as she is very reassured about their handling of affairs. Upon hearing this, YeXuan immediately spoke up, "Teacher, I'm afraid that Snow and I can't handle the matters of the lower 4 sects. Moreover, the position of Pope does not suit me. It's better to give that position to Snow." BibiDong looked at YeXuan with a hint of confusion in her eyes and said, "I will consider the matter of the Pope's position, but I can only be at ease if you two handle the affairs of the lower 4 sects. If there is truly something you cannot manage, I can have others take care of it. Teacher, Snow is currently pregnant, so we would prefer not to handle any matters during this time. I hope you won't refuse our request," YeXuan said, wrapping his arm around Qian Rinxue and smiling gently. After hearing YeXuan's words, BibiDong's gaze fell on Qian Rinxue, examining her closely, with a look of shock and surprise flashing in her eyes. But soon, BibiDong chuckled softly and said, "How could I refuse? Since you don't want to handle any matters, then it's best to take good care of yourselves during this time. You have both been out training for a long time, and it's time for some rest. However, the merger of the Starfall Palace into the Wuhuan Hall still needs your arrangement. After all, the people of the Starfall Palace still need their hall master to arrange things." Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue smiled and said, "Mom, there's no need to worry about the matters of the Starfall Palace. Xiao Qian has already made all the arrangements and can merge into the Wuhuan Hall at any time, becoming the third hall within it. All right, since you've taken care of the Starfall Palace, you can go back and rest. But you need to prepare for the coronation of the Holy Son and Holy Maiden, which will take place in the next few days. You just need to go through the motions. As for the position of Pope, I need to think about it carefully, so you don't need to rush. BibiDong smiled lightly and waved her hand, indicating that they could leave and do as they wished. Chapter 261, Wuhuan Empire, Part 2. YeXuan and Qian Renshue walked out of the palace, looking at the bustling streets around them. YeXuan asked Snow, "Do you want to stroll around in Tiando City, or go back to the Starfall Palace with me?" "There's nothing to do at the Starfall Palace right now. Let's walk around Tiando City," Qian Renshue replied, her gaze fixed on the most prosperous street as she walked in that direction. YeXuan smiled and followed closely behind without saying anything. As they walked through the crowded streets, the most discussed topics were the destruction of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, as well as the renaming of the Tiando Empire to the Wuhuan Empire. However, YeXuan and Qian Renshue had no interest in what the people were discussing and didn't pay much attention to it. Soon, Qian Renshue stopped in her tracks, her gaze fixed on a stall selling candied hawthorns. She said, "Xiao Qian, I want to eat candied hawthorns. If you want to eat, I'll take you to buy some." YeXuan smiled, taking Qian Renshue's hand and heading towards the candied hawthorn stall. The stall owner was an elderly man, and as they approached, they heard him discussing recent events with someone. "Well, you mentioned everyone in Tiando City basically knows about it now. I can tell you something you might not have noticed." "What is it that we haven't noticed?" "The recent events involve the destruction of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan overnight, and the Tiando Empire turning into the Wuhuan Empire. What else could there be?" You don't know about the Starfall Palace outside Tiando City, do you?" The Hall Master of the Starfall Palace dared to smash the hall of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan back then. But now, the Hall Master has been challenged. Guess what happened? What happened? Stop keeping us in suspense. Did the Hall Master of the Starfall Palace accept the challenge? Who is challenging them? And when did the competition start? Maybe we can go watch the fun. I'm afraid there won't be any fun to watch. As far as I know, the Hall Master of the Starfall Palace hasn't responded for half a month, so they probably are afraid of fighting. Afraid of fighting? That's impossible. As far as I know, the Hall Master of the Starfall Palace was able to suppress the younger generation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan by himself. How could they be afraid of fighting? It's not impossible. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan has been destroyed, so it wouldn't be surprising if the Starfall Palace is afraid of fighting. After all, what have we ever thought that two major sects would be destroyed overnight? When did we ever think the Tiando Empire would suddenly become the Wuhuan Empire? Qian Renshue listened to their conversation, her brow slightly furrowed. Just as she was about to speak, she saw YeXuan pick up a skewer of candied hawthorns and bring it to her mouth. Qian Renshue took a bite of the candied hawthorn and didn't say anything further, but she did glance at the stall owner. The owner noticed their presence and immediately smiled, saying, "Young master, young lady, the total for the candied hawthorns is 5 copper soul coins." YeXuan tossed a gold soul coin in front of the owner and said, "No need to give change. Consider the rest a gift from me because I'm in a good mood." "Thank you so much, young master. Just by looking at you, I can tell you're a good person." The owner took the gold soul coin and bowed to YeXuan and Qian Renshue to express his gratitude. However, YeXuan and Qian Renshue had no intention of responding and simply walked straight ahead. After distancing themselves from the stall, Qian Renshue took another bite of the candied hawthorn and asked, "Xiao Qian, aren't you going to check out the Starfall Palace to see who is challenging you?" "Why should I? Didn't you want to stroll around Tiando City? We can go back to the Starfall Palace after we're done exploring." YeXuan smiled, not caring at all about the challenge he received. "You seem to be quite open-minded. People outside are saying you're afraid to fight. Aren't you going to step forward to confirm? After all, we just learned that someone is challenging you." Qian Renshue blinked, her tone serious. "Let them say what they want. Why should I care? As long as I know the truth, that's enough. There's no need to worry about what others say. Let's just stroll around Tiando City first, and after we're done, we can check out who wants to challenge me," YeXuan said lightly, affectionately stroking Qian Renshue's hair. "All right then, let's stroll around Tiando City first, and then we'll see who wants to challenge you." Qian Renshue took another bite of the candied hawthorn, her eyes filled with happiness. She knew YeXuan's character very well. He was very proud, and it was highly unlikely that he would back down from a challenge. However, now that he is fully aware that someone is going to challenge him, he still chooses to accompany himself for shopping, which makes Qian Renshue very happy. The two wandered through the streets of Heavendo City, enjoying themselves, until it gradually got darker, and they headed towards the Starfall Palace. At this time, The number of people in the Starfall Palace had decreased significantly compared to before, especially among the higher-ups, which had reduced by nearly 2/3. After the soul hunting operation, the Starfall Palace had been severely weakened and was currently in a recovery phase. When the two entered the Starfall Palace, they saw YeXuan dealing with various matters within the palace. Others were either assisting YeXuan or busy with their own tasks. When YeXuan saw YeXuan and Qian Renxue approaching, she immediately stood up and spoke. Master, Mistress, Aunt Yi, you have worked hard. I need you to reorganize the various affairs of the Starfall Palace. YeXuan's eyes showed a hint of apology. Since the establishment of the Starfall Palace, it had always been YeXuan managing various matters. Now that the Starfall Palace had suffered heavy losses, with 2/3 of its higher-ups gone, it still required YeXuan to handle various affairs. Master, it's not that hard, but currently, our Starfall Palace has indeed suffered some heavy losses. It will probably take at least a year and a half for us to recover, YeXuan said with a bitter smile. Handling matters in the Starfall Palace was not difficult now. The main issue was replenishing the higher-ups. After all, among free soul masters, those who could cultivate to the level of Soul Sage and Soul Daw were indeed few. If they wanted to quickly replenish the higher-ups of the Starfall Palace, they could only recruit some small sects or families. Regarding the replenishment of the higher-ups of the Starfall Palace, there is no need to rush. We can take our time. And our Starfall Palace currently has enough time to recuperate, so there's no need to hurry. As long as we merge the Starfall Palace with the Spirit Hall, our Starfall Palace can rest for a while. Lumian is also a soul Daluo. We can let him take a high position in our Starfall Palace. However, he is not a reliable person. We can give him a high position, but not the authority. Also, Aunt Yi, has anyone come to our Starfall Palace to challenge me recently? YeXuan smiled and gestured for YeXuan not to be overly anxious. Master, I think we can let Lumian become the Hall Master of our Starfall Palace, but the Hall Master's full authority can be delegated. Recently, someone did come to the Starfall Palace to challenge the Hall Master. However, the Hall Master was in the palace at that time, so I suppressed the matter. YeXuan's voice was very calm, as if this was just a trivial matter that didn't require much attention. Aunt Yi, give the order. I accept his challenge. I will wait for him in the Starfall Palace tomorrow. I want to see which young genius from which sect is coming to challenge me. I hope it can bring me some fun in battle, YeXuan casually said, then walked out of the Starfall Palace with Qian Renxue, heading towards the palace. As it was about time that BibiDong should have finished her affairs in the palace. By the way, Aunt Yi, you don't need to do everything yourself. Sometimes you should also relax a bit. How about you come with us to the palace? There might be unexpected surprises. YeXuan turned to look at YeXuan with a faint smile on his face. Long Xiaoyao has already come out and is currently in the Heaven Do Palace, so he must let the two meet. There might be unexpected surprises. Master, the affairs of the Starfall Palace are not yet finished. If I go to the palace, who will handle these matters? YeXuan looked at the tasks that needed to be addressed in the Starfall Palace, her eyes showing some confusion. It's fine. Letting Lai Yin and Wu Chongkong handle the affairs of the Starfall Palace is the same. You just come with us to the palace, YeXuan said, then directly walked out of the Starfall Palace with Qian Renxue. Seeing this, YeXuan didn't say anything further and followed behind the two towards the palace. Upon arriving at the palace, YeXuan and Qian Renxue headed straight for the rear palace, while YeXuan quietly followed behind them. In the palace garden, BibiDong and Hu Lai were quietly sitting at the dining table, as if waiting for someone to arrive. YeXuan and Qian Renxue stopped in the rear palace, and YeXuan spoke. Long Xiaoyao, Aunt Yi is here. You don't need to hide your figure in the palace anymore. Yes, master. Long Xiaoyao's figure appeared in a corner of the palace, and his gaze was fixed on YeXuan. When YeXuan heard YeXuan's words, she turned her gaze towards Long Xiaoyao. Upon entering the palace, she felt a familiar gaze watching her, but she didn't pay much attention to it. Aunt Yi, Long Lao, you can have a good chat. Snow and I will go eat in the garden. You can relax and not worry about anything. YeXuan smiled and directly took Qian Renxue away, leaving the two alone. After they left, Yunming's figure also appeared from the shadows and said, the scenery on the west side of the palace is quite nice. It's suitable for a walk and a heart-to-heart talk. After saying that, Yunming headed towards the east side of the palace. Long Xiaoyao and YeXuan looked at each other for a long time without speaking, merely smiling at each other. Even the usually indifferent YeXuan had a faint smile on her face at this moment. The two walked towards the western side of the palace, occasionally chatting about various matters. In the garden, BibiDong and Hu Lai were quietly sitting at the dining table. With neatly arranged dishes and 4 sets of chopsticks in front of them, as if waiting for someone. When YeXuan and Qian Renxue arrived in the garden, they directly sat down at the dining table, picked up the chopsticks, and prepared to enjoy the delicacies in front of them. Upon seeing the two arrive, BibiDong smiled lightly and picked up her chopsticks, saying, "Xiao Xian, Snow is currently in a very special period. You must take good care of her, understand?" Although BibiDong's voice seemed calm, her gaze was fixed on YeXuan and Qian Renxue. "Teacher, do you not trust me to handle things? Well, have I ever let Snow suffer harm? As long as I'm here, no one can hurt her," YeXuan said while subtly placing a plate of delicacies in front of Qian Renxue. "I trust you to handle things. I just wanted to remind you, after all, Snow is in a very special period now." BibiDong smiled, not paying attention to YeXuan's small gesture. "By the way, I brought the golden generation with me this time. Their growth speed has been a bit slow. Recently, Xiao Xian, you don't have much to do. If there's nothing else, you can guide them in their cultivation." BibiDong glanced to Hulina. The growth speed of the golden generation was not slow, but compared to YeXuan and Qian Renxue, it was indeed lacking. YeXuan also stopped eating and glanced at Hulina, saying, "Teacher, I think we can let them go to the city of slaughter to experience a baptism of blood. As long as they train there, they will lack nothing." Good idea. They should indeed experience some training in the city of slaughter, but their current strength is still somewhat lacking for that place. Let's wait a few more years, and then you can take them to the city of slaughter for training. BibiDong looked at YeXuan and chuckled lightly, directly passing the task to him. YeXuan had grown up under her watch, and everything he learned was taught by her, so she naturally understood his little thoughts very well. Upon hearing this, YeXuan rubbed his temples and said, "All right, I will find time to guide the training of Xiaoyu, Yin, and my junior sister." He knew he couldn't escape the matter of the golden generation, so he could only agree. Chapter 263. Physical training. A meal quickly finished, and YeXuan pulled Qian Renxue to stand up, saying, "Junior sister, call Xiaoyu and Yin to go to the Starfall Palace with us. I will find time to guide your training." "Okay, senior brother, I will go call my brother and Yin over." Hulina replied and walked towards a direction in the palace. YeXuan stood still, quietly waiting, while Qian Renxue chatted and laughed with BibiDong. Soon, Hulina returned with Xiaoyu and Yin. Xiaoyu and Yin bowed to BibiDong and said, "Greetings, Your Holiness the Pope. Get up. You three will follow Xiao Xian to train in the Starfall Palace for a while. If you have any training questions, you can ask Xiao Xian. He will guide you." BibiDong waved her hand, signaling that they could leave with YeXuan. YeXuan looked at the three of them and easily assessed their current strengths. Xiaoyu and Yin were already soul masters at level 40. Hulina was slightly weaker, although her soul power hadn't reached level 40 yet. She was on the verge of a breakthrough. "Xinge, long time no see, I really miss you." Yin greeted YeXuan with a faint smile. "All right, no need for pleasantries. Come with me to the Starfall Palace, and I will set a training plan for you." YeXuan pulled Qian Renxue and opened a spatial crack in front of them. "Teacher Mom, we're going back to the Starfall Palace first." After greeting BibiDong, YeXuan and Qian Renxue stepped into the spatial crack. "Teacher, I'm going to the Starfall Palace with my senior brother," Hulina said before following them into the crack. Xiaoyu and Yin also greeted BibiDong before entering the spatial crack. After they left, BibiDong just smiled and said nothing more. After YeXuan, Qian Renxue, and Hulina stepped out of the spatial crack, they appeared directly in the garden of the Starfall Palace. YeXuan glanced at Qian Renxue beside him, reached out to pick her up, and sat down on a chair in the garden. Looking at Hulina, Xiaoyu, and Yin in front of him, he said, "You three, start running around the Starfall Palace at your fastest speed, and I will time you." Hulina asked, somewhat confused, "Senior brother, it's already late. Why do we need to run around the Starfall Palace? The speed of training largely depends on innate talent, and I can't teach or guide that. However, I can guide you in training your physical body." YeXuan glanced at the three of them and gently waved his hand, signaling them to hurry. Hulina, Xiaoyu, and Yin stood still for a moment, then began to run towards the garden exit at their fastest speed. During the run, Yin released his martial soul, and with his 4 soul rings glowing, his speed increased by more than 30 as he surged ahead in the blink of an eye. Xiaoyu also activated his soul power, closely following Yin, while Hulina relied entirely on her physical body to run quickly without using any soul power. YeXuan observed their performance without speaking, silently timing them in his mind to ensure there were no discrepancies. "Xiao Xian, do we really need them to run a lap first to train their physical bodies? Can't we just let them start training directly? Why go through all this trouble?" Qian Renxue turned to YeXuan, unsure of the purpose behind this. "Swear, do you think a person can run faster with a weight of 100 pounds than they can at their fastest speed without weight?" YeXuan chuckled and counter a question. Impossible. With a weight of 100 pounds, one cannot surpass their own fastest time. Qian Rinxue shook her head in denial, but she began to understand YeXuan's method for training Hulayina and the others. First, they would record their fastest time, and then they would train with a weight that their bodies could endure, aiming to surpass their own fastest time. If they succeeded, not only would their physical strength increase, but their speed and endurance would also see significant improvements. While this method may not aid in soul power cultivation, it was extremely beneficial for physical training. Xiao Xian, how did you come up with this method? Qian Rinxue's eyes lit up. This approach would be perfect for laying the foundation for soul masters in their early stages. It's quite simple, really. Most soul masters focus on cultivating their soul power and neglect the training of their physical bodies. By building a foundation from a young age, it can significantly improve the years of soul ring absorption. YeXuan smiled and did not pay much attention to Qian Rinxue's question. At that moment, the figure of Lai Yin appeared in the garden and walked straight towards YeXuan and Qian Rinxue. Upon reaching them, Lai Yin spoke, Master. There is a matter that requires your decision. Elder Lai Yin, what is it that needs my decision? Please tell me. YeXuan asked with interest. There were no major issues in the Starfall Palace currently, and the remaining matters could generally be resolved by Elder Lai Yin. So he was curious about what required his input. Master, originally we had 3 Hall Masters in the Starfall Palace, but due to the last operation, Hall Masters Yixiao and Zhang Chen fell. Hall Master Yixiao has a 6-year-old daughter, and my subordinate just brought her in to awaken her martial soul. Her martial soul has mutated, and she only has level 1 innate soul power. Therefore, I wanted to ask the Master how to handle her situation. Lai Yin said with a wry smile, unsure of how to proceed. If she has no soul power, we can keep her in the Starfall Palace until she reaches adulthood or wishes to leave, providing her with 10,000 gold soul coins to ensure she can live without worries. However, now that she has soul power but her talent is too poor, with only level 1 innate soul power, she can at most cultivate to a great soul master. Without other opportunities, it would be nearly impossible for her to break through to soul master. Upon hearing this, YeXuan immediately replied, Yixiao was a Hall Master of our Starfall Palace. Since he fell in the last operation, we must take care of his daughter. Bring her here and ask her what she wants. We will handle things according to her wishes. Chapter 264. Taking a disciple, yes, Master. Lai Yin agreed and quickly retreated to bring the girl. YeXuan just nodded slightly, but his body remained seated, showing no intention of getting up. Before long, Li Yin returned with a little girl about 5 or 6 years old, who looked exquisitely delicate. The girl hid behind Li Yin, her face displaying a timid expression. Master, this is Yin Zhao's daughter. Yin Bing, Li Yin said, pointing to the girl behind her as she introduced her to YeXuan. YeXuan looked at Yin Bing and smiled gently, asking Yin Bing, do you have any other family members? No, my dad is missing. I don't have any other family. Yin Bing peeked out from behind Li Yin, her voice sounding a bit crisp. Do you want to go to the academy to study or stay in the Starfall Hall? If you choose to stay in the Starfall Hall, you can leave whenever you want when you grow up. The same goes for going to the academy, YeXuan said, trying to speak to the little girl in a gentle tone. Qian Rinxue also looked at Yin Bing with interest, feeling that this little girl was very intriguing. I want to stay here. My dad brought me here before, so I want to stay here and become a soul master, Yin Bing said, gripping Li Yan's clothes with both hands, her eyes scanning the surroundings. Okay, then you can stay in the Starfall Hall. I will find someone to teach you the cultivation of soul master. If you want to take someone as your master, you can as long as they agree. YeXuan smiled and didn't mind keeping the girl in the Starfall Hall. After all, his large Starfall Hall wouldn't be affected by one more mouth to feed. So, can I take anyone as my master? Yin Bing blinked her eyes and stepped out from behind Li Yin, staring directly at YeXuan. YeXuan chuckled lightly and said, of course, you can take anyone as your master, but the premise is that the person you want to take as your master must agree. After all, the matter of taking a master is a mutual willingness, and I cannot interfere too much. Hearing this, Yin Bing's eyes roamed among YeXuan, Qian Rinxue, and Li Yin, as if she were thinking. Finally, Yin Bing fixed her gaze on YeXuan and said crisply, I want to take you as my master. Is that okay? YeXuan was somewhat surprised. This was the first time he met this little girl and couldn't understand why she wanted to take him as her master. Moreover, judging from her earlier behavior, she should have a close relationship with Li Yin, so she should have chosen Li Yin as her master instead. YeXuan, feeling puzzled, asked, why do you want to take me as your master? When I was at home, I often heard my dad say that the master of the Starfall Hall is the best among the younger generation, unmatched by anyone. Also, Aunt Lian just called you master, so you must be very powerful. That's why I want to take you as my master, Yinbing said, blinking her eyes and speaking very straightforwardly. I need to tell you something. Being strong doesn't necessarily mean being a good teacher, and on the continent, a person can basically only choose one teacher. Are you sure you want to take me as your master? YeXuan tightened his hold on Qian Rinxue in his arms, looking at Yinbing with a calm expression. I'm sure. My dad said you were the best among the younger generation. That must be right. Yinbing hesitated slightly, but then continued to look ahead at YeXuan. YeXuan didn't speak again, seemingly deep in thought. According to talent, Yinbing, who had only level 1 innate soul power, was not within the range of his disciples. Moreover, he had never had the thought of accepting a disciple. However, her father, Yin Xiao, had been loyal to the Starfall Hall and had made significant contributions, ultimately falling during an operation for the Starfall Hall. If it weren't for that, Yinbing wouldn't have become an orphan. Qian Rinxue was also watching Yinbing, not optimistic about her wanting to take YeXuan as her master. After all, Yinbing's talent was indeed too poor. With only level 1 innate soul power, her future cultivation speed would be very slow, and without any extraordinary opportunities, her achievements would be very limited. After a long while, YeXuan finally said, Yinbing, release your martial soul. Let me see what your martial soul has mutated into. Upon hearing this, Yinbing immediately released her martial soul without any hesitation. Behind her, a martial soul appeared that resembled a dragon, but was also like a snake, with a body that was green. It looked like a dragon because it had 2 pairs of dragon horns on its head, but it was also like a snake because its body was serpentine, which is not typical for snakes that don't have horns, making it appear somewhat strange. Xiao Qian, what kind of martial soul is this? I've never seen it before, Qian Rinxue said, her eyes filled with confusion. Although she wasn't well-versed in martial soul theories, she recognized most martial souls and could name them. However, Yinbing's martial soul looked very unusual to her. Her father, Yin Zhao's martial soul was the Azure Sky Serpent, and her martial soul seemed to have mutated in the direction of a dragon, but due to her lack of innate soul power, the mutation failed, resulting in the current form that resembled neither a dragon nor a snake. As for what abilities her current martial soul had and what it excelled at, she wasn't sure. After all, since her martial soul had already mutated partially, it was uncertain what abilities had disappeared and which remained. YeXuan lightly tapped the surface of the table with his finger, his voice carrying a hint of contemplation. Yinbing looked at YeXuan with nervousness and anticipation. Although she didn't understand everything YeXuan had said, she felt he was very impressive for being able to raise so many questions. Your innate talent and the level of your martial soul are not within the range of my disciples, and I currently have no intention of accepting disciples. However, considering your father Yin Zhao's loyalty to our Starfall Hall, I can make an exception to accept you as my disciple. But how much you can learn and how high you can achieve in the future is uncertain and will depend on your own efforts. Of course, if you change your mind and don't want to take me as your master, that's also fine. Everything is up to your own will, YeXuan said, his tone appearing somewhat indifferent. If it weren't for Yin Zhao's loyalty and significant contributions to the Starfall Hall, he would never have considered taking her as a disciple. Chapter 265, The Arrival of the Challenger. Hearing this, Yinbing looked at YeXuan with determination in her eyes, bowed, and said, Disciple Yinbing pays respects to the teacher. All right, here we don't have so many formalities, you don't need to bow all the time. Since you have taken me as your master, then start from the garden and run around the entire Starfall Hall as fast as you can, and I will time you. YeXuan glanced at Yinbing and waved his hand, signaling her to start running now. Okay, teacher, Yinbing replied, immediately setting off towards the outside of the Starfall Hall. The distance around the Starfall Hall was not too large, but it was also not small, and for a 6-year-old child, it was quite a challenge. YeXuan watched Yinbing run out and said, Lian, you follow Yinbing secretly, but do not give her any help. Let her finish running on her own, and then report the entire process of her running back to me. Yes, master, Lian replied, and immediately walked towards the garden's exit. With her tidal Daluo strength, it would be extremely easy for her to follow a child in secret. After they all left, Qian Rinxue suddenly spoke up, saying, Xiao Qian, how do you plan to cultivate her? With a first-level innate soul power. Even with the resources of the Starfall Palace, Yinbing's future achievements will be very limited. How to cultivate her will depend on her perseverance. Although her talent is a bit lacking, her martial soul is not a useless one. I still have a few strains of celestial herbs, as well as the 10-headed blazing snakes we killed in the City of Slaughter. The 10-headed blazing snake is an ancient beast, and its inner core, along with the celestial herbs, might help Bing's martial soul transform into a dragon, of course, provided that it matches her martial soul's attributes. So I need to see her perseverance and the attributes of her martial soul before deciding. Bing's martial soul has mutated to some extent, so YeXuan cannot determine its attributes yet, and whether they match the celestial herbs in his possession. Can the inner core of the 10-headed blazing snake actually help Bing's martial soul transform into a dragon? Qian Shui glanced at the soul guide in her hand. That inner core is currently in her soul guide. The inner core of the 10-headed blazing snake is indeed a valuable item. The 10-headed blazing snake is the king of snakes, possessing the strongest fire poison and the ability to nullify any snake poison, as well as restraining all snakes. Bing's current martial soul is in a stage that is neither fully snake nor fully dragon. If the attributes match, it might allow her martial soul to transform into a dragon and obtain a 10,000-year soul ring. YeXuan smiled. In the original work, Ma Hongjun refined the inner core of the 10-headed blazing snake, not only evolving his martial soul to a new level, but also obtaining a 10,000-year soul ring. Ma Hongjun's martial soul is a bird, which only matched the attributes of the inner core. Yet Bing's martial soul is, after all, still within the category of snakes, which seems to match much better than a bird. Qian Shui blinked and said, Xiao Xian, both the celestial herbs and the inner core are rare treasures. If we easily give them to Bing, we might suffer a loss if she leaves the Starfall Palace in the future. Of course, Bing's father, Xiao, has been loyal to the Starfall Palace and made significant contributions, ultimately perishing in action, so we cannot neglect his daughter. Therefore, I think we should first observe Bing's character before deciding whether to give her the celestial herbs and inner core. Qian Shui's gaze was on YeXuan, her eyes holding a faint smile. She didn't want to withhold the treasures from Bing. It's just that celestial herbs and the inner core of the 10-headed blazing snake are precious items, so they cannot be given away lightly. They must first assess Bing's character and perseverance before making a decision. Shuer, I understand what you're saying. Although she is currently my disciple, we must also see her perseverance and character before deciding how to cultivate her. Moreover, the celestial herbs in my possession may not necessarily match her martial soul's attributes, so I still need to study her martial soul's attributes. YeXuan reached out and gently scratched Qian Shui's delicate nose, his eyes filled with affection. I'm just giving you a suggestion, as long as you know. Qian Shui picked up a teacup from the table and poured herself a cup of tea, her tone seeming somewhat indifferent. YeXuan just held Qian Shui a bit tighter, not saying anything more, and closed his eyes, waiting quietly. Time passed unknowingly. Yin was the first to run back, saying, Xiange, how is it? My speed is not bad, right? Not bad. Just sit and wait for the others to come back. YeXuan replied casually without opening his eyes, letting Yin find a place to rest. Following Yin, Xiaoyu also returned. Although he used soul power, his martial soul is a weapon-type martial soul, which does not enhance his physical abilities. So he returned slightly slower than Yin. Just as Xiaoyu was about to say something, he saw YeXuan wave his hand, signaling him to find a place to rest first. After seeing YeXuan's gesture, Xiaoyu scanned the surroundings and directly sat down next to Yin. Hulayina returned the slowest because she did not use soul power or release her martial soul, which is why her speed was the slowest. After the three of them returned, YeXuan opened his eyes and said, very good. Yin returned in 15 minutes, Xiaoyu in 17 minutes, and Hulayina in 25 minutes. Your speeds are all quite good. Starting tomorrow, you will all get up at 6 in the morning to do morning runs to train your bodies until you surpass your fastest times. Tomorrow, I will have someone prepare special items for you. Remember, do not use any soul power or release your martial souls. In 1 month, whoever among you does not surpass their time record, I will accompany them in practical combat training, and I won't hold back at all. As soon as he finished speaking, silver soul power appeared on YeXuan's finger as he lightly tapped the table in front of him. The stone table in front of YeXuan began to crack continuously. Soon, cracks spread all over the table surface. Finally, the stone table collapsed with a loud crash, hitting the ground and making a huge noise. Hulayina, Xiaoyu, and Yin couldn't help but swallow hard, nodding in agreement, indicating they understood. Qian Shui smiled at this. She could naturally see that YeXuan used a technique to break the surface with a point, which created such a shocking effect. Chapter 266. The Challenger Arrives. Part 2. Time passed slowly, and Bing's figure appeared in the garden, breathless, as she came to YeXuan's front and said, Teacher, I have finished a lap. As she spoke, sweat continued to drip from her forehead. Sit down and rest first. I will introduce you to the people present. YeXuan gently nodded, allowing Yinbing to sit down and rest. Yinbing, this is your master's wife, Qian Shui, and the girl sitting on the left is my junior sister, Hulayina. According to seniority, you should call her master aunt. Do you understand? YeXuan pointed at Hulayina, who was sitting in the left chair, his voice sounding quite indifferent. Upon hearing YeXuan's words, Yinbing immediately stood up, bowed to Qian Shui and Hulayina, and said, Master aunt, get up. Just like Xian said, you don't need to bow to us all the time. Qian Shui gave YeXuan a white glance with her eyes and raised her hand to signal Yinbing to get up. Hulayina, Xieyu. And Yin looked at Yinbing with surprised expressions. Hulayina asked incredulously, Senior brother, she is your disciple? Yes, just accepted her as a disciple. Is there a problem? YeXuan glanced at Hulayina, not paying attention to her question. No problem, just didn't expect you to take a disciple. Hulayina shook her head, her gaze scanning Yinbing up and down. YeXuan looked around and said, There's nothing to be surprised about. Starting tomorrow morning, Yinbing will train her physique with you. It's getting late now, so you can go back to rest or cultivate. There are many empty rooms in the back hall of the Starfall Palace, and you can choose whichever room you like. Okay, senior brother, Qian Ge. Then we'll go pick our rooms first. After Hulayina, Xieyu, and Yin said their goodbyes, they got up and left the garden. YeXuan also picked up Qian Shui and said, Yinbing, come with us. I will arrange a room for you and teach you how to meditate and cultivate. Okay, teacher. Yinbing nodded and got up to follow the two, walking towards the garden exit. YeXuan arrived at an empty room, placed Qian Shui down from his arms, pushed the door open, and said, Yinbing, this will be your room from now on. If you have any questions, you can find a maid or come to me. Okay, I understand, teacher. Yinbing walked into the room, her gaze sweeping around. The room was spacious, very clean, and had everything one could need. All right, I will now teach you how to meditate and cultivate. Sit cross-legged on the bed, close your eyes, calm your mind, feel the energy around you, and absorb that energy. YeXuan explained the basics of meditation, which was fundamental for soul masters and not difficult at all. Yinbing followed YeXuan's instructions, sitting cross-legged on the bed, closing her eyes, calming her mind, and starting to feel the energy around her. YeXuan and Qian Shui stood at the door, quietly watching. However, it wasn't too long before they heard a faint snoring sound. When YeXuan heard the snoring, the corners of his mouth twitched. He had asked Yinbing to try meditating, but he didn't expect her to fall asleep. Qian Shui chuckled and said, Xian, Yinbing is only 6 years old, and she just exerted herself vigorously. It's normal for her to fall asleep, especially since it's getting late. Let her rest well. We can start the formal training tomorrow. YeXuan smiled, walked over, and covered Yinbing with a blanket before leaving the room with Qian Shui. Just as they exited, Yin stepped out of the shadows and reported, Master, Yinbing did not rest at all during her run, even when exhausted. She kept pushing herself. I see. Yin, you should go back and rest. It's getting late, YeXuan replied, glancing at the sleeping Yinbing with satisfaction before pulling Qian Shui towards his room. Yin said nothing further and left the back hall, heading to his own quarters. The next morning, outside the Starfall Hall, a boy and a girl were slowly approaching. The boy was tall and sturdy, wearing a faint smile, while the girl was dressed in a red long dress, her eyes filled with anticipation. Sister Li Shang, we came all this way just to challenge him? The boy asked the girl. He is very strong. I look forward to battling him. You should have seen the scene at that time. We should unite. The girl replied with a crisp voice. Sister Li Shang, what about the inheritor of the Azure Dragon? Should we find him and challenge him too? The boy scratched his head, sounding a bit confused. His strength is too weak. There is no need to challenge him. Besides, he doesn't even have a bloodline. Can he really be considered an inheritor? The girl chuckled lightly, clearly not caring about his question. Soon, they arrived at the Starfall Hall, where a soul master guarding the entrance stopped them and said, You too. This is our Starfall Hall. You can't just barge in. Do you have business here? If not, please leave. I'm here to challenge your hall master, and your hall master agreed to my challenge yesterday. Can we go in now? The girl looked at the guarding soul master with a calm but assertive voice. Please wait a moment. I need to go in and report this matter before you can enter. All right, you go report. We'll wait outside for a bit, the girl replied, standing still and closing her eyes. The guarding soul master turned and walked into the Starfall Hall to report the matter. In the back hall, YeXuan and Qian Shui were having breakfast when Wu Changkong suddenly walked in and said, Master, the person who issued the challenge has arrived and is currently waiting at the entrance of our Starfall Hall. Please let them in and entertain them in the front hall. We'll come over after finishing breakfast. Let her wait a bit YeXuan replied leisurely, continuing to eat without any sense of urgency. Yes, master. Wu Changkong answered and went down. After finishing breakfast, YeXuan and Qian Renxue walked together towards the front hall to see who the challenger was. Upon arriving, YeXuan looked at the boy and girl sitting inside, a faint smile appearing in his eyes. He had seen them before. They were the inheritors of Xuanwu and Zhu Ke. Noticing the smile in YeXuan's eyes, Qian Renxue couldn't help but ask, Xiao Xian, do you know them? Well, they are two of my friends, and they're among the few people who can spar with me, YeXuan replied, glancing at the boy before focusing on the girl. He could easily discern the boy's strength, but he couldn't gauge the girl's, making him curious about her true power. It's not easy to meet you and challenge you. We sent our challenge letter a month ago and only received your response now, the girl said, putting down her teacup and looking at YeXuan with anticipation. I was in the Starfall Hall for a while, so I didn't receive your challenge letter. I only learned of the challenge yesterday. YeXuan replied with an indifferent smile before asking, which of you wants to challenge me? Or do both of you want to? Sisterly Shang, you rest for a bit. Let me challenge him. I really want to know how great the difference is between us. The boy stood up and said to the girl before looking at YeXuan with a fighting spirit. You can't. The gap between us is too large, and there is no need for a match. But if you insist on sparring, I don't mind, YeXuan said, shaking his head to indicate that the boy's strength was insufficient. Whether I can or not, I'll know only after we spar. Besides, I feel like you're a bit too arrogant, the boy frowned, sounding somewhat displeased. Although he knew his strength might not match YeXuan's, hearing it spoken out loud still left him feeling uncomfortable. Suit yourself. If you want to spar, let us do it outside the hall. The things in the Starfall Hall are quite valuable, and it would be troublesome if they were damaged. YeXuan replied with a nonchalant smile as he stepped towards the hall's exit. The boy quickly followed him out, believing himself to be among the best of his generation. Apart from losing once to Li Shang, he had never been defeated, so he didn't believe the gap between him and YeXuan could be that wide. Qian Renxue exchanged glances with the girl, but didn't intend to say anything and was ready to follow them out to watch the excitement. Just as Qian Renxue was about to step forward, she heard the girl's voice beside her. You're also very strong. If possible, I would like to have a match with you too. The girl's voice was very calm, but a strong fighting spirit arose within her. I'm all right. I'm just a bit stronger than you. If you want to challenge me, I wouldn't mind either. Qian Renxue smiled and stepped directly outside the Starfall Hall. The girl was momentarily stunned by her words, but she didn't say anything further and quickly followed her out. Outside the Starfall Hall, YeXuan and the boy stood facing each other, quietly observing one another. The boy released his martial soul, and 5 soul rings in yellow, purple, and black flickered around him. Looking ahead at YeXuan, he spoke, Xian Kuei, martial soul. Xuanwu, level 55, battle soul king. YeXuan, martial soul. White tiger, level 69. Soul emperor. During this time, YeXuan had used the 12-grade destruction Black Lotus to absorb the violent energy from the 9 Heavens God-slaying spear for training, which raised his soul power by 3 levels, from level 66 Soul Emperor to level 69 Soul Emperor. When Xian Kuei saw that YeXuan had no intention of releasing his martial soul, he couldn't help but ask, where's your martial soul? Why don't you release it? There is no need to release my martial soul. The gap between us is too great. It would be a bit unfair to release it, YeXuan replied, his tone appearing indifferent, as if stating a fact. I really don't know whether to call you arrogant or presumptuous. You don't even release your martial soul. Xian Kuei squinted his eyes, feeling a strong sense of displeasure rising within him. YeXuan waved his hand dismissively, saying, say what you want. Let's just get on with the match. After that, I still need to take my disciple to Tiando City to buy some things. Xian Kuei's expression darkened instantly, and he had no intention of speaking further. Gathering his soul power in his hand, he launched an attack towards YeXuan. YeXuan watched as Xian Kuei attacked, activating the movement technique, with destructive power circulating within him, purple lightning appearing on his body. Taking a step forward, his figure instantly created numerous afterimages in the arena. Xian Kuei saw YeXuan appear before him without any hesitation and directly threw a punch. The expected sensation did not occur. Xian Kuei's fist passed right through YeXuan's body, which gradually faded from view. This is an afterimage. As this thought arose in Xian Kuei's mind, he cautiously scanned his surroundings. He saw YeXuan standing not far away, quietly watching him, and in YeXuan's hand, a cup of tea had appeared unknown to him. Your power is quite good, but your accuracy is a bit off, YeXuan said, taking a leisurely sip of his tea. Xian Kuei's already dark expression became even gloomier, and he silently attacked YeXuan again. The 3rd soul ring beneath his feet flashing rapidly. Qian Kuei's soul power condensed around him, increasing his moving speed by about 30 in an instant. YeXuan faced Qian Kuei's attack, moving swiftly around the arena without any intention of striking back, merely dodging continuously. Guanyin, Xiaoyu, Yin, and Yinbing walked out from the Starfall Hall, coming to Qian Ringshu's side. Their eyes filled with surprise as they watched the two competing in the arena. Yinbing tugged at Qian Ringshu's clothing and asked in a crisp voice, "Teacher, will he win?" "I don't see him fighting back at all." The outcome of their match was already predetermined from the start. It was merely an old man playing with a child. Qian Ringshu patted Yinbing's head, signaling her to watch the match closely. Chapter 268. The challenger arrives, and, as time passed, Qian Kuei felt increasingly frustrated. Every time he launched a full-force attack, it only struck YeXuan's afterimages, failing to even graze YeXuan's clothing. If you have the ability, then stop dodging. What kind of skill is it to keep dodging? Qian Kuei stood in place, sounding very annoyed. "Well, our match can end here." YeXuan nodded lightly, agreeing, and stood still without moving, gathering a strong destructive power in his hand and attacking Qian Kuei. Qian Kuei's fifth soul ring flickered rapidly, and water-congealed battle armor appeared on his body and arms, covering him completely and protecting him within. Fifth soul skill, water spirit armor. Qian Kuei looked at YeXuan's incoming fist, channeling all his strength and throwing a punch to meet YeXuan's attack. Qian Ringshu, Hulayina, Xiaoyu Yin, and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. YeXuan's attack was surrounded by purple lightning, while Qian Kuei actually used water armor to cover himself and clash with YeXuan. Doesn't he know that water conducts electricity? The girl held her head with her hand, involuntarily murmuring, "Qian Kuei, can you use your brain when you compete? Don't you know water can conduct electricity?" YeXuan, seeing this, had a strange expression on his face, but he did not hesitate and directly retracted the destructive power he had gathered in his hand. When their fists collided, the water spirit armor on Qian Kuei shattered under the tremendous recoil, and his body uncontrollably staggered backward, sliding several dozen meters on the ground before stabilizing himself. After stabilizing himself, Qian Kuei let out a long breath and retracted his martial soul, looking at YeXuan and saying, "You are really strong. I admit defeat willingly. You can defeat me without even using your martial soul. You are the second person after Sister Li Hong. It's normal. The gap in our strength is too great, and your soul power is not on par with mine, so this is quite normal. There is no need to be too surprised," YeXuan said, sounding somewhat indifferent, not paying much attention to Qian Kuei's words. There was originally a 14-level soul power gap between them. Even if Qian Kuei could rely on the advantage of his martial soul to fight above his level, YeXuan could also fight above his level. Therefore, the gap between them did not diminish just because YeXuan did not release his martial soul. But your arrogance is really annoying. Even if you can defeat me without releasing your martial soul, you should at least put on a show and give me some face," Qian Kuei said, somewhat displeased as he walked towards the girl, completely uninterested in continuing to fight with YeXuan, finding the experience too frustrating. The girl stepped into the arena and stood in front of YeXuan, saying, "Yu Li Hong, level 71, Soul Sage, please give me some guidance." As soon as she finished speaking, Yu Li Hong released her vermilion bird martial soul, and 7 soul rings in yellow, purple, black, 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 and black flickered around her, preparing for battle. YeXuan's white tiger martial soul appeared behind him, and 6 soul rings in purple, purple, gold, black, black, and red also shimmered, equally preparing for battle. Yu Li Hong looked at the soul rings on YeXuan's body, her eyes showing some seriousness, and she decided in her heart that this match had to be quick and decisive, for only then would she have a chance of winning. From the earlier match between YeXuan and Qian Kuei, she could tell that she was not as strong as YeXuan. Although she could also defeat Qian Kuei without using her martial soul, it would be far from as easy as it was for YeXuan. Moreover, judging by the soul ring configurations, the gap between her and YeXuan was even more significant, so if she wanted to win, she had to make it quick. Thinking this, Yu Li Hong's body was enveloped in a fiery red battle armor, which appeared very lightweight and did not seem burdensome at all. After the battle armor covered Yu Li Shang's body, the already beautiful Yu Li Shang gained a few more heroic traits, appearing particularly spirited. Moreover, the battle armor on Yu Li Shang was formed by 6 pieces of Zhukei's soul bones, allowing her to control the soul bone armor freely. Once the soul bone armor was enveloped around her, the red wings behind Yu Li Shang gently flapped, and her figure flew into the air, choosing the most suitable combat environment for herself. Seeing this, YeXuan chuckled lightly and said, "Choosing Tiando as your home ground? It seems like you've made a wrong choice. My white tiger, martial soul, also has wings, so whether in the sky or on the ground, your advantage is not that significant." After speaking, YeXuan also soared into the air and began to engage in combat with Yu Lisang. Yu Lisang conjured blazing flames in her hands, each strike coming at an incredible speed, with attacks falling upon YeXuan like raindrops. However, YeXuan's speed was equally swift. While defending against Yu Lishang's attacks, he also found openings to counterattack. His expression remained relaxed, clearly not exerting his full strength. Yu Lishang's fifth soul ring began to flicker rapidly, and intense flames appeared around her. When the flames reached a peak, they surged skyward directly into the air. Fifth soul skill, Meteor Fire Rain. The sky above YeXuan turned crimson as flames and meteors rained down from above, crashing towards him. Yet, Yu Lishang's assault did not cease. She continued to attack YeXuan. Without hesitation, YeXuan activated the first and third soul rings beneath his feet, which began to flicker rapidly. First soul skill, White Tiger Meteor Destruction. Third soul skill, Holy Light Barrier. YeXuan threw a punch toward the sky, and countless rays of light shot from his hand to meet the falling flames and meteors. Around his body, a barrier formed from light appeared. In the sky, flames and meteors continued to rain down, and both YeXuan and Yu Lisang kept fighting in the air. The difference was that YeXuan maintained a relaxed demeanor, while Yu Lishang's expression was grave, extremely serious. Qian Rushue watched the flames and meteors falling from the sky, pulling Yin Bing behind her and releasing her soul power to keep the flames and meteors at bay. Yin Bing clutched the hem of Qian Rushue's clothes, her eyes fixed on the battle in the air. Chapter 269. The match ends. YeXuan and Yu Lisang continued their aerial battle, with flames and meteors falling around them. "This is my strongest strike. If you can withstand it, then this match is yours. If you can't, just dodge." As she spoke, Yu Lisang quickly retreated, and a red fan appeared in her hand. Upon seeing Yu Lishang's expression, the relaxed look on YeXuan's face vanished, replaced by seriousness. He sensed a hint of danger from the fan in Yu Lishang's hand. Yu Lisang waved the fan, causing the surrounding flames to stop falling and instead swirl around YeXuan's body, with the flames growing redder and the temperature rising. The flames increased until they formed a fiery dome around YeXuan, whose temperature became incredibly high. Even those standing below, like Qian Rushue and others, felt waves of scorching heat. "Yin, don't you often say you're a master of fire? Why don't you challenge the Yu Lisang later?" Xiaoyu commented as he felt the incoming heat waves, immediately releasing his soul power to resist them. "You go ahead if you can, otherwise don't talk big." Yin also released his soul power to fend off the waves of heat. His martial soul, Flame Lord, was a top-tier dual-element martial soul of fire and earth. But facing the incoming heat, he felt his fire attribute was like a small flame, while Yu Lishang's fire was a raging inferno that burned everything, making any comparison pointless. Even as they released their soul power to resist, sweat dripped from the foreheads of Hulaina, Xiaoyu, Yin, Yin Bing, and others. Even Yin Bing felt her clothes becoming very hot, as if they were about to catch fire. Yet when she clutched Qian Rushue's clothing, she felt it was cool and comfortable. She decided to hide behind Qian Rushue, peeking out with her little head to watch the battle in the air. Inside the fiery dome, YeXuan felt the most intense heat, as the temperature seemed limitless and continued to rise, and the dome was gradually shrinking. His clothes and hair occasionally caught fire due to the high temperature, but the flames were quickly extinguished by YeXuan's soul power. Although YeXuan had consumed the 8-pointed profound ice grass and the blazing apricot flower at the ice and fire Yang Eye, granting him immunity to both fire and ice, it was clear that Yu Lishang's flames were not ordinary, so he could not be immune. YeXuan took out the divine punishment silver gun from his sea of consciousness and swiftly swung it within the fiery dome. The tip of the silver spear glowed with silver soul power, and each swing created a howling wind that stirred the fiery dome. Seeing the dome tremble irregularly, Yu Lisang frowned, infusing her red soul power into the fan, trying to regain control over the dome. YeXuan and Yu Lishang's soul powers were closely matched, and both were proud individuals, so neither changed tactics and instead began to compete in soul power in the air. With their soul powers being similar, the situation in the air became somewhat stagnant for a time. However, both continued to release their soul power. Whoever's soul power was less or of lower quality would lose, while the one with more and higher quality soul power would win. Watching the battle from below, Yin Bing tugged at Qian Rushue's clothing and asked, Mistress, will the teacher win? I see he is already wrapped up in flames. Do you think your teacher earned the title of the number one of the younger generation for nothing? They're just competing in soul power. As I said, your teacher hasn't gotten serious yet. Otherwise, this match would have already ended. Qian Rushue chuckled lightly, not paying much attention to Yin Bing's question. She knew that YeXuan still had many hidden cards he played. If he revealed them, the match would already be over. As time passed, beads of sweat began to drip from Yu Lishang's forehead, and the fiery dome enveloping YeXuan began to tremble violently and irregularly, clearly indicating that Yu Lishang was losing control over it. Meanwhile, YeXuan inside the dome remained calm, and the speed of his silver spear swings increased. Although YeXuan looked somewhat disheveled, he had not suffered any substantial damage. His clothes were merely scorched by the intense heat, and his silver hair had been singed slightly. Gradually, the fiery dome around him began to move in sync with the spear's swings. Although Yu Lishang was still trying to control the dome, it was evident that she was losing her grip. Open for me. YeXuan waved the silver spear in his hand with increasing speed, the surrounding fire shield gradually converging into a fire serpent that danced along the spear tip. Once the fire shield was out of control, Yu Lishang's body involuntarily began to fall downward. Due to the excessive consumption of her soul power, sweat continuously flowed down her forehead, and her chest heaved violently as her martial soul retracted back into her body. The silver spear in YeXuan's hand pierced straight toward the open ground below, and the scorching fire serpent was also drawn down to smash into the ground. A loud boom resonated as the ground began to crack inch by inch, and the blazing flames soared into the sky, with heat waves spreading outwards in all directions. Qian Kuei reached out to support the falling Yu Lishang and released his martial soul to resist the incoming heat waves, preventing her from being harmed by the heat. Qian Rushue, Hulaina, Xiaoyu, Yin, and others also unleashed their martial souls to withstand the heat waves. Yin Bing also retracted her small head, completely hiding behind Qian Rushue. As the flames that shot up into the sky disappeared and the heat waves ceased, the arena became refreshing again, with a gentle breeze blowing by, making it feel indescribably comfortable. YeXuan's figure appeared before everyone, and Hulaina, Xiaoyu, and Yin looked at YeXuan's somewhat disheveled appearance, disbelief in their eyes, with Xiaoyu even laughing out loud. Nana, Yin, have you ever seen such a disheveled Xianga? This is a historic first, very memorable, Xiaoyu said, her voice not loud. But the arena was very quiet at that moment, so her words clearly reached everyone's ears. Chapter 270. The Return of Qin Sheng after hearing Xiaoyu's words. YeXuan put away the divine punishment silver spear, walked over with a smile, and said, I feel that the first meal of the martial soul empire's founding is also very memorable. Do you want to give it a try? Cough, Xianga. You're being a bit too polite. Such a memorable thing should be left to Yin. I feel I'm not worthy of such a momentous occasion, Xiaoyu said with an awkward yet polite smile, pointing at Yin, who was watching the excitement from the side. Yin felt a sentence in her heart that she wanted to say, but after glancing at Hulaina, she didn't say it, just turned her gaze away as if she hadn't seen or heard anything. All right, you all go back and change your clothes. Qian Kuei and Yu Lishang have arrived. I need to show some hospitality. YeXuan waved his hand at them, but looked towards Qian Kuei and Yu Lishang. Qian Kuei turned to Yu Lishang, his eyes filled with inquiry. Yu Lishang nodded slightly and said, As the master of the Starfall Palace, since you are inviting us, we naturally will not refuse. Just then, a familiar voice rang out from behind the crowd. Brother, you invite us to dinner and don't even call me, leaving us stranded in the Stardow Forest to find our way back alone. I thought you had fallen in the Stardow Forest. I even prepared a tombstone, but now it seems it won't be necessary. YeXuan's face broke into a faint smile as he turned to look in the direction of the voice. There, Qin Sheng and Ying Er were leisurely walking towards them, both wearing faint smiles. Hey, as the saying goes, survivors of great calamities will surely have good fortune. Not only did I not fall in the Stardow Forest, but I also gained an additional soul ring with Ying Er, and you can't even imagine the adventures we had in the Stardow Forest. But brother, what's going on? It's only been a short time since we last met, and you've turned into this state. If I didn't know you well, I would believe you are my brother, Qin Sheng said, looking YeXuan up and down, as YeXuan's current appearance was quite disheveled. All right, since you're back, let us go together later. I'll go change my clothes first. YeXuan waved his hand dismissively and directly led Qian Rushue and Yin Bing toward the back hall. Qin Sheng watched them leave without caring, but turned his gaze to Qian Kuei and Yu Lishang, carefully sizing them up. Both Yu Lisang and Qian Kuei were also observing Qing Sheng, and Qian Kuei stroked his chin, thoughtfully saying, I originally thought I was the weakest among us. But I didn't expect you to be the bottom one. Who is at the bottom is hard to say. According to attributes, what can restrain water. So don't speak too confidently. Qing Sheng's mouth twitched slightly. If it were before, he might not have been a match for Qian Kuei, but now it was hard to say. Although he still couldn't see through Qian Kuei's strength, he felt that he and Qian Kuei were about evenly matched, not too far apart. As for Yu Lisang, Qing Sheng admitted he was not her opponent, as YeXuan's disheveled appearance clearly indicated he had been burned. And the only one present capable of burning YeXuan like that seemed to be Yu Lisang. Who is at the bottom will be known when we compete later. However, the time for the competition is not now. I just used too much soul power during the previous competition, so we'll have to choose another time to compete. Qian Kuei's voice was filled with fighting spirit, and a look of eagerness appeared in his eyes. No problem. Any time for the competition is fine. I'm always ready to accompany you. I also want to see who among us is truly the bottom character. Qing Sheng nodded slightly, agreeing to compete with Qian Kuei. Yu Lisang glanced at the two of them, only chuckling softly without saying anything. In the room, YeXuan changed into a new outfit, looking at his singed hair with a wry smile, saying, if I had known, I would have competed with Yu Lisang in soul power. Now even my hair is a bit burnt. Who told you not to tie your hair up? Now the burnt hair can only be cut off, Qian Rushua laughed, taking out a pair of scissors from the room to cut off the burnt parts of YeXuan's hair. My burnt hair doesn't seem to have anything to do with whether it was tied up or not. Even if it was tied up, it would still get burned under such high temperatures. YeXuan turned to look at Qian Rushua behind him, his eyes full of amusement. Sit still, don't move around. Qian Rushua patted YeXuan's shoulder, indicating he shouldn't fidget. Soon, the burnt parts of his hair were cut off. YeXuan looked at his current appearance, directly tying up his hair instead of letting it hang loosely. After doing all this, YeXuan and Qian Rushua walked out of the room. Outside the room, Bing was sitting on the steps, quietly waiting for the two to come out. Bing, we're leaving. Teacher will take you out for a feast today. YeXuan called out to Bing and walked forward with Qian Rushua. Okay, teacher, and teacher's wife, Bing replied cheerfully, hopping along behind them as they headed out of the Starfall Palace. When they exited the Starfall Palace, Hulaina, Xiaoyu, and Yin had already changed into new outfits and were waiting for YeXuan and Qian Rushua to arrive. YeXuan opened a spatial rift in front of him, glanced at everyone, and said, let us go. We're going to Tiando City for a meal to welcome Qian Kuei and Yu Lisang and also to show some hospitality. Then Li Shang and I want to hold back. If we don't eat well, it would be disrespectful to come all this way to challenge you. Qian Kuei chuckled and then turned his gaze to YeXuan. Do as you like, eat however you want, as long as you're happy. YeXuan waved his hand dismissively and walked directly into the spatial rift with Qian Rushua. The others, seeing this, did not hesitate and followed YeXuan and Qian Rushua into the spatial rift. After stepping out of the spatial rift, everyone found themselves in front of a very luxurious restaurant. This restaurant was the best in Tiando City, with a total of 4 floors, each more luxurious than the last. Of course, the prices in the restaurant were also very expensive. Chapter 271. The truth revealed after entering the restaurant. YeXuan led Qian Rushua directly to the front and said, we have booked the 4th floor of your restaurant today. If there are no issues, please serve everything on the menu. No problem, the 4th floor is empty. Please move to the 4th floor and wait a moment. We will bring your orders up shortly. The waiter said while bowing, indicating for them to proceed to the 4th floor. YeXuan nodded lightly and, along with Qian Rushua, walked towards the 4th floor. The others looked around but did not fall behind, closely following them. When they reached the 4th floor, everyone's eyes scanned the surroundings, finding not only the luxurious decor, but also a beautiful view. Standing by the window, one could see most of the scenery in Tiando City. Besides the luxury and beautiful scenery, there were also beautiful receptionists. In the center was a transparent dining table that looked like it was carved from crystal, leading into rooms with closed doors. How is it? This place is quite nice. We are here to welcome Qian Kuei and Yu Lisang. YeXuan said with a faint smile, looking at everyone around. Not just nice, it's simply too luxurious. Sister Lisang has never been to such a lavish place. Qian Kuei said, looking at the decorations and the central table that resembled crystal, realizing all this was money well spent. Once you reach a certain level, gold soul coins are just a string of numbers, and there's no need to be overly concerned. YeXuan waved his hand dismissively, sat down at the dining table with Qian Rushua, and gestured for everyone else to take their seats. Whether it was the Starfall Palace, the Spirit Hall, or the Spirit Empire, they were all financially well off. Especially after destroying the Haotian sect, the 7-treasure glazed tile school, and the blue lightning tyrant dragon family. The treasures in the Starfall Palace could be described as a mountain of wealth. After all, the treasures from the 3 major sects were definitely not few. Not to mention the 7-treasure glazed tile school, which was known for its immense wealth. However, all the treasures from the 3 major sects now belonged to YeXuan's Starfall Palace. After everyone took their seats, the reception staff served them tea and pastries. Yulisheng picked up the tea in front of her and said, "Actually, we came not only to compete with you, but also to discuss something else. I wonder if it's appropriate to mention it." When Yulisheng spoke, she discreetly glanced at the reception staff around, and the meaning was clear. "You all can leave now. We will call for you if needed." YeXuan understood Yulisheng's intention and immediately indicated for the reception staff to leave, then remained silent, quietly waiting for Yulisheng to continue. Once the reception staff left, Yulisheng took a deep breath and said, "Qian Kuei and I are currently being hunted, so we want to seek refuge in your Starfall Palace. The force chasing us is very strong, and if you don't agree, we won't hold any grudges. After today, we will leave. What force is chasing you, and why are they after you? Can you tell me in detail?" YeXuan lightly tapped the surface of the table with his fingers, not immediately agreeing, but wanted to hear more about the force pursuing them and the reasons behind it. Yulisheng took a deep breath and slowly said, "The force chasing us is called the Holy Spirit cult. We don't know how strong they are, but I know there is an ultimate Douluo among them. Qian Kuei and I are not from this continent. We fled from the Sun and Moon continent to this one, and the Holy Spirit cult has followed us here. They are pursuing us because of our talents. They want to turn us into evil soul masters within the Holy Spirit cult. About 2 months ago, we were found by people from the Holy Spirit cult in the Stardow Great Forest. That time was different. The leader was their cult leader, not just a minor character. However, strangely, they only chased us halfway before stopping, allowing us to escape from them again. But based on my speculation, people from the Holy Spirit cult may have come to this continent and are hiding in the shadows." After finishing her explanation, Yulisheng took a sip of the tea in front of her. "YeXuan, Xing Renjue, Xing Xing." And Ing Er listened to Yulisheng's words and felt a sense of familiarity. Calculating the time, they realized that their last encounter with the evil soul master from the Holy Spirit cult in the Stardow Great Forest also happened around 2 months ago. "When you were escaping in the Stardow Great Forest, were you near the core area?" Qian Renshue asked, picking up a piece of pastry, her tone calm. "Yeah. How did you know we were near the core area when we escaped?" Yulisheng's eyes showed some confusion. She hadn't mentioned their escape route. So how did Qian Renshue know they were fleeing near the core area of the Stardow Great Forest? YeXuan, Qian Renshue, Qing Sheng, and Ing Er exchanged glances, and they could now be certain that the Holy Spirit cult they encountered in the Stardow Great Forest was indeed chasing after Yulisheng and Qian Kuei. As for why they managed to escape, it was because the people from the Starfall Palace fought against the Holy Spirit cult. "I want to know why you two were able to escape so easily. Didn't the Holy Spirit cult chase after you?" Qing Sheng placed his hands behind his head, showing a nonchalant attitude. "Why? Do you know?" Qian Kuei looked sideways at Qing Sheng, somewhat confused by his words. "I not only know, but I also participated in it. About 2 months ago, the high-ranking members of the Starfall Palace mobilized to hunt the Titan giant ape near the core area of the Stardow Great Forest. But they were ambushed by the evil soul masters of the Holy Spirit cult and engaged in a fierce battle with them, which is why you two could easily escape from the Holy Spirit cult." Qing Sheng also looked sideways at Qian Kuei. He felt anger about that incident, because if it hadn't been for Di Tian's appearance, he had no confidence in protecting Ing Er, and he might have even fallen in the Stardow Great Forest himself. Chapter 272. Toasting and celebrating. Upon hearing this, Yulisheng and Qian Kuei exchanged glances, feeling somewhat incredulous, but upon careful thought, it seemed quite possible. After all, they had indeed heard the roar of the Titan giant ape at that time. YeXuan gently touched his brow and said, "I've taken care of your matters for you at the Starfall Palace, but I need to know the specific locations of the Sun and Moon continent and the Holy Spirit sect. You can't seek refuge in my Starfall Palace for free." YeXuan now has a plan. Once the Spirit Hall unifies the Douluo Continent, he intends to conquer the Sun and Moon continent and eliminate the Holy Spirit sect, which must be destroyed. Not only YeXuan, but even Qian Renshue beside him shares this thought. Moreover, Yulisheng and Qian Kuei are from the Sun and Moon continent, so they surely know its location. They are also certain that after BibiDong receives this information, she will undoubtedly have the idea of conquering the Sun and Moon continent. No problem. We naturally know the specific locations of the Sun and Moon Continent and the Holy Spirit sect. And we want to seek refuge in your Starfall Palace for free. We are willing to join your Starfall Palace. After all, we came here with the intention of relying on you, especially since we are both descendants of divine beasts. A faint smile appeared on Yu Lishang's face. Since YeXuan agreed, it indicates that the Starfall Palace has the strength to confront the Holy Spirit sect, and she and Qian Kuei no longer need to hide on the road. Your joining the Starfall Palace is certainly the best outcome. We are currently in need of high-level personnel in the Starfall Palace, and I will reorganize the high-level positions later. YeXuan also smiled, thinking that since they already have enmities with the Holy Spirit sect, having Yu Lishang and Qian Kuei join the Starfall Palace is simply no loss at all. At this moment, reception staff continuously brought exquisite dishes with delightful colors and aromas to the dining table, along with colorful drinks. All right, let's not discuss any matters today. It's just for enjoyment. You don't need to be polite. Feel free to savor the dishes in front of you. If there's not enough drink, just let the staff get more. There are also rooms available for you to rest. After speaking, YeXuan poured a glass of juice for himself, Qian Rinxue, and Yin Bing. The others had no intention of being polite either and poured themselves a drink from the table. It can be said that except for YeXuan, Qian Rinxue, and Yin Bing, the others were drinking alcohol, while only the three of them had juice. Qing Sheng, after sipping a drink, said with some emotion, "The drinks worth over 100,000 gold soul coins are indeed different from ordinary drinks outside. However, at a time like this, brother, how can you drink juice with your sister-in-law? Isn't that a bit too disappointing? Yes, indeed. We four descendants of divine beasts are all gathered together now. And you drinking juice does seem a bit too dull." Qian Kuei also chimed in after tasting the drink. Though Yu Lishang did not speak, she shook her wine glass, making her intentions very clear. Qian Gu, he can't drink alcohol. There must be a reason for that. Although we are meeting for the first time, our relationship with Qian Gu is quite good. Shouldn't we drink on his behalf? Xiaoyu and Yin looked at Yu Lishang and the others. Yu Lishang and Qian Kuei looked at YeXuan with questioning eyes. They didn't mind drinking, but they couldn't drink without knowing the identities of everyone present. Seeing this, YeXuan smiled and said, "Next to me is my wife, Qian Rinxue. She is currently pregnant, so she cannot drink. On my right is my newly accepted disciple, Yin Bing. The three on my left are my junior sister, Hulaina, and two of my friends, Xiaoyu and Yin. As for Qing Sheng, I believe I don't need to introduce him. Beside him is his wife." After introducing everyone present, YeXuan began to pick up the dishes that Qian Rinxue liked and place them in her bowl. Hearing this, Yu Lishang and Qian Kuei no longer had the intention to persuade anyone to drink. Instead, they introduced themselves. "Yu Lisang, Zhuan Kui. Please take care of us in the future. All right, now that we are basically acquainted, there's no need to be polite. Let's enjoy the delicious food and wine in front of us together," Qing Sheng said, directly picking up his wine glass and looking provocatively at Qian Kuei, clearly wanting to have a contest with him at the table. Yu Lishang, Hulaina, and Inger laughed and chatted while occasionally toasting each other. Xiaoyu and Yin scanned the dining table. Qing Sheng and Qian Kuei were competing in drinking, and they couldn't join in. Since Yu Lishang, Hulaina, and Inger were all women, it would be inappropriate for the two of them to suddenly join in. YeXuan and Qian Rinxue's attitudes made it clear that they wouldn't be drinking, so they directly ignored the two, after excluding their potential targets. Xiaoyu and Yin noticed that the only one left was Yin Bing. However, drinking with a 6-year-old girl was clearly something they couldn't do, so they could only drink among themselves. Yin Bing, on the other hand, completely ignored others and was fiercely battling with a plate of exquisite dishes in front of her. Perhaps she was a bit too eager to eat, as she suddenly choked a little. "Slow down. No one is competing with you. Why are you in such a hurry?" YeXuan noticed Yin Bing's situation and poured a glass of juice, placing it in front of her. Yin Bing picked up the juice, took a sip, patted her chest, feeling much better, and then said, "Thank you, teacher. There's no need to say that. Just work hard in your cultivation. And your future achievements will be the best thanks for my teaching ability. After all, I don't want to be known as someone who misleads students." YeXuan said casually, then began to savor the dishes in front of him. Yin Bing blinked her eyes and said seriously, "Teacher, you can rest assured. I will definitely cultivate seriously and won't embarrass you. Serious cultivation is necessary, but don't be too obsessed with it. Proper relaxation is more beneficial for cultivation. As long as it's not like last night, where you meditated and practiced, you can just sleep." Qian Rinxue recalled last night's situation and couldn't help but laugh, gently tapping Yin Bing on the head. After hearing this, Yin Bing's little face turned slightly red, and she immediately promised, "Teacher, that was an accident. I definitely won't fall asleep while cultivating again. All right, let us eat quickly. After finishing, let me examine your martial soul to see if I can make up for your innate deficiencies, YeXuan said, and stopped paying attention to Yinbing. Yinbing, very perceptively, quietly continued to eat the exquisite dishes in front of her, but did not speak again. Laughter and joy occasionally filled the dining table, and the reception staff frequently brought bottles of drinks to the table for their enjoyment. After YeXuan, Qian and Yinbing finished eating, they did not disturb the others and directly walked into a nearby room. The others saw this and said nothing, continuing to drink and laugh, filling the entire dining table with joy. In the room, after YeXuan signaled Yinbing to release her martial soul, he began to study it, occasionally using soul power to enter Yinbing's body to check the condition of her martial soul. After a while, YeXuan frowned slightly, sitting on the bed in silence, lost in thought. Qian saw this and glanced at the somewhat nervous Yinbing, helping to ask, "Qian, how is it? What attributes does Yinbing's martial soul have? And which attributes have disappeared?" His martial soul has no attributes, possibly due to mutation. The original attributes of the Qingxiao snake martial soul have also disappeared. Now her martial soul is like a blank sheet of paper, with no attributes existing apart from the enhancement it provides to herself. YeXuan's voice held some contemplation. Every martial soul has its own attributes, and even a useless martial soul has corresponding attributes. However, now Yinbing's martial soul has no attributes, which left YeXuan feeling somewhat troubled. "No attributes?" Qian responded, though she felt a bit surprised. She did not disturb YeXuan's thoughts and signaled for Yinbing to remain silent. As time passed, YeXuan seemed to suddenly have an idea, and his eyes brightened. He took out a red herb from his soul guide, which had leaves that resembled a rooster's comb. "Yinbing, this is the phoenix herb. You should take it and use your own soul power to refine and absorb its medicinal properties. However, it might be a bit uncomfortable during the process, so you need to endure it, okay?" YeXuan handed the phoenix herb to Yinbing, indicating for her to take it and absorb it. "I understand, teacher. I will endure it," Yinbing replied, reaching out to take the phoenix herb and consuming it as YeXuan instructed. As soon as she took the phoenix herb, her small face contorted in discomfort, but she forced herself to endure it, sitting cross-legged on the ground to begin refining and absorbing the energy from the herb. "Qian, she only has first-level soul power. Is it a bit too early for her to absorb the herb?" After seeing Yinbing's state of absorbing the herb, Qian voiced her doubts. "My goal is not to have her absorb the herb to increase her soul power, but to see if her martial soul can develop attributes after absorbing it. Her martial soul is currently like a blank sheet of paper due to mutation, with no attributes. If, after absorbing the phoenix herb, her martial soul shows a fire attribute, then as long as she trains her body and absorbs the inner core of the 10-headed solar serpent, her martial soul can essentially transform into a dragon," YeXuan said, wrapping an arm around Qian with a hint of a smile in his voice. "What if it fails and her martial soul does not show a fire attribute?" Qian blinked her eyes, looking at YeXuan. "If it fails, it can still increase her soul power. It won't harm her at all. I will think of other methods," YeXuan said casually. It was just a herb. He didn't place too much importance on it at the moment. "You really are generous. You use such a precious herb for testing. For those who need it, the herb could be of great use." Qian pouted, but said nothing further. The value of a herb does not lie in its rarity, but in its worth. Used in the right way, it is naturally precious. If it is left unused, it loses its original value. Since Yinbing has chosen me as her master, I must fulfill my responsibilities. If I don't teach her well, that's my problem. If I teach her, and she doesn't study diligently, then that's her problem," YeXuan said, gently stroking Qian hair, his voice soft but very serious. "You know, how could I not know?" Qian rolled her eyes at YeXuan and turned her gaze back to Yinbing, pondering what gift she should prepare as a meeting gift for her. After all, according to the customs of the continent, when taking on a disciple, a meeting gift is required, and the herb YeXuan presented was equivalent to a meeting gift. Moreover, since Yinbing called her teacher's wife, she also needed to give a suitable meeting gift. "Shuer, please keep an eye on Yinbing for me. I'll go check on those two friends. After all, they are guests, and I should at least see them," YeXuan said before releasing Qian and walking out of the room. "Okay, you go ahead. I can watch Yinbing." Qian waved her hand, glancing at YeXuan before continuing to think about what she should give. After YeXuan left the room, he found that the people at the dining table had mostly finished drinking, and the sky was gradually darkening. The only ones still somewhat sober were Qing Sheng, Xiaoyu, and Yan. The others were either dozing off at the table or lying on the ground fast asleep. Since they've had enough to drink, let us help them to their rooms to rest. YeXuan walked to the table, helped Qian Kuei up, and headed toward her room. Qingsheng picked up Inger and went to an empty room. Xiaoyu helped Hu Laina, took her to her room, laid her on the bed, and then exited the room, heading toward another empty room to rest. Yin was about to help Yu Lihong when he noticed Yu Lihong cautiously lift her head from the table. After seeing the situation around her, she softly said, "Thank you." Then she stood up unsteadily and wobbled toward an empty room. Yin wiped the sweat from his forehead. At that moment, he truly felt how strong the soul power Yu Lihong had suddenly unleashed was. Chapter 274. The Power of Sincerity. YeXuan came out of Qian Kuei's room and found Yin waiting at the door for something. However, YeXuan did not pay much attention and walked directly to the dining table. Upon reaching the table, YeXuan poured a glass of juice and started drinking it, while Yin quietly followed behind him, not saying a word. If you have something to say, just say it directly. Don't keep hovering behind me. YeXuan glanced at Yin, puzzled about why he was lingering behind. Ahem, Xinge, I have something to ask you. Yin pulled up a chair and sat down in front of YeXuan, his expression serious. YeXuan raised his hand to signal him to get to the point and not beat around the bush. Yin looked around cautiously, ensuring no one was nearby. Before speaking, Xinge, the thing is, I really like Nana, but I don't know how to approach her or what to do. You have more experience in this area, so I can't ask you. YeXuan looked Yin up and down and nodded slightly, saying, the simplest method is to be straightforward and move her with sincerity. After all, there's a saying, sincerity can move even gold and stone. What about the more complicated methods? Yin stroked his chin, pondering as he asked YeXuan, explaining that would be quite troublesome. Just know to approach her based on her personality, interests, and other aspects, leaving a deep impression and gradually progress. YeXuan replied while continuing to drink his juice. Ahem, Xinge, I didn't quite understand. How'd you do it back then? Can you share your experience? Yan coughed lightly, feigning a humble attitude. Do you see this face of mine? As long as you look like me, you've basically succeeded halfway. But you probably have no hope, as my looks are at the peak of the continent, YeXuan said, placing his hands behind his head, his silver eyes half closed. Yin couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. YeXuan's response surprised him greatly. He had been prepared to listen to a lengthy discourse, but instead, he got just this one sentence which caught him off guard. All right, just remember that sincerity will open all doors. It was getting late. You should go back and rest. YeXuan picked up a bottle of unopened juice and walked directly to his room. Sincerity will open all doors? What if it doesn't open? Yin stroked his chin, suddenly feeling that this phrase became profound. As the sound of the door closing echoed, YeXuan's figure entered his room, leaving Yin sitting quietly at the dining table, a thoughtful expression in his eyes. In the room, YeXuan placed the juice on the table, his gaze fixed on Yin Bing, who was still absorbing the immortal herb. He sat on the bed and asked, how is it? Yin Bing hasn't encountered any unexpected situations during the absorption of the immortal herb, right? No problem. It's just that her soul power is only at level 1, so the absorption speed of the immortal herb is quite slow. Qian Renxue leaned her body against YeXuan, her voice carrying a hint of laziness. It's fine if the absorption is slow. After all, what we have the least of is time. Schwer, are you going to rest tonight, or are you preparing to meditate and cultivate? YeXuan gently hugged Qian Renxue and asked with a faint smile, I'll meditate and cultivate. After all, I can't neglect my training. Qian Renxue blinked her eyes, looking at YeXuan with a smile. YeXuan nodded lightly, not speaking further. He took out the 9 Heavens God-slaying spear and the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus from his sea of consciousness and placed them in front of him. YeXuan extended his hand to release the violent aura contained within the 9 Heavens God-slaying spear and absorb the violent aura with the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus. The violent aura, after being absorbed and transformed by the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus, turned into extremely pure energy, swirling around YeXuan and Qian Renxue. The two of them sat cross-legged on the bed, beginning to absorb the incredibly pure energy around them for meditation and cultivation. Using this method for cultivation was at least 10 times faster than their usual practice. Moreover, no matter how much they absorbed, the violent aura within the 9 Heavens God-slaying spear showed no signs of diminishing. Absorbing the energy from the 9 Heavens God-slaying spear was a cultivation method that YeXuan discovered by chance. Initially, he intended to absorb the violent aura in the 9 Heavens God-slaying spear for his own use. However, when he began to absorb it, he realized that the violent aura was on an entirely different level compared to the power of destruction. If it weren't for the presence of the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus, he would have truly been in danger. Because of this, YeXuan not only discovered this fast cultivation method, but also understood a principle. He realized that not all energy could be absorbed into the body. Otherwise, it would be easy to harm oneself. As for the time he absorbed destructive energy, that was purely due to his good luck, which allowed him to succeed by chance. Otherwise, it would have been impossible. Time passed bit by bit until noon the next day. When YeXuan and Qian Rinxue finally opened their eyes from cultivation and focused their attention on Yinbing, they saw that Yinbing's martial soul was gradually changing, with 4 claws resembling eagle talons growing from her martial soul's body, but the horn on top of her martial soul's head was gradually disappearing. YeXuan put away the 9 heavens god-slaying spear and the 12th grade annihilation black lotus, carefully observing Yinbing to avoid any unexpected events during her martial soul's evolution. Xiao Qian, are you sure her martial soul is transforming into a dragon? It doesn't look like a dragon to me. Qian Rinxue looked at the changes in Yinbing's martial soul, puzzled. She had seen many dragon martial souls, and they all had horns. But the horn on Yinbing's martial soul was disappearing. It is indeed a dragon. However, her current martial soul is not a purebred dragon, but rather a flood dragon. Flood dragons have no horns, but they are indeed part of the dragon lineage. YeXuan's gaze remained fixed on Yinbing's martial soul, his tone very certain. Because Yinbing's martial soul resembled the description of a flood dragon perfectly, it could be said to be identical. As for why the dragon horn disappeared, based on YeXuan's own speculation, it should be because Yinbing absorbed the immortal herb, the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, which provided enough energy for evolution. However, during the transformation, new attributes emerged within the martial soul, leading to a mismatch with the attributes of the coxcomb phoenix sunflower. Hence, the originally transformed dragon horn disappeared. Chapter 275. A little interlude, a flood dragon? Is there such a dragon? Qian Rinxue felt a bit confused but didn't ask further. It was normal for there to be many martial souls in the world that she didn't know about. About half an hour later, Yinbing slowly opened her eyes. Although she hadn't slept all night, she was full of energy, even sporting a happy expression on her face. Yinbing immediately got up and walked in front of YeXuan, happily saying, "Teacher, my martial soul has changed. It's different from before. Moreover, my soul power has increased by 9 levels. I now have level 10 soul power and can add soul rings. Don't move. Let me check your martial soul for any defects." YeXuan extended a finger and pointed to Yinbing's forehead, using his soul power to check her body and soul ring situation. Gradually, YeXuan's expression became somewhat strange because Yinbing's martial soul was still incomplete. Although it had undergone a transformation and displayed water attributes, he could sense that her martial soul was not whole. "What's wrong, Xiao Qian? Is there still a problem?" Qian Rinxue noticed YeXuan's odd expression and asked. She saw that Yinbing's martial soul looked like an ordinary martial soul and should not have any issues. "There is no problem. Yinbing's body and martial soul are normal. There are no other issues. At least she can cultivate normally." YeXuan shook his head, patted Yinbing on the head, signaling her to retract her martial soul. Qian Rinxue glanced at Yinbing and then at YeXuan's contemplative demeanor, understanding in her heart that there must still be some issues with Yinbing's martial soul, but it wasn't appropriate to mention them in front of her. "Yinbing, since your soul power has reached level 10, I'll have someone take you to hunt soul beasts and add soul rings." YeXuan got up from the bed and walked directly toward the door. Yinbing bounced along happily behind YeXuan as they walked out. Qian Rinxue, seeing them leave, also got up from the bed and followed them out. After the 3 of them exited the room, they found that someone had woken up earlier than them and was already sitting at the dining table. YeXuan looked at Yin sitting at the dining table and walked over, saying, "Yin, go down and tell the reception staff to prepare some delicacies to send up and buy a weapon for Yinbing in Tiando City. In a moment, let your golden generation take Yinbing to the Sunset Forest to obtain a soul ring." "Obtain a soul ring? Brother Qian, how many years of soul ring does Yinbing need?" Yin snapped back to reality and turned to look at Yinbing, unsure how many years of soul ring Brother Qian planned to give her. Just follow the best configuration to add soul rings for her. There are still quite a few hundred-year soul beasts in the Sunset Forest. YeXuan stretched lazily, his voice sounding very calm. Yinbing's physique is not very strong, so the best configuration for soul rings will suffice. If the years are too high, it could easily lead to death from explosion. "All right, Brother Qian." Yin responded and walked downstairs, preparing to have a reception staff prepare a feast and buy a weapon in Tiando City. Meanwhile, YeXuan, Qian Rinxue, and Yinbing sat quietly at the dining table, waiting. Perhaps due to drinking a bit too much yesterday, Hu Liina, Xieyu, Qing Sheng, Ing Er, Yuli Shang, and Qian Kuei did not come out of their rooms. As time passed, reception staff came up, carrying plates of delicacies and placing them on the dining table, while people gradually emerged from the rooms. When Qing Sheng and Ying Er came out, they found that the dining table was nearly full. After they sat down in an empty spot, they asked, "You all got up quite early and even prepared breakfast. It's almost 1 in the afternoon. It's not that we got up early, it's that you all got up too late. Also, the soundproofing in this room doesn't seem great. Please keep it down next time." Qian Kuei glanced meaningfully at Qing Sheng and Ying Er before continuing to eat. Qing Sheng's mouth twitched slightly, while Ying Er lowered her head, showing a hint of blush on her face. The others pretended not to hear anything and continued eating. At that moment, Yin returned from the stairs and went directly to YeXuan, saying, "Brother Qian, I've already bought the weapon for Yin Bing. She will definitely be satisfied." Just give her the weapon. Let us eat first. After eating, you all can take her to hunt soul beasts and obtain soul rings. YeXuan waved his hand indifferently. "It's just a weapon. What's there to be satisfied about?" "All right, Brother Qian." Yin responded and took out a small pink axe from his soul guide, placing it in front of Yin Bing. Yin Bing was momentarily stunned, even forgetting to swallow the food in her mouth. The others also stared blankly for a moment, but soon broke into laughter. YeXuan looked at the small pink axe that Yin had brought out and felt speechless. Just imagine a delicately carved little girl chasing after soul beasts with a small axe. That scene was too beautiful. Yin Bing is at least a little girl. Did you consider her feelings when you bought the weapon? YeXuan rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit of a headache. "I did consider it. I even had the blacksmith repaint it. Doesn't it look pretty good?" Yin pointed to the color of the axe, indicating he had thought it through. Yin Bing blinked her big eyes in confusion, clearly unable to process it for a moment. "Nana, I've said long ago that Yin lacks nothing but a bit of emotional intelligence." Xiaoyu stifled a laugh and nudged Hulaina beside her. "All right, let us eat first. After eating, you can take Yin Bing to the blacksmith to choose a weapon for herself. As for this weapon, it's Yin's goodwill. So Yin Bing, just accept it for now." YeXuan chuckled softly and didn't say anything further. "Teacher, if I accept it, how will I carry it?" Yin Bing blinked her big eyes, looking at the small axe on the ground. She couldn't just carry a small axe everywhere. Could she? "Let Yin hold it for you. Your teacher didn't say you had to carry it all the time." Qian Rinxua, suppressing her laughter, pointed at the standing Yin. This was just a small interlude. No one paid much attention to it. After they were full, Hulaina, Xiaoyu, and Yin took Yin Bing to the Sunset Forest, while YeXuan and Qian Rinshua's group went directly back to the Starfall Hall after settling the bill. Chapter 276. Merger of the two halls. After returning to the Starfall Hall, YeXuan and Qian Rinxua found that Yishi Shui, Long Xiaoyao, Yun Ming, and others had actually returned to the Starfall Hall from the palace. Moreover, all the high-ranking officials in the Starfall Hall were quietly standing in the main hall. YeXuan and Qian Rinxua sat down in the main seats of the hall. "Yewan askit auntie. Is there something significant in the Starfall Hall that needs to be announced? Why did you call all the high-ranking officials over?" "Master, we are announcing the merger of the Starfall Hall with the Spirit Hall, becoming the third hall within the Spirit Hall. Moreover, His Holiness, the Pope, has reinstated the position of Pontiff and allocated this position to our Starfall Hall. Additionally, due to a shortage of high-ranking officials in the Starfall Hall, we are preparing to redistribute all positions within the Starfall Hall. Here is the list of all positions in the Starfall Hall for your review, Master and Mistress." Yishi Shui handed a list to YeXuan and then quietly stood behind them. After YeXuan took the list, he and Qian Rinxua began to review it. The list of positions was very detailed, arranged from top to bottom as follows: Hall Master, Vice Hall Master, Pontiff, Offering Elder, Guardian, Hall Master, Hall Envoy, Steward, and Member. YeXuan looked at the list, tapping his fingers on the armrest, and said, "Indeed, there are quite a few vacancies among the high-ranking officials in the Starfall Hall. It's time to let capable people take on high-ranking positions. Now, I will redistribute all positions within the Starfall Hall. The Vice Hall Master positions will be held by Long Xiaoyao and Yun Ming. The Pontiff position will be held by Yishi Shui. The Offering position will be held by Wu Chongkong. The Elder position will be held by Lai Yin. The Guardian positions will be held by Meng Shu and Yu Lum Yin. The Hall Master position will be held by Yuli Shang. The Hall Envoys will be held by Qing Sheng, Xian Kuei, and Chao Tianxiang, among others. Qing Sheng and Xian Kuei can temporarily exercise the rights of Hall Master, and once they reach the Soul Sage level, they will officially become Hall Masters. Hall Envoys will be held by those at the Soul King level, and Stewards will be held by those at the Soul Sect level. Also, we will announce that the Starfall Hall is recruiting free Soul Masters. as well as small sects or small families to join. Those who join the Starfall Hall will have their positions allocated according to their strength. Super Duo can directly become offerings, Title Duo can become elders. Soul Duo can become guardians. Soul sages can become hall masters. Soul emperors and soul kings can become hall envoys, and soul sects can become stewards. If you have any questions, please feel free to raise them. I will listen to your suggestions. YeXuan's hands were behind his head as he surveyed the crowd below. Upon hearing this, Yin stepped forward and said, Master, I have no objections to the positions you have arranged. However, Vice Hall Master Yi has made invaluable contributions to the Starfall Hall, and now she is only assigned as a pontiff. I feel this is somewhat unfair to her. Master, back then, Vice Hall Master Yi single-handedly supported the entire Starfall Hall. Without her, there might not even be the current glory of the Starfall Hall. So I believe the position of Vice Hall Master should belong to her, and not just a minor pontiff. YeXuan and Qian Renxue exchanged glances and both chuckled lightly. YeXuan smiled and said, Shui, why don't you explain to them how the position of pontiff works? The Starfall Hall merging into the Pope Hall means that the position of Hall Master is on par with the Pope, and the position of pontiff is also similar. In the Pope Hall, the position of pontiff is not beneath the Pope. In fact, it can even be said to be equal. Yin, do you still think the position of pontiff is low? Qian Renxue said, pouting slightly, looking somewhat displeased. YeXuan gently patted Qian Renxue's hair in a comforting manner. The position of pontiff had been abolished long ago, and now that BibiDong reinstated it and allocated it to the Starfall Hall, it was clearly to restrain any future popes. The allocation of the pontiff position to the Starfall Hall was clearly not meant to restrain YeXuan. After all, if you want to constrain YeXuan, it would be more appropriate to assign the position of the Pope to the Offering Hall. If you don't constrain YeXuan and instead assign the Pope to the Falling Star Hall, then who exactly is that meant to constrain? That's quite obvious. It can be said that the current power of the Papal Hall has basically diminished, unless YeXuan becomes the Pope. Otherwise, no matter who becomes the Pope, if YeXuan wants, he can easily turn the Pope into a puppet. After all, the Hall Master of the Falling Star Hall is already on equal footing with the position of the Pope. And the position of the Pope is not merely equal to that of the Pope, but can also exercise the rights of the Pope. If it's not low, it's because the subordinate has limited knowledge and doesn't understand the position and rights of the Pope. After saying this, Lian retreated again. Yai, is there anything else? If not, you can let them all withdraw. There's no need for everyone to stay in the main hall. YeXuan turned to look at YeXuan behind him. Since the position of the Pope had already been assigned, the candidate for the Pope should also be established. Master, Madam, His Holiness the Pope asked me to inform you that tomorrow you will be conferred as the Holy Son and Holy Daughter in the Royal Palace. And the next Pope will be decided by a vote from the Papal Hall, Falling Star Hall, and Offering Hall. YeXuan's gaze subtly glanced at Qian Renxue, but quickly returned her gaze. What are the voting rules? YeXuan's arm was around Qian Renxue. Looking at YeXuan, wanted to know what voting rules his teacher BibiDong would establish. Only elders and those in positions above the offering can participate in the vote. YeXuan's voice was very calm, but her gaze occasionally glanced at Qian Renxue. All right, I understand. Tomorrow in the Falling Star Hall, the elders and above will all vote for Shui. If there's nothing else, you can all withdraw and get busy with your own matters. YeXuan rubbed his temples, feeling that things were getting a bit troublesome. After all, as the Pope, he had the right to vote 3 times, and his teacher BibiDong had quite a few title de loi under her command. If she really wanted to push someone into power, the numbers in the Falling Star Hall and Offering Hall might not be as many as those in the Papal Hall. The elders and those above in the Falling Star Hall numbered only 5, and even with himself, there would only be 6. The Offering Hall currently had only 7 major offerings, totaling just 13 votes. Meanwhile, the Pope alone had 3 votes, and considering the hidden elders, it was clear that the Papal Hall's voting power was certainly more than just 13 votes. Chapter 277. The arrival of the Golden Crocodile. The senior members of the Falling Star Hall gradually left the main hall, leaving only YeXuan, Qian Renxue, Qing Sheng, Yu Hang, Xian Kuei, and a few others. After a while, YeXuan smiled bitterly and said, "You all don't need to stand in the main hall. You're not my subordinates. Yu Hang, Xian Kuei, you don't have a place to stay yet, right? The scenery in the back hall of our Falling Star Hall is quite nice. You can stay there." YeXuan pulled Qian Renxue up and walked directly toward the back hall. But Qian Renxue's expression showed a hint of displeasure. Qing Sheng and Inger noticed that the two of them seemed to have something on their minds. So they didn't speak and quietly followed behind them toward the back hall. When they arrived at the back hall, Yu Lisheng and Qian Kuei looked around and felt a sense of tranquility and relaxation in the environment. How is it? The environment in my back hall is not bad, right? Yixian smiled lightly, looking at Yu Lisheng and Qian Kuei's expressions. It's not just good, it's simply perfect for cultivation. If possible, we would really like to stay here. Yu Lisheng nodded gently, occasionally glancing around. I said you can stay here, so you can naturally stay. However, the rooms near the garden are mostly occupied. Only the rooms on the east side are available. You can choose freely from the east side. Yixian and Qian Ringshu sat down in the garden, gesturing for Yu Lisheng and Qian Kuei to choose a room on the east side. Okay, then we'll go check out the rooms on the east side, Yu Lisheng replied and pulled Qian Kuei away from the garden. Qing Sheng and Inger also found an excuse to leave the garden, as it was clear that Yixian and Qian Ringshu had something on their minds. So they didn't plan to stay there any longer. After they all left the garden, Yixian gently wrapped an arm around Qian Ringshu and smiled, saying, Schwerer, since the teacher has decided on a fair vote, you shouldn't be unhappy. What I care about is not the position of the Pope, but her attitude. Moreover, do you think this vote will be fair? Qian Ringshu pouted. BibiDong is clearly trying to push someone into power, and has even prepared a backup plan in case the push fails. What is the difference? My things are your things, right? No matter who the position of Pope falls to, it's basically the same, and we are ultimately going to become gods. In the end, all positions will fall into his hands. Yixian comforted Qian Ringshu with a faint smile. If his teacher wanted to push someone into power, there would be no way to stop it. After all, the current Pope was still BibiDong, and she had basically controlled the entire Spirit Hall. The only ones not under her control were the 7 major offerings of the Offering Hall. I know, but I'm just a bit unhappy about her attitude this time. I clearly didn't do anything wrong, so why did she have to make such a decision? Qian Ringshu leaned against Yixian, her voice filled with confusion. Who knows? Maybe there are some unavoidable difficulties. If there were no difficulties, why would the teacher make such a decision? Yixian chuckled lightly, his voice sounding very calm. In the distance, Yi Shishui was walking slowly with an old man. When Yixian and Qian Ringshu saw the old man's appearance, a hint of surprise appeared in their eyes. Yixian and Qian Ringshu both stood up almost simultaneously and respectfully called out to the approaching old man, Grandpa, Golden Crocodile. In the offering hall, even the great offering Qian Daoliu had to respect Golden Crocodile, so Yixian and Qian Ringshu treated Golden Crocodile with great respect as well. Haha, Xuya, XiIoXuan. You two have become quite capable now, actually managing to destroy the 7-treasure glazed tile school and the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family, all by yourselves. Golden Crocodile laughed heartily and sat down directly in front of the two. Grandpa Golden Crocodile, why do you have time to come to our Falling Star Hall? If we had known you were coming, we would have gone out to welcome you. Yixian smiled lightly and poured a cup of tea for Golden Crocodile, placing it in front of him. Aren't they voting to choose the Pope? My brother asked me to come represent all the people of the Offering Hall to vote. I'm not used to being in the royal palace, so I came to your Falling Star Hall to see you two little ones. Golden Crocodile took a sip of the tea in front of him. I didn't expect to be shocked upon arriving. I never thought that there would be someone of my brother's caliber in your Falling Star Hall, and not just one. It seems that in the future, the 3 halls will be dominated by your Falling Star Hall, Golden Crocodile said with a faint smile while looking at Yixian and Qian Ringshu. Upon hearing this, Yixian shook his head and said, Grandpa Golden Crocodile, you're joking. The Spirit Hall has always been led by the Papal Hall. The other halls are independent. How can my Falling Star Hall possibly take the lead? Genie nodded in agreement and said, I completely agree with what you just said. In the Spirit Hall, the Pope's Hall has always been the main authority, while the other halls operate independently. Xiao Xian, I remember you were very clever as a child. Moreover, when Qian Xuanji brought you into the library back then, he said you had an extraordinary memory and a bright future ahead. Now it seems that your future is not just bright. Perhaps I will even witness the day you and Shui Air become deities. Jean Yi's gaze was not on the two, but rather focused on the teacup in his hand. Upon hearing Jean Yi's words, Yixian's eyes flashed with a complex expression but quickly returned to calmness, revealing no unusual signs. There was a hint of astonishment in Qian Ringshu's eyes. She could naturally understand the meaning behind Jean Yi's words, especially since the former pope was Qian Xuanji. Mentioning Qian Xuanji clearly hinted at something. Standing aside, Yi Shishui narrowed her eyes, sizing up Jean Yi. The garden fell into a moment of silence. Yi Xian was deep in thought. While Qian Rinshui and Yi Shishui exchanged glances at Jean Yi, Yi Xian felt a vague restlessness in his heart. He was caught between the Pope's Hall and the Offering Hall, being pushed to rise to power while also being told not to, even bringing up Qian Xuanji. He had to think about how to avoid offending either side while reaching a satisfactory outcome for both. Suddenly, YeXuan's gaze turned to Qian Rinxu, his eyes brightening as he carefully contemplated his thoughts. Chapter 278. The Enfeoffment Ceremony After Careful Consideration. YeXuan realized that his idea seemed entirely feasible and could satisfy both the Pope's Hall and the Offering Hall. Grandpa Jin, you can rest assured. I naturally understand what to do, YeXuan said, a faint smile reappearing on his face, his voice unusually calm. Ah, Xiao, as long as you understand. All right, I won't disturb you any longer. The enfeoffment ceremony is tomorrow. You and Shui should prepare well. Genie sighed and prepared to leave the garden, secretly thinking. As expected, my older brother has a keen sense of the situation, and the outcome is exactly as he guessed. However, my image in Xiaoxian's heart might not be very good. Grandpa Genie, since you're here, why rush to leave? Shui has something that can make you happy for a long time. Why not stay in the Starfall Hall tonight? YeXuan chuckled lightly, calling out to Jin, who was about to leave. Yes, Grandpa Jin, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Did you not come to see us, or just for the enfeoffment ceremony? A faint smile appeared on Qian Rinxue's face as well. Oh, what could you possibly have that would make the old folks of our Offering Hall happy? Our state of mind is not something you young people can compare to. Even if we call our state of mind as calm as still water, it wouldn't be an exaggeration. Jin, who was about to leave, sat back down, curious about what news the two had that could please them. YeXuan took out a celestial herb from his soul guide and placed it in front of Jin, saying, Grandpa Jin, you've been stuck at the 98 level bottleneck for many years, right? This is the celestial herb, Earth Dragon Golden Melon, which perfectly matches your martial spirit. The Golden Crocodile King. Perhaps it can help you break through the 98 level bottleneck. Upon hearing this, Jin's eyes widened in disbelief. A celestial herb could help break through the 98 level bottleneck and reach the level of a limit Douluo. Grandpa Jin, there's one more thing you need to tell my grandpa when you go back. Xiao and I already have offspring. He should be very happy to hear this news. Qian Rinxu said, a faint smile on her face. Jin looked up and down at Qian Rinxu, unable to speak for a moment. Shui, not only will my brother be happy to hear this news, but he will be so happy that he might eat 2 more bowls of rice. However, you two should have said such things earlier. If you had said it sooner, my brother wouldn't have gotten angry over the Haotian sect matter. Jin's aged face broke into a smile, and even his eyes were filled with joy as he discreetly put away the Earth Dragon Golden Melon. Grandpa, why would he get angry over the Haotian sect? Has something happened in the Haotian sect? Qian Rinxu blinked, pretending not to know as she asked. The Haotian sect was destroyed, and my brother once said that no one below him in the Spirit Hall could enter the Haotian sect. But now that the Haotian sect has been destroyed, who else could have the ability to do so other than the Spirit Hall? Therefore, my brother suspects it was BibiDong, but he currently has no evidence. As Jin spoke, he felt something was off. There seemed to be the existence of the Starfall Hall, which also had the capability to destroy the Haotian sect. From what he had seen of the Starfall Hall's strength, it definitely had the capability to destroy the Haotian sect, especially since there were more than 1 limit Douluo in the Starfall Hall. Xiao, Shui, it wouldn't be you two who destroyed the Haotian sect, would it? Jin looked at the two with some suspicion, feeling that it was very possible they were involved. YeXuan and Qian Rinxu exchanged a glance and very tacitly shook their heads in denial. Grandpa Jin, after the Starfall Hall destroyed the 7-treasure Glazed Tile sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, we were already severely weakened. How could we have the ability to destroy the Haotian sect? That's right, Grandpa Jin, And before we destroyed the 7-treasure Glazed Tile sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, we encountered an organization formed by evil soul masters, some of whom were limit Douluos. The Starfall Hall suffered heavy injuries to 2 limit Douluos while trying to fend off the evil soul masters. After that, the strength of the Starfall Hall was greatly diminished, and even if we wanted to, we simply wouldn't have the ability to destroy the Haotian sect anymore. Qian Rinxu explained seriously to Jin, trying to dispel his doubts. From what the Lord and Lady have said, I believe the one who destroyed the Haotian sect is very likely the evil soul masters, whose purpose is to pin the blame on either the Starfall Hall or the Spirit Hall. YeXuan calmly added from the side, then closed her eyes, quietly standing behind the two. Since the Lord and Lady did not want to expose who destroyed the Haotian sect, she naturally had to help the two and dispel Jin's doubts. Why have our Offering Hall's offerings never heard of an organization of evil soul masters at the level of limit Douluo? A look of contemplation appeared in Jeannie's eyes. No, Grandpa Jeannie, you may not know, but my grandpa definitely does because the evil soul masters who attacked us in the city of Slaughter are from the same organization. Moreover, we have received reliable information that their organization is not on our continent, but on another continent, Qian Rinxue said with a serious expression, as if they were completely unaware of the situation regarding the Haoyan sect. My brother also sent someone to investigate. Those from the Haoyan sect died from having all their blood drained. Now that I hear you say this, it really is possible that it was done by evil soul masters. Jean nodded thoughtfully, feeling that what the three of them said made a lot of sense. So my grandpa did not violate the original agreement. It wasn't our spirit hall that destroyed the Haoyan sect, but those evil soul masters, which has nothing to do with us. After all, it is quite normal for evil soul masters to destroy sects. If they must blame someone, they can only blame the Haotian sect for their bad luck in being chosen by those evil soul masters. While speaking, Qian Rinxue let out a sigh. Hearing this, Jeannie said, when I go back, I will inform my brother about this matter. However, these evil soul masters are ultimately a disaster that cannot be left unchecked. We must investigate thoroughly to see where they are hiding and eliminate them in one go. Chapter 279. The son and daughter of the holy YeXuan and Qian Rinxue exchanged glances and simply smiled without saying anything further. After all, their purpose was merely to provide Qian Dalu with a way out. As for what the truth was, it didn't matter at all. They only needed an excuse. A way out that would preserve Qian Daoliu's face. As for whether it was indeed the work of the evil soul masters, that was certain, since YeXuan was an evil soul master herself. Therefore, no matter who investigated, it would always lead back to the evil soul masters. All right, I won't disturb you any longer. You two should prepare well for tomorrow's conferring ceremony, Jean said with a smile as he stood up and left the garden. After Jean left, Qian Rinxue turned her attention to YeXuan and asked, Xiao Xian, how do you plan to handle things tomorrow? If not handled properly, one side will definitely be displeased. It's simple. If neither of us becomes the Pope, then the problem is solved, right? YeXuan replied with a faint smile, his gaze lingering on her abdomen. Qian Rinxue was slightly taken aback, but when she saw YeXuan's gaze, she instantly understood his thoughts. All right, it's time for us to prepare for tomorrow's conferring ceremony. After the ceremony, all matters will temporarily have nothing to do with us. No matter what happens, we will not handle it or pay attention to it. YeXuan chuckled and directly picked up Qian Rinxue, heading towards their room. YeXuan, on the other hand, walked towards the front hall. Since YeXuan and Qian Rinxue were not handling matters, it was clear that everything in the Starfall Hall would be managed by her. However, with Long Xiaoyao and Yunming around, she didn't need to personally attend to everything. At least some important matters could be left to them, which significantly lightened her burden. The next day, in the morning, YeXuan and Qian Rinxue walked out of the Starfall Hall, followed by Yunming, YeXuan, Long Xiaoyao, Wu Changkong, Lai Yin, Jin Yi, and others. After all, they all belonged to the highest level of the Starfall Hall and needed to vote today, with Jin Yi representing the entire offering hall, making their attendance necessary. Today, Tiando City was particularly lively, with people gathering in front of the palace to watch the upcoming conferring ceremony. A high platform had also been erected in front of the palace, with rows of chairs set on either side. BibiDong sat in the central position, with elders from the Pope Hall filling the seats on her left. But YeXuan and Gue Mei were not among them. The right side of her seat was empty, with no one seated there yet. YeXuan and Qian Rinxue's group walked up to the high platform and took their seats on the right, quietly waiting for the ceremony to begin. BibiDong stood up from her seat and said, Today is a very grand day, and there are 4 announcements to make. First, the Starfall Hall will merge into the Wuhuan Hall, becoming the 3rd hall of my Wuhuan Hall. Second, the Tiando Empire is now a thing of the past, and Tiando City no longer needs to exist. From now on, Tiando City will officially be renamed Wuhuan Imperial City. Third, the abolition of the slave system and the noble system. From now on, anyone who dares to buy or sell people, as well as those who trade in slaves, will be executed without mercy. Furthermore, within the Wuhuan Empire, there will be no noble families. The status of any noble family will be equal to that of commoners, with no special privileges whatsoever. If there are any families present with issues or opinions, they can present them now. If there are no objections, then adhere to the rules of the Wuhuan Empire. Otherwise, I do not mind showing you the might of the Wuhuan Empire and the strength of the Wuhuan Hall. As soon as BibiDong finished speaking, the crowd below reacted with a mix of joy and sorrow. The commoners cheered loudly, while the noble families wore troubled expressions, bowing their heads in silent contemplation. No noble dared to stand up and oppose. They weren't foolish enough to go against the tide at this moment. BibiDong gestured for silence and continued. Since no one has any objections, I will announce the fourth matter. The conferring ceremony officially begins. The cheers from the crowd ceased, and everyone fixed their eyes on the situation at the high platform. YeXuan and Qian Renxue stood up and moved behind BibiDong, standing quietly. I now confer YeXuan and Qian Renxue as the son and daughter of the Wuhuan Hall, and by voting, we will select the next pope from among them. As soon as BibiDong finished speaking, someone approached with 2 light golden garments. YeXuan and Qian Renxue looked at the light golden clothes and followed the person down the high platform to change their outfits in the palace. After they left, the voting among the elders and offerings began. Each person informed Pope BibiDong of their chosen candidate, and she would tally the votes to determine the next pope. As time passed, BibiDong looked at the votes, and a slight smile appeared on her face. Currently, YeXuan and Qian Renxue had equal votes, both with 12 votes. However, Guanyin and YeXuan from the Pope Hall were not present on the high platform, yet the voting rights originally belonging to them were in BibiDong's hands. Moreover, as the Pope, BibiDong had the right to cast 3 votes, meaning she effectively held 5 votes, more than enough to push someone into power. YeXuan and Qian Renxue had also changed into their outfits and walked out of the palace, standing on a high platform, quietly waiting for BibiDong to announce the voting results. Now that the candidates for the son and daughter have been established, I will announce the voting results. The daughter has 12 votes, and the son has 17 votes, which can be said to be the will of the people. Therefore, the next pope will be the son. YeXuan, does anyone have any objections? BibiDong's gaze swept across the crowd, finally landing on Jean E. Aside from the people from the Pope Hall, only those from the Starfall Hall and the Offering Hall were present. The Starfall Hall was established by YeXuan, so it was impossible for there to be any objections. The only possible dissent came from Jean E., representing the Offering Hall. When Jean E. met BibiDong's gaze, he remained seated calmly, showing no intention of opposing, as if everything was under his control. Seeing Jean E.'s demeanor, BibiDong merely chuckled lightly and cast a discreet glance at YeXuan. Chapter 280. Endure what you must. YeXuan looked around and noticed that no one was speaking. He immediately bowed to BibiDong and said, Teacher, I endure what you must. Go back and stand properly. We will talk after the ceremony is over. BibiDong interrupted him before he could finish. Teacher, I return to your place and endure what you must. No matter what happens, we will discuss it after the ceremony is over. Since the elders and the offerings have no objections, let the Holy Son succeed to the position of Pope, and the canonization ceremony is hereby concluded. BibiDong completely gave no one a chance to speak, and after announcing the end of the ceremony, she directly walked down from the high platform. YeXuan and Qian Renxue were somewhat taken aback. They both remembered that the process of succeeding to the position of Pope was quite complicated. But how could it be so quick now, to the point that they didn't even have a chance to react? In just a few sentences, it was already decided. Jean E. was also a bit confused. YeXuan clearly had something to say, but before he could finish, he was rebutted by BibiDong, who gave no opportunity to speak and directly made the decision. Jean E. looked at BibiDong's departing figure and immediately stood up to say, Your Holiness, wait. As soon as Jean E. began to speak, the elders of the Papal Hall all stood up together and knelt on one knee, addressing YeXuan. We greet Your Holiness. The members of the Starfall Hall, including Yi Shishui, Long Xiaoyao, and Yun Ming, exchanged glances and without hesitation also knelt on one knee, saying, We greet Your Holiness. With the elders of the Papal Hall leading the way, the crowd below the high platform also called out in unison, We greet Your Holiness. At this moment, BibiDong turned around, looking at Jean E., and said, Second offering, I am not the Pope of the Spirit Hall right now, but the Empress of the Spirit Empire. If the second offering has something to say, it should be addressed to Your Holiness, not to me. Also, the second offering should not make a mistake next time. Although Pope and Empress differ by only one word, their meanings are worlds apart. BibiDong chuckled lightly and directly walked into the palace, completely uninterested in staying here. YeXuan looked at the people around him, feeling that everything was a bit too sudden. He and Qian Renxue had already prepared what to say, but it was completely unnecessary, as they were given no chance to speak. BibiDong made the decision. The elders of the Papal Hall surrounded them, and together with the people from the Starfall Hall, they stirred the crowd below the high platform to cheer and establish the relationship. YeXuan and Qian Renxue exchanged glances. Both smiling wryly, BibiDong's decisiveness exceeded their expectations, and they never thought they would have no chance to speak at all. Qian fixed his gaze on YeXuan. When YeXuan noticed Qian's gaze, he helplessly shrugged. He was also pushed into this position without a chance to speak. So what could he do? After a while, Qian sighed and said, "I have met your holiness." YeXuan rubbed his temples with a headache, scanning the surroundings, feeling somewhat helpless. It seemed he could only agree now, as he couldn't announce his abdication right after ascending to the throne. If he really did that, the news of the Spirit Hall changing 3 popes in a single day would definitely spread across the entire continent at the fastest speed. Everyone, please rise. The canonization ceremony has concluded, and we still have some important matters to attend to. The matters here on the high platform will be handled by the Pope. YeXuan scanned the surroundings and directly pulled Qian Rinxue away, moving quickly toward the palace. As their figures disappeared from the high platform, YeXuan's gaze also showed astonishment. Shouldn't it be the Pope organizing the subsequent matters? How did it turn into her as the Pope handling it? Although YeXuan was somewhat astonished, she didn't say much and began to arrange the next matters in an orderly manner. Upon entering the palace, YeXuan and Qian Rinxue saw BibiDong sitting in the main hall, leisurely sipping tea. The two went straight to sit in front of BibiDong and each picked up a cup of tea from the table to drink. "Teacher, your decision was made a bit too quickly. It was so fast that neither Schwer nor I could react." YeXuan took a sip of tea, a faint bitter smile appearing on his face. "Mom, even if you're pushing Xiao Qian into the position, you should at least let us have a chance to speak. How could you not give us a single opportunity?" Qian Rinxue pouted, showing a hint of unhappiness. "If I let you speak, how could I push Xiao Qian into position? Moreover, the position of Pope carries too much responsibility, and I didn't want Schwer to bear that burden, so I could only push Xiao Qian into position." BibiDong sipped her tea, her gaze resting on YeXuan and Qian Rinxue, her voice appearing very calm. "Ahem, teacher, I think you might be overestimating me. I may not be able to bear the responsibilities that come with the position of Pope. Besides, my entire Starfall Hall has always been managed by Aunt Yi." YeXuan coughed lightly, wanting BibiDong to reconsider the selection of the Pope, as he had seen the mountain of affairs in the Papal Hall. "You don't want to bear it, or you can't bear it. I'm very clear in my heart, and you are equally clear in yours. If you don't want to bear it, you can let Schwer bear it, but now you are the Pope, not me. However, Schwer is currently pregnant. Do you have the heart to let her handle those affairs and bear so many responsibilities?" BibiDong glanced at YeXuan, a smile appearing in her voice. YeXuan looked at Qian Rinxue beside him, feeling that it seemed he couldn't escape this position. He placed the teacup in front of him on the table and said, "Forget it. I'll take it. I suddenly feel that the position of Pope is quite suitable for me. However, I am also the Lord of the Starfall Hall. If I hold 2 positions, wouldn't that be a bit inappropriate? Although the Starfall Hall has merged into the Spear Hall, the 2 halls are fundamentally independent. So YeXuan felt it would be somewhat inappropriate for him to manage both halls alone. Moreover, if there are major matters in the Spirit Hall, they need to be decided by vote. If YeXuan manages both halls alone, then there would be no need for a vote. There's nothing inappropriate about it. After all, it's all yours in the future, and no one will oppose managing both halls." BibiDong waved her hand dismissively, not concerned about YeXuan's issue at all. Chapter 281, Aristocratic Families. BibiDong looked at YeXuan and Qian Rinxue in front of her and said softly, "All right, arrange the matters of the Starfall Hall, and then return to Spirit City. After all, Xiao Qian, you are now the Pope of the Spirit Hall and need to go back to handle the affairs of the Papal Hall. Teacher, can I take the people from the Papal Hall back to Spirit City? Otherwise, it would be very difficult for me to manage an empty Spirit Hall." YeXuan knew that BibiDong had brought all the people from the Papal Hall out. If it was just him and Qian Rinxue returning to the Spirit Hall, then his position as Pope would be quite pitiful, with no one under him. The Papal Hall needs people, and the Spirit Empire also needs people. You can bring 500 Temple Knights back to Spirit City, and leave the elders Gui, Mei, and YeXuan in the Papal Hall. As for the others, they belong to the Spirit Empire. Xiao Qian, you were able to create a large Starfall Hall out of nothing. So now that I give you a certain foundation, playing around with a Papal Hall should not be a difficult task for you. Moreover, there is a saying, a new emperor brings new ministers. Since the selection of the Pope has changed, the people below also need to change a bit." BibiDong looked calmly at YeXuan, her voice devoid of any waves, as if she were stating a fact. However, YeXuan below could not remain calm. The manpower of the Pope's Hall was extremely large. 500 Hall Guardians. Although they seemed to be a considerable number, their duty was to protect the Pope and the safety of the Pope's Hall. It was basically impossible for them to handle the affairs of the Pope's Hall. Aside from the 500 hall guardians, there were only Gui Mei and YeXuan left. But the two of them were currently at the border of the Spirit Hall Empire, monitoring the situation of the Star Luo Empire, and could not spare any effort. So, when calculated carefully, there were only YeXuan and Qian Renshua left in the Pope's Hall. BibiDong took out a list and placed it in front of the two, saying, after the destruction of the Haotian sect, 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, there are still quite a few families and sects that are vassals of the top 3 sections. I have organized them into a list for you. If you can subdue these families and clans, along with the lower 4 sects, it would be enough to fill the ranks of the Pope's Hall, and even fill the vacancies in your Starfall Hall. YeXuan and Qian Renshua looked at the list in their hands and quickly thought about how to subdue these families, as these families not only included the lower 4 sects, but also the single attribute 4 sects of the Haotian sect, as well as some small families and minor sections. After a while, YeXuan put away the list and said, Shuer, wait for me in the palace for 3 months. I will handle these families and sections. During this time, if you need to go out, let Aunt Yi or Yunming accompany and protect you. We will return to Spirit City in 3 months. As YeXuan spoke, he gently kissed Qian Renshua on the cherry lips, while BibiDong pretended not to see their actions. Are you not planning to take me with you? Qian Renshua blinked her eyes, staring directly at YeXuan. Why take you along when it's so exhausting? Just rest well in the palace. I will handle everything. YeXuan smiled and didn't say more, turning directly to walk out of the palace. However, as he turned, both BibiDong and Qian Renshua clearly saw the fleeting killing intent in YeXuan's eyes. Looking at YeXuan's departing figure, BibiDong said intentionally, there are some things that I cannot handle openly. You can take care of them. As the Pope, you must have an iron-fisted approach. I have heard that there seems to be human trafficking happening at the Tiando auction house. You might want to check it out. YeXuan did not respond verbally to her words, but nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. After leaving the palace, YeXuan found that the crowd in front of the palace had dispersed, and Yixishui, Long Xiaoyao, and Yunming were quietly waiting at the entrance of the palace. Aunt Yi, I need you to handle the matters of the Starfall Hall. Yunming, I leave Shuer's safety to you. Long Xiaoyao, you come with me to the Tiando auction house to handle some matters. YeXuan glanced at the 3 and walked directly toward the Tiando auction house. Yes, master. Yixishui, Long Xiaoyao, and Yunming replied and went their separate ways. As soon as YeXuan and Long Xiaoyao entered the Tiando auction house, a steward approached and said, Your Holiness, it is truly an honor to have you visit our Tiando auction house. YeXuan sat directly in a chair, propped his feet on the table in front of him, and clasped his hands behind his head, saying, No need for pleasantries. I'm short of a few obedient maids. Do you have any in your Tiando auction house? Your Holiness is joking. The Spirit Hall Empire has strictly prohibited human trafficking and slavery. How could we possibly have any? The steward replied. However, we do have some reception staff who are quite nice. If your Holiness finds any of them suitable, I can authorize you to take them. With a wave of his hand, a few reception staff dressed provocatively approached. YeXuan glanced at these reception staff, whose eyes were hollow and devoid of spirit, then turned his gaze back to the steward, kicking over the table in front of him, and coldly said, Do you think I'm easy to fool? What I want are maids who can serve. We both know what these are. Do I need to spell it out? Your Holiness, please calm down. We truly do not have that kind of maid. Moreover, the Spirit Hall Empire strictly prohibits human trafficking and slavery. Even if we wanted to, we wouldn't have the guts to do so. The steward lowered his head, his expression fluctuating, not knowing what he was thinking. Is there truly none? Or is there, but you don't want to sell to me? YeXuan's gaze turned cold, and even a hint of killing intent appeared in his eyes. Forgive us, Your Holiness. We truly do not have any. If we did, we would definitely offer them to you. Why would we want to anger you? The stewardess' face displayed a serious and bitter smile, as if he truly had nothing. Tiando auction house really disappoints me. I have heard that as long as you pay, you dare to sell anything. Now you're telling me there's nothing. YeXuan sneered and directly stood up to walk toward the Tiando auction house. Chapter 282. A cake after leaving the Tiando auction house. YeXuan took out a list from his soul guide and scanned through the names, seemingly selecting a target. Long Xiaoyao followed behind YeXuan and suddenly spoke, Master, do you need me to investigate the Tiando auction house to see if they're engaged in human trafficking and slavery? No need. They're definitely engaged in human trafficking and slavery. There's no need to investigate. Moreover, the Tiando auction house is just a front put up by the nobility. Even if we find out, there will be spirit auction houses or other auction houses in the future. There's no substantial significance. YeXuan did not intend to let Long Xiaoyao investigate because it was unnecessary. The Tiando auction house was merely a front pushed out by the nobility. Even if it were discovered and destroyed, it would not have any practical significance. The nobility behind it was the key issue. It should be known that during the time of the Tiando Empire, human trafficking and slavery had already been strictly prohibited. And the Tiando auction house was located in Tiando City. The Snow Knight Emperor was not blind. How could he not know that human trafficking and slavery were happening right under his nose? The Snow Knight Emperor was not unaware. He just could not manage it. So he allowed it to continue. A single noble may not be strong. But what if all the nobility of the empire participated in this and carved up this huge cake? Although there are certainly a few nobles with good character who would not participate, that is only a small minority. Therefore, the power behind the Tiando auction house may not be particularly strong, but certainly would not be weak. YeXuan's gaze fixed on a name, and a look of contemplation appeared in his eyes, as if he was pondering something. After a while, YeXuan directly walked in a certain direction, while Long Xiaoyao quietly followed behind him. After a long time, the two arrived at the residence of a duke, but they did not go inside. Instead, they sat down in a tea house across from the duke's residence, quietly sipping tea. Until late at night, the two remained in the tea house, quietly enjoying their tea, as if they were waiting for someone to arrive. Meanwhile, in the duke's residence, someone opened the door a crack, peering in YeXuan's direction, and then quickly closed the door again. What's going on? Is His Holiness still across the street? A somewhat elegant voice echoed in the mansion. Duke, His Holiness the Pope is still sitting in the tea house across the street, savoring tea. A figure resembling a maid quickly conveyed what she had seen. Whether it is a blessing or a curse cannot be avoided. Please prepare a banquet and invite His Holiness the Pope in. The elegant voice sighed, tinged with a hint of helplessness. Yes, Duke, the maid replied, and prepared to open the door to invite YeXuan and Long Xiaoyao inside. Never mind. You go and instruct someone to prepare the banquet. I will personally invite His Holiness the Pope. A middle-aged man dressed in luxurious attire and with a handsome face emerged from the shadows, directly opening the door and stepping out. The middle-aged man approached YeXuan, bowed, and said, Your Holiness, it may not be appropriate for you to sit in a tea house late at night. Why not come to my mansion and sample the tea here? That sounds good. I haven't tasted the Duke's tea yet. I wonder how it compares to this tea house. YeXuan placed his teacup down, looking at the Duke before him. In front of Your Holiness, how could I dare to call myself a Duke? Your Holiness, just call me Yiming. Yiming smiled, gesturing for an invitation. YeXuan and Long Xiaoyao stood up and walked towards the Duke's mansion. As they entered the Duke's mansion, the decor gave off a sense of luxury, and upon entering the main hall, it could be described as resplendent. Various precious items were abundant. YeXuan sat in the hall of the Duke's mansion, faintly smiling as he spoke. Duke Yiming, I have a question. I wonder if I can ask it? Your Holiness, if you have something to ask, please do. I will certainly share everything I know. While speaking, Yiming picked up a teapot and began to brew tea with a faint smile. The Tiando auction house is known to be rich, where everything can be bought. But I wanted to buy a few maids, yet there were none available. Do you think this is the problem of the Tiando auction house or the directives from behind the scenes? YeXuan closed his eyes, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the armrest, his voice carrying 3 parts amusement and 7 parts coldness. Your Holiness is joking. In the Wuhuan Empire, the trade of people and slaves is strictly prohibited. Your Holiness should abide by this prohibition rather than violate it. A refined smile appeared on Yiming's face, as he did not directly answer YeXuan's question, but instead mentioned the prohibition of the Wuhuan Empire. Then what do you think? Between the positions of the Pope and the Empress, which is greater? YeXuan opened his eyes, a hint of amusement in his gaze as he stared directly at Duke Yiming. A slight change appeared in Duke Yiming's eyes, but it quickly returned to normal as he spoke. In the Wuhuan Hall, naturally, Your Holiness's position is somewhat greater. In the Wuhuan Empire, however, the positions of the Pope and the Empress should be considered equal. But this is just my personal opinion. If I am mistaken, I hope Your Holiness will forgive me. YeXuan scanned the surroundings and said, Duke Yiming, could you dismiss these irrelevant people? I have something I'd like to discuss with you. Since Your Holiness has spoken, that is naturally possible. Duke Yiming replied and immediately waved his hand to dismiss the maids in the hall. Long Xiaoyao, you should also step back. I need to speak with Duke Yiming privately. YeXuan gestured for Long Xiaoyao to leave as well. Yes, my lord. Long Xiaoyao responded and left through the main door, standing quietly at the entrance of the hall. Only YeXuan and Yiming remained in the hall. Yiming approached with a cup of tea, smiling lightly as he said, Your Holiness, please feel free to speak. If there's anything we can assist with, the Duke's mansion will not refuse. I do have something I need your help with, but I fear the Duke's mansion may be unwilling. YeXuan took the teacup that Yi Ming handed over, shaking it in his hand. Your Holiness is joking. As long as you ask, we in the Duke's mansion will do our utmost to assist with anything. Of course, if we fail to accomplish it, please do not blame Your Holiness. Yi Ming looked at YeXuan, quickly pondering his purpose for coming. Chapter 283. Noble Cooperation. YeXuan looked at Yi Ming, his fingers lightly tapping on the armrest, producing a rhythmic sound as he slowly began. I am very interested in the position of the Emperor, so I want to cooperate with you nobles. You have already seen the attitude of the Empress, which is clearly suppressing you nobles and supporting the commoners. This is just the first step. In the future, there may very well be no nobility in the Wuhuan Empire. By cooperating with me, you nobles can obtain everything you desire, and it is not impossible to share the Wuhuan Empire with you. What do you think, Duke Yi Ming? Upon hearing this, Yi Ming's expression shifted between uncertainty and clarity, but he quickly slammed his hand on the armrest, standing up, pointing at YeXuan, and said, Your Holiness, our Duke's mansion has always been loyal to the Wuhuan Empire. If you have come to seek cooperation with us, I fear you have come to the wrong place. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause erupted as YeXuan stood up, calmly saying, I originally thought Duke Yi Ming was a clever man, but seems he is not. Since you are unwilling to cooperate, then your Duke's mansion need not exist. The white tiger martial spirit instantly appeared behind YeXuan, completing its possession, with 6 soul rings of purple, gold, black, and red flashing continuously. YeXuan's hand grasped Duke Yi Ming's neck, lifting him up, his eyes filled with intense killing intent as he slowly spoke. Duke Yi Ming, I will give you a chance to say your last words. Duke Yi Ming looked at the intense killing intent in YeXuan's eyes, astonished at first. Then a look of joy appeared as he quickly said, Your Holiness, our Duke's mansion is very willing to cooperate with you. I just wonder how confident you are in succeeding. Cooperate with me? Why should I trust you? Isn't your Duke's mansion loyal to the Wuhuan Empire? YeXuan chuckled lightly, tightening his grip, the killing intent in his eyes almost becoming tangible. Our Duke's mansion can contact all the nobles in the Empire on behalf of Your Holiness. With our noble support, no matter your level of confidence, the odds of success will greatly increase. Duke Yi Ming's face gradually turned red, his breathing becoming increasingly difficult. You have one chance to convince me. Otherwise, your Duke's mansion will no longer need to exist. After all, if this matter leaks out, it could mean death. YeXuan tightened his grip even more, but the killing intent in his eyes showed no sign of abating. Your Holiness, I can contact all the nobles in the Empire right now, inviting them to our Duke's mansion to discuss what you mentioned. Moreover, Your Holiness, you have a subordinate who can accompany my people, while I will remain in the Duke's mansion as Your Holiness's hostage. Duke Yi Ming felt his mind becoming dizzy. Speaking was extremely laborious, yet joy appeared in his eyes. Find a suitable place for secret discussions in your Duke's mansion, and do not play tricks. Otherwise, I may not necessarily die, but your Duke's mansion will definitely disappear. YeXuan retracted his martial soul and released his grip on Yi Ming. Yi Ming fell to the ground, breathing heavily, but there was a hint of joy in his eyes. The nobles were thinking about how to respond to the policies of the Spirit Empire, but unexpectedly, it was the newly ascended Pope who was the first to challenge the Spirit Empire. Moreover, after the earlier test, Yi Ming was 100% convinced that the Pope was serious and not just testing them. After all, if it were a test, there would be no need for such caution or suspicion. Anything could be faked, but the killing intent in one's eyes could not be faked. After catching his breath for a while, Yi Ming got up and went to the door, opening it and waving to summon a guard, saying, Go invite all the nobles from Spirit Empire City to the Duke's mansion for a discussion. Yes, my lord. The guard replied and began to head outside the Duke's mansion. Long Xiaoyao follow him. I want to know every detail of his communication with others. YeXuan's calm voice echoed in the hall. Yes, my lord. Long Xiaoyao followed without hesitation. After both of them left, YeXuan slowly walked out of the hall, looking at Yi Ming with a gaze filled with killing intent, calmly saying, You just mentioned all the nobles in the empire. Why are there only the nobles from Spirit Empire City now? Your Holiness, please be patient. It takes time for all the nobles in the empire to gather. Moreover, those minor nobles look up to us. As long as we finalize our plans, we can let them execute it. Let's go to a more suitable place for a secret discussion and wait quietly. Duke Yi Ming made a gesture of invitation and led the way ahead. YeXuan quietly followed behind him without speaking. The two twisted and turned within the Duke's mansion until they arrived at a very hidden room. The entire room was not lavishly decorated but rather very simple, containing only a long table and neatly arranged chairs, with no extra items. YeXuan sat down in the main seat of the room, resting his feet on the table, hands behind his head, quietly waiting. Yiming sat down beside YeXuan with a smile, saying, "Your Holiness, you mentioned needing a maid. I have a daughter who is fairly presentable. How about I send her to you as a maid? Of course, Your Holiness can rest assured that my daughter is very clean and not like those receptionists at the auction house. Bring her here to take a look. If I'm satisfied, I might agree." YeXuan slightly lifted his eyelids and waved his hand dismissively. Yiming went to the door, summoned a maid, and instructed, "Go bring the third miss here. Remember to change her clothes and dress her up before bringing her over." "Yes, my lord." After giving the instructions, Yiming returned and sat down next to YeXuan again. Duke Yiming's family education was indeed strict, as the third miss of the Duke's mansion. Even changing clothes required Duke Yiming to specifically instruct the maid. Yiming, hearing this, did not mind and said, "Your Holiness, you may not know, but she does not have the talent to become a soul master and will only be an ordinary person for her entire life. Even if she were to marry into another noble family, her qualifications are still lacking." Chapter 284. Almost believed it, YeXuan only chuckled lightly, showing no intention of speaking, instead quietly waiting in the room. Time passed slowly, and the door to the room was pushed open from the outside. A girl in a light cyan long dress, with a somewhat sickly pale complexion but very delicate features, walked in slowly, holding a tray of snacks and a pot of tea. The girl approached YeXuan, placed the snacks and tea on the table, and began to pour the tea into a cup. Whether intentional or unintentional, her hand trembled slightly while pouring the tea, causing the cup to tip over and scalding hot water to spill onto YeXuan. Yiming, seeing this, immediately slammed the table and stood up, scolding, "How can you do such a simple task as pouring tea so poorly? What use are you?" The girl did not speak, but quickly lowered her head, took another cup, poured tea again, and placed it in front of Yiming. However, in that moment of bowing her head, a flash of hatred crossed her eyes. "Forget it. It's just a small matter, no harm done." YeXuan waved his hand dismissively and began to assess the girl in front of him. To be fair, the girl was indeed quite beautiful, especially with her somewhat sickly pale complexion, which evoked a sense of pity. But that was all. YeXuan had little interest in her, continuing to meditate with closed eyes, not touching the tea or snacks in front of him. "Why are you still here? You can't even do this little thing. Get out." Yiming glanced at her and directly pointed towards the door, signaling her to leave quickly. The girl looked at Yiming, lowered her head in silence, and walked toward the exit. "Come back. You are now my maid. Until I let you leave, no one has the right to send you out." YeXuan's calm voice resonated in the room. Upon hearing YeXuan's words, the girl paused slightly, but since Yiming did not speak, she continued walking toward the door. "Your Holiness, did you not hear him call you back?" Yiming shot a glare at the girl, his voice tinged with anger. The girl took a deep breath, clenched her fists, and turned to face YeXuan, asking, "Your Holiness, if I am your maid, do I belong to the Duke's mansion or to your Holiness? Mind your wording. You are not my person. You are a member of the Spirit Hall." YeXuan glanced at the girl, thinking she was too naive to play word games with him. The girl, hearing this, was slightly taken aback but quickly regained her composure, saying, "Then will I have any relationship with the Duke's mansion in the future? That depends on your own wishes. If you say there is a relationship, then there is. If you say there isn't, then there isn't." YeXuan's tone was indifferent, as the Duke's mansion would not exist in the future anyway. As for whether this girl could survive, that depended on whether she was under the Duke's watchful eye. With no talent to become a soul master, as a 5-ring soul king, you tell me you have no talent to become a soul master? If it weren't for my strong spiritual power, which allowed me to see the girl's strength, I might have believed it. Then I, Ying, will have no relationship with the Duke's mansion anymore. I am just a maid of your Holiness." Ying spoke while casting a look of hatred at Yiming. "Impudent. You have no talent to become a soul master. I, the Duke's mansion, raised you, and this is how you repay us." Yiming slammed the table hard, his soul power surging, appearing extremely angry. "Haha, raise me? You just treated me as a tool." The hatred in Ying's eyes deepened, as if she were facing a sworn enemy. YeXuan looked at the two of them, took out a short sword, and stabbed it into the table in front of him. With a faint smile, he said, "You two seem to be intent on a fight to the death. The thing I dislike the most is infighting. So I've decided to give you a chance for a fair duel. There's a short sword in front of you. You can pick it up and kill each other. Duke Yiming, you cannot use soul power. Otherwise, I will kill you as well. You may begin now. Let me see if it's the daughter killing the father or the father eating the child." YeXuan spread his hands, signaling for them to start their performance. Yiming and Ying were momentarily stunned by his words, and the room fell silent. Ying kept blinking, seemingly asking what to do. After a while, Yiming slapped the table and said coldly, "You are now the Pope's maid, so I will spare you for the Pope's sake. But if you dare step into the Duke's manor again, even the Pope cannot protect you. Out of respect for the kindness you've received, I won't lay a hand on you. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other." Ying pulled the short sword from the table and handed it back to YeXuan. After YeXuan took the short sword, Yiming returned to his seat. Looking furious, while Ying walked behind YeXuan and began to knead his shoulders, acting like a maid. YeXuan closed his eyes, starting to rest, completely ignoring the two of them. About 2 hours later, the door to the room was pushed open again, and several elegantly dressed individuals walked in. When they saw YeXuan sitting in the main seat, their eyes displayed varying expressions, but they tacitly refrained from asking questions, and each took a seat. YeXuan glanced around and found that most of the nobles on the list had arrived. He tapped the table, signaling Duke Yiming to state the purpose of this meeting. Seeing YeXuan's gesture, Yiming immediately understood and stood up, saying, "Everyone, I believe you have seen the attitude of the Empress of the Wuhuan Empire. It is clear she is suppressing us nobles and supporting those commoners. Now, the Pope is very interested in the position of Emperor and wants to cooperate with us nobles. In the future, whatever we nobles desire, the Pope can provide. If anyone wants to join, please feel free to speak up." The people present exchanged glances, ultimately focusing their attention on Yiming, who nodded slightly. "Our family will not participate in this action. If we cannot find common ground, we will take our leave." A middle-aged man scanned the crowd and immediately stood up to walk out the door. Chapter 285. An informant YeXuan watched the departing man, scanned the remaining individuals in the room, and said softly, "Long Xiaoyao, see him off." "Yes, my lord." Long Xiaoyao replied and followed the middle-aged man out of the room. "Anyone who wants to leave now may do so. I will not stop you," YeXuan said with a faint smile, his eyes indicating a murderous intent as he pointed toward the door. The people in the room exchanged glances. No one stood up to leave. They clearly understood the meaning behind YeXuan's words. After a while, someone asked, "Your Holiness, we want to know how confident you are in your success. If your confidence is low, we still need to plan carefully. After all, this is a significant matter, and we need to be cautious. The 7 treasures Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family have all been destroyed by me. I now have a 50% chance of success. As for how much of a chance we will ultimately have, it depends on the strength you nobles can muster," YeXuan said, lightly tapping the table, his gaze curiously examining the nobles before him. Hearing this, the crowd began to discuss among themselves. YeXuan quietly listened, wanting to see what conclusion they would reach. Time passed, and the nobles finally arrived at a conclusion. Duke Yiming stood up and said, "Your Holiness, among our nobles, we can provide 2 titled Daoliuos, 10 soul Daoliuos, dozens of soul saints, and some soul masters and troops to assist you. However, we will need 3 days to prepare. When does your Holiness plan to act?" Duke Yiming's voice carried a hint of amusement. As long as they succeeded in suppressing the nobles, the situation would be resolved. If they failed, they would place all the blame on the Pope. "Then we will act 3 nights from now. If anyone seated here dares not to come, I will directly annihilate all the nobles in Wuhuan City. Don't think I want to do it. I know all of you, and if anyone thinks they can withstand 3 limit Daoliuos, then feel free not to come," YeXuan said with a light laugh, his gaze cold as he looked at the nobles before him. "Your Holiness, you can rest assured. We are now all in the same boat. We share glory and misfortune. We will not let you down. However, afterwards, we nobles hope to share the Wuhuan Empire with you. After all, you still need to manage the Wuhuan Hall, and we nobles can assist you in managing the Wuhuan Empire and help you share the burden," Duke Yiming said, his voice carrying a sense of hope, as if he could see a bright future ahead. "Whether you can share it with me depends on how much effort you can put in. If you can't help at all, the first to be eliminated will be your empire," YeXuan scoffed, thinking it was quite presumptuous. He hadn't even dared to think about sharing the Wuhuan Empire, yet they wanted to. 3 days later, our nobles will take the lead, and your Holiness people will only need to provide support," Duke Yiming said, his face breaking into a brilliant smile, appearing very sincere. "All right, I will wait for your nobles to take the lead," YeXuan said, getting up and walking toward the exit. Ying followed behind him, heading outside, and just before she stepped out of the door, Yiming knocked 3 times on the table, as if reminding them of something. When YeXuan left the Duke's manor, Long Xiaoyao also emerged from the shadows and said, "My lord, I have taken care of what you instructed earlier. Where shall we go now?" "Nowhere in particular. We are returning to the Starfall Palace. The nobles will begin their preparations, and we at the Starfall Palace cannot fall behind. We need to prepare early." YeXuan replied nonchalantly, justing a discreet glance at Ying. The nobles had basically fallen into the trap. Whether they could be sent into the abyss depended on this informant. After the three returned to the Starfall Palace, YeXuan announced everything in front of Ying and instructed all the senior members of the Starfall Palace to prepare. After giving all the orders, YeXuan took Ying back to the study in the back hall. In the study, YeXuan held a blueprint of the royal palace, carefully examining it, and asked, Ying, where did you get this blueprint? I don't even have a blueprint of the royal palace, yet you have one. This is what I took out from the Duke's residence. When the maid informed me that it belonged to His Holiness the Pope, I took this blueprint out from the Duke's residence, hoping it could assist His Holiness. There was a hint of charm in Yang's voice. Indeed, it's impressive. I really didn't expect that there would be palace blueprints in the Duke's residence. If I'm not mistaken, this blueprint was drawn up during the reign of Emperor Qian, right? YeXuan observed Yang with the corner of his eye, a strong killing intent rising in his heart. This blueprint has been preserved in our Duke's residence for many years. Although some places have been rebuilt, it does not affect the accuracy of the blueprint at all. Yang nodded gently, confirming that this map was indeed secretly drawn up by the Duke's residence during the reign of Emperor Qian. All right, I understand. Go outside and pour me a cup of tea. I'll take a good look at this blueprint first. YeXuan waved his hand, indicating that she could leave. Okay, Your Holiness. Yang responded and walked out of the study. After leaving the study, Yang waved to summon a carrier pigeon hidden in a tree, quickly wrote a note, tied it to the pigeon's leg, and sent it flying out of the Starfall Palace. After doing all this, Yang clapped her hands and spoke as if to herself. The master of the Starfall Palace, the current His Holiness, as well as the elders and offerings in the Starfall Palace, are not much different, are they? Yang chuckled lightly and walked in a certain direction, preparing to fetch the tea. After all, her current identity is His Holiness's maid. Sister Li sang, should we capture her or continue to play along for a while? Qian Kuei's voice sounded from a dense, ancient tree. Let us do the whole act, for now. We shouldn't alarm the snake in the grass. Keeping her around will definitely be useful. You keep an eye on her in the dark. I'll make a trip to the palace. After instructing, Li Sang's figure quietly disappeared from the ancient tree. Chapter 286. Life or Death 3 days later. The martial Seoul Imperial City was particularly quiet. Nobles came out of their homes, hiding in the dark corners of the palace, quietly waiting. In the Starfall Palace, Yang returned to the study and walked straight to YeXuan's side, seemingly wanting to sit on him. These past 3 days have truly troubled you. You actually managed to pass on news for so long. YeXuan stood up and looked directly at Yang upon seeing her actions. Your Holiness, what are you talking about? I don't quite understand. I have no talent for becoming a soul master. How could I pass on news under Your Holiness's watch? Yang smiled and subtly retreated towards the door. Whether you understand or not doesn't matter. I can give you a chance now. As long as you can run out of the Starfall Palace, you can continue to live. If you can't escape, it seems you'll have to stay here forever. YeXuan leaned against the wall, indicating that she could run now. Yang didn't hesitate at all, immediately turning to run out of the room. While running, she unleashed her martial soul, 5 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black flashing around her, her speed continuously increasing. However, she had barely taken a few steps when a pale hand caught her. Yu Lishang's voice rang in her ear. Where do you think you're going? You can't escape from here. As soon as the words were spoken, Yu Lishang's hand exerted force, and Yang's body was pulled back with tremendous strength, crashing heavily to the ground. The ground cracked under the immense force, and a groan of pain escaped Yang's lips, blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. Hey, Li Sang, be a bit gentler. Repairing the back hall-S floor is very expensive, and you're a girl. You should be a bit more gentle. Qing Sheng's calm voice came from an ancient tree. If you dare talk more, I'll take you down with her. Yu Li Sang shot a glance at Qing Sheng and forcefully lifted Yang's body again, then slammed her down hard. This time the force was significantly greater, even causing stone chips to fly up from the ground. Qing Sheng's mouth twitched, but he didn't speak again. He had tried to compete with Yu Li Sang before, and the result was an undeniable defeat, especially when Yu Li Sang unleashed flames that seemed to have no temperature limit, continuously rising. It was simply too bizarre. Looking at the half-dead Yang, Yu Li Sang asked, should we keep her or just deal with her directly? Qing Sheng shook his head, saying, sister, you decide. As long as you're happy, I'm just here to watch. Yu Li Shang's phoenix eyes widened, flames flickering in her hands as she directed her gaze towards Qing Sheng, who was sitting on the ancient tree. Cough. Li Sang, let us talk this over. We still have matters to deal with later. As for her, you can decide. If you want her to live, she can live. If you want her to die, she definitely won't survive. Qing Sheng wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. Genuinely afraid of you, Li Sang. Whether in competition or a real fight, you Li Sang would not hold back. All right, you two should be serious. We need to handle other matters. Yang will be left to the nobles. At least a few of them are still obedient. YeXuan changed into a white robe and walked out of the study. His voice calm. Hearing his voice, Yu Li Sang immediately released her grip on Yang. A middle-aged man also stepped out from the shadows, wiping the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead as he walked towards Yang. This middle-aged man was the noble who had directly left the duke's residence 3 days ago. To avoid affecting the execution of events, YeXuan had Dragon Xiaoyao bring him to the Starfall Palace, where he had stayed for 3 days. Lu Zheng, I'll leave her to you to handle. Whether she lives or dies is entirely up to you. I admired your decisiveness in leaving that day, but I also regret that some nobles managed to survive. YeXuan approached him, a hint of regret in his voice. Your Holiness, you're joking. Our Lu family is not a noble family. In the Martial Soul Empire, there are no nobles. We are just commoners with some wealth. Lu Zheng's body trembled slightly, feeling fortunate for his decision at that time. Otherwise, he would certainly have disappeared like the nobles tonight. An 89th level soul, Dalu, claiming to be just a commoner with some wealth? Isn't that a joke? I truly admire you. After all, you are one of the few among the nobles of the Martial Soul Empire. YeXuan chuckled, glancing at himself, seemingly without anything frightening about him, wondering how he could scare a soul Douluo like this. Your Holiness, we truly are not nobles. We are just commoner soul masters of the Martial Soul Empire. But we will definitely be loyal to the Martial Soul Empire. Lu Zheng felt his heart racing. After dealing with those nobles preparing to rebel tonight, he would need to handle those who did not participate in the action. So if he behaved well now, perhaps his fate would be a bit better. All right, we have other matters to attend to. Once we finish, we will deal with the nobles who did not participate. Of course, you can prepare in advance. And perhaps your fate will be better. How to prepare will depend on your own decisions. Aunt Yi, Long Xiaoyao, Yu Li Sang, and Qing Sheng. Let us go take a look at the palace and see how prepared they are. YeXuan finally patted Lu Zheng's shoulder and walked straight ahead. Yixishui and Long Xiaoyao also stepped out from the shadows, quietly following behind YeXuan as they moved forward. As Yu Li Sang passed by Lu Zheng, flames appeared in her palm, and she waved them in front of him, signaling him to behave and not to make any small moves. Although Yu Li Sang was currently just a soul sage, dealing with a soul ring that was not a top-tier soul Dalu was not difficult at all. Moreover, during these 3 days, she had sparred with Lu Zheng and found his strength to be just average, even inferior to the current Yu Lumian. Qing Sheng also jumped down from the ancient tree and followed closely behind YeXuan as they headed toward the Starfall Palace. The other high-ranking members stayed behind in the Starfall Palace, as YeXuan did not let them accompany him to the palace. After all, their goal was not to kill, but to subdue the power held by the nobles. Chapter 287. Only punish the main culprit. As YeXuan and his group arrived at the palace, Yixishui and Long Xiaoyao sensed the hidden nobles lurking in the shadows. But they did not speak out, quietly following behind YeXuan. YeXuan stopped not far from the palace, scanning the surroundings, and said, Aunt Yi, use your voice to inform them to come forward and take the lead. We will be there soon. Yes, master. Yixishui gently nodded and conveyed YeXuan's message to the hidden crowd. The surroundings were extremely quiet, as if there were no one around. But YeXuan was not in a hurry. He simply stood still, patiently waiting. After a while, someone finally emerged from the shadows and quickly headed towards the palace. YeXuan watched the crowd rushing towards the palace, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. The palace gates were pushed open effortlessly, and the crowd quickly surged into the palace, while YeXuan and his group walked in unhurriedly. After they entered, Long Xiaoyao directly reached out and closed the palace doors. Inside the palace, BibiDong sat at the entrance of the main hall, with the elders of the Hall of Spirits standing quietly behind her, surrounded by neatly arranged palace knights and the army of the Spirit Empire, their weapons glinting coldly as they pointed at the incoming crowd. You nobles are quite bold, daring to storm into my Spirit Empire's palace at night. What are you trying to do? BibiDong's voice carried a chilling tone. The nobles, seeing this, quickly realized they had been schemed against, and this trap had been set up by both the Hall of Spirits and the Spirit Empire. Enough. I'm too lazy to waste words with you. Those who surrender will join the Hall of Spirits and be spared from death. But all the leaders of the nobles are exceptions. YeXuan gazed at the nobles before him, his killing intent growing wildly. Inside the palace, the sounds of fighting echoed continuously but soon came to an abrupt halt. 3 months later, A luxurious carriage departed from the Spirit Empire city, surrounded by palace knights and attendants dressed in the Hall of Spirits attire, quietly following on both sides. Inside the carriage, YeXuan and Qian Renxue sat quietly, gazing at the scenery outside. Xiao Xian, it seems we'll have to grow for a while after returning to Spirit City before we can come out again. It looks like we won't be participating in the affairs of the Star Luo Empire, Qian Renxue said, blinking her eyes and gazing out the window with a hint of boredom in her eyes. What does it matter? Even if we don't participate, the outcome for the Star Luo Empire won't change at all. We can just go back to Spirit City and focus on our cultivation. YeXuan replied with a nonchalant smile, planning to quietly cultivate for a while, fully attaching the soul rings to his 3 spirits and passing the second assessment in the City of Slaughter. This is a rare opportunity. It will be a pity not to participate. Qian Renxue pouted, stating that with the current power of the Spirit Empire, destroying a Star Luo Empire would be nothing difficult. Even a very simple task. All right, don't think too much about it. It's just a Star Luo Empire, not worth overthinking. Just focus on your cultivation. With the 9 Heavens God-slaying spear and the 12-tier destruction Black Lotus, we only need to cultivate for a year to equal 10 years of training. Moreover, there are many matters in Spirit City that I need to handle, so we should concentrate our energy on Spirit City and cultivation and not worry about other things. YeXuan reached out and patted Qian Renxue's head, his eyes filled with affection. Yes, it's for you to handle, not me. You are the Pope of the Hall of Spirits, not me, Qian Renxue said, a faint smile appearing on her face as she leaned against YeXuan, looking at the scenery outside the carriage. A few days later, upon returning to the Hall of Spirits, YeXuan utilized the people he brought back to fill the vacancies in the hall, allowing it to resume operation. After sorting out the matters of the hall, YeXuan and Qian Renxue then proceeded to the offering hall to visit Qian Dalu. When Qian Dalu saw the two return, a smile appeared on his aged face as he spoke. Xiao Xian, you two still know to come back to the Hall of Spirits. Jin Ao has already informed me about the situation. I originally thought you would be back soon, but I didn't expect it to take more than 3 months for you to return. By the way, has this kid bullied you during this time? If he has, just tell Grandpa, and I can still teach him a lesson for you. Qian Dalu glanced at Qian Renxue's slightly rounded belly, narrowing his eyes as he looked at YeXuan standing nearby. YeXuan's brows couldn't help but twitch. He remembered that Qian Dalu's attitude towards him hadn't been like this before. Why did it feel a bit off upon his return? Grandpa, how could Xiao Xian dare to bully me? If anyone is bullied, it's only me bullying him, Qian Renxue said, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons, smiling happily. Qian Dalu nodded in agreement, poured a glass of water for Qian Renxue, and placed it in front of her, glancing at YeXuan subtly as he spoke. Xiao Xian, you are now the Pope of the Hall of Spirits. Don't you have matters to handle in the hall? The hall can already operate normally, and there is nothing urgent for me to handle at the moment. Moreover, I have delegated all the administrative matters of the hall to the subordinates below. If there is anything they can't resolve, they will bring it to me. So I'm quite relaxed right now. YeXuan replied as he found a spot to sit down, not minding Qian Dalu's attitude. After all, it was normal for Qian Renxue to have a different attitude since she was pregnant. You're not personally reviewing the administrative matters of the hall and just leaving them to others? If there is something important, and the subordinates fail to report, won't you be left in the dark? Qian Dalu's voice carried a hint of disapproval. If everything requires my personal involvement, what is the use of having subordinates? As for failing to report, that is impossible. The personnel of the hall are divided into left, middle, and right sections. The left section is responsible for reviewing various administrative matters, the right section for approving them, and the middle section is only responsible for supervision. You only need to look at the number of reviews and approvals. As long as they match, that's enough. Moreover, in the face of strength, any small tricks are futile. YeXuan smiled indifferently. Although his method was not very correct, as long as he was strong enough, those below him would not dare to make any small moves. Chapter 288. 7 months later, furthermore, YeXuan's strength had already reached the bottleneck of level 70. He just hadn't added any soul rings yet. After all, his soul power would continue to grow. It just wasn't showing for the time being. Indeed, as long as one's own strength is strong enough, those below would not dare to make any unusual moves. However, you still need to check on your subordinates from time to time. After all, over time, they might develop certain thoughts. Qian Dalu nodded lightly and specifically reminded him. I understand. Just because I don't want to deal with matters doesn't mean I'm unaware of what they're doing. YeXuan smiled. He just didn't want to deal with trivial matters, but he would handle any significant issues seriously. All right, since you already know, I won't say more. During this time, you must take good care of Shuer. Qian Dalu shook his head with a smile and said no more. Even without saying it, I would take good care of Shuer, especially since this is in Wuhuan City, where no problems could possibly arise. Grandpa Jin Yi, after absorbing the immortal herb, has he broken through to the limit of level 99? YeXuan smiled and asked about Jin Yi. After all, he was someone who could reach level 98 title Douluo. With the help of the immortal herb, breaking through to level 99 should not be a problem. Jin Yi lacked nothing in talent, soul power accumulation, or comprehension. The only thing he was missing was a bit of opportunity. Yes, Jin Yi has long since broken through to the limit of level 99. However, I've sent him to the border of the Wuhuan Empire. I heard that the army of the Xingluo Empire has already stationed at the border. So having Jin Yi stationed there give me more peace of mind. Qian Dalu smiled, as if he were happy for Jin Yi's breakthrough to level 99. YeXuan, Qian Renxue, and Qian Dalu continuously communicated in the offering hall until the sky gradually darkened. Only then did YeXuan and Qian Renxue return to their rooms. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 7 months have passed. In these 7 months, the only significant event that occurred was the destruction of the Xingluo Empire by the Wuhuan Empire, with all the territories of the Xingluo Empire falling into the hands of the Wuhuan Empire. The only thing YeXuan regretted was that Ning Fengji and others escaped just before the Xingluo Empire was destroyed. As for where they could escape to, based on YeXuan's analysis, it could only be Sea God Island. After the destruction of the Xingluo Empire, BibiDong returned to Wuhuan City with the Golden Generation and YeXuan's disciple, Yinbing. During these 7 months, YeXuan and Qian Renxue spent their time either cultivating in the Hall of the Pope or wandering around Wuhuan City. Thanks to the presence of a 9 Heavens God-slaying spear and the 12-grade Annihilation Black Lotus, their soul power increased rapidly. Although YeXuan was still at level 70, it was only because he hadn't added any soul rings to his martial soul. As soon as he added a soul ring, all the soul power he had gained in 7 months would be revealed. Therefore, YeXuan himself didn't know what level his soul power had reached. In the meantime, Qian Renxue, over the course of these 7 months, had progressed from level 72 Soul Sage to level 78 Soul Emperor. Thanks to the 10-fold training speed provided by the 9 Heavens God-slaying spear and the 12-grade Annihilation Black Lotus. In the Wuhuan City Hall of the Pope, at the pavilion in the lake, BibiDong, Qian Daolu, Hulaina, and Yinbing sat quietly in front of YeXuan and Qian Renxue's room. Before them, YeXuan was pacing back and forth, his gaze not directed towards the room, where a figure with silver hair was in disarray from being scratched, and his face showed signs of anxiety, losing the calmness he usually had. Qian, can you not sit down and wait quietly? Why must you pace back and forth in front of us? Those who wish to achieve great things need to remain calm and composed even when facing adversity. BibiDong said, resting her hand on her forehead, looking utterly speechless. Cough, teacher, my wife is inside. I'm trying to stay calm. But it's hard to do so. YeXuan seemed a bit agitated, scratching his hair. He felt like a long time had passed, yet there seemed to be no result. Qian, calm down. Only 5 minutes have passed. Shuer is giving birth, not drinking water. Sit down and wait quietly. Stop pacing, Qian Daolu said, taking a sip of tea, his voice very calm as he glanced at YeXuan. Cough, senior brother, it really has only been 5 minutes. You don't need to keep wandering around. You're making my eyes a bit dizzy. Hulaina couldn't help but add. Yinbing, holding a glass of juice, blinked her big eyes and quietly sipped her drink. Has it really only been 5 minutes? Why does it feel like such a long time? YeXuan sat down in a chair, looking somewhat puzzled. To be precise, it has been 5 minutes and 20 seconds, so just wait here peacefully. The people inside are very professional, and besides, Shuer is a soul sage. There won't be any problems. BibiDong shook her head and chuckled lightly, her fingers gently tapping the armrest of the chair as she mentally calculated the time. YeXuan found it hard to believe. The previous 5 minutes felt very quick, while this 5 minutes felt longer than 5 hours. Just then, Xiaoyu and Yin slowly walked over from a distance, coming directly to YeXuan's front and handing him a cup of juice, saying, Xiangu, we just want to get a cup of juice. Why do you look a bit anxious? YeXuan took the juice and took a sip. Really? Do I look anxious? How come I don't know? And you too. Why did it take so long just to get a cup of juice? Look at how much time has passed. Xiaoyu and Yin exchanged glances, then looked at the current time, realizing that only about 7 minutes had passed. It seemed quite normal for them to walk from the pavilion to the Hall of the Pope and back in 7 minutes. Coke, Xuan Yi. It seems it's only been 7 minutes. Yin coughed lightly and stated the time. Chapter 289, Conclusion. YeXuan glanced at Yin, but said nothing more. Just as he was about to get up, both of his shoulders were pressed back down by a hand. Sit down and wait calmly for a while. The voices of BibiDong and Qian Dalu echoed in YeXuan's ears. With no choice, YeXuan sat back down. Time passed slowly, and the door to the room opened. A woman walked out holding an infant, but before she could speak, she felt a figure rush past her side. BibiDong and Qian Daolu felt their hands empty, glancing at YeXuan's position, only to find that YeXuan's figure had vanished from the spot. Two people shook their heads and smiled at the same time. BibiDong was the first to get up and carefully picked up the baby next to the woman. Examining it closely, she found that it was a girl with a fair complexion and a pair of silver eyes. In the room, YeXuan sat in front of the bed, looking at Qian Renshua, his gaze continuously sweeping over her. Qian Renshua sat up and asked, "Xiao Xian, where is our child? He should be with the teacher or grandpa." YeXuan blinked, his voice carrying a hint of uncertainty, as he had been a bit anxious when he entered and forgot. There was a slight difference in Qian Renshua's voice, and a hint of reproach appeared in her eyes. Just as she was about to say something, BibiDong walked in and placed the baby in front of Qian Renshua. "This little one looks quite like the two of you. You two should come up with a name." BibiDong's voice carried a hint of amusement. "Let's name her YeXuan," YeXuan casually said after glancing at the baby. "Is that how casual you are? Not even thinking it through? Although the name is not bad, it feels a bit too casual." BibiDong chuckled lightly at how quickly YeXuan had come up with the name. "I won't think about it anymore. Let's call her YeXuan." YeXuan smiled and held YeXuan in his arms, examining her closely with a happy smile in his eyes. "Then let's go with YeXuan. This name sounds nice and rolls off the tongue well." Qian Renshua smiled, leaning in to look at YeXuan in YeXuan's arms, her face showing a gentle smile. 3 years later, in the city of Slaughter, YeXuan looked at the Azura demon sword in his hand, a faint smile on his lips. He communicated with the Azura god in the divine realm using his spiritual sense, saying, "Azura Senior, I have passed the second assessment." The figure of the Azura god appeared in front of YeXuan, his gaze sweeping over YeXuan, nodding lightly, and saying, "Your spirit power is intentionally stuck at level 80 without additional spirit rings? Sort of, but not really. I don't even know how much spirit power I have right now. Over the past 3 years, I have hunted many spirit beasts on the continent, and all 3 of my martial spirits have 7 spirit rings now. However, I haven't added more spirit rings because there aren't suitable ones, and also because of the second assessment." YeXuan's voice was calm. 2 years ago, Qian Renshua began formally accepting the assessment from the angel god, and he also left the martial spirit city, spending 2 years searching for spirit beasts on land and in the ocean to add a spirit ring to all his martial spirits. This is your reward for the second assessment: 6 god-level spirit rings and a 5-level increase in spirit power. The third assessment is for your spirit power to reach the limit of level 99 title Douluo. However, I feel that after you absorb the spirit rings, I can directly give you the reward for the third assessment and the divine position. The Azura god quietly stood aside, watching YeXuan absorb the spirit rings. After YeXuan absorbed the 6 spirit rings, the suppressed spirit power and the reward from the assessment combined, and his spirit power directly reached the limit of level 99 title Douluo. The reward for the third assessment is to increase all your spirit rings by 100,000 years and grant you my divine position. After you become a god, you can stay on the continent for 100 years, but after 100 years, you must enter the divine realm. Otherwise, you will face sanctions from the divine realm committee. However, even if you don't go up, it seems that it doesn't matter, since the divine realm committee is controlled by your family." The Azura god smiled and handed his divine position to YeXuan. After YeXuan received the divine position of the Azura god, he looked towards the direction of Sea God Island and took a step forward, disappearing from the city of Slaughter. When he reappeared, he was already on Sea God Island, sitting on the statue of the sea god, looking down at Tang, San, and directly striking him down on Sea God Island. Then he vanished from Sea God Island and returned to Martial Spirit City, finding Qian Renshua, who was accepting the divine position, and asked Schwerer, "How many assessments do you have left to become a 100-level god?" "I have 2 assessments left, and Mom has 4 more assessments to inherit the divine position." "What's up, Xiao Xian? Have you inherited the divine position already?" Qian Renshua's gaze held a hint of a smile. "Yes, I have officially accepted the inheritance of the divine position, reaching a 100-level god. And I also have a way to help you all become gods faster." YeXuan's face showed a faint smile. "A way to help us become gods faster? What is it?" Qian Renshua's voice showed a bit of surprise. "Give me your necklace, and you'll know," YeXuan said with a light smile. taking out the 9 heavens god-slaying spear and the 12th grade annihilation black lotus, pointing at the colorful stone on Qian Rinchue's chest. Qian Rinchue took down the colorful stone and handed it to YeXuan, curious about how he could help them become gods quickly. YeXuan took the colorful stone, shattered it with the 9 heavens god-slaying spear, and powerful energy surged out from the colorful stone. YeXuan used the 12th grade annihilation black lotus to convert the surging energy and drew a barrier with the 9 heavens god-slaying spear, sealing the converted energy within the barrier. Schwerer, you absorb the energy in the barrier first, and I will go get Qianer and the teacher. YeXuan Simidet, reaching out to pat Qian Rinchue on the head. Don't forget, there's also my grandpa, Qian Rinchue reminded as she sat in the barrier absorbing the incredibly powerful energy. YeXuan's figure flickered several times, sequentially heading to the Papal Palace and the Worship Hall to inform BibiDong and Qian Dalu, and then found YeXuan in the garden, carrying her to the barrier. Daddy, what is this white mist? It feels so comfortable when it enters my body. YeXuan looked at the surrounding mist, her face showing a comfortable expression. This is power, unparalleled power. Focus on sitting in the barrier and absorbing it. Once your mom and the others become gods, all this mist will belong to you. Then we can go to the divine realm together, YeXuan said, holding YeXuan in the barrier, looking at the others absorbing energy with a faint smile on his face. Once they all finish absorbing, it will be time for them to ascend to the divine realm together. Synopsis: arriving at Douluo Continent, awakened martial spirit at 6 years old, slaughtering divine beast white tiger, unlocking white tiger bloodline. Initially wanting to be a lazy person, but strength doesn't allow it. Guanyin has tears. Today, even if the Tathagata himself comes, it won't help. White tiger returns, killing with unstoppable force, gods yield, and Buddhas retreat.